I just came down the mountain to repay a favor. Dumped and humiliated as a country bumpkin by his arrogant fiancé who looked down on him. She didn't know. I possess the SSS-level inheritance of the Mystic Gate, with unparalleled medical skills, and invincible martial arts prowess. With just a few casual stitches, I revived the Qin family's patriarch, whom even renowned doctors had declared beyond saving, shocking everyone present. Just as the eldest daughter's family was contemplating how to pay me off with money, the second daughter, who had always remained unnoticed, stepped forward, resolutely declared, she won't marry. I will. I gladly accept this unexpected betrothal. And the old master even announced on the spot that the Cloud Peak mountain villa worth 500 million would be the dowry. Watching the eldest daughter's family's faces filled with regret and resentment, I merely sneered. This is just the beginning of my triumphant return. Yet, that unexpected encounter at the bar last night, that aloof woman who once humiliated me with 20 grand, is she really the second young miss I'm about to marry? This marriage, filled with misunderstandings, how will it end? Chapter 1, Descending the Mountain to Repay a Favor. Inside the presidential suite at Rongqing International Hotel. After a night, hey, beautiful, Xu Nan was about to wake the woman beside him. At this very moment, Qin Yuru also opened her sleepy eyes, and what met her gaze was the sharply defined, somewhat roguish face of a man. Their eyes locked almost simultaneously. The next second, ah, you pervert! Qin Yuru abruptly pushed Xu Nan away, hastily covering herself with the blanket as she angrily scolded. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Get out now, or I'll call the police immediately. Call the police? Xu Nan smirked mockingly. Seriously, this is clearly the room I booked. I also want to ask you, how did you end up in my bed? Hearing Xu Nan say this, Qin Yuru glanced around and only then realized she wasn't at home, but in an unfamiliar hotel room. Memories of last night began to slowly surface. Her grandfather was seriously ill, and the Qin family was in crisis. Her parents, in order to secure their footing in the Qin family, actually planned to arrange her marriage to someone she didn't like at all. If not for this, why would Qin Yuru have been so angry as to go out drinking in the middle of the night? It was at that time she met Xu Nan, who was also drinking at the bar. Both of them got completely drunk, and as for what happened afterward, Qin Yuru's gaze fell upon that vivid red stain on the bedsheet. In an instant, a surge of grievance overwhelmed her. Two clear streams of tears immediately welled up and spilled over. She was the dignified second young lady of the Qin family, the youngest female elite in Rongqing's business world. She actually gave her precious first time to a complete stranger she didn't even know. Hey, beautiful, I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Seeing Qin Yuru's aggrieved expression, Xu Nan couldn't help but speak up. Shut up. Qin Yuru didn't give Xu Nan any chance to explain. At this point, she had lost all hope. Since she was going to marry someone she didn't love anyway, did it really matter who she gave her first time to? Here's 20,000 yuan. Take the money and disappear from Rongqing immediately. Never mention this to anyone again. Anger, grievance, even despair. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuru clenched her teeth, put on her clothes, threw down the money, and turned to leave. Wait, at least tell me your name. Besides, although I'm engaged, if you don't mind, I can take responsibility for you. Just as Qin Yuru was about to leave, Xu Nan's voice rang out again. Qin Yuru's footsteps halted. Without even turning to look at the person behind her, she coldly said, "You're not worthy." With those words, she pushed the door open and left. How interesting. Staring at the money on the bed, Xu Nan's face revealed a bitter smile. He had just come down from the mountain yesterday when the old man gave him a jade pendant, instructing him to go to the Qin family in Rong City to marry their eldest daughter, while also repaying the life-saving favor from old Master Qin years ago. Instead of meeting his fiancée, he ended up sleeping with another woman. What surprised Xu Nan the most? As the current young master of the Chinese mystic sect, his influence spans the globe. To think a woman would look down on him. One must know, his master was none other than the mystic sect's celestial master, before whom even the ruler of Huaxia would bow 3 times in reverence. Yet in just 15 years, he had mastered the 4 arts of medicine, martial arts, divination, and mystic techniques, wielded the celestial master's seal, and became the sect's young master, venturing out in his teacher's stead. Not just him, even a nominal disciple under the mystic sect was someone whose mere footstep could shake Huaxia thrice over. Right after Qin Yuru left in anger, Xu Nan smirked playfully and casually picked up the Nokia phone by the bedside. Shortly after, he dialed a number. "Young master, you finally called me. I'd been worried sick. Enough with the nonsense. What have you found out about what I asked you to investigate?" "Young master, I have been investigating the Qin family's affairs for you, but there's something. I'm not sure if I should mention it," Xu Nan said coldly. "Speak." "The Qin family seems to have encountered some trouble recently. The old man Qin fell seriously ill several months ago, and the Qin family had invited renowned doctors from everywhere, but none of the treatments worked. It seems his time is near." Hearing these words, Xu Nan's expression instantly turned cold. "Pick me up to the Qin family in 10 minutes. "Yes, I understand." On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man in a suit replied with utmost respect. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would probably be shocked beyond belief. Luo Tianyang, the powerful leader of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, was actually bowing and scraping before Chu Nan like a servant. Half an hour later, outside the Qin family villa in Rongqing, Chu Nan gazed at the luxurious villa before him, as memories of the past involuntarily surfaced. At the age of 7, he suffered severe injuries and fell into the Yangtze River. Had it not been for Old Master Qin's timely rescue, he would have surely perished. By a stroke of fate, Old Master Qin sent him to Longhu Mountain for treatment, where he was fortunate enough to be taken in as a disciple by his master. 15 full years passed. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but he also became the young master of the mystic sect. Now, it was time for him to descend the mountain and repay his debt of gratitude. 15 years apart, Grandpa Qin, you must wait for me. With his thoughts swirling, Chu Nan strode towards the Qin family's residence. Hey, what are you doing, kid? No invitation means no trespassing into the Qin family. 2 security guards blocked Chu Nan with batons in their hands. I am a disciple of an old friend, here to see Elder Qin. This is my token. Chu Nan handed a jade pendant to the villa's security guard. Wait a moment. The guard, half doubtful, immediately took the jade pendant and walked inside. Before long, a tall, long-haired woman in high heels walked out. Young mistress. Upon seeing the newcomer, the nearby security guard quickly greeted respectfully. The newcomer was none other than Qin Lulu, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. So, you're the one who came with my Qin family's token? Qin Lulu glanced at Chu Nan's attire, coarse cloth garments and mud-stained cloth shoes, and her eyes instantly revealed a hint of disgust. Forget it, come with me inside. She seemed to have not the slightest interest in Chu Nan. Having said that, Qin Lulu turned and walked away. Is this the eldest daughter of the Qin family? As he looked at Qin Lulu standing before him, Chu Nan slightly furrowed his brows. She seemed somewhat different from what he had imagined. Before long, Qin Lulu led Chu Nan into a magnificently decorated living room. Wait right here, and don't touch anything without my orders. You can't afford to pay for anything you might break. Qin Lulu pointed at the luxurious furniture filling the room and said. After saying that, he threw Chu Nan into the living room and prepared to leave. Wait, where is Elder Qin? I heard the old master is seriously ill, and I came specifically to treat him. Chu Nan called out to Qin Lulu. You can treat the old master? Qin Lulu turned to look at Chu Nan, her tone full of disdain. With the renowned first divine physician of Sichuan province, Old Master's son, here, there's no need for you to interfere. Just wait here peacefully. After throwing out these words, Qin Lulu ignored Chu Nan and went straight upstairs. The first divine physician of Sichuan province? In that case, I must see for myself. Ignoring Qin Lulu's words, Chu Nan followed out of curiosity. In the room on the second floor, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The white-haired Old Master Qin lay on the bed, covered in silver needles, still unconscious. Divine Doctor's son, how is the Old Master doing? The Qin family relatives gathered together, each face filled with worry. The Old Master has been unconscious for 3 full days, with even his vital signs growing increasingly faint. All 5 organs are failing, beyond the reach of medicine. I'm sorry, but I truly can't do anything about Old Master Qin's illness. Everyone, please make preparations for the Old Master's funeral arrangements as soon as possible. Divine Physician's son said with a face full of shame. He had already performed his secret technique, the 9 revolutions revival needles, but it was still of no avail. This kind of illness is simply unheard of. Even he, the top divine physician of Sichuan province, is at his wit's end. What? Is the Old Master really going to die? Hearing these words, the Qin family members turned deathly pale, utterly bewildered and at a loss. Even Qin Yaru was in floods of tears, her face filled with despair. If the old man were to die, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Qin family. With me here, the old man won't die. Just as everyone was in despair, a figure pushed through the crowd and walked straight to Old Master Qin's bedside. How could it be him? When Qin Yaru and the crowd clearly saw that face, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, filled with astonishment. Truly, enemies are bound to meet. How could this guy appear at the Qin family? Get out right now. Who told you to come up here? At the sight of Chu Nan, Qin Lulu immediately scolded. She had clearly told this guy not to move around, but she never expected Chu Nan to be so bold as to barge into the old master's room without permission. Yet Chu Nan turned a deaf ear. Just looking at the unconscious Elder Qin, his eyes slightly reddened. Grandpa Qin, 15 years ago, you saved my life. Today, I won't let you die. No one can take your life from me. Chapter 2, The Humiliating Rejection. In the room, Chu Nan took the opportunity to lift the old man's outer garment and immediately began applying the needles without hesitation. Only then did Qin Jianghai and the others snap out of their daze, instantly burning with rage. You brat! What do you think you're doing? The old man is already on the verge of death. How dare you humiliate him like this? This is simply behavior. Even the divine healer's son was at a loss, so naturally they didn't believe Chu Nan could do anything about it. At this moment, Chu Nan's actions were undoubtedly a desecration of the old master. Seeing this, the divine healer's son angrily exclaimed, "Stop right now! Even my 9 revolutions revival needles couldn't save Master Qin, let alone some wet behind the ears brat like you." Chu Nan glanced at Dr. Sun, his tone icy as he said, "A half-baked apprentice still putting on airs of seniority. You've completely disgraced the medical immortal sect. Upon hearing the words medical immortal sect, Old Man Sun was instantly thunderstruck, his aged face frozen in shock. How do you know about the medical immortal sect? His apprenticeship under the medical immortal sect was the greatest secret of his life, unknown even to his own family. Yet Chu Nan had discerned it at a single glance. Little did he know, the mystic sect encompasses 4 branches: medicine, martial arts, divination, and astrology. The so-called immortal physicians sect is merely an offshoot of the medical branch of the mystic sect. As the young master of the mystic sect, how could Chu Nan fail to recognize the origins of his medical skills? Ignoring the so-called divine Dr. Sun and his entourage, Chu Nan turned his gaze to the still unconscious elder Qin. He took the silver needle in his hand. With a swift motion, the needle descended, and flashes of silver light could be seen. Every silver needle in Chu Nan's hand was inserted into the old man's chest. Stop this at once, Tianshu, Shinsong. These are all fatal acupoints on the human body. If anything goes wrong, death is certain. Seeing where Chu Nan was inserting the needle, the divine Dr. Sun paled in terror and hurriedly tried to stop him. Yet before his words could fully leave his mouth, Chu Nan had already completed the needle insertion. The next second, whoosh, the previously unconscious elder Qin suddenly spewed a mouthful of black blood. Seeing this scene, Qin Jianghai's face changed dramatically. You little brat, you're asking for death. Someone, quickly arrest this kid for me. If anything happens to the old master, I'll make sure he pays with his life. Qin Jianghai angrily shouted out, waving his hand to summon several security guards to apprehend Chu Nan. Ahem. At that moment, a cough interrupted Qin Jianghai's words. Everyone turned to look and saw that, unnoticed by anyone, the elderly Mr. Qin on the hospital bed had slowly opened his eyes. Heavens, the old master is actually awake. For a moment, Qin Jianghai and the others hurriedly gathered around. No one had expected that the old man would actually be revived by Chu Nan. Old man, are you alright? Old man Qin had just regained consciousness and took a while to come to his senses. With the spurt of black blood just now, old Master Qin's pale face actually gained a touch of rosy color. The onlookers marveled at the sight. I'm fine. I feel better than ever, as if most of my illness has been cured. Divine Dr. Sun, was it you who saved me? Old Master Qin looked at the divine Dr. Sun before him and asked. This old man doesn't possess such ability. The one who cured the head of the Qin family is this senior here. Divine Dr. Sun shook his head with a complicated expression. Having spoken, he turned to face Chu Nan and performed a solemn bow. It was this junior's rudeness earlier. I beg for your forgiveness, senior, to see through my origins at a single glance, and to possess such miraculous needle techniques. If he still doesn't realize his skills are inferior, he would be utterly foolish. But at this moment, the scene left the Qin family utterly stunned. Qin Yuru also widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Chu Nan in disbelief. The renowned #1 divine doctor of Sichuan province. He actually bowed to Chu Nan and addressed himself as a junior? This guy doesn't seem as simple as she thought. You're little Chu? Old Master Qin turned his gaze toward Chu Nan's direction, his expression gradually shifting from confusion to pleasant surprise. Even after 15 years, he recognized Chu Nan at first glance and struggled to stand up. Grandpa Qin, I'm late, I've let you suffer. Before the old man could rise, Chu Nan hurried forward to support him, his eyes slightly reddened. Not late at all. Little Chu has grown up and become capable. As the heavenly master predicted, you are indeed the lucky star of our Qin family, destined to protect and bless us in the years to come. Old Master Qin held Chu Nan's hand, his eyes brimming with tears, his voice filled with heartfelt relief. So he was that orphan after all. At this moment, Qin Yuru also seemed to recall something. Back then, the old master saved Chu Nan and brought him back to the Qin family. Although it happened long ago, everyone in the Qin family was aware of it. However, Qin Yuru never expected that Chu Nan had such a connection with the Qin family. Divine Dr. Sun, did this kid really cure the old master's illness? Seeing the old master chatting and laughing with Chu Nan, Qin Jianghai still expressed some skepticism. Even Dr. Sun, the renowned miracle healer, was at his wit's end. So how did Chu Nan manage to cure the old master as soon as he arrived? Silence. Old Master Qin glared at Qin Jianghai, his gaze incidentally falling on the several security guards standing behind him. I just heard that you wanted to have Xiaochu thrown out? Dad, I didn't mean to. Hearing this, Qin Jianghai looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Let me tell you, Xiaochu saved my life, so he's the benefactor of our Qin family. If any of you treat him poorly, I'll be the first to not let you off. The old man declared sternly. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Jianghai's expression grew even uglier. Even Qin Lulu, standing nearby, felt a surge of jealousy. In ordinary times, grandfather favored her the most, but no one could have expected the old man to show such regard for an orphan. He paid no attention to the Qin family members. Old Master Qin excitedly grasped Chu Nan's hand and said, Back then, the heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain made a promise with me. Once you completed your studies and descended the mountain, you would marry my granddaughter from the Qin family. Now that you've come down the mountain, you should get married to my granddaughter Qin Lulu and register your marriage, fulfilling the betrothal agreement from back then. His words shocked everyone. Hearing the old master's declaration, the Qin family members were utterly astonished. Especially Qin Lulu, who was extremely dissatisfied. It was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, pure luck that he happened to cure the old man. Glancing at Chunan's tacky, bargain bin outfit, Qin Lulu sneered with disdain. I'm the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Marry him? No way. No way. Qin Lulu flatly rejected the marriage proposal. Hearing this, the surrounding Qin family members also nodded in agreement, seemingly disapproving of the old master's arrangement. Glancing at Qin Lulu, the Qin family elder's expression darkened as he said, "Don't be impudent. This is a matter of marriage, you can't afford to act on a whim. Besides, Chunan is the successor of the heavenly master. Marrying him is a blessing you cultivated in your past life." A blessing? Him? Qin Lulu rolled her eyes at Chunan. Chunan wanting to marry her is nothing short of a toad lusting after swan meat. No car, no house, not even parents, what can you possibly offer to make me happy? I'd be damned 8 lifetimes if I really married you. Chapter 3, If she won't marry, I will. Inside the room. Upon hearing Qin Lulu's words, Chunan frowned, his opinion of this woman instantly plummeting to freezing point. I may not come from a prestigious family, but that doesn't mean I'll settle for just anyone. Chunan's words instantly provoked anger in Qin Lulu's expression. Oomph. You're just putting on airs. Let me tell you this, I've already accepted young Master Wang's proposal. See this ring? A 10-carat South African diamond ring worth 6 million, a luxury item you penniless wretch could never afford in a lifetime. With that, Qin Lulu raised her right hand, revealing the large diamond ring on her ring finger, her face brimming with arrogance. Could it be the Wang family, one of Rongqing's 4 great families? Hearing Qin Lulu's words, the assembled members of the Qin family were all taken aback, and many even cast envious glances her way. Chunan, standing frozen in place, wore only a cold expression. You bastard! Old Master Qin pointed at Qin Lulu and shouted sternly. This marriage was arranged 15 years ago. Do you expect me to be the one who breaks his word? Seeing the old man's anger, Qin Zhanghai hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Dad, what era are we living in? We can't be so futile. Young Master Wang is genuinely devoted to Lulu. Besides, the Wang family is one of Rongqing's top clans. They've already agreed to our terms. Once the marriage is finalized, the Wang Group is willing to contribute 10 billion yuan as a dowry investment to help Qin Pharmaceutical weather this crisis. As for that penniless lad, just pay him off and be done with it. Smack! No sooner had Qin Zhanghai finished speaking than a resounding slap echoed through the room. Foolish! Compared to Chunan, what does the insignificant Wang family amount to? The old man's face flushed crimson with rage. His body trembled as he began coughing uncontrollably, clearly overcome with fury. Clutching his stinging cheek, Qin Zhanghai wore a look of grievance, yet he was powerless to do anything. As long as the old man lived, he would never truly be the master of the Qin family. And in Qin Lulu's eyes at that moment, she believed her grandfather had gone mad. He was just a poor boy from the mountains, not even worthy of tying young Master Wang's shoes. How could he possibly marry her? If she were forced to marry such a man, she dared not imagine how wretched her life would become. Without hesitation, Qin Lulu declared fearlessly. Let whoever wants to marry him go ahead. I'm already young Master Wang's woman anyway. Marrying into the Wang family is my destiny. How could I possibly lower myself to marry a vermin like him? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. As for old Master Qin, he was furious beyond measure. You shameless creature! How dare you bring such disgrace upon the Qin family? Cough cough. Still weak from his recent recovery, old Master Qin was overcome by rage and began coughing violently. Father! Grandfather! The Qin family members were alarmed and rushed forward. Chunan acted swiftly, catching the tottering old man before he fell. Grandfather Qin, please do not get angry. Since Miss Qin refuses to marry, let us call off the engagement. Hearing Chunan's words, old Master Qin's face flushed with shame. Young Chu, it is my Qin family that has wronged you. Even in death, I could never face the old Taoist master. Seeing the old man so overcome with grief, Qin Yaru, standing nearby, wore a complex expression even tinged with a hint of disappointment. Even at this moment, the old patriarch's true concern remained his eldest daughter's marriage. Everyone knew that the patriarch favored his eldest daughter, Qin Lulu, above all others. From childhood onward, no matter what mistakes she made, he never once punished her. In contrast, she had been instilled with the belief that family came first from a young age. She followed the rules diligently, even sacrificing her own marriage for the greater good. In 3 days, her father would marry her off to Lin Zihao, the eldest son of the Lin family, to climb aboard their powerful ship. But Lin Zihao was notorious in Rongqing as a spoiled playboy. Not only was he uneducated and useless, but he was also notorious for bullying men and oppressing women. Marrying scum like Lin Zihao was tantamount to jumping into a pit of fire. Yet she could not resist this arranged marriage. Simply because she was a woman, she was destined to be sacrificed for the family. She couldn't understand it. Why could her eldest sister, also a daughter of the Qin family, defy everyone with impunity, relying solely on grandfather's favoritism? While she could only endure in silence? Perhaps it wasn't because of her status as a Qin daughter. It was tied to this marriage pact sealed long ago. Shunan's fiancée. That was the identity the old master truly valued. Compared to a spoiled rich kid like Lin Zihao, Shunan's image instantly grew towering in Qin Yaruo's heart. Marrying Lin Zihao was far less appealing than choosing Shunan. She was going to take a gamble. A resolute gleam flashed in her eyes, as if she had made a decision. Summoning her courage, Qin Yaru stepped forward and declared, "If my eldest sister won't marry him, I will." Qin Yaru's words rang out with unwavering conviction. In that instant, the entire Qin household fell into a pin-drop silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had misheard. Qin Weha and his wife stared at their daughter in utter disbelief. "Yaru, what nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Weha retorted. If the eldest son didn't want to marry off his daughter, what right did he have to force his own daughter into such a match? After all, he held little standing within the Qin family. His only hope of securing his position now lay in marrying his daughter into a prominent clan. If Qin Yaru were truly married to Shunan, their entire family would lose all standing. "I'm not talking nonsense." Qin Yaru looked at her father. "I'll have to marry someone I don't love anyway. If that's the case, then I'd rather marry him." Qin Yaru pointed at Shunan and declared loudly to her grandfather. "The Qin family is not one to break its word. Please grant me this marriage, grandfather." Qin Yaru actually requested the marriage herself. Was she trying to snatch a man from her own sister? This left the entire Qin family utterly bewildered. After all, Qin Yaru was the second young miss of the Qin family. She had no shortage of suitors, yet she never gave them a second glance. Yet today, she was actually asking to marry a country bumpkin? "Yaru, you." Just as Qin Weha moved to stop her, Qin Zhanhai stepped forward. "I approve. Yaruo has always been devoted to her family since childhood. If she's willing to marry, it couldn't be better." This arrangement preserves the reputation of the Qin family while also securing Lulu's marriage into the Wang family, a win-win situation. A win-win situation? Qin Weha turned pale with rage at these words. "So it's not your daughter being sacrificed?" At that moment, the other members of the Qin family present nodded in agreement. "I think the eldest brother is absolutely right. Since Yaruo is willing to marry, this matter is settled. As long as it doesn't harm their interests. No one cares about this so-called betrothal. Xiao Chu, what do you think of Yaruo? Though she's the second son's daughter, she's been kind-hearted since childhood. Now that she manages a subsidiary company, she's barely suitable for you." Old Master Qin turned his gaze toward Shunan. "Barely suitable?" Hearing the old master's words, everyone present couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Only Shunan, gazing at Qin Yaru, met her eyes. She quickly lowered her head. It was as if they had known each other for ages. "I'll follow Grandfather Qin's arrangements." Shunan offered a faint smile. This showed ample respect for Old Master Qin. "Very well. In that case, go immediately and register your marriage with Yaruo." A smile finally graced the pale face of Old Master Qin. Hearing this, Qin Lulu's family breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude. Without this engagement, Qin Lulu could marry into the Wang family. "Oh, one more thing." Old Master Qin suddenly remembered something and added. "I've purchased a hillside villa on Yunding Mountain worth 500 million yuan, which I intend to use as the dowry for the Qin family. Now that the marriage is settled, I'll transfer the villa into Shunan and Yaruo's names in a few days." The moment the old man spoke, Qin Jianghai's family was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 4, The 100 Billion Bet. A villa on Yunding Mountain? That's Rongqing's most exclusive neighborhood, where property prices start at hundreds of thousands. Any villa there was worth at least hundreds of millions. No one could have imagined the old man had secretly prepared such an enormous dowry. "I refuse. Grandpa, didn't you love me the most? This should have been my dowry. How could you give it to those two?" Just then, Qin Lulu rushed forward, grabbing the old man's hand and pouting. This was her tried and true tactic. No matter what mischief she'd gotten into before, as long as she acted cute, the old man would never stay angry. After all, this was a villa worth 500 million. Handing it over to someone else would be a huge loss. "That's right, this villa was originally prepared as your dowry. But since you refuse to marry Shunan, this dowry rightfully belongs to Yaruo." The old man's expression turned cold as he abruptly shook off her hand. Qin Lulu had secretly consorted with another man and even broken off the engagement. He was utterly disillusioned with her. There was no way this villa could be hers. "Grandfather, this isn't fair." Qin Lulu's expression darkened, still unwilling to relinquish this exorbitant dowry. As the pride and joy of the Qin family, this luxurious villa was rightfully hers. Enough said. This matter is settled. Shunan and Yaruo, go get your marriage certificate right away. Tonight we'll hold a family banquet where I'll announce your marriage publicly. Old Master Qin waved his hand dismissively, his tone unwavering. His past favoritism toward Qin Lulu stemmed not only from her status as the eldest daughter but more crucially from the betrothal arranged between her and Shunan since childhood. Now that Shunan was marrying Qin Yaru, that favoritism naturally vanished. At that moment, it wasn't just Qin Lulu. Even Qin Jianghai and his wife looked as if death had touched their faces. The patriarch was still alive. The position of family head remained distant and uncertain. Now they must even relinquish that exorbitant dowry. It was truly a case of losing both the bride and the battle. In stark contrast to their expressions, Qin Yaru, standing nearby, felt both joy and worry. She was pleased that her gamble had paid off. Her grandfather valued Chu Nan far more than she had imagined. Her worry stemmed from the fact that this meant she would have to marry Chu Nan, becoming his wife from now on. Yet she had only known this man for 2 days. Was she truly meant to spend the rest of her life with him? The thought left Qin Yaru feeling a wave of confusion wash over her heart. That night, the Qin family held a festive banquet with lights and decorations, attended by nearly all their relatives, young and old. Old Master Qin, recently recovered from a serious illness, even shared a few cups of wine with Chu Nan. Young Chu, starting today, consider this your home. Anyone who dares to give you a hard time is picking a fight with this old man. The old patriarch gazed at Chu Nan and Qin Yaru's marriage certificate, his voice trembling with emotion. Grandpa Qin. Drop the Qin character. Hearing these words, Chu Nan felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Not only had old Master Qin saved his life, but he treated him like his own son. All these years, no one had ever been so kind to him except the old man. He's just a son-in-law by marriage. At the end of the day, he's still an outsider. Grandfather, don't let him fool you. Qin Lulu sneered coldly from the side. Her words instantly darkened Chu Nan's expression. Before he could respond, Qin Yaru spoke up with a cold expression. Big sister, Chu Nan not only saved grandfather's life, he's a benefactor to our Qin family, and now he's my husband. How can you speak to him like that? Being bullied by her eldest sister's family day in and day out was one thing. But now, Qin Yaru had no intention of indulging this spoiled princess any longer. Qin Yaru, who do you think you are to lecture me? Qin Lulu's eyes widened in shock and fury. She couldn't believe the usually neat Qin Yaru would ever speak to her like this. Don't forget, this guy is nothing but trash I discarded. Do you really think you found a treasure? A crow is still a crow, it won't turn into a phoenix even if it perches on a branch. Once I become the eldest mistress of the Wang family, your entire family will be begging me for favors. Qin Lulu looked down on Qin Yaru with utter contempt in her eyes. She was destined to become the eldest mistress of the Wang family. Once she secured the Wang family's 10 billion investment, what would a mere hillside villa matter? Big sis, Chu Nan isn't trash. Why don't we make a bet? Qin Yaru's eyes flashed with anger, yet she abruptly changed the subject. Qin Lulu raised an eyebrow. Bet? What could you possibly bet against this lady? Qin Yaru's eyes flickered as she turned to Chu Nan. I'll bet you've misjudged him. I'll wager that within a month, Chu Nan can earn 100 million yuan to prove his worth. When that happens, I want you to apologize to him personally. The statement sent shockwaves through the surrounding Qin family members. 100 million yuan wasn't a huge sum for the Qin family. But could Chu Nan possibly have such ability? Qin Yaru knew full well that Chu Nan alone couldn't pull it off. Still, she had a subsidiary company under her control. Finding a way to fulfill this wager wasn't entirely impossible. Put. Qin Yaru, have you lost your mind? You want some country bumpkin to make 100 million? Hearing this wager, Qin Lulu couldn't help but laugh out loud, her face brimming with scorn. It wasn't just Qin Lulu, even the rest of the Qin family thought Qin Yaru was exaggerating. 100 million? What's the point? How about this raise the stakes to 10 billion? Does Miss Qin dare accept? A voice floated lightly through the air. He wouldn't rest until he shocked everyone. The moment Chu Nan uttered those words, the entire Qin family fell into a momentary silence. Everyone stared at Chu Nan in utter disbelief. Beside them, Qin Jianghai and his wife nearly dropped their wine glasses. 100 billion? That could buy the entire Qin pharmaceutical group. This kid really has some nerve. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know what 100 billion means? Qin Yaru couldn't help but glare at Chu Nan, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. 100 billion? How many people in all of Rongqing could pull that off? Don't worry, this kind of money is no problem for your husband. Chu Nan patted Qin Yaru's delicate hand and smiled faintly. But his gesture earned him nothing but a rolling of her eyes. Qin Yaru was speechless. Even now, Chu Nan couldn't resist taking advantage of her. What a colossal joke. Qin Lulu also burst into loud laughter. 100 billion. Even if she married into the Wang family, she'd only manage to secure a total of 10 billion in investment. Qin Lulu asked with a cold laugh. If you can pull it off, I'll kneel down and apologize to both of you in person, and I'll never give Qin Yaru a hard time again. But what if you fail? Hearing this, Chu Nan seemed to see through Qin Lulu's little scheme. He smiled calmly and said, You just want the Yunding Mountain Villa, don't you? If I can't do it, the Yunding Mountain Villa is yours. What? The moment Chu Nan finished speaking, it sent shockwaves through the room. Once again, the Qin family members were utterly stunned. Chapter 5, Contract Marriage. betting a villa worth 500 million. At that moment, Chu Nan's words left everyone speechless. Even Qin Lulu couldn't help but feel elated. This guy had fallen right into the trap. Fine, you said it. In 1 month, I'll be waiting to see how you two make fools of yourselves. Fearing Chu Nan and Qin Yuru might back out, Qin Lulu hastily agreed. In her eyes, Chu Nan was bound to lose this bet. Even with Qin Yuru's help, making 100 billion in a month was nothing short of a pipe dream. What a pair of fools. Little did she expect that the Yunding Mountain Villa would slip into her hands so effortlessly. Alright, I won't meddle in your young people's affairs. But today is a family gathering, we mustn't spoil the harmony. At that moment, the silent old Master Qin finally spoke up. To everyone's surprise. Watching Chu Nan stake the villa as a wager, the old man showed not a trace of anger. Instead, he seemed to trust him implicitly. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable country bumpkin truly possessed some extraordinary skill? The Qin family members were filled with doubt. They couldn't fathom what possible ability Chu Nan could possess to win this wager. 3 rounds of wine had been served. The banquet atmosphere was at its peak. Yuru, little Chu will be staying in your room tonight. You two better hurry up and get busy, I want to hold my grandchild soon. Taking advantage of the festive mood, old Master Qin grabbed both Chu Nan and Qin Yuru's hands as he issued his directive. Grandpa, I'm not ready yet. Moving in together so soon? Qin Yuru felt momentarily flustered. Grandpa, don't worry. We promise to complete the mission. Chu Nan stepped forward, giving the old man a reassuring look that instantly eased Qin Yuru's awkwardness. What are you talking about? Hearing Chu Nan's words, Qin Yuru lowered her head, her face flushing crimson. After the banquet concluded. With no other choice, Qin Yuru led Chu Nan back to her room to rest. Although the old man had given them the villa on the hillside, the property transfer hadn't been finalized yet, so they had to stay at the Qin residence for the time being. Inside Qin Yuru's boudoir. Though simply decorated, the pink wallpaper all around betrayed her girlish heart. I never imagined we'd meet again. Chu Nan sat down directly on the sofa, smiling at Qin Yuru. Since we're legally married now, I should return this money to you. With that, Chu Nan pulled out 2,000 yuan and placed it on the table. The moment Qin Yuru saw the 2,000 yuan, her face flushed crimson. This money was, of course, the hush money she had tossed at Chu Nan that morning. She never imagined the world could be so small. Even less did she expect that she would end up marrying this man. You, don't misunderstand. I married you because I didn't want to upset grandfather. Qin Yuru explained nervously. Chu Nan studied Qin Yuru and teased, is that all? Feeling Chu Nan's gaze, Qin Yuru's heart skipped a beat. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to be honest. Of course, it's not just that. I know grandpa values you, so I needed this marriage. Rather than being someone who can be sacrificed at any moment, I'd rather take control of my own destiny. As she spoke these words, a resolute gleam flashed in Qin Yuru's eyes. This truth, she had no intention of hiding from Chu Nan. By telling me all this, aren't you afraid I'll refuse the marriage? Chu Nan chuckled softly. He had long since discerned Qin Yuru's true feelings. Precisely because of this, he found her frank nature all the more appealing. So, I've prepared this for you. Qin Yuru pulled out a contract and handed it to Chu Nan. We can become contract spouses. During this time, I'll fulfill my duties as a wife, and all you need to do is help me establish a foothold in the Qin family. When the time is right, you can choose to divorce me anytime. Of course, I'll pay you 3 million yuan as compensation. Staring at the contract in his hand, Chu Nan wore a peculiar expression. What if you end up falling for me? Impossible. Qin Yuru glared at Chu Nan with a cold expression, her demeanor reverting to that of an ice queen. Fine. I agree. Chu Nan didn't hesitate for a moment. As he spoke, he signed his name on the contract. You really agreed? Qin Yuru's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had expected Chu Nan to refuse, or perhaps use this as leverage to demand a higher price. She never imagined he would be so straightforward. After putting away the contract, Qin Yuru frowned and sighed. Don't worry about the bet with my sister, I'll do everything I can to help you. Even if I lose, I'll just give her that villa. Originally, the 1 billion yuan wager was something she could perhaps manage to cover for Chu Nan using her company's business, gritting her teeth. But when Chu Nan boasted about 100 billion, Qin Yuru could only accept defeat. The hillside villa might be lost for good. Though she wasn't one to crave superficial glory, the thought still tugged at her heartstrings. Who says we'll lose? It's just making 100 billion no big deal. Chu Nan sat on the sofa, legs crossed, looking utterly relaxed. Who do you think you are, Luo Tianyang, the richest man in Sichuan? Qin Yuru retorted irritably. She hated Chu Nan's blind arrogance. If not for that, he wouldn't have boasted about 100 billion bet. Luo Tianyang? Chu Nan laughed dismissively. That guy was just a lowly errand boy back on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Who'd have thought he'd end up as Sichuan's richest man? Can't you stop bragging? Qin Yuru shot Chu Nan a withering look. She wondered if the old man had misjudged him. This guy just didn't seem like a good person. Ring ring. Just then, Shin Yaru's phone on the table began ringing incessantly. Seeing the caller ID, her brows instantly furrowed, and a trace of disgust flashed unconsciously in her eyes. What, is that Lin family heir bothering you again? Shunan glanced at Shin Yaru. It was clear that Shunan had also heard about the arranged marriage to the Lin family. This is my personal matter. I'll handle it, Shin Yaru said before hanging up the phone. However, it wasn't long before the phone rang again. Let me handle it. Helping my wife resolve her troubles is also my duty as a husband. Shunan stood up, smiling at the person before him. Who's your wife? Shin Yaru flushed red. Before she could react, the phone had already slipped into Chunan's hand. The next second, the call connected. Yaru, why didn't you answer my call? Do you know how much I miss you? Lin, you pathetic loser. My wife is already asleep. Before Lin Zihao could finish his sentence, Shunan abruptly cut him off. What? You little punk, who are you? How did you get your rose phone? Click. Without another word, Shunan hung up and turned to Shin Yaru. Just cooperate. Before Shin Yaru could react, a large hand swept around her waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Click. Shunan snapped a photo of himself holding Shin Yaru. Immediately, the photo was sent directly to Lin Zihao's phone. After doing all this, Shunan immediately blocked Lin Zihao's phone number. Ha! Seeing Shunan's actions, Shin Yaru didn't get angry, she actually burst out laughing. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of reaction Lin Zihao would have when he saw this photo. After being hounded by this guy for so long, Shunan had certainly given him a taste of his own medicine. Let go of me right now. Shin Yaru snapped back to reality when she noticed Shunan staring intently at her. Only then did she realize how suggestive their posture had become, and she hurriedly broke free from his embrace. How did I not notice yesterday that my wife isn't just beautiful, but her smile is absolutely mesmerizing? Shunan grinned, lifting his hand to inhale the scent of her hair lingering on his fingertips. This gesture made Shin Yaru both embarrassed and furious. I'm warning you. We're only contract spouses. Don't forget your place. With that, Shin Yaru walked over to the bed on her own, pointing to the nearby sofa and declaring, I'm sleeping in the bed tonight. You sleep on the sofa. Watching Shin Yaru change her mood faster than turning a page, Shunan could only sigh helplessly. It's not like I've never slept there before. Why bother? Go to hell. The next second, a pillow flew swiftly toward Shunan. Chapter 6, Dare to Steal My Wife's Money? Early the next morning, Shunan rose early, went through his usual set of exercises, then began wandering around the Chin family mansion. What's this? Curious, Shunan approached a white jade sculpture placed right in the center of the mansion. The sculpture stood nearly as tall as a person, resembling a lion cast entirely from white jade. Its large, bell-like eyes, which seemed to emit a menacing glare, were particularly unsettling. How could anyone use a swanee to guard the house? Others might not recognize it, but as a practitioner of the mystic arts, Shunan knew exactly what this sculpture truly represented. Swanee. Among the 9 offspring of the dragon, one was the swanee. This creature could guard a Yin tomb, but it was absolutely forbidden to use it to guard a house. Shunan followed the swanee's gaze and saw that its eyes were fixed precisely on the direction of the second floor room where old Master Qin resided. No wonder. The swanee's twin pupils gather malevolent energy. Using this thing as a stone lion to guard the house is a grave offense. Over time, anyone living here will surely die suddenly from illness. Shunan's heart sank. No wonder old Master Qin had always been in good health until these past 2 years when he suddenly became plagued by serious illnesses. This couldn't be mere coincidence, someone must be trying to harm Grandfather Qin. Young man, this is a white marble carved jade lion worth $1 million. You're from the countryside, it's no wonder you don't recognize it. As he spoke, Qin Weha strode over to Shunan. Spotting Qin Weha, Shunan greeted him with a smile. Good morning, uncle. Don't call me uncle. Qin Weha's expression darkened. He had never truly accepted Shunan as his son-in-law. Not uncle? Hearing Qin Weha's words, Shunan felt somewhat awkward. Isn't it a bit too soon to start calling you dad now? You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Qin Weha's beard bristled with fury, utterly stunned by the sheer audacity of the young man's nerve. Let me make this clear, even though you saved the old man, I never consented to your marriage with Yaruo. Besides, if it weren't for the old man forcing her, Yaruo wouldn't have married you. This proves my daughter doesn't truly care for you. Qin Weha believed he had made himself perfectly clear. Yet when he turned to look at Shunan, the young man hadn't listened at all. Instead, he'd been circling the stone lion, examining it intently for ages. You good-for-nothing brat. Do you even understand a word I'm saying? Qin Weha said, his face darkening. I understand, of course I understand. But I'm more curious who put this swanee statue here in the first place? Shunan grinned, turning the question back on Qin Weha. A swanee? What on earth is that? Caught off guard by Shunan's question, Qin Weha froze for a moment. Seeing Qin Weha's expression, Shunan could confirm in his heart that his father-in-law seemed genuinely unaware. What are you doing here? Just then, Shin Yaru emerged from the house. Seeing her father actually spending time with Chunan, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Nothing much, just chatting casually. Seeing Qin Yuru appear, Qin Weiha chuckled awkwardly, shot Chunan a warning glance, then turned and walked away with his hands behind his back. Watching her father leave, Qin Yuru looked at Chunan with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. My dad didn't say anything to you, did he? Chunan shook his head. Nothing much. Just eager for me to start calling him father-in-law. You? Qin Yuru glared at Chunan, not believing a word of his nonsense. By the way, who got this sculpture? Chunan pointed to the white jade sculpture before them. You mean this jade lion? Qin Yuru looked at Chunan with some confusion. I think it was bought by my uncle last year during the renovation. He paid a high price for it to ward off evil spirits. Your uncle acquired it? At those words, Chunan's expression darkened. Clearly, the Qin family Qin Yuru included seemed unaware of the sculpture's true purpose. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Chunan's serious expression, Qin Yuru asked curiously. Nothing. Just think this thing is too ugly, it's an eyesore. Chunan casually dismissed it. Without concrete evidence yet, he had no intention of bringing this matter to light. Come on, Grandpa's waiting for us to have breakfast. Qin Yuru shot Chunan a strange look, assuming he simply didn't recognize its value. Alrighty. Chunan grinned and followed Qin Yuru out. But just before leaving, he reached back and gave the lion dog statue a light pat. To everyone's surprise, the several hundred-pound statue effortlessly pivoted in the opposite direction. In the Qin family dining room. With Qin Yuru and Chunan's arrival, the entire family was finally gathered. True to the saying, good news lifts the spirits. Ever since little Chu and Yaruo got married, I feel so much more energetic today. Grandfather Qin, seated at the head of the table, beamed with a ruddy glow. Even after just one night, his complexion was noticeably better than yesterday's. Chunan glanced at the old man and merely smiled, keeping the matter of the lion sculpture to himself. That's because you're blessed with boundless fortune, grandfather. Heaven itself protects you. What does it have to do with them? At the table, Qin Lulu pouted. Ever since she'd refused the arranged marriage, she'd clearly sensed her grandfather growing colder toward her. That's why she was now busy saying nice things to cheer him up. Unexpectedly, the old man paid her no mind whatsoever. Instead, he turned his concerned gaze toward Qin Yuru. Yuru, how did things go with Chunan last night? You two better hurry up and give me a grandchild. Feeling her grandfather's gaze, Qin Yuru's ears instantly flushed red, unsure how to respond. It was clear the old man's greatest wish at that moment was to hold a grandchild. Noticing Qin Yuru's awkwardness, Chunan stepped forward and smiled. Grandpa Qin, rest assured. We promise to get the job done. Hearing Chunan's assurance, the old man's face lit up with joy once more. By the way, young Chu, you've only just come down from the mountain. I suppose you don't have a job yet? How about this? I plan to place you at Qin Pharmaceutical. For now, you'll serve as a department manager with an annual salary of 1 million. What do you think? Old Master Qin said casually. This single sentence sent a chill through Qin Jianghai and the others at the table. Department manager. 1 million yuan annual salary. At Qin Pharmaceutical, these were positions reserved for top executives, roles others would beg for. How could they so casually offer it to Chunan? Dad, this won't do. Our company isn't short on staff right now. Besides, the requirements for a department manager are no joke. Chunan is just a newcomer, he probably can't handle it. Qin Jianghai hurriedly objected to the old man. Old Master Qin frowned slightly. Why couldn't Chunan handle it? Seeing this, Qin Lulu turned to Chunan and asked. What's your educational background? You should know that even the lowest level department manager in our company must hold a doctoral degree. Education? Chunan shrugged and replied honestly. I grew up on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Though I trained under renowned masters, I never attended school. Chunan wasn't lying. He had always trained under the old master on Dragon Tiger Mountain, but that didn't mean he lacked knowledge. After all, the renowned scholar Shin Kangwen had once been invited by the old master to reside on Dragon Tiger Mountain for half a year. And it wasn't just the master of Chinese studies, even a professor from the Royal Academy in Britain had personally taught Chunan. Yet the Qin family members saw it differently. Never attended school? Doesn't that make him an illiterate who can't recognize a single character? Grandfather, if our Qin Pharmaceutical hires an illiterate, won't we become a laughingstock? If you ask me, just send him to work at my younger sister's subsidiary. That company is going bankrupt anyway, one more idle person won't make a difference. Qin Lulu suggested with a hint of mockery. It wasn't just aimed at Chunan. She was also subtly mocking Qin Yuru's incompetence. Hearing this, Qin Yuru stood up angrily. Big sis, the branch's affairs don't require your meddling. Besides, we're merely facing some difficulties, it's not as if we're going bankrupt. Is that so? Then I'd love to see what you're capable of. A cold smile flashed in Qin Lulu's eyes. No sooner had she finished speaking. Qin Yuru's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Mr. Lin, there's trouble. Tianchi Company reneged on the contract and assaulted our sales rep. A panicked voice came through the phone. What? Is Tanchi Company trying to renege on the deal? Shin Yuru's expression darkened instantly, her voice rising involuntarily. Are you in trouble? Noticing Shin Yuru's flustered expression, Shunan asked. Shin Yuru nodded. Tanchi Company owes us 10 million in repayment. They clearly promised to pay today. How could something suddenly go wrong? How could this happen? Hearing Shin Yuru's words, Shin Weha and his wife also grew anxious. 10 million yuan was no small sum. If we can't get this money back, given the current state of Shin Yuru's branch office, bankruptcy might not be far off. Ha ha ha, what did I just say? Little sister, why don't you beg me? I'll put in a good word with young Master Wang. He's got a pretty solid relationship with Mr. Jin from Tanchi Company. Shin Lulu grinned smugly. You? The moment those words left her mouth, rage flared in Shin Yuru's eyes. She understood perfectly well. Tanchi Company's sudden breach of contract must be Shin Lulu sabotaging things behind the scenes. She was trying to cut off the branch company's funding so Shin Yuru couldn't help Shunan, thereby losing the bet. Even if I go bankrupt, I'll never beg you. Shin Yuru gritted her teeth and coldly retorted. But just then, Shunan turned to old Master Chin and declared. Grandfather Chin, I've made my decision. I'll go work at Yuru's branch office and help her recover this money. Shunan's words took everyone present by surprise. Why would he abandon his $1 million a year department manager position to go collect debts for a subsidiary on the brink of bankruptcy? Even Shin Yuru stared at Shunan in bewilderment. Don't worry. Whoever it is, if they dare to stiff my wife out of her money, I'll make them pay back double. Shunan flashed Shin Yuru a wide grin, signaling her to relax. Talking big like that won't give you a herniated disc? Do you even know the background of Tianchi Company? How do you think you'll get that money back? Hearing Shunan's words, Shin Lulu couldn't resist mocking him to his face. On the surface, Tianchi Company was a property management firm, but its true mastermind was the underground Tianchi gang. Not only would Shin Yuru's branch office dare not cross such a local powerhouse, even the entire Chin family wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. Alright, since Shunan has made up his mind, he should go work at the branch office. This way, it'll be easier for you two lovebirds to cultivate your relationship. Old Master Chin smiled as he made the final decision. Others might not know, but he was aware that Shunan had studied under the old celestial master. Perhaps he truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Chapter 7, his name is Shunan, security team leader. Shin Pharmaceutical Branch Office. Shin Yuru rushed into the company office with Shunan in tow. I have no idea what grandfather was thinking. What on earth is he thinking, making you come here and complicate things for me at a time like this? Shin Yuru glared at Shunan with some irritation. Instead of staying as a perfectly good department manager, Shunan chose to work at her branch company. What was even more absurd was that the old man had actually agreed to it. Honey, I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just 10 million yuan. I'll get it back for you. Shunan patted his chest and assured Shin Yuru. Seeing how casually he spoke, Shin Yuru shot him a withering glare. Don't you dare call me that in private. And Tanchi Company isn't as simple as you think. I won't allow you to go collect that debt on your own. The company's sales rep was still hospitalized. Shin Yuru certainly didn't want Shunan foolishly rushing to Tanchi Company to court death. Knock knock. The knocking sounded. Just then, a female assistant in a business suit hurriedly entered. Ms. Chin, this is an urgent telegram from headquarters demanding we submit this quarter's branch profit reports. What? Shin Yuru's brows furrowed at the news. It's not even the end of the month. Why are they suddenly demanding our profit reports? Shin Yuru wasn't stupid. She immediately guessed it was probably her older sister's family causing trouble again. As the general manager of Chin Pharmaceutical, Chin Jianhai was the only one with such authority. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue. But right now, the branch company still had 10 million yuan in outstanding debts. Submitting this profit report would surely fail to satisfy headquarters, and Shin Yuru herself might even face punishment. Shin Yaruo knew full well that her eldest uncle's family had been plotting to oust her from the branch for quite some time. This time, it seemed their wish might actually come true. General Manager Chin, what should we do? Her female assistant asked, looking at Shin Yaruo. I'll handle this matter. First, send someone to the hospital to take care of the injured employee. Shin Yuru sighed. Just as the assistant was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, are there any open positions at the company? Open positions? The female assistant paused, pondered for a moment, then replied. Ms. Chin, there are no openings at the branch offices at the moment. Only the security department is still looking for a security team leader. Monthly salary is 3,000 yuan. Security team leader? Shin Yuru froze at the mention. Alright, you may leave now. After motioning for the assistant to leave, Shin Yuru turned to Chunan beside her and smiled. Did you hear that? You still have time to go back to grandfather and change your mind. Shin Yuru was certain Shunan couldn't accept the position of security captain. If he was willing to ask the old man, he could still snag some position at headquarters. So it's just the security captain position? Fine, I'll take it. Facing Qin Yaru's teasing gaze, Shunan slammed his hand on the table. You really won't go to headquarters? Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Shunan, surprise filling her gaze. Passing up a department manager position at headquarters to become a security chief? What on earth was this guy thinking? Could it really be because of her? The thought made Qin Yaru's voice turn icy. It's useless. Last night was just a misunderstanding. I don't need you to make amends for anything. Besides, we're just a contractual marriage. Once the time is up, we'll divorce. Even if you do this, I won't fall for you. Though her distaste for Chunan had lessened slightly, Qin Yaru still felt compelled to remind this guy that nothing could ever happen between them. Don't read too much into it. Grandpa Qin did me a favor. The only reason I'm helping you is because you're his granddaughter. With those words, Chunan turned and strode out of the office. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Yaru felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Halfway out, Chunan suddenly turned back and flashed Qin Yaru a grin. Of course. As my woman, I'll take responsibility for you too. You. Qin Yaru's face flushed crimson, and she wanted nothing more than to hurl the documents in her hands at his face. Get out of here. Before Qin Yaru could erupt in anger, Chunan hurriedly slipped out of the office. Out of sight, out of mind. Watching him leave, Qin Yaru took a deep gulp of coffee to calm herself. Wait, did he just say he'd help me? Could it be, this guy actually plans to go collect debts from Tianqi Company? Not long after. As soon as Chunan stepped out of the company gate, he pulled out his Nokia phone. Xiao Yangzi, I need all the files on Tianqi Company within 10 minutes. Chunan hung up after delivering this command. Meanwhile, in Chengdu, within an opulent skyscraper of extreme luxury. After sending all Tianqi Company's files to Chunan, Luo Tianyang frowned deeply. Tianqi Company is just a property management firm. The Tianqi gang behind it is nothing but a third-rate, insignificant force. What is the young master planning? Could it be, someone has offended him? His expression shifted repeatedly as Luo Tianyang grew restless. No one understood the young master's temperament better than he did. Offending the young master of the Xian sect? Forget a mere Tianqi gang, even his vast Luo group could be destroyed overnight. Someone, prepare a car immediately. Luo Tianyang dared not delay, determined to make the trip himself. After all, this was happening on his turf. If someone dared to offend his young master, he wouldn't have an easy time of it either. At the same moment, a taxi pulled up slowly outside the gates of Tianqi Corporation. Young man, Tianqi Company isn't a place you want to be. I advise you to turn back now. The taxi driver turned to warn Chunan. A notorious property management company like Tianqi was, in plain terms, nothing more than a bandit's den for the Tianqi gang. Local residents dared not speak out. Who would dare go looking for trouble there? It's fine, uncle. I'm a civilized man, I won't resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Chunan smiled at the taxi driver, tossed 10 yuan on the seat, and got out without another word. Ah. No use trying to reason with a stubborn fool. Seeing Chunan ignore his warnings, the taxi driver pocketed the money and sped off in a hurry. Meanwhile, right outside the gates of Tianqi Company. Halt! Who the hell do you think you are? Treading on Tianqi gang territory? Two men in security uniforms blocked Chunan's path, their expressions brimming with arrogance. I'm here to collect a debt. Collect a debt? At first hearing Chunan's words, the two security guards exchanged glances and burst into loud laughter. We just beat up some fool this morning, and now another idiot comes to throw himself to the wolves. Kid, which company do you work for? How dare you come to Tianqi Company to collect a debt? The two guards glared at Chunan with sneering expressions, their eyes brimming with contempt. I'm Chunan, the newly appointed security chief at Qin Pharmaceuticals subsidiary. Go tell your boss, Jean Big Teeth, that if he doesn't come out to see me within 10 minutes, I'll shut down your entire Tianqi Company. Chunan addressed the pair with deadpan seriousness, his face adorned with an innocent, harmless smile. He was the young master of the Xian sect, not some street thug. Of course, he had to win people over with virtue, not start off shouting threats and violence. A mere security guard dares to address our boss by name? You're asking for trouble. Seeing Chunan speak so arrogantly, the two security guards were furious. They spoke into their walkie-talkies. Clatter! A dozen thugs in security uniforms burst through the main gate. A bald man with tattoos covering both arms led the group, his face twisted with menace as he glared at Chunan. You're the son-in-law of the Qin family? Hearing the bald man's words, Chunan understood immediately. He suspected Qin Lulu had secretly sabotaged him, perhaps even revealing that Chunan was coming to collect the debt. You little punk, you've crossed the wrong people. Our boss has spoken today, we're going to teach you a lesson on behalf of our friend. With that, the bald man swung his arm, and a dozen thugs instantly pounced on Chunan like rabid dogs. Sigh. Why can't we just talk this out? Seeing this turn of events, Chunan could only sigh silently. He had only sought to win people over with virtue. But these thugs wouldn't give him a chance. Thud. Ducking out of the way of a punch, Chunan swiftly countered with a kick. The thug in front of him was sent flying 10 meters away. The next second, before anyone could react, Shunan plunged into the fray like a wolf among sheep, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Thud. 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 One punch, one down. Shunan's movements were so swift they blurred into afterimages, leaving no chance for evasion. In the blink of an eye, a dozen henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. This scene left the bald man frozen in place, his instincts screaming to flee. But before he could turn, Shunan had already materialized before him. Smack! A resounding slap sent the bald man flying backward onto the ground. You little punk! If you dare touch me, the Tianqi gang won't let you off. They won't let me off? A hint of a smile played on Shunan's face. Fine. I'm eager to see just how capable Golden Teeth really is. With that, Shunan stomped down hard. Snap! The bald man's right arm suddenly emitted a series of bone-crunching sounds. Ah! The bald man's body trembled violently as he let out a piercing cry of agony. At the same time, inside the Tianqi company lobby, Jean Day was gathering his crew for a drunken binge. Bad news. Boss, someone's come looking for trouble. A security guard, bruised and battered, stumbled in. What's all this yelling for? You're ruining my mood. Jean Day, lounging in his executive chair with his hands roaming over a woman's body, was clearly annoyed by the interruption. Spit it out. How many of them are there? They dare cause trouble on Tianqi gang's turf? They're blind. Golden Teeth bared his two large gold teeth, his face cold as he barked the question. Reporting to the boss, there's only one of them. One? Jean Day's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of guy is this? He dares to come mess with my Tianqi gang all by himself? The subordinate, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, stammered. He said his name is Chu Nan, from the Qin Pharmaceutical subsidiary. Security Chief. Chapter 8, I'm here to collect. What? Security Captain? Jean Day froze, as if he'd misheard. A mere security captain, a lowly nobody he wouldn't even glance at, normally dares to come to his Tianqi gang's turf to pull a scam? At that moment, not only Jean Day, but also the 100 or so underlings in the crowd erupted into uproarious laughter. What the hell is that bald guy good for? He can't even stop a security guard? Don't worry, boss, we'll handle this guy. We'll make sure this punk learns the hard way what the Tianqi gang is all about. Boom! The next second, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. A figure smashed through the glass doors and crashed right in front of everyone. Baldy? The laughter of Jean Day and the others abruptly froze upon recognizing the man. The man now lying on the floor, coughing up blood, was none other than his trusted lieutenant, the bald man. Thud! At that very moment, footsteps grew louder, drawing nearer. Then, dressed in casual clothes, Shunan strode into the hall. Who is Jean Day? Shunan scanned the crowd before him, then fixed his gaze on where Jean Day stood. After all, the guy's pair of gold teeth were simply too dazzling to miss. You little punk! How dare you hurt my men? Jean Day glared at Shunan, seething with rage. Cut the crap. I don't want to waste time today. You have two choices. Either pay up, or die. Shunan's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly. Hearing this, Jean Day felt utterly humiliated. He was used to bullying others, but today someone had actually come knocking on his door. Guys, grab your weapons. Jean Day swung his arm wide, his teeth gritted in fury. In the blink of an eye, over 100 men in the hall drew their weapons in unison, surrounding Shunan completely. What a pity. Looks like you made the wrong choice. Facing this standoff, Shunan showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he sighed with a hint of regret. Let's see you keep pretending. Cut this brat to pieces. Jean Day barked the order. Over 100 men attacked without hesitation. Kill! Amidst the waves of battle cries echoing through the spacious hall, Shunan's figure was instantly swallowed by the crowd. However, in the war between lions and ants, victory never lies in numbers. Boom! Facing the onslaught of over 100 attackers, Shunan's figure darted through the crowd like a movie special effect, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. Each time he reappeared, before anyone could react, excruciating pain would surge through their bodies, sending them flying backward like dead pigs. Thud! 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 One after another, bodies crashed to the ground. Blood spattered everywhere. Ribs shattered. Within moments, 70 or 80 people lay writhing on the ground, moaning in agony. Shunan fought like a god of war descended from the heavens. The remaining 20 or so men were utterly terrified by Shunan's ferocity, retreating in disarray. Is this all the Tianqi gang has? Shunan sneered coldly at Jean Day, who was hiding behind the crowd, as if the earlier battle had merely been a warm-up. Watching Shunan advance relentlessly, Jean Day was both terrified and furious. Kid, don't get cocky. You'll be crying soon enough. Hiding behind his henchmen, Jean Day frantically pulled out his phone and made a call. After all, the Tianqi gang had been operating in Rongqing for years. Their influence extended far beyond this. Alright, I'll be waiting. Shunan stretched his limbs and actually began waiting right where he stood. Not long after, the screech of brakes echoed through the air. Outside the lobby, 10 minivans screeched to a halt. Doors swung open, and 200 men leapt out in unison. Every single one bore full-sleeve tattoos, wielding weapons in their hands, their expressions menacing and fierce. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Jean Day's confidence soared. He continued his arrogant rant. "Kid, I'll admit you've got some skills, but that's as far as it goes." These were the elite of his Tianqi gang. No matter how strong Chunan was, he couldn't possibly take on the entire Tianqi gang alone. "Take him down." Jean Day barked the order. 200 men charged toward Chunan in unison. Yet what unfolded next left Jean Day utterly speechless. Before his 200 men could even move, Chunan suddenly charged toward them. An offensive move? 1 against 200? Wasn't that suicide? Boom! The next instant. Before anyone could react, Chunan's figure crashed into the crowd like a war chariot, sending over a dozen figures flying into the air. Kill! The crowd froze for a moment, then raised their weapons and charged at Chunan in unison. Battle erupted instantly. But Chunan's speed was simply too swift. So fast that the naked eye could scarcely follow. One hand snatched a blade, its glinting edge blinding enough to make men squint. Blades clashed. A spray of blood erupted. Ah! A wave of agonized cries followed. Chunan transformed into a demon. The battlefield instantly transformed into a blood-soaked hellscape. Those 200 men were like pigs and dogs beneath his blade. Utterly defenseless. Within 10 minutes, the once chaotic hall fell into an eerie silence. Thud! The last henchman was sent flying by a kick from Chunan. Only Jean Day remained standing in the arena. "You, don't come any closer." Jean Day stared at Chunan with terror, as if he'd seen a ghost. Taking on the entire Tianqi gang by himself? Is this guy even human? Keep calling for backup. What? Is that all the Tianqi gang's got? Chunan advanced step by step toward Jean Day. With every step he took, it felt like he was stepping on Jean Day's heart, causing Jean Day's legs to tremble uncontrollably. "What do you think you're doing? I warn you, I'm with the Four Winds Merchants Guild. If you dare touch me, the Four Winds Merchants Guild won't let you off." The words had barely left Jean Daya's mouth. Smack! A massive hand clamped down on Jean Daya's throat, hoisting him up like a chicken. "Enough talk. Either pay up, or die." Chunan's icy gaze fixed on Jean Day as the pressure on his throat intensified. Within moments, Jean Day's face turned the color of liver, on the verge of death. "Stop!" Just then, a voice rang out from behind Chunan. Outside the hall, dozens of vehicles had lined up in formation, and hundreds of bodyguards in black suits stormed into the room. "Oh? Someone else came looking for trouble?" Chunan released his grip and slowly turned to face the figure behind him. A woman? To Chunan's surprise, the newcomer was a woman. With a head of wine red, wavy long hair and dressed in a red slip gown, the woman appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding an air of mature allure. At that moment, the woman led several hundred well-built bodyguards as they strode boldly into the grand hall. "Sister Hong?" The sight of the red-clad woman sent Jean Day into a frenzy. He scrambled forward, practically crawling on his hands and knees, until he reached her feet. "Sister Hong, you must save me. That brat knew full well I'm with the Four Winds Merchants Guild, yet he dared to trespass into Tianqi Corporation and injured my men. He doesn't give a damn about our Four Winds Merchants Guild," Jean Day said with a look of grievance on his face. After speaking, the look in his eyes toward Chunan grew even more venomous. Others might not know, but he was well aware of Sister Hong's true identity. Xiao Hong, owner of Spring Breeze Pavilion, Chuan Province's largest nightclub. One of the Four Winds Chamber's 8 council members. Even the entire underground world of Sichuan Province had to give Sister Hong some face. With Xiao Hong backing him, even if Chunan grew 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd still be doomed. "You can shut your mouth now." Hearing Jean Day's incessant rant, Xiao Hong's expression darkened instantly. Yet Jean Day seemed utterly oblivious, continuing to feign a pitiful expression as he wailed. "Sister Hong, everyone in the underworld knows I'm your man. Hitting me is like slapping you in the face. That punk needs to be torn to shreds?" Smack! Before Jean Day could finish his sentence, Xiao Hong raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, leaving him frozen in place. "Sis Hong? Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up?" Xiao Hong glared at Jean Day, then slowly walked toward Chunan under his bewildered gaze. "Mr. Chu, my apologies. I am Xiao Hong of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. I am fully aware of the situation. It was my failure to discipline my subordinates that led to their offense against Mr. Chu." Xiao Hong bowed slightly to Chunan. This scene truly left Jean Day's jaw hanging. Who was Xiao Hong? She was nothing short of Rongqing's underground queen. Yet such a figure was now humbly apologizing to a security guard? Could it be that this young man before him possessed some undisclosed special status? "Did Luo Tianyang send you?" Chunan cast a cool glance at Xiao Hong, already guessing her purpose. Chairman Luo said Mr. Chu was his honored guest. He insisted there be no mishaps whatsoever, so he sent me personally to bring people here. But judging by your strength, Mr. Chu, it seems I overestimated the situation. Glancing at the body strewn haphazardly across the floor, Xiao Hong turned to Chu Nan with surprise. A figure worthy of such reverence from their own chairman was indeed extraordinary. Though the Tianqi gang was merely a third-rate organization, even their most formidable elite enforcers couldn't possibly take on 100 men alone. Where is Luo Tianyang? Chu Nan scanned the area behind Xiao Hong and asked. Xiao Hong dared not hesitate, respectfully explaining. Chairman Luo, aware of his negligence, has arranged an apology banquet at the Spring Breeze Pavilion and specifically sent me to personally escort Mr. Chu to the feast. Hearing this, Chu Nan couldn't help but laugh. That old fox is quite the schemer. Before I even had a chance to reprimand him, he's already come crawling with his tail between his legs? Hearing Chu Nan openly tease Luo Tianyang, Xiao Hong could only smile politely by his side. Though she didn't know Chu Nan's true identity. But knowing her chairman well, she understood that the number of people who could command such deference from Luo Tianyang could probably be counted on one hand across the entire Sichuan province. At that moment, while the two were conversing, Jean Day, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 9, Honey, I'm not late, am I? Who was Luo Tianyang? The president of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce. The wealthiest man in Sichuan province, reputed to rival the Southwest in riches. Even such a big shot had to personally host an apology banquet for Chu Nan? After all these years in the underworld, Jean Day felt his entire worldview crumbling. At that moment, Xiao Hong turned to look at Jean Day, whose face was frozen in shock. The smile vanished instantly from her own. What are you standing there for? Hurry over and apologize to Mr. Chu. At her words, Jean Day snapped back to reality. Thud. His knees buckled, and he knelt directly before Chu Nan. Smack. Before Chu Nan could speak, Jean Day raised his hand and slapped himself twice across the face. I'm the one who didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it, Mr. Chu. I've offended you. Please, Mr. Chu, be magnanimous and let me off like a fart. Jean Day had finally come to his senses. Regardless of Chu Nan's true identity, he was the man who could make Xiao Hong, the queen of Chengdu's underworld, bow with utmost respect. And the wealthiest man in Sichuan province personally host an apology banquet. That alone meant he was far beyond anyone's reach to offend. Whether you're a fart or a piece of is none of my concern. I'm here solely to collect a debt for Qin Pharmaceutical. Chu Nan shot Jean Day a cold stare. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Jean Day immediately snapped to attention. I'll pay it back, I swear I will. The 10 million principal plus 10 million in interest, I'll send someone to deliver it to the Qin family tomorrow. Additionally, I intend to renew our contract with Qin Pharmaceutical's branch office for another 3 years. Consider it a token of my appreciation for you, Mr. Chu. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Seeing Jean Day so accommodating, Chu Nan felt no need to press the matter further. Why didn't you just cooperate from the start? Remember to deliver the money on time. As for whether we renew the contract with you, that depends on my wife's decision. Yes, sir. Understood. Jean Day replied with a forced smile. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Chu Nan patted Jean Day on the shoulder and immediately stood up to leave. Outside Tianqi Company, Xiao Hong led her men in pursuit all the way out. Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. Chairman Luo is still waiting for you. Chu Nan paused, turned, and smiled at Xiao Hong. Tell Luo Taiyan to put away his petty schemes. I'm too busy to deal with him right now. At first hearing Chu Nan's words, Xiao Hong's face also showed a look of difficulty. Across the entire province of Sichuan, countless people yearned to be invited as guests by the wealthiest man, Luo Tianyang. Yet Chu Nan had actually refused? Beep. Just then, Chu Nan's Nokia phone buzzed in his pocket. Glancing down, he saw it was a message from Qin Yiru. Why are you at the hospital? Furrowing his brow slightly, Chu Nan looked up at the street. This was the outskirts after all. Hailing a cab back wouldn't be easy. Xiao Hong, right? Could you give me a ride to the city hospital? Hearing Chu Nan's request, Xiao Hong hesitated not a moment. Of course. It would be my honor to serve you, Mr. Chu. Half an hour later. Outside Rongqing City Hospital. A stretched Bentley pulled up to the curb. Mr. Chu, are you truly not going to the banquet at Spring Breeze Pavilion? Xiao Hong asked, still reluctant to give up. After all, it was a task personally assigned by Luo Tianyang. Not delivering the report would leave her in a difficult position. Just say it was my decision. When the time is right, I'll meet him myself. Chu Nan opened the car door and glanced at Xiao Hong. Before leaving, he added. As payment for bringing me to the hospital, I can give you a warning. You have a blood mole hidden beneath your left eyebrow, and the tip of your brow is as dark as ink clouds. This indicates that someone close to you may face mortal danger. With that, Chu Nan rose and departed. Xiao Hong, however, froze for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. Let's go back. Xiao Hong waved to the driver. She wasn't a superstitious person. Therefore, she didn't dwell on Chu Nan's words. Ring ring. Just then, Xiao Hong's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Xiao Hong hurriedly answered. Moments later. Dr. Zhao, what did you say? Suner's condition had stabilized, hadn't it? How could it suddenly worsen again? Xiao Hong exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Even the most meticulous makeup couldn't conceal the tension and worry etched across her face. Xiao Suner. Her only daughter. 7 years ago, just 3 weeks after her birth, Xiao Suner was diagnosed with blood cancer congenital leukemia. Until 3 months ago. Xiao Suner finally underwent a bone marrow transplant and her condition gradually stabilized. But fate had other plans. Despite the successful surgery, Xiao Suner suddenly experienced a severe rejection reaction, causing her condition to deteriorate rapidly. If her condition couldn't be controlled, it could very well become life-threatening. Life-threatening? Did he really predict this? Xiao Hong suddenly recalled Chu Nan's earlier words and urgently shouted to the driver. Quick, stop the car. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Xiao Hong flung open the door and dashed out. But by then, there was no sign of Chu Nan outside. Worried about her daughter's condition, Xiao Hong didn't bother searching for Chu Nan. Instead, she hurriedly ran toward the hospital. To her, her daughter mattered far more than her own life. At the city hospital. Inside a surgical ward. Shin Yaru, I'm announcing on behalf of headquarters that this guy has been fired. Even if he dies, it has nothing to do with Qin Pharmaceutical. The company won't pay a single penny for his medical expenses. Flanked by a burly man in a suit, Qin Lulu barked at Shin Yaru with an air of authority. Don't forget, your branch is still operating at a loss. Not only did you fail to recover the money, but you want headquarters to cover his medical expenses? You're dreaming. Gazing at the bandaged employee in the hospital bed, Shin Yaru retorted angrily. Sis, I know you don't like me, but this has nothing to do with my employees. He was injured while collecting debts. The company should cover his medical expenses. Though she was willing to cover the employee's medical expenses personally, the branch's costs required approval from headquarters. And coincidentally, Shin Lulu was the manager of the headquarters administrative department. This matter required her approval and signature. You want my approval? Not in a million years. Seeing Shin Yaru so flustered, Shin Lulu sneered coldly. You? Shin Yaru's anger flared at the words, but then she deflated like a punctured balloon. The branch office's finances were limited, and she was powerless against Shin Lulu on this point. You'd better worry about yourself. Let me tell you, this young Master Wang personally intervened with Tianqi Corporation. No one but me will ever get that money back. When the time comes, I'll personally reclaim that money and then propose to the board to remove you from your position as branch president. As for that kid surnamed Chu. Shin Lulu glanced at the injured man on the hospital bed, her eyes brimming with scorn. Chu Nan's fate wouldn't be much better than this. As for Qin Yaru, her father was the general manager of Qin Pharmaceutical. With half the board supporting him, removing a branch president would be a piece of cake. Then she could seize control of the subsidiary. With father and daughter in charge, they would hold the entire Qin Pharmaceutical group firmly in their grasp. Shin Lulu, this has nothing to do with Chu Nan. Please spare him. Upon learning the truth, Shin Yaru's face flushed with fury. She had long suspected Shin Lulu's involvement, but never imagined her schemes could be so ruthless, even dragging Chu Nan into the plot. Let him off? As if hearing a joke, Shin Lulu looked at Shin Yaru with mockery. My dear sister, of course I can spare him. As long as you kneel down and beg me, I can certainly have the Tianqi gang spare his life. Kneel and beg for mercy? Hearing Shin Lulu's words, Shin Yaru fell silent this time. Her fists clenched so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. Shin Yaru glanced at the figure in the hospital bed, and her heart instantly softened. She didn't want anyone else to suffer because of her. Perhaps she should have accepted her fate long ago. From the moment she was born, she was destined to be inferior to Shin Lulu. Fine, I beg you. Her eyes reddened and brimming with tears, Shin Yaru's mental defenses finally crumbled. Just as she was about to kneel. Smack! A large hand suddenly reached out from behind and helped Shin Yaru to her feet. Honey, I'm not late, am I? Chapter 10, I'll take care of you. Inside the hospital ward. A large hand wrapped around Shin Yaru's waist. At that moment, seeing Chu Nan appear out of nowhere. Not only Shin Yaru. Even Shin Lulu wore a look of surprise. Weren't you supposed to be at Tianqi Corporation? She had clearly received word early that morning that Chu Nan had gone to Tianqi Company. For that reason, she had specifically asked Wang Xiao to call Jin Day, instructing him to give Chu Nan a proper welcome. But she never imagined. This guy could just show up in front of her like nothing had happened. What, are you surprised? Chu Nan's eyes turned icy as he watched Shin Lulu's stunned expression. You think that bunch of weaklings from the Tianqi gang could handle me? Making my wife kneel and beg you? What kind of person do you think you are? Chu Nan's words sent a chill through Shin Lulu, turning her face ashen. A country bumpkin like you dares speak to me this way? Do you really think just because Grandpa favors you, I can't do anything to you? A sinister glint flashed in Shin Lulu's eyes as she turned to Shin Yaru with an air of superiority. Shin Yaru, you wanted to apply for medical expenses, didn't you? Make this brat apologize to me immediately, or else, forget about it. Qin Lulu crossed her arms, adopting a haughty, superior posture. She was certain that, given Qin Yaru's temperament, she wouldn't dare refuse her. Big sis, can I apologize to you on behalf of Chunan? Sure enough, at Qin Lulu's words, Qin Yaru's face immediately clouded with distress. You? Fine. Just like when we were kids, if you slap yourself twice and kneel to apologize, I'll forgive him. Qin Lulu sneered triumphantly. Leveraging her power, she intended to crush Qin Yaru completely underfoot, shattering what little dignity remained. At that moment, standing nearby, Chunan glanced at Qin Yaru, then pulled out a cigarette without a word. He had no intention of interfering with Qin Yaru's decision. He could see that Qin Yaru held no real power within the Qin family. To establish herself firmly within the clan and stand on her own 2 feet, Qin Lulu was the stumbling block she must overcome. If she couldn't even stand up to Qin Lulu, what would she have to fight with in the Qin family later? If Qin Yaru truly submitted to Qin Lulu, then he could only express regret he had misjudged her, and she was no longer worthy of his full support. Kid, she's your wife. Are you just going to hide behind a woman? Seeing Chunan hiding on the sidelines, a man in a suit behind Qin Lulu sneered. None of your damn business. Chunan shot the man a glance before lowering his head to light a cigarette. From the moment he entered, he'd sensed Qin Lulu had come prepared this time. The suit-clad bodyguard accompanying her was clearly a skilled fighter. Of course. But only by ordinary standards. In Chunan's eyes, such a guy with a few half-baked martial arts moves was no different from an ant. I respect any decision you make. But let me tell you this, a person may be looked down upon for a time, but their dignity must never be trampled upon. Leaning against the doorframe with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Chunan watched Qin Yaru's shoulders tremble. At first hearing Chunan's words, Qin Yaru, who had been struggling internally, suddenly shuddered. She had been bullied by Qin Lulu since childhood, never daring to fight back. Now that she finally had a chance, was she going to be weak again like before? No. I will fight back. Qin Yaru's eyes instantly cleared, and a resolute expression replaced the one on her pretty face. I've made up my mind. Qin Yaru declared aloud. Seeing this, Qin Lulu stood waiting like a victor. The next second. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the room. Witnessing this scene, Chunan, leaning against the doorframe, finally let out a smile. Qin Lulu, frozen in place, was utterly stunned. A clear handprint was visible on her heavily powdered cheek. Qin Yaru, you how dare you hit me? Clutching her stinging cheek, Qin Lulu's eyes burned with rage, mixed with disbelief. Qin Yaru, who had always presented herself as timid all these years, actually dared to strike her. Qin Lulu, I refuse to be blackmailed by you any longer. This slap is the consequence of all the years you've bullied me. Qin Yaru shouted, gathering all her courage. After delivering that slap, Qin Yaru had thrown caution to the wind. At that moment, she felt nothing but immense relief. Even if she got kicked out of the branch office, so what? Money could be earned again. But if she lost her dignity, she'd be doomed to live under Qin Lulu's shadow for the rest of her life. Tear this apart. Qin Lulu roared, her face twisted in fury. The man in the suit standing behind her flashed a menacing glint in his eyes and instantly lunged toward Qin Yaru. He was tasked by young Master Wang to personally protect Qin Lulu's safety. How could he possibly account for this incident? In an instant, Qin Yaru's face drained of color as she instinctively stumbled backward. However, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, the man in the suit moved at a speed beyond ordinary human reaction. Just as he closed to within half a meter of Qin Yaru, a figure suddenly materialized, stepping in front of her. The next second, the man in the suit felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He looked down to see Chunan gripping his arm. You little brat, you dare block me? The man in the suit glared at him with a menacing look. Chunan, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, replied calmly. Since she's made her choice, the rest is up to me. Seeing Chunan step forward to protect Qin Yaru, Qin Lulu instantly flew into a rage. Mr. Chen, I want this guy dead. She'd long disliked Chunan. Now that her temper flared, Qin Lulu cared not a whit. With young Master Wang backing him, what difference would it make if she killed Chunan right then and there? He was nothing but a country bumpkin. The man in the suit heard Qin Lulu's words and immediately flashed a murderous glint in his eyes. Kid, since you're asking for it, don't blame me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he suddenly increased his force, his right fist clenching into a ball and hurtling toward Chunan's chest. However, the outcome he envisioned did not materialize. The man in the suit felt his fist strike through the air as if punching into cotton. He stared intently. Where was Chunan? Blazing speed. Just as the man in the suit was overcome with shock, Chunan's figure appeared beside him like a ghostly apparition. This charade is about to end. A detached voice reached the man in the suit's ears. In an instant, he felt a terrifying killing intent wash over him, his entire being plunged into a bone-chilling cold as if his soul had fallen into an ice cave. How is this possible? Such intense killing intent, just how many people has this kid killed? The man in the suit instinctively revealed a look of terror, wanting to flee. But it was too late. Chunan's strike was lightning fast. A single karate chop sent the man's raised right arm snapping back at a 90-degree angle. Snap! The sound of shattering bone echoed. The stark white bone pierced through the skin at his elbow, exposed for all to see. The man in the suit let out a piercing scream. But Chu Nan's assault wasn't over. He swung his leg, delivering a kick that struck the man squarely in the chest. His chest caved in instantly, ribs snapping one by one. The man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward like a crash. His body smashed through the hospital room window and plummeted straight down from the third floor. The ward fell instantly silent. The fight ended in the blink of an eye. Shin Lulu stood trembling in place, too stunned to speak. Kid, you killed Mr. Chen? Chen He was the elite bodyguard Wang Xiao had assigned to him. She had witnessed his formidable skills firsthand. Yet such a formidable figure had fallen to Chu Nan? If it weren't for the fact that your Grandpa Chen's granddaughter, that would have been your fate just now. You have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Chu Nan glanced at Shin Lulu and casually flicked away the half-smoked cigarette but from his hand. The entire fight had taken less than the time it took to smoke half a cigarette. Fine, you two just wait. I swear I won't rest until I drive you both out of the Chen family. Shin Lulu's face turned ashen. She hurled the threat before scrambling to make her escape. Watching Shin Lulu leave, Chu Nan finally turned to look at Shin Yuru, who was slumped on the ground. He grinned and said, "That slap you just landed was pretty impressive." This was genuine praise from Chu Nan. The pressure Shin Yuru had to endure to deliver that slap came not only from Shin Lulu but from the entire Chen family. That she could throw caution to the wind like that was something even Chu Nan hadn't anticipated. Of course, it was the only way. Only then could Shin Yuru stand firm against Shin Lulu and secure her footing within the Chen family. What kind of time is this for you to be joking around with me? Having offended my eldest sister and failed to recover the debt from Tianchi Company, I fear my position as branch president is about to be taken away. Shin Yuru slowly rose to her feet, her face edged with a bitter smile. Though the price paid for that slap was enormous, for some reason, she felt not a shred of regret at that moment. If she could do it all over again, she would make the same choice again. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine. Chu Nan said to Shin Yuru. You don't need to comfort me. Yet Shin Yuru paid no heed to his words, offering only a forced smile. If we cross big sister, none of us will have an easy life. We might even get kicked out of the Chen family. Of course, if you divorce me now, you might just escape this disaster. Chu Nan brushed the dust off Shin Yuru's clothes and chuckled. So what if we're kicked out of the Chen family? I'll support you myself. With what would you support me? Don't forget, I'm your security chief now. Pointing at himself, Chu Nan smiled confidently. Captain Chu, could you please take your hands off my chest first? Seeing his lecherous hands reaching toward her chest, Shin Yuru shot him a disapproving glare. Though it was meant as a joke, a faint warmth stirred within her heart. It felt like the first time anyone had ever spoken to her like that, ever since she was a child. Bang! Just then, the ward door swung open and a figure clad in red burst in. Mr. Chu, I've finally found you. Please, save my daughter. Chapter 11, Xiao Hong's Plea. Her delicate face was streaked with tears. The visitor was none other than Xiao Hong, who had been desperately searching for Chu Nan. Miss Xiao, what brings you here? Chu Nan was taken aback by Xiao Hong's sudden appearance. But even more surprising was the figure standing beside her, Shin Yuru. Ms. Xiao? The moment she saw Xiao Hong, Shin Yuru recognized her identity. She was the underground queen of Rongqing, a major figure in the Four Winds Merchants Guild. How could she not recognize her? Mr. Chu, I've heard your medical skills are unmatched. I beg you to save my daughter. She has congenital leukemia, and the hospital has already issued a critical condition notice. Xiao Hong tearfully explained the situation to Chu Nan. Even with her years of experience navigating the underworld, she couldn't help but lose her composure at this moment. Leukemia. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, Chu Nan immediately understood. He had long anticipated that someone close to Xiao Hong would face a life-threatening crisis, but he never imagined it would be her daughter. And the fact that Xiao Hong had sought him out. He surmised she must have inquired about him, learning of his role in saving the Chen family patriarch. After all, with Xiao Hong's capabilities, uncovering such information wouldn't be difficult. You actually know Boss Xiao? Tugging at Chu Nan's sleeve, Shin Yuru stared at him with wide, curious eyes. Who was Xiao Hong? Even her Chen family couldn't catch his eye. Yet this person actually knew Chu Nan? Chu Nan winked at Shin Yuru, then turned to face Xiao Hong with a cold tone. Miss Xiao, I believe you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not a doctor, and I can't just diagnose people. Refusal. Chu Nan actually refused Xiao Hong. Hearing this, not only did Xiao Hong look utterly devastated, but even Shin Yuru was taken aback. Xiao Hong knows Mr. Chu's status is exalted and that he looks down upon mundane matters. If Mr. Chu is willing to help, regardless of success or failure, I will grant him one request. Whether it be wealth, power, or even myself. Tears welled up in her eyes. Though Xiaohong didn't know Chunan's true identity, judging by Luo Tianyang's high regard for him, he couldn't possibly be someone lacking in money or power. Yet this was the ultimate price she could offer. To secure Chunan's intervention just once, she would accept any price. Even if it meant sacrificing herself. What? Before Chunan could respond, Qin Yuru gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. After all, this was Xiaohong, the underground queen of Rongqing's business world, known to everyone. Countless people begged for connections to this boss Xiao, yet none could get through. To gain Xiaohong's favor would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She almost blurted out an acceptance on Chunan's behalf. Why are you pinching me? Chunan turned to glance at Qin Yuru, who hesitated to speak. Seeing her persistently signaling him with her eyes, Chunan finally sighed. Fine. Being a mother is no easy task. I agree. Seeing Chunan finally give his initial consent, Xiaohong breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after. Led by Xiaohong, the group entered an intensive care ward. On the hospital bed lay a girl of 7 or 8. Beneath her loose hospital gown was a frail, thin body. Xiao Suner wore an oxygen mask, her body tangled in various medical devices. It was hard to imagine how she had managed to endure. Miss Xiao, we've done everything we could. The rejection reaction after the bone marrow transplant was severe, even triggering organ failure. There's not much time left. Please accompany your child through her final journey. The attending physician, clad in a white coat, confessed helplessly to Xiaohong. How could this happen? Sooner. Hearing this, Xiaohong collapsed at the bedside, tears streaming down her face. From the hospital bed, Xiao Suner weakly raised her small hand and placed it on Xiaohong's shoulder. Mommy. Don't be sad. Sooner is just going to heaven to see Grandma. I'll be just like Grandma, living forever and ever in Mommy's heart. Even in death, Xiao Suner continued to comfort her mother. This scene caused Qin Yaruo, standing nearby, to break down into tears. That little girl is so pitiful. Chunan, you absolutely must save her. Though no one knew the depth of Chunan's medical skills, there was no doubt that at this moment, he was Xiao Suner's only hope. Sooner, don't be afraid. You won't die. Xiaohong's eyes turned bloodshot as she turned and knelt before Chunan. I beg you, Mr. Chu, save my daughter. Before Xiaohong could fully kneel, Chunan reached out and helped her up. Time is critical. Leave this to me. All of you, get out. With that, Chunan walked straight to Xiao Suner's bedside. Who are you? She's beyond saving. You can't do anything rash. Seeing Chunan about to act, the attending physician rushed forward with his team to stop him. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. All of you get out. Anyone who dares to stop Mr. Chu from saving my daughter won't be spared my wrath. Xiaohong's command carried an air of unquestionable authority. 2 suit-clad bodyguards immediately shoved the doctors and nurses out. Mr. Chu, I beg you. After one last intense look at Chunan, Xiaohong finally left the ward. Now, only Chunan and Xiao Suner remained in the room. Staring at Chunan before her, Xiao Suner blinked her large eyes, a faint smile appearing on her pale little face. Big brother, hello. Aren't you afraid of dying? Chunan gazed at Xiao Suner lying on the hospital bed. It was hard to imagine what kind of experience that could grant this 7-year-old girl such extraordinary composure in the face of death. Suner isn't afraid of death. But if I die, Mom will have no family left. She'll be so lonely. At this point, a look of anguish suddenly flashed across Xiao Suner's small face. Clearly, the rejection reaction had resurfaced, now severe enough to claim her life at any moment. We can't wait any longer. A sharp gleam flashed in Chunan's eyes as a slender silver needle materialized in his hand. Swish! The needle landed precisely on the Shunmen acupoint. Chunan flicked the needle with his finger, sending a thread of true qi flowing through it into Xiao Suner's body. Xiao Suner, who had been trembling, suddenly steadied herself. Her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Suner, are you afraid of pain? Chunan held several silver needles in his hand as he asked Xiao Suner again. Seeming to understand that Chunan was saving her life, a resolute expression appeared on Xiao Suner's pale little face. She nodded firmly at Chunan. Suner isn't afraid of pain. Good. You must endure it. No sooner had Chunan finished speaking than his hands began moving swiftly. Swish, swish, swish. Silver needles flashed in his hands as Chunan's acupuncture technique grew not slower but faster. With each needle piercing a vital point. A trickle of dark red blood seeped through Xiao Suner's skin. At that moment, enduring the agony of her blood splitting within her very marrow, Xiao Suner clenched her teeth, her hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. She forced herself not to cry out. Seeing this, Chunan felt a pang of pity. The needles he was about to insert were all targeted at vital points on the human body. The agony involved would be unbearable even for an adult, let alone a 7-year-old girl. As Chunan administered his treatment, time ticked by second. Outside the hospital room, Xiaohong waited anxiously. Mr. Xiao, there's no need to worry. Little ones are blessed by heaven, she'll be just fine. Truthfully, Qin Yuro had no confidence in Chunan's medical skills either, but she could only offer reassurance for now. You're the second young miss of the Qin family? Xiao Hong glanced at Qin Yuru, her eyes studying her. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuru nodded. She hadn't expected Xiao Hong to know her. I've sent people to inquire about Mr. Chu's affairs. I heard you snatched this marriage away from your eldest sister? Xiao Hong asked bluntly. Qin Yuru's face stiffened. She hadn't expected Xiao Hong to know about this. Well done. To let a man like Mr. Chu go your eldest sister is utterly blind. Xiao Hong said coldly. Hearing this, Qin Yuru's expression shifted with surprise. May I ask a bold question? Are you and Chu Nan old friends, Miss Xiao? Qin Yuru asked tentatively. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something between Xiao Hong and Chu Nan that she didn't know about. Noticing Qin Yuru's subtle thoughts, Xiao Hong shook her head. Mr. Chu and I merely crossed paths briefly. But I do admire a man of Mr. Chu's caliber. Xiao Hong's bluntness caught Qin Yuru completely off guard. That guy isn't nearly as good as you make him out to be, Miss Xiao. Qin Yuru laughed dismissively. She knew exactly what kind of man Chu Nan was. Beyond his medical skills, what made him worthy of such admiration from a formidable woman like Xiao Hong? Yet for some reason, a strange sense of unease crept into her heart. After all, she and Chu Nan were merely a contractual marriage. Even if that guy hooked up with a rich woman like Xiao Hong, it shouldn't concern her. Watching Qin Yuru's ever-shifting expressions, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Hong's eyes. She could tell Qin Yuru still didn't know Chu Nan's true identity. A figure powerful enough to make Luo Tianyang grovel. How could he possibly be content to stay at the Qin household as a son-in-law? Smack! At that very moment, the ward door swung open, revealing Chu Nan's figure before the two. Mr. Chu? Xiao Hong hurried forward. Go in and see her. Your daughter is fine now. Chu Nan wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Xiao Hong. The next second, a figure burst into the hospital room, overcome with emotion. Sooner, are you okay? Xiao Hong asked anxiously as she looked at her daughter lying in the hospital bed. Mom, I'm fine. I feel so much better, never have I felt this good. That big brother has cured me. A smile blossomed on her small face as Xiao Suna reached out to grasp Xiao Hong's hand. Her heart rate and blood pressure have returned to normal. Even the rejection reaction has vanished. How is this possible? Inside the ward, a nurse who had rushed in gasped at the readings on the monitors. Even Xiao Suner's attending physician stood speechless, his mouth agape. Despite years of studying Western medicine, he had never witnessed such miraculous healing. What exactly had that young man done? My daughter is truly healed. Seeing the faint flush returning to Xiao Suner's cheeks, Xiao Hong was overcome with emotion. At the same time, she was utterly shocked. Even the city hospital's top specialists had been helpless against her daughter's illness, yet Chu Nan had actually cured her. No wonder Luo Tianyang held him in such high regard. Though she knew nothing of Chu Nan's background, his medical prowess alone proved he was no ordinary man. She must cultivate a relationship with this man. With that thought, Xiao Hong turned to search for Chu Nan. But when she stepped out of the ward, she realized he was nowhere to be found. Chu Nan and Qin Yuru had already left the hospital. Chapter 12, The Mystic Gate Order. Did you really cure Xiao Suner's illness? On the car ride away from the hospital, Qin Yuru asked Chu Nan curiously. It was just leukemia. When I used to go down the mountain with the old man for training, I treated illnesses far trickier than this. Chu Nan chuckled indifferently from the passenger seat. You're bragging. Glancing at Chu Nan, Qin Yuru suddenly asked with renewed curiosity. Can you tell me how you met Boss Xiao? She seems to have quite a fondness for you. Chu Nan smiled at Qin Yuru. What, jealous? Chu Nan's remark immediately earned him a withering glare from Qin Yuru. Me, jealous of you? Don't forget, we're contract spouses. If you really manage to hook up with a rich woman like Boss Xiao, I'll be happy for you too. Qin Yuru said expressionlessly. But despite her words, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. Her gaze kept drifting to the guy beside her. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Nan was hiding something. Ring ring. Before Qin Yuru could press further about Chu Nan and Xiao Hong's relationship, her phone suddenly rang. Dad. Seeing the caller ID, Qin Yuru answered without hesitation. Yuru, something's happened. Longting Group is canceling their partnership with Qin Pharmaceutical. Qin Weihe's voice sounded somewhat anxious over the phone. What? At first hearing, Qin Yuru was utterly taken aback. Yuru, I know young Master Lin has feelings for you. Didn't you have a class reunion today? You really need to ask him for help with this. The partnership between Qin Pharmaceutical and Longting Group absolutely cannot be severed. You know how difficult things are for me at headquarters. Without Longting Group's support, my position as Deputy General Manager. Qin Weihe spoke with a hint of reluctance. At this point, Qin Yuru understood her father's meaning perfectly well. I understand. But I can't guarantee this will work out. Unable to refuse her father, Qin Yuru reluctantly agreed before hanging up. Compared to his older brother Qin Jianhai, Qin Weihe held only the position of Deputy General Manager, with limited authority. He had been responsible for the partnership with Longtung Group. If Longtung Group terminated the cooperation, Qin Wei's situation would likely become even more precarious. In trouble? In the car, Shunan glanced at Qin Yuru, whose face was dark and gloomy. Why not tell me about it? I might be able to help. Qin Yuru forced a reluctant smile. You can't help me with this. Just go back to the company and do your job. If you don't cause me any trouble, I'll be grateful. Qin Yuru said coldly. Had Shunan not taken it upon himself to answer Lin Ziheo's call that night, things probably wouldn't have escalated to this point. 10 minutes later. Outside the branch office entrance. After work, go straight back to the Qin residence. I have something to attend to and must leave now. After dropping Shunan off at the company, Qin Yuru drove away without another word. She took my kindness for granted. Watching Qin Yuru drive away, Shunan stood there and shook his head. He had overheard the phone call in the car. He'd been so generous, wanting to help this woman, but Qin Yuru didn't appreciate it at all. Ding! Just then, Shunan's old Nokia phone in his pocket rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Shunan's brow furrowed slightly. Didn't I tell you not to bother me unless it's urgent? Answering the call, Shunan's tone turned stern. As he spoke, his demeanor abruptly shifted, radiating an invisible aura of authority that commanded respect. Young master. How could I dare disturb you without cause? The matter you asked me to investigate, I have news. On the other end of the line, Luo Tianyang spoke with utmost respect. He was terrified that this rash call might have displeased Shunan. News? At Luo Tianyang's words, a sharp gleam flashed in Shunan's eyes. Where are you? Spring Breeze Pavilion. Have someone pick me up in an hour. Shunan glanced at the time before hanging up. This concerned his very origins. Just to be safe, he had to go in person this time. Evening. The streets of Rongqing remained bustling with traffic and crowds. Shunan sat in a Maybach sedan as it slowly arrived at the most bustling commercial street in the heart of Rongqing. As one of Sichuan province's premier dens of iniquity, Spring Breeze Pavilion stood at the very heart of the commercial district. Though called Chunfeng Tower, it was essentially an ultra-luxurious nightclub, spanning thousands of square meters with every conceivable amenity for dining, drinking, and entertainment. Naturally, not only were the prices exorbitant, but it also operated on a membership-only basis. Those permitted to enter were invariably prominent dignitaries and influential figures from across Sichuan province. More crucially, the Spring Breeze Pavilion was backed by the Four Winds Merchants Guild. With such formidable backing, no one dared to cause trouble here. Mr. Chu, please follow me. Chairman Luo was waiting for you inside. Through a special VIP passageway, a receptionist in a Cheongsam had been waiting for Chunan for quite some time. It must be said. Even the hostesses at Spring Breeze Pavilion were exceptional in both looks and figure. Outside this establishment, they would hold their own against professional models. Spring Breeze Pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor housed the main hall, where ordinary members gathered. The second floor houses private rooms reserved exclusively for guests worth over 100 billion. As for the third floor, that floor is reserved almost exclusively for Spring Breeze Pavilion's designated Black Gold VIPs, a status not attainable by mere wealth alone. And the place Chunan was heading to was precisely the third floor. Given Luo Tianyang's standing, it was only natural for him to be a Black Gold VIP at Spring Breeze Pavilion. In a reception room on the third floor, 2 suit-clad bodyguards proactively pushed open the door and ushered Chunan inside. What immediately caught Chunan's eye was the room's antique Chinese decor. The entire space was crafted from golden thread Nanmu wood. A massive solid wood screen displayed a painting of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Beyond the screen lay a banquet table laden with delicacies from land and sea. Young master, you finally arrived. The moment he saw Chunan, Luo Tianyang hurriedly rose to greet him. Hold it. Cut the nonsense and get straight to the point. Chunan shot Luo Tianyang a glare before striding over to take the seat of honor at the banquet table. Yes. Luo Tianyang smiled ingratiatingly. He hurried over to Chunan, picked up the 30-year-old Mao-Tai from the table, and poured him a glass. Young master, I found a lead on the case you asked me to investigate. 15 years ago, a peculiar case occurred in Rongqing. A family surnamed Chu was suddenly consumed by fire, with all 3 members including a 7-year-old child perishing in the flames. Upon hearing this, Chunan glanced at Luo Tianyang. Continue. Luo Tianyang hurriedly added, this case was highly unusual. After the fire, only 2 bodies were recovered from the ruins. The child mysteriously vanished without a trace. I investigated thoroughly. It was precisely the day after the fire that the old master of the Qin family rescued a 7-year-old boy from the riverbank. Hearing Luo Tianyang's account, Chunan's brows knitted into a deep frown. Though he had been 7 years old at the time, he had lost all memory after falling into the Yangtze River. After regaining consciousness, he remembered only his name, nothing else. He only had recurring nightmares, where he seemed to be trapped in a sea of flames, being carried away by someone. He was certain he must be that orphan child of the Chu family. Find out the exact identity of that family. Also, where are they buried now? Shu Nan's voice was heavy with resignation.
Luo Tianyang's expression turned troubled upon hearing this. I've already had someone look into it, but encountered difficulties? Shu Nan raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Tianyang. It's rather tricky.
The case was classified as an accidental fire back then and closed in less than a day. As for the records concerning that household, it's as if they were deliberately erased. I've tapped into my local official connections, yet I still can't retrieve the files from back then. What's even stranger is that the neighbors of that household back then all seem to have vanished into thin air, disappearing one after another from Rongqing.
After hearing Luo Tianyang's explanation, Shu Nan's expression darkened instantly. Are you suggesting the arson case back then wasn't an accident? Luo Tianyang nodded.
The fact that high-level officials intervened to seal the case files proves there's something fishy about this case. But rest assured, young master, I will have this matter investigated further. Seated at the table, Shu Nan tapped his fingers lightly on the surface, lost in thought.
I'm entrusting this matter to you.
Should you encounter any obstacles, I authorize you to mobilize the power of the Xian sect.
With that, Shu Nan tossed a token into Luo Tianyang's hand. The Xianmen token. The moment he saw the token, Luo Tianyang was overcome with excitement. Chapter 13, Xin Yuru's Choice. The Xianmen token. This was the supreme token of the Xian sect. Presenting it was equivalent to presenting the sect's master. Only direct disciples were even qualified to hold it. That Shu Nan entrusted him with the Xianmen order spoke volumes about the trust he placed in him. Head of the Foreign Affairs Division, Luo Tianyang. At your command. Holding the Xianmen token, Luo Tianyang knelt on one knee before Shu Nan, his eyes brimming with fervent reverence. Previously, Shu Nan's identity was young master of the Xian sect. Now, with the Xianmen order in hand, anyone but a fool could guess the old sect master's intentions. Enough! I'm no old man, spare me the formalities. Shu Nan waved his hand, and an invisible surge of energy lifted Luo Tianyang to his feet. Telekinesis? Young master, have you broken through to Grandmaster? Luo Tianyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Shu Nan. Though his martial talent was lacking, he still possessed some discernment. Shu Nan's mastery of this technique was utterly flawless. It demanded at least a Grandmaster's second-tier cultivation level. I broke through to Grandmaster 3 years ago. If not, how could the old man have permitted me to descend the mountain? Shu Nan smiled. Compared to Luo Tianyang's exaggeratedly shocked expression, he remained remarkably composed. The martial arts path was divided into 4 realms: external force, internal force, innate, and Grandmaster. Each realm is subdivided into 9 tiers, and beyond Grandmaster lies the legendary Grandmaster level. However, such figures were almost always tyrants ruling over their own territories, rarely seen in everyday life. With Shu Nan's current cultivation, he could practically walk tall anywhere in the world as long as he avoided those ancient Grandmaster-level old monsters. Young master, you are formidable. Luo Tianyang's face brimmed with admiration, though inwardly he couldn't help but call him a prodigy. Just how old was Shu Nan? A martial arts master barely out of his teens? Across the entire ancient martial arts world of China, he was a genius born once in a millennium. Rest assured, as long as you serve me well, I won't shortchange you. I see you've neglected your cultivation since descending the mountain. Take this yuan restoring pill with wine to treat the hidden ailment within you. After sizing up Luo Tianyang, Shu Nan promptly produced a white pill and handed it over. Under Shu Nan's gaze, Luo Tianyang shuddered violently, feeling as though every fiber of his being had been laid bare, utterly transparent. Thank you, young master. Taking the pill, Luo Tianyang poured a cup of wine and swallowed it down with a sip. He did indeed suffer from an unspeakable affliction. Having sought renowned physicians in vain over the years, he had long since given up hope. Though this yuan restoring pill came from Shu Nan, he remained half doubtful about its efficacy. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Within moments, Luo Tianyang felt a fiery heat ignite within his lower abdomen. Then, a sensation long forgotten surfaced, awakening the most primal urges within him. It's working. It's really working. My hidden ailment is cured. Ancestors above, the Luo family line has hope once more. An unmistakable thrill spread across Luo Tianyang's face. No one knew why, despite being Sichuan province's wealthiest man, had Luo Tianyang remained childless all these years? The truth was that in his youth, Luo Tianyang had been ambushed by enemies, leaving him with a chronic ailment. But now, that hidden ailment was no more. Even though Luo Tianyang was approaching 50, thanks to this yuan restoring pill, he could still be as vigorous as a young man. Young master, your kindness is beyond measure. How can I ever repay you? Henceforth, I shall obey your every command and lay down my life for you. Without another word, Luo Tianyang bowed deeply to Shu Nan once more. Enough. I can't stand this nonsense. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Shaking his head, Shu Nan rose to leave. As for the table laden with delicacies, he didn't even spare it a second glance. Young master, please wait. Just as Shu Nan was about to leave, Luo Tianyang respectfully handed him a black gold card. Young master, this is the black gold card of Spring Breeze Pavilion.
Possession of this card grants you the highest tier Black Gold membership at Spring Breeze Pavilion. All expenses incurred by the young master within Spring Breeze Pavilion are complimentary. The Black Gold card had naturally been prepared by Luo Tianyang long ago. Presenting it now was clearly an attempt to curry favor with Chunan. Could it be that Spring Breeze Pavilion is connected to you as well? Chunan glanced at Luo Tianyang with curiosity. Luo Tianyang explained with a smile. On the surface, Spring Breeze Pavilion is a private club, but in reality, it's an intelligence organization supported by my Four Winds Merchants Guild. So although Xiaohong is the owner of Spring Breeze Pavilion, she is also my subordinate. But rest assured, young master, I have never disclosed your identity to her. Hearing Luo Tianyang's words, Chunan nodded in relief. Having heard your intentions, I'll accept this item. Tucking away the Black Gold card, Chunan turned and strode toward the exit. Farewell, young master. Luo Tianyang offered a forced smile. Just as Chunan rose to leave the reception hall. On the third-floor corridor, he suddenly glanced down and caught sight of a familiar figure in the first-floor lobby. What is she doing here? Chunan frowned. At that moment, in a booth on the first floor of Spring Breeze Pavilion, Qin Yuru was gathered with a group of people, though she didn't look particularly happy. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses to young Master Lin. If it weren't for young Master Lin, we'd probably never have had the chance to come to Spring Breeze Pavilion in our entire lives. In the square booth that could seat 30, a crowd of men and women raised their glasses in toast to a young man in a suit. Seeing this, Qin Yuru, seated among them, raised her glass as well. Just enjoy yourselves tonight, this gentleman will cover the bill. After downing his drink, Lin Zihao declared to the crowd with unabashed generosity. Thank you, young Master Lin. The group raised their glasses once more, followed by another round of flattery. Yuro, you must toast young Master Lin. Back in school, everyone knew young Master Lin had a crush on you. Honestly, these days, it's rare to find someone as handsome, wealthy, and devoted as young Master Lin. Many classmates turned to look at Qin Yuru and Lin Zihao, egging them on. Then I'll toast young Master Lin. Summoning her courage, Qin Yuru raised her glass and walked toward Lin Zihao. Mr. Lin, I know you're angry with me, but I don't want this to affect the partnership between Longteng Group and Qin Pharmaceutical. Consider this drink my apology. After speaking, Qin Yuru tilted her head back and downed the entire glass in front of Lin Zihao. Seeing Qin Yuru humbly apologizing, Lin Zihao's previously cold expression softened slightly. Yuru, you should understand how I feel about you. I know everything about the Qin family. That boy Chunan isn't your true love. If you agree to be with me, I can ensure Longteng Group continues its partnership with the Qins. Otherwise, forget it. Lin Zihao held his wine glass, waiting for Qin Yuru's response. Yuru, what are you still hesitating about? Being with young Master Lin is every woman's dream. Several female classmates chimed in loudly from the sidelines. Yet Qin Yuru wore a look of distress, unable to speak for a long while. My patience is running thin. You should know, there are plenty of people eager to partner with my Longteng Group. Lin Zihao stared straight at Qin Yuru across from him. After downing a glass of red wine, a faint blush instantly spread across Qin Yuru's fair, delicate face, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. Lin Zihao made up his mind. Tonight, he was determined to have this woman. Young Master Lin, I cannot agree to your terms. But I guarantee that as long as Longteng Group continues our partnership, Qin Pharmaceutical is willing to reduce our quote by 10%. A hint of pleading flickered in Qin Yuru's eyes. Sacrificing her own marriage for the family? She wasn't that selfless. Does the Lin family lack that little bit of money? Qin Yuru, are you seriously choosing that country bumpkin over me? In that case, there's no point discussing this partnership. Hearing Qin Yuru's response, Lin Zihao's face darkened with anger. In the booth, the others were equally stunned that Qin Yuru dared to refuse Lin Zihao outright. Young Master Lin, is there truly no room for negotiation? Qin Yuru hesitated. If they truly lost Longteng Group's backing, her father would inevitably be ousted by the board. Once her father lost his influence, life would become unbearable for her entire family. Room for negotiation? Lin Zihao toyed with the wine glass in his hand, his gaze suddenly shifting to the side. Since you want to negotiate with me, fine. If you can finish this bottle of red wine on the table, I'll give you a chance. Chapter 14, Come Home With Me. In the first floor booth, Lin Zihao wore a sinister grin. He knew Qin Yuru couldn't hold her liquor. Not just a bottle, 2 glasses of red wine would be enough to get her tipsy. Once he got this woman drunk, his chance would come. At that moment, Qin Yuru's flushed face was etched with inner turmoil. The cost of rejecting Lin Zihao was simply too high. It wasn't that she didn't want to, she couldn't. To secure her footing within the Qin family, she needed her father's backing. Therefore, the deal with Longteng Group absolutely could not fall through. Fine. I'll drink. Finally, Qin Yuru made her decision. In front of everyone, Qin Yuru shed her usual ladylike demeanor, grabbed a bottle of red wine, and began chugging it straight from the bottle. That woman. From the third floor, witnessing Qin Yuru's actions, Chunan shook his head before getting up and heading downstairs.
Don't follow me. I'll handle this. Before Luo Tianyang could follow, Chu Nan's voice echoed through the room. Watching Chu Nan's retreating figure, Luo Tianyang wore an ambiguous expression of someone who'd been there before. Though he couldn't fathom why the esteemed young master of the Xian sect would choose to become a son-in-law at the Qin household. He understood that if Chu Nan chose not to speak of it, he had no right to pry. Meanwhile, in the first-floor booth. Gulp. Liquor flowed relentlessly down her throat. Amidst the stunned gazes of those around her, Qin Yuru had already polished off half a bottle of red wine. Cough cough. Coughing incessantly, she fought back the urge to vomit midway through, forcing herself to finish the entire bottle of red wine. Drip. As the last drop fell. Qin Yuru's face flushed crimson, clearly on the verge of collapse. Young Master Lin, I've finished the wine. I hope you'll honor your word and resume cooperation with Qin Pharmaceutical. Fighting off the intoxication, Qin Yuru approached Lin Zihao with the empty bottle in hand. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Seeing Qin Yuru choose drunkenness over accepting his offer only fueled Lin Zihao's anger further. Of course I'll keep my word. But I only said I'd give you a chance. I never promised to cooperate with Qin Pharmaceutical. A mocking glint flashed in Lin Zihao's eyes as he stared unabashedly at Qin Yuru, who was on the verge of collapsing from drunkenness. You're going back on your word? Hearing this, Qin Yuru's beautiful eyes widened abruptly, filled with fury. She never imagined Lin Zihao would be such a scoundrel. Money's hard to earn, hard to swallow. Qin Yuru, you ignored my countless advances before. Don't blame me for being ruthless today. Lin Zihao crossed his legs, sneering coldly. I'll make it clear, if you agree to accompany me to the hotel tonight, I'll agree to partner with Qin Pharmaceutical. Lin Zihao had come to terms with it. Forced fruit may not taste sweet, but it quenches thirst. Even if it meant leveraging his family's resources to pressure Qin Yuru, he would have this woman. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than agree to you. Having seen Lin Zihao's true colors, Qin Yuru exclaimed passionately. With that, she turned to leave. Unfortunately, a wave of intense dizziness washed over her, causing her legs to grow weak and unsteady. Lin Zihao gave a subtle signal, and several female classmates immediately blocked Qin Yuru's path. Yuru, just listen to young Master Lin. Once you become young Master Lin's woman, you'll enjoy endless benefits in the future. It was obvious these girls were Lin Zihao's henchwomen, clearly determined to keep Qin Yuru from leaving. No. I want to go home. A strong sense of danger made Qin Yuru try to struggle. But the alcohol was now overwhelming her, and her strength was failing. How could she break free from their encirclement? Seeing this, the female classmates flashed seductive smiles. Meanwhile, the male students present adopted an indifferent attitude, as if none of this concerned them. Clearly, Lin Zihao's plan had succeeded. Tonight, Qin Yuru would not escape his clutches. Get the hell out of my way. Just then, a cold shout rang out as a figure forcefully pushed through the crowd, snatching the nearly passed-out Qin Yuru away. Who the hell are you, kid? This is Spring Breeze Pavilion. What right do you have to interfere with our business? Several female classmates glared at Chu Nan, demanding answers. Who am I? Chu Nan looked at them coldly and smiled. Listen up, I'm her husband. Do you think I have the right? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. You're that stinking kid surnamed Chu? Lin Zihao rose from the sofa, his face darkening. No wonder Chu Nan's voice sounded so familiar. So that jerk who mocked me over the phone that night, it was him. Chu Nan, why are you here? Qin Yuru nearly collapsed into Chu Nan's arms. Opening her dazed eyes, she stared at him in utter surprise. Come home with me. Seeing Qin Yuru was completely drunk, Chu Nan wrapped his arm around her and turned to leave. Halt! At Lin Zihao's command, two bodyguards instantly blocked Chu Nan's path. Both men were solidly built, their temples bulging prominently, clearly trained fighters. Do you think you can come and go as you please at my event? You little punk, I haven't settled the score with you for last time yet. Lin Zihao strode toward Chu Nan, a hint of hostility in his eyes. He glanced at Qin Yuru, who was slumped in his arms, utterly drunk. Chu Nan slowly turned his body, his gaze settling on Lin Zihao's smug face. You want to settle the score with me? That's right. Lin Zihao pointed at Qin Yuru in Chu Nan's arms. You want to take her away? Fine. Drink every drop of alcohol on this table for her, and this young master will graciously let you leave. Lin Zihao turned sideways, revealing the table piled high with bottles of liquor. There were over a dozen bottles, both red and white. Drinking all that would leave you dead or skin deep. Hearing Lin Zihao's words, the only emotion in the gazes of those present toward Chu Nan was pity. Crossing young Master Lin. This is the consequence. Drink all the liquor? Chu Nan scanned the table, then unexpectedly laughed aloud. What if I say no? Lin Zihao's eyes darkened with menace. You'll drink this wine whether you like it or not. As soon as Lin Zihao finished speaking, two black-clad bodyguards instantly appeared on either side of Chu Nan, ready to subdue him. Looking for trouble. His sword-like eyebrows shot upward, a flash of anger darting through Chu Nan's eyes. The next second, Shunan's figure flickered, leaving the two bodyguards lunging at thin air. Damn fast. A look of astonishment flashed across their faces. Before they could react, a blur filled their vision, a whipping kick already lashing toward them. Shunan's kick was lightning fast. Before they could react, one of them was sent flying through the air. Thud. His body crashed to the ground like a. Lin Ziheo's pride and joy, his elite bodyguard, had lost one man in an instant. This is bad, we've run into a pro. Seeing his comrade instantly crippled, the remaining bodyguard's face twisted with terror. Both of them were martial artists at the 8th level of external strength. Even ordinary special forces soldiers couldn't match them. Yet now, they'd been defeated by Chunan in a single move? To possess such prowess, the opponent must be at least a 5th-rank pre-heaven realm expert. Young Master Lin, run. Before he could finish, a sudden tightness gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground. Shunan's hand shot out, gripping his throat and hoisting him up. You're no better than him for serving such scum. Shunan's cold voice cut through the air. With a casual flick of his wrist, he flung the bodyguard over 10 meters, slamming him into the wall. Put. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the bodyguard passed out completely. Ah! Witnessing the bloody scene, several female classmates shrieked in terror. Lin Ziheo, is it? Now it's time to settle our score. Shunan advanced step by step toward Lin Ziheo, still holding Qin Yaru in his arms. What do you want? Lin Ziheo instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with fear. He never imagined that the bodyguard he'd hired at great expense would prove no match for Chunan. I'm warning you. I'm the young master of the Longting group. If you dare touch me. Smack. Before Lin Ziheo could finish his threat, Shunan's hand shot out, delivering a sharp slap across his face. Longtung group, huh? Smack. Shunan raised his hand and delivered another slap. Young master, huh? Smack. 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 Several more slaps followed in quick succession. Lin Ziheo couldn't react in time, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. Chapter 15, Black Gold Member. Stop. Stop hitting me. I'm sorry. Feeling the searing pain on his face, Lin Ziheo immediately begged for mercy, his words still slurred as air leaked from his mouth. Stop. Just then, a commanding voice cut through the air. Instantly, a middle-aged man clad in martial arts attire appeared in the fray, leading a group of subordinates. Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare cause trouble on the grounds of my Spring Breeze Pavilion? Do you know the consequences? With a casual wave of his hand, the middle-aged man signaled his men, who instantly surrounded Chunan. Chief Zhang, you're finally here. I'm an honored guest of Spring Breeze Pavilion. This brat dared to strike me on our premises. He clearly has no regard for the Four Winds Merchants Guild. Spotting the new arrival, Lin Ziheo clung to him like a lifeline, scrambling to the middle-aged man's side. Who are you? Shunan gave the middle-aged man a cool glance, seemingly oblivious to the commotion unfolding before him. I am Zhang Lei, manager of Spring Breeze Pavilion. You dare cause trouble in my Spring Breeze Pavilion? That is a violation of our rules. Zhang Lei shot Shunan a glance, his aura surging with an invisible force. 3rd stage of the innate realm. Feeling the aura emanating from Zhang Lei, Shunan felt a hint of surprise. To have an expert stationed here. No wonder the Spring Breeze Pavilion, backed by the Four Winds Merchants Guild, was no ordinary establishment. You have good judgment. Now that you know this manager's strength, it's not too late to kneel and apologize. Zhang Lei's tone carried a hint of contempt. As the manager of Spring Breeze Pavilion, he certainly had every right to be so arrogant. You want me to kneel and apologize? At these words, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Shunan's face. He guided the passed-out Qin Yaru to the side, laid her on the sofa, and then removed his own coat to cover her. After finishing all this, Shunan glanced at Zhang Lei and the others once more, a smirk curling his lips. I don't want to waste time. Come at me all at once. The moment Shunan spoke, all eyes in the arena instantly turned to him. Zhang Lei was a martial artist. How dare Shunan be so brazen? Arrogant. Seeing Chunan's audacity, Zhang Lei's expression darkened. The attendees were all billionaire VIPs of Spring Breeze Tower. If he didn't teach Chunan a harsh lesson, where would his face be if word got out? Get him. Zhang Lei swept his arm, and a dozen henchmen instantly pounced on Chunan. Spring Breeze Pavilion's guards weren't just any ordinary thugs, even the weakest among them possessed external force-level martial prowess. Now, a dozen men closed in on Chunan, their fists raining down like a storm. The onlookers were certain Chunan was as good as dead. A savage grin spread across Zhang Lei's face. Amidst the onslaught, Chunan finally made his move. His hands flipped, and countless silver needles appeared between his fingers. As Chunan flicked his wrists, the needles rained down like a storm, shooting toward the crowd before him. Thud! 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 Flash after flash of silver light erupted, catching them completely off guard. Ah! In the next instant, over a dozen external force martial artists collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. What the hell just happened? What the hell? The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were all stunned. It was utterly bizarre. How could Chunan subdue over a dozen Spring Breeze Pavilion enforcers before they even closed in? Hidden weapons? Not far away, Zhang Lei was the first to react. After all, as a martial artist, he had some experience with such things. Zhang Lei glared at Chunan with a dark expression, surprised that this kid turned out to be a hidden weapon master. No wonder he talks such big talk. But hidden weapons are ultimately third-rate tricks. Once you get close, they're useless. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Lei's eyes as he suddenly lunged at Chunan. You brat, let me see what you're made of. With a thunderous shout, Zhang Lei unleashed a torrent of true chi from within his body, closing the distance to Chunan in an instant. He was now barely 5 feet away from Chunan. Zhang Lei's heart surged with wild joy. No matter how formidable Chunan's hidden weapons might be, they would be useless once they got up close and personal. Now, he would make Chunan pay the price. Boom! He unleashed a punch with all his might. Having witnessed Chunan's strength, Zhang Lei held nothing back in this strike. The punch tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Even against a martial artist of equal rank, this punch alone could have inflicted severe injuries. But unfortunately, his opponent was Chunan. Facing Zhang Lei's furious strike, Chunan did not retreat but advanced instead. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Zhang Lei. Next, Chunan extended a hand and seized Zhang Lei's wrist. What? Zhang Lei's expression changed as he realized Chunan had caught his punch. Before he could react, Chunan's other hand slammed down on his shoulder. Get down on your knees. With Chunan's cold command, Zhang Lei felt an immense force surge through him. The next moment, his knees cracked with a loud snap. Ah! Zhang Lei screamed as he collapsed to his knees. Crack! The floor shattered inch by inch, his knee sinking over half an inch into the surface. With just that one blow. Even for an expert, Zhang Lei's legs were now utterly crippled. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. As the head steward of Spring Breeze Pavilion, Zhang Lei was a martial arts expert and he'd been crippled by Chunan? And now you expect me to kneel before you and apologize? Chunan's voice was icy cold as he stared down at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, however, looked utterly defeated, his gaze toward Chunan filled with rage. This is Spring Breeze Pavilion. Even if you kill me, you won't leave here alive. As Zhang Lei finished speaking, his hand silently pressed the alarm button. Ding! The next second, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all corners of the hall. Thud thud thud. Instantly, a sea of over 100 figures flooded into the first floor lobby. Many had weapons tucked at their waists. With the Four Winds Merchants Guild as its powerful backer, Spring Breeze Tower could even make Rongqing's underground forces retreat 3 steps. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. At that moment, over 100 dark muzzles were trained on Chunan. At Zhang Lei's command, Chunan would be riddled with bullets in an instant. What good is your martial arts then? I don't believe you'll survive this. Seeing this scene, Lin Zihao, who had been visibly terrified moments ago, suddenly burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. You've injured Manager Zhang. He's offended the Spring Breeze Pavilion. He didn't believe Chunan could walk out alive tonight. I hate it when people point guns at me. If I want to leave, do you really think this pile of junk can stop me? Suddenly, a savage glint flashed in Chunan's eyes. This time, he was clearly enraged. Everyone, stop right now. Just as the tension in the air reached a boiling point, a woman's sharp command rang out. Swish! The next second, the crowd automatically parted into 2 rows. A figure in high heels and a red gown hurriedly made her way to the center of the square. Ms. Xiao? Mr. Xiao actually came in person. It's over, it's over. That kid injured Manager Zhang, he's dead meat now. Everyone was stunned to see Xiao Hong appear. As the proprietor of Spring Breeze Pavilion, Xiao Hong's status and standing were far beyond their reach. Mr. Xiao, you're just in time. Get rid of this kid immediately. Seeing Xiao Hong approach, Lin Zihao flinched at first before his face twisted into a fawning expression. Even as the young master of the Dragon Ascension Group, he had to bow respectfully before Xiao Hong, the underground queen. My affairs at Spring Breeze Pavilion don't require outsiders meddling. Shooting Lin Zihao a dismissive glance, Xiao Hong dropped the remark before ignoring him entirely and striding straight toward Chunan. Madam Xiao, I've brought shame upon you. Zhang Lei spoke with evident shame upon seeing Xiao Hong's arrival. Smack! What followed was something no one could have anticipated. Xiao Hong raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Lei's face. After doing this, Xiao Hong finally turned to look at Chunan with respect. Mr. Chu, it's all my fault for failing to discipline him properly. I beg you to spare the life of this worthless subordinate. Xiao Hong pleaded with Chunan. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. Am I seeing this correctly? It was clearly that kid who injured Manager Zhang. And Boss Xiao is actually apologizing to him? Everyone froze in place, convinced they were dreaming. Who was Xiao Hong? The owner of Spring Breeze Pavilion. One of the directors of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. She even held the title of Rongqing's underground queen. A figure like this even the mayor of Rongqing wouldn't dare offend lightly. Yet Xiao Hong actually intends to apologize to Chunan? Since you've spoken, let this matter rest. Hurry and find someone to carry him for treatment. Perhaps his legs can still be saved. The malevolence in Chu Nan's eyes dissipated as he nodded in agreement. Hearing Chu Nan's response, Xiao Hong finally exhaled in relief before turning her attention to Zhang Lei. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank Mr. Chu for sparing your worthless life. Having worked under Xiao Hong for so long, Zhang Lei wasn't exactly a fool. His boss was a formidable figure, even she treated Chu Nan with utmost respect, which meant Chu Nan's status was terrifyingly high. Smack! Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Lei clasped his fists toward Chu Nan and declared, "Thank you, Mr. Chu." Even if he felt resentful, Zhang Lei dared not show the slightest discontent at this moment. Shortly after, Xiao Hong signaled two subordinates to carry Zhang Lei away for immediate medical attention. Xiao Hong had witnessed Chu Nan's formidable strength. The fact that Zhang Lei was still alive meant Chu Nan had shown him mercy. "Mr. Xiao, this seems to violate Spring Breeze Pavilion's rules, doesn't it? This brat isn't even a member of Spring Breeze Pavilion. He dared to trespass here and injured this young master. Are we just going to let this slide?" Seeing the situation turn sour, Lin Zihao jumped in to protest. "Almost forgot there's you, grasshopper." Chu Nan's gaze fell on Lin Zihao, his eyes turning icy once more. "Mr. Xiao, everyone present today is an honored guest of Spring Breeze Pavilion. I demand an explanation." Lin Zihao persisted relentlessly. He was certain Chu Nan was no member of Spring Breeze Pavilion. Trespassing into Spring Breeze Pavilion was already a breach of protocol. Even as the owner of Spring Breeze Pavilion, Xiao Hong could never openly favor Chu Nan in front of so many people. This injustice must be redressed. Young Master Lin is absolutely correct. Spring Breeze Pavilion represents the Four Winds Merchants Guild. It can't be allowed for an outsider to break the rules. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement. "You want me to give you an explanation?" Xiao Hong turned to face Lin Zihao, her red lips parting as a seductive smile graced her face. "Fine. Today, I'll give you an explanation," Xiao Hong declared loudly before the crowd. "Now, allow me to formally introduce him to everyone. Mr. Chu, the 9th Black Gold tier member of Spring Breeze Pavilion." Chapter 16, Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Black Gold tier member? As Xiao Hong's words fell silent, a wave of gasps erupted throughout the vast Spring Breeze Pavilion. Since the Spring Breeze Pavilion's founding, only 8 individuals had attained Black Gold membership. Each of these 8 was a prominent figure renowned throughout Sichuan province. Becoming a Black Gold member required more than just wealth. One must also gain the endorsement of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. What qualifications did Chu Nan possess to become a Black Gold member of Spring Breeze Pavilion? "Mr. Xiao, if you're only doing this to shield this guy, this joke is taking things too far," Lin Zihao demanded with a dark expression. He had already investigated Chu Nan, a mere son-in-law of the Qin family, a country bumpkin from the sticks. If Chu Nan was a Black Gold member of Spring Breeze Pavilion, he'd never believe it in a million years. A joke? Xiao Hong shot Lin Zihao a scornful glance before turning her respectful gaze toward Chu Nan. "Please present your membership card, Mr. Chu." Chu Nan wasn't surprised by Xiao Hong's request. As Spring Breeze Pavilion's public face, she must have already known about Luo Tianyang handing him the Black Gold card. "Very well." Nodding, Chu Nan casually pulled out the Black Gold card Luo Tianyang had given him. The palm-sized card emitted a unique Black Gold sheen. A Black Gold card? In an instant, countless eyes converged on Chu Nan's hand. Everyone could see a name clearly engraved on the Black Gold card. Chu Nan. Whoa! It really is a Black Gold card. After clearly seeing the Black Gold card in Nan's hand, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. "Lin Zihao, open your eyes wide and look clearly. How dare you question Mr. Chu's status?" At that moment, Xiao Hong turned and barked at Lin Zihao. This can't be possible. I don't believe it. This must be fake." The moment he saw the Black Gold card, Lin Zihao's face twisted in shock, then he nearly went mad. Yet at this very moment, the crowd gathered around the arena instantly shifted their gaze toward Chu Nan. Black Gold cards were crafted through a special process. Only the Four Winds Merchants Guild possessed the authority to issue them. Forgery was utterly impossible, and no one dared attempt it. Possessing a Black Gold card signified that the holder was a figure of such stature that even the Four Winds Merchants Guild would show them special courtesy. Let alone Lin Zihao. Even if it were his own father, the chairman of the Dragon Ascension Group, they'd have to curry favor. "Young Master Chu, you are an honored guest of Spring Breeze Pavilion. How should this matter be handled?" "I'll follow your instructions." Xiao Hong shot Lin Zihao a cold glance before turning to ask Chu Nan. A Black Gold level member. Even Xiao Hong, the owner of Spring Breeze Pavilion, dared not show the slightest disrespect. "You handle it. It's getting late. I need to head back." She didn't spare Lin Zihao a second glance. Such insignificant figures were utterly beneath Chu Nan's notice. Glancing at Qin Yaru, who lay passed out on the sofa, Chu Nan turned, picked her up, and prepared to leave. "Dare to offend a Black Gold tier VIP of our Spring Breeze Pavilion. Strip the Lin family of their membership." Have someone throw this brat out.
Upon hearing Chu Nan's words, Xiao Hong shot a glance at her men. Immediately, several burly men stepped forward and seized Lin Zihao.
Let me go. How could this kid be a Black Gold member? He must be an imposter.
I'll demand verification from the Four Winds Guild. Lin Zihao struggled frantically. Instead, he was met with a series of hard slaps across the face. Two burly men in black roughly hoisted Lin Zihao up and flung him out the door.
Outside Spring Breeze Pavilion, Shu Nan stood on the street holding Qin Yaru, suddenly feeling awkward.
He didn't have a car, and Qin Yaru's vehicle was nowhere to be found.
Mr. Chu, let me drive you both home. Just then, a Bentley pulled up before Chu Nan.
Xiao Hong stepped out and opened the door for him.
Thank you very much. Since they couldn't hail a cab anyway, Chu Nan didn't hesitate. He smoothly placed Qin Yaru in the back seat. To the Qin residence. Shu Nan slid into the passenger seat and gave Xiao Hong the address. Before long,
the car headed toward the Qin residence.
How's your daughter doing? During the ride, Shu Nan suddenly asked Xiao Hong.
At this, a flicker of gratitude appeared in Xiao Hong's eyes.
I haven't had the chance to thank you, Mr. Chu.
The doctor said your treatment method is nothing short of a medical miracle.
Sooner is completely out of danger now.
At the mention of Xiao Suner, a rare, gentle smile spread across Xiao Hong's face.
It was nothing. No need to thank me. Upon hearing that Xiao Suner was fine, Shu Nan didn't press further.
Xiao Hong, who was driving, momentarily didn't know how to respond.
Half an hour later, the car pulled up outside the Qin family villa. Shu Nan opened the door and lifted Qin Yaru out again. Mr. Chu, are you truly the Qin family's son-in-law by marriage?
Seeing Qin Yaru still unconscious in Shu Nan's arms, Xiao Hong couldn't help but ask. She had witnessed Shu Nan's methods twice now. With her discerning eye, it wasn't hard to see that Shu Nan's status was far from ordinary. But precisely because of that, how could such a man stoop to marrying into a minor family like the Qins? No choice. The doctor said my stomach's been weak since childhood. I can only eat soft food. Shu Nan explained to Xiao Hong.
Put. At first hearing Shu Nan's words, Xiao Hong couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Chu, you really have a sense of humor. Of course, she didn't believe Chu Nan's claim. How could someone whom even Luo Tianyang held in such high regard possibly be short on money? But since Chu Nan didn't wish to elaborate, she naturally didn't press him further. Oh, Mr. Chu. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't find it distasteful. Xiao Hong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly retrieved an item from the car. This is an invitation to the Four Winds Merchants Association. In 3 days, the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce will hold its triennial bidding banquet. I thought this might be useful to the Qin family. After speaking, Xiao Hong handed the gold-embossed invitation to Chu Nan. Though she didn't state it explicitly, Chu Nan could sense the invitation's extraordinary value. A bidding banquet? Though Chu Nan wasn't particularly interested, he glanced at Qin Yaru in his arms before reaching out to take it. This thing wouldn't be of much use to him. But for Qin Yaru, it might be a different story. Thank you. After thanking Xiao Hong, Chu Nan turned and headed toward the Qin residence, still holding Qin Yaru in his arms. Watching Chu Nan's retreating figure, Xiao Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that with Chu Nan's status, he certainly wouldn't be short of money. The token of gratitude she had offered this time had been carefully considered, specifically chosen from the Qin family's resources. Fortunately, her guess had been correct. Chu Nan seemed to share some special connection with the Qin family. Chapter 17, Here to Repay the Debt. Early the next morning, Qin Yaru stirred groggily from her sleep. Ah! The moment her eyes snapped open, Qin Yaru couldn't help but scream. Chu Nan, you despicable scoundrel! What did you do to me last night? Qin Yaru had barely lifted the covers when her face flushed crimson, and she quickly ducked back under the sheets, leaving only her head exposed. She glared angrily at Chu Nan, who had just returned from his morning exercise routine. At that moment, she lay completely naked beneath the covers. Her clothes had vanished without a trace. Don't make such a fuss. I didn't do anything to you. You threw up all over yourself last night. I took your clothes to wash them. Chu Nan explained calmly. Is that really it? Qin Yaru breathed a sigh of relief at first, but then something occurred to her, and she blurted out urgently. Did you take off my clothes? Noticing the tremor in Qin Yaru's voice, Chu Nan merely shrugged indifferently. Given how utterly wasted you were, if it wasn't me, then who else could it have been? Of course, you don't need to thank me after all, you're my wife. The moment Chu Nan uttered these words, a hint of murderous intent instantly filled the room. Thanks a lot, you big jerk. Amidst the shrill screech, a pillow flew hurtling toward Chu Nan. In the dining room on the first floor of the Qin residence. It was breakfast time, and old Master Qin and the others had all gathered. Qin Yaru and Chu Nan arrived late. Yaru, don't overwork yourself. Noticing the slight weariness on Qin Yaru's face, old Master Qin said with concern. Thank you, grandfather. I'm not tired. Qin Yaru smiled and shook her head. Faced with the old man's sudden concern, she felt unexpectedly flattered.
From childhood onward, such concern had always been reserved solely for her eldest sister, Qin Lulu, while she herself had been treated like an invisible presence, overlooked by the old man. But ever since she'd been with Chunan, grandfather seemed to have taken a special interest in her. Qin Yuru silently resolved. She must leverage this advantage quickly to secure her footing within the Qin family. Oomph. It's just managing a subsidiary company, how could it be that exhausting? I heard some people got completely wasted last night before stumbling home. At the dinner table, seeing how attentive the old man was toward Qin Yuru, Qin Lulu remarked with a sarcastic tone. Yuru, I'm not trying to pick on you. You are, after all, the second young miss of the Qin family. Getting so drunk in the middle of the night, what kind of example is that? Before Qin Lulu could finish, Qin Jianghai scowled and reprimanded her. Yes, uncle. I'll be more careful from now on. Uncle Qin Jianghai was, after all, an elder, so Qin Yuru could only swallow her pride and admit her mistake. Big brother, Yaruo never drinks. This time, it was only because of the cooperation with Longting Group that she had to attend a few social engagements. Beside them, Qin Weha chimed in to defend her. Hearing this, Qin Jianhai gave a cold laugh. Entertaining clients? Oomph. I'd like to know what exactly you two have been up to. Brother, what do you mean by that? Qin Weha asked, somewhat bewildered. Only Qin Yuru felt a sudden pang of unease. Sure enough. Qin Jianhai spoke again. Last night, young Master Lin was beaten up and sent to the hospital. Early this morning, Longting Group sent over a termination notice stating they are extremely dissatisfied with the Qin family and will no longer cooperate with us. With that, Qin Jianhai slammed the termination letter down on the table. What? Young Master Lin was beaten up? Qin Weha's face turned pale. His eyes, filled with confusion, turned to his daughter, Qin Yuru, as if asking her what had happened. Dad, Lin Zihao went too far last night. Nonsense. Qin Yaruo was about to explain when Qin Jianhai cut her off ruthlessly. Yuru, you know perfectly well that Longting Group is a key partner for the headquarters. Do you realize how devastating it would be for headquarters to lose this deal? Qin Jianghai's face was flushed with anger. Faced with this rebuke, Qin Yuru bowed her head in hurt. How could she not understand? But how could she possibly accept the terms Lin Zihao had demanded last night? I beat up Lin Zihao, it had nothing to do with Yuru. Just then, Chunan, seated beside Qin Yuru, suddenly sneered coldly. Since when did Qin Pharmaceutical need a woman to save face? If my uncle is so capable, why doesn't he go negotiate the contract renewal with Longting Group himself? At the dinner table, Chunan's words instantly caused the Qin family members' expressions to darken. Chunan, show some respect to your uncle. Qin Weha glared at Chunan. Though his own daughter had been wronged, he dared not offend his elder brother, Qin Jianghai. You brat, who gave you permission to speak here? You're nothing but a jinx. It's all because of you that we offended the Lin family, causing Longting Group to refuse our partnership. Qin Lulu pointed angrily at Chunan and shouted. Still seething over yesterday's hospital incident, she turned to her father and declared. Losing such a major client as Longting Group is bad enough. Ever since Qin Yuru took over the branch, it's been bleeding red ink year after year. Now we're stuck with tens of millions in unrecoverable debt, and bankruptcy is looming. I demand the board remove Qin Yuru from her position as branch president. Qin Lulu finally revealed her true ambitions. Seizing the opportunity to strike, she aimed to remove Qin Yuru from her position as branch president. This move would strip Qin Yaruo of any remaining standing within the Qin family. What? Remove Yuru from her position? Qin Weha and his wife's expressions darkened. Even Qin Yuru's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Qin Lulu's sudden attack caught her completely off guard. First came the termination of the contract with Longting Group. Now the external debt of Tianqi Company had surfaced. It all seemed as though Qin Lulu had orchestrated it all herself. Grandfather, please give me a few more days to resolve Tianqi Company's debt issue. I will definitely handle it. Qin Yuru looked at the old patriarch and assured him. Her only hope now lay with the old patriarch. Unfortunately, Qin Jianhai seemed unwilling to grant Qin Yuru her wish. Dad, Tianqi Corporation is no simple matter. After all, Yaruo is just a girl, her capabilities are limited. As for the branch president position, I'll appoint someone else. Hearing Qin Jianghai's words, old Master Qin fell into deep thought. In that case, who says Tianqi Company's debts can't be recovered? Before old Master Qin could make his final decision, Shunan suddenly spoke up again. Shunan? What are you trying to do? Qin Yuru shot Shunan a glare, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. After beating up Lin Zihao and causing such a huge mess, she dared not let Shunan act recklessly. I almost forgot. Aren't some people bragging about getting Tianqi Company's debt back? Qin Lulu seized the chance to deliver a ruthless jab. So, got the money back yet? Her lips curled into a smug sneer, Qin Lulu's face brimming with scorn. Just wait and see. Tianqi Company should be delivering the money any minute now. Ignoring Qin Lulu's smug expression, Shunan finished his breakfast and glanced up at the wall clock. How ridiculous. Talking big like that, you're not afraid of biting your tongue?
If Tianqi Company could just hand over the money, I'd chew this table to bits today. It wasn't just Qin Lulu, everyone in the Qin family stared at Shunan as if he were an idiot. What kind of background does Tianqi Company have? Would someone like Jin Day just hand over the money willingly? Not only did Qin Lulu refuse to believe it, but even Qin Yuru herself couldn't bring herself to accept Shunan's words. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yuru tugged at Shunan's sleeve, terrified he might blurt out something even more astonishing. I'm not talking nonsense. You'll see soon enough. Shunan wiped his mouth and gave a mysterious smile. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Old butler Uncle Qin led a man swiftly to old Master Qin's side. Master, Tianqi Company has sent someone. They say they're here to repay our money. Chapter 18, I'll grant you that privilege. Repay the money? When the old steward Uncle Qin uttered these words, every member of the Qin family present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Behind Uncle Qin, a man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward and addressed old Master Qin with utmost respect. Greetings, head of the Qin family. I am the chief financial officer of Tianqi Corporation. This is a check personally signed by our chairman Jin. The total amount is 20 million. With that, the man handed over the check. How could it be 20 million? Did I hear that correctly? Qin Lulu stared at the man in utter disbelief. Not just her, even Qin Jianhai was taken aback. The man in the suit glanced at Qin Lulu, then offered an apologetic explanation with a forced smile. Mr. Jin deeply regrets the delay in this payment. The extra 10 million is a token of Mr. Jin's goodwill. Oh, and... At this point, the man in the suit pulled another contract from his briefcase and turned to Qin Lulu, who was closest to him. You must be Miss Qin. This is Tianqi Company's renewal contract, a project worth 30 million in total. Our CEO Jin has been entrusted to convey his hope of continuing our partnership with Qin Pharmaceutical. Upon hearing the man in the suit finish his statement, the Qin family members were taken aback. Not only did they promptly repay the debt, but also expressed a desire to continue working with Qin Pharmaceutical? Has Tianqi Company changed its tune? A 30 million yuan project. Even for the headquarters, this was no small achievement. Got it. This must be a surprise Wang Xiao prepared for me. I told you so. Young Master Wang and President Jin are old friends. He must have tipped President Jin off in advance. Qin Lulu exclaimed with sudden realization, her face lighting up with delight. With that, she picked up her pen and signed the contract. Swish, swish, swish. After signing her name on the contract, Qin Lulu shot a smug glance at Qin Yuru. Trying to outsmart me? You're nowhere near my level. Wait. Aren't you Miss Qin Yuru? The man in the suit suddenly noticed the name Qin Lulu had signed and his expression changed abruptly. What's going on? The Qin family members all widened their eyes in curiosity. The man in the suit hurriedly explained. My sincere apologies, I made a mistake. Our CEO, Mr. Jin, specifically stated that this contract must be signed with Miss Qin Yuru. Which one of you is Miss Qin Yuru? Hearing this, Qin Yuru instinctively stepped forward. That's me. The moment he saw Qin Yuru, the man in the suit hurriedly put on an apologetic smile and pulled out a backup contract. We kindly request Miss Qin Yuru to sign it personally. A peculiar expression flashed across his face. Half believing, half doubting, Qin Yuru signed her name. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Did your CEO Jin really say that? Qin Lulu, enraged and humiliated, confronted the man in the suit. It was clearly something she had asked young Master Wang to arrange. How come, in the end, all the benefits went to Qin Yuru? Tucking away the contract, the man in the suit replied with a smile. Those were Mr. Jin's exact words. I'm just following protocol. Miss Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After seeking approval from Qin Yuru, the man in the suit turned and left the Qin residence with the contract in hand. The moment he was gone, Qin Lulu stood frozen in place, then glared at Qin Yuru and Shunan with eyes blazing with fury. It's fake. It must be fake. What checks, what contracts, it's all fake. That guy must be an actor you hired, right? Qin Lulu snatched the check and began scrutinizing it closely. Unfortunately, no matter how she examined it, she couldn't find a single trace of forgery. Dad, don't you have a friend at the bank? Call him right now and have him verify this check. I don't believe this kid could actually get Tianqi Company to pay up. Qin Lulu pleaded with her father. Qin Jianhai took the check, nodding skeptically. Whether it's real or fake, we'll find out once we check. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Meanwhile, Qin Yuru approached Shunan with a look of unease and whispered. What exactly are you doing? If this check turns out to be fake, how are we going to clean this up? Clearly, Qin Yuru was also feeling uneasy. After all, the situation had unfolded so suddenly that she still found it hard to believe it was real. Don't worry. Let them investigate. Shunan shrugged indifferently. At that very moment, Qin Jianhai, clutching the phone, suddenly gasped in astonishment. Old Li, you're sure you didn't misread it? Is this check real?
As soon as Qin Jianghai spoke, the other members of the Qin family present immediately gathered around.
Mr. Qin, how could I possibly be mistaken? Whether it's the serial number or the amount, this check is genuine.
A man's voice continued over the phone. The voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present with crystal clarity.
The check was genuine?
In that instant, the expressions on the Qin family members' faces were nothing short of spectacular. Qin Jianghai and his wife looked utterly stunned. Qin Lulu slumped in her chair, her face ashen. Only Qin Weha and his wife wore expressions of pure excitement.
If you ask me, we owe this entirely to Little Chu.
Not only did he recover the old debt for Qin Pharmaceutical, but he also secured a 30 million yuan contract.
Compared to before,
the couple's attitude toward Chu Nan had undergone a complete 180-degree turnaround. Though they'd lost the Longting Group deal,
this single achievement had earned the Qin Yaruo family immense credit.
Even if Qin Jianghai wanted to cause trouble, he'd have to think twice.
Look at the mess you've made.
Qin Jianghai shot Qin Lulu a withering glance, his face darkening.
He was well aware of the Tianqi Company affair.
He had believed victory was assured, that he could use this to oust Qin Yaru and gain complete control over the branch company.
But he never imagined it would turn out like this. This can't be. Young Master Wang clearly gave instructions to Jin Day. How could this happen?
Watching Qin Weha and his wife gloating triumphantly, Qin Lulu seethed with frustration. Who knows what kind of dog luck this guy stepped in? Shu Nan turned his gaze to the silent Qin Lulu, patted the table, and laughed.
Hey, sis, now that the money's coming back, shouldn't you keep your promise and eat this table?
At those words, Qin Lulu's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment.
Enough. We're all family here, no need to act like children. Qin Jianhai stepped forward to smooth things over. Uncle sure talks a good game.
I wonder who just demanded to remove Yaro from her position as branch president. Shu Nan said with a mocking smile. This remark left Qin Jianghai feeling rather embarrassed. Since Tianqi Company's accounts are being recovered, Yaro will naturally retain her position as branch president. Furthermore, given Yaro's performance at the branch this time, I will personally propose commendation for her at the board meeting. The plan to remove Qin Yaruo from her position had failed.
With no other choice, Qin Jianhai had to back down. Hearing this, Qin Yaru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Commendations were nothing but empty titles. As long as she could retain her position as president of the branch company, she still had a chance to enter the headquarters. Moreover, this incident served as atonement for her earlier failure in the Longting Group partnership. Oomph. This won't be the end of it.
Watching Qin Yaru not only escape danger but also earn major credit for the Qin family.
Qin Lulu's eyes burned with venomous hatred. Just then, her phone, resting on the table, suddenly vibrated. It was a text message.
Qin Lulu glanced at it curiously, and the resentment filling her heart instantly transformed into a surge of intense delight.
Ha ha ha.
So what if it's just a debt collector? What's there to be so cocky about? Qin Lulu held her phone high, showing it off to everyone. Guess what this is? Young Master Wang agreed to help the Qin family secure an invitation to the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce's bidding banquet. Her voice suddenly grew much louder. Her earlier displeasure vanished completely, and Qin Lulu resumed her haughty demeanor.
What? An invitation to the bidding banquet?
The moment Qin Lulu spoke, the Qin family members present all shifted uncomfortably in their seats.
Lulu, are you telling the truth?
Even Qin Jianghai, overcome with excitement, turned to his daughter for confirmation. Qin Lulu clutched her phone, her voice brimming with pride.
Dad, young Master Wang said it himself, how could it be fake? The dinner guests will be bigwigs from all walks of life. Maybe our Qin family can make some connections too. If we manage to land a single project, we'd hit the jackpot.
After all, this was Sichuan Province's premier business event, held only once every 3 years. Though called a banquet, it was essentially a bidding conference organized by the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce.
Any project put up for bid carries a minimum value of at least 10 billion yuan.
If Qin Pharmaceutical could win just one bid, the profits would be in the tens of millions no less. This was precisely why Qin Lulu was so triumphant. Compared to the 10 million Qin Yaru had recovered in debt, the value of this invitation in her hands was multiplied beyond measure. I heard these invitation cards to the bidding banquet have been scalped for astronomical prices on the black market. Lulu securing an invitation for our Qin family is truly a monumental achievement.
Qin Lulu's mother, Lu Lirong, shot a glance at Chunan and couldn't resist boasting.
In my opinion, only someone as outstanding as young Master Wang is worthy of becoming a son-in-law to the Qin family.
Lu Lirong's words instantly drew displeased looks from the Qin Weha family.
But there was no denying it. This invitation to the bidding banquet was indeed worth its weight in gold.
Good, good, good. You're all doing splendidly. The eldest son has done well.
If we manage to win this bidding banquet by some stroke of luck, it would naturally be a great blessing for our Qin family. Even the usually silent old Master Qin couldn't help but offer his praise.
Grandfather, rest assured. Young Master Wang has already confirmed that Lu Pharmaceutical Group will be attending this event. He'll do everything in his power to help me secure that major project from Lu Group. Hearing the elder's praise, Qin Lulu stepped forward to speak. The Lu Group? At that moment, even Qin Jianghai's eyes lit up upon hearing Qin Lulu's words. This was one of China's foremost pharmaceutical giants. Within China's pharmaceutical industry, it was a renowned billion-dollar conglomerate. If they could truly secure a partnership with Lu Group, it would be an opportunity of a lifetime for the Qin family. More importantly, if his daughter could achieve such monumental merit, who else but Qin Jianhai could possibly claim the position of head of the Qin family? You're eager to attend this bidding banquet too? Ignoring Qin Lulu and the others, Shunan's gaze shifted to the slightly dejected Qin Yuru. Qin Yuru nodded, then added with a self-deprecating smile. It's just a pity I'm not a member of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce. Who do you think you are? In the end, she still couldn't outdo her own big sister. Little sister, it's good you know. Don't think being some branch president makes you so special. What your elder sister can accomplish, you'll never match in a lifetime. Hearing this, Qin Lulu shot Qin Yuru a look that held nothing but contempt and disdain. She would make Qin Yuru understand who was the true pride of the Qin family. Don't speak too soon. Shunan shot Qin Lulu a cold glance before turning to Qin Yuru with a serious expression. It's just an invitation, after all. If you want it, I'll grant you that privilege. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shunan began rummaging through his coat. Ha ha ha. Don't embarrass yourself. An invitation to the bidding banquet is worth at least 10 million. Do you even deserve to have one? Watching Shunan put on such a show, Qin Lulu mocked him mercilessly. To her eyes, Shunan's actions at that moment made him look like nothing more than a clown. Yet, in the very next instant, a slightly crumpled, gold-embossed red invitation suddenly appeared in Shunan's hand. This should be the thing. Shunan handed the invitation to Qin Yuru standing before him. This really is the invitation to the bidding banquet? Chapter 19, The invitation is fake. Qin Yuru had intended to dissuade Shunan. But upon seeing the invitation in his hand, a look of astonishment flashed across her pretty face. For on that crimson invitation, there was indeed the exclusive seal of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce. 4 characters in gold foil. 4 Winds Merchants Guild. This time, not only Qin Yuru, but even Qin Lulu and the others froze in place. Lulu, is this really an invitation from the Four Winds Merchants Guild? Qin Jianhai asked his daughter with a look of disbelief. No way. This must be fake. Qin Lulu blurted out without hesitation, staring at the crumpled invitation in Shunan's hand. Shunan, I know you want to prove yourself to the Chu family, but this ploy is just too obvious. An invitation from the Four Winds Chamber is incredibly valuable. If you're going to fake it, at least make it look decent. An invitation worth tens of millions was practically a treasure. How could anyone treat it with such careless disregard? Hearing Qin Lulu's words, the Qin family members present shot Shunan contemptuous glances. They certainly didn't believe that Shunan, a penniless country bumpkin, could possess such connections. Obtaining a Four Winds Chamber invitation. That was 100 times harder than collecting debts from Tianqi Corporation. That's none of your concern. The invitation isn't for you. Why should I explain its authenticity to you? Ignoring Qin Lulu's skeptical voice, Shunan replied coldly. I trust Shunan. Just as everyone looked skeptical, Qin Yuru suddenly stood beside Shunan. Big sis, what proof do you have that Shunan's invitation is fake? Qin Yuru countered on Shunan's behalf. Evidence? Qin Lulu shot Qin Yuru a look of utter contempt. My poor, foolish little sister. You still don't know? Only members of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce are eligible to receive invitation letters. That's been the rule all along. The Wang family is one of the council members of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. It was only through young Master Wang's favor that I was able to secure an invitation for our Qin family. Do you still believe this invitation is genuine? Qin Lulu finished speaking. Qin Yuru tried to speak, but her confidence faltered. Indeed, as the other had said, how could an invitation from the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce have fallen into Shunan's hands so easily? At that moment, the Qin family members all realized the truth. It turned out that only members of the Four Winds Merchants Guild were eligible to receive the invitation. Given that, the authenticity of Shunan's invitation was self-evident. Being poor is not to be feared. What is truly dreadful is deceit and overreaching ambition. If we were to attend the banquet with a fake invitation, wouldn't the Qin family become the laughingstock of the entire Rongqing business community? And to think my grandfather trusted you so much. Qin Lulu strode triumphantly before the old patriarch and declared loudly. Her goal, of course, was to make her grandfather see Nan's true colors. Have you finished? Shunan gave Qin Lulu a faint glance before patting the dining table and smiling. How about we make another bet? If you don't believe me, you can call the Sifeng Merchants Association yourself to verify the truth. But I can't guarantee you'll still be able to stomach this table. At these words, Qin Lulu's face turned an ugly shade of pale. For a moment, she actually felt a pang of guilt. Meanwhile, Qin Weha and his wife wore grim expressions. Enough! Is this embarrassment not enough?
Hearing Qin Lulu's words, they naturally didn't believe the invitation in Chunan's hand was genuine. If this matter reached the Four Winds Merchants Guild, the Qin family would suffer an utterly devastating loss of face. Enough. There must be some misunderstanding here. Young Chu isn't that kind of person. The old man waved his hand, signaling Qin Lulu to stop speaking. Ahem. No sooner had he spoken than the old man clasped his fist over his mouth, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. Grandpa, are you okay? Seeing this, Qin Lulu hurried forward, her face filled with concern. Old man, let me take your pulse. Noticing the old man's pallid complexion, Chunan also stepped forward to diagnose his pulse. I'm fine. It's just old age bringing on a few minor ailments. Old Master Qin smiled, signaling that there was no need for concern. The old gentleman has just recovered from a serious illness and is still feeling a bit under the weather. Let me gather a couple of herbal prescriptions. A few days of recuperation should see him back to his old self. Withdrawing his hand, Chunan spoke up. Talking up such a big deal, who knows if it'll even work? Qin Lulu muttered under her breath. In her eyes, Chunan's sudden favor with the old man was nothing more than a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, merely a flu cure for his ailment. Otherwise, how could such a country bumpkin possibly be worthy of stepping foot into the Qin family's door? Dad, since you're feeling unwell, take it easy these next couple of days. As for the cooperation negotiations with the Meng family these next 2 days, leave them to me. Qin Jianghai spoke with feigned concern, yet a hint of eagerness flickered in his eyes. This scene, of course, did not escape Chunan's notice. That bastard Qin Jianghai probably had ulterior motives. I'll leave the matter of collaborating with the Meng family to you. Old Master Qin nodded, then turned his gaze to Qin Weha beside him. Second son, you still have much to learn from your eldest brother regarding company affairs. Understood, father. Qin Weha replied in a somewhat subdued tone. In terms of capability, he was indeed no match for his elder brother, Qin Jianghai. That's why over the years, the old man had always entrusted company matters to Qin Jianghai. As the vice president, Qin Weha could only assist in minor tasks. Beside him, Qin Yaru witnessed this scene and could only sigh silently to herself. Her father had a gentle nature and never dared to compete with her eldest uncle. Although grandfather no longer favored his eldest sister as he once did, with his eldest uncle still around, their family remained the target of mistreatment. Grandfather, I want to join the headquarters. After much deliberation, Qin Yaru mustered her courage and addressed the old man. The words left the Qin family members stunned. Qin Lulu sneered. Little sister, ever since you took charge of the branch office, its quarterly performance has been mediocre. If I let you join the headquarters, wouldn't it make people laugh at the Qin family for nepotism and lack of fairness? Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Qin Yaru felt deeply wronged. Though she held the title of branch president, she was little more than a figurehead. The real control of the branch remained firmly in the hands of headquarters. She had proposed numerous suggestions for improving the branch, but every single one had been rejected by headquarters. Yaru, I know you want to join headquarters, but with your current qualifications, you still need more experience. Seeming to read Qin Yaru's thoughts, Qin Jianghai deliberately adopted a stern tone. Here's the deal, headquarters will be entering into partnership negotiations with Meng's Pharmaceuticals. If you can secure their agreement to our partnership, I'll make an exception and bring you into headquarters. As soon as Qin Jianghai finished speaking, Qin Weha and his wife were the first to show a change in their expressions. Send Yaruo to negotiate with Meng's Pharmaceuticals? That task would be difficult even for headquarters. Meng's Pharmaceuticals was a renowned pharmaceutical giant in Sichuan province, holding a higher standing in the medical industry than even the Qin family. Even the Qin family had little confidence in securing this partnership. And now they wanted Qin Yaru to handle the negotiations? To get into headquarters, one must possess extraordinary talent. Little sister, if you think this task is too difficult, maybe you should just give up. Qin Lulu advised in a sarcastic tone. No. I'm willing to give it a shot. Qin Yaru lifted her head, her tone unwavering. This single sentence took the Qin family members completely by surprise. Shunan glanced at the woman beside him, a faint smile curving his lips. No one understood better than he did the determination Qin Yaru possessed to join the headquarters. Even if collaborating with the Meng family seemed as difficult as climbing to the heavens. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would never give up. In that case, then let's follow the boss's suggestion. If Yaru can seal this deal, she'll join the headquarters board of directors. Seeing Qin Yaru's unwavering confidence, old Master Qin smiled and agreed. What? Let her join the company's board of directors? Chapter 20, Refuse the offer, face the consequences. It was originally meant to be a trap for Qin Yaru. But upon hearing the old man's words, Qin Lulu was instantly dumbfounded. Joining the board meant instantly becoming a senior executive at headquarters. That position was even higher than her own. Not only Qin Lulu, but even Qin Jianghai hadn't expected the old man to be so generous this time. Thank you, grandfather. Hearing the old man's words, Qin Yaru was also deeply moved. If she could truly join the company's board of directors, she would finally have firmly established herself within the Qin family.
Don't get too excited just yet. So many people want to partner with the Meng family. You should take a good look at yourself and see if you're even capable of it. Qin Lulu snorted coldly, her eyes brimming with disdain. She certainly didn't believe Qin Yuru could secure a partnership with the Meng family. Whether it succeeds or not, I'll give it my all. Facing Qin Lulu's gaze, Qin Yuru stood up abruptly. It's getting late. I need to head to the branch office. Outside the Qin residence, a BMW sped away. Qin Yuru was driving, while Chunan sat in the passenger seat. Are you really going to collect the debt from Tianqi Company? Qin Yuru suddenly asked Chunan. Today, she and her father, Qin Weha, had narrowly escaped danger, thanks to Tianqi Company's assistance. Not only had they proactively repaid the debt, but they had even presented a 30 million yuan contract. Qin Yuru wasn't stupid. For someone like Jin Day to proactively extend goodwill, it was clear someone was secretly pulling strings behind the scenes. No need to thank me too much. After all, I said I'd take care of you. In the passenger seat, Chunan grinned. Regardless, I have to thank you for this. But that invitation letter, you went too far. Do you realize what you've done? You've made the Qin family a laughingstock throughout Rongqing's business circles. Qin Yuru sighed. Hearing this, Chunan smiled faintly. You think that invitation was fake too? Isn't it obvious? Qin Yuru glanced at Chunan. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, that invitation is useless to me. If you don't like it, just throw it away. Chunan remarked. Hearing this, Qin Yuru frowned, about to speak, when her gaze suddenly fell upon a Bentley parked outside the branch office entrance. Outside the car stood a stunning figure in a red gown. Ms. Xiao? Qin Yuru stopped the car, looking at Xiao Hong before her with surprise. Hello, Miss Qin. Xiao Hong greeted Qin Yuru politely, but her gaze immediately shifted to Chunan, who had just stepped out of the passenger seat. She hurried over. What brings you here? Chunan glanced at Xiao Hong. This woman waiting at the branch office entrance early in the morning couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Mr. Chu, I'm here to return your clothes. Your jacket fell in my car last night. Xiao Hong gave a faint smile before retrieving a coat from the car. I've already washed it clean. Xiao Hong handed her coat to Chunan. At that moment, Qin Yuru's expression turned slightly unusual upon witnessing the scene. How did Chunan's clothes end up in Xiao Hong's car? What exactly happened last night? For a moment, Qin Yuru couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Nothing to worry about. I'll be going now. Oh, right. After handing over the clothes, Xiao Hong turned to look at Qin Yuru behind her just as she was about to get into the car. She gave a slight smile and said, Miss Qin, you've truly found yourself a wonderful man. With that, Xiao Hong got into the car and drove away. Qin Yuru stood there, looking utterly perplexed. You were drunk last night. She was the one who drove us back to the Qin residence. Watching Xiao Hong depart, Chunan casually explained to Qin Yuru. Last night? Hearing this, Qin Yuru suddenly understood. So that invitation letter was also from Mr. Xiao? And the Tianqi Company matter, Mr. Xiao handled that for you too? Seeing Xiao Hong, Qin Yuru suddenly understood everything. She had been wondering how Chunan could make Jin Day obediently repay the money. And then there was that invitation from the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce. Only Chamber Council members had the authority to issue such invitations. And as luck would have it, Xiao Hong was one of the Four Winds Chamber's 8 directors. Chunan hadn't lied. That invitation letter was genuine. Why didn't you explain this when we were at the Qin residence? Qin Yuru demanded of Chunan. Even if I had, given your uncle's family's temperament, would they have believed me? Besides, why should I have to explain myself to them? Chunan shrugged, slipped on his coat, and headed toward the branch office. Stop right there. Qin Yuru called out to stop Chunan. Chunan halted, turning his head to look at the person behind him. Is there something else? Why did you help me? After hesitating repeatedly, Qin Yuru couldn't help but ask. If you only feel indebted, there's no need for that. I told you, what happened that night was just a misunderstanding. I've long since forgotten it, and you don't need to feel like you owe me anything. Besides, there's no future between us. Qin Yuru didn't know why she was saying these things. But the thought that Chunan's action stemmed solely from a sense of obligation toward her left a bitter taste in her mouth. Don't overthink it. I only helped you because you're Grandpa Qin's granddaughter. Chunan waved his hand dismissively. Just because of that? Qin Yuru looked at Chunan, her expression complex. As long as I can secure the partnership with the Meng family, I'll gain a seat on the headquarters board of directors. As agreed, once I've secured my position within the Qin family, we can divorce. Qin Yuru looked at Chunan and suddenly broke into a smile. Then congratulations in advance. A smile spread across Chunan's face as well. With that, he turned and walked away. Qin Yuru remained standing there, feeling inexplicably downcast. You fool! You just went and used up such an enormous favor from Boss Xiao. Now I owe you even more. Qin Yuru muttered to herself.
Little did she know that despite being dozens of meters away, with Chunan's keen hearing, her words couldn't possibly escape his ears.
Inside the branch office. In the security office on the first floor. Brother Chang, that guy's here. Two men in security uniforms spotted Chunan nearby and immediately called out. Perfect timing. The young miss personally instructed us to teach that kid a lesson. Wang Dongxiang, sporting a crew cut and serving as deputy captain, sat behind his desk with a sinister grin. The security captain position was always mine to begin with. This pretty boy dares to compete with me? He's asking for trouble. As he spoke, Chunan's figure had already stepped outside the office. Bang! Before Chunan could knock, the security office door suddenly swung open. Two young security guards blocked his path, sneering contemptuously. Kid, you're Chunan, right? What do you want? Chunan stared at the two men before him with a cold gaze. Of course we have business. Our boss Chang said the branch doesn't want you here. He wants you to quit and get lost. The two men sneered coldly. Their slovenly demeanor bore no resemblance to security guards, they looked more like street thugs. Resign and get lost? Fine. Chunan suddenly cracked a grin, revealing a hint of mockery. You agree? The two guards froze, stunned that things had gone unexpectedly smoothly. Could it be that Chunan had been intimidated by their domineering aura? Resigning isn't out of the question. You two jerks better get down on your knees, kowtow 3 times, and call me grandpa 3 times, then maybe I'll consider it. Chapter 21, If I don't intervene, you'll die. 3 kowtows? Call him grandfather 3 times? Chunan's words instantly sent both of them into a rage. Only then did they realize they'd been played by Chunan. You little brat, you won't take the wine offered, so you'll drink the punishment wine. Today we'll teach you a lesson. The two glared at Chunan, raising their hands to teach him a lesson. But alas! Before their fists could even rise, Chunan delivered 2 swift kicks, sending both men flying backward. Thud! Thud! Inside the security room, before Wang Dongxiang could react, his 2 henchmen suddenly flew through the door. Clang! Clang! 2 figures crashed directly into the desk. What the hell? You can't even handle a kid? Wang Dongxiang's face darkened with anger at the sight. He instinctively looked up to see a figure striding in. So you're the brother Chang they've been talking about? Chunan asked with a smile as he looked at Wang Dongxiang before him. You little punk, you dare lay a hand on my people right after joining the branch office? Your people? Chunan glanced at the 2 guys on the ground. You mean these 2 useless pieces of trash? Seeing Chunan's blatant provocation, Wang Dongxiang's anger flared. Accustomed to running roughshod over the branch office, this was the first time he'd suffered such humiliation. You foolhardy bastard! With a furious shout, Wang Dongxiang grabbed the baton from his waist and lunged at Chunan. He'd been looking for an opportunity to teach Chunan a lesson, but never expected Chunan to strike first. After all, Chunan was just a company security guard. Wang Dongxiang had at least served in the military for several years and possessed some combat experience. He was certain Chunan stood no chance against him. The next second, the baton was raised high in his hand. Before Wang Dongxiang could bring it down, a face suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Chunan cracked a smile, revealing an innocent-looking grin. Then, a chill of death descended. How is this possible? Wang Dongxiang trembled violently, his gaze dropping to Chunan's right hand. Somehow, Chunan had picked up the pen from the table, its sharp tip now pressed against his jaw. It would take only a second. No, not even a second. The pen in Chunan's hand could pierce his carotid artery. Clatter! The baton slipped from his grasp and fell limply to the floor. Even Wang Dongxiang, as dim-witted as he was, knew he'd met his match this time. He'd heard rumors about ancient martial artists back in the military. Witnessing Chunan's prowess now, he was certain this man was precisely such an ancient martial arts master. Spill it. Who ordered you to do this today? Chunan patted Wang Dongxiang on the shoulder. At that very moment, cold sweat instantly broke out on Wang Dongxiang's forehead. His knees buckled, and he couldn't help but kneel before Chunan. Brother Chu, Grandpa Chu. This has nothing to do with me. It was all the young Mrs. orders. She told me to teach you a lesson. Wang Dongxiang hurriedly explained. That woman again. Chunan frowned. Last time with Tianchi Company, it was Qin Lulu secretly sabotaging things. If not for old Master Qin's sake, how could Chunan have endured this long? You may all rise. Glancing at Wang Dongxiang and the others, Chunan walked straight over and sat down behind the desk. Thank you, boss, for sparing our lives. Wang Dongxiang, seeing this, kicked his 2 henchmen feigning death aside. The 3 hurriedly gathered before Chunan. Boss? Hearing their address, Chunan paused in surprise. That's right. You're now the security captain, so naturally you're our boss. Wang Dongxiang said with a fawning expression. Chunan smiled in return. Forget it. I won't dwell on what happened before. Starting today, I call the shots for the branch security team. At these words, Wang Dongxiang and the other 2 nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. Rest assured, boss. We 3 will follow your lead without question. From now on, if you say go east, we won't go west. Seeing these three fall in line so readily, Shunan felt no need to dwell on past grievances. Alright, today is my first official day on the job. Now, tell me everything about the branch office. No sooner had Shunan finished speaking. Wang Dongxiang and the others immediately began chattering away, introducing everything to Shunan. By noon, after handing over the company's security team matters to Wang Dongxiang and the others, Shunan, now the security chief, became a hands-off manager. It wasn't laziness, but rather because he needed to procure 2 doses of medicine for old Master Qin to help him recuperate. Jiang. As Chengdu's premier traditional Chinese medicine clinic, it was usually bustling with patients. Yet today, it felt unusually quiet. The lobby had been cleared long ago. Several plainclothes bodyguards stood vigilantly around the perimeter, their eyes sharp with alertness. At that moment, Dr. Sun Anren, who was on duty, was taking the pulse of an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire sitting before him. Master Sun, what do you think? Can you really cure my grandfather's illness? The young woman waiting nearby asked anxiously. Sun Anren, still taking the pulse, wore a grave expression. The pulse fluctuates between steady and chaotic. Such a complex pulse pattern is unprecedented in my lifetime. Mr. Lu's heart condition is truly peculiar. I'm afraid even I am at a loss. Hearing Sun Anren's words, the woman's expression instantly darkened. What? Aren't you the most renowned physician in Rongcheng? How could you fail to cure my grandfather's illness? Her emotions flared, and her tone towards Sun Anren grew harsh. Shaman, show respect to Dr. Sun. The elderly man in traditional Chinese attire beside them spoke sternly. He seemed hardly surprised by Sun Anren's response. After all, over the years of seeking medical help, Sun Anren wasn't the only renowned doctor who couldn't cure his illness. Grandpa, I told you before that we should seek treatment abroad, but you insisted on believing in traditional Chinese medicine. I looked into this Sun fellow before. He didn't cure that old man from the Qin family at all. If you ask me, all these so-called traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, they're nothing but frauds with empty reputations. Lu Xiaoman spoke with some indignation, her tone dripping with contempt for traditional Chinese medicine. Miss Lu, perhaps this old man's skills fall short, but the art of traditional Chinese medicine has a long and distinguished history. It's not as worthless as you make it out to be. Sun Anren retorted, his face darkening. Oomph. If it weren't for my grandfather's sake today, I'd have your Jishir Tang sign torn down. Grandfather, let's go. Lu Xiaoman helped the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire to his feet, making a move to leave. At that very moment, a figure stepped inside the Jishir Tang. Is anyone here? Such a big shop, and no one comes out to greet customers? As soon as Chunan stepped inside Jiang, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. Senior, how did you find us? Upon seeing Chunan, Sun Anren was overcome with emotion. Master Lu, there's hope for your illness. This is the divine physician who cured the head of the Qin family. Sun Anren turned and exclaimed to the elderly gentleman in traditional Chinese attire who was about to leave. Senior? Divine healer? Upon hearing Sun Anren's address to Chunan, the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire appraised the young man who had just entered. When he saw that Chunan was barely in his 20s, his face registered utter surprise. Master Sun, are you certain he can cure my illness? The old man in the traditional Chinese attire spoke with a hint of skepticism. Had Sun the divine physician not spoken these words himself, the old man would likely have turned and left long ago. Grandfather, I told you this man can't be trusted. How old is this kid? Does he even deserve to be called a divine doctor? Before Sun Anren could speak, Lu Xiaoman blurted out from the side. Shunan frowned slightly, glancing at the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire before replying with a dismissive tone. He's hardly a divine physician. But if I hadn't treated your grandfather's illness, he would have died within half a month. Chapter 22, within 2 days, you will beg me. Die within half a month? Wasn't he cursing her grandfather to death? Lu Xiaoman flew into a rage upon hearing this. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Not only Lu Xiaoman, but even Sun Anren was utterly shocked. After all, the elderly man standing before him was none other than Lu Jianye, the renowned patriarch of the prestigious Lu family of medicine. As for the middle-aged man in the suit beside him, that was his granddaughter, Lu Xiaoman. I'm not talking nonsense. Shunan crossed his arms, sizing up Lu Jianye in his traditional Chinese attire. Let me ask you, sir, is it a heart ailment you suffer from? Do you experience crushing chest pain every night when you try to sleep? And have you recently developed a craving for greasy, fatty foods, especially animal offal? Lu Jianye froze upon hearing Chunan's words. Spot on. Even Lu Jianye himself couldn't believe it. Symptoms he hadn't even shared with Sun Anren were all accurately described by Chunan. Curiosity piqued, Lu Jianye turned to Chunan and asked. Young man, how did you figure that out? That he could recognize the angina pectoris might not have surprised Lu Jianye quite so much. After all, Lu Jianye had been seeking medical help for quite some time. With a little inquiry, discovering this condition wouldn't be unusual.
But Chunan had also pinpointed his recent craving for greasy, fatty foods, especially his particular fondness for animal offal. This was a detail even the Lu family members themselves were unaware of.
Amateurs look at the spectacle, professionals see the subtleties. How I figured it out. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Ignoring Lu Jianye, Chunan strode straight to the front desk of the pharmacy. Kid, how dare you talk to my grandfather like that? Do you even know who we are? Lu Xiaoman glared at Chunan.
Across all of Rongqing, few dared to speak to the Lu family like this.
Who you are has nothing to do with me.
Chunan shot Lu Xiaoman a dismissive glance, his tone utterly unconcerned. Those words sent a wave of fury coursing through Lu Xiaoman.
Shut it.
Show no disrespect to the young divine physician.
Before Lu Xiaoman could say another word, Lu Jianye immediately snapped. With that, Lu Jianye walked over to Chunan with a smile. Young divine physician, since you've diagnosed my ailment, might I ask if you have a cure? A cure? Chunan smiled indifferently. Of course I have a cure. But why should I treat you?
Chunan's words left the others in the room momentarily stunned.
Especially Sun Anren. He knew Lu Jianye's standing.
Across all of Rongqing, countless people sought to befriend him.
Such an incredible opportunity, and Chunan was actually going to refuse?
Little divine physician, if you're willing to help, name your terms.
No matter the consultation fee, the Lu family will never haggle. Lu Jianye declared immediately.
At that moment, Sun Anren hurriedly stepped forward.
Elder, this is the head of the Lu family.
Mr. Lu has devoted his life to charitable causes, donating generously to our Sichuan Red Cross Society. He is Chengdu's foremost philanthropist. If you truly possess a cure, I humbly beg you to save old Master Lu's life.
Hearing Sun Anren's words, Chunan couldn't help but take a closer look at Lu Jianye.
The man possessed a broad forehead and thick eyebrows, with a faint rosy glow, clear signs of accumulated virtue. He certainly appeared to be a kind-hearted man. Unfortunately, a faint dark line flickered between his brows, suggesting recent misfortune. It's not impossible for me to intervene. But first, you must agree to two conditions. Chunan paused for a moment before speaking.
Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman's expression immediately darkened.
Kid, your appetite is a bit too big. Who knows if you're the real deal or just some con artist? For the Lu family to agree to two demands from Chunan. To Lu Xiaoman, this was nothing short of extortion. If Chunan truly possessed such abilities, he could have cured her grandfather first before making demands.
Xiaoman, how dare you?
Lu Jianye shot his granddaughter a stern look, then turned to Chunan with a warm smile.
Young divine physician, my granddaughter has been presumptuous.
Please state your terms freely, young doctor. True to his reputation as the head of the Lu family, Lu Jianye harbored his own doubts about Chunan, yet he showed not a trace of skepticism at this moment. Seeing Lu Jianye's demeanor, Chunan cleared his throat and said, You have accumulated immense merit, yet misfortune still clings to you. To protect yourself, you must perform more acts of kindness. The first task requires you to allocate 10 billion yuan for charitable causes. This must be done personally. Delegating it to others will greatly diminish your blessings. In the grand hall, the sudden words left everyone momentarily stunned.
Sun Anren hadn't anticipated that Chunan's first condition would be this.
Lu Xiaoman, however, sneered.
10 billion? Why don't you just go rob someone?
Grandfather, what nonsense is this fellow spouting? This isn't some traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he's clearly just a con artist from under the bridge.
It wasn't just Lu Xiaoman, Lu Jianye was also feeling doubtful at this point.
He didn't believe in ghosts and spirits, nor was he superstitious by nature. So he couldn't help but feel skeptical about Chunan's claims. This little doctor sure is an interesting fellow. Very well. Here is my calling card. If the young doctor can truly cure my heart ailment, he is welcome to come to the Lu household and try his hand at it. As for the terms, the Lu family will honor them without fail once the task is accomplished. Lu Jianye spoke, then pulled out a card and handed it to Chunan. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoman, standing nearby, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. Her grandfather's business card was no ordinary thing. Across the entire city of Rongqing, the number of people qualified to receive his grandfather's card could probably be counted on two hands. This is the Lu family's stepping stone. It seems old Master Lu still doesn't quite trust me. Very well. Within 2 days, your heart ailment will worsen beyond cure. I have a heart essence pill here. Take it for now. It will temporarily preserve your life for 3 days. Noting Lu Jianye's suspicion, Chunan made no further demands, merely producing a white pill and handing it over. Kid, are you cursing my grandfather or something? Who knows what kind of pill this is? What if it's poison? Lu Xiaoman's face flushed with anger, but before she could refuse Chunan, her grandfather raised his hand to stop her. Though I haven't yet learned to view life and death with equanimity, I've seen countless people in my lifetime. Young friend, you don't strike me as one to speak recklessly. I'm willing to trust you this once. With that, Lu Jianye reached out and accepted the pill from Chunan. May I ask your name, young friend? Chunan. Chunan answered, standing where he was.
Lu Jianye tucked away the pill, nodded briefly to Chunan and Sun Anren, then turned and walked away. Oomph. I'm not falling for tricks from a con artist like you. Before leaving, Lu Xiaoman turned back and sneered coldly at Chunan. 2 days. Watching Lu Jianye and the others walk away, Chunan suddenly spoke up. Their figures froze instantly. Within 2 days, you will come begging me. If you miss this chance, not even a great immortal could save your life. Chunan tossed out the words with casual indifference. It was precisely these words that sent a chill through Lu Jianye's heart. Let's go. Lu Xiaoman paid no heed, steadying her grandfather as she strode straight out of the Jishur hall. Grandpa, that kid is nothing but a charlatan. Don't let him fool you. I'll have someone contact hospitals overseas immediately. We'll definitely cure your illness. Outside Jiang, Lu Xiaoman spoke to her grandfather with a hint of irritation. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that her grandfather had already fallen for that young man's nonsense. Let's head back to the Lu residence first. Lu Jianye didn't argue. He simply slid into the backseat of the Mercedes, fingering a white pill in his hand. The man who had built the Lu family into a top-tier pharmaceutical enterprise possessed intellect far beyond ordinary people. Yet today, faced with Chunan's claims, he found himself momentarily unable to discern truth from falsehood. Chapter 23, Hooking Up with a Rich Woman, Rising Above the Rest. Inside Jiang. After Lu Jianye and his entourage had departed, Sun Anren couldn't help but sigh. Senior, the Lu family is no ordinary clan. If we could treat old Master Lu, it would be an immense favor. Sun Anren naturally felt regret for Chunan, who had missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chunan shot Sun Anren a knowing look and chuckled. If it's such a big deal, why don't you go treat him? Hearing this, Sun Anren couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. My medical skills are limited. I couldn't even identify the root cause of old Master Lu's illness. How could I dare to treat it recklessly? Ever since treating the Qin family patriarch, Sun Anren had learned his lesson. He dared not recklessly administer acupuncture to save lives when he lacked certainty about the illness. Senior, may I ask what exactly ails the Lu family patriarch? In my half-century of practice, I've never encountered such a case. This thought prompted Sun Anren to ask Chunan with genuine curiosity. At that moment, Chunan's expression also darkened slightly as his gaze followed the direction Lu Jianye had departed. It's neither illness nor poison. Of course you couldn't diagnose it. If I'm not mistaken, this old man has been cursed. A curse? Sun Anren's eyelid twitched, his aged face flushing with alarm. Though he knew nothing of witchcraft, he had heard tales of it. Such curses were often hidden, colorless and odorless. Those afflicted might die without ever realizing they'd been cursed. Most crucially, witchcraft was treacherous and cunning, and the methods to counter it were exceedingly difficult. Senior, can you even break this curse? Sun Anren recalled Chunan's earlier words and asked hesitantly. Witchcraft originated in the Miao region and was said to have been lost for many years. Those who know how to cast curses are few and far between, let alone those who know how to break them. Chunan nodded and replied. Within 2 days, if he agrees to take the heart essence pill, I may still be able to attempt a cure. But if he doesn't trust me. At this point, Chunan could only shake his head with a wry smile. Hearing this, Sun Anren felt both astonished and terrified. He was shocked that Chunan could actually remove the curse from Lu Jianye. His dread stemmed from the Lu family's potential disbelief in Chunan's words today. If they missed the window to administer the heart essence pill, old Master Lu's prospects this time would be grim indeed. Enough. Tomorrow, have someone prepare 2 doses of this formula and send them to the Qin family. Seeing Sun Anren still deep in thought, Chunan slammed the prescription he had brought onto the table. Yes. Sun Anren hastily agreed. As Chunan turned to leave, he called after him. Senior, there's one more matter I'd like to consult you about. I know exactly what you want to ask. Chunan halted in his tracks, then drew a token from his robe. At the sight of the token, Sun Anren's aged face paled. It is indeed the Xianmen token. So you are a member of the main sect, Senior. Sun Anren bowed deeply to Chunan. Ever since Chunan had exposed his sect's origins at the Qin residence, he had secretly contacted the medical immortal sect. Only then did he learn that his own sect was actually a branch of the Xian sect. Chunan's possession of the Xianmen token clearly signified his high standing within the sect. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted Sun Anren off the ground. I presume you've already questioned Bailey Changshan. My identity remains confidential. There is no need for formalities when you see me. Hearing the name Bailey Changshan from Chunan sent a jolt through Sun Anren's heart. That was the name of the leader of his own medical immortal sect. That Chunan knew of Bailey Changshan's existence suggested his identity was far more extraordinary than Sun Anren had imagined. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With a light pat on Sun Anren's shoulder, Chunan smiled and turned to leave. Farewell, Senior. Sun Anren bowed respectfully. Not long after. After leaving Jiang, Chunan headed back to the branch office. Outside the branch office entrance. Boss. The
The three men on patrol, Wang Dongxiang and his crew, immediately plastered on smiles and rushed over as soon as they spotted Chu Nan returning.
Ever since Chu Nan had proven himself to them, Wang Dongxiang and his crew had been thoroughly convinced. They even worked harder than usual. Good work. Seeing the three working diligently, Chu Nan offered a rare compliment. Just then, boom! The roar of an engine filled the air. A BMW swiftly emerged from the parking lot. It's Mr. Qin's car. Upon seeing the BMW, Wang Dongxiang and his two colleagues hurriedly raised the barrier to let it through. After all, Qin Yaru was the president of the branch company. They certainly didn't dare cross her. Swish! Watching the BMW roar toward them, Wang Dongxiang and his two companions stood outside the gate, standing at attention as if awaiting inspection. Brother Chang, if we could marry someone like President Qin in this lifetime, it'd be worth dying for. Ergu, stop dreaming. Who does he think he is? We're just three lowly security guards, we wouldn't even be fit to polish his shoes. Gazing at the nearly million-yuan BMW 7 Series, envy flickered in their eyes. Squeal! With a screech of brakes, the BMW abruptly halted in front of Wang Dongxiang and his companions. The window rolled down, and Qin Yaru in the driver's seat turned to look at them. Get in! This single command instantly froze Wang Dongxiang and his two companions in their tracks. There was no one else around? Was Miss Qin calling them? The three exchanged glances, each seeing the sudden confusion and a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. But the next second, the passenger door swung open. When the trio turned to look, their eyes widened like saucers. Boss? Watching Chu Nan walk straight over, open the door, and slide inside, Wang Dongxiang and the others instinctively rubbed their eyes, fearing they were seeing things. Looks like you're getting along well with them. Hearing Wang Dongxiang and the others address Chu Nan, Qin Yaru shot him a surprised glance. Buckle up. We need to rush back to the Qin residence. Before Chu Nan could respond, Qin Yaru slammed her foot on the accelerator, sending the car hurtling forward. Outside the company gates, Wang Dongxiang and his two companions stood frozen in place, watching as Chu Nan disappeared into the distance in Qin Yaru's BMW. Confusion, shock, and a touch of disbelief. Brother Chang, did I see that right? The boss actually got into President Qin's car? And look at them, chatting and laughing with her. Ergo and the others murmured in disbelief. The scene that had just unfolded seemed almost unreal to all of them. What do you know? I told you all before, the boss isn't an ordinary person. Wang Dongxiang snapped back to his senses and immediately ordered the two beside him. Remember. Keep your mouths shut. After uttering these words, Wang Dongxiang turned his gaze back to the BMW at the end of the street, his eyes brimming with reverence and admiration. No wonder he's the boss, he took down Mr. Qin right off the bat. Looks like we've chosen the right boss after all. Hanging with him, sooner or later, the three of us will land rich women and make it big. Chapter 24, Ancient Formula? I've got it. Not far from the Qin residence. Inside the speeding BMW. You mean Uncle has already been secretly contacting the Meng family? Upon learning the reason for rushing back to the Qin residence from Qin Yaru, Chu Nan was somewhat taken aback. Qin Yaru nodded, a hint of urgency in her eyes. That's right. If my uncle beats me to the punch and seals the deal with the Meng family, I'll lose all hope of joining the headquarters. Hearing this, Chu Nan's expression darkened slightly. Qin Jianghai's move was truly ruthless. On the surface, he pretended to offer terms, agreeing to let Qin Yaru join the headquarters. But behind the scenes, he secretly reached out to the Meng family first. If he were to secure the partnership, the credit would naturally have nothing to do with Qin Yaru. Have you ever considered leaving Qin Pharmaceutical? In the car, Chu Nan suddenly asked. The seemingly casual question caused Qin Yaru's pretty face to freeze in surprise. Leave Qin Pharmaceutical? Feeling the breeze blowing in through the car window, Qin Yaru felt momentarily at a loss. Even if I joined the headquarters, what difference would it make? Given your uncle's family's standing, nearly half the board would likely side with him. What would you possibly use to bring him down then? Chu Nan's seemingly offhand remark pierced Qin Yaru's heart like a sharp needle. But then she shook her head, her expression firm. You're not me. You have no idea what joining the headquarters means to me. I believe that once I'm in headquarters, I'll prove myself and win the board's respect. Upon hearing Qin Yaru's response, Chu Nan remained silent. This was Qin Yaru's choice. He didn't want to interfere. Soon, the car pulled into the Qin family compound. As Qin Yaru and Chu Nan entered the living room, they saw Qin Jianghai and Qin Lulu discussing something with Old Master Qin. The formula for the ox-gall pills is the foundation of our Qin family. No matter what terms the Meng family offers, we cannot hand over the formula for the ox-bile pills to them. The moment Old Master Qin spoke these words, Qin Jianghai's expression darkened. Father. Meng Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical company in Sichuan province. They're genuinely seeking to collaborate with us this time. If we agree to license the formula to them, the Mengs are willing to pay a 10 billion yuan licensing fee. Not only that, but the Meng family can help us go public.
At the mention of going public, Qin Jianghai's tone grew visibly excited. Taking Qin Pharmaceutical public had been his lifelong ambition. Successfully going public would leverage Qin Pharmaceutical's accumulated reputation and foundation over the years, potentially expanding the company's scale several-fold. Enough! Before Qin Jianghai could continue, Old Master Qin cut him off sharply. 15 years ago, it was only through the favor of the old Taoist master that our Qin family was granted the ancient formula for the bile pill. It was precisely through this formula that our family established its foothold in Chengdu. I promised the old Taoist master I would never reveal this formula. If I break that promise for such petty gains, where would that leave my old face? Old Master Qin's tone brooked no argument. Shu Nan, standing nearby, was also somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this matter to involve the old man. 15 years ago. Could it be when Old Master Qin saved me back then? Grandfather is right. The formula for the ox-gall pills is the very foundation of our Qin family. We absolutely cannot hand it over to the Meng family. Qin Yaru stepped forward, walking straight up to the group. Yaru, why are you here? Seeing Qin Yaruo and Shu Nan appear so suddenly, Qin Jianghai was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Yaru to learn so quickly about his secret negotiations with the Meng family. Yaru, this opportunity to collaborate with the Meng family is rare. I hope you'll prioritize the greater good. Qin Jianghai addressed Qin Yaru with a solemn tone. His words carried a hint of an elder's authority. Yet Qin Yaru met his gaze directly and replied. Uncle. We all understand the principle of draining the pond to catch fish. The Meng family is both our partner and our competitor. Handing over the ox-gall pill formula to them is the greatest threat. Qin Yaru's words fell with decisive force. Yet Qin Jianghai's expression flickered between anger and frustration in that instant. You make it sound so simple. How many years has it been since Qin Pharmaceutical raised its prices? With fierce competition among major pharmaceutical companies now, if we can't go public to expand our scale, Qin Pharmaceutical will eventually collapse. Beside them, Qin Lulu stood with her hands on her hips. Clearly, both father and daughter had set their sights on the formula for the ox-gall pills. Hearing Qin Lulu's words, a grave expression crossed Old Master Qin's face. It was the ox-gall pill formula that had carried Qin's Pharmaceutical to where it stood today. Yet in recent years, the company had failed to develop any new formulas, causing its business to stagnate. Old Master Qin's claim that he wasn't worried was clearly untrue. Beside him, Qin Yaru also fell deep in thought. For Qin Pharmaceutical to grow and expand, raising capital through an IPO was the only way forward. But refusing to trade the ox-gall pill formula for investment presented a major obstacle. Without the ox-gall pill formula, Qin Pharmaceutical couldn't attract investment, let alone go public. It's just one ox-bile pill formula. Since Grandpa Qin is struggling with this, why not just give the Qin family another ancient formula? Understanding the old patriarch's predicament, Shu Nan decisively proposed. Though ancient formulas were precious, within the mystic arts, every sect possessed at least 1,000 such treasures. By the age of 10, Shu Nan could recite these ancient formulas backwards and forwards. A formula or two meant absolutely nothing to him. Yet the moment the words left his mouth, Qin Lulu shot him a withering look. Give away an ancient formula? You? Do you think the ox-bile pill is some commonplace folk remedy? Qin Lulu sneered without restraint. In her eyes, how could a country bumpkin like Shu Nan possibly understand the preciousness of the ox-gall pill formula? Shu Nan, don't be ridiculous. An ancient formula as classified as ox-bile pills, there are barely any in all of China. Qin Yaru tugged at Shu Nan's sleeve, whispering a warning. Of course I know. Shu Nan smiled faintly, then picked up the paper and pen nearby and casually wrote down a formula. This is the formula for bone-mending ointment. Its grade surpasses even the ox-bile pill. If we can mass-produce it, raking in billions is no problem. After speaking, Shu Nan handed the formula to Old Master Qin. Young Chu, is this truly an ancient formula? Old Master Qin held the formula, his voice trembling with excitement. He knew Shu Nan had been studying under the old celestial master all these years. Perhaps this formula was something he'd learned from him. Grandfather, don't let him fool you. An ancient formula is worth a fortune. How could this kid possibly have one? Qin Lulu's eyes brimmed with disdain. I believe in little Chu. Boss, have the RD team take a look at it another day. If we can truly develop a new product from it, this would finally solve our Qin family's most pressing problem. After speaking, Old Master Qin handed the formula to Qin Jianghai standing nearby. Qin Jianghai took the formula, didn't even glance at it, and casually shoved it into Qin Lulu's arms. Listen to your grandfather. Report back immediately if the RD department has any updates. Got it, Dad. Qin Lulu pouted, her face brimming with resentment. But with her grandfather speaking directly, she dared not refuse. Niece Yaru, since the old man refuses to release the formula for the ox-gall pills, then the partnership with the Meng family rests entirely on you. Qin Jianghai turned his gaze to Qin Yaru, his expression seemingly smiling, yet his tone was dark and ominous. His mood was understandably sour after Qin Yaru had ruined his plans. Frankly, if the Meng family deal falls through, so be it. In any case, the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce's bidding banquet is in 2 days. With young Master Wang's assistance, I'm certain I can secure the partnership with the Lu family. Qin Lulu shot a slightly boastful glance at Qin Yuru and Shunan. Some people, though. He boasted about making 100 billion in a month, but now he probably hasn't seen a single penny, right? With that, Qin Lulu turned and followed her father out. That woman is as unbearable as ever. Watching Qin Lulu depart, Shunan remarked calmly. It's all because you had to play the hero. If I can't earn that 100 billion, I'll have to hand over the hillside villa to her. Qin Yuru shot Shunan a reproachful glance. Just then, her phone buzzed. Qin Yuru glanced down at the message. A flicker of delight crossed her face before she looked up at Shunan and asked, "Can you ride a horse? Horseback riding?" Shunan froze, then nodded instinctively. He kept numerous pets on dragon tiger mountain horses, tigers, even elephants. He'd ridden them all. Alright, come with me to a place later. Hearing Shunan's reply, Qin Yuru sighed in relief. Chapter 25, I'll take her place in the contest. Afternoon. Shortly after leaving the Qin residence, Qin Yuru brought Shunan to a place called Binhai Horse Ranch. Why did you bring me to the horse ranch? Shunan asked Qin Yuru with some confusion. I had someone find out that there's a gathering at the Seaside Equestrian Club tonight, and Meng Hongyu, the eldest son of the Meng family, will be attending. I only got in through my best friend's connections. This time, we absolutely must secure that partnership with the Meng family. Qin Yuru adopted a determined demeanor. Your best friend? At first hearing Qin Yuru's words, Shunan was also somewhat surprised. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. A figure on horseback suddenly emerged from the racetrack. Yuru, you finally made it. Dressed in professional equestrian gear, a young woman leapt down from a tall racehorse and walked straight toward Shunan and Qin Yuru, leading the horse by the reins. Cindy, it's been ages. Recognizing the figure, Qin Yuru excitedly jogged over. The person before her was none other than Shinsini, her childhood best friend. After all these days without a word, I thought you'd forgotten me. Shinsini removed her helmet, revealing long black hair tied in a ponytail. 2 faint dimples graced her fair face. However, Shunan immediately noticed something unusual about the woman before him. An external force martial artist. Though only around the 8th level of external force cultivation, the woman before him was barely in her 20s. Achieving such prowess in the secular world was no small feat. I almost forgot to introduce her. Lost in catching up, Qin Yuru suddenly remembered something and pulled Shinsini over to Shunan. Shunan, this is Shinsini, my best friend. Don't be fooled by her look, she's got a boyish personality. Her family runs a martial arts academy, and she's loved martial arts and horseback riding since childhood. Plus, Cindy was the president of our university martial arts club, far more skilled than most. When talking about her best friend, Qin Yuru's voice brimmed with pride. Throughout their 4 years at university, Shinsini had consistently served as Qin Yuru's loyal guardian angel. Yuru, don't tell me this guy is the son-in-law you mentioned? Shinsini widened her eyes, scrutinizing Shunan from head to toe before reaching her conclusion. Besides being decent looking, I don't see a single thing about him that makes him worthy of our campus beauty queen Qin. Ahem. Just as Shunan was about to speak, Shinsini's words cut him off. Was that a compliment or an insult? Alright, Shunan isn't as bad as you make him out to be. Qin Yuru shot Shunan an apologetic glance before smiling to smooth things over. Cindy, let's drop it. Could you take me to your club gathering tonight? I need to discuss a business partnership with Mr. Meng. Qin Yuru hooked her arm through Shinsini's, a hint of pleading in her voice. No need to ask, I've already made arrangements for you. Shinsini replied with a smile. With that, she led a pony out from the nearby stable and even prepared a set of riding gear for Qin Yuru. I'll find a chance to introduce you to Meng Hongyu later. But I don't know much about business matters. Whether it works out or not depends entirely on you. Shinsini handed the reins to Qin Yuru. Hearing this, Qin Yuru's face lit up with delight, even adding a hint of playfulness. Cindy, I knew you were the best to me. Alright. Hurry up and go change into your gear. Shinsini laughed as she nudged Qin Yuru into the changing room, while she and Shunan waited outside. On the field, the moment Qin Yuru entered the locker room, the smile vanished completely from Shinsini's face. Shunan, right? She turned to face Shunan. Need something? Shunan crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Qin Yuru's close friend. I don't know what your intentions are, but I'm warning you, stay away from Yuru. You two aren't suited for each other. Shinsini said coldly. Facing Shunan, she naturally didn't hold back her true feelings. You've only met her once, and you already know we're not right for each other? Shunan couldn't help but chuckle. To his surprise, Shinsini's expression remained dead serious. I've seen many like you carrying unrealistic fantasies, thinking you can climb the social ladder. Yuru is my sister. I won't let anyone hurt her. As she spoke, Shinsini reached out and picked up the teacup on the table. Crack! In the next instant, the cup shattered in her hand. Are you threatening me? Shunan's voice suddenly grew deep and low. Not exactly a threat. Perhaps, just a little warning. Shinsini released her grip, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor.
What's going on?
Hearing the commotion, Shinyaru, who had just finished changing into her riding gear, hurried out of the changing room.
Nothing, just accidentally broke a teacup. Come on, I'll take you inside. Facing Shinyaru, Shinsini put on a smile again. 10 minutes later.
At the Seaside Equestrian Center. All attendees for tonight's equestrian gathering had arrived. In a place like Rongqing, being an equestrian enthusiast was itself a symbol of status.
Nearly everyone present belonged to prominent local families, much like Meng Hongyu.
Given Shinyaru's background, she likely wouldn't have been invited to this gathering without Shinsini's assistance. Now, a group of young masters and ladies from prominent families, clad in equestrian gear, gathered together, each leading their own racehorse. Here, the value of one's racehorse served as a clear indicator of their social standing. Yaro, let me introduce you to young Master Meng.
Shinsini led Shinyaru toward the group. Shunan, however, trailed behind Shinyaru, feeling rather bored.
His attention was drawn more to the horses themselves. In his youth, he had often spent time with the animals on Dragon Tiger Mountain, learning many skills to communicate with them. He could tell at a glance whether these horses were exceptional.
At the same time, Shinsini led Shinyaru to a young man with short hair.
Yaru, this is young Master Meng. The Meng family is also a well-known pharmaceutical enterprise in Rongqing, just like your Qin family.
You two should have plenty to talk about. Shinsini smiled as she made the introduction.
At that moment, Meng Hongyu also turned his gaze toward Shinyaru.
From the Qin family? Did Qin Jianhai send you?
Shinyaru shook her head and replied earnestly. Young Master Meng, I'm not representing Qin Jianhai, I'm here on behalf of the Qin family. Meng Hongyu raised his eyelids slightly and chuckled softly.
Well, I'm quite curious. You went to the trouble of tracking me down to the seaside ranch. What did you want to discuss? Cooperation.
Shinyaru stated, enunciating each word clearly. The Qin family is willing to provide the production technology for the formula free of charge, with Meng Pharmaceutical responsible for large-scale production. This way, our two families can leverage each other's strengths. After the hits the market, my Qin family will only take 30% of the profits. It must be said that Shinyaru's proposal held genuine merit. The Qin family would only provide the technology without disclosing the formula. Meanwhile, the Meng family would handle production and take the lion's share of the profits afterward.
Unfortunately, after hearing Shinyaru's proposal, Meng Hongyu dismissed it outright. Using someone else's chicken to lay eggs? You Qin family just throw in the oxbile pill formula and expect my Meng family to work for you for free? Meng Hongyu sneered coldly. You're not qualified to discuss cooperation with me. I've already made my terms clear to Qin Jianhai. Unless the Qin family is willing to hand over the ox-gall pill formula to the Meng family, I won't agree to any partnership. Meng Hongyu was well aware of the Qin family's predicament. And precisely because of this, he was making such an outrageous demand. The Qin family must hand over the formula for the ox-gall pills if they wish to cooperate. Young Master Meng, Yaro is my friend. Could you please give her a chance for my sake? Beside them, Shinsini also interceded on her behalf. A chance? Meng Hongyu sneered dismissively, his gaze suddenly catching sight of the miniature horse behind Shinyaru. Here's the deal. We'll have a race. If your horse beats mine, I'll agree to give her a chance. Hearing Meng Hongyu's words, Shinyaru found herself in a quandary. Horse racing? She didn't even know how to ride a horse. I'll race against you for her. Just then, Shunan, who had been by Shinyaru's side the entire time, suddenly spoke up. His words drew the attention of many in the crowd. Who are you? Meng Hongyu also turned his gaze toward Shunan. In front of everyone, Shunan wrapped his arm around Shinyaru's waist and smiled. Captain of the security team at Qin Pharmaceuticals subsidiary. And also, I'm her husband. Chapter 26, Dirty Tricks. Security team captain? Shinyaru's husband? At that moment, everyone in the room froze upon hearing Shunan's words, then erupted into uproarious laughter. So that's who it is, the Qin family's son-in-law by marriage. Look at his outfit, he's probably never even ridden a horse. Challenging young Master Meng to a horse race? That's just asking for trouble. Meng Hongyu turned to Shunan, his eyes twinkling with amusement. You can race for her, but we need to add a wager first. A wager? Hearing this, Shinyaru and Shinsini were both taken aback. If you lose, you'll have to kneel down and let this young master ride you like a horse. As Meng Hongyu finished speaking, Shinyaru and Shinsini's expressions instantly darkened. Meng Hongyu's demand was simply too outrageous. Fine, I accept. Before Shinyaru could speak up to stop him, Shunan immediately accepted Meng Hongyu's wager. Shunan. Shinyaru turned to try and dissuade him, only to catch Shunan's reassuring glance. I've known how to ride horses since I was a kid. Don't worry. Seeing Shunan's blind confidence, Shinsini replied in a solemn tone. Horse racing isn't that simple. It's not just about the rider's skill, it's also about the horse's quality. Even if you're incredibly skilled, without a sufficiently powerful horse, you still won't stand a chance against others. Shinsini's words made Shinyaru worry even more for Shunan. For no other reason than the fact that the horse Shinsini had prepared for her was merely a lowly nag. How could she possibly beat Meng Hongyu on such a horse? Forget it. I'll lend you my Little Red. With no other choice, Shinsini reluctantly led her own racehorse out of the stable. A tall, red stallion, its sheer presence alone dwarfed ordinary racehorses. Little Red is a purebred Dutch warmblood. She ranks among the top 5 racehorses at our stable. But racehorses bond with their riders. If you can't get her to obey, you'll never unlock her true potential, Shinsini said with evident concern. Before she could finish, Shunan strode straight toward Little Red, reaching out to stroke the mane on its neck. Careful! Xiaohong has a fiery temper, strangers must never touch her. Shinsini's expression darkened as she rushed to stop Shunan. But in the very next second, the scene that unfolded before her eyes left her expression frozen in shock. Shunan reached out to stroke Xiaohong, and the dog actually wore an expression of pure bliss. The massive horse head kept rubbing against Chunan's palm, as if Chunan were its true master. Sini, it doesn't seem as scary as you described. Seeing this, Jin Yaruo breathed a sigh of relief. Shinsini, however, now looked at Chunan with a hint of surprise in her eyes. No one knew her racehorse better than she did. It had taken her a full 6 months to tame Xiaohong and earn its recognition. How could a stranger possibly gain Xiaohong's trust so effortlessly without her guidance? Look! Young Master Meng's new racehorse is entering the arena. A sudden exclamation rang out across the field. Shinsini and the others hurriedly turned their gaze to the other side. There, Meng Hongyu, clad in full equestrian gear, rode a towering black racehorse nearly as tall as a man as it slowly entered the arena. Clop, clop. With each stride of the towering black steed, its hooves emitted a crisp, resonant sound. From its massive head, eyes like copper bells scanned the surroundings, as if it were a king returning from the forest. Meanwhile, the other horses in the arena all lowered their heads, not daring to meet its gaze. Even Little Red, held by Chunan, paced restlessly, a hint of fear visible in its eyes. Could this be a thoroughbred from the British Isles? A connoisseur in the crowd couldn't help but speculate aloud. They say British thoroughbreds are nearly extinct, with fewer than 100 remaining in the world. Each one is worth at least $10 million. Mounted on his black racehorse, Meng Hongyu grinned triumphantly. That's right. To acquire this thoroughbred, I specially commissioned someone to bid for it at an auction at a British noble's stud farm. With this thoroughbred in his possession, Meng Hongyu saw no possibility of defeat. It's over. Meng Hongyu's got his big move ready, this guy's doomed. Seeing Meng Hongyu's racehorse enter the arena, Shinsini couldn't help but shake her head. British thoroughbreds have another name in China. That is the Akel Teak. Her Little Red was merely $1 million warm-blood horse. How could it possibly stand a chance against such a top-tier thoroughbred? Forget about Chunan. Even if she rode it herself, she wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing this, a flicker of tension and worry flickered in Qin Yaruo's eyes. Chunan, you can still back out now. Even if you could enter Little Red in the race, it would be like trying to crack a nut with an egg. Shinsini turned her head and urged Chunan beside her. Though she disliked the guy, she didn't want to see him get utterly crushed by Meng Hongyu. We won't know if it'll work until we try. Chunan smiled faintly, then mounted his horse in one fluid motion. Before long, Chunan rode Little Red to the starting line, where he stood side by side with Meng Hongyu. Kid, you still have time to kneel and beg for mercy. Meng Hongyu turned his head to look at Chunan, sneering down at him from above. The thoroughbred beneath him towered a full head above Chunan. Don't speak so soon. Chunan smiled faintly, ignoring Meng Hongyu's taunt. He simply leaned down and gently stroked the restless red horse beneath him. Don't worry, you won't have to fear anything soon. Leave everything to me. Chunan murmured softly into the horse's ear, as if understanding his words. As Chunan continued his gentle strokes, the once restless Little Red gradually calmed down. This guy. Could he be a natural-born horse trainer? Watching the transformation of her mount with her own eyes, Shinsini's eyes flashed with surprise. Perhaps this guy really had a way to win the race? Holding on to a sliver of doubt, Shinsini stepped into the center of the arena. In that case, I'll preside over this race. The rules are as follows: both of you start from the starting line. Whoever completes 2 laps and reaches the finish line first wins. Understand the rules? Shinsini looked at Chunan and Meng Hongyu. Seeing both nod in agreement, she stepped aside and picked up the starter's pistol. On your marks. 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The starting pistol fired the instant Shinsini finished speaking. In an instant, Chunan and Meng Hongyu charged out of the starting gate atop their racehorses. What a blazing start! Watching the two charge onto the track almost simultaneously, the crowd was taken aback. But soon, the advantage of top-tier racehorses became apparent. In just 2 minutes, Meng Hongyu, riding the black stallion, had already left Chunan trailing behind. Trash is still trash. How could this trash compare to me? Seeing Chunan far behind him, Meng Hongyu sneered with disdain. He was certain Chunan was doomed to lose. His face now radiated ease and confidence. Let me give you a hand.
Watching Meng Hongyu ahead, Shunan patted the red horse beneath him and tossed a white pill into its mouth. In an instant, the pill dissolved into a powerful medicinal force. Nourished by the potency, the red horse's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as it surged forward with renewed speed. Shunan leaned low against the horse's back, minimizing wind resistance to maximize the racehorse's speed. In that moment, the red horse began its relentless pursuit, its speed surpassing Meng Honyu's black steed by a hair's breadth. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed relentlessly. Shunan clung to the horse's back, now seemingly one with the animal. The red horse transformed into a crimson blur, swiftly closing the gap behind Meng Hongyu. This can't be possible. It's clearly just an inferior warm-blood horse. How could it possibly catch up to young Master Meng's legendary éclatique? Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the arena erupted in gasps of astonishment. Even Shinsini and Qin Yuru stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. Is this really my little red? And this guy's horsemanship, he's clearly a master. Yuru, where did you find this freak? Could he be the heir to some equestrian dynasty? Watching Xiaohong perform with such prowess under Chunan's guidance, Shinsini, as the owner, felt utterly ashamed. How much potential a racehorse can unleash depends largely on the rider's skill. Unless they were heirs from equestrian families, Shinsini had never seen anyone like Chunan who could fully unleash a racehorse's maximum potential. So does that mean Chunan can win? Qin Yuru knew little about horse racing, but seeing Chunan closing in on Meng Hongyu, she couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. It's still tough, but at least there's a glimmer of hope now. Shinsini nodded, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, the race was past the halfway point. Riding his red horse, Shunan had caught up to Meng Hongyu, and the two were now practically neck and neck. However, overtaking Meng Hongyu remained a stretch. Even with the aid of the elixir, the red horse's potential was limited, and it still lagged significantly behind Meng Hongyu's top-tier racehorse. Seeing Shunan actually closing in on him, Meng Hongyu's face twisted with fury. You little brat! How dare you think you can beat me with that piece of junk? As if suffering the ultimate humiliation, Meng Hongyu repeatedly raised his riding crop, lashing it viciously against the flank of his black steed. As a young master from a prestigious family, Meng Hongyu didn't even possess basic horsemanship skills. He relied solely on the superior quality of his racehorse to crush his opponents. Facing an opponent like Chunan, his weaknesses were laid bare. As the finish line loomed ahead, a sudden flash of viciousness lit up Meng Hongyu's eyes. You piece of trash! You deserve to die! With a furious shout, Meng Hongyu lashed the black horse with his whip, then yanked the reins in his hands. Hiss! The black horse, pained, instinctively reared up on its front legs, about to trample Chunan beside it. Oh no! Shinsini gasped in alarm at the sight. The black horse was already massive. If that hoof landed squarely, Shunan would be dead or severely injured. No one had expected Meng Hongyu to resort to such a dirty trick at this critical moment. Chapter 27, Whoever harms her dies. Die. Just die. From atop the towering horse, Meng Hongyu roared with fury. He refused to accept defeat. Especially not to a worthless piece of trash like Chunan. You're asking for death. As Meng Hongyu's racehorse charged toward him, Shunan's eyes instantly turned icy cold. The sight of the towering steed filled the red horse's eyes with terror. At that critical moment, Shunan executed a move no one could have anticipated. He lifted both feet off the stirrups, braced himself with one hand on the horse's back, executed a Thomas spin, and kicked backward at the black stallion. Thud! A solid kick erupted with tremendous force. Shunan's kick struck the black horse squarely on the head, sending its massive, 2-ton body flying backward. Boom! A sudden crash echoed. Meng Hongyu and his horse crashed into the nearby guardrail, flung straight off the track. Kicked him flying? In that instant, the scene before them left nearly everyone in the arena staring in stunned silence. Is that even human? The next second, Shunan executed a stylish spin and landed securely back in the saddle. Riding a red horse, he breezed across the finish line. Snap! As Shinsini's signal pistol fired once more, the race was declared over. The arena instantly fell into a deathly silence, utterly still. He won? That Qin family son-in-law actually won? Everyone stared at the racetrack in utter disbelief. At that moment, Qin Yuru and Shinsini embraced each other excitedly. This was the first time she had ever felt the thrill of horse racing. No, impossible. That kid cheated. This race is invalid. On the field, Meng Hongyu angrily flung his riding crop aside and pointed at Chunan, shouting furiously. Meng Hongyu, if anyone broke the rules, it was you who did it first. Everyone here saw it clearly. Are you saying you, Mr. Meng, can't handle losing? Shinsini shot back with a cold sneer. Meng Hongyu's face was twisted with fury as he turned to look at his black horse. The black horse lay on the ground, its body twitching uncontrollably. It was clear that Chunan's kick had dealt a heavy blow. What a useless piece of trash. Tomorrow, I'll have you slaughtered. He delivered a vicious kick to the black horse on the ground, then glared coldly at Chunan. You little punk, this isn't over.
With that, Meng Hongyu turned to leave. Stop right there. At that moment, Shunan blocked Meng Hongyu's path. You lose, you pay up. Since you lost, what's your decision about collaborating with the Qin family? Hearing Shunan's words, a sinister grin spread across Meng Honyu's face. Fine. I can agree to cooperate with the Qin family. Hearing this, Qin Yuru's face lit up with delight. However, Meng Hongyu's next words made her face freeze. Qin Yuru, the Meng family can cooperate with you fine. But this brat must kneel before me and kowtow an apology. Meng Honyu's face was filled with arrogance. Young Master Meng, I can apologize on behalf of Chunan. Additionally, I will cover the medical expenses for your beloved horse. Qin Yuru looked troubled. Making Chunan kneel and apologize, Meng Hongyu was clearly using this as an excuse for revenge. Who do you think you are? How dare you make demands of me? At Qin Yuru's words, Meng Hongyu's expression turned icy. He raised the horsewhip in his hand, ready to strike her. Crack! A large hand seized Meng Honyu's whip in an instant. If you harm her in the slightest, I'll kill you. A figure appeared before Qin Yuru. Shunan gripped the whip in one hand, his icy gaze fixed on Meng Hongyu. You little brat, you dare threaten me? Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Meng Hongyu roared furiously. With that, he yanked violently to retrieve the whip, only to find it gripped firmly in Shunan's hand, not budging an inch. Enjoy whipping people, huh? Crack! The next instant, Shunan snatched the whip and lashed it viciously across Meng Honyu's face. Ah! You little brat, you dare hit me? Meng Hongyu clutched his face, letting out a wail of pain. Whoa! This single act instantly stunned everyone present. That guy actually dared to hit young Master Meng? Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, stunned by Chunan's audacity. Offending the Meng family. Wasn't that tantamount to suicide? Yet Chunan's hands moved without pause, raising the horsewhip once more. Stop! A furious shout rang out suddenly. Immediately, a figure burst from the crowd, blocking Meng Hongyu's path. The man wore martial attire, appeared to be about 40 years old, and radiated an invisible aura of authority. An internal energy master. Oh no, this is Meng Honyu's personal bodyguard. Not far away, Shinsini's expression changed drastically, her eyes filled with apprehension. Though she too was a martial artist, her 8th level external force cultivation was no match for the man before her. Shenjin, what took you so long? Seeing his bodyguard arrive, Meng Hongyu clutched his cheek with one hand while pointing at Shunan with the other, bellowing. Kill this brat for me. Let him taste the might of the Meng family. Seeing Meng Hongyu injured, the martial arts-clad man's face flushed with embarrassment. His gaze now fixed on Shunan, filled with murderous intent. You brat, how dare you injure young Master Meng? You're asking for death. With a cold snarl, the martial-clad man launched a palm strike at Shunan without warning. Witnessing this scene, Shinsini's face paled. If the martial artist struck, Shunan would surely die today. For Qin Yuru's sake, she couldn't stand idly by. Oomph. This is the Shin family's territory. How dare you cause trouble? Shinsini assumed a fighting stance and met the martial arts-clad man's attack with her own palm strike. You think you can stop me? Seeing Shinsini strike, the martial-uniformed man showed no hesitation, only growing ferocity. Boom! The moment their palms collided, a tremendous force erupted. Shinsini knew she was no match for him. She immediately stumbled back several steps before barely regaining her footing. What immense power! This guy's at least at the 7th level of internal strength. Shinsini looked up at the martial arts-clad man, her face betraying only deep apprehension. Miss Shin, I held back earlier out of respect for old Master Shin. If you don't step aside now, don't blame me for being ruthless. The martial artist's face darkened, his narrow eyes filled with murderous intent. Sini, are you alright? Seeing Shinsini's pale face, Qin Yaruo hurried forward to support her. I'm fine. This guy is incredibly strong. I'm no match for him. Shinsini shook her head. Qin Yaru's eyes now held utter despair. Let me handle this. With only an 8th level external strength, you're no match for this guy. A light voice sounded from beside her. Shinsini turned her head and saw a figure slowly stepping forward before her. Shunan? Shinsini watched Shunan approach her, her expression darkening. Come back here immediately. This guy is an internal energy master, even I can't defeat him. Before she could finish, Shinsini's expression suddenly froze. Wait a minute. How did Shunan discern her outer force 8th rank cultivation? Chapter 28, 3 Days to Live. The arena. Almost the instant Shinsini's words echoed through the air. Shunan's figure vanished from before her eyes. Without warning. Like a ghostly apparition. The next instant. When Shunan reappeared, he was already less than half a meter away from the martial arts uniformed man. What incredible speed! Shinsini's face was almost frozen in shock. At that moment, the martial arts-clad man finally snapped out of it, his face contorting with rage. You're asking for it. True energy surged through his body as he raised his fist and unleashed a punch. This time, he held nothing back. The full force of an internal energy warrior's strike sent an invisible wave of pressure rippling through the crowd. In contrast, Chunan. He merely raised his right hand slowly, extending a single finger to point forward. Just one finger? This guy is practically asking for death. The spectators in the arena burst into cold laughter. In that instant, they all seemed to witness Chunan's violent demise. It's over. He's being reckless. Shinsini murmured, her voice tinged with panic. A master of internal energy could kill with a single strike. Even she wouldn't dare face such an opponent. How could Chunan be so arrogant? But in the blink of an eye. Put. Chunan's finger touched the fist of the martial-clad man. The fist, originally brimming with true energy, froze rigid in midair, unable to advance even an inch. The very next second, a powerful force erupted from that fingertip. Boom! The martial arts-clad man flew backward like a. The moment he hit the ground. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. The martial artist struggled to his feet, clutching his right arm. He felt every bone shatter within it, an unbearable agony suddenly searing through his entire body. Yet compared to the physical agony, the terror gripping his heart was far more intense. Though it was only one strike, no one understood the terrifying sensation better than he did. Terrifying indeed. At the very least, it was the strength of someone at the 9th level of the realm or higher. When had such a young master emerged in Rongcheng? Had Chunan exerted just 3% more force, he would now be nothing but a corpse. Chenjin, what are you doing? Can't you even handle a mere brat? Watching Chenjin fall to Chunan, Meng Hongyu couldn't help but shout angrily. Young master, there's a master here. I'll escort you back to the Meng residence first. We'll discuss everything in detail later. Chenjin's face drained of color as he urgently cut Meng Hongyu off. Ignoring Meng Hongyu's protests, he dragged him away from the arena like a stray dog. Just running away like that? Watching Chenjin lead Meng Hongyu away, the crowd froze in stunned silence. Even Shinsini couldn't help but glance at Qin Yuru beside her, her expression brimming with curiosity. Yuru, tell me the truth. Where on earth did he find this demonic talent? Qin Yuru looked utterly bewildered. Sini, is Chunan that strong? Shinsini pondered the question seriously for a long moment before nodding. Across the entire city of Rongcheng, she couldn't think of a single martial artist who could defeat an internal energy warrior with just a single finger like Chunan could. Even if her grandfather himself came. Though he could defeat Qinjin, it wouldn't be as effortless as Chunan had made it look. By defeating Qinjin, you've earned my recognition. From now on, I can entrust your road to you with peace of mind. Shinsini suddenly spoke as she looked at Chunan. She knew full well that had it not been for Qin Yuru's safety, Chunan might not have intervened at all. Sini, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Qin Yuru's face flushed slightly. Enough. My Shin family also knows many people in Rongqing's business circles. I'll have my grandfather help out with the cooperation. Shinsini took Qin Yuru's hand and smiled. Let's go. I've arranged to meet some old classmates tonight. I'll treat you both to drinks. That night. Rongqing, Lu family manor. Quick, someone come. The old master's heart condition has flared up again. With that cry of alarm, the entire Lu household descended into chaos. Moments later. A doctor in a white coat hurriedly arrived at the Lu residence, accompanied by 2 nurses. Lu Jianya lay on the sofa clutching his chest, his lips pale and his breathing labored. Various monitors beeped incessantly. The Lu family members gathered around couldn't help but panic. Doctor, how is my grandfather? Lu Xiaoman asked the doctor anxiously. Miss Lu, the old master's illness is truly baffling. We've exhausted every possible treatment, but nothing seems to work. The doctor in the white coat was drenched in sweat. No matter what procedures he performed, Lu Jianya remained in agony, showing no signs of improvement. Witnessing this scene, the entire Lu family was thrown into a panic. If you can't cure my grandfather, what good are you useless fools to the Lu family? Lu Xiaoman declared, her face flushed with fury. But even her fury couldn't change the situation. The old man's illness had already been examined by countless renowned doctors, yet none had found a solution. Xiaoman, didn't you take the old master to see Master Sun today? Does Master Sun have any solution? Lu Xiaoman's father, Lu Zhengtian, asked. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman suddenly remembered something. That guy was dead right. The words Chunan had spoken suddenly flashed through her mind. Lu Xiaoman's expression changed, and she hurriedly began searching the old man's body. Before long. Sure enough, she pulled a white pill from the old man's upper pocket. But just as she was about to give it to him, Lu Xiaoman hesitated. How could I trust the words of a charlatan? Xiaoman, what is this? Lu Zhengtian asked, eyeing the pill in Lu Xiaoman's hand. Dad, this is the pill that guy gave me. He said it could temporarily save Grandpa's life. With no other choice, Lu Xiaoman recounted today's events to her father. The next moment. After hearing Lu Xiaoman's account, the Lu family members all wore expressions of utter disbelief. Xiaoman, it's just the words of some greenhorn. Maybe he just got lucky and guessed right. This pill's origins are unknown, we can't just give it to the old man. In an instant, voices of dissent arose within the Lu household. After all, old Master Lu held a special status. Any mishap would deal a devastating blow to the Lu family. Beep. 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 Just then, the monitoring equipment began emitting a continuous alarm. Lu Xiaoman and the others looked down to see Lu Jianye trembling violently, clearly on the brink of collapse. Never mind. Administer the elixir to the old master immediately.
Seeing this, Lu Zhengtian hesitated no longer and made his decision instantly.
At this point, it was a case of trying anything to save a dying horse. Hearing her father's words, Lu Xiaoman finally gathered her courage, pried open her grandfather's mouth, and fed him the pill. Gulp! The pill entered his mouth, and Lu Jianye instinctively swallowed it down.
As time ticked by, the Lu family waited anxiously nearby.
Xiaoman, you weren't tricked, were you?
I told you we shouldn't have taken such a risk.
What if the old man never wakes up? Seeing the old man still unconscious, some voices of doubt inevitably surfaced. Hearing these words, Lu Xiaoman's expression darkened considerably. If something happened to the old man after taking the elixir, wouldn't she become the scapegoat of the Lu family? If anything happens to my grandfather, I won't let that brat off the hook.
Lu Xiaoman clenched her fists tightly, the image of Chu Nan's smug face flashing through her mind.
Ahem.
Just then, a cough sounded from the sofa. Everyone looked over to see Lu Jianye, who had been unconscious, had opened his eyes at some point. Simultaneously, the alarms from the monitoring equipment fell silent as Lu Jianye's vital signs gradually stabilized.
Grandpa, are you okay?
Seeing the old man regain consciousness, Lu Xiaoman hurried over to check on him.
The rest of the Lu family gathered excitedly around the old man. I'm fine. It was just my heart condition acting up again, but I feel much better now. Lu Jianye exhaled deeply.
As he spoke, he felt a bit puzzled. Normally, after a heart attack, he'd be in agony for half a day before regaining consciousness. This time, however, not only did he feel no pain, but he felt completely refreshed.
He's out of danger now. All vital signs are normal. Young miss, what kind of elixir did you administer to the old master? It's nothing short of a miracle. After examining Lu Jianye's condition, the personal physician couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Pills? Lu Jianye's aged face froze in surprise as he instinctively asked. Xiaoman, what you gave me earlier, could it be that elixir from that young miracle doctor?
Hearing her grandfather's inquiry, Lu Xiaoman dared not conceal the truth and could only nod in acknowledgement.
Then there's no doubt about it.
That young doctor surnamed Chu was right after all.
Lu Jianye exclaimed suddenly, his voice brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoman suddenly remembered something. Oh no!
That guy also said this heart essence pill can only keep grandfather alive for 3 days. At these words, every member of the Lu household paled.
Lu Zhengtian barked sharply. What are you all standing around for? At any cost, go fetch that divine physician Chu to save him. Chapter 29, Eliminating a Menace to the People. Night fell.
In the bustling downtown commercial district, within the Wang Group's towering skyscraper.
In a lavishly decorated office. Is this the invitation from the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce?
Young Master Wang, you're so kind to me. Xin Lulu, clad in a slit gown, pressed herself against a young man's chest. Her face lit up with delight as she examined the invitation in her hands.
I've fulfilled my promise to you. When can you get me the Qin family's cow bile pill formula? Wang Junjie wrapped his arm around Qin Lulu's waist, his eyes gleaming with greed.
Hearing this, a look of hesitation flashed across Qin Lulu's face. The old man values the formula for the oxbile pills immensely. Even my father doesn't have his full trust. But rest assured, young Master Wang. Sooner or later, we'll be family. Once that happens, getting the formula will be a piece of cake. Young Master Wang, the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce's bidding banquet is tomorrow night. You promised to help me connect with the Lu family. If I can secure the Lu family's major project, I'll become the vice president of Qin Pharmaceutical. Then the entire Qin family will be under my control. Qin Lulu said to Wang Junjie with a hint of flattery. Lu Group was a renowned trillion-yuan conglomerate in China's pharmaceutical industry. Every project under its umbrella was worth at least several billion. Qin Lulu had already discussed it with her father, Qin Zhanghai. Once they secured the major project from the Lu Group, she would demand the board remove Qin Weihe from his position as deputy general manager and transfer it to her. That way, Qin Pharmaceutical would naturally fall under the control of father and daughter. Rest assured, my father has close ties with the Lu family. Facilitating this connection for you won't be difficult at all. But since I'm putting so much into this for you, you'd better put on a good show tonight. Wang Junjie caressed Qin Lulu, his tone tinged with playful teasing. Stop it. Soon, the room filled with soft moans and murmurs. Half an hour later. Qin Lulu emerged, utterly exhausted. Wang Junjie sat on the nearby sofa chair, staring in the direction she had departed. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a dark, brooding expression. What an idiot. After all this time, she still hasn't managed to get a single formula. At that moment, from the shadows behind Wang Junjie, a figure cloaked in black emerged slowly, like a ghostly apparition. Young Master Wang, this woman can't be trusted. Shall I pay a visit to the Qin family myself?
Hearing this, Wang Junjie shook his head. Last time that old man barely escaped death. I reckon the Qin family has stepped up their defenses. The formula for the ox gall pills is something my father specifically requested. There can be no mistakes. Upon hearing Wang Junjie's words, the cloaked figure fell silent. Have you found out about that kid's surname Chu? That good-for-nothing Chen he actually lost to a country bumpkin? What a disgrace to the Wang family. Beside him, the black-robed figure's hoarse voice sounded again. Chen he is merely at the outer strength cultivation level. There are plenty in Rongqing who could defeat him. Perhaps that kid has some real skill. But rest assured, young Master Wang, I'll have someone cripple that brat immediately. Hold on. Wang Junjie suddenly raised his hand, a greedy, lecherous expression flickering across his face. Qin Yuru is known as the most beautiful woman in Rongqing's business circles. I'd like to see what she tastes like. The cloaked figure halted briefly before nodding to Wang Junjie. Understood, sir. With that, the figure in black vanished in a flash, completely merging into the shadows. That night, in the neon-lit streets of Chengdu's downtown district, amidst the bustling night market stalls, Shinsini had gathered several local university classmates, and the group sat around a table. Miss Shun, the campus beauty of Qin University. It's been ages since we last met. The gathering of men and women lifted the mood considerably. Cindy was president of the University Martial Arts Club. She was always sticking up for others on campus, so everyone called her Lady Shin the heroine. Qin Yuru explained to Chu Nan with a smile. As for the title Miss Qin the Campus Beauty, well, that goes without saying. Beep. Just then, a Land Rover pulled up to the curb. A young man in a suit hurriedly stepped out. Ji Mingjie, you're late. I should be fined 3 drinks. The man called Ji Mingjie couldn't help but give an awkward smile upon hearing this. Just then, he spotted Qin Yuru in the crowd, and a flicker of delight lit up his eyes. Yuru, you're here too? Ji Mingjie greeted Qin Yuru with a smile. Class monitor, it's been ages. Qin Yuru responded with a gentle smile. Ji Mingjie had been their class monitor in college, an outstanding student with a privileged background who had even studied abroad for 2 years after graduation. He was considered one of the more accomplished members of their university cohort. Sorry I'm late, traffic was terrible. I'll start by downing 3 shots as punishment. As soon as Ji Mingjie sat down, he picked up 3 glasses of beer and downed them in one gulp. The classmates present all applauded and cheered. Yuro, I'll toast to you too. Ji Mingjie had a decent tolerance for alcohol. After finishing his 3 cups, he promptly raised another glass to toast Qin Yuru. Each drank 1 cup. Seeing this, someone in the crowd, emboldened by the alcohol, teased. Oh, Captain, still thinking about our class beauty Qin? Who doesn't know that Yaruo was once our class leader Ji's dream girl? Several classmates teased playfully. Hearing this, Qin Yuru couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Ji Mingjie, however, quickly waved his hands. That's all in the past. We were young and foolish back then. Please don't joke about it. Only then did Ji Mingjie notice Chu Nan sitting beside Qin Yuru. Oh, who might this be? Ji Mingjie asked aloud. Ji Mingjie, you don't stand a chance now. Our campus beauty Qin is already taken. Before Qin Yuru could speak, Shinsini chimed in with a smile, revealing their relationship. What? Hearing Shinsini's words, not only Ji Mingjie but everyone present was utterly stunned. Staring at Chu Nan's down-to-earth attire, disbelief flickered in Ji Mingjie's eyes. Back in school, none of the wealthy young men had been worthy of Qin Yuru's attention. How could the goddess he'd always admired choose such an ordinary person? Hello, I'm Ji Mingjie, Yaro's classmate. After a moment of dazed silence, Ji Mingjie flashed a smile at Chu Nan. Chu Nan. Chu Nan merely nodded before burying his head in his food. He couldn't care less about this gathering. This guy is just too rude. What a country bumpkin. Has he never even eaten at a street food stall before? Seeing Chu Nan's attitude, several classmates couldn't help but flash a hint of displeasure in their eyes. Looks like Brother Chu is quite the man of principle. It's rare for us all to gather like this. Let's eat our fill tonight, it's on me. Setting aside his suit jacket, Ji Mingjie declared generously to Qin Yuru and the others. That's our class monitor Ji for you, what a generous spirit. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Ji Mingjie. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ji Mingjie was a master at livening up the atmosphere, and with his arrival, the mood grew increasingly lively. Just then, the street food stall filled with more customers. A few men reeking of alcohol, their arms covered in tattoos, also walked in. What? You're telling me there's no room? A shirtless man with a crew cut shouted at the owner. Brother Leopard, it's just bad luck today, our place is packed. How about? I'll give you $200 and you guys go eat somewhere else? The middle-aged owner wiped sweat from his brow and pulled out a 200 yuan bill from his pocket. Slap. The man with the crew cut swatted the money away, his face twisted with malice. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? We're eating here today, damn it. With that, the buzz-cut man strode into the restaurant with his 2 henchmen. His gaze swept the room before suddenly landing on the table where Qin Yuru and Shinsini sat. His eyes lit up. Who said there's no room? Look, there's a seat right there. The buzzcut man grinned widely, leading his men arrogantly toward the group. What do you want? Seeing this commotion, the students at the table instantly looked terrified. Relax, Big Bro's not here to cause trouble. The buzzcut guy grinned at Shinseni and Chinyaru. Ladies, wouldn't mind if us guys joined your table, right? After speaking, he pushed the person in front of him aside and sat down. This action immediately drew a look of displeasure from Shinseni. You have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Or don't blame me for beating you up. Hearing this, the man with the crew cut didn't get angry, he actually smiled. Oh. So you can throw punches, little beauty? Well, that's just great. I'd love to spar with you properly. With a wicked grin, the man with the crew cut reached out to touch Shinseni's cheek. Looking for trouble. Shinseni's face flushed with anger as she swiftly grabbed the man's arm. Thud. A textbook reverse lock. As Shinseni delivered a kick, the man with the crew cut was sent flying 3 meters away. Ouch. Landing face first on the ground, the man let out a wail of pain. Boss. His 2 henchmen rushed over to help their boss up. What the hell are you all standing around for? Get your asses moving. Teach this a lesson. The buzzcut man snapped at his 2 henchmen in a fit of rage and embarrassment. Yes, boss. The 2 thugs, their faces twisted with viciousness, immediately swung their fists toward Shinseni. You dare hit my boss. Seni, watch out. Chinyaru cried out in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Just 2 puny little punks. This lady doesn't even bother to look at them. Shinseni, after all, was an 8th level external force martial artist. A few drunks were no match for her. She immediately assumed a fighting stance and confronted the 2 men before her. Thud. Shinseni's fist sent one of them crashing to the ground. She spun around and grabbed a liquor bottle from the table. Clang. The bottle shattered on impact, splitting open the skull of one of the thugs. Ah! Both thugs clutched their heads, collapsing to the ground and wailing incessantly. Seeing his entire crew wiped out, the buzzcut man's face froze in shock. He never expected this. Shinseni was actually trained in martial arts. Get the hell out of here. Shinseni kicked both thugs. The 2 scrambled away, scrambling and crawling, fleeing in panic to hide behind the man with the crew cut. What a pair of useless pieces of trash. The buzzcut man glared at his men before fixing his gaze on Shinseni, his eyes flashing with cold malice. Daring to cause trouble on Tianchi gang's turf. You wait. The man with the crew cut spat out a threat before slinking away with his 2 henchmen. Well done, heroine. The crowd watching the scene erupted into applause. Seni, you're incredible. We owe it all to you. You're truly the president of our university martial arts club. After Shinseni drove off the thugs, several classmates rushed over to give her a thumbs up. After exchanging words, the group returned to their seats. Yet Shunan, having eaten and drunk his fill, was now dozing off. Is this guy even a man? He just runs away when trouble comes. How could someone like that deserve the university's most beautiful girl? A hint of disgust flashed in each of their eyes. Yet Shunan had witnessed everything that had transpired. But with Shinseni's formidable strength at the 8th level of external martial arts, he didn't need to intervene. If she couldn't handle a couple of thugs, that would be a real embarrassment for Shinseni. At that moment, the food stall owner hurried over. Oh no. Guests, you'd better leave immediately. Those guys earlier were from the Tianchi gang. You've gotten yourselves into serious trouble now. The food stall owner said with a worried look. The Tianchi gang? At the mention of this name, the crowd that had been cheering and clapping moments ago instantly scattered like birds and beasts. The expressions of those still in the square turned grim. They'd heard of the Tianchi gang's reputation. This notorious underground gang was known for its bullying ways, often preying on local civilians. Seni, let's get out of here fast. The Tianchi gang isn't someone you want to mess with. One of the female classmates hurriedly urged. Unexpectedly, Shinseni, intoxicated and overcome with righteous indignation, declared. Run? I won't run. They're just a bunch of punks. Today, this lady's gonna rid the world of these pests. Hearing Shinseni's words, the shop owner's face fell even further as he pleaded. Miss, this is just a small business. If I really get on the bad side of the Tianchi gang, how am I supposed to keep my business going? Just as the shopkeeper spoke. Outside the food stall. Squeal. The sound of screeching brakes echoed. Everyone instinctively looked over to see several vans pulling up in front of the shop. Clatter. Doors swung open as dozens of figures burst out. Who the hell has the guts to hit my Tianchi gang guys? The leader, a man with a beer belly, opened his mouth to reveal 2 rows of gold teeth. His flabby face was etched with arrogance and insolence. Chapter 30, Gold Teeth's Nightmare. We're done for. It's Big Gold Teeth, the leader of the Tianchi gang. As Jean Daya appeared on the scene. At the food stalls, diners who had been seated hurriedly paid their bills and fled, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Mr. Jean. It's all a misunderstanding. Spotting Jean Day, the shop owner rushed over with a fawning smile. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Jin-dae raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, sending the owner flying backward and crashing into a pile of tables and chairs. Stop it. Take it out on me if you must. What kind of skill is bullying an unarmed ordinary person? Hurrying to help the shop owner up, Shinsini shouted angrily at Jin-dae and the others. Boss, it's this woman. At that moment, the man with the crew cut trailing behind Jin-dae stepped forward, pointing at Shinsini as he spoke. What a useless piece of trash. Can't even handle a woman. Jin-dae shoved the buzzcut man aside, then fixed his gaze on Shinsini. His eyes instantly turned fierce. Young lady, haven't you heard of my reputation, Jin-dae? Daring to cause trouble on my Tianqi gang's turf? Looks like you're tired of living. As Jin-dae finished speaking, dozens of henchmen behind him instantly surrounded the food stall in unison, each wielding gleaming weapons. Seeing this, Shinsini's expression tightened with tension, her clenched palms sweating profusely. She had clearly underestimated the Tianqi gang's capabilities. With her 8th level external strength, she could handle a dozen or so thugs. But facing dozens of armed opponents charging at her? No matter how confident she was, she couldn't believe she'd walk away unscathed. I'm warning you. If you dare make a move, I'll call the police immediately. Seeing the situation escalate dangerously, Shin Yaruo quickly pulled out her phone and stood beside Shinsini. The classmates who had been sitting at the same table earlier, upon seeing Jin-dae and his crew appear, all cowered like frightened quails, trembling in fear. None dared to step forward. Call the cops? Fine. I'll see if the cops show up faster or you die faster. Golden Teeth grinned savagely, his 2 rows of gold teeth gleaming. Seni, Yaru, don't be impulsive. Just then, a figure stepped in front of Shin Yaru and the others. Ji Mingjia? Shin Yaru glanced at Ji Mingjia with a look of confusion. Don't worry, leave it to me. My father has business dealings with Tianqi Corporation. Mr. Jin should grant me this favor. Ji Mingjia flashed Shin Yaru a confident smile. Hearing this, the classmates present all breathed a sigh of relief. Only our class monitor Ji could pull this off. Who knew the Ji family's business was so extensive they even have connections with the Tianqi gang? Amidst their relief, they glanced at Chunan, who sat nearby, legs crossed, nonchalantly picking his teeth. Their expressions instantly turned contemptuous. What on earth does Shin Yaru see in that guy? If you ask me, class monitor G is 10,000 times better than him. Chunan paid no attention to their whispered gossip. He pulled out a cigarette pack, casually took one and held it between his lips, glancing around the room. At that very moment, Ji Mingjie smoothed his shirt and walked over to Jin-dae with a smile. Mr. Jin, long time no see. Jin-dae glanced at Ji Mingjie. Who the hell are you? Seeing that Jin-dae didn't recognize him, Ji Mingjie felt a bit awkward and quickly explained. I'm Ji Mingjie, son of Ji Jingshan from Ji Group. Our Ji Group has had extensive collaborations with your company. Upon hearing this, Jin-dae seemed to recall something. So you're Ji Jingshan's son? Seeing that Jin-dae did indeed recognize his father, Ji Mingjie's face lit up with relief as he said. Mr. Jin, today's incident was purely a misunderstanding. For my father's sake, let's consider ourselves friends. Here's 100,000 yuan, consider it a token of my sincerity. Please use it to treat your men's injuries. Saying this, Ji Mingjie pulled out a bank card and handed it over. 100,000 yuan? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Smack! Jin-dae raised his hand and slapped Ji Mingjie across the face, sending the bank card crashing to the floor. Look at yourself in the mirror. Be my friend? Forget you, even if your father, Ji Jingshan, showed up, he'd still have to call me Master Jin. Jin-dae stomped hard on the bank card, his face twisted in scornful laughter. Ji Mingjie, overcome with shame and anger, lowered his head and hurriedly retreated to the side, too afraid to utter another word. This is it, we're done for. Even Ji Mingjie got beaten by Jin-dae. Seeing Ji Mingjie suffer such humiliation, the mood among the classmates plummeted like a roller coaster. I wish I'd never come. It's all because Shinsini acted so impulsively. If not for her, how would we have offended the Tianqi gang? As the saying goes, adversity reveals true character. The old classmates who had been chatting and laughing moments ago now became the targets of blame. Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. Shinsini shot a cold glance at the group before addressing Jin-dae loudly. I beat up the Tianqi gang members, it has nothing to do with them. Let them go, and this lady will play along with you to the end. Hearing Shinsini's words, Jin-dae burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha. Fine. Tonight, old man Jin will play with you properly. His maniacal laughter hadn't even finished echoing when a familiar face suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Excuse me, could I borrow a light? A cigarette dangling from his lips, Shunan stretched lazily before strolling over to Shinsini and Shin Yaru. He smiled at Jin-dae. And in that very instant, shock, stunned, Jin-dae was dumbfounded. Ever since Chunan collected his debt, these past few days, he'd been plagued by nightmares night after night. His dreams were filled with scenes of Chunan single-handedly taking on the entire Tianqi gang. Each time he woke in the dead of night, he found his sheets soaked through with his own urine. Shu Nan had become his worst nightmare. But now, this nightmare seemed to be replaying itself. Mr. Chu? What are you doing here? 2 rows of gold teeth chattered and trembled. Golden teeth stared at Shu Nan, his breathing growing ragged. Jin Day, right? I remember you. What, you want to take on my friend? Shu Nan narrowed his eyes at Jin Day and smiled. Friends? At the sound of Shu Nan's words, Jin Day glanced at Shinsini and Qin Yuru. His entire body froze as if struck by lightning, leaving him rooted to the spot. Boss. It's just one more brat. We can handle him together. The buzzcut man approached with a smug look on his face. The moment those words left his mouth, Jin Day's expression changed abruptly. He spun around and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The force of the blow sent the buzzcut man flying 3 meters, crashing into a pile of shattered pots and pans. This scene took everyone present completely by surprise. Chapter 31, The Assassin Strikes. How dare you speak disrespectfully to Mr. Chu? You deserve to die. Guards! Drag this scoundrel to the punishment chamber and cut out his tongue. Jin Day said coldly. Having said that, he immediately switched to a fawning smile and bowed low before Chu Nan. Sizzle! Jin Day pulled a lighter from his pocket, held it with both hands, and lit the cigarette at Chu Nan's lips. Mr. Chu, you saw everything. It's all my subordinate's fault for offending your friend. Rest assured, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. As he spoke, Jin Day reached into his pocket again, pulling out a bank card and handing it to Chu Nan. I didn't get a chance to show my respect last time. There's 2 million in there, a token of my humble gratitude. This sudden turn of events left Shinsini and the others, who had been tense moments before, utterly dumbfounded. Especially those who had mocked Chu Nan earlier. Now, watching Jin Day groveling before Chu Nan, their eyes widened in utter disbelief. Who was Jin Day? The boss of the Tianqi gang. Bullying men and women, committing every conceivable evil. Yet this very thug leader was now practically groveling at Chu Nan's feet. How could they possibly believe it? As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chu Nan smoothly took the bank card and patted Jin Day's shoulder. Not bad, you've made progress. Seeing that Chu Nan hadn't lost his temper this time, Jin Day's heart finally settled. Mr. Chu, since there's nothing else, we won't bother you any longer. Only after saying this did Jin Day glance at the group of henchmen surrounding him. What are you all doing with your weapons? Get your stuff packed and get the hell out of here. Hearing their boss speak, the henchmen snapped out of their daze and hurriedly stowed their weapons before scurrying off to the side. Wait. Just as Jin Day was about to leave, Chu Nan's voice rang out again, causing Jin Day's face to pale. Mr. Chu, is there something else? Jin Day turned back, asking cautiously. Chu Nan glanced at the shop owner who had been slapped by Jin Day, then pointed at the mess scattered across the floor. We're just small businesses, we can't afford this kind of damage. You're absolutely right, Mr. Chu. I didn't think it through. Jin Day plastered on a sheepish grin, immediately pulling a wad of cash from his pocket and handing it personally to the bewildered shop owner. Consider this compensation for your losses. Starting today, our Tianqi gang's got your back at this food stall. No one'll dare demand protection money from you. Jin Day declared in no uncertain terms. Staring at the thick stack of bills in his hands, the shop owner finally snapped out of his daze, his face lighting up with excitement. Thank you, Boss Jin. Don't thank me. If you must thank anyone, thank Mr. Chu. Jin Day waved his hand dismissively, then turned to look at Chu Nan. Seeing the other man nod approvingly, he finally exhaled in relief and walked away. What the hell are you standing around for? Get out of here. The moment he stepped out of the food stall, Jin Day barked at his men. With that, he darted into the car. Boss, who exactly is that kid? Do we really need to be so scared of him? Inside the car, a new recruit asked Jin Day with confusion. The Tianqi gang held some sway in their corner of Rongqing, but they'd never seen their boss act so cowardly before. You don't know? Jin Day snapped, turning his head. If it weren't for my quick thinking just now, we'd all be dead tonight. Tell Xingtang that bastard who crossed Mr. Chu I'll make sure he never sees tomorrow's sun. Only after uttering these words did Jin Day realize his back was already soaked through with sweat. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief. Had he not improvised tonight, he truly would have been betrayed by his own men. At the same time, right after Jin Day and his men left, inside the food stall, Shinsini and the others finally snapped back to reality. You know Jin Day? Qin Yuru widened her beautiful eyes, her expression filled with confusion as she asked Chu Nan. Not exactly. There was a misunderstanding when I went to collect a debt earlier. It was Boss Xiao who stepped in to resolve it. Chu Nan explained casually to Qin Yuru while puffing on his cigarette. Xiao Hong? Upon hearing the name, Qin Yuru suddenly remembered something, her expression darkening with displeasure. Even though you saved Mr. Vao's daughter, favors can only last so long. You can't keep relying on others for everything. In Qin Yuru's view, Chu Nan's ability to recover the debt from Tianqi Company was undoubtedly due to Xiao Hong. And Jin Day's fawning over Chu Nan today was surely because he mistakenly thought Chu Nan was someone close to Xiao Hong. Ask her for help? Hearing Qin Yaru's words, Shu Nan was taken aback. Enough. Whatever the case, tonight you proved yourself a real man. In short, you've earned this lady's approval. Beside them, Shinsini, slightly tipsy, walked over to Chu Nan. She casually draped her arm around his shoulder and laughed. Compared to her timid classmates, she found Chu Nan more to her liking. After this commotion, the group lost all interest in continuing the gathering. Those who had earlier mocked Chu Nan had already slunk away quietly. Yaru, hop in my car. I'll give you a ride home. Just then, Ji Mingjie appeared out of nowhere, pointing to the Land Rover by the roadside as he extended the invitation to Qin Yaru. Despite the earlier embarrassment, Ji Mingjie hadn't given up on his chance to impress Qin Yaru. Senior class monitor Ji, there's no need for you to escort Yaru. I just called a designated driver. Shinsini interjected. With that one sentence, she instantly dashed Ji Mingjie's last chance. Not far away, a designated driver arrived on a motorcycle. Qin Yaru also shot Ji Mingjie a slightly apologetic glance. Class monitor Ji, we'll see you again sometime. With those words, Qin Yaru and her two companions climbed into her BMW. The next second, watching Chu Nan and Qin Yaru drive away together, Ji Mingjie completely ignored as if he were a random passerby now wore a face as dark as iron. Why? Jin Dae, who didn't even give the Ji family the time of day, was actually bowing and scraping before Chu Nan? How could his dream girl possibly fancy such a bumpkin? 10 minutes later, the car was on its way back. The designated driver steered expressionlessly, music playing in the car. Chu Nan sat in the passenger seat, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Qin Yaru and Shinsini, who had been chatting and laughing just minutes ago, had both fallen asleep without anyone noticing. The designated driver glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing that none of the passengers in the car stirred. He promptly steered the vehicle onto a secluded side road and brought it to a halt. I never imagined this job would be so easy. We only needed that guy surnamed Shin, but we ended up getting an extra one for free. Glancing at Qin Yaru and Shinsini in the back seat, the driver's face twisted into a sinister grin of triumph. He then drew the dagger he carried on his person, his eyes flashing with malice as he fixed them on Shu Nan in the passenger seat. You take the money, you take the trouble. Kid, blame your own bad luck. Just as the driver raised the dagger, he saw the man before him suddenly open his eyes wide. A faint, mocking smile played on his lips as he stared back. You, how are you okay? Seeing Chu Nan's eyes open, the driver panicked. I smelled the knockout dope the moment I got in the car. But this cheap knockoff? It's nowhere near strong enough to take me down. Shu Nan glanced at the driver before him and offered a faint smile. Spill it. Who sent you? Chapter 32, Trouble Again. You little punk, you're asking for it. Seeing that Shu Nan hadn't fallen for the trap, a murderous intent flashed in the driver's eyes. The dagger in his hand flashed silver as it lunged toward Shu Nan's chest. In the blink of an eye. Thud. A silver needle shot from Chu Nan's hand, piercing the driver's vital point. The driver felt a sharp pain in his right hand, then instantly lost all sensation in it. His arm froze mid-air, utterly immobilized. What happened? What did you do to me? The fierce glint in his eyes froze instantly, replaced by a trace of terror. The driver stared at Chu Nan, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his brow. I don't like nonsense. I'll ask you one last time who sent you. Snatching the dagger from the man's grasp, Chu Nan narrowed his eyes at the figure before him, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze. He had only recently arrived in Chengdu. Who could possibly harbor such deep hatred toward him that they'd send an assassin to kill him? Kid, don't even think I'll talk. The assassin snarled at Chu Nan, his face contorted in fury. Is that so? A faint smile touched Chu Nan's lips as he plunged the dagger in his hand downward with sudden force. Put. Blood spattered everywhere. The dagger plunged straight into his thigh. Ah! Instantly, veins bulged on the assassin's face as he let out an uncontrollable cry of pain. It's not over yet. Chu Nan's face held a faint, indifferent smile. A silver needle materialized in his hand and pierced the assassin's waist. SSSH. In that very instant, the assassin sucked in a sharp breath, then began trembling uncontrollably, as if thousands of ants were crawling over his body. His hands frantically scratched at his skin, even drawing blood, yet it brought no relief. This torment originating from within was utterly unbearable. Even if I die, I won't utter a single word. A flash of resolve ignited in his bloodshot eyes. The assassin glared at Chu Nan, then clenched his jaw with a sudden, fierce bite. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as teeth snapped. In the blink of an eye, the assassin foamed at the mouth and collapsed headfirst. Poison hidden in his teeth? A hint of surprise flashed across Chu Nan's face. Such a move clearly marked him as a highly trained assassin. Such assassins were typically tools of murder secretly cultivated from childhood by underground factions or powerful clans, possessing unwavering loyalty. I was careless. I never imagined that even a small city like Rongqing would have people cultivating assassins. Chu Nan shook his head before examining the corpse.
Such assassins usually concealed deadly venom in their teeth once ingested. It was virtually incurable.
What's this?
As Chunan unbuttoned the assassin's collar, he immediately noticed a serpentine tattoo on the chest. The tattoo wasn't large, only about the size of a palm. It looked more like a distinctive mark of some organization. Chunan pulled out his old Nokia phone, snapped a somewhat blurry photo, and promptly sent it to Luo Tianyang. Having operated in Sichuan province for years, Luo Tianyang maintained his own intelligence network. Investigating the assassin's identity was naturally left to him. Apart from the tattoo, Chunan found nothing else on the assassin's body. He tossed the body into the weeds. After sending the location to Luo Tianyang, he waited for him to dispatch someone to handle it.
Glancing at Qin Yuru and Shinsini, still unconscious in the back seat, Chunan sighed.
He had no choice but to drive them to the Qin residence himself.
10 minutes later, several black sedans appeared on the secluded road.
Dispose of the body thoroughly.
I don't want any leaks. Also, find out everything about this guy's background immediately.
I don't care who's behind him.
Daring to harm the young master on Chengdu's turf is slapping me, Luo Tianyang, in the face. In the middle Maybach, the window slowly rolled down, revealing Luo Tianyang's face twisted with fury.
Why such fury? The young master of the prestigious Xianmen sect had been assassinated. And it happened right under his own nose. If Chunan suffered even the slightest harm, the news would reach the Xian sect, and Luo Tianyang himself would be the first to lose his head.
How could he not be furious? This was clearly an attempt to take his life. Yes, Chairman. At Luo Tianyang's command, a dozen black-clad bodyguards vanished instantly into the vast night. At the same time, an hour later, inside a lavishly decorated hotel suite. Chui Jiao. It's been an hour already. Looks like your men failed.
Wang Junjie sat on the sofa in a bathrobe, his face etched with disappointment. Before him, Chui Jiao, clad in a black robe, slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing a gaunt, emaciated old face.
I underestimated that kid named Chunan. Seems this guy isn't as simple as we thought. Chui Jiao's voice was slightly hoarse. Wang Junjie frowned. Could it be that old bastard from the Qin family was actually saved by this kid named Chu?
Hearing this, Chui Jiao shook his head and sneered coldly.
The feng shui killing formation I personally set up, how could that kid possibly see through it?
I suspect the Qin family secretly hired a master.
Wang Junjie clearly had no doubts about Chui Jiao's abilities.
Hearing this, he dismissed the matter.
Either way, I'm getting my hands on that bull bile pill formula. This matter is yours to handle personally. Yes, young Master Wang. Chui Jiao nodded, then turned and vanished into the shadows with a sinister grin. One night passed. Early the next morning, the effects of the drowsy incense had long worn off.
Qin Yuru felt as though she'd simply drunk too much the night before, which was why she'd overslept.
As for Shinsini,
the Qin family had contacted the Shin family last night and had her taken home.
No time for breakfast. Hurry to the office.
Glancing at the time, Qin Yuru hurriedly changed clothes and urged Chunan to leave.
I'm just a security chief, why am I working so hard for you? Chunan was reluctantly pushed into the car by Qin Yuru. Before long, the two arrived at the branch office. Mr. Chu. Good morning.
The three security guards on duty at the branch office entrance spotted Qin Yuru's vehicle and immediately shouted in unison. Before the words had even faded, the BMW came to a stop right in front of them. The door opened and a figure stepped out.
Boss?
Wang Dongxiang and the other two stared wide-eyed, frozen in place as Chunan stepped out of Qin Yuru's car.
Your uniform is ready. And here are your business card and ID badge.
Inside the car, Qin Yuru handed a pile of items to Chunan before driving straight into the company.
Is there writing on my face? Why are you all staring at me? Chunan turned to look at Wang Dongxiang and the others before walking into the security department office. Impressive.
Watching Chunan's dashing retreat, the trio gave him a thumbs up before hurrying after him.
Inside the office. Boss, have some tea top grade Longjing. Boss, you must be exhausted. Let me give you a shoulder massage. Wang Dongxiang and the others fawned over Chunan, crowding around him. Enough, enough. Spit it out already. Chunan took the teacup and scolded them with a smile.
Wang Dongxiang leaned in, his face plastered with a sheepish grin, asking.
Boss, spill it, you and our CEO Qin, are you two hooking up?
We saw you get out of her car with our own eyes.
Boss, teach us how to win the favor of a rich woman.
The three men gazed at Chunan with eyes full of admiration. Upon hearing their words, Chunan nearly spit out the sip of tea he'd just taken.
What? You want to learn?
At his words, the three nodded their heads like chicks pecking at grain.
This stuff is all about talent. You guys can't learn it. Chunan gave a deliberately mysterious smile before kicking Wang Dongxiang and the others. Stop daydreaming and get back to work. Oh, and nothing major happened at the company today, right?
Setting his teacup aside, Chunan stretched lazily and asked casually.
Hearing Chunan's question,
Wang Dongxiang suddenly remembered something and reminded him.
Actually, there is something.
Early this morning, the young miss arrived with people from headquarters. Judging by her demeanor, she doesn't seem to be here with good intentions. At first hearing, Chunan's eyebrows shot up. Shin Lulu's here to stir trouble again? His gaze swept over Wang Dongxiang and the others before Chunan rose directly from the sofa. Let's go check it out. This branch office is our turf, we can't let outsiders run wild here. Chapter 33, The Meng Family Strikes. Branch Office President's Suite. Shin Yuru had barely arrived when her assistant, Li Ling, burst out of the office in tears. Li Ling, what happened? Shin Yuru asked urgently. Seeing Shin Yuru appear, Li Ling finally stopped her tears and rushed to explain. President Shin, you must leave immediately. The young miss has brought people from headquarters to cause trouble. What? Shin Yuru's eyebrows furrowed. Before she could ask for details, a mocking voice rang out from behind her. Shin Yuru, you're just in time. Come with me to the boardroom to apologize. The next moment, Shin Lulu emerged from the office accompanied by several men in sharp suits. Shin Yuru's expression darkened at the sight of them. These were all executives from headquarters. Unless something major happened, they wouldn't normally come to the branch office. Sis, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I apologize? Shin Yuru looked at Shin Lulu with confusion. Seeing her reaction, a faint sense of foreboding began to stir within her. Sure enough, seeing Shin Yuru still feigning ignorance, Shin Lulu's face twisted into a series of cold sneers. You have the nerve to ask? Do you know that the medicinal herbs from our Qin pharmaceutical have been seized by the Drug Regulatory Authority? Losing this batch means our entire production line will halt. Do you have any idea how devastating this is for headquarters? Shin Yuru gasped in shock. How could this happen? Our herbs are all compliant and legal. What right do they have to seize them? At that moment, an executive behind Shin Lulu spoke in a solemn tone. Second miss, the Meng family has already made their intentions clear. You had someone injure Meng Hongyu, the eldest son of the Meng family. This is a direct affront to the Meng family. Not only has the Meng family completely terminated all cooperation with Qin Pharmaceutical, but they've also leveraged their high-level connections to seize all of Qin Pharmaceutical's medicinal herbs under the pretext of an inspection. Hearing this, Shin Yuru was utterly thrown into panic. So it was the Meng family. The Mengs were notorious for protecting their own and holding grudges. Even Shin Yuru hadn't expected retaliation to come so swiftly after Chunan struck Meng Hongyu last night. The Meng family was a long-established pharmaceutical powerhouse in Rongqing, with family influence far beyond what a rising newcomer like the Qins could match. Given their clout, it was no surprise they could pull strings at the highest levels. I'll tell you straight. The Meng family has made it clear, to resolve this matter, my Qin family must hand over the formula for the oxgall pills. The old master was furious when he heard about this. Shin Lulu stared at Shin Yuru with an icy expression. My dear sister, you've truly landed yourself in a world of trouble this time. Forget about joining the headquarters, I doubt you'll even keep your position as president of this branch. Shin Lulu's words sent Shin Yuru reeling. She never imagined last night's incident would lead to such catastrophic consequences. The Meng family was using the opportunity to avenge Meng Hongyu to force the Qin family to hand over the formula for the oxgall pills. You reap what you sow. That so-called Meng family heir, I beat him up. It had nothing to do with Yaruo. Just as Shin Yuru was at a loss, a figure appeared in the arena. Chunan? Shin Lulu shot Chunan a glance, her eyes brimming with scorn. How touching. But even Shin Yuru can barely save herself this time. What could you, a country bumpkin, possibly do? Chunan smiled and said. So the herbs got confiscated, big deal. I'll personally handle it. I'll get every single one of those herbs back for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Lulu and the others all looked at Chunan with expressions that said he was an idiot. That's the Drug Regulatory Authority. Do you think you're the mayor of Rongqing? Do you have that kind of authority? Shin Lulu ignored the clownish Chunan, fixing her gaze instead on the utterly despairing Shin Yuru. The board members are waiting for you. Hurry back with me to face punishment for your mistakes. With that, Shin Lulu waved to the two men following her, signaling them to step forward and escort Shin Yuru to headquarters for questioning. As long as I'm here, no one takes her away today. A cold glint flashed in Chunan's eyes as he barked out the warning. At the same moment, Wang Dongxiang and his two companions, seeing the situation, stepped forward urgently, shielding Shin Yuru with their batons. This is the branch office. Who dares to be disrespectful to President Qin? Seeing this, Shin Lulu's face darkened instantly. You've gone mad. With a confrontation about to erupt. Everyone step aside. I'm going with her to headquarters. Shin Yuru stepped out from behind Chunan. Her tone was resolute, marking her final decision. Hearing this, Wang Dongxiang and the others all widened their eyes in disbelief. Miss Qin, you can't go. Assistant Li Ling was about to speak up to dissuade her, but Shin Yuru merely smiled and shook her head. I bear undeniable responsibility for this matter. Going to headquarters to take responsibility is only fair. Even if I'm no longer at the branch office, you must all continue to work diligently.
With that, Qin Yuru gave Chunan a nod without further words, then turned and walked away, intending to head to headquarters alone. That's more like it. Seeing this, Qin Lulu rolled her eyes at Chunan and the others before promptly leading her own group away. Qin Yuru had caused such a huge mess this time. Forget the board of directors, she wouldn't even make it past the Qin family's scrutiny. The position of branch president would soon be hers for the taking. Boss, what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch President Qin get taken away, can we? Watching Qin Yuru leave, Wang Dongqiang and the others looked anxious. Chunan, however, seemed to be the most composed one in the room. I'm stepping out for a moment. Leaving only those words behind, Chunan immediately pulled out his phone and headed outside. He also sent a text message to Luo Tianyang. It wasn't to ask for Luo Tianyang's help. Rather, he was inquiring about the whereabouts of that prodigal son of the Meng family, Meng Hongyu. To resolve this matter, one must naturally tackle it at its source. And the Meng family's actions had successfully ignited Chunan's fury. At that very moment, in a private club within Rongqing, in an antique-style private room, the table was laden with delicacies from land and sea. Deputy Director Li, we're counting on you for this matter. Meng Tianyang, wearing a broad smile, raised his wine glass and toasted the man seated opposite him. Uncle Li, we owe it all to your help. That good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Qin family actually dared to strike me. This time, we'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Speaking up, Meng Hongyu also raised his wine glass, his face plastered with a fawning smile as he looked at Deputy Director Li. As the Deputy Director of the Drug Regulatory Department, it was precisely Deputy Director Li who had intervened, using this pretext to seize all of Qin Pharmaceuticals' medicinal materials. But the Meng family's demands went far beyond mere revenge for Meng Hongyu. More importantly, they intended to use this opportunity to pressure the Qins into revealing the formula for their oxgall pills. Chapter 34, Colluding in Malice. The Wealthy Mansion. This renowned private club in Rongqing was frequented almost exclusively by business elites. And the owner behind this wealthy manor? The Lu family, one of Rongqing's 3 billionaire clans. At this moment, inside the Lu family estate, the Lu family members were as restless as ants on a hot pan. It's been a full day since the old master took the heart essence pill. If we still can't find that divine Dr. Chu, what on earth are we to do? Lu Zhengtian paced back and forth in the living room with his hands behind his back, a look of anxiety evident on his face. The entire Lu family was equally frantic. Lu Group was a publicly traded company. If Chairman Lu Jianye suddenly passed away, the group's stock price would inevitably plummet. Moreover, without the patriarch's presence, the Lu family's reputation would likely suffer a severe blow. Dad, don't worry. I've mobilized the entire Lu family. We'll spare no expense to find Dr. Chu. Lu Xiaoman reassured her father from the side. At that moment, she was also consumed by self-reproach. Had she not questioned Chunan's medical skills at Jiang that day and prevented him from treating grandfather, today's tragedy might never have unfolded. If her actions truly led to grandfather's demise, she would be the greatest sinner in the Lu family. Just then, a servant of the Lu household rushed into the parlor. Found him. Found him. Miss Lu, we've tracked down news of the divine Dr. Chu. At these words, everyone present in the parlor rose to their feet in unison. Lu Xiaoman immediately pressed for details. Quickly, where is Master Physician Chu? The servant dared not hesitate, panting as he replied. I just heard that Master Chu has gone to the wealthy manor. The wealthy manor? At this news, the Lu family members present all froze in surprise. Wasn't that the private club owned by their Lu family? They'd searched all night for Chunan, yet here he was right on their own turf. What is Master Physician Chu doing at the wealthy manor? Just as Lu Xiaoman was about to lead her men there, Lu Jingtian's expression darkened slightly as he suddenly asked. His intuition told him that if Chunan wanted to contact the Lu family, he could have come directly to the Lu family estate. Why, then, had he gone to the wealthy manor instead? There must be a reason for this. Reporting to Mr. Lu. I just learned that Master Chu, the renowned physician, was actually a son-in-law who married into the Qin family. It seems his visit to the wealthy manor this time was to cause trouble for the Meng family. With the Lu family's influence, tracking someone down in Rongqing was no difficult task. Especially since Chunan hadn't concealed his movements. The news of the Qin family's son-in-law had long since spread. Given his current status, uncovering the truth posed no challenge for the Lu family. Are you saying the Meng family secretly colluded with the Medicines Inspection Bureau to seize the Qin family's herbs as revenge against Master Physician Chu? And for this reason alone, Divine Physician Chu intends to confront Meng Tianyang? Lu Jingtian's expression grew grave. What surprised him wasn't that Chunan intended to confront the Meng family. The Meng family was merely a second-rate clan, hardly worthy of his attention. What truly intrigued Lu Jingtian was this: if Chunan truly possessed such extraordinary medical skills, he should have been renowned throughout the land long ago. How could he be merely a son-in-law? Especially one from a third-rate family like the Qins. Dad, what should we do about this? Seeing her father deep in thought, Lu Xiaoman didn't rush out to find Chunan. Instead, she turned to Lu Zhengtian with her question. Old Master Lu was hanging by a thread. Shu Nan was now the Lu family's sole hope. The Meng family is nothing. I'll personally go to the wealthy mansion and bring back the divine Dr. Chu. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Zhengtian seemed to have made up his mind. Yet voices of doubt arose within the Lu household. Who's to say this Chu fellow is truly capable? Why should we go to such lengths for him? The speaker was none other than Lu Zhengtian's own younger brother, Lu Zongping. Hearing this, Lu Zhengtian shot Lu Zongping a cold stare. If there's even a sliver of hope to save the old master, I must try. Anyone who dares to speak another word, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Lu Zhengtian immediately led Lu Xiaoman away from the Lu residence. Only Lu Zongping remained behind, his face dark and sullen. Meanwhile, outside the wealthy mansion. Halt! Private club, no outsiders allowed. 2 security guards blocked Chu Nan's path, bellowing at him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without uttering a word, Chu Nan flicked 2 silver needles from his fingers, striking the men's pressure points. I don't want to harm the innocent. Your acupoints will release themselves in half an hour. Leaving these words behind, Chu Nan strode into the wealthy mansion with an icy expression. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the clubhouse. After 3 rounds of drinks, the Meng family father and son and Deputy Director Li were thoroughly intoxicated. 2 beauties in Cheongsam sat close to Deputy Director Li, allowing him to make advances while maintaining seductive smiles and continuously pouring wine. I hear this mansion is quite pricey, more luxurious than any 5-star hotel. Thanks to you, Brother Meng, I get to enjoy this luxury today. With an arm around each woman, Deputy Director Li chuckled drunkenly. Meng Hongyu smiled alone, but Meng Tianyang instantly grasped the implication behind Deputy Director Li's words. Now you're talking. You're the top leader of the Drug Regulatory Department. Hundreds of pharmaceutical companies in Chengdu all follow your directives. Since Deputy Director Li enjoys this mansion so much, you must come often. With that, Meng Tianyang produced a membership card he had prepared in advance and slid it toward Deputy Director Li. A membership card for the wealthy mansion. Just registering for the card costs at least 1 million. Not to mention, Meng Tianyang had preloaded 3 million yuan onto the card. He knew Deputy Director Li had a big appetite. This single meal alone couldn't possibly satisfy the man. Seeing such generosity, Deputy Director Li's face immediately broke into a broad smile. Brother Meng, you're far too generous. I've always been a man of principle. Since that batch of medicinal herbs from the Qin family had quality issues, a thorough investigation is absolutely necessary. Only then can we root out the malpractice plaguing our Rongqing pharmaceutical industry. Deputy Director Li accepted the membership card with a flourish, his words dripping with righteous indignation. The subtext was clear: take the money and make the trouble disappear. Having received benefits from the Meng family, even if the Qin family's herbs were flawless, he would find fault with them. To have such an enlightened leader as Deputy Director Li is truly a blessing for us merchants. On behalf of my colleagues in Rongqing's pharmaceutical community, I, Meng Tianyang, raise another toast to Deputy Director Li. With that, Meng Tianyang raised his cup once more. The 2 old foxes exchanged a knowing glance, each flashing a sly smile before tipping their glasses back and downing the contents in one gulp. But before the liquor could reach their throats, a sudden clang echoed through the room. Clang! The tightly shut private room door was kicked open in an instant. A figure strode in immediately afterward. Who dares to barge into the Meng family's drinking party without permission? Meng Tianyang's expression darkened, and a bodyguard instantly materialized before him. Thud! A single step forward. A sharply chiseled face came into view before Meng Tianyang and his men. Upon recognizing the face, Meng Hongyu beside him exclaimed in shock and fury. Shu, what are you doing here? Chapter 35, The Lu Family's Guest of Honor? Meng Hongyu never imagined Shu Nan would suddenly burst into the mansion of the wealthy, and even catch his family and Deputy Director Li in the act. Is he the son-in-law from the Qin family? Hearing Meng Hongyu's words, Meng Tianyang snapped to attention, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had no idea how much of their earlier conversation Shu Nan had overheard. But regardless, Shu Nan absolutely couldn't be allowed to leave alive today. You little brat, I haven't settled the score for you injuring my son yet. Well, today you've walked right into your own grave. Meng Tianyang barked coldly, shooting a glance at his bodyguard. The latter understood immediately, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shu Nan. Kid, I hear even Qinjin wasn't your match? Too bad you ran into me. Meng Tianyang's bodyguard wore a black martial arts uniform. With a hooked nose, he was a man in his early 40s. The moment they met, Shu Nan had already discerned the man's 9th-tier internal strength. At the peak of the internal force realm, he was already considered a formidable expert in the secular world. No wonder he was so confident. I'll count to 3. You still have time to get out of here. Staring at the martial arts-clad man, Shu Nan stood his ground and counted coldly. 3. What did you say, you brat? The martial arts-clad man froze for a moment, then his face twisted into a sneer. He was a formidable 9th-degree internal martial artist.
Not only could he easily handle a mere Chunan, but even across the entire city of Rongqing, few could stand against him in combat. 2. As Chunan's voice rang out once more, the martial artist in the uniform felt an inexplicable, invisible pressure bearing down on him. How dare this worthless son-in-law treat him with such utter disregard? You've succeeded in enraging me. Die. The martial artist's rage boiled over, and he immediately unleashed a palm strike toward Chunan. His ninth-tier internal strength erupted. The fierce palm wind howled toward Chunan as the strike flew. The martial artist was confident that if this strike landed cleanly, even another internal energy practitioner would either die or suffer severe injury. Meanwhile, Meng Tianyang and his son stood nearby, their faces twisted in cold, mocking smiles. The gaze they fixed upon Chunan was as icy as if they were staring at a corpse. Only the Meng family knew that this martial artist was a martial arts guardian they had hired at a cost of over $1 million. With such a formidable expert stepping forward, Chunan was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, in that very instant, the palm wind whipped at Chunan's robe, making it flutter wildly. As the martial artist's palm strike closed in, poised to strike his face, Chunan stood motionless yet continued to speak. 1. The instant Chunan uttered those words, the martial-clad man felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, and a frenzied killing intent flared in his eyes. Die. A palm strike unleashed with all his might already slammed out. At such close quarters, he refused to believe Chunan could evade this strike. Yet in that very instant, the palm wind whistled past, and the martial arts-clad man felt as though his strike had struck nothing but air, soft and powerless. He looked up. Chunan was nowhere to be seen. This can't be. Chunan had been right before his eyes, yet he hadn't noticed when the man vanished. Such speed had surpassed the limits of his naked eye. I gave you a chance. You chose not to seize it. A sigh suddenly echoed from behind him. Hearing the familiar voice, the martial arts-clad man turned slowly, his face frozen in disbelief. What met his eyes were the expressions of the Meng family father and son, as if they had seen a ghost. But the strange gaze they fixed upon was not directed at Chunan, it was focused on the martial arts uniformed man's chest. What are you looking at me for? The martial-clad man felt a momentary dullness before lowering his head to look. At some point, the fabric on his chest had torn apart, revealing a palm print. When did this happen? The warrior's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could finish his words, his internal organs felt as though they were being twisted into a knot. A torrent of blood surged uncontrollably from his throat. Put! With the spurt of blood, the martial-clad man's face contorted with confusion as darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. You killed Elder Zhang? Meng Tianyang and his son trembled as they witnessed the scene. Beside them, Deputy Director Li turned deathly pale, trembling so violently he couldn't utter a word. The three sobered up instantly. Now, gazing at the motionless martial arts practitioner, their faces bore only terror. I didn't kill him. But whether he lives depends on his own luck. Chunan stepped over the martial uniformed man and strode directly toward Meng Tianyang and his two companions. Was it the three of you who seized the Qin family's medicinal herbs? Before Meng Tianyang could respond, Deputy Director Li barked out first. Kid, I don't care who you are. I'm the Deputy Director of the Drug Supervision Department. If you dare lay a finger on me. Smack! Before Deputy Director Li could finish his sentence, Chunan swung his hand back and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Deputy Director Li. Seeing this, Meng Tianyang and his son were horrified. Chu, you're out of your mind. How dare you strike Deputy Director Li? Don't forget, this is the wealthy manor, it's the Lu family's territory. If you cause trouble here, the Lu family won't let you off. Meng Tianyang didn't hesitate to bring up the Lu family, solely to intimidate Chunan. But he wasn't wrong. This truly was the Lu family's territory. Everyone, stop right now. A series of footsteps grew louder as they approached, followed by a sharp command. Then, Lu Zhengtian burst into the private room with his men in tow. Mr. Lu? Upon seeing Lu Zhengtian, Meng Tianyang froze for a moment before his face lit up with delight. Talk about speaking of the devil. Meng Tianyang had anticipated that the wealthy mansion belonged to the Lu family, and that they wouldn't stand idly by if someone caused trouble here. But he hadn't expected Lu Zhengtian himself to show up. Kid, you're dead meat this time. Meng Hongyu, witnessing this turn of events, couldn't help but shift from despair to triumph as he sneered at Chunan. What was the Lu family? How could they tolerate a country bumpkin like Chunan breaking their rules? Mr. Lu, you've arrived just in time. This brat trespassed into the wealthy estate, violated the Lu family's rules, and even killed my Meng family's revered elder. His crimes are unforgivable. I implore you, Mr. Lu, to have him apprehended and sent to the police department for investigation. Meng Tianyang lunged forward in a single stride, pointing at Chunan with a savage grin. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. Lu Zhengtian delivered a direct slap to Meng Tianyang's face. Under the stunned gaze of his opponent, he coldly declared. Meng Tianyang, you have some nerve. Master Chu is an honored guest of the Lu family. How dare you show such disrespect? Dr. Chu? Honored guest of the Lu family?
It seemed as though the slap hadn't yet jolted him back to his senses. Hearing Lu Jingtian's words, Meng Tianyang felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly losing his footing. Chapter 36, You Dare Strike Me? Dad! Meng Hongyu shouted from the crowd, rushing to support Meng Tianyang. As for the Lu family's honored guest mentioned by Lu Zhengtian, father and son both seemed to be in a daze. Mr. Lu, have you mistaken someone? This kid is just a son-in-law of the Qin family. How did he become an honored guest of the Lu family? Even after being slapped by Lu Zhengtian, Meng Tianyang could only grit his teeth and ask with a forced smile. The Lu family was a household name in China's pharmaceutical industry. Even the Meng family, fellow pharmaceutical giants, had to bow to his will. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied Meng Tianyang felt at that moment, he dared not show the slightest hint of it in front of Lu Zhengtian. Master Physician Chu, we've finally found you. At that very moment, Lu Xiaoman emerged from the crowd, her face radiant with excitement, and walked straight up to Chunan. That day, I was blind to your greatness, daring to question the medical skills of Divine Physician Chu. I begged the Divine Physician Chu to forgive this petty person's transgression. I beg you, Divine Physician Chu, to save my grandfather's life. Whatever the price, even if it means becoming your slave or servant, I will agree. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Xiaoman prepared to kneel before Chunan in front of the entire crowd. Her grandfather's life was at stake. Lu Xiaoman feared that Chunan might harbor resentment over the incident and refuse to help. Her guilt would be immense. Dr. Chu? At that moment, witnessing this sudden turn of events, Meng Tianyang and his son were utterly dumbfounded. They certainly recognized Lu Xiaoman and her companions. She was the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family, a figure Meng Hongyu wouldn't dare dream of offending. And now she was kneeling before Chunan? Enough. No need for formalities with me. Just as Lu Xiaoman was about to kneel, Chunan reached out and helped her up. But the moment his hand touched her skin, Chunan's movement faltered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Most people might not sense it, but Chunan distinctly felt the hidden Xianyin aura within Lu Xiaoman's body. A mystic Yin physique. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaoman to be a Xianyin physique, a rarity that appeared only once in a century. This was an exceptional vessel for dual cultivation. Shu Divine Physician? Lu Xiaoman's cheeks flushed crimson as Chunan held her hand tightly, prompting her to whisper softly. Ahem. Snapping back to his senses, Chunan quickly released her hand and asked with solemn seriousness. Judging by your expression, old Master Lu must have already taken the heart essence pill? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman nodded urgently. Master Chu, your foresight is truly uncanny. Yesterday, my grandfather's heart condition flared up again. Thankfully, he took the heart essence pill, which saved his life just now. Hearing this, Chunan remained unperturbed. Taking the heart yuan pill could temporarily sustain Lu Jianye's life for 3 days, and only 1 day had passed. If he chose to intervene, curing Lu Jianye would not be difficult. I am Lu Zhengtian, General Manager of the Lu Group. I implore you, Divine Physician Chu, to come to the Lu residence and save my father's life. At that moment, Lu Zhengtian stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Chunan. Though he had already heard about it from his daughter, seeing Chunan in person still left Lu Zhengtian astonished by his youth. Saving your father is no trouble. However, I still have matters to attend to. Chunan glanced at Lu Zhengtian, then turned his gaze toward Meng Tianyang and the other two. Shu Divine Physician. I truly had no idea you were the Lu family's honored guest. This is all a misunderstanding. Feeling Chunan's gaze, Meng Tianyang instantly understood and hastily apologized. What misunderstanding? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of the Lu family. Just then, Deputy Director Li, his face half covered like a pig's snout, jumped out. Pointing at Chunan right in front of Lu Zhengtian, he bellowed. I am the Deputy Director of the Drug Administration Department. This guy dared to assault a public official. That's a serious crime. Get ready for jail time. Seeing Deputy Director Li's aggressive stance, Lu Zhengtian frowned, staring at the other man's half-face, swollen to an alarming degree. He never imagined Chunan would be so bold as to strike even Deputy Director Li. Though the Lu family held no fear for a mere deputy director. But the man was, after all, an official. If he chose to hold this incident against them, resolving the matter might prove difficult. Deputy Director Li, Master Physician Chu was an honored guest of the Lu family. I implore you, for the sake of our family, to turn this major incident into a minor one. Afterward, our Lu family will present a token of our appreciation. Lu Zhengtian addressed Deputy Director Li. Hearing this, Deputy Director Li, still seething with anger, refused to let it go. Don't try that with me. Accustomed to a life of privilege, he had never endured such humiliation. He immediately strode into the center of the room, pointing his finger at Chunan arrogantly, and demanded. I demand this brat kneel before me personally, and kowtow an apology. At these words, Lu Zhengtian and the others' expressions darkened instantly. You want me to kowtow and apologize to you? Chunan walked up to Deputy Director Li with a smile on his face. At that moment, Deputy Director Li was brimming with arrogance. Relying on his official connections, not only Chunan, but even Lu Jingtian wouldn't dare provoke him rashly. You brat! It's not too late to kowtow and apologize now. Otherwise, this director will make sure you rot in prison. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Before anyone could even discern Nan's movement, Deputy Director Lee spun 180 degrees mid-air, sent flying several meters away by Chunan's single blow. In an instant, the private room fell deathly silent, everyone gasping in shock. It wasn't just the Meng family father and son who were stunned. Even Lu Jingtian and the others stood frozen in shock. No one could believe Chunan had actually dared to strike. If Deputy Director Lee suffered any harm now, even the Lu family's intervention might not save Chunan. You actually hit me? You little brat, just wait. I'll have you arrested right now. With a pig-like face, Deputy Director Lee staggered to his feet. As he spoke, 2 large teeth fell out, leaving his mouth gaping and whistling with every breath. Just as his words trailed off. Slam! The door burst open. Immediately, a group of uniformed officers stormed in, led by a middle-aged man in his 50s. Director Chen? Deputy Director Lee turned his head and saw the man's face light up with surprise. The man at the front was none other than Chen Shang, the legitimate director of the Drug Supervision Department, his direct superior. Director Chen, you're just in time. This kid disregarded the law and actually assaulted me. Have him arrested immediately. Deputy Director Lee rushed toward Chen Shang as if he were a savior. Just as he was about to vent his grievances to his superior, 2 men in police department uniforms suddenly rushed forward, pinning him down on either side before he could get close. Click! A pair of gleaming silver handcuffs snapped shut around Deputy Director Lee's wrists. Director Chen, what's going on here? You've got the wrong man. It's not me you're after, it's that kid. Chapter 37, The Meng Family's Confession. The scene. The sudden turn of events left Deputy Director Lee flustered. But no matter how he tried to explain himself, Chen Shang's face remained as cold as ice. Li Yanming, we're arresting you. As Deputy Director of the Drug Supervision Bureau, you've embezzled funds and perverted justice for years, abusing your power for personal gain. I have irrefutable evidence in hand. Prepare to face justice. The moment Chen Shang spoke, Li Yanming's face turned ashen. This can't be. Director Chen, I've been your most trusted confidant. How could you do this to me? Li Yanming never imagined that the very superior who should have championed his cause would personally arrest him. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for crossing those you shouldn't have. Chen Shang said grimly. What? Hearing his superior's words, Li Yanming's expression froze instantly. Offended someone he shouldn't have? Li Yanming understood the implication perfectly well. Having navigated the bureaucratic world for years, he was exceptionally smooth and cautious, never daring to cross any major figures. Wait, could it be? His gaze suddenly fixed on a figure in the crowd. Li Yanming seemed to suddenly understand everything. It was him. Observing the utterly unflappable expression on Chunan's face from start to finish, Li Yanming had a sudden epiphany. No doubt about it. A man honored as a distinguished guest by the Lu family. A man who could even make the Lu family's eldest daughter kneel and beg. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? Too bad he'd fallen for the lies of Meng Tianyang and his son, truly believing Chunan was just an ordinary son-in-law. How could a mere son-in-law dare to assault him, the deputy director? Li Yanming instantly understood everything. He whipped his head around to face Meng Tianyang and his father, lunging at them like a madman. Meng Tianyang, you son of a! You've ruined me! Before Li Yanming could unleash his fury, Chen Shang barked sternly. Take him away! Immediately, 2 officers seized Li Yanming and escorted him out. At that very moment, watching Li Yanming being led away in disarray. Such a dramatic scene. Everyone, including Lu Jingtian and his daughter, was still reeling from the shock. After Li Yanming was led away, Chen Sheng suddenly approached Chunan, his previously stern face now plastered with a broad smile. Mr. Chu, that scoundrel Li Yanming has been arrested. As for the medicinal herbs seized from the Qin family, we've returned them. This entire affair was purely the result of Li Yanming and the Meng family father and son colluding in their schemes. It in no way represents my personal stance or that of the Medicinal Supervision Bureau. I sincerely hope you will forgive us, Mr. Chu. His tone was unusually conciliatory, even bordering on obsequious. The official director of the Medicine Supervision Bureau, whose rank was even 1 level higher than Li Yanming's, now appeared somewhat submissive before Chunan. This scene left Lu Jingtian and the others utterly stunned. Even if the patriarch of the Lu family himself had come, Director Chen's demeanor would likely not have been this deferential. What kind of status did Chunan possess? Enough. The matter is resolved. Chunan glanced at Chen Shang, his mind already clear. The fact that Director Chen had been summoned meant that Luo Tianyang was undoubtedly behind this. If there's nothing further, this Chen will take his leave to report back. Seeing that Chunan hadn't flown into a rage over this, Chen Shang breathed a sigh of relief before turning and leading his men away. At this very moment, having witnessed everything firsthand,
Meng Tianyang and his son stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long while. What kind of entity had they offended? That even Director Chen would personally go out of his way to curry favor. Dad, what the hell is going on? Meng Hongyu asked, his legs trembling slightly. Even now, he still couldn't make sense of what had transpired. How had Deputy Director Li, who had been so high and mighty just moments ago, suddenly become a prisoner? And Director Chen? Why was he being so deferential to Chunan? Slap. Before he could get his father's answer. Instead, Meng Hongyu received a slap from Meng Tianyang. You fool! Hurry up and kowtow to apologize to Mr. Chu. Seeing Meng Hongyu frozen in place, Meng Tianyang swung his leg out and kicked his son. Thud. Meng Hongyu's knees buckled, sending him crashing to his knees before Chunan. Before he could speak, Meng Tianyang slapped himself twice across the face, then turned to apologize to Chunan. It's all my fault for failing to discipline him properly. This good-for-nothing dared to offend Mr. Chu. Today I'll beat this good-for-nothing to death to make amends to Mr. Chu. As he spoke, Meng Tianyang truly brought his foot down hard, delivering 2 more kicks to his son. Why aren't you apologizing to Mr. Chu immediately? Meng Hongyu wasn't stupid. Realizing the situation, he scrambled to his feet and bowed his head violently toward Chunan, shouting, Mr. Chu, no. Grandfather Chu. I was blind to my own folly. I should never have offended Grandfather Chu. Please spare my life, Grandfather Chu. Thud. 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 Meng Hongyu understood his father's intentions perfectly. He immediately began banging his head on the ground, thudding loudly. Ha! Overhearing Meng Hongyu's desperate pleas, Lu Xiaoman in the crowd couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Meng Hongyu addressed Chunan as grandfather. Didn't that make Meng Tianyang his son too? Mr. Chu, this is a token of our Meng family's sincerity. Please accept it, Mr. Chu. Seeing Chunan's silence, the shrewd Meng Tianyang promptly bowed forward and pulled out a check. 50 million. Pulling out 50 million in cash at once was no small feat for Meng Tianyang. Yet, though Meng Tianyang presented the check, Chunan shook his head. It's not enough. Hearing this, Meng Tianyang forced a smile and said, Yes, yes, yes. Of course it's more than that. Taking back the check, Meng Tianyang promptly pulled out another one. But before he could write the amount, Chunan spoke casually. 10 times. For the lives of you and your father. 10 times? At Chunan's words, Meng Tianyang's face froze instantly. Even Lu Xiaoman and the others nearby looked shocked. 500 million. Buying the lives of the Meng family father and son. Chunan's appetite was truly enormous. Even for a second-tier family like the Mengs, coughing up 500 million in cash all at once would feel like skinning themselves alive. Mr. Chu. Meng Tianyang was about to haggle, but when he looked up and saw Chunan's cold expression, his heart skipped a beat. Gritting his teeth, Meng Tianyang declared with unwavering resolve. I agree. I beg you, Mr. Chu, to spare my Meng family. With that, Meng Tianyang handed the check, bearing the specified amount, into Chunan's hand. 500 million in cash. This was nearly the entire annual profit of Meng Pharmaceutical. But to spare the Meng family from disaster, Meng Tianyang gritted his teeth and handed it over. After all, Li Yanming was a living example. Even Director Chen treated Chunan with utmost respect. Bringing down the Meng family? That wouldn't be difficult at all. Get out. Taking the check, Chunan flashed Meng Tianyang a mocking smile. Yet upon hearing those 2 words, both Meng Tianyang and his son felt as if they'd been granted a pardon. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Father and son repeatedly thanked Chunan before scrambling frantically toward the exit. Now, only Chunan and the Lu family remained in the room. Watching the Meng family father and son depart in disarray. Lu Zhengtian had previously been baffled as to what authority Chunan possessed to make his daughter kneel and beg. But now, the last shred of doubt in his heart vanished completely. I've already stated my conditions. If you want me to save the Lu family patriarch, have you all thought this through? In the midst of the scene, Chunan slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the astonished Lu Xiaoman. We agree. We accept every condition you've stated. Before his daughter could speak, Lu Zhengtian interjected. Hearing this, Chunan finally nodded. Very well, then lead the way. Lu Zhengtian's face lit up with delight at the words. He was well aware of the 2 conditions Chunan had set. But saving his father's life was the priority now. As long as Chunan could cure his father's heart condition, Lu Zhengtian wouldn't hesitate to agree to not just 2 conditions, but even 10. Chapter 38, False Alarm. As Chunan made his way to the Lu residence. Qin Pharmaceutical headquarters. In a spacious conference room. Nearly all directors of Qin Pharmaceutical were present, including members of the Chu family. Even old Master Qin sat at the head of the table, his aged face etched with solemnity. Qin Yuru stood rooted to the spot, at the very center of the storm. Chairman, Qin Yuru has offended the Meng family. Not only have we lost our chance to collaborate with them, but we've also invited their retaliation. Now, the Drug Inspection Bureau has seized all our medicinal materials. If we can't retrieve them promptly, the production lines under Qin Pharmaceutical will grind to a halt. A deep voice spoke up from the gathering. These words immediately drew agreement from several directors. Exactly. Once production halts, it means we won't be able to fulfill orders on time. The penalty fees alone will cost us dearly. At the mention of losses, the directors' expressions darkened. This directly affected their personal interests. In my opinion, Qin Yaruo has caused such a major disaster this time. If we don't impose punishment, it won't satisfy anyone. I propose removing Qin Yaruo from her position as branch president. A voice rang out in the conference room. Hearing this, Qin Yaruo's shoulders trembled slightly as she lifted her eyes to look at the speaker. The speaker was none other than Qin Lulu, standing behind Old Master Qin. Her face now radiated smug satisfaction, like that of a victor. The gaze she directed at Qin Yaruo held a hint of mockery. She had long sought to oust Qin Yaruo from the branch company. Now, before she even had to lift a finger, Qin Yaruo had brought disaster upon herself. Grandfather, you absolutely mustn't do this. Yaruo's achievements at the branch are undeniable. This incident with the Meng family was purely accidental. Please give Yaruo one more chance. At the banquet, upon hearing that Qin Yaruo was to be removed from her position as president of the branch company, Qin Weha could no longer sit still. Though usually mild-mannered, with his daughter's future at stake, Qin Weha couldn't help but plead with the old man. At that moment, Old Master Qin also frowned slightly, his expression troubled. Qin Yaruo had offended the Meng family, leading to the seizure of Qin Pharmaceutical's medicinal materials. The resulting losses were nothing short of catastrophic. If no punishment were meted out and Qin Yaruo were shielded, it would be difficult even for him to convince the others. Chairman, I second the motion to remove Qin Yaruo from her position as branch president. Agreed, I second the motion. Seconded. As Old Master Qin found himself caught between a rock and a hard place, numerous directors in the boardroom raised their hands to vote. These individuals were undoubtedly loyal supporters of Qin Jianghai's faction. The decision to remove Qin Yaruo as branch president was clearly something they had planned long ago. Witnessing this scene, despair was all that remained on Qin Yaruo's face. Once the position of branch president was revoked, her dream of entering the headquarters would be shattered forever. Yaruo, say something. Hurry up and begged the old man. Witnessing the scene unfold, Qin Weha grew frantic and shouted at his daughter. At this moment, the only one who could decide Qin Yaruo's fate was the old man. Yet, even upon hearing her father's words, Qin Yaruo stood frozen in place, her lips sealed. Second son, is this how you discipline your daughter? Qin Yaruo's actions have caused the company immense losses. This time you're not off the hook either. At that moment, Qin Jianghai, seated beside the old man, spoke coldly. At these words, Qin Weha's face paled. After a long silence, the old patriarch could only sigh helplessly. Since the board has already voted. Just as the old patriarch's words echoed through the room. Bang! The conference room door was suddenly pushed open. A woman wearing glasses burst into the room. Chairman, our CEO Qin did nothing wrong. Li Ling? Qin Yaruo was startled to see her assistant. How dare you? You, a lowly assistant from a subsidiary, dare to barge into the boardroom. Get her out of here immediately. Seeing Qin Yaruo's assistant burst in, Qin Lulu's face darkened with fury as she shouted at the security guards outside. However, Li Ling hadn't come alone. Behind her, Wang Dongxiang and the other two blocked the headquarters security guards. Turning to Li Ling, they urged her onward. Assistant Li, speak up. At that moment, Li Ling forced herself to stay calm and hurriedly explained to the assembled directors. Board members. The Drug Inspection Department has returned all the seized medicinal materials. Mr. Qin has been wrongfully accused. The moment Li Ling uttered these words, a storm erupted in the room. Before Old Master Qin could finish speaking, his face was filled with astonishment. Nonsense. Qin Yaruo, to protect yourself, you'd actually have your assistant deceive all the directors? Qin Lulu snapped at Qin Yaruo with a cold expression. She clearly didn't believe Li Ling's account. Not only did she doubt it, but many of the directors present also harbored suspicions. Chairman. Good news. Just then, the procurement manager, his beer belly jutting out, burst into the conference room. Just received word the Drug Supervision Department has been sent back by the herbal medicine. Also, that Deputy Director Li Yanming who seized our medicinal materials. He's been arrested. The news spread. The expressions of everyone in the conference room changed instantly. What? The herbs really were returned? And Li Yanming was arrested? Upon hearing this, the directors all revealed a look of surprise and delight. They rejoiced that the herbs were safe, sparing Qin Pharmaceutical from penalty fees and allowing them to weather the storm. But the shock came from Li Yanming's arrest. He was the protective umbrella for Meng's Pharmaceuticals. His arrest might actually be good news for the Qin family. At the very least, it meant the Meng family had one less tool to wield against the Qins. Good. As long as he's safe. Upon confirming the news, Old Master Qin breathed a sigh of relief. As for the earlier mention of removing Qin Yuru as president of the subsidiary, no one brought it up again.
Since it was a false alarm, let's put today's matters to rest. The meeting is adjourned. Directors, please return to your respective duties. Old Master Qin stroked his beard and smiled. Hearing this, the assembled directors had no further objections. With no losses incurred, they naturally had no grounds to penalize Qin Yuru further. How could this happen? Why did Li Yanming get investigated at this particular moment? This is just too coincidental. Hearing this, Qin Lulu gritted her teeth in frustration. It was so close the old man was about to agree to remove Qin Yuru from her position as president. Yuru, this is absolutely perfect. You finally secured your position as president of the subsidiary. Across the room, Qin Weha smiled at his daughter. Qin Yuru nodded, a relieved smile spreading across her pretty face. But when she glanced at Li Ling, Wang Dongxian, and the others, a trace of confusion lingered in her eyes. Even the headquarters had only just received the news. How did they find out ahead of time? And where had that guy gone? Chapter 39, This Isn't an Illness? Rongqing, Lu Family Manor. Compared to the Qin family's villa, the Lu family estate was considerably more opulent. Xu Nan had just sent messages to Wang Dongqiang and the others before following Lu Xiaoman's group to the Lu residence. In the bedroom, Lu Jianye lay in bed, his complexion looking rather listless. The Lu family members gathered around the old man's bedside. We've brought in the divine Dr. Chu. Lu Xiaoman led Xu Nan into the room, her voice brimming with excitement. At that moment, all eyes in the Lu household turned toward them. When they recognized the person beside Lu Xiaoman, surprise flashed across their faces. Xiaoman, this is the divine doctor you found? Lu Zongping, the second son, glanced at Xu Nan. Seeing that he was just a young man in his early 20s, he couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't alone. Skepticism flickered in the eyes of nearly every Lu family member present. Xiaoman, you haven't made a mistake, have you? This is the medical genius who even Master's son conceded defeat to? Are you sure you didn't bring some quack? At that moment, a faint voice came from behind the crowd. How dare you? How dare you speak disrespectfully of Master Dr. Chu? Lying on the bed, Lu Jianye's eyes lit up with excitement the moment he saw Chu Nan arrive, as if he'd found a savior. Old Master. Hearing Lu Jianye's words, the Lu family members present naturally dared not say another word. At that moment, Chu Nan slowly approached Lu Jianye's bedside. Master Chu, my grandfather clearly took the heart essence pill you gave him, yet his condition shows no sign of improvement. Lu Xiaoman spoke up from the side. Though the heart essence pill had alleviated the old man's heart ailment, his condition had deteriorated day by day. That's normal. The heart essence pill only protects his heart meridians for 3 days, it doesn't cure the root cause. Moreover, what old Master Lu suffers from is not merely an illness. Simple medication naturally cannot be effective. Xu Nan spoke in a solemn tone, his gaze fixed on Lu Jianye. These words sent shockwaves through the room, leaving the assembled Lu family members stunned. Not an illness? Lu Xiaoman also looked at Xu Nan with a puzzled expression. Even Lu Zhengtian was thoroughly confused by Xu Nan's words. If his father wasn't ill, then why had he called upon Xu Nan to treat him? At that moment, Lu Zongping, standing nearby, sneered coldly. What utter nonsense! What else could it be if not an illness? Could it possibly be possession by evil spirits? Lu Zongping turned to look at Lu Xiaoman and her daughter, his expression tinged with mockery. Xiaoman, big brother. I think you've both lost your minds, getting duped by some greenhorn. Believing this man is a divine healer? I'd sooner believe a sow could climb a tree. Lu Zongping's face was etched with scorn. Xu Nan turned his head to look at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Whether a sow can climb a tree, I don't know. But I see your liver fire raging while your kidney yang shows signs of weakness. You must indulge excessively in daily life, overindulging in tonics until you've overdone it. Now, your lovemaking probably doesn't last more than 3 minutes, right? At Xu Nan's words, the smile froze on Lu Zongping's face. You insolent brat! What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Zongping roared in fury. As he spoke, his eyes darted nervously, clearly struck at his weak spot. Seeing Lu Zongping's obvious attempt to cover up his guilt, the other members of the Lu family exchanged somewhat peculiar glances. Your right leg is turned inward, indicating you suffered a leg injury in childhood that left you with a lifelong disability. And that foul breath of yours? Likely a result of chronic spleen and stomach weakness. Before Lu Zongping could lose his temper, Xu Nan rattled off 7 or 8 ailments afflicting Lu Zongping. Had he not spoken, it would have been one thing. But once the words left his mouth, they sent shockwaves through the Lu family. Truly a divine physician. Lu Zongping's disability was a subject few in the Lu household dared to mention. That Xu Nan could discern it at a glance was proof enough of his skill. Indeed. In his youth, Lu Zongping had suffered a car accident that shattered his right leg. Back then, even after the Lu family consulted every renowned physician, they couldn't fully heal his broken leg, leaving him with a lifelong disability. After becoming disabled, Lu Zongping began to lose his standing within the family, perpetually overshadowed by his elder brother, Lu Zhengtian. Gradually, Lu Zongping descended into self-destructive despair. His disability became a thorn in his side. Anyone who dared mention it to his face would face dire consequences. You little brat, you're asking for it. Sure enough, when Shunan exposed his wound, Lu Zongping flew into a rage, lunging at Shunan. Smack! The next instant, Lu Jingtian's palm sent him crashing to the ground. Second brother, you've gone too far. Apologize to Master Dr. Chu immediately. Lu Jingtian asserted his authority as the eldest son of the Lu family, his expression stern. You want me to apologize? Lu Zongping staggered to his feet, glaring coldly at his elder brother Lu Jingtian. If it weren't for you back then, how could I, Lu Zongping, have become a cripple? In the entire Lu family, who has ever apologized to me? Lu Zongping burst into loud laughter. The words sent shockwaves through the assembled Lu family members, their expressions turning pale in an instant. Even Lu Xiaoman instinctively widened her eyes, staring at her father in utter shock and disbelief. Clearly, she had never heard of the events her second uncle was referring to. Zheng Tian, that fool Zongping is spouting nonsense again. His childhood manic depressive disorder must be flaring up again. I'll have the servants escort him downstairs to rest. A man stepped forward from the crowd, rushing to offer a forced smile to the icy-faced Lu Jingtian. He then hastily signaled for 2 guards to come in and escort Lu Zongping away. I'm not sick. Let me go. No matter how Lu Zongping struggled, the 2 guards still dragged him out. Meanwhile, in the midst of the commotion, Shunan watched Lu Zongping's retreating figure with keen interest. His instincts told him that Lu Zongping's words weren't just nonsense. But for a prominent family like the Lus, it was all too common for them to harbor unsavory scandals. Please forgive my brother's behavior, Master Chu. Ever since he became disabled, his mental state has been somewhat unstable. Inside the room, after Lu Zongping was led away, Lu Jingtian resumed his smiling expression. He slowly turned to face Chunan and said with a smile, Not at all. The priority is treating the old master. Chunan shook his head. Just then, a startled cry suddenly rang out from behind them. Grandpa, what's wrong? Master Chu, please examine my grandfather immediately. Shunan turned to see Lu Xiaoman collapsed beside the bed, repeatedly calling out to old Master Lu. Lying on the bed, old Master Lu's face had turned pale, his eyes tightly shut. He had lost consciousness at some point. Let me take a look. Shunan frowned slightly, reaching out to grasp Lu Jianya's right hand and feel his pulse. His pulse is weakening. The potency of the heart essence pill is fading. If we don't treat him soon, the old master might. Hearing Chunan's words, Lu Zhengtian and the others paled. Please, Master Physician Chu, act swiftly to save him. Lu Zhengtian urged urgently. Shunan nodded, yet slowly and deliberately withdrew his hand from the old master's. As I mentioned earlier, this is not an illness afflicting old Master Lu, but rather a form of poisonous sorcery originating from the southern frontier. Therefore, the cure is exceptionally unique. Chapter 40, The Heart-Devouring Bug. Poisonous insect? Hearing Chunan's words, the Lu family members were all utterly baffled. The term gu magic was almost entirely unfamiliar to them, and they had no idea what it entailed. But at this moment, saving the old master's life was their top priority. Whatever treatment you propose, Master Chu, please speak freely. Our Lu family will do everything in our power to assist. Lu Zhengtian spoke first. Hearing this, Shunan turned his gaze to the unconscious Lu Jianya before stating in a solemn tone. Mr. Lu, please prepare a bowl of chicken blood and a freshly extracted snake gallbladder for me. Make it quick. Chicken blood? Snake gallbladder? Hearing Chunan's request, not only Lu Jingtian but also the other Lu family members present looked utterly astonished. What kind of illness requires these things? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and send someone to prepare them. Lu Jingtian barked. At this moment, Shunan was the only hope for saving the old man. He had no choice but to trust him. Before long, 2 servants rushed in breathlessly. Everything is ready. As they spoke, a pungent, blood-like stench filled the room, causing everyone present to instinctively cover their noses and mouths. Lu Xiaoman looked up curiously, seeing each servant holding a bowl. One bowl was filled to the brim with chicken blood, while the other held a brown snake gallbladder stained with blood. Master Chu, doctor, is this truly meant for my grandfather to consume? Lu Xiaoman's eyes widened, her voice trembling with apprehension. Chunan's methods of treating illness were almost beyond her comprehension. Think carefully. Since your grandfather developed his heart condition, has his eating habits changed at all? Shunan suddenly asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoman thought carefully. Something seemed to dawn on her, and she nodded instinctively. That's right. It's strange, really. My grandfather always preferred vegetarian meals, but since developing his heart condition, not only has his appetite increased significantly, but he's also developed a taste for greasy, meaty foods, especially those with strong odors. Shunan didn't seem surprised by Lu Xiaoman's answer. He simply explained. That's a sign of parasitic worms. The old man has been cursed. Parasitic worms dwell within him, and such worms crave precisely these rich, pungent foods. What?
Lu Xiaoman gasped in shock at Chunan's words. She found it hard to imagine that her grandfather truly harbored the parasitic worms Chunan described. Lu Zhengtian and the others present all grew somber.
So someone is trying to harm the old man?
But the old man rarely leaves his residence.
Who could have poisoned him?
We must find this murderer. Within the Lu household, many faces grew grave as whispers circulated. According to Chunan, if someone did indeed cast a curse on old Master Lu, then the culprit must be someone close to him. Thus, the culprit most likely resides within the Lu household, and their status within it may well be quite high. Put this way, every member of the Lu family present became a suspect. At this thought, their expressions darkened noticeably, and the glances they exchanged carried a hint of wariness.
Enough! Stop panicking.
Our immediate priority is to treat the old master's heart condition.
Lu Zhengtian's cold reprimand cut through the speculation. He turned his gaze toward Chunan and declared, "Please, Master Chu, tend to him at once."
Chunan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the room, taking in every expression. He cared little about who had harmed old Master Lu. His sole purpose in coming was to cure Lu Jianye's heart condition. Everything else was none of his concern.
Everyone, please step back. Remember, maintain absolute silence.
Disturbing the poisonous insect would ruin all our efforts. Chunan gestured for everyone to step back.
He promptly brought forth chicken blood and snake oil.
Before the assembled crowd, he reached into the bowl, extracted the snake oil, and stirred it into the chicken blood.
Not far away, the crowd watched Chunan's actions. Though greatly puzzled, they dared not speak to interrupt at this moment. The next moment, Chunan pried open Lu Jianye's mouth with one hand and placed the snake oil, coated in chicken blood, between his teeth. The gallbladder entered his mouth but lodged between his teeth, refusing to slide down.
Then, with a flick of his left hand, a silver needle appeared between his fingers.
Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Chunan unbuttoned Lu Jianye's clothes and swiftly thrust the silver needle into his abdomen.
Thud! Amidst the stunned gazes of Lu Xiaoman and the others, a flesh-colored lump the size of a ping-pong ball suddenly bulged from Lu Jianye's previously flat abdomen.
Just as I suspected.
Seeing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Chunan's eyes. Yet unlike the anxious expressions on the Lu family members' faces, he remained remarkably composed.
The bulging lump now darted wildly within Lu Jianye's body, as if drawn by some irresistible force.
In the blink of an eye, the lump, as if sensing the pungent scent of snake oil, abruptly changed direction and shot upward.
It's coming!
Chunan's gaze sharpened as he braced himself. The Lu family members beside him held their breath, not daring to make a sound.
Lu Xiaoman's eyes widened, desperate to see for herself what this bug Chunan spoke of truly was. Put! At that very moment,
as the unconscious Lu Jianye's shoulders jerked, a dark shadow shot out from his throat. Opening its gaping maw, it swallowed the foul-smelling snake gallbladder whole.
Now!
Chunan's voice rang out sharply. His right hand shot out, and a silver beam shot from his fingertips.
Crack!
In the blink of an eye, before the dark shadow could retreat back into Lu Jianye's body, a silver needle pierced through it, pinning it to the wall beside him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The inch-long silver needle pierced through its body, pinning it firmly to the wall.
On the white wall, a palm-sized black centipede writhed frantically.
Its body was covered in slime, and streams of green liquid oozed from its wounds, emitting a pungent, foul stench.
Ugh!
Witnessing this scene, especially as the pungent stench reached their nostrils, many present immediately bent over and vomited. Even Lu Xiaoman's pretty face paled slightly, her eyes flickering with a hint of dread.
This is the bug? My grandfather had such a disgusting thing inside him? Lu Xiaoman's voice trembled.
She never imagined that what nearly cost her grandfather his life wasn't some heart condition, but this disgusting, ugly worm before her eyes. This is a heart-devouring bug, prevalent in the Miao regions of the south. It's rarely seen. This parasite dwells within the human body, feeding daily on the victim's heart's blood. Within months, it claims a life. Once forced out of the body, it perishes within moments. Chunan spoke with a calm expression. Sure enough, the moment his words fell, the black centipede pinned to the wall truly ceased moving, appearing utterly lifeless. Cough, cough. Simultaneously, with the death of the parasite, Lu Jianye, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and coughed sharply twice.
Grandfather! You're finally awake! Old master! Seeing Lu Jianye regain consciousness, the Lu family members rushed excitedly to his side. Chapter 41, Chunan's Conditions. Inside the bedroom. Grandpa, are you alright? Lu Xiaoman asked with genuine concern as she looked at the recently awakened old Master Lu. I'm fine. It feels like I just took a nap, unbelievably refreshing. Lu Jianye instinctively waved his hand, but his movement abruptly froze. Wait, could my heart condition be cured? Placing his hand over his chest, he felt no trace of that gnawing pain. Lu Jianye's aged face lit up with excitement. Lu Xiaoman pointed at the poisonous insect on the wall and exclaimed. Grandpa, you weren't sick at all, someone cursed you. Thankfully, Master Chu has expelled the poisonous insect from your body. You'll never suffer from heart disease again. A poisonous insect? Lu Jianye's expression darkened at the words.
Clearly, he hadn't expected anyone to have cursed him.
But upon hearing that Chu Nan had cured his heart ailment, Lu Jianye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
He immediately rose from the bed and bowed deeply toward Chu Nan.
Thank you, Divine Physician Chu, for saving my life. This immense kindness, this great favor, this old man will never forget. Chu Nan reached out to steady Lu Jianye, but smiled as he said,
Old Lu, no need for such formalities.
I'm a man who keeps his affairs separate.
You've accumulated considerable merit in your lifetime. Your lifespan was never meant to end prematurely. This was merely a case of being harmed by a villain.
Moreover, the Lu family agreed to my 2 conditions. That is why I intervened to save you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Lu Jianye nodded repeatedly.
Though Chu Nan spoke thus, his gratitude toward the man remained undiminished. Recalling the conditions Chu Nan had mentioned earlier, Lu Jianye turned to Lu Zhengtian beside him and declared, effective immediately, withdraw 10 billion yuan from the Lu Group to establish a charitable foundation, one I shall personally oversee.
10 billion yuan for charity, and he must oversee it personally.
This was Chu Nan's first condition.
Master Physician Chu, is this first condition satisfactory? Lu Jianye asked with a smile, seeking confirmation from Chu Nan. Seeing Chu Nan nod, Lu Jianye then asked curiously, as for the second condition, what exactly does the Divine Physician expect the Lu family to do?
Whether it be wealth or status, whatever Divine Physician Chu requests, the Lu family shall not refuse.
Lu Jianye declared with boldness.
As the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, he certainly had the confidence to back it up.
At the same time, not only Lu Zhengtian and the others, but even Lu Xiaoman blinked her eyes wide, staring at Chu Nan with pure curiosity. If before, she had thought Chu Nan might be after money. But after the incident at the mansion of the rich, even Lu Xiaoman, no matter how naive, should have realized. After all, if even the esteemed director of the Pharmaceutical Supervision Bureau treated him with such deference, perhaps compared to the Lu family, Chu Nan's own background was already something to be reckoned with. That's precisely why she was curious about what Chu Nan's second condition might be. At that moment, in front of the Lu family members, Chu Nan laughed heartily and declared, simple. This second condition. I hope the Lu family will choose Qin Pharmaceutical as their partner at tomorrow night's bidding banquet. The moment Chu Nan spoke, everyone in the room froze in surprise. Even Lu Xiaoman's eyes widened as she looked at Chu Nan before her with a hint of surprise. It wasn't that Chu Nan's demands were unreasonable. Quite the opposite. For the Lu family, Chu Nan's terms were as simple as could be. It was merely a cooperative opportunity. The Lu Group had no shortage of major projects. That's all the condition is? Lu Jianye finally snapped out of his daze and asked Chu Nan in disbelief. If anyone else had such an opportunity to make demands of the Lu family, they'd surely come for money or status. Yet all Chu Nan sought was a chance to collaborate? Seeing Chu Nan's affirmative response, admiration deepened in Lu Jianye's eyes. This old man accepts your terms. Furthermore, convey my words. From this day forward, Divine Physician Chu is an honored guest of the Lu family. Anyone who dares to offend him will be showing disrespect to me. Lu Jianye declared with solemn gravity. Coming from the head of the Lu family himself, these words carried immense weight. The Lu family members present now looked at Chu Nan with a hint of shock in their eyes. Offending Chu Nan was tantamount to disrespecting the patriarch. Does this mean Chu Nan can now walk all over the Lu family? Old Master Lu, you're too kind. Although I've expelled the poisonous insect from my body, the old master should focus on recuperating and replenishing his qi and blood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying this to Lu Jianye, Chu Nan prepared to take his leave. With the matter settled, lingering at the Lu residence would only invite trouble. After all, though Lu Jianye's heart ailment had healed, the matter of being cursed with a bug likely wouldn't end so smoothly. Xiaoman, see Dr. Chu out for me. Seeing this, Lu Jianye instructed his granddaughter standing nearby. Yes, grandfather. Lu Xiaoman nodded, then approached Chu Nan with a hint of shyness, guiding him toward the exit. Just as Lu Xiaoman and Chu Nan stepped out of the bedroom, the smile vanished from Lu Jianye's face. I'm tired. Zheng Tian may remain. The rest of you, leave. Lu Jianye declared in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Lu family members who had been preparing to make an impression could only turn and leave in frustration. Anyone could guess. The old man appeared magnanimous, but in truth, he was likely already plotting against the one who had cast the curse. The reason he kept Lu Zhengtian behind alone was clearly because he trusted his eldest son the most. Within the Lu family estate, he bypassed the courtyard and headed toward the exit. Chu Nan gazed at the gracefully poised Lu Xiaoman before him and suddenly asked, who is responsible for Master Lu's daily meals and personal care? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman blurted out. My grandfather has dedicated staff attending to him at all times. But as soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to grasp Chu Nan's implied meaning, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Are you implying someone in the family put a curse on my grandfather? But these are all long-serving elders of the Lu household, they would never harm my grandfather. Lu Xiaoman shook her head. Seeing Lu Xiaoman appear so trusting of the Lu household servants, Chu Nan was somewhat surprised.
Truthfully, he didn't suspect the Lu household servants either. After all, someone skilled in Miao poison techniques would never choose to work as a servant in the Lu household.
That's not what I meant.
The matter of the poisonous insect was merely a reminder. From now on, you should be more careful about your grandfather's meals and daily life. Shunan offered a faint smile, choosing not to dwell on the matter. With that said, he had given Lu Xiaoman a warning.
Whatever happened next was no longer his concern. 10 minutes later. Outside the Lu family estate.
Shunan departed in a private vehicle arranged by the Lu family. Lu Xiaoman remained standing where she was, gazing in the direction Shunan had departed, lost in thought.
He really seems different from other men.
But why would a man like this become a mere son-in-law to the Qin family?
Lu Xiaoman murmured to herself.
The memory of what she had said to Chu Nan at the wealthy mansion earlier. A blush instantly spread across her fair, delicate face.
The esteemed young miss of the Lu family was about to become someone's servant. Xiaoman. Just then, a deep voice interrupted Lu Xiaoman's thoughts.
She turned around to find her father, Lu Zhengtian.
Has Master Chu the divine physician left? Lu Zhengtian glanced around but saw no sign of Chu Nan.
Lu Xiaoman nodded, her eyes fixed on her father with curiosity.
Did Dr. Chu say anything to you?
Lu Zhengtian withdrew his gaze and turned back to his daughter. As he spoke, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes.
No, nothing. Feeling the pressure in her father's gaze, Lu Xiaoman answered nervously. Hearing her answer, Lu Zhengtian paused slightly before visibly relaxing.
He patted his daughter's shoulder and his smile returned. Such a person is worthy of our Lu family's friendship. After all, among the young talents of Rongqing, there aren't many who could capture my daughter's interest.
Lu Zhengtian smiled meaningfully before turning to leave.
Lu Xiaoman, still standing where she was, blushed deeply upon hearing her father's words.
Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Who said I fancy him? Chapter 42, Swiping My Card. Qin Pharmaceutical Branch Office. After leaving the Lu residence, Shu Nan wandered back to the branch office. Outside the branch office entrance,
a figure stood waiting expectantly, having been there for quite some time.
It's work hours, where have you been? Qin Yiru asked the moment she saw Chu Nan. Noticing the sharp tone in Qin Yiru's voice, Chu Nan couldn't help but grin. Nothing urgent at the office. I just stepped out to meet an acquaintance. By the way, the issue with Qin Pharmaceutical should be resolved by now, right? Seeing Chu Nan wasn't being truthful, Qin Yiru frowned and said sternly. What do you think? You went to see an old acquaintance, didn't you? Come to think of it.
I suppose I have to thank that Mr. Xiao again for this. Qin Yiruo's words caught Chu Nan off guard. His gaze then suddenly fell upon Wang Dongxiang and his two companions standing not far behind Qin Yiru.
The trio waved frantically at Chu Nan, clearly having already sold him out. Honey, you've got the wrong idea. This has nothing to do with Xiao Hong.
Chu Nan scratched the back of his head, knowing Qin Yiru must have misunderstood something. Although he had told Wang Dongxiang and the others he would handle the matter himself, those words, when heard by Qin Yiru, had led her to mistakenly believe Chu Nan had gone to see Xiao Hong again.
Enough.
I'm not the kind of person to hold a grudge. Qin Yiru spoke to Chu Nan again, her expression softening slightly.
Come with me. With that, Qin Yiru slipped into the BMW parked nearby. Out.
Chu Nan was taken aback, but he still slid into the passenger seat.
Where are we going?
Before Chu Nan could fasten his seatbelt, Qin Yiru slammed her foot to the gas pedal, sending the car hurtling forward. This woman was definitely out for revenge. The bustling commercial district. Qin Yiru parked the car and led Chu Nan straight into a lavishly decorated clothing boutique.
Taking me shopping during work hours? That's not really appropriate. Chu Nan looked at Qin Yiru, feeling somewhat awkward.
The thought of accompanying a woman on a shopping trip made his head ache.
Nothing wrong with it.
Qin Yiru turned around, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she looked at Chu Nan. Captain Chu, you could just treat this as part of your official duties.
Tomorrow night is the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce's bidding banquet. You wouldn't actually plan to show up dressed like this, would you? Chu Nan wore ordinary casual clothes, even his jeans slightly faded from washing.
His entire outfit was worth no more than 200 yuan. This outfit probably wouldn't even get him through the doors of the bidding gala. Immediately, Qin Yiru led Chu Nan around the store. But Chu Nan had seriously underestimated a woman's shopping drive.
In less than half an hour,
his arms and shoulders were laden with over a dozen garments. From shoes and pants to shirts and belts, Qin Yiru had picked out several complete outfits for Chu Nan.
But it must be said, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse.
When Chu Nan emerged from the fitting room, a perfectly tailored Versace suit complemented his already towering 1.9-meter frame, instantly transforming his entire demeanor.
Even Qin Yiru couldn't help but be dazzled.
Madam, your husband has such an incredible physique, he looks like a movie star. Several female sales assistants gathered around, their eyes fixed on Chu Nan with starstruck admiration as they expressed their envy to Qin Yiru. Hearing this, a smile blossomed on Qin Yiru's face.
I'll take all of these.
Perhaps buoyed by the relief of retaining her CEO position, Qin Yiru indulged in a rare display of generosity. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Shunan had indeed helped her tremendously.
At that very moment,
a man and a woman entered the store, closely followed by several men who appeared to be bodyguards. The woman linked her arm through the man's, looking quite intimate.
Today really pissed me off. I couldn't get that little kicked out of the branch office. Young Master Wang, you'd better take me shopping. I need to splurge today to blow off some steam.
Xin Lulu gazed at the room filled with designer clothing and pouted playfully at the man beside her in his suit.
Wang Junjie merely smiled and nodded in response.
If it weren't for needing Qin Lulu to extract the Qin family's cowbile pill formula, he wouldn't bother wasting his energy on this woman. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Junjie's gaze was suddenly drawn to a captivating figure in the store. Her long, wavy black hair and graceful figure were utterly captivating. But when he clearly saw her face, Wang Junjie's eyes went blank. Young Master Wang. Qin Lulu frowned, following Wang Junjie's gaze and spotting Qin Yuru and Shu Nan inside the shop. Oh. What a small world. My dear sister isn't at the office during work hours, yet she's out shopping with some pretty boy. The moment she spotted Qin Yuru, Qin Lulu shot out a cold, mocking remark. Especially when she noticed the designer suit Shu Nan was wearing, Qin Lulu's expression darkened further. Big sis? Qin Yuru was also taken aback by Qin Lulu's sudden appearance. She certainly hadn't expected to run into her while out shopping. Tomorrow is the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce's bidding banquet. I brought Shu Nan to pick out a suit that fits him. This concerns the reputation of the Qin family. I don't think it's taking up work time, do you? Qin Yuru explained to Qin Lulu. Bidding banquet? You plan to bring this guy alone? At Qin Yuru's words, Qin Lulu suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, she hooked her arm through Wang Junjie's and sneered at Qin Yuru and Shu Nan. My dear sister, I almost forgot to tell you. Although young Master Wang secured an invitation for our Qin family, it only covers 4 guests. I'm terribly sorry. I never intended to bring either of you, so don't waste your breath. Finally getting her chance to redeem herself, Qin Lulu's face was filled with smug satisfaction. Unexpectedly, though Qin Yuru seemed slightly surprised by the news, she showed not a trace of disappointment. It seemed as though she had anticipated this very outcome. As for the invitation, there's no need for you to trouble yourself, big sister. Shu Nan and I will definitely attend tomorrow night's bidding banquet. Qin Yuru declared with unwavering confidence. Is that so? You're not seriously planning to bring that fake invitation to the bidding banquet, are you? All the prominent figures from Sichuan province will be there. Don't embarrass the Qin family. Qin Lulu sneered coldly. In her eyes, her foolish younger sister had completely fallen for Chu Nan's tricks. A bidding gala invitation was worth its weight in gold. How could a country bumpkin like Chu Nan possibly get his hands on one? Qin Yuru's expression darkened slightly, about to speak up in defense. A server approached with a POS machine. Miss, the total comes to 380,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? 38,000 yuan? How could it be so expensive? Hearing this, Qin Yuru was taken aback. She knew this luxury boutique was pricey, but she hadn't expected it to be this expensive. She might be the president of a subsidiary company, but at the end of the day, she was just an employee on a salary. She didn't have any additional income from the Qin family. 38,000. That was nearly half a year's salary for her. Ha ha ha. Little sister, you sure are generous with this pretty boy. Seeing Qin Yuru's face flush with embarrassment, Qin Lulu delivered her scathing remark without mercy. But before her words had fully faded, a bank card was already pressed into the female clerk's hand. Just swipe my card. Chapter 43, Senior Sister Yi Qingcheng. Dressed in a crisp, expensive suit. Shu Nan looked at the female clerk with a faint smile on his face. Swipe your card? Seeing this, Qin Yuru looked somewhat surprised. Qin Lulu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. You're just a country bumpkin, how could you possibly afford this brand? You little brat, don't try to act all high and mighty. Beep. As the POS machine beeped, the female clerk had already processed the payment and returned the bank card to Chu Nan. Sir, your payment has been processed. Thank you for your business. The clerk's words instantly froze the expression on Qin Lulu's face. Hey, sis, wanna let me cover your bill too? Taking the card, Chu Nan turned to Qin Lulu with a playful tease. You? Oomph. We'll see about that. Seeing Chu Nan's smug face, Qin Lulu felt nothing but frustration. She immediately grabbed Wang Junjie and turned to walk out of the clothing store. Where did you get the money? Watching Qin Lulu storm off in a huff, Qin Yuru felt a secret thrill, yet she still frowned and demanded of Chu Nan. Golden Teeth gave it to me. Anyway, why pass up easy money like this? Chu Nan waved the bank card in his hand and grinned at Qin Yuru. Hearing this, Qin Yuru's expression froze. Chu Nan, promise me you won't go looking for Boss Xiao anymore. Besides, someone like Jin Day is way out of our league. Qin Yuru knew full well that Jin Day's obsequiousness toward Chu Nan stemmed entirely from Xiao Hong. If Jin Day ever discovered that Chu Nan and Xiao Hong weren't actually that closely connected, it would likely bring trouble instead. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Hearing her words, Chunan smiled in response, knowing Qin Yaru was concerned for him. Seeing that Chunan didn't seem to take her words to heart, Qin Yaru could only sigh inwardly. It's getting late. I have to head to the office for a quick meeting. You should take a taxi back on your own. Suddenly remembering unfinished business at the office, Qin Yaru said to Chunan. With that, she hurriedly drove away. Knowing Qin Yaru was fiercely career-driven, Chunan could only shrug helplessly before carrying his pile of belongings onto the street. 10 minutes later. A black Bentley pulled up in front of Chunan. Young master. The door opened, and Luo Tianyang, seated in the back seat, addressed Chunan respectfully. Why are you here? Chunan looked at Luo Tianyang with some surprise, then without further ado, tossed the pile of items in his hands into the car and plopped himself inside. The Qin pharmaceutical matter, were you the one pulling strings behind the scenes? Didn't I tell you? You don't need to get involved in these matters. No sooner had he sat down than Chunan addressed Luo Tianyang again. Hearing this, Luo Tianyang gave a wry smile. Young master, while the Luo family is considered a prominent clan in Sichuan province, our influence doesn't extend into the government. Chen Shang is, after all, the director of the Pharmaceutical Supervision Bureau, a deputy division-level official. He's not someone we merchants can simply command at will. Hearing this, Chunan frowned. Not you? Then who could it be? Luo Tianyang clearly knew the inside story all along. He promptly reached out and activated the car's communication system. Click. The instant the screen lit up, a vibrant, captivating face appeared. The woman sported a short, energetic haircut and wore a dark green military uniform, appearing to be in her early 20s. Had anyone else been present, they would have been stunned speechless. For atop her uniform, she bore a single golden star on her shoulder. The rank of Major General. Across the entire Huaxia military, fewer than 1,000 officers had reached the rank of Major General. 1,000 might seem like a lot. Yet, with over 3 million soldiers in the entire Huaxia military department, those who could be promoted to the rank of Major General were fewer than 1 in 1,000. This alone speaks volumes about the young woman standing within the military. Senior sister. The moment Chunan saw this woman, his entire body stiffened. Unpleasant memories surged through his mind, and he instinctively reached for the car door handle, ready to jump out. Little junior brother, it's been ages. You've been off the mountain this long and dared not contact me? You deserve a good scolding. The woman in military uniform looked at Chunan and smiled faintly. Though her words were spoken with a smile, Chunan inexplicably sensed a hint of murderous intent in her tone. In that instant, he felt as though he had been transported back 15 years. Back on Dragon Tiger Mountain, enduring the torment inflicted by this very woman. Yi Qingchang. The cherished daughter of the Yi family in the capital. Moreover, she was one of the old man's registered disciples. Yi Qingchang had trained in martial arts since childhood and enlisted at 18. Over the years, she had claimed the heads of at least 80 enemy generals, if not 100, earning her countless glorious military achievements for China. Precisely because of this, Yi Qingchang rose through the ranks at lightning speed, becoming the youngest female general in the history of the founding of China. Yet no one could have imagined. A woman whose name sounded so gentle and whose appearance was so radiantly beautiful had likely killed more people than even she could count. When it came to Yi Qingchang, she was nothing short of a nightmare from Chunan's youth. Though not his direct disciple, she had arrived at the mountain 2 years before Chunan and had always regarded herself as the senior sister, treating him with extreme rigor. Senior sister, you're in Rongcheng? In the car, Chunan snapped back to reality and immediately grinned at Yi Qingchang. As if I had the time. The front lines have been anything but peaceful. I'm still stationed in the southern seas. Master mentioned you descended to Chengdu, so I had someone contact Luo Tianyang. In the video call, Yi Qingchang replied to Chunan. Hearing this, Chunan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that Demonis hadn't come. If she'd shown up in Chengdu, Chunan would have bolted without a second thought. But you sneaky little rascal, getting married without even telling your senior sister. I've had the Qin family investigated too. They're a modest household, but there's nothing amiss. Since it was your master who arranged this marriage, he must have his reasons. Yi Qingchang said in a low voice. It seemed as though she had already thoroughly investigated Chunan's affairs in Rongcheng long before this. Hearing this, Chunan glanced at Luo Tianyang, knowing full well it was this guy who had spilled the beans. Senior sister, so you're the one handling matters concerning the Qin family? Yi Qingchang nodded in response. You've been on the mountain since childhood. I worried you might be bullied when you came down, so I asked an old friend in Rongcheng to keep a close eye on you. By the way, little junior brother. I contacted you this time because I actually have something else important to discuss. Changing the subject abruptly, Yi Qingchang suddenly addressed Chunan. I knew it. Nothing good ever comes from you contacting me. Upon hearing this, Chunan silently grumbled to himself. Of course, he wouldn't dare complain about this to Yi Qingchang face to face. Sizzle. Just then, a jarring sound suddenly erupted from the screen. Immediately after, the signal seemed on the verge of cutting out, and even Yi Qingchang's image began to distort.
Junior brother, this is urgent, I'll cut to the chase. Shadow, the 8th-ranked assassin on the international most wanted list, is likely lurking in Rongcheng. If you encounter this person, contact me immediately. No sooner had Yi Qingqing finished speaking than the signal abruptly cut off. The video screen plunged into darkness. Inside the car, Chunan and Luo Tianyang both frowned simultaneously. Chapter 44, The Black Snake Society. Number 8 on the international most wanted list. The Shadow Assassin? What on earth is such a ruthless criminal doing in Chengdu? Luo Tianyang's brows furrowed into a deep crease, clearly shaken by the news. Young master, what should we do about this? Instinctively turning to look at Chunan, Luo Tianyang asked aloud. What should we do? Chunan withdrew his gaze from the window and shrugged. I don't even know what this guy looks like. What the hell does his coming to Rongcheng have to do with me? Compared to the assassin ranked 8th on the international wanted list, Chunan was far more concerned that his senior sister, Yi Qingqing, had discovered he'd left the mountain. But judging by the earlier situation, Yi Qingqing's predicament didn't look promising either. She probably couldn't break free anytime soon. At that thought, Chunan finally exhaled in relief. By the way, how much do you know about the Lu family in Rongcheng? Suddenly remembering something, Chunan asked Luo Tianyang. The Lu family? Luo Tianyang froze at the question, surprised by Chunan's sudden inquiry. He immediately answered truthfully. The Lu family is a long-established pharmaceutical conglomerate in our Sichuan province, and indeed throughout the entire southwest region. But they keep a low profile. Old Master Lu is renowned in Sichuan's business circles as a genuinely kind-hearted man. I once had the honor of meeting him. With that, Luo Tianyang proceeded to share all the information he had about the Lu family with Chunan. After hearing Luo Tianyang's explanation, Chunan fell deep in thought. So you're saying the Lu family has no enemies? Then who on earth would want to harm Lu Jianye? Someone wanted to harm old Master Lu? Lu Tianyang froze at the implication. Chunan merely nodded, offering no further explanation. He didn't pay much attention to the Lu family's affairs. But the sudden emergence of a bugmaster after years of the Miao bug arts being lost felt oddly suspicious to Chunan. If it truly were the Lu family's sworn enemy, and they had managed to enlist a Miao poison master, killing Lu Jianye would have been as easy as turning over one's hand. Why go to such great lengths to plant a heart-devouring poison? The only explanation was that the killer targeting Lu Jianye was not an external enemy of the Lu family, but someone within the Lu household itself. Young master, have you identified the killer? Seeing Chunan lost in thought, Luo Tianyang asked curiously. A faint smile touched Chunan's lips as he replied. If it's not an external enemy, then this matter becomes straightforward. With Lu Jianye dead, whoever stands to gain the most from his death is naturally the prime suspect. As he spoke, a figure flashed through Chunan's mind. Chunan had no intention of meddling in the Lu family's affairs, but the revelation that Lu Xiaoman possessed the Xianin physique had startled him considerably. One more thing, have you uncovered any leads regarding the assassin who attacked me last time? Inside the car, Chunan pressed Luo Tianyang for answers. The previous attempt on Qin Yaru's life, though foiled by Chunan. But linking it to the Qin family affairs, Chunan couldn't shake the feeling this wasn't mere coincidence. At that moment, Luo Tianyang also remembered the matter at hand and pulled a photograph from his pocket. On the photo was a serpentine tattoo mark. I've investigated it thoroughly. This is the emblem of the Black Snake Society, an assassin organization. But the Black Snake Society operates in secrecy. Uncovering their true nature will take time. Black Snake Society? Chunan pondered briefly, then a complex expression flashed across his eyes. Old Master Qin had been targeted with feng shui sorcery. Had Chunan not intervened in time, he likely would have perished. Chunan had chosen not to publicize the incident precisely to investigate the assassin who had targeted Old Master Qin in secret. At present, the Qin Jianghai family appeared to be the most likely suspects. But if it truly was Qin Jianghai, how could a mere businessman possibly understand the esoteric arts of feng shui? Furthermore, the attack on Qin Yaru might be connected to the mastermind behind Old Master Qin's assassination. Yet if it were Qin Jianghai, he had no motive whatsoever. The car drew closer and closer to the Qin residence. Chunan snapped out of his thoughts and immediately ordered Luo Tianyang. I suspect someone within the Qin family harbors ill intent. You should start your investigation with Qin Jianghai's family. Oh, and thoroughly investigate anyone with close ties to Qin Jianghai. After saying this, Chunan signaled the driver to stop and stepped out of the car. His focus on Qin Jianghai wasn't because he was certain of Qin's involvement. Based on his observations of Qin Jianghai over recent times. Though driven by ambition, Qin Jianghai remained fundamentally a merchant unlikely to have ties with an assassin organization like the Black Snake Society. His suspicion lay elsewhere, that Qin Jianghai, blinded by greed, had instead been exploited by outsiders. At the same time, as Chunan returned to the Chu residence, inside a luxurious villa. This infuriates me. He's nothing but a country bumpkin. It must be that Qin Yaru using our Qin family's money to support that pretty boy.
The moment she entered the door, Qin Lulu exploded in fury and shame. She never imagined she'd be publicly humiliated by that bumpkin Chunan.
So that kid is Chunan. Beside her, Wang Junjie's expression darkened.
After the Black Snake Society's assassination attempt failed, he'd suspected Qin Yuru had a skilled bodyguard.
But seeing Chunan today, Wang Junjie couldn't detect a shred of a skilled fighter's presence in him. Lulu, I heard this kid named Chunan is some kind of miracle doctor? Did he cure old Master Qin's serious illness?
Wang Junjie's eyes darted around as he suddenly broached the subject with Qin Lulu. If Chunan truly possessed such abilities, then having such a figure in the Qin household would inevitably become an obstacle for him.
Miracle doctor?
Qin Lulu's anger flared at the suggestion. He's just some penniless hack who never even went to college. He only cured the old master by sheer luck. I don't know what the old man was thinking, trusting him so much. At this point, Qin Lulu pulled out a prescription filled with herbal ingredients from her bag. Here. This is the masterpiece of that guy.
Claiming it's some ancient formula comparable to my Qin family's cow bile pills?
Who in their right mind would believe such laughable nonsense? As the words left her mouth, Qin Lulu angrily tore the formula into shreds and flung them aside. Earlier, the old man had instructed her to take the formula Chunan gave her to the RD department at headquarters. But clearly, she had long since forgotten about it. So it really is a charlatan after all.
At that moment, upon hearing Qin Lulu's words, Wang Junjie couldn't help but sneer coldly. An ancient formula comparable to the Qin family's cow bile pills? Such a rare treasure, could it really be produced on command?
In Wang Junjie's eyes, the threat posed by Chunan instantly diminished by more than half. Still, it was a pity.
A beauty as exquisite as Qin Yuru had actually married such a man. Young Master Wang, tomorrow is the Four Winds Chamber's bidding banquet. About what you promised me.
Inside the room, Qin Lulu took the initiative to shed her clothes, leaning against Wang Junjie's chest with a seductive gaze.
With one arm around her waist, Wang Junjie's eyes flashed a hint of amusement. Lulu, you can rest assured. My father has always been on good terms with the Lu family. I've already had him reach out to them. Wang Junjie's face was filled with smiles. Though he held Qin Lulu close, his mind couldn't help but drift to the lovely face of Qin Yuru. The moment he thought of Qin Yuru, a hint of annoyance flickered in his eyes as he looked back at Qin Lulu before him. Once he got his hands on the Qin family's cow bile pill formula, the first thing he'd do was kick Qin Lulu to the curb and snatch Qin Yuru for himself. As for helping Qin Lulu and the Lu family strike a deal, that was nothing more than a petty trick to charm women. Chapter 45, Who Says I Don't Have an Invitation? The following afternoon. The day of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce bidding banquet. Outside the towering 40-story Seafing commercial building at the heart of the bustling commercial district. At that moment, countless luxury cars streamed in from all directions. Staff were even stationed along both sides of the streets surrounding the Four Winds Plaza to maintain order. Business elites dressed in elegant attire, each accompanied by a female companion, were queuing up to enter the venue. At the same time, the meticulously dressed Qin family party also appeared on the scene. Elder Mr. Qin wore a traditional Chinese suit, accompanied by Qin Zhanghai and his wife, along with Qin Weihua and his spouse, 4 individuals in total. Also present was Qin Lulu, dressed in vibrant colors and heavily made up. Chunan and Qin Yuru were also present. In all my years in Chengdu, this is the first time I've attended such a grand event. Surveying the gathering of prominent figures from all walks of life in Sichuan province, old Master Qin remarked with deep emotion. Given the Qin family's third-rate status, had they not lucked into an invitation, they likely would never have had the privilege to attend such an event in their lifetime. If you ask me, we owe it all to our Lulu. Some folks only got to attend this bidding banquet because they're riding our family's coattails. Dressed in extravagant attire, Lu Lirong began showing off again. Hearing this, the expressions of Qin Weihua and his wife grew grim, though inwardly furious. The bidding banquet was of utmost importance. Even when subjected to such scathing remarks from their sister-in-law Lu Lirong, they had no choice but to plaster on forced smiles. At that moment, glancing at Qin Yuru's family, a sinister smile flickered in Qin Lulu's eyes. Each invitation only granted 4 seats. She would only bring her grandfather and parents inside. Qin Yuru's family would be left to suffer the embarrassment. The thought alone. All the pent-up frustration Qin Lulu had been harboring these past few days vanished instantly. At the venue entrance, 2 staff members in vests were meticulously checking each invitation. After all, this was a major business event held only once every 3 years. With so many trying to sneak in, thorough checks were essential. Alright, it's almost our turn. After waiting in line for ages, the Qin family was finally about to enter. Qin Lulu's face lit up with delight. She hurriedly stepped forward and, in full view of everyone, personally handed over the invitation she had prepared earlier. Invitation verified. Miss Qin and her companion may now enter. A staff member smiled at Qin Lulu. But just then, upon noticing the number of people in the Qin family's party, he hurriedly stopped her. My apologies, Miss Qin.
According to the Four Winds Chamber's rules, one invitation allows entry for only 3 companions. These individuals, if they do not possess an invitation, they must leave. As the staff member spoke, his gaze fell upon Shin Yaru's family of 4. What? Only 4 people can enter with one invitation? Upon hearing this, Shin Weeha and his wife were stunned. Even old Master Chin hadn't anticipated such a rule. He glanced at Chunan and Shin Yaru, then smiled at the staff member and said, "Would you kindly inform them? Since the Chin family already has an invitation, could you make an exception and let us all in together?" Seeing this, Shin Weeha also grinned sheepishly. "Yes. Could you make an exception, we're all together? And my niece here, she's a friend of young Master Wang." This invitation was given to our Chin family by young Master Wang himself. The staff member on duty remained utterly unmoved by these pleas, his expression growing even colder. "Rules are rules. Without invitations, none of you can enter. Keep this up, and I'll call security." At these words, Shin Weeha and his wife paled instantly, no longer daring to press their luck. By now, a crowd had gathered around the scene. First time attending a bidding banquet, huh? Small families are just small families, so unworldly. Hearing the mocking whispers around them, old Master Chin's expression darkened instantly. "Lulu, what's going on here?" Just then, a voice rang out. A tall man in a suit emerged from the banquet hall. "Young Master Wang." Upon seeing the arrival, Shin Lulu cooed in a sweet voice. She immediately stepped forward, hooked her arm through Wang Junjie's, and explained the entire situation. "So that's what happened." Upon hearing this, Wang Junjie's face betrayed a look of unease. "Uncle, aunt. It's not that I won't help you, but this is a rule set by the Four Winds Merchants Guild. Even my Wang family cannot break the rules." Hearing Wang Junjie's words, old Master Chin's expression darkened. Given the established rules, continuing the argument in public would only make the Chu family appear in the wrong. "Did you hear that? It's not that young Master Wang won't help us, it's simply the rule of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. Second brother's family, I suggest you head back and wait." Lu Lirong turned to face Qin Weeha's family, her tone dripping with scorn. Ever since Qin Yaru married Chu Nan, the second son's family had been stealing all the limelight. Now she'd finally caught a chance to thoroughly dampen their spirits. "Sister-in-law, we're not the kind of people who'd be so shameless. If we don't have invitations, we'll simply not attend." Qin Weeha and his wife retorted, their faces turning ashen. As they spoke, they began to pull Qin Yaru away. Staying any longer would only make things more embarrassing. "Wait a minute. Who said we were leaving?" Just then, a lazy voice drifted over. The others turned to look, only to see Chu Nan stretching lazily. He smiled at Qin Yaru, who stood hesitating beside him. "Honey, we have an invitation too, don't we? If we don't use it now, are we saving it to wipe our butts later?" Hearing Chu Nan's words, many in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. But laughter aside, not a single person believed the Qin family could produce a second invitation. After all, invitations to the bidding banquet were no small prize. For a third-rate family, securing even one invitation was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Feeling Chu Nan's gaze, Qin Yaru, who had remained silent all along, mustered her courage and pulled a crumpled invitation from her bag. This invitation, of course, was the one Chu Nan had given her back then. Yet in this current setting, Qin Yaru couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease about the invitation's authenticity. She knew it had been secured through Xiao Hong's connections. But given its precious value, Qin Yaru hadn't verified it beforehand and felt uncertain. At that moment, not only Qin Yaru, but even Qin Weeha and his wife paled at the sight of the invitation. Beside them, Qin Lulu snapped coldly. "Qin Yaru, why did you bring out this fake invitation? Is it not enough that you've already brought shame upon the Qin family? A fake invitation?" Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but stare intently. Sure enough, the crumpled invitation in Qin Yaru's hand looked anything but genuine. But what they might not realize, this invitation, which they valued as if it were worth a fortune, was no different from scrap paper to Chu Nan. Had he not thought Qin Yaru might need it, he would have flushed it down the toilet long ago. At that very moment, as the staff member took the invitation from Qin Yaru with a look of disgust, the moment they flipped it open and saw the gold-embossed characters, their expression froze abruptly. Then, seemingly unable to believe what he saw, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Not long after hanging up, the man responsible for verifying the invitation instantly switched to a smiling face. He respectfully cradled the crumpled invitation in both hands and carefully returned it to Qin Yaru. "Verification complete. Miss, this is a VIP invitation. Please proceed with your companion through the VIP entrance next door." Chapter 46, Mr. Chu arrives. VIP level invitation? At the sound of this, the crowd fell completely silent. Even Qin Yaru, who had received the invitation, froze with a startled expression, unable to recover for a long moment. She knew only that Xiao Hong had given her the invitation, but she never imagined that the invitation Xiao Hong had given Chu Nan was actually a VIP invitation. How could that be? Did you even look closely? She clearly has a fake invitation.
How could a VIP invitation possibly be given to someone like him?
Amidst the commotion, Shin Lulu confronted the receptionist, her voice trembling with emotion.
VIP invitations. The entire bidding banquet could have no more than 30 people qualified to receive them. Shin Lulu refused to believe for a second that Shin Yaru and her husband could possibly qualify for one. Miss, please watch your language. Questioning our VIPs is questioning our Four Winds Chamber of Commerce. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility? The receptionist in charge of verification shot Shin Lulu a cold stare. The retort instantly turned the other person's face ashen. Offending the Four Winds Chamber? Shin Lulu didn't have the guts for that. Her defiant attitude was instantly crushed. She dares not question the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce, but what about me? At that moment, Wang Junjie, standing beside Shin Lulu, stepped forward. Young Master Wang? Aren't you making this difficult for us? The receptionist's face twisted with unease at the sight of Wang Junjie. The Wang family was one of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce's 8 major council members. Given Wang Junjie's standing, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. These VIP invitations are incredibly precious. Every single one is for a renowned business tycoon. To my knowledge, the Qin family is not on the VIP list. Moreover, invitations of this caliber are beyond the authority of even us 8 counselors to sign. Wang Junjie spoke in a deep voice. After finishing, he turned to Qin Jianghai and the others, smiling slightly as he said, "Uncle and aunt, this is not about targeting the Qin family. I know full well the Qin family would never stoop to such petty schemes. I merely fear you might be unwittingly manipulated by some scheming individuals." Hearing Wang Junjie's words, Qin Jianghai and his wife both turned their gaze toward Shunan, who stood beside Qin Yaru. This guy gave us the invitation. Young Master Wang is correct. This concerns the reputation of the Qin family. It's best to get to the bottom of it. Lu Lirong remarked in a sarcastic tone. The implication was clear. She suspected Shunan had forged the VIP invitation. Across the room, numerous eyes turned to the Qin family members. A forged invitation. If that were true, the Qin family would suffer a tremendous loss of face. Young Master Wang, this invitation is genuine. I can vouch that Shunan did not forge it. Seeing the situation, Qin Yaru stepped forward to explain. Knowing the full story, she understood that Shunan had been wrongfully accused. You can prove it? She's your man. Can you really vouch for him? Beside Wang Junjie, Qin Lulu's eyes flashed with coldness as she said. Whether this invitation is real or fake, our Qin family can't be dragged down by this kid. Big sis, you. At these words, Qin Yaru's pretty face flushed with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Instead, Shunan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly burst into laughter. Why all the fuss? Since this Wang fellow claims my invitation is fake, let him produce the evidence. Without proof, all your talk is just hot air. Hearing Shunan's words, Wang Junjie's expression darkened. Beside him, Lu Lirong stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Shunan and barking. Shunan, how dare you speak to young Master Wang like that? Apologize to young Master Wang this instant. In Lu Lirong's eyes, Wang Junjie was the big fish their family had hooked onto. There was no way she'd let this guy Shunan offend him. Seeing Lu Lirong's blatant opportunism, Shunan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Auntie, this guy isn't even your son-in-law yet. You don't have to grovel so hard to climb the Wang family ladder. Exposed by Shunan, Lu Lirong's face froze abruptly, then flushed with fury. What are you saying? Her face twisted with hurt, she turned to Old Master Qin and wailed. Old Master, you must stand up for me. I've only ever acted in the best interests of our Qin family. Enough. Stamping his cane on the ground, Old Master Qin snapped sternly. What kind of spectacle is this, wailing and fussing like this? Old Master Qin's gaze shifted, turning toward Wang Junjie. Young Master Wang. I trust my grandson-in-law's character. This invitation is absolutely genuine. If you still refuse to believe it, we can have the Sifeng Chamber of Commerce verify it again. True to his years of experience navigating the business world, Old Master Qin's words left the crowd speechless. Whether the invitation was genuine or not, wouldn't another inspection by the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce settle the matter? What's all this commotion about? Just then, a sharp command cut through the commotion from within the hall. Immediately, several bodyguards pushed through the crowd. A figure dressed in a red formal gown emerged from the hall. It's Boss Xiao from Spring Breeze Pavilion. Better to meet her in person than hear about her. Truly a breathtaking beauty. The sight of Xiao Han's captivatingly charming face left many men in attendance staring blankly. Yet they quickly averted their gaze, fearing they might incur her displeasure. After all, Xiao Hong's status extended far beyond being merely the proprietress of Spring Breeze Pavilion. She was also one of the 8 counselors of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. In terms of status, none of the men present could hold a candle to this underground queen. Mr. Chu? Xiao Hong walked into the room with a cold expression, her gaze sweeping the room until it immediately landed on Shunan, who stood not far away. She had assumed that someone of Shunan's stature would disdain attending this bidding banquet. To her utter surprise, Shunan had actually shown up. Mr. Chu didn't even bother to inform us beforehand. All our VIP guests are provided with dedicated transportation. Xiao Hong pursed her lips slightly, a hint of a smile playing on her face as she walked toward Chunan. Dinner guests? Private transportation? At that moment, everyone present was utterly taken aback by the scene. Does this guy know Boss Xiao? Qin Lulu's family was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place like statues. Mr. Xiao must be joking. This is how the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce treats its honored guests? I say we cancel this bidding banquet altogether. Chunan spoke coldly right in front of Xiao Hong. Hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. How dare you? You dare to show such disrespect to the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce? Wang Junjie glared at Chunan and shouted. I think you're the one with the audacity. Before Wang Junjie could finish his sentence, Xiao Hong stepped forward, appearing directly before him with a face as cold as ice. I personally issued Mr. Chu's VIP invitation. Wang Junjie. Not even your father could treat Mr. Chu with disrespect tonight. Xiao Hong's words sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. What? Wang Junjie's face turned ashen, yet he was rendered speechless. In terms of status and standing, Xiao Hong was a figure of equal standing to his father. As a mere junior, he certainly had no right to challenge Xiao Hong. Chapter 47, Can You Dance? The Qin family members hadn't expected it either. The invitation in Chunan's hands was genuine. Most crucially, this VIP invitation had been personally delivered by Xiao Hong herself. What did this signify? It meant Chunan had known Xiao Hong before, and their relationship was far from ordinary. Mr. Chu, on behalf of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce, I apologize for tonight's incident. The bidding banquet is about to begin. I'll have someone escort you inside. Ignoring Wang Junjie's sour expression, Xiao Hong turned to address Chunan and the Qin family members. With that, she signaled 2 attendants to escort the Qin family party to the VIP entrance nearby. Yuru, I'm not seeing things, am I? Chunan actually knows Boss Xiao? On the way into the venue, Qin Weha and his wife stared wide-eyed with curiosity, turning to ask Qin Yuru. They never imagined their country bumpkin's son-in-law would have connections to a prominent figure like Xiao Hong. Mom, Chunan and Boss Xiao are just ordinary friends. Qin Yuru glanced at Chunan before recounting how he had saved Xiao Hong's daughter. Is that so? Chunan actually saved Ms. Zhao's daughter. No wonder they sent us that VIP invitation. Understanding the reason behind it all, Qin Weha and his wife suddenly realized. That's a life-saving favor. Let me tell you, Chunan, you'd better make the most of this. Boss Xiao has considerable influence. If he could extend some favor to our Qin family, that would be absolutely wonderful. Speaking with the air of an elder, Qin Weha offered his advice to Chunan. But before Chunan could respond, Qin Yuru spoke up in displeasure. Dad. Enough already. Last time with that debt from Tianqi Company, it was all thanks to Mr. Zhao's help. Favors must be repaid eventually. How can we keep troubling Mr. Xiao time and again? Hearing his daughter's words, Qin Weha couldn't help but give an awkward smile. I was just mentioning it casually. Meanwhile, Qin Lulu, who had been eavesdropping nearby, wore a dark expression. So that's how Tianqi Company's debt got repaid with Xiao Hong helping him all along. Wasn't it just by saving Xiao Hong's daughter with some barefoot medicine? Look how happy that family is. Qin Lulu whispered to her parents. Qin Jianghai and his wife now wore expressions as sour as if they'd eaten. The second son's family, whom they trampled underfoot day after day, had actually received a VIP invitation personally from Xiao Hong. Compared to that, Qin Lulu's invitation suddenly seemed utterly lackluster. Don't worry. We still have one ace up our sleeve. Qin Jianghai raised an eyebrow and turned to his daughter. Didn't young Master Wang promise to connect us with the Lu family? Once we secure the Lu family's major project, we'll be the company's biggest heroes. I've already made arrangements. Once this deal closes, we'll immediately convene a board meeting to remove Qin Weha from his deputy general manager position. With this achievement under your belt, you'll become the new deputy general manager of the headquarters. Hearing her father's words, Qin Lulu's eyes lit up instantly, banishing the gloom from moments before. I absolutely must secure the Lu family partnership. Then let's see what she has to compete with me. A ruthless glint flashed in Qin Lulu's eyes. Not long after. In the grand hall on the 3rd floor of Sifeng Commercial Building. The grand banquet hall, spanning thousands of square feet, was lavishly decorated and brilliantly lit. As classical instrumental music drifted softly into the ears. In the center of the hall, the crowd on the dance floor began to sway and move. Men in tailored suits, women in elegant gowns, everyone present at this bidding banquet was a prominent figure in the business world. Yet the moment the Qin family appeared, they stood out like a sore thumb. Before the bidding session officially begins, the customary social dance will take place first. This is the best chance to meet important figures. Qin Lulu explained. Clearly, she had already done her homework on the bidding banquet. Enough chatter, I need to find young Master Wang first. Spotting Wang Junjie in the crowd, Qin Lulu shot a disdainful glance at the visibly flustered Qin Yuru. She then gently lifted the hem of her skirt and strolled toward Wang Junjie with a prim and proper air.
For tonight's ball, Shin Lulu had spent a fortune to acquire this luxurious gown. Tonight, she would be the most dazzling woman in the entire room. You seem nervous? Noticing Shin Yuru's unease, Shunan asked. Shin Yuru nodded, pointing toward a group of people nearby. That man is Zhang Sifeng, the pharmaceutical tycoon from Sichuan province. The people beside him are all local pharmaceutical company owners from Sichuan province too. I hear the Lu family's upcoming tender project is worth a fortune, so naturally, there's fierce competition. At this point, a hint of dejection flickered in Shin Yuru's eyes. There was no denying it. Compared to these powerful conglomerates, it was incredibly difficult for the Qin family to stand out. How will we know unless we try? Shunan gave Shin Yuru a faint smile. At that moment, a pair of eyes in the crowd seemed to notice Shin Yuru. Instantly, a young man in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, approached Shin Yuru with measured steps. Miss Qin, it's been ages. A voice with a magnetic quality sounded before her. Shin Yuru instinctively looked up at the man in front of her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. You are. The young man in the suit smiled politely. It seems Miss Qin has a rather selective memory. We met at the Pharmaceutical Exchange Conference in Chengdu half a year ago. Miss Qin's graceful presence back then has left a lasting impression on me. Hearing the young man in the suit speak, Shin Yuru suddenly remembered something. Mr. Zhang. Shin Yuru blurted out. Only then did she recall his identity, Zhang Jiming, the son of that pharmaceutical tycoon. They had met at a pharmaceutical industry exchange event half a year prior. It had been a mere passing acquaintance, and Shin Yuru hadn't expected to encounter him here. Miss Qin, what a coincidence. In that case, would you do me the honor of joining me for a dance? With that, Zhang Jiming offered a slight smile, bowed gracefully toward Shin Yuru, and extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Seeing this, Shin Yuru was taken aback. Yet, with Zhang Jiming extending the invitation, she found it difficult to refuse. Just as she hesitated, a large hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her forcefully into an embrace. Sorry, my wife already has a dance partner. You'd better find someone else. With one arm around Shin Yuru, Shunan strode straight toward the dance floor in the center of the crowd, ignoring Zhang Jiming's stunned expression. Hey, do you even know how to dance? You just dragged me over. After struggling briefly in Shunan's embrace, she glanced at the dancing crowd around them. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she turned to ask Shunan. What's so hard about dancing? I studied it for 2 months up in the mountains. You learned on the mountain? At those words, Shin Yuru instantly felt her face flush crimson. Tonight was the bidding banquet. All the attendees were business elites, and they danced standard ballroom dances. Making a fool of herself here would be utterly embarrassing. Even Shin Yuru had once spent a fortune hiring a dance instructor for several months to master ballroom dancing for social occasions. And Shunan had only studied for 2 months on the mountain? One could only imagine how dreadful his dancing must be. Chapter 48, Xiaohan's Envy. In the lavishly decorated ballroom. Amidst the melodious dance music, Shunan held Shin Yuru close as they swayed slowly across the dance floor. You know how to waltz? Allowing Shunan to hold her waist, Shin Yuru's eyes widened as she realized his dance moves were far more precise than her own. I know plenty more. A faint smile curved his lips as Shunan gave Shin Yuru a mysterious grin, then abruptly changed their dance steps. As the music faded to a close, the dancers on the floor halted their movements, waiting for the next tune. A country bumpkin who can actually dance. Not far away, Shin Lulu pulled Wang Junjie onto the dance floor, just in time to see Shunan and Shin Yuru. Lulu, the next song is a Western classical piece. Perfect for the blues. Wang Junjie pulled Shin Lulu close and whispered softly. At high society events like this, mastering various ballroom dances was practically a rite of passage for every socialite. How well one danced was, in fact, a symbol of one's status. For young ladies from distinguished families, private dance instructors were almost always part of their upbringing. And to make a splash at this dinner, Shin Lulu had gone out of her way to learn quite a few ballroom dances. Young Master Wang, the Bruce dance is quite difficult. You'll have to lead me a lot later. Shin Lulu said with a hint of shyness. The next moment, the melodious music began to play once more. Unlike before, this time the dance was a standard Western classical piece. Upon hearing the music, many in attendance hesitated to attempt it. Only Shin Lulu and Wang Junjie stepped out with crisp, precise movements. Their traditional Western blues dance drew the attention of many onlookers. I don't know how to dance this classical style. Seeing this, Shin Yuru's face fell with a look of distress, her mind already turning toward retreat. Don't worry. If you don't know how, I can teach you. Gripping Shin Yuru's hand firmly, Shunan lowered his head and spoke softly. You'll teach me? A hint of doubt flickered in Shin Yuru's eyes. Before she could speak again, Shunan wrapped an arm around her slender waist, drew her head against his chest, and began to sway gently with her body. Just follow my rhythm. Don't be nervous. Shunan murmured softly into Shin Yuru's ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, Shin Yuru's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she nodded gently. Shunan's movements were gentle. Under his guidance, Shin Yaru soon found her rhythm, allowing him to lead her body as they glided across the dance floor.
In less than 10 minutes,
Shin Yaru had gradually become familiar with Chunan's rhythm, slowly mastering this new dance step. The pair seemed utterly lost in the classical, melodious music. Meanwhile, numerous eyes around them had begun to notice Chunan and Shin Yaru.
Soon, someone with keen eyes exclaimed, "Am I seeing this correctly? Isn't that a court dance passed down from Western royalty? Few people know this ancient court dance nowadays. This is true aristocratic grace."
Hearing this, many in the room paused their activities and instinctively turned their gaze toward Chunan and Shin Yaru. At that moment, the ball's lighting technicians also noticed the scene, directing the spotlight onto Chunan and Shin Yaru.
In an instant, the two became the center of attention. Ancient court dance steps, accompanied by the melodious strains of classical dance music. Under the spotlight,
Chunan stood impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his blade-like brows framing a pair of deep, piercing black eyes. And nestled in Chunan's embrace, Shin Yaru glided in a white evening gown, her crystal heels making her light steps seem even more graceful, fully showcasing her exquisite figure.
Not far away,
in the dimly lit area, Shin Lulu and Wang Junjie had also stopped moving, their faces twisted as they stared at the two figures bathed in the spotlight.
There was no doubt about it.
Compared to Shin Yaru, her dancing looked as awkward as a monkey's.
Damn it! That stole the spotlight again.
On stage, the dance music gradually faded to a stop.
Under the spotlight,
Chunan gently embraced Shin Yaru's waist as they completed their final dance step. Clap! 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 In an instant, thunderous applause erupted across the venue.
That was absolutely stunning. This is the most beautiful dance I've ever seen in my life. The crowd murmured with admiration and envy.
Hearing the commotion, Shin Yaru, still cradled in Chunan's arms, snapped out of her daze. Her eyes fluttered open to find over 100 people gathered around her. A blush instantly spread across her delicate cheeks. You tricked me." Shin Yaru glared at Chunan, her reproach sounding more like a playful pout. Chunan claimed he'd only studied for 2 months on the mountain, yet what he performed was a Western royal court dance. Dances of this caliber were known by only a handful of people. Clearly, Shin Yaru didn't believe a word of Chunan's tall tale. Clang! At that moment, all the lights in the hall suddenly came on. A middle-aged man in a suit strode onto the elevated stage, took the microphone, and addressed the crowd with a smile.
"Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding banquet is now officially open.
What follows is the first round of sealed bidding."
"Blind bidding?"
Hearing this, Chunan glanced at Shin Yaru with a hint of confusion. To his surprise, Shin Yaru was equally clueless. This was her first time attending such a bidding banquet, and she truly didn't know the rules. A sealed bid, essentially, is a non-publicly competitive bidding project. This dinner essentially provides a networking platform. Whether partnerships materialize depends entirely on each party's individual efforts. This method of collaboration has been prevalent in Sichuan's business circles for many years and is a long-standing practice of our Sifeng Chamber of Commerce. Just as the two were puzzling over it, a figure approached Chunan and offered an explanation.
"Ms. Xiao?" Recognizing the visitor as Xiao Hong, Shin Yaru nodded gratefully. "You're in luck. I've heard that the Lu family has a major project in need of a partner.
As fellow pharmaceutical companies, the Qin family might have a good chance,"
Xiao Hong said to Shin Yaru.
With that, she pointed toward a table in the hall, the Lu family's location.
But clearly, Xiao Hong wasn't the only one in the know. At that moment, the Lu family's table was already completely surrounded by representatives from major pharmaceutical companies. Even Zhang Jiming, the pharmaceutical tycoon, was among them, clearly aiming to become the Lu family's newest partner.
"A major enterprise like the Lu family would never look our way," Shin Yaru said, sounding rather disheartened. Forget competing with the Zhang family, every other competitor present was more formidable than the Qin family.
"Miss Qin, you never know what might happen. How can you know there's no hope if you don't even try?" Xiao Hong encouraged Shin Yaru.
Hearing these words, a spark of determination ignited in Shin Yaru's eyes.
"Right? Since I'm already here, how could I ever feel satisfied without giving it a shot? Thank you, Boss Xiao.
Whether I succeed or fail, I'll give it my all."
With that, Shin Yaru turned and headed straight toward the Lu family's residence.
Watching Shin Yaru's retreating figure, Xiao Hong turned to look at Chunan, who stood silently beside her. "Mr. Chu has done so much for the Qin family.
Are you truly not going to tell Miss Qin?"
Clearly, given Xiao Hong's capabilities, she must already be aware of the events unfolding at the Lu residence.
"What difference would it make? I can't stay with the Qins forever. Sometimes it's better for everyone if certain things remain unsaid."
Chunan picked up a glass of wine from the table and gently swirled it. Hearing this, a hint of envy flickered in Xiao Hong's beautiful eyes.
"How I envy Miss Qin. To have met a man like Mr. Chu in this lifetime." Chapter 49, How Dare You Question Divine Physician Chu? 1 hour later. At the bidding banquet hall, Chunan sat among the Qin family members in the VIP section.
Unlike Qin Jianghai and the others, who wore expressions of worry and restlessness, Shu Nan was utterly captivated by the sumptuous feast before him. After all, this was the VIP section, personally arranged by the Four Winds Merchants Guild. While the dishes couldn't compare to a state banquet, they were still worth tens of thousands of yuan per table. Having been taught by the old man on Dragon Tiger Mountain since childhood, Shu Nan had always adhered to the principle of never wasting food. All you do is eat, eat, eat. You're so unworldly. I'm worried people will laugh at us, not you. Lu Lirong shot a glance at Shu Nan, who was devouring his food with gusto, unable to resist the sarcastic remark. Shu Nan's hands never stopped moving, but he looked up at Lu Lirong and twisted his mouth into a crooked smile. Humans live off grains and legumes. Eat when you should eat, and relieve yourself when you should relieve yourself. What? Does Auntie not need to eat and defecate? The retort left Lu Lirong speechless. You peasant. How utterly vulgar. Thank goodness my daughter didn't marry someone like you. At this point, Lu Lirong beamed with smug satisfaction. Just wait. Once my daughter lands that major project from the Lu family, I'll see if you dare act so arrogant in front of me. Enough. Hearing this, Qin Jianghai shot Lu Lirong a glare. Success comes from discretion. Why are you so eager to compete with him? Scolded by Qin Jianghai, Lu Lirong immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, after the first round of sealed bidding concluded, at the Lu family's table. Grandfather, since we've already agreed to cooperate with the Qin family as promised to Master Chu, why did we have to go through all that? Lu Xiaoman asked the elderly Mr. Lu beside her. Xiaoman, you simply don't understand. Such are the rules of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. Even our Lu family cannot break the rules of the sealed bid auction. Lu Jianye explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoman suddenly added. But speaking of which, 2 people from the Qin family just came by. I wonder which one was sent by Dr. Chu. I thought that one named Qin Yaru seemed quite capable. Lu Jianye stroked his beard and smiled. Dr. Chu only said we should choose to cooperate with the Qin family. As for who gets the project, let Dr. Chu decide that. With that, Lu Jianye signaled his assistant to bring out the contract that had been prepared in advance. I imagine Divine Physician Chu has already arrived at tonight's bidding banquet. Have someone deliver the contract over shortly. Oh, and Xiaoman, you should personally go and convey my regards to Dr. Chu. Lu Jianye said solemnly, looking at his beloved granddaughter. At that moment, the Lu family members present all wore expressions of surprise upon hearing this. At the same moment, amidst the crowd, 2 figures reappeared at the Qin family banquet table, one following the other. These 2 were none other than Qin Yuru and Qin Lulu, returning from the Lu residence. You're back. The moment she saw her daughters, Lu Lirong rushed forward excitedly. Qin Weha and his wife also hurriedly surrounded Qin Yuru, asking in a flurry of questions. Yuru, how did the partnership talks go? Their questions only made Qin Yuru's expression darken further. Many companies want to partner with the Lu family. I don't think our chances are good. After participating in the first round of sealed bidding, Qin Yuru finally grasped the sheer intensity of the competition. Compared to other major pharmaceutical companies, the Qin family's resources were almost completely uncompetitive. Hearing Qin Yuru's words, Qin Weha and his wife instantly looked utterly disheartened. Standing nearby, Qin Lulu's expression was the polar opposite of Qin Yuru's. She radiated absolute confidence. Grandpa, you can rest assured. Young Master Wang has already promised me he'll ask his father to help with the Lu family partnership. With the Wang family involved, even the Lu family will have to give us some face. Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Qin Jianghai's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, naturally settled considerably. If you ask me, among all the granddaughters of the Qin family, my daughter is simply more capable than some. It really shows how different people's judgment can be. Only a young prodigy like young Master Wang is worthy of becoming a son-in-law to our Qin family. Holding Qin Lulu's hand, Lu Lirong couldn't help but boast as she looked at the gloomy-faced Qin Yaruo family. Watch out, the wind might blow your tongue away. Even if the Lu family wants to partner with the Qins, it might not be because of your daughter. Beside them, Shunan held a glass of red wine and smiled at the smug Lu Lirong. Hearing this, Lu Lirong flew into a rage. I think you're just jealous. If the Lu family isn't partnering with my daughter, does that mean they're partnering with you, you country bumpkin? The words had barely left her mouth. A figure suddenly approached the Qin family members. Excuse me, is Master Dr. Chu here? As soon as she reached the center of the gathering, Lu Xiaoman addressed the Qin family members. Qin Jianghai and the others turned to look at the newcomer, all startled. She wore a pale purple evening gown and crystal-encrusted high heels. The sheer number of luxury items adorning her was enough to make anyone gasp. Miss, who might you be? Qin Jianghai asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The moment he saw Lu Xiaoman, he knew her identity was far from ordinary. But Lu Xiaoman paid no attention to Qin Jianghai. Instead, she swept past the crowd and fixed her gaze directly on a figure seated among the guests. Master Dr. Chu, there you are. Lu Xiaoman's face lit up with delight. Without a second thought for the Qin family members, she pushed her way through the crowd and plopped down beside Chunan.
Master Physician Chu?
This scene sent a sudden chill through the Qin family members present. But Lu Lirong quickly regained her composure and cautiously called out to Lu Xiaoman.
Miss, you must have mistaken him for someone else. This fellow is just a country bumpkin, not some divine physician. Though unaware of Lu Xiaoman's identity, Lu Lirong wasn't foolish. The outfit she wore was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan even at tonight's banquet. She clearly wasn't someone of ordinary means. Such a prominent figure would never associate with someone like Chunan.
Shut up.
How dare you question Master Healer Chu? The moment Lu Lirong spoke, the smile vanished from Lu Xiaoman's face.
She whipped her head around, her expression turning as cold as ice as she snapped.
At that very moment, Lu Zhengtian, holding the contract, arrived. Where is the head of the Qin family?
Lu Zhengtian, dressed in a suit, addressed the Qin family members. Upon seeing Lu Zhengtian, Qin Lulu was the first to recognize him.
Dad, it's Mr. Lu from Lu Group. He must be here to discuss a partnership with us.
Qin Lulu said with eager anticipation. Nearby, Qin Jianhai and his wife, upon hearing this, were both incredibly excited. Only old Master Qin emerged, leaning on his cane. I am Qin Guozhong, the head of the Qin family. Upon seeing old Master Qin, Lu Zhengtian wasted no time, immediately presenting the prepared contract.
Elder Qin, this is the cooperation agreement from our Lu Group.
Congratulations to the Qin family on becoming our Lu Group's new partner.
Chapter 50, What if I beat you? A partner of the Lu Group?
Upon hearing Lu Zhengtian's words with their own ears, every member of the Qin family present wore expressions of utter shock. Even old Master Qin himself wore an expression of utter disbelief on his weathered face.
Mr. Lu, is the Lu Group truly choosing to partner with our Qin family? Would you mind explaining the reason to this old man?
Old Master Qin stared at the contract Lu Zhengtian had handed him, confirming once more. Such a blessing was like manna from heaven. Yet he still couldn't quite believe it. Given the Qin family's standing, even if Lu Group were to pick from the leftovers, Qin Pharmaceutical wouldn't be on their list. Old Master Qin, there's no need for suspicion. My Lu family is sincere in this partnership. Of course, if you insist on knowing the reason. Lu Zhengtian swept his gaze across the Qin family members, briefly resting it on Chunan's position before withdrawing his eyes. He then offered the elder Qin a mysterious smile. It can only be said that the young generation is formidable. Old Master, your Qin family's younger generation has produced an extraordinary talent. Even my father speaks of him in the highest regard.
The young generation is formidable?
Old Master Qin narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to his eldest granddaughter, Qin Lulu, standing nearby.
Could it be that this matter truly involved Qin Lulu? Grandfather, what else could you possibly be worried about?
Young Master Wang is only helping our Qin family because of my standing.
Qin Lulu stepped forward to speak.
After speaking, she eagerly took the contract from Lu Zhengtian's hands, adding with feigned modesty.
Mr. Lu, you're too kind.
I've only recently joined the headquarters, and there's still much I need to learn.
She didn't wait for Lu Zhengtian to respond.
She turned directly to face Qin Yaru and the others, her face beaming with pride. Just in case you didn't know, the project scale offered by Lu Group this time is a whopping 30 billion yuan.
30 billion? At this news, Qin Weiha and the others' eyes widened in astonishment.
A 30 billion yuan project. This was the largest collaborative venture Qin Pharmaceutical had ever undertaken since its founding. Most crucially, this collaboration involved the Lu family. If they could use this to build a strong relationship with the Lu family, that would be the greatest gain for the Qin family.
My daughter never disappoints.
The future of our Qin family rests on your shoulders. Lu Lirong's face beamed with pride, eager to share the news with everyone present. She then turned her gaze toward Qin Yaru and Chunan. A 30 billion yuan project. Some people could never achieve that in a lifetime, could they? If you ask me, how can there be such a huge gap between two daughters of the Qin family? As Lu Lirong spoke, Qin Weiha and his wife's faces turned grim. Qin Yaru opened her mouth but found herself speechless. A 30 billion yuan project. It was a goal she could only dream of. This time, she had to admit she had been utterly defeated by her eldest sister, Qin Lulu. Ha! At that moment, Chunan, seated among the guests, couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Hick, what are you laughing at?
Qin Lulu frowned at Chunan. Chunan poured himself a glass of red wine before turning back to her with a smile.
I'm laughing at how incredibly naive you are.
You don't seriously believe the Lu Group partnered with the Qin family because of your mistress, do you?
Hearing Chunan's words, Qin Lulu instantly flew into a rage.
Shut up! Who do you think you are to question young Master Wang? Look at who you are. Compared to young Master Wang, you're not even worthy of tying his shoes. Before Qin Yaru could retort, a figure abruptly stepped forward, striding directly toward Qin Lulu. Smack! In front of the entire Qin family, Lu Xiaoman raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Qin Lulu's face. You dare hit me? Qin Lulu's eyes widened, her face flushed with rage. Qin Jianhai and Lu Lirong, standing nearby, were equally furious. So what if I hit you?
In front of me, you're the one who should shut your mouth. Remember this. Dr. Chu is my friend, how dare you insult him? Lu Xiaoman barked at Qin Lulu with an air of arrogance.
When it came to temper tantrums, 10 Qin Lulus couldn't hold a candle to this Lu family heiress. Before the Qins could respond, Lu Xiaoman turned to Lu Zhengtian and declared, "Father, I think we need to seriously reconsider our partnership with the Qins. I refuse to partner with such people." The moment Lu Xiaoman finished speaking, the expressions of the entire Qin family, including Qin Lulu, changed abruptly. "Dad?" Hearing Lu Xiaoman address Lu Zhengtian as dad, even the most obtuse among them should have guessed her identity. "Mr. Lu, may I introduce the Lu family's heiress, Miss Lu Xiaoman?" Seeing the situation unfold, the anger on Qin Jianghai's face instantly vanished, replaced by a flattering expression as he approached Lu Xiaoman. "Lulu, apologize to Miss Lu immediately." "Dad." Qin Lulu stared at her father, but seeing the stern expression on Qin Jianghai's face, she immediately forced down her anger and bowed her head to Qin Jianghai with a look of grievance. "Miss Lu, I was rude earlier." "Oomph." Lu Xiaoman gave a cold snort, then turned her head and winked playfully at Chunan. This entire scene was witnessed by Qin Yuru. "Are you friends with the Lu family's eldest daughter?" Qin Yuru asked Chunan in a low voice. Chunan smiled faintly. "We're merely acquainted, hardly friends."
Hearing Chunan's reply, Qin Yuru remained skeptical.
Her woman's intuition told her that Chunan seemed to be hiding something from her.
Enough. The cooperation was personally approved by the old man. "You won't get away with this nonsense." Across the room, Lu Jingtian glanced at Lu Xiaoman before turning his stern gaze toward Qin Jianhai and the others. Though the Wang family is one of the 8 counselors of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce, even their patriarch must show due respect when meeting my grandfather. The reason we chose to partner with the Qin family is because we were entrusted by a benefactor. As for the identity of this benefactor, you will learn it sooner or later. A benefactor's request? Hearing Lu Jingtian's words, it was now Qin's group who were left dumbfounded. Several of them instinctively turned to look at Chunan. After all, they hadn't expected Chunan to be acquainted with the Lu family's eldest daughter. But soon, the Qin family members shook their heads. Even Qin Weiha and his wife couldn't fathom their son-in-law being the influential figure Lu Zhengtian described. "Xiaoman, stop this nonsense." Lu Zhengtian shot Lu Xiaoman a stern look. "Come back with me." "Yes." Daring not to defy her father's command, Lu Xiaoman pouted. With that, she ran back to Chunan. "Master Dr. Chu." Before Lu Xiaoman could finish, Chunan shook his head. "You should change how you address me. I'm only 2 years older than you. Calling me that makes people think I'm some old geezer." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman blinked her large eyes and offered a playful smile. "In that case, how about I call you Brother Chunan?" Chapter 51, Peril Everywhere. Brother Chunan? At the sound of this, Qin Yuru's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Seeing that Chunan didn't object, Lu Xiaoman immediately smiled and said, "Brother Chunan, I still haven't properly thanked you for last time. I'll come find you to hang out again sometime." With that, Lu Xiaoman followed Lu Zhengtian out. Just as Lu Xiaoman departed, Qin Lulu, standing in the middle of the field, glared at Chunan with eyes that seemed ready to shoot fire. The contract in her hand now felt like the ultimate mockery. The Qin family had successfully secured the major project from Lu Group. She had believed she had earned immense credit for this achievement. But in the end, it had turned into a laughingstock. Regardless, our Qin family has truly seized a tremendous opportunity. I say we must find this benefactor who secretly aided us and express our deepest gratitude. Having successfully secured the partnership with the Lu family, Qin Weiha also wore a delighted expression. Especially upon learning his elder brother's family had nothing to do with it, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, this achievement hadn't been stolen from him. Weiha is absolutely right. Old Master Qin nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting to Qin Jianhai and Qin Weiha as he said, "In that case, the cooperative project with the Lu family shall be entrusted to you 2 brothers. Weiha, you must give this your utmost attention. Don't let anyone underestimate the Qin family." Hearing his father's words, Qin Weiha's face lit up with joy as he nodded repeatedly. "Father, rest assured. I will not disappoint you." He had never been given significant responsibility at headquarters. Now that the patriarch had entrusted him with such a crucial project, how could Qin Weiha not be thrilled? In stark contrast, the Qin Jianghai family sat in utter gloom, feeling more miserable than swallowing a fly. They had schemed relentlessly to attend this bidding banquet, only to end up paving the way for the second son's family instead. At that moment, old Master Qin cast an unobtrusive glance toward Chunan's location. Though he didn't state it outright, he sensed that the influential figure Lu Zhengtian had mentioned earlier might very well be Chunan. In the banquet hall, the bidding banquet continued, the atmosphere growing even more lively. Yet compared to others, Qin Yuru appeared preoccupied with her thoughts. After the banquet concluded, the various families who had attended the banquet began dispersing. Chunan accompanied Qin Yuru as they drove back to the Qin residence. Midway through the journey, Glancing at Shunan, who was resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat, Shin Yuru finally couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "Are you really not involved in this?" A hint of suspicion flickered in Shin Yuru's eyes. "Would you rather it had something to do with me?" Shunan opened his eyes and smiled with a hint of amusement. Shin Yuru's heart skipped a beat before she began to scrutinize the man before her. Could Shunan be the Lu family's benefactor Lu Zhengtian had mentioned? Even Shin Yuru found it hard to believe. She shook her head, her red lips pressed together slightly as she said, "Sometimes I truly feel like I can't figure you out. First Xiao Hong, and now this young lady from the Lu family. Seems you've got quite the way with women." Shunan's lips curved into a faint smile. "What, are you jealous? What nonsense are you talking about? Me, jealous of you?" Shin Yuru instinctively retorted, though the fluster in her voice might have escaped even her own notice. A gentle breeze blew in through the car window. Shin Yuru's fair neck flushed slightly, whether from the alcohol or because Shunan had struck a nerve, she couldn't tell. At that moment, Shunan, seated in the passenger seat, narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze shifted through the rearview mirror to the rear of Shin Yuru's BMW. Though the other party had been extremely cautious, Shunan still distinctly sensed a hint of murderous intent. Looks like the last incident didn't teach them a lesson. Shunan sneered inwardly. He naturally guessed he was being followed. However, the other party only followed Shin Yuru's car without taking any further action. Shunan feigned sleep and did not alert Shin Yuru. Not until they returned to the Chin residence did the black sedan vanish into the vast night. Yet that faint, lingering aura of murderous intent remains suspended around the Chin residence. Looks like there's more than one ambusher. Shunan glanced at the Chin family villa, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. They had only been gone briefly, yet assassins had already infiltrated the Chin residence. The enemy had clearly planned this well in advance. Moreover, they clearly had the Chin family's movements under surveillance. "I've had some drinks today. I'm going to take a shower and hit the sack. Same as always, I take the bed, you take the couch." In the bedroom, Shin Yuru shot Shunan a disapproving look before stripping off her coat and striding into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. Shunan glanced up. Shin Yuru had forgotten to close the door tonight. Through the shower curtain, he caught a full view of her curvaceous figure. At the same moment, a faint rustling sound drifted from outside the bedroom balcony. Barely audible. Yet it made Shunan frown slightly, disrupting his elegant appreciation of the beautiful scene. "Damn it! Why now of all times? Why come bother me at this moment?" A shadow of gloom crossed his face as Shunan muttered, almost to himself. But the moment the words left his lips, he vanished from the room. The next second, outside the bedroom, on the balcony, a figure as agile as a gecko silently leapt onto the second-floor balcony from the shadows. "It's just a woman. Is it really worth mobilizing such a large force for this kind of mission?" Hearing the sound of water inside the bedroom, the black-clad assassin's eyes flashed with disdain. Just as he was about to push open the floor-to-ceiling window and slip into the room. "One more step, and you die." A cold command rang out from behind him. The assassin's arm froze mid-reach, his entire body tensing like a drawn bowstring. How could this be? The greatest taboo for an assassin was exposing their back to an enemy. But when had the other party appeared behind him? How had he failed to notice? Die. In a fraction of a second, murderous intent flared in the black-clad assassin's eyes. Clutching a dagger, he spun and struck. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, cutting a sharp whistle. Missed? His eyes widened abruptly, revealing a look of disbelief and astonishment. At the same moment, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen as immense force shattered his ribs in an instant. Before the assassin could react, a massive hand clamped down on his throat like an iron vice, instantly neutralizing him. "You, how could you?" A hoarse voice strained from his throat. Only now did the assassin in black clearly see the figure before him, his pupils instantly dilating. An assassin from the Black Snake Society? Noticing the black snake tattoo on the assassin's neck, Shunan coldly demanded. "Speak. Who sent you? Is your target me, or the Qin family?" At first, the assassin's face paled as Shunan exposed his identity, but he clenched his teeth and declared, "I'd rather die than reveal a single word." The words had barely left his lips when a faint smile suddenly appeared on the face of the man before him. The next second, snap! With a slight twist of Shunan's large hand, before the assassin could bite through his tongue, Shunan snapped his neck clean off. "Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." A harmless smile played on his face. Shunan released his grip, and the assassin in black collapsed limply to the ground. At that moment, Shunan's gaze shifted toward another location. Old Master Qin's bedroom. A murderous intent was rapidly closing in. Looking for death. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Shunan let out a cold snarl and leapt instantly from the second-floor balcony. Chapter 52, Midnight Menace. Under the thick cover of night. Within the Qin family villa, an invisible aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire household.
As the saying goes, dark nights and high winds make for perfect murder. At that moment, old Master Qin had just retired for the night, unaware that a figure had already slipped into his bedroom. You've fallen victim to my soul-numbing incense. Tonight, you must die. But before that, there's something I must take. A hoarse voice emerged from the masked assassin's mouth. A faint fragrance filled the room, and old Master Qin, who had just lain down on his bed, was now deep in slumber, oblivious to everything around him. Where could the formula be? The masked assassin's gaze scanned the room. Not long after, he found old Master Qin safe inside the wardrobe. Damn it! This is such a hassle. Frowning at the heavily encrypted safe, the masked assassin frowned. Killing was his specialty. But lockpicking was not his forte. Regardless, he was determined to get his hands on the Qin family's bulbile pill formula today. Need some help? Just then, a sudden laugh echoed through the silent room. Hearing this, the masked assassin, who had been bent over fiddling with the safe, thought it was a comrade arriving. But in just an instant, he recognized the voice as utterly unfamiliar. Die! In the blink of an eye, the masked assassin's hunched body sprang back with cat-like agility. He spun around and unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Chu Nan's face. When he finally saw Nan's face, he was surprised by how young the attacker was, but he showed no mercy. Had that punch landed, it would have been a fatal blow to any ordinary person. Third tier innate realm. Standing his ground as the black-clad assassin raised his hand to strike, Chu Nan smiled and nodded. Not bad. The Black Snake Society has finally sent someone worthy of the name. Hearing Chu Nan utter the words Black Snake Society, the face concealed beneath the black cloth remained expressionless. Yet, within the pair of exposed eyes, a hint of shock flickered. The masked assassin hadn't expected the man before him to have guessed his origins. This only strengthened his resolve to kill Chu Nan. A fist wind whistled toward him. Murderous intent flared in the masked assassin's eyes as he increased the force behind his strike by another notch. Crack! The fist struck out. The fist did not miss its mark, yet the outcome he had envisioned did not unfold. Chu Nan remained standing in place. His right hand had risen unnoticed, palm open, gripping the masked assassin's fist with an iron hold. How is this possible? You dared to block my punch head-on? Seeing Chu Nan unscathed, the masked assassin paled in shock. He had unleashed at least 70% of his strength in that strike, a blow no equal would dare meet head-on. And now, seeing Chu Nan look so relaxed and composed, it was hard to fathom just how profoundly formidable his opponent truly was. Merely a pre-heaven realm cultivator. Speak. Why has the Black Serpent Society repeatedly targeted the Qin family? In the darkness, Chu Nan stared at the figure before him and demanded. Don't expect me to utter a single word. A hoarse voice carried a hint of ferocity as the masked assassin struck again. Bursting forth with all his true energy, his left hand transformed into a palm strike aimed directly at Chu Nan. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. Stubborn to the end. The next instant, as Chu Nan's right fist slammed out. Fist met palm. Crack! A sound of shattered bone echoed from the masked assassin's left arm. Gah! Agonizing pain surged through him, causing the masked assassin to suck in a sharp breath as he gritted his teeth to endure the excruciating agony. At least 6th tier of the innate realm. This was the masked assassin's estimation of Chu Nan's strength. A full 3 minor realms above his own, nearly crushing him with sheer power. No wonder Zhao Lu failed. So the Qin family actually harbors such a formidable expert. Cold sweat poured from the masked assassin's brow as his eyes darted around, rapidly analyzing the situation. With Chu Nan present, tonight's mission was doomed to failure. And for an assassin of the Black Snake Society, he understood better than anyone what mission failure truly meant. Instantly, his mind was made up. Boom! But before he could act, Chu Nan's fist slammed straight into his face. But the masked assassin opened his mouth and spat out several teeth mixed with blood. Chu Nan saw clearly within the blood a poison fang gleaming with a black sheen. Poison hidden in the teeth? Don't think you can pull that cliché stunt on me twice. A cold smile flickered across his lips as Chu Nan strode slowly toward the masked assassin. You, what do you want? Though a killer who had claimed countless lives, the masked assassin's eyes betrayed uncontrollable fear as Chu Nan approached. The man before him was terrifying. Not only was his power unfathomable, he even felt that every move he made had already been seen through by the man before him. Relax, I know you Black Snake Society types are all tough talkers. But I'm a patient man. We'll take our time playing this out. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chu Nan's face, cold and unyielding. The next moment, Chu Nan flicked his wrist, sending several silver needles flying. Each needle pierced a pressure point on the masked assassin's body. What did you do to me? The masked assassin instinctively stumbled backward, only to collapse to the ground after 2 steps, his body suddenly refusing to obey his commands. Immediately, a sensation like 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart surged through his entire body. Pain that seemed to emanate from the very marrow of his bones. Not a single bone, not an inch of skin, could escape it. The masked assassin lay on the ground. Within mere breaths, his body began to tremble, his breathing growing increasingly ragged.
Within mere moments, the masked assassin was already drenched in sweat, his face deathly pale, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Stop, stop. I'll talk. With teeth missing from his mouth, the masked assassin's speech remained slurred. Upon hearing this, Shunan reached out and inserted another silver needle, easing the pain in the man's body. You held out for 8 breaths. Not bad for you. Rarely offering praise, Shunan yanked off the assassin's mask, revealing a gaunt face before him. Upon seeing Shunan's true face, fear and despair instantly flashed in the masked assassin's eyes. According to the Black Snake Society's rules, once his face was revealed, he would likely be expelled from the organization even if he returned. Spill it. What grudge does the Black Snake Society hold against the Qin family? Why have you repeatedly targeted them? And your purpose in coming to the Qin residence, it couldn't have been solely to assassinate Old Master Qin, could it? Shunan smiled faintly, his peripheral vision catching sight of the safe inside the wardrobe. Though he didn't know what lay inside. But there was no doubt that the Black Snake Society's target was whatever lay inside that safe. At Shunan's words, a flicker of tension crossed the assassin's face, but he soon nodded helplessly. The Black Snake Society has no grudge against the Qin family. We're merely following orders. Shunan asked in a deep voice. Following orders? Whose orders? Chapter 53, A Step Too Late. Inside the room. Hearing Shunan's interrogation, the masked assassin dared not remain silent. The bounty order. That's the Black Snake Society's rule. As long as you can pay the price, you can hire us to kill anyone for you. Mentioning the bounty, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Shunan finally grasped the root of the matter. Someone wanted to take down the Qin family. They had secretly paid the Black Snake Society for assistance. They could deploy killers at the level. The Black Snake Society's capabilities were clearly extraordinary. However, the price demanded by that mysterious figure was likely no small matter. The Qin family is merely a second-rate clan. Why would they provoke such a formidable figure that they need to bribe the Black Snake Society to intervene? Shunan pressed the person before him. But it was clear the other party was unaware of the situation. The Black Snake Society's rule is simple: we only handle the killing. We never ask questions. Shunan stared into the masked assassin's eyes, seeing that this fellow truly seemed unaware of the inner workings. Then tell me, what exactly did they send you to the Qin family to find? At these words, the masked assassin's expression flinched, his eyes darting nervously. He knew the Black Snake Society's rules all too well. Even death could not justify revealing a single detail about the mission. Though not a sworn assassin, if the mission failed, the organization would likely not spare him either. I advise you not to play games with me. As if reading the masked assassin's thoughts, Shunan toyed with the silver needle in his hand and spoke in a deep, solemn voice. Hearing this, the masked assassin couldn't help but tremble all over. The memory of the excruciating pain inflicted by Shunan's earlier technique only deepened his terror. I'll talk. Our employer sent us to the Qin family to assassinate Qin Yaru and Old Master Qin. We were also tasked with finding an ancient formula. A cold gleam flashed in Shunan's eyes. The formula for ox gall pills? At this, the masked assassin nodded repeatedly. That's right, the ox gall pill formula. At that moment, a figure instantly flashed through Shunan's mind. Qin Jianghai. But he quickly shook his head. Although Qin Jianghai had repeatedly toyed with the idea of stealing the formula, frankly speaking, given his nerve, it was highly unlikely he'd actually hire someone to kill his own father. Moreover, the formula belonged to his own family. Even if Qin Jianghai wanted to steal it, he wouldn't need to go to such great lengths. After much deliberation, Shunan concluded this was most likely the work of an outsider. The perpetrator had clearly coveted the Qin family's formula for quite some time. Recalling the earlier incident with the lion-dog sculpture, Shunan felt a faint thread of insight begin to form in his mind. Had he not appeared at the Qin residence? Old Master Qin would likely have succumbed to his illness long ago. And the position of head of the Qin family would most likely have fallen to Qin Jianghai. In that case, Qin Jianghai remained the prime suspect. Shunan believed Qin Jianghai wasn't the mastermind, but he likely knew the person behind the scenes. After a moment's thought, Shunan retrieved the silver needles from the masked assassin's body and coldly ordered, "Get out! You're not going to kill me?" Hearing this, the masked assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're nothing but a tool for the Black Snake Society. Killing you would only dirty my hands." Shunan rose slowly to his feet, standing firm in place. His angular face bore an icy expression. "Get out, or die." With Shunan's cold command, the masked assassin, heedless of whether Shunan was bluffing, immediately braced himself with both hands on the ground and sprinted toward the balcony. With a single leap, the assassin vanished from the Qin residence. At the same moment, following the direction the masked assassin had fled, Shunan's figure pursued like a ghostly apparition. 30 meters. Not too close, not too far. Shunan trailed behind the masked assassin, remaining undetected the entire time. But he was, after all, an assassin of the Black Snake Society.
The masked man initially panicked and fled recklessly, but soon regained his composure and deliberately circled the city. A full hour passed. Only when his internal injuries became unbearable did he finally emerge in an alley behind a bar's back door. Compared to daytime, the alley behind the bar was even noisier. Drunks lay passed out on the ground. Small groups of thugs huddled together, high on drugs. The masked man appeared to know the area intimately, weaving through the twists and turns until he reached a secluded corner. And right there, a figure cloaked in black seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Got it? The cloaked figure turned, his gaze fixed on the assassin. Master 9, I failed. The intel was wrong. The Qin family has a master at least at the 6th stage of the innate realm. Hearing this, the cloaked figure known as 9th Master wore a look of utter surprise. 6th tier Xian realm? With such strength, how could they let you escape? At this thought, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with sudden resolve. At that very moment, from the direction the masked assassin had come at the alley entrance, a sudden clamor erupted. Damn it! You've fallen into a trap! The cloaked figure exclaimed in alarm, his eyes flashing with anger and panic. Hearing this, the masked assassin paled in shock, whirling around to look behind him. He had been so careful. I don't believe Chunan could still be tracking me. Sure enough. Behind him, there was no one. The masked assassin breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he turned around. Thud! A silver glinting dagger plunged viciously into his heart. Master Joey? The masked assassin's eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at the figure before him, his face frozen in utter disbelief. Fool! You failed the mission and got double-crossed. You nearly ruined my plans. The cloaked figure withdrew the dagger, paying no heed to the assassin's fate, and immediately turned to vanish into the pitch-black alleyway. Almost simultaneously, Chunan's figure appeared in the alley. Killing intent radiated from his entire being as he gripped a short knife he had seized, its blade still dripping blood. Am I still too late? Chunan strode directly toward the masked assassin. By then, the opponent had already collapsed in a pool of blood, one hand clutching his chest, his face contorted in agony. You! In his final moments, the masked assassin finally realized he had been followed after seeing Chunan suddenly appear. But before he could finish his sentence, his raised hand fell limply to his side. One stab straight through the heart, and the weapon was poisoned. The Black Snake Society is this ruthless even to its own men? I miscalculated. Chunan crouched down to inspect the masked assassin's body, unable to suppress a sigh. Earlier, he hadn't lost track of the target. Unfortunately, the Black Snake Society operated with excessive caution. This location was clearly one of their rendezvous points, with assassins already lying in wait. The moment Chunan appeared, he was intercepted. Left with no choice, he had to unleash a killing spree. But alas, he had arrived a step too late. Police Department investigation. Everyone inside, raise your hands. Just as Chunan prepared to leave, a warning voice echoed from the alley entrance. Instantly, a young woman in police uniform appeared, leading several officers who were arresting the young men dealing drugs in the alley. And as luck would have it, her gaze happened to catch sight of Chunan. And the corpse at his feet. Chapter 54, The Wang Family's Objective. There's been a killing. Kid, hands up. Dressed in full police uniform, Yang Shanshan froze upon recognizing the body at Chunan's feet. Instantly drawing her service weapon from its holster, she barked the command in Chunan's direction. This was the first time she had witnessed a crime scene in person during her 3 months as a police officer. She never imagined that a routine patrol would lead her to such a major homicide case. Holding the gun, Yang Shanshan felt both tense and exhilarated. A homicide case. Wasn't this her chance to prove herself? Unfortunately, her movements were too slow. Chunan was about to leave. The police department officers couldn't stop him. So before Yang Shanshan could even draw her gun, his figure had vanished into the alley. Oh no! He got away. Yang Shanshan shouted to her teammates. With that, she charged alone, gun drawn, deep into the alley. Shan, don't act rashly. Seeing Yang Shanshan's impulsive move, a teammate immediately warned her. But it was too late. Yang Shanshan, fixated solely on the homicide, paid no heed to her comrade's warning and plunged alone into the darkness. In the alley. Apart from the cold corpse on the ground, it was completely deserted. Damn it, did that bastard sprout wings and fly away? After searching for ages without finding any trace of Chunan, Yang Shanshan had no choice but to slink back dejectedly. At that moment, the crime scene was cordoned off with police tape. A middle-aged man in police uniform stood solemnly at the scene. Captain Chen, I saw the killer escape. Yang Shanshan said regretfully. At her words, the middle-aged man in uniform looked up, his expression turning exceptionally stern. Without orders, who authorized you to pursue the suspect? Do you realize you're only a probationary officer? Pursuing and apprehending criminals isn't your responsibility. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged officer in uniform barked at Yang Shanshan the moment he saw her. If this happens again, I'll transfer you to the traffic division. Scolded by the middle-aged officer, Yang Shanshan couldn't help but feel wronged. Captain Chen, I know I was wrong.
But the situation was urgent just now. If I hadn't chased the suspect, he would have gotten away. The middle-aged officer frowned. Did you actually catch the suspect? Yang Shanshan shook her head. The middle-aged man in uniform said coldly. Then what's the point? Someone capable of killing a Black Snake Society assassin, that's not someone you can handle lightly. Thank goodness you're unharmed. If anything had happened to you, how could I possibly explain it to Director Gua? Hearing this, Yang Shanshan showed no sign of being scolded. Instead, she widened her eyes in surprise and asked, Black Snake Society? The assassin organization responsible for multiple murders? The middle-aged man in uniform nodded, then crouched down and lifted the collar of the corpse lying on the ground. Sure enough, a serpentine tattoo was exposed. Yang Shanshan, far from being frightened, saw a gleam of sharp intelligence flash in her eyes. It really is the Black Snake Society. I just heard through the grapevine at the police headquarters that the Black Snake Society has been designated a top priority target. If we can catch one of their hitmen, it'll be a major achievement. What a pity. Watching the Black Snake Society assassin lying dead on the ground, Yang Shanshan felt an inexplicable sense of regret. Stop obsessing over earning merit. How long have you even been on the force? Commissioner Gua made it clear if anything happens to you, even my position is on the line. The middle-aged officer in uniform gave Yang Shanshan a helpless warning. If anyone else heard the words Black Snake Gang, they'd run for their lives. But this young lady was fearless, daring to take on the Black Snake Gang for a medal. Captain Chen, you can rest assured. I won't do anything reckless. Her eyes twinkled as Yang Shanshan nodded obediently at the middle-aged officer in uniform. In truth, her mind was already replaying the scene from moments ago. The man's face. She had to etch it into her memory. Whether or not he was responsible for the Black Snake Society's assassinations, capturing this man might just lead to clues about the organization. At the same time, not far from the alley, inside an ordinary bar. In a private room, Wang Junjie, dressed in a suit, lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, flanked by two young women. Bang! The door burst open as a figure stormed in. Chui Jiao? You're here already? Spotting the visitor, Wang Junjie patted the buttocks of the two women beside him, signaling them to step aside. Spit it out. How's the Qin family business going? Where's the formula I asked for? Wang Junjie demanded of Chui Jiao, who stood before him clad in a black robe. Beneath the robes emerged a gaunt face, belonging to a man in his early 40s. Young Master Wang, there's been a change. The Qin family has a master-level expert protecting them. The Black Snake Society's assassins have failed. The moment Chui Jiao uttered these words, Wang Junjie's expression abruptly changed. What did you say? Damn it, they failed again? Even Wang Junjie couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chui Jiao, don't forget. The Black Snake Society cost our Wang family a fortune. Is this how you repay my father? Hearing Wang Junjie's words, Chui Jiao's face darkened considerably. The assassins he dispatched this time were elite practitioners at the level. Even they couldn't kill the Qin family patriarch. Just how formidable a master could possibly exist within the Qin family? Young Master Wang, rest assured. This was purely an accident. I will personally retrieve the Qin family's ox gall pill formula for the family head. Chui Jiao hung his head, his words solemn and earnest. Wang Junjie turned around and patted his shoulder. You should know the formula for the ox bile pills is invaluable. It's nothing short of a waste for it to remain in the Qin family's hands. If my father can present this formula to the main family in the capital, it will be a monumental achievement. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged when the time comes. Chui Jiao nodded. This subordinate understands. The Wang family in the capital. This was the Wang family's true trump card. The Wang family in Rongcheng, where Wang Junjie resided, was merely a branch lineage of the Wang family in the capital. But even as a branch lineage, the Rongcheng Wang family was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. Their covert support of the Black Snake Society speaks volumes. Over the years, to eliminate rivals, the Wang family has had the Black Snake Society handle all their shady dealings behind the scenes. Go investigate. Find out who within the Qin family keeps sabotaging my plans. In the private room, Wang Junjie stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, glass in hand, his voice carrying across the space. Yes, sir. Chui Jiao replied in a low voice. He too was curious. Who within the Qin family could possibly possess such power? I'm giving you one more chance. If within a month you still cannot obtain the formula for the ox gall pills for me. Wang Junjie slowly turned to face Chui Jiao, his voice cold as ice. Then you'll likely have to commit seppuku before my father to atone for your failure. Chapter 55, Security guards are not inferior. Early the next morning, the Qin family went about their business as if nothing had happened. Even old Master Qin merely felt he'd slept more soundly than usual last night, detecting not the slightest hint of abnormality. In the dining room, still in a relatively good mood from the cooperation deal with the Lu family, old Master Qin addressed his daughter. Yaru, don't overwork yourself with the branch office matters. Make time to spend with Xiao Chu. Your top priority is to hurry up and give me a little grandson. Hearing her grandfather's words, Qin Yuru's lovely face flushed slightly. She lowered her head, unsure how to respond. By the way, Xiao Chu, do you know the Lu family's eldest daughter? Suddenly remembering something, old Master Qin turned to ask Shunan. The Lu family's agreement to partner with Qin Pharmaceutical had felt almost too smooth for the Qin family. Such an outcome would be impossible without someone's assistance. Old Master Qin suspected that the benefactor Lu Zhengtian had mentioned might very well be Shunan. We've met a few times, but she's just an ordinary friend. She asked me to step in and save her grandfather's life before. Shunan wiped his mouth and casually remarked. Since old Master Qin had asked, he saw no reason to conceal the truth. Yet the words sent shockwaves through the Qin family members present. Lu Xiaoman had asked Shunan to save the Lu family patriarch? No matter how they heard it, they found it hard to believe. You're just bragging. You're not afraid of bursting your own bubble? At the table, Qin Lulu sneered sarcastically. With your barefoot doctor skills, the Lu family would beg you? You wouldn't be implying that you're the Lu family benefactor Lu Zhengtian mentioned, would you? Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Qin Jianghai nodded in agreement. Shunan, a young man should keep his feet firmly on the ground. Though I don't know how you came to know the Lu family's eldest daughter, since you have this connection, you should leverage it to benefit the Qin family. Qin Jianghai spoke in the tone of an elder. This caused some discontent among Qin Weiha and his wife standing nearby. After all, Shunan was their son-in-law. If he truly sought to gain advantages, he should prioritize their family first. Enough! Seated at the head of the table, old Master Qin impatiently waved his hand, signaling everyone to cease their arguments. He naturally trusted Shunan. Even if Shunan wasn't that distinguished figure from the Lu family, his connection to them was surely no ordinary one. Oh, by the way, young Chu. Are you settling in well at the branch office? Suddenly remembering something, old Master Qin turned to Chunan and asked again. Last time, he had intended to arrange for Chunan to work at the headquarters, but the proposal had met with considerable opposition. Now, he was curious to see if Chunan could adapt to the work at the branch office. Hearing her grandfather's words, Qin Yuru felt a pang of anxiety. The job she had arranged for Chunan. Grandfather probably wouldn't be pleased. Grandpa Qin, rest assured I'm thoroughly enjoying my work at the branch office. Even Yuru often praises me for my diligence. The branch couldn't function without me. Shunan grinned broadly at the old man. Hearing this, Qin Yuru froze, her gaze shifting toward Shunan. When did I ever praise you? This guy really knows how to flatter himself. Oomph. Still lying. Beside them, Qin Lulu couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing Chunan's words. She then turned to the old man and exposed him. Grandfather, you don't know, do you? This guy is actually just a stinking security guard at the branch office. Seeming pleased to have exposed Chunan, Qin Lulu's face broke into a triumphant smile. Sure enough, upon hearing this, old Master Qin's face darkened. Yuru, Chunan is your husband. You arranged for him to work as a security guard? Old Master Qin's expression turned stern as he demanded of Qin Yuru in a deep voice. Grandfather. Qin Yuru's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to stand up to explain, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Shunan flashed a faint smile at Qin Yuru before addressing old Master Qin directly. Grandfather Qin, don't blame Yuru for this, it was my own request. After speaking, Shunan turned his cold gaze toward Qin Lulu. In China, there are countless others like me. We shoulder the responsibility of protecting our communities. I don't consider security work to be inferior. And I'm not some lowly security guard. I'm the security team leader at Qin Pharmaceutical subsidiary. Shunan said with rare seriousness. It wasn't that he intended to target Qin Lulu. In his eyes, professions held no inherent hierarchy. It was the existence of materialistic women like Qin Lulu that bred such discrimination. Ha! After hearing Chunan's words, Qin Lulu immediately covered her mouth and burst out laughing. See? I told you being a stinky security guard is nothing to be ashamed of. Trash from the lowest rung of society and you say it like it's the truth. As the words left her lips, she failed to notice the increasingly darkening expression on old Master Qin's face beside her. At that very moment, a servant from the Qin household hurried into the dining room. Master, the Lu family has arrived. They say they've come to discuss the contract signing. Hearing this, the Qins all paled. They hadn't expected the Lus to arrive so quickly. Moreover, they hadn't gone to the headquarters to discuss the partnership but had come directly to the Qin residence? What could this mean? Hurry and usher the Lu family's distinguished guests inside. Qin Jianghai hurriedly rose and shouted at the servant. But the servant looked troubled upon hearing the order. Mr. Qin, the visitor outside is none other than the eldest Miss Lu. She stated explicitly that unless she meets Mr. Chu, there's no point in meeting today. What? She wants to see Chunan? Qin Jianghai and the others were all startled. They never imagined the representative sent by the Lu family would be none other than the eldest daughter, Lu Xiaoman. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward Chunan seated nearby. Yet there he sat, perfectly composed, showing no intention of going to greet Lu Xiaoman. Shunan, this is the Lu family's eldest daughter. Since you know her, you should represent us in meeting her. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Jianghai gave Shunan a rare smile. No matter how much he looked down on Shunan, the matter of collaborating with the Lu family was paramount at this moment, and they dared not show the slightest disrespect. Uncle, you flatter me. I'm just a lowly security guard, how could I possibly meddle in the headquarters affairs? Shunan said with a faint smile on his face. Shunan, are you still upset with Lulu? She didn't mean it that way. We're all family. What misunderstanding can't be resolved with a good talk? Qin Jianghai said with a smile. But despite Qin Jianghai's defense of Qin Lulu, Shunan showed no sign of getting up. Seeing this, Qin Jianghai's expression darkened considerably. It seemed that to make Shunan forgive her, it would have to be done by the one who caused it. With no other choice, Qin Jianghai turned to his daughter, Qin Lulu. What are you standing there for? Apologize to Shunan immediately. Shouted at by her father, Qin Lulu's face instantly twisted with hurt and anger. In all her years, she had never endured such humiliation. But unable to withstand her father's fierce glare, Qin Lulu turned to Shunan and said, I'm sorry. Chapter 56, Lu Xiaoman's illness. Outside the Qin family villa, Shunan reluctantly stepped forward to greet Lu Xiaoman and her companions. Shunan, you live in a place like this? As soon as she entered the Qin residence, Lu Xiaoman glanced around with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Based on her understanding of Shunan, a man who commanded the respect of the head of the Pharmaceutical Supervision Bureau and possessed miraculous medical skills, even the Lu family would treat such a figure with caution. Yet Shunan had chosen to become a lowly son-in-law at the Qin residence. Qin Jianghai and the others traveling with them couldn't help but look awkward upon hearing Lu Xiaoman's words. After all, this was a villa worth tens of millions. Yet in the eyes of a pampered young lady like Lu Xiaoman, it seemed as worthless as a doghouse. Enough. You're here to discuss cooperation. Put everything else aside for now. Shunan said indifferently. Yes. Miss Lu, let's focus on the business matter at hand. Qin Jianghai chimed in, offering a forced smile to Lu Xiaoman. Fine. Lu Xiaoman flashed a faint smile at Shunan before instructing her assistant to retrieve a set of documents and hand them to Qin Jianghai. This is the project proposal for our Lu group. Take a look at it. Don't ask me any questions. A dedicated representative from the group will coordinate with you tomorrow. Hearing Lu Xiaoman's words, Qin Jianghai and his team first felt a surge of delight, followed by a hint of surprise. So the young miss of the Lu family had personally come just to deliver documents? Mr. Qin, if you don't mind, I'd like to speak with brother Shunan privately. Just as Qin Jianghai and the others were puzzled, Lu Xiaoman suddenly turned her head and spoke. Hearing this, the Qin family members all froze in surprise. Qin Yaru, in particular, instinctively furrowed her brow. Before she could speak, however, Qin Jianghai quickly agreed. Of course. With that, Qin Jianghai led the Qin family members out of the room. In the living room. You guys think that important person Lu Jingtian mentioned, could it be this kid? As soon as she entered the living room, Lu Lirong couldn't help but voice her suspicion. Though she was extremely reluctant to believe it, they simply couldn't explain how the esteemed Miss Lu could have any connection with a country bumpkin like Shunan. Mom, that's impossible. That kid's just a charlatan, a fraud. Who knows what tricks he pulled to win the trust of the Lu family's eldest daughter. Qin Lulu, standing nearby, couldn't help but complain. Soon enough, I'll expose this guy's true colors. As she spoke, Qin Lulu glanced at Qin Yaru nearby. Suddenly, a plan formed in her mind, and she sneered coldly. He's only been in town a few days, and already he's hitting on other women. Can't you see? He's just a pretty boy. Once he's hooked the Lu family's eldest daughter, he'll dump you anytime. He had ulterior motives from the very start. Qin Lulu's words, of course, carried a clear intent to sow discord. Qin Yaru heard this, her lovely face showing nothing but cold indifference. Big sister, my affairs are none of your concern. With that, Qin Yaru glanced in the direction of Shunan before turning and leaving. She drove off to work at the company. At the same time, Shunan and Lu Xiaoman met privately in the villa's courtyard. You deliberately sent everyone away. Spill it, what's really going on? Shunan asked, looking at Lu Xiaoman before him. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman glanced around nervously, as if making a decision. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. I want brother Shunan to examine me. Check my illness? Hearing Lu Xiaoman's words, Shunan finally took a closer look at her. Her complexion appeared rosy, yet carried a hint of pallor. The Xianyin energy within her seemed more concentrated than during their previous meeting. Instantly, Shunan understood. Do you suffer unbearable pain in your lower abdomen every time your period arrives? Accompanied by cold hands and feet? And extreme drowsiness? These symptoms last anywhere from 2 or 3 days to as long as 5 or 7 days. Before Lu Xiaoman could speak, Shunan had already articulated her condition. At first hearing these words, Lu Xiaoman's eyes widened. Her face flushed crimson, and she nodded repeatedly. Brother Shunan is absolutely right. It used to be manageable, but this past year has been unbearable. Discussing such matters with a man for the first time, even Lu Xiaoman's usually carefree nature couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Chu Nan, however, remained utterly composed. As the saying goes, a doctor's heart is like that of a parent. In his eyes, Lu Xiaoman was simply a patient. Besides, this condition was something he had anticipated long ago. This is no illness. You possess a mysticaline constitution, rendering your body different from ordinary people. During menstruation, the mysticaline energy within you becomes far more potent than usual. Naturally, this mortal flesh struggles to endure it. Chu Nan declared. But these words left Lu Xiaoman utterly bewildered. What on earth was a mystic-ine constitution? Lu Xiaoman couldn't make heads or tails of a single word Chu Nan had said. Brother Chu Nan, is my condition very serious? Can it even be cured? Seeing Chu Nan speak in such mysterious terms, Lu Xiaoman couldn't help but ask anxiously. Chu Nan shook his head, a wry smile flickering in his eyes. Lu Xiaoman's primordial yin remained intact, allowing the mysterious yin energy within her to continuously grow and nurture itself. As she aged, her physical body naturally struggled to bear the burden. It was akin to men with excessively strong yang energy often having poor skin before marriage, frequently breaking out in sores and pimples. Yet these symptoms usually subsided significantly after marriage. The mysterious yin energy worked on the same principle, only 100 times more potent. Chu Nan did have a treatment method. But he found it difficult to broach the subject with Lu Xiaoman. It required finding a male partner for dual cultivation, channeling the profound yin energy within Lu Xiaoman into the man's body to refine it. In this way, both parties would gain immense benefits. This is precisely why a mystic yin physique is considered an exceptionally rare and ideal alchemical vessel in the cultivation world, a treasure encountered only once in a century. Of course, besides this method, Chu Nan naturally had other solutions. Sit down first and take off your shoes. Chu Nan instructed. Take off my shoes? Lu Xiaoman had barely sat down when she heard Chu Nan's request, feeling a touch of shyness. Yet, recalling his miraculous medical skills, she chose to trust him and obediently slipped off her shoes. Lu Xiaoman had a great figure. Her sapphire blue jeans hugged her long legs, and paired with a pair of knee-high boots, they looked even more slender. Carefully, she slipped off her boots, revealing a pair of snow-white, adorable little feet. Brother Chu Nan, what should I do next? Feeling Chu Nan's gaze on her feet, Lu Xiaoman's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly asked. Relax. After Lu Xiaoman sat down, Chu Nan promptly took out the silver needles he carried with him. The gathering of yin energy at the perineum is what causes your unbearable pain. Needling the Duyu acupoint can alleviate this symptom. Let me first regulate your condition. Saying this, Chu Nan lifted Lu Xiaoman's right foot and swiftly inserted a needle into the Duyu acupoint on the sole. The instant the silver needle pierced the acupoint, Lu Xiaoman felt an electric current surge from her foot through her entire body. The tingling sensation made her shudder, nearly causing her to cry out. Chapter 57, The Slave Bead. Within the Qin family courtyard, Lu Xiaoman sat on a stone bench, allowing Chu Nan to hold her foot. Their movements carried a hint of intimacy. So good. A wave of warmth spread from her lower abdomen, significantly easing the icy, stabbing pain within her body. Lu Xiaoman's eyes regained their sparkle, and the look she gave Chu Nan was filled with astonishment. She never imagined that someone so young could cure such an ailment. After all these years of suffering from menstrual troubles, she had consulted numerous renowned doctors and even tried countless folk remedies. None had worked. Yet with just a single needle, Chu Nan had brought her an unprecedented sense of relief. Comfortable it was. When Lu Xiaoman finally came to her senses, she realized her actions had been slightly embarrassing. She hadn't realized when it happened, but now she found her arms wrapped around Chu Nan's shoulders, her snow-white neck stretched out, and her small feet still clasped in his hands. Were it not for the propriety between men and women, she truly wouldn't have wanted to withdraw her feet from his grasp. I've applied the needle to alleviate your symptoms, but to cure it permanently, we need one more thing. Chu Nan released Lu Xiaoman's feet and promptly produced a yellowish-brown jade pendant, placing it in her hands. This is warm jade. Wearing it year-round has the effect of nourishing and softening the flesh. When your monthly period arrives, this warm jade will also help ease some of the discomfort. Taking the jade pendant, Lu Xiaoman was both surprised and delighted. Brother Chu Nan, this must be very valuable. I can't just take something from you for free. Saying this, Lu Xiaoman rummaged through her bag and pretended to pull out a bank card. There's 5 million in this account, consider it payment for your medical treatment, Brother Chu Nan. Just as Chu Nan opened his mouth to refuse, he lowered his gaze and caught sight of a black bead, like a pendant, dangling from Lu Xiaoman's snow-white neck. Chu Nan? Feeling Chu Nan's gaze, Lu Xiaoman flushed with embarrassment. Miss Lu, please don't misunderstand. I was just curious, where did you get this bead? Hearing Chu Nan's question, Lu Xiaoman reached down and pulled the pendant from beneath her collar. Only then did she realize she had misunderstood him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she explained. This is a celestial bead, a gift my father gave me for my 20th birthday last year. It said wearing a heavenly pearl brings tranquility and serenity, a truly rare treasure.
After Lu Xiaoman finished speaking, Chunan's expression grew even more solemn as he asked, "May I see it?" "Of course." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoman untied the knot and handed the celestial bead to Chunan. It still retained a trace of Lu Xiaoman's warmth. Chunan ran his fingers over it, his brow furrowing slightly. "Brother Chunan, is something wrong? Are you sure this was given to you by your father?" Chunan asked Lu Xiaoman again. "How could I forget a gift from my father? But honestly, I don't really like it. I only wear it occasionally." Lu Xiaoman answered without hesitation, but seeing Chunan's earnest expression, she smiled and said, "If brother Chunan likes it, then I'll give it to you." No sooner had Lu Xiaoman finished speaking than Chunan, without further ado, flipped his hand and tucked the black celestial bead into his palm. "Very well then. It'll be perfect for me to study." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't even bring herself to look Chunan in the eye. Asking for a woman's intimate possession as a gift carried an unspoken implication. Lu Xiaoman hadn't expected Chunan to be so bold. "Brother Chunan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Her heart pounded wildly, her hands trembling as she felt Chunan's gaze upon her. She immediately rose to take her leave. At that moment, watching Lu Xiaoman's retreating figure, Chunan lowered his gaze to the black celestial bead in his palm, his expression tinged with complexity. "This isn't some heavenly bead. It's clearly a slave bead from the southern sorcerers." Chunan murmured to himself. "The Lu family affair is indeed connected to the southern frontier's bugmasters. A slave bead. A low-grade token used among southern frontier sorcerers. Crafted by infusing it with the sorcerer's vital essence, prolonged wearing gradually instills servile tendencies in the wearer, allowing others to control their mind. Typically crafted by bugmasters for their personal servants, it serves to control their actions. It also serves another purpose. It serves as a marker. Once a bugmaster finds their prey and places the slave bead upon them, others cannot freely seize it. To lay hands on someone already marked is to violate a taboo among bugmasters. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoman had only worn it for a short time, so the slave bead hadn't deeply affected her mind. But what intrigued Chunan most was this. Why had Lu Zhengtian given this slave bead to his own daughter? Wasn't that like pushing his own daughter into a pit of fire? It seems Lu Zhengtian must be involved in the matter concerning old Master Lu. Though I don't know this bastard's motives, the sorcerer behind this must have set his sights on Lu Xiaoman's dominant constitution. Chunan's gaze grew icy. Though he had no desire to meddle in these messy affairs, decades ago, the Xianmen had made an agreement with the old masters deep in the mountains of the southern frontier. Miao sorcerers were forbidden from entering the secular world without permission. Should they violate this pact, the Xian sect would lay waste to the southern frontier. Chunan was also curious who exactly was this southern frontier bugmaster who had suddenly appeared in Chengdu. Since the slave bead has been planted, I'm not worried this fellow won't show himself. Before that, we must first visit Tianqi Corporation. Stowing the celestial bead in his hand, Chunan turned and departed. The Lu family's affairs were none of his concern. But there was one matter he needed to resolve today. That was to gather intelligence on the Black Serpent Society. As the saying goes, rats have their ways, and snakes have theirs. When it came to intelligence on the Black Snake Society, a man like Big Tooth Jean might actually be far better informed than a merchant like Luo Tianyang. Rongqing, Tianqi Company. Ever since being wiped out by Chunan last time, the Tianqi gang had been keeping a low profile lately. As usual, Jean Day counted the protection money his men delivered each day. What the hell have you lot been doing? Why is the money coming in getting less and less? Golden Teeth stared at the bills on the table and couldn't help but yell at his men in front of him. Boss, it's really not our fault. The Tiger gang next door has been swallowing up our turf lately. If the brothers can't even hold their own territory, how can they collect protection money? The subordinate, his face bruised and swollen, poured out his grievances to Jean Day. The Tiger gang dares to steal our turf? Damn it! Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hearing this, Jean Day smashed the teacup in his hand and confronted his subordinate. Boss, but you told us to keep a low profile. You told us to keep a low profile lately, stop all the fighting and killing that's making enemies. Hearing this, Jean Day suddenly remembered something. He had indeed said those words. But his purpose in saying it was to avoid provoking a demon like Chunan. How could he tolerate the Tiger gang snatching his turf? Boss. Bad news. The Tiger gang has brought men to attack us. Just as Jean Day was seething with rage, before he could speak, one of his men burst in, blood still smeared across his face. Damn it! Is Lei Tiger trying to raid my own turf? Get the brothers armed and ready, we're taking them on. With that, Jean Day kicked over his desk, grabbed the long knife hidden beneath it, and began rallying his men with fierce intensity. Chapter 58. Once again, 1 against 100. Tianqi Company. Hundreds of men plunged into a fierce firefight, the battle quickly reaching a fever pitch. As another local gang, the Tiger Gang's influence was on par with that of the Tianqi Gang. Thus, the battle raging on the field was almost deadlocked. Tiger Lei, you son of a... You betrayed the code of the underworld, ambushing my Tianqi Gang's territory. I'll fight you to the death. Golden teeth, his face contorted with rage, bared 2 rows of gold teeth as he roared at the man before him. Golden teeth, you're no saint yourself. It was your Tianchi gang who broke the rules first, stealing 2 streets worth of business from my tiger gang. You really think I'm scared of you? Lei Tiger, sporting a bushy beard and a tiger head tattoo on his shoulder, retorted fiercely. The 2 gang leaders bellowed insults at each other like quarreling women in the street. Meanwhile, their respective gangs were locked in a bloody brawl, heads split open. Their numbers were roughly equal, and their fighting prowess was equally matched. As the stalemate dragged on, casualties mounted on both sides. Jin Day and Lei Laovu both wore grim expressions. If this continued, they'd bleed their factions dry. Exchanging a glance, an invisible war ignited between them. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Like I'm scared of you. They roared in fury, about to charge at each other with their weapons drawn. Ahem. Could you 2 please hold your horses? Just then, Jin Day felt a blur before his eyes. A figure suddenly materialized in the arena, stepping precisely between him and Lei Tiger. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu? The moment Jin Day saw Chu Nan, his expression froze abruptly, instinctively revealing a trace of fear. Even after all this time, the shadow of that day still lingered vividly in his mind. This is too noisy. Have them stop for now. I need to ask you something. Chu Nan fixed his gaze on Jin Day and suddenly spoke. Without hesitation, Jin Day immediately bellowed across the arena. Anyone who doesn't want to die, stop ing around. Jin Day's thunderous shout jolted his men back to their senses. Many were already injured, and they seized the chance to scramble aside. Even members of the Tiger Gang were bewildered, halting their actions and looking toward their leader in confusion. Mr. Chu. We've truly been remiss in our duties today. Whatever you command, just say the word. Seeing this, Jin Day's anger vanished completely. Instead, he addressed Chu Nan with a face plastered with smiles. Ignoring the chaos around him, Chu Nan addressed Jin Day directly. I came to see you for one thing only. Do you know of the Black Snake Society? The Black Snake Society? At those words, Jin Day's face twitched. Having spent years in the underworld, he'd at least heard rumors about the Black Snake Society. But only by hearsay. When he learned Chu Nan was inquiring about the Black Snake Society's hideout, Jin Day couldn't help but shake his head, his face filled with helplessness. As an assassin organization, the Black Snake Society had always operated in secrecy. Establishing contact with them was naturally no simple task. Not far away, Lei Tiger caught Chu Nan questioning Jin Day about the Black Snake Society. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before he flashed a cocky grin. Jin Day, stop playing mysterious with me. Who is this kid? Don't tell me he's the backup you called in? Lei Tiger, weapon in hand, shot Chu Nan a cold sneer. Bowing and scraping to some wet behind the ears brat. For someone who's the boss of the Tianchi gang, you're really going backwards in life. Lei Tiger roared with laughter. But these words fell into Jin Day's ears, causing his expression to darken. A faint sense of foreboding stirred within him. Sure enough. Before Jin Day could even lift his head, Chu Nan's right hand shot out with a fierce swing. Smack! Despite the 3 or 4 meters between them, a resounding slap landed squarely on Lei Tiger's face. In that instant, the entire crowd froze in shock. You're too noisy. Shut up or get the hell out. Chu Nan stood rooted to the spot, his voice cold as ice as he addressed Lei Laovu. Clutching his left cheek, Lei Tiger froze momentarily before rage erupted in his eyes. You little punk, you dare hit me? Do you know who I am? As Lei Tiger's words left his mouth, Chu Nan's gaze grew even colder. Even Jin Day, standing behind him, seemed to sense the invisible pressure emanating from Chu Nan, his face turning deathly pale. Lei Tiger, I advise you to take your men and get out of here immediately. Mr. Chu isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Jin Day couldn't help but shout at Lei Tiger. He feared that if Chu Nan took action again, even the Tianchi gang's headquarters might be torn apart. But to Lei Tiger's ears, Jin Day's words sounded more like a taunt in the heat of battle. You want my men to leave? Big Tooth Jin, you've got some nerve. Once I take care of this brat, we'll settle this fight. Thunder Tiger roared furiously. With that, he swung the gleaming weapon in his hand toward Chu Nan. It's over. Seeing this, Jin Day's expression changed abruptly, and a flicker of sympathy unexpectedly welled up in his heart. His sympathy, of course, wasn't for Chu Nan. Rather, it was his old rival in the underworld. Why provoke anyone? You had to go and provoke this demon. The very next second. Before anyone could react, Chu Nan's figure flickered, appearing before Lei Tiger. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying over 10 meters away. Thud! Lei Tiger crashed straight into the crowd, knocking over several henchmen before being pulled to his feet. Had it not been for the human shields, Chu Nan's kick would have taken Lei Tiger's life. I don't care who you are. Get out of here, or die. A frigid gaze fixed on Lei Tiger as Chu Nan spoke. His voice was low, yet it carried a chill that felt like plunging into an ice cave. Lei Tiger couldn't quite gauge Chu Nan's strength. But as the leader of a faction, showing fear now would be utterly humiliating. Leopard Tiger valued his reputation above all else. Forcing himself to remain composed, he waved his hand and shouted to his men. Brothers, take this kid out. At their boss's command, the Tiger gang members, weapons drawn, eyes blazing with ferocity, instantly closed in around Chunan. It's over. Lei Tiger is finished for good. As Lei Tiger's words fell, the pity in Jin Dae's eyes deepened. He had even begun silently praying for his old rival in his heart. Is this all you've got? Not even enough to fill this ruthless man's teeth. Kill. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with battle cries. The Tianchi gang's men all turned to look at Jin Dae. Seeing him remain silent, they froze in place, watching helplessly as Chunan was surrounded by over 100 members of the Tiger gang. The next second, Chunan's figure vanished into the crowd. As the Tiger gang members charged forward, Chunan, standing rooted to the spot, finally moved. Chapter 59, Doing a Favor for Mr. Chu. The arena. The instant Chunan's feet left the ground. As if in slow-motion film, a series of black afterimages flashed continuously across the arena. With each flash of Chunan's figure, several bodies flew backward. In the blink of an eye, a dozen figures streaked through the air like kites whose strings had snapped. But this was far from over. Puff! 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 Chunan unleashed a barrage of fists, filling the sky with blinding shadows as each punch landed with brutal force. With each punch, he nearly knocked down a whole group. To Chunan, the thugs of the Tiger gang were no different than ants. Crush them! The only difference was a matter of numbers. 10 minutes? No, even less. As the Tiger gang's 100-strong ranks wailed in agony across the field, Jin Dae watched the scene unfold before him. It felt eerily familiar. His heart raced with both shock and delight, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He finally understood how foolish it had been to cross Chunan back then. But thankfully, he had managed to salvage the situation in time. Had Chunan not intervened today, he likely would never have resolved the Tiger gang's formidable threat. This time, before Jin Dae could make a move, that fool Lei Hujing walked right into the trap. How is that possible? Is this even human combat capability? Not far away, Lei Tiger felt Jin Dae's gaze upon him, filled with pity. Lei Tiger was dumbfounded. Boss, let's get out of here. Beside Lei Laovu, the dozen or so remaining men cowered behind him, trembling. Lei Laovu's expression flickered between anger and fear. He wanted to run too. But when he looked down, he realized his legs were shaking. He was so terrified he couldn't even walk. I'm not one for violence. But I dislike wasting time even more. Thud. Thud. Footsteps echoed across the scene. After dispatching the Tiger gang members, Chunan slowly made his way toward Lei Tiger. In that very instant, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chunan. Thud. Before Chunan could speak again, Lei Tiger rushed forward and knelt directly before him. Behind him, his entire crew knelt in unison. Spare our lives, Mr. Chu. Today, this lowly one was blind to your true worth. I beg your forgiveness, Mr. Chu. Lei Tiger cowed out in supplication. Yet Chunan showed no reaction whatsoever. If begging for mercy could secure forgiveness, what use would the police be? Seeing that Chunan showed no intention of sparing him, Lei Tiger's expression changed abruptly. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly shouted at Chunan. The Black Snake Society. I know about the Black Snake Society. At those words, Chunan's footsteps halted abruptly, his gaze settling on Lei Tiger's panicked, unsettled face. You know about the Black Snake Society? Chunan stared coldly at Lei Tiger, surprise flickering in his eyes. Lei Tiger, I'm warning you. If you dare deceive Mr. Chu, you'll have me to deal with. At that moment, Jin Dae stepped forward, his voice thick with menace as he addressed Lei Tiger. He hadn't expected Lei Tiger to know secrets even he himself was unaware of. Lei Tiger looked at Chunan with a mournful expression and said, Mr. Chu, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I only happened to learn a little about the Black Snake Society by chance. But I don't know their exact hideout. I can connect you with their assassins, though as long as you're willing to pay the price, they'll take on any job. Hearing Lei Tiger's words, Chunan studied the man's expression. He didn't seem to be lying. This Lei Tiger might genuinely have a way to connect with the Black Snake Society's assassins. Following the trail, he might uncover the Black Snake Society's lair and uncover the true mastermind behind the Qin family's assassination. Why didn't you say so sooner? Chunan gave Lei Tiger a faint smile and continued. Tell me everything. The more details you give about the Black Snake Society, the better. And so, Lei Tiger knelt before Chunan, spilling everything he knew. Among his revelations was a crucial location. Viper Bar? Chunan's brow furrowed slightly. Lei Laovu nodded. That's right. The Viper Bar is the secret contact point for the Black Snake Society. But how exactly to make contact? I honestly have no idea. At this point, Lei Tiger dared not conceal anything further. He only knew that Viper Bar served as the secret meeting point for the Black Snake Society. Chunan hadn't expected to get much more information from Lei Laovu anyway. Knowing the Viper Bar existed was sufficient. Mr. Chu, leave this matter to me. I'll investigate the Viper Bar's background for you. At that moment, Jean Day stepped forward and volunteered. The more he learned of Chu Nan's extraordinary nature, the clearer it became to Jean Day that he must ingratiate himself with such a figure at all costs. By aligning himself with Chu Nan, his Tanchi gang could rule Rongqing with impunity. I can go too. I know the Viper Bar area well. If Mr. Chu trusts me, I'd be happy to run an errand for you. His eyes darted about. Seeing Jean Day proactively offering his services, Lei Tiger unexpectedly spoke up to Chu Nan as well, his eyes pleadingly fixed on him like someone desperate to latch onto a powerful ally. To single-handedly wipe out his entire tiger gang. For that kind of skill alone, it was worth Lei Tiger kneeling to curry favor. Fine. Besides, I don't have time anyway. Leave the details of Viper Bar to the two of you, get to the bottom of it for me. If you find any leads, contact me immediately. After careful consideration, Chu Nan nodded in agreement and casually left them a contact method. Rest assured, I never shortchange my own people. Once the job's done, you'll be well rewarded. Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Nan prepared to leave. Not long after. Outside the gates of Tianqi Corporation. Lei Tiger and Jean Bigtooth, who had been at each other's throats just moments before, now both wore apologetic smiles as they escorted Chu Nan out. Since you're working under me, keep the peace. Cut down on this kind of fighting in the future. Chu Nan addressed the two before departing. Hearing this, Lei Tiger and Jean Bigtooth nodded vigorously in agreement. You're absolutely right, Mr. Chu. From now on, both the Tianqi gang and the Tiger gang will follow Mr. Chu's lead. The two men immediately shook hands before Chu Nan, slinging their arms around each other's shoulders like brothers. Seeing this, Chu Nan finally felt reassured and departed. Not long after. Only after watching Chu Nan depart, his figure fading from sight. The two men stood rooted to the spot, their smiles vanishing almost simultaneously, replaced by a cold glint in their eyes. Lei Tiger, I never realized you were such a shameless bastard. I was the one who met Mr. Chu first. If anyone is to handle matters for Mr. Chu, it should be me, Jean Day. Who do you think you are? Lei Tiger didn't back down, snorting coldly. Who I choose to work for is none of your business. Besides, Mr. Chu is in one of your Tianqi gang. You have no right to speak for Mr. Chu. Hearing Lei Tiger's words, Jean Day seethed with frustration. This was the first time Chu Nan had assigned a task. If Lei Tiger snatched the credit for this, Jean Day refused to stand for it. Chapter 60, The Lu family arrives. Xin Pharmaceutical Branch Office. As soon as Chu Nan returned, he saw Wang Dongxiang and several others blocking a mother and daughter outside the company gates. You stinking security guards, do you know who my mom is? Get out of my way, or I'll have the Qin family fire you on the spot. The speaker was a young woman in her early 20s, average-looking yet brimming with arrogance. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman clad in a mink coat, her face radiating haughty arrogance. Whoever you are. Company policy prohibits entry without an appointment. Wang Dong suppressed his anger and explained to the mother and daughter before him. Appointment? The middle-aged woman sneered coldly. I need to see your CEO Qin. Do I need an appointment for that? Go tell Qin Yuru right now to come out and greet me personally. The middle-aged woman's attitude was even more arrogant than her daughter's, but Wang Dongxiang and his companions weren't buying it. Have our CEO come greet you? Who do you think you are? If you don't leave now, I'll have you removed. Wang Dongxiang drew the rubber baton from his waist and snarled menacingly. Throw us out? Fine. I'll see if you dare lay a finger on us today. Hearing this, before Wang Dongxiang could act, the middle-aged woman immediately began throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground. This left Wang Dongxiang momentarily at a loss. Hitting two women. He wasn't the kind of man to stoop to such a thing. Stop it. Just then, Chu Nan strode quickly into the fray. Boss. The moment they saw Chu Nan, Wang Dongxiang and his two companions looked at him as if he were their savior. Nodding briefly to Wang Dongxiang and his companions, Chu Nan turned his gaze toward the unruly mother and daughter. Throwing a fit won't help. You want to see Qin Yuru? Without an appointment, it's simply not possible. The middle-aged woman shot Chu Nan a glance and snapped. Kid, who the hell are you? What business is it of yours? Wang Dongxiang couldn't help but interject. Lady, watch your language. This gentleman is the security captain of our branch office. Security captain? Hearing this, both the mother and daughter burst out laughing, their eyes filled with contempt as they looked at Chu Nan. He's just a stinking security guard, what's he trying to pull? Let me tell you, we're relatives of the Qin family. Even your Mr. Qin would have to treat me with respect. Hearing the pair claim kinship with the Qins, Chu Nan was genuinely surprised. But so what if they were? Chu Nan wasn't about to indulge them. With a mocking smile, he said, Wang Dongxiang, send someone to inform Mr. Qin. Tell him two poor relatives have come calling, ask if he recognizes them. Poor relatives? The moment Chu Nan spoke, the mother and daughter's expressions changed instantly. The young woman erupted in anger. You little brat, who do you call poor relatives? You're nothing but a guard dog. One word from my mom and the Qin family will fire you all on the spot. Fire me?
Shunan smiled instead of getting angry, waving his hand at Wang Dongxiang and the others. What are you waiting for? Get them out of here. Got it. At Shunan's command, Wang Dongxiang and his men let out a vicious laugh, preparing to drive the mother and daughter out. Stop. At that very moment, a voice cut through the air. Not far away, a figure stepped out of a Mercedes-Benz. It was none other than Qin Weihe's wife Chunan's mother-in-law, Lu Suling. It was she who had called out to the group moments ago. Suling, you finally made it. If you hadn't shown up, I'd have thought your Qin family, holed up in your high walls and grand courtyard, had forgotten all about us maternal relatives. The middle-aged woman spoke in a slightly sarcastic tone the moment she saw Lu Suling. Third sister, what are you saying? We'd welcome you anytime, but you didn't give us any advance notice. This is the branch office, not the Qin family compound. Let's discuss this at home. Lu Suling said with a smile to the middle-aged woman. Meanwhile, the young woman beside her grew increasingly defiant. Auntie, my mom and I came all this way, and who knew these security guards would bully us like this? That guy even tried to kick us out earlier. What good are these rotten security guards? Fire them all immediately. Pointing at Shunan, the woman complained to Lu Suling. Hearing this, Lu Suling froze for a moment before turning her gaze toward Shunan, her brows furrowing slightly. Shunan, how could you treat your Aunt Lu and cousin Kurson like this? Apologize to them immediately. Already holding a lukewarm opinion of Shunan, Lu Suling grew visibly annoyed upon learning he'd been disrespectful to her maternal relatives. I was just following company policy. Besides, they were rude first. Before Shunan could finish speaking, Aunt Lu San's face twisted with disgust as she exclaimed. So this guy is the son-in-law who married into the family? Arya Ro is such a fine daughter, how could she end up with such a bumpkin? As Aunt Lu San spoke, her daughter Chen Kurson chimed in with a sneer. And he's just a lowly security guard, no future at all. What was cousin Euro thinking? Even if she was blind, she shouldn't have chosen a man like this. Before the words had fully faded, a voice cut through the air from behind them. My eyes aren't blind. Besides, whether he has a future isn't for you to decide. Qin Yaru suddenly appeared in the room, her face cold and stern, dressed in a sharp suit. Yaru? Upon seeing Qin Yaru, Aunt Lu's expression froze for a moment before immediately breaking into a smile. Yaru, you're just in time. Auntie brought your cousin Koxian especially to visit you. Chen Kurson hurried forward, linking her arm through Qin Yaruo's in a display of sisterly warmth. Cousin Yaru, it's been ages since we last saw each other. Well, I brought gifts especially for you. Hearing this, Qin Yaru seemed a bit surprised, then replied. No news is good news. Auntie, you must need my help with something? The more enthusiastic the other party was, the more Qin Yaru suspected something was amiss. She rarely interacted with Aunt Lu's family, so why would they suddenly decide to visit her today? Sure enough. Hearing Qin Yaru speak thus, Chen Kurson and her daughter shared an awkward smile. Yaru, don't say that. Can't Auntie just drop by to see you? You should know, I held you in my arms when you were a baby. Beside them, Lu Suling scolded Qin Yaru sternly. Yaru, how dare you speak to your aunt like that? After speaking, Lu Suling paid no mind to Qin Yaru and Shunan. She walked over to Aunt Lu San, smiling as she took her hand. Third sister, since Koxian and you've made the effort to come all this way, don't just stand around here. I'll have Yaru leave work early. We can discuss anything else once we're back at the Qin residence. Pulling Aunt Lu and her daughter along, she motioned for everyone to get into the Mercedes. Qin Yaru shot her mother a helpless glance. Having known since childhood about her mother's tendency to favor her own family, she truly felt powerless. Let's go. Come back with me. That's just how the Lu family is, don't take it too seriously. After giving Shunan a quick heads up, Qin Yaru drove back to the Qin residence with him. Outside the company gates, Wang Dongxiang and the others stood frozen in place, eyes wide with shock. They had long suspected that Shunan and Qin Yaru shared a deep connection. But they never imagined their boss was actually the husband of President Qin. True, he was a son-in-law who had married into the Qin family. But what of it? Becoming a son-in-law of the Qin family was something they could only dream of in their wildest imaginations. For a moment, everyone turned to watch Chunan's departing figure, their eyes burning with even more intense admiration. Chapter 61, Aunt Lu's Request. Qin Family Villa. In a side reception room. Upon learning Aunt Lu San had arrived with her daughter, Qin Weihe reluctantly left work early at Lu Suling's insistence. The moment he saw Aunt Lu and her daughter, a look of resignation spread across Qin Weihe's face. Almost every time Aunt Lu brought the entire Lu family to the Qins, it never meant anything good. Either they'd come under false pretenses to borrow money for some scheme, or they'd stay put at the Qin family villa for a while, freeloading and eating their fill before finally leaving. If not for his wife's constant favoritism toward her relatives, Qin Weihe would have long since cut ties with them. It wasn't just Qin Weihe. Even Qin Yaru was growing weary of this family. Sitting at the same table, Shunan naturally noticed this too. Weihe, I've come all this way just to see you. Look. I've even prepared gifts for you all.
Saying this, Aunt Lu tossed 2 large gift bags onto the table and grinned widely. The gifts were packed in burlap sacks, stuffed to the brim with all sorts of things. Seeing this, Shin Weeha was somewhat taken aback. Aunt Lu always came empty-handed, yet this time she'd brought gifts, a complete departure from her usual ways. Only Chin Yaru, standing nearby, furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something was amiss. Third sister, you could have just come to visit. Why bring so many gifts? Speaking of which, are our parents still in good health? Lu Suling asked with a smile. At the mention of the elderly couple at home, Aunt Lu sighed immediately. Suling, you know Mom and Dad aren't in good health. All these years, you've been living the high life as Mrs. Chin, while I've been the only one taking care of Mom and Dad back home. Once this topic was broached, Aunt Lu opened up, pouring out her grievances to Lu Suling and recounting the hardships of raising 2 elderly parents. Hearing this, Lu Suling's eyes reddened, her face flushing with shame. Third sister, I'm the one who's failed our parents. I couldn't be there to care for them. But thank goodness you were there. Otherwise, I truly don't know what I would have done. Here, I have some money. Take it and buy some nutritional supplements for Mom and Dad. As she spoke, Lu Suling pulled a thick wad of bills from her purse and handed it to Aunt Lu. Suling, don't say that. This is the least I can do. Words aside, Aunt Lu's hands moved swiftly. She took the money and tucked it into her bosom. At this scene before them, Chin Weeha and his daughter Chin Yuru exchanged a helpless glance. How many times had this exact scenario played out? Each time, Aunt Lu used this excuse to swindle money from the Chin family, yet it never worked. But a little financial loss was nothing to the Chin family, and neither father nor daughter took it seriously. But Aunt Lu and her daughter clearly had more than just petty theft in mind this time. As soon as the money was tucked away, Chen Kurson nudged her mother's shoulder and reminded her. Mom, don't forget about my job. Hearing this, Aunt Lu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly flashed another smile at Lu Suling's family. Suling. We didn't come here for anything major. As you know, Kurson just graduated from university last year. She studied proper business administration and is destined to be a managerial talent. All our Lu family relatives say this child has been bright since she was little and is bound for great things in the future. After all that, Aunt Lu finally got to the point, continuing with a smile. Well, I heard that Lu Group is hiring, and Koxian is more than qualified for the position. So I had her send in a resume to try her luck. But, no word yet these past couple days. I heard you guys recently partnered with the Lu family on a major project. You must be quite familiar with them by now. A mischievous glint flashed in Aunt Lu San's narrowed eyes as she added. After much thought, I still need your help with this matter. After all, you're Koxian's elders. Handling this through you is definitely the right move. Of course, I'm not asking Koxian to become some corporate executive. Just help her get a department manager position at Lu Group. Aunt Lu San spoke with such ease, as if landing a job at Lu Group were as simple as drinking a glass of water. But to Chin Yaru's ears, those words caused her expression to darken. Aunt San, Lu Group is a $100 billion enterprise. I hear the minimum requirement is a master's degree, plus at least 5 years of work experience. In my opinion, cousin Koxian probably doesn't even qualify for an interview. Chin Yaru's words were blunt. The implication was clear: forget about becoming a department manager with Chen Kurson's abilities, she wouldn't even get past the gates of Lu Group. Unexpectedly, Aunt Lu countered. Of course I know Lu Group is tough to get into. That's precisely why I'm asking for your help. If it were truly a fair competition, I'm confident Kurson's abilities would be more than sufficient. But in this day and age, you need connections to get things done. With that, Aunt Lu turned her gaze to Lu Suling, who looked troubled. Little sister, you wouldn't be refusing to help, would you? Don't forget, all these years you've been living off the Chins, eating and drinking well. When Mom and Dad were lying in the hospital, it was me alone taking care of their every need. When I get back, I'll tell Mom and Dad you've abandoned our family. For a moment, Aunt Lu San began pouring out her grievances again. Hearing this, Lu Suling felt torn but couldn't bring herself to refuse her sister. With that thought, she turned to look at her husband, Chin Weeha, and her daughter, Chin Yaru. We have a business partnership with the Lu family, right? Why don't you try to help out? After all, we're partners. Surely the Lu family wouldn't refuse such a small favor? Lu Suling asked. The moment the words left her mouth, Chin Weeha also felt troubled. It's just a business relationship. Besides, I don't even know anyone from the Lu family. It wasn't that he didn't want to help this time. It was simply that matters concerning the Lu family were off limits not just for him, but even the Chin family had no right to intervene. Despite the existing cooperative ties. But Chin Weeha couldn't even get a word in with the Lu family. Useless. After all these years of marriage, now that my family has come begging, you can't even agree to this small request? Hearing Chin Weeha's excuses, Lu Suling retorted angrily. It would have been one thing under normal circumstances. But being humiliated in front of her own family left Lu Suling feeling utterly humiliated. Yaru, handle this matter. Call the Lu Group and tell them to do us, the Chin family, a favor. At first hearing these words, Chin Yaru's face darkened.
But since it was her mother speaking, she couldn't refuse. Just then, noticing Qin Yaru's hesitation, Shunan, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. How about I reach out to the Lu family? Shunan's suggestion sent shockwaves through the room. You're just a son-in-law by marriage. What business is this of yours? Who do you think you are, knowing anyone from the Lu family? Chapter 62, College Spirit. In the side hall. Hearing Aunt Lu San's words, Shunan shrugged at Qin Yaru. He signaled that it wasn't that he wouldn't help, but that he'd been met with cold shoulders for his warm overtures, making himself look foolish. Since this mother-daughter pair showed no gratitude, Shunan was quite content to keep his distance and mind his own business. At that moment, Aunt Lu turned to Qin Yaru and smiled. Yo Ru. You must pay close attention to your cousin Kursan's situation. You should call the Lu group immediately and have them hire Kursan. Her annual salary must start at no less than 300,000 yuan, and it absolutely must be a management position. When Aunt Lu San spoke these words, not only Qin Yaru, but even Qin Weha and his wife furrowed their brows. 300,000 yuan a year. And it must be a management position. This demand was nothing short of steep. Qin Yaru also seemed somewhat troubled. Auntie, I don't mean to be blunt. Kuxian only has a college diploma. She wouldn't even meet the basic requirements for a job at Lu Group. Setting this condition is probably asking too much. At these words, Aunt Lu's expression darkened. What's wrong with a college diploma? Kuxian may only have a college diploma, but she was a top student in her school. She's every bit as capable as those prestigious university graduates. Chen Kursan stood nearby, her tone equally sharp. Mom! Can't you tell? They just don't want to help. If I'd graduated from a prestigious university, would I need to come begging the Qins for help? After traveling all this way with gifts, I see the Qins don't care about us maternal relatives at all. Hearing her daughter's words, Aunt Lu turned to Lu Suling and cried out. Little sister, Kuxian is your own niece. Are you really going to stand by and watch Kuxian become desperate? I truly regret it. If only I hadn't worried so much about mom and dad back then, and gone to the big city to make my way like you did, Kuxian wouldn't be suffering like this. The mention of her parents instantly softened Lu Suling's resolve. Driven by guilt toward her maternal family, Lu Suling could only turn her gaze back to Qin Yaruo. Yaru, I know this is difficult, but we're family after all. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Please, I'm begging you, help your cousin Kursan. Hearing her mother's plea, Qin Yaru sighed helplessly. I truly can't do anything about it, but Shunan knows the Lu family's eldest daughter. He might be able to help with this matter. Originally, she hadn't planned to involve Shunan in seeking help from the Lu family's eldest daughter. But given the current situation, Qin Yaru felt somewhat helpless. After all, it was her own mother making the plea. Yet Aunt Lu and her daughter not only dismissed Qin Yaru's suggestion outright, but responded with utter disbelief. Bull. He's just a son-in-law who married into the family, a security guard guarding the gate. How could he possibly know the eldest Miss Lu? Lu Suling nodded repeatedly. Third sister, it's true. Shunan really does know the Lu family's eldest daughter. Avenged and Lu's face darkened. Little sister, if you don't want to help, just say so. No need to make up excuses to brush us off. Just who is this Miss Lu? Even you don't know her, let alone this son-in-law by marriage? Could it be that your Qin family has fewer connections than a son-in-law? Unless she was missing a screw, she'd never believe such nonsense. A son-in-law who's just a lowly security guard. A lowly ant at the very bottom of society. How could he possibly know the heiress of a billion-dollar conglomerate? If Shunan had that kind of clout, why would he come to the Qin family as a pathetic son-in-law? Mom, I think we should just leave. Since they won't help us, there's no point staying here and making fools of ourselves. Chen Kursan put on a pitiful expression, tugging her mother toward the exit. Third sister, I truly didn't deceive you. Seeing this, Lu Suling hurriedly stopped them and immediately shouted at Shunan. Shunan, call the Lu family's eldest daughter right now in front of Aunt Lu. Qin Weha, who had remained silent until now, also spoke up. Since we're all family, why don't you lend a hand? Qin Weha and his wife made it sound so easy. When they needed a favor, they treated Shunan like family. Qin Yaru felt genuinely helpless. Though she disliked Aunt Lu San and her daughter, she had no choice but to turn to Shunan due to their familial ties. Fine, for my wife's sake. It's just a phone call. With that, Shunan pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Xiaoman's number. This was the personal number Lu Xiaoman had personally given Shunan during their last meeting. What era is this, still using such an old-fashioned phone? Chen Kursan couldn't help but tease him as she glanced at the old Nokia in Shunan's hand. Not long after, Shunan connected with Lu Xiaoman and casually mentioned Chen Kursan's situation. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, this was naturally the simplest thing in the world for Lu Xiaoman. After all, Shunan was now a benefactor to the Lu family. She agreed to the request without a moment's hesitation. Alright, I've informed Lu Xiaoman. She'll arrange for someone to handle it. After hanging up, Shunan addressed the others. Hearing this, Aunt Lu and her daughter exchanged glances, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Who knows if that call was even real? Without even meeting in person, just through a phone call, you expect the Lu family's eldest daughter to help?
Chen Kursen stared at Chunan, her tone dripping with skepticism.
If you had that kind of influence, why would you be working as a security guard? At this, Chunan replied coldly. First off, I've already done you a favor. That's more than enough. As for being a security guard, that's my personal hobby, none of your damn business. Chen Kursen was instantly infuriated by Chunan's retort. You're just some son-in-law who married into the Qin family. What are you trying to prove? Mom, the Qins are just using a son-in-law to placate us. What are we still doing here? Let's go. With that, Chen Kursen grabbed her mother's arm and stormed off in anger. Just then, her phone suddenly rang in her pocket. Hello? Who is this? Chen Kursen, still fuming, answered the call and demanded. But in the very next second,
as the voice on the other end finished speaking, Chen Kursen's expression abruptly transformed into one of intense excitement.
Mom, it's a call from Lu Group. Hearing this, Aunt Lu's face lit up with excitement. What did Lu Group say? After hanging up, Chen Kursen nodded happily. Mom, Lu Group hired me. It was Manager Joe from the HR department who called. He wants me to report to the company today. Manager Joe said my resume is outstanding, and with my looks, LV Group is currently in need of young talent like me. So they're making an exception to hire me. Chapter 63, The Mysteriously Confident Mother and Daughter. In the side hall, Chen Kursen stood rooted to the spot, as if in a dream, her face beaming with pride. Beside her, Aunt Lu beamed with pride. My daughter truly lives up to expectations. I knew with your abilities, Lu Group couldn't possibly pass you up. Qin Yaru, observing this peculiar mother-daughter duo, couldn't help but interject. It's not your abilities you should be proud of. If it weren't for Chunan's help, how could Lu Group possibly hire you? At Qin Yaru's words, Aunt Lu and her daughter's expressions darkened. When we asked for your help, you made excuses and hesitated. Now that my daughter got hired by Lu Group, you're suddenly trying to take credit. And that guy should take a good look in the mirror like he could make Lush Group make an exception? That phone call was probably just for show. Who knows if he even really knows the Lu family's eldest daughter? Chen Kursen, however, spoke with an air of superiority. Mom, why are you saying all this to them? It's all because my resume is so outstanding that the executives at Lu Group took notice. In a few years, I might even become a high-ranking executive at Lu Group. Then I'll buy you a big villa in the city so no one can call us poor relatives freeloading off the rich. With that, Chen Kursen pulled Aunt Lu toward the exit without looking back. Before leaving, the two women picked up the 2 large bags of gifts they had brought and carried them away, untouched. Witnessing this scene, Qin Weiha and Lu Suling were both dumbfounded. Although the matter had been resolved, the outcome was far from what anyone had expected. Can't even handle a minor issue. I thought you actually had a good relationship with the Lu family's eldest daughter. Turns out it was useless after all. Having offended her in-laws, Lu Suling shot Chunan a cold glare before hurrying after Aunt Lu San and her daughter. If there's nothing else, I need to head back to the company. Qin Weiha rose and left as well. I'm sorry you had to endure this injustice. Qin Yaru turned to look at Chunan, her expression tinged with regret. It doesn't matter to me. When my wife asks personally, of course I'll help. Chunan grinned. The words made Qin Yaru's cheeks flush slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Giving Chunan a sharp look, Qin Yaru immediately turned and walked out. That afternoon, inside the Lu Group building, in an exceptionally elegantly decorated office, rarely clocking in at Lu Group, Lu Xiaoman, dressed in a business suit, was meeting her close friend Yang Shanshan. Xiaoman, is that miracle doctor really that amazing? Not only did he cure your grandfather's heart condition, but he also fixed your illness? Yang Shanshan wore a female police uniform, a blue shirt over a black pencil skirt that perfectly showcased her long legs encased in black stockings. As her longtime best friend, Yang Shanshan was well aware of the hidden ailment within Lu Xiaoman. Hearing Yang Shanshan's words now, Lu Xiaoman seemed to recall something, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Even so, she nodded and replied. Brother Chunan is the most skilled doctor I've ever met. Oh, and maybe he could even cure your little problem. The thought struck her, and Lu Xiaoman immediately picked up her phone, ready to call Chunan. Seeing this, Yang Shanshan's expression changed. Xiaoman, this is just an old problem of mine. No need to trouble him. Besides, that divine Dr. Chu is a man after all. There are boundaries between men and women. Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Xiaoman waved her hand reassuringly. Brother Chunan told me that a doctor's heart is compassionate to a physician. Patients are neither male nor female. Besides, just look at how much pain you've been in these past few days. It breaks my heart to see you suffer. Alright, listen to me. Let Brother Chunan take a look at you. I guarantee it'll cure you right up. With that, Lu Xiaoman proceeded to call Chunan herself. Before long, she had explained the situation. Seeing that Chunan hadn't refused, Lu Xiaoman hung up the phone and turned to Yang Shanshan with a thrilled expression. All set. Brother Chunan will be here soon. Yang Shanshan hesitated, a blush of shyness spreading across her pretty face. She had consulted numerous renowned doctors about her condition, yet no amount of medication had helped. If that miracle doctor was truly as extraordinary as Lu Xiaoman claimed. Though she felt a bit embarrassed, a glimmer of hope flickered within her heart. Half an hour later. Outside the Lu Group building. Chunan stepped out of the taxi and walked straight toward the Lu Group building. Lu Xiaoman had mentioned over the phone that she wanted him to treat her friend. Though Chunan had no desire to practice medicine, he felt it would be difficult to refuse after Lu Xiaoman had just helped him. At that moment, right outside the gates of Lu Group, 2 security guards stopped the pair. I'm a new employee hired by Lu Group as an exception. Go notify manager Zhou, immediately tell him Chen Kursen is here. Outside the Lu Group gates, the ones being stopped were none other than Chen Kursen and her daughter, who had left the Qin residence that very morning. Why them? Not far away, Shunan approached and happened to spot the mother and daughter. Kursen, when you meet manager Chen later, you must ask him carefully. I hear Lu Group offers generous compensation. With your skills, you should command at least a 300,000 yuan annual salary. Plus, once you join the company, you absolutely mustn't be a regular employee, it has to be a management position. Aunt Lu urged her daughter. The mother and daughter were clearly still discussing the terms of employment once they joined Lu Group. Mom, don't worry. I'm being hired as an exceptional young talent. How could Lu Group possibly shortchange me? Chen Kursen smiled confidently. As she spoke, she seized the moment to pull out her phone and snap a photo in front of the Lu Group entrance for her social media check-in. It took her a full 10 minutes to post the photo across every social media platform before she finally stopped. So what if I only have an associate's degree? She still managed to pull off an incredible comeback through her own merits, breaking all the rules to land a position at Lu Group. Just thinking about it made even Chen Kursen feel moved by her own determination. Sir, do you have an appointment? Just then, a security guard also stopped Shunan and asked politely. Shunan? What are you doing here? Aunt Lu and her daughter turned at the sound, just in time to see Shunan standing nearby. How could this be such a coincidence? Shunan was actually coming to Lu Group too. This guy must have followed us here. He must have heard I'm joining Lu Group as an executive and is trying to curry favor with us. He's probably here to apologize and try to get us to return to the Qin family. Chen Kursen shot Shunan a contemptuous glance. Mother and daughter stood their ground, waiting for Shunan to apologize for his previous attitude. As for inviting them back to the Qin family, that depended entirely on their mood. But the next moment, Shunan didn't even glance at the mother and daughter. He addressed the security guard at the gate instead. I have an appointment with your Miss Lu. You can call her and have her come down personally. Chapter 64, Let her clean the toilets. Have the Lu family's eldest daughter come down personally to greet him? Shunan's words left the security guard momentarily stunned. Was this guy really that important? Sir, are you certain you made an appointment with Miss Lu? Seeing that Shunan didn't look like he was joking, the guard momentarily couldn't tell if it was true or not. Don't be ridiculous. He's just a lowly security guard like you, yet he wants to see the Lu family's eldest daughter? Doesn't he fear his lies will burst like a bubble? Chen Kursen sneered, then turned to Shunan. Stop pretending. As if you could possibly know the eldest Miss Lu? You followed us here just to apologize on behalf of the Qin family and beg us to return, didn't you? Let me tell you this, once I join the Lu Group, the Qin family will be begging me for favors. Her haughty demeanor was so pronounced that as she spoke these words, she practically breathed down Shunan's neck through her nostrils. Aunt Lu, standing nearby, added her scorn. The Qins show no sincerity whatsoever. My daughter is a talent, even Lu Group values her future potential is limitless. Even if they want us back, it's not your place as a son-in-law to make the request. The mother and daughter chattered incessantly, which began to grate on Shunan's patience. Have you finished? Shunan shot Aunt Lu and her daughter a cold glance. He promptly pulled out his phone and called Lu Xiaoman right then and there. Miss Lu, I'm already downstairs at the Lu Group building. The moment the call connected, Shunan spoke up. Still putting on a show? How amusing. Watching Shunan make the call, Chen Kursen couldn't resist teasing him. Stubborn pride leads to suffering. If you can actually meet Miss Lu, I'll lick your shoes. No sooner had she finished speaking. A middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the Lu Group building. Manager Zhou. The security guard greeted the man in the suit with a respectful bow. Manager Zhou? Chen Kursen and Aunt Lu San saw this and hurried over. You must be Miss Chen Kursen. Manager Zhou scanned the group, his gaze finally settling on Chen Kursen with a hint of a smile. The young miss has already told me all about you. Since the young miss herself holds you in high regard, our Lu Group will not treat you unfairly. Manager Zhou's particularly warm attitude filled Chen Kursen and her mother with pride. Mom, did you hear that? I'm someone the young Miss Lu herself has personally taken a liking to. Gold will always shine. I told you my abilities would get me into Lu Group without a doubt. We never needed to beg the Qins for help.
Upon hearing Manager Zhou's words, Chen Kursen shot Chu Nan a glance before launching into a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Go tell the Chins that I, Chen Kursen, am now the darling by Miss Lu's side. Today they treat me like dirt, but tomorrow I'll make them reach beyond their means. With these words, Chen Kursen was so overcome with triumph her tail nearly wagged to the sky.
Lu Group was a $1 trillion conglomerate.
Compared to the Chins, they were at least 10 times more formidable. The thought alone filled her with a surge of superiority.
Is this guy your friend?
Manager Zhou's gaze also fell upon Chu Nan standing nearby. Chen Kursen shook her head, her face twisted with disgust.
I have nothing to do with him. He's just a son-in-law who married into the Qin family. How could someone like me have a friend like that?
After saying this, Chen Kursen turned to Manager Zhou with a smile.
Manager Zhou, please take me to meet Miss Lu right away. I imagine since Miss Lu holds me in such high regard, the position she's arranged for me must be quite prestigious, right? Hearing this, Manager Zhou frowned slightly but merely nodded. He hadn't even looked at Chen Kursen's resume.
But since the young miss had personally requested her, he couldn't quite figure out Chen Kursen's relationship with the Lu family and found it difficult to respond. Since she's an outsider, have her leave immediately. Manager Zhou glanced at Chu Nan and prepared to lead Chen Kursen away.
Wait. Thump, thump, thump. Just then,
Lu Xiaoman, wearing high heels, hurried out of the elevator.
Miss, why did you come personally?
Manager Zhou's expression changed the moment he saw Lu Xiaoman.
Could it be that Chen Kursen's connections were so powerful that even their own young miss had come out to greet her personally? Brother Chu Nan.
Before the others could react, Lu Xiaoman brushed past them entirely, walking straight up to Chu Nan. Noticing Chu Nan's displeased expression, Lu Xiaoman hooked her arms through his and said apologetically,
Chu Nan, those people down there are clueless. Don't get angry.
After speaking, Lu Xiaoman shot a cold glance at Manager Zhou and the security guards.
What kind of job are you doing?
Mr. Chu is an honored guest of the Lu family. From now on, no one is to obstruct him when he visits Lu Group.
A valued guest of the Lu family?
The moment Lu Xiaoman uttered these words, they struck Chen Kursen and her daughter like thunder, leaving them utterly dumbfounded.
Even Manager Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss Lu, have you mistaken him for someone else?
He may be named Chu Nan, but he's merely a son-in-law who married into the Qin family.
How could he possibly be an honored guest of the Lu family? Chen Kursen, unwilling to give up, reminded Lu Xiaoman. At those words, Lu Xiaoman's expression darkened. Who is she?
Manager Zhou, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to explain, revealing Chen Kursen's identity.
So you're Chen Kursen.
Lu Xiaoman glanced at Chen Kursen before turning her gaze to Chu Nan.
Is she the distant relative you mentioned? Chu Nan, Lu Group's hiring standards are notoriously strict. I only made an exception because of you.
Hearing this, both Chen Kursen and her mother froze in surprise.
Distant relative?
By now, they couldn't help but realize that Chu Nan was indeed acquainted with the Lu family's eldest daughter, and by the looks of it, their relationship ran quite deep.
Miss Lu, wasn't I hired as an exception to the rule precisely because you personally recognized my talent? Chen Kursen asked, her face twisted with resentment. But the response she received left her utterly humiliated. Lu Xiaoman chuckled lightly. I reviewed your resume. Frankly, even our gatekeepers require a bachelor's degree as a minimum. With just your vocational college diploma, you expect to be called talent of Lu Group? If word got out, wouldn't it make us a laughingstock? Hearing Lu Xiaoman's words, Chen Kursen was overcome with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into thin air. She felt like a complete joke. Even Aunt Lua's face had gone pale. She turned to Chu Nan with a forced smile. Chu Nan, we're family after all. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. Kursen is still your cousin, after all. You have to help her. Help her? Chu Nan sneered sarcastically. Sure. She wants to join the Lu Group, right? Let her start by cleaning toilets. True gold will always shine. I believe in her. Chapter 65, Yang Shanshan's Hidden Illness. With that, Chu Nan paid no heed to the stunned expressions of Chen Kursen and her daughter, immediately following Lu Xiaoman into the Lu Group elevator. Watching Chu Nan's departing figure, Aunt Lu and her daughter both turned deathly pale. Manager Zhou, my daughter is a college graduate after all. Please don't make her clean toilets. Aunt Lu pleaded with Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou, who had now clearly understood the situation, sneered coldly. Countless people dream of joining Lu Group and never get the chance. With your daughter's qualifications, she should count herself lucky just to get in and clean toilets. With that, Manager Zhou's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn and he walked away without another word. Chen Kursen and her daughter, frozen in place, felt utterly crushed. Inside the luxurious headquarters of Lu Group, Lu Xiaoman's private office. The office spanned over 100 square meters. Beyond the walls adorned with opulent European-style decor, the windowsills were nearly overflowing with various dolls and figurines. The room radiated a distinctly girlish charm. Slam! The door swung open. Lu Xiaoman led Chu Nan inside. Chu Nan, this is Yang Shanshan. She's my best friend, you absolutely must help cure her illness. Lu Xiaoman introduced them as she spoke. Yet the moment she caught sight of Chu Nan inside the office. The moment Yang Shanshan lifted her eyes and saw Chu Nan, her entire body instantly tensed. She swiftly drew the pistol from her waistband and pointed it directly at him. Freeze! Yang Shanshan barked, gun fixed on Chu Nan. Xiaoman, come here quickly. Don't go near this guy. The sudden turn of events stunned not only Lu Xiaoman but even Chu Nan himself. Shan, what are you doing? Put that gun down immediately. Lu Xiaoman's face drained of color as she rushed forward, shouting at Yang Shanshan. Yang Shanshan explained urgently. He's a murderer. I saw it with my own eyes. He was at the scene of the murder that night. Yang Shanshan stared at Chu Nan with intense wariness. These words made Lu Xiaoman pause, turning her head to look at Chu Nan. Chu Nan stood rooted to the spot, his voice cold as ice. I'm not a murderer. And I hate it when people point guns at me. When Yang Shanshan spoke these words, Chu Nan finally recalled where he had seen this woman before. That night in the alley behind the bar. The assassin who killed old Master Qin had died at his feet. And Yang Shanshan was the police officer who happened to be passing by. Miss Lu, seeing as things are, I suppose there's no need for me to stay. Chu Nan glanced at Lu Xiaoman, his tone tinged with irritation. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoman grabbed Chu Nan's arm, stepped in front of him, and addressed Yang Shanshan with an explanation. Shan, you must have mistaken him for someone else. Brother Nanchu is a miracle doctor, he even cured my grandfather's illness. I swear on my honor, he absolutely isn't some murderer. Hearing her best friend speak up, Yang Shanshan hesitated. Xiaoman, are you sure this guy is a doctor? Before Yang Shanshan could finish her sentence, Chu Nan interjected with a smile. You suffer from qi deficiency and blood deficiency, prone to irritability and internal heat. It's clearly your menstrual cycle approaching. And every time it comes, your lower abdomen throbs unbearably like ice needles piercing your bones. Plus, you have noticeable varicose veins on your calves. You must be on your feet a lot, and your ankles often ache after getting cold, right? Just this brief assessment left Yang Shanshan stunned. Spot on. The symptoms Chu Nan described were even more precise than her own account. Yang Shanshan shot a skeptical glance at Lu Xiaoman. Lu Xiaoman shook her head. Clearly, she hadn't told Chu Nan any of this. Are you really a doctor? Yang Shanshan's tone softened slightly. Though still doubtful, she holstered the service pistol in her hand. After all, the lighting had been poor that night. Though she had seen someone flee the crime scene, she couldn't be 100% certain it was Chu Nan. Besides, she had no evidence to prove Chu Nan was the murderer. Shan, ever since you joined the police department, you've become so jumpy. You look at everyone like they're a criminal. Lu Xiaoman grumbled at Yang Shanshan for a moment before hastily apologizing to Chu Nan. Chu Nan, don't be angry. My friend's just like that. Ever since she was little, her dream was to become a detective and catch all the criminals in the world. So it's no surprise she's developed a bit of a professional habit. Chu Nan nodded, signaling he wasn't holding it against her. I'm only here to seek treatment, consider it repaying your favor. Beyond that, who she is has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Yang Shanshan felt a bit awkward too. Sorry. I didn't know you and Xiaoman were friends. After all, pointing a gun at someone on first meeting is a bit rude. Alright, it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoman pulled Chu Nan over to Yang Shanshan. Chu Nan, you better check this crazy woman out ASAP. If this keeps up, she'll either die from illness or go completely mad. Who's crazy? This is just professional integrity. Facing her best friend's teasing, Yang Shanshan didn't miss a beat with her retort. Sit down. Give me your hand. Ignoring their banter, Chu Nan addressed Yang Shanshan directly. Knowing he was a doctor, Yang Shanshan relaxed her guard slightly and tentatively extended her hand. Chu Nan merely took her pulse and made no other moves. Just a case of qi deficiency. You must have caught a chill as a child, leaving a lingering ailment, that's why it hasn't healed properly. As he spoke, Chu Nan shifted his gaze to the area around Yang Shanshan's lower abdomen. Feeling his gaze, Yang Shanshan frowned. Though slightly offended, she nodded in surprise. When I was little, I went skiing with my parents at Changbai Mountain and accidentally fell into an ice cave. I came down with a high fever, and ever since then, I've been prone to illness and weakness. Yang Shanshan's surprise stemmed from the fact that she had never even confided this incident to her closest friend, Lu Xiaoman. Was that she had never even shared this story with her best friend, Lu Xiaoman. Yet Chu Nan had merely taken her pulse and instantly seen through it. Could it be that this young man was actually a miracle doctor? You see, the Young family had taken her to numerous major hospitals since childhood to treat her frail constitution. Yet this chronic condition, rooted since infancy, proved extremely difficult to cure. Because of this condition, every time her period arrived, Yang Shanshan would suffer excruciating pain in her lower abdomen, as if being stabbed by needles. Moreover, she often felt too embarrassed to discuss this hidden ailment with others. Mr. Chu, could you cure my condition? Seeing Chu Nan appear confident, Yang Shanshan couldn't help but ask curiously. After suffering from this condition for so many years, how could Yang Shanshan not hope for someone to cure her hidden ailment? If you cooperate fully, curing this condition should pose no major problem. Chu Nan withdrew his hand from her pulse. Hearing this, Yang Shanshan was overcome with excitement. I'll cooperate. I'll do everything in my power to cooperate. Chu Nan appraised Yang Shanshan before him. Though clad in a police uniform, it couldn't conceal her curvaceous figure, especially those long legs, encased in black stockings, which were particularly eye-catching. She felt Chu Nan's gaze settle on her legs. Before Yang Shanshan could speak, Chu Nan said calmly, "Take off your shoes and stockings." Chapter 66, Treatment Requires Undressing? What? Do I really need to take off my stockings for treatment? At first, hearing Chu Nan's words, Yang Shanshan glanced down at her stockings, feeling somewhat perplexed. She had never heard of needing to remove socks for any kind of treatment. The key acupoints are on the soles and calves. How can I perform acupuncture if you don't remove your stockings? Chu Nan said with a serious expression. Beside them, Lu Xiaoman interjected. Shan, brother Chu Nan is absolutely right. That's exactly how I treated you last time. After saying this, recalling the scene of Chu Nan treating her last time, Lu Xiaoman couldn't help but blush slightly. But, hearing this, Yang Shanshan's eyes flickered with hesitation, but she reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right. As she spoke, Yang Shanshan sheepishly slipped off her shoes and slowly pulled her stockings down from her thighs. As a seasoned detective, Yang Shanshan could sense that Chu Nan wasn't lying. Moreover, there wasn't a trace of impure intent in the way he looked at her. Taking a deep breath, she extended her leg forward. Instantly, a pair of snow-white, long legs came into Chu Nan's view. You might feel some discomfort during the acupuncture. You'll have to endure it. Chu Nan said, taking out the silver needles while examining Yang Shanshan's delicate feet. When one meridian flows freely, 100 ailments vanish. First, I'll treat urine deficiency condition. Chu Nan pinched a silver needle between his fingers and precisely inserted it into the sole of Yang Shanshan's foot. Ouch! The next moment, Yang Shanshan sucked in a sharp breath, her body trembling involuntarily as her lower abdomen felt like it had been struck by lightning. Bear with it, Chu Nan said in a deep voice. He then raised another needle and plunged it into Yang Shanshan's calf. The stabbing pain in her abdomen returned, but Yang Shanshan clenched her teeth, forcing herself to remain silent. Chu Nan's hands moved without pause. Needle after needle went in, one after another, in one fluid motion. Seated on the sofa chair, Yang Shanshan clenched her jaw, her lovely face contorted with agony. The sensation felt like her lower abdomen was churning violently, as if someone had kicked her repeatedly. Brother Chu Nan, are you sure this is safe? Seeing her best friend in such agony, Lu Xiaoman, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but voice her concern. Chu Nan shook his head. He immediately channeled his qi into his hands and pressed them firmly against Yang Shanshan's calf and the sole of her foot. As his hands moved along her leg, the pain-filled expression on Yang Shanshan's face suddenly relaxed a little. Waves of warmth surged from her soles into her body. Yang Shanshan distinctly felt the icy, stabbing pain in her lower abdomen rapidly dissipating. Ah! A wave of warmth spread from within, causing her furrowed brows to suddenly relax. The comfort was so profound she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Blushing fiercely at her own loss of composure before a man, Yang Shanshan felt her face flush crimson. It had taken no more than 10 minutes. Chu Nan carefully removed each silver needle and addressed Yang Shanshan, who sat on the sofa chair with a dazed expression. Treatment is complete. Just 2 more doses of medicine to regulate your body, and this yin deficiency will be cured. Ha! Hearing Chu Nan's words, Yang Shanshan snapped back to reality as if waking from a dream. As she watched Chu Nan's hands leave her calves, a hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. That sensation just now. It had been utterly blissful. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Yang Shanshan slowly stood up, reaching to touch her lower abdomen. The sensation was no longer cold to the touch, but instead carried a faint warmth. Mr. Chu, your medical skills are nothing short of miraculous. Even Yang Shanshan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Just a few acupuncture needles, and the chronic ailment that had plagued her for years was truly gone. See? I told you brother Chu Nan was amazing. Lu Xiaoman beamed with pride. Hearing this, Yang Shanshan nodded shyly. He was indeed skilled, but this method of treatment was certainly unusual. In all her years, this was the first time a man had ever touched her so intimately. All right. Now that it's done, I should be going. Chu Nan glanced at the two of them and was about to leave. Chu Nan! Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing Chu Nan about to leave, Lu Xiaoman's expression changed abruptly. She stood in front of him in a pouty, clingy manner. You cured Shanshan for me, and we haven't even had a chance to properly thank you yet. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner later? Before Chu Nan could respond, Yang Shanshan chimed in from the side. This meal should be on me. First, to apologize for the earlier misunderstanding, and second, to thank Mr. Chu for curing my ailment. Mr. Chu, please honor us with your presence. Seeing Yang Shanshan speak thus, Chu Nan pondered for a moment before nodding his agreement. Afternoon. Dinner time.
Yang Shanshan personally drove, bringing Shunan and Lu Xiaoman to a Western-style restaurant. This Longyin restaurant is quite famous in Rongcheng. Especially their steak, it's incredibly authentic. Outside Langqing restaurant, Yang Shanshan changed into casual clothes and began introducing the place to Shunan and Lu Xiaoman. Clearly, this was a place she frequented. Shunan also took a look at the restaurant before him. Spanning 2 floors, its decor was undeniably luxurious. At this caliber of Western restaurant, the average per-person bill easily ran into the thousands. Shunan hadn't expected that Yang Shanshan, merely an interned police officer, could afford to dine at such an establishment. But given that she was best friends with a young lady like Lu Xiaoman, Yang Shanshan's background was likely no ordinary affair. Sorry. The restaurant is reserved for our young master today. We cannot accommodate outside guests. Before the trio could step inside, 2 men in suits, clearly bodyguards, blocked their path. The restaurant's reserved? Yang Shanshan frowned at the news. As a regular here, she knew exactly what kind of spending power was required at this Longin's restaurant. Securing an exclusive booking here wasn't something money alone could guarantee. What terrible timing. How about we try somewhere else? Yang Shanshan turned to Lu Xiaoman and Shunan. But just then, music began playing throughout the restaurant. Shunan stood still, following the sound with his gaze. In the center of the restaurant, a figure suddenly caught his attention. Miss Qin? What's she doing here? Beside him, Lu Xiaoman had clearly spotted Qin Yiru in the dining hall as well, and exclaimed in surprise. Inside the restaurant at that very moment, the entire space had been meticulously decorated, draped in romantic pink curtains and filled with romantic music. A young man dressed in a designer suit sat at the same table as Qin Yiru. Yiru, it's been years, but you're still as beautiful as ever. I left without a word 2 years ago, please forgive me. This time I came back with a special surprise just for you. The young man spoke, then reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a ring box. A dazzling diamond ring, easily 10 carats in size, suddenly appeared before Qin Yiru. Chapter 67, Because I'm Her Husband. At that moment, even the waitstaff in the restaurant stared wide-eyed at the dazzling diamond ring. This diamond ring must be worth at least several million. At the table, Qin Yiru's expression darkened abruptly. Li Fengzi, what do you think you're doing? I cannot accept this gift. Besides, I came here to discuss a business partnership with Qin Pharmaceutical, not to go on a date with you. With that, Qin Yiru stood up to leave. But at that moment, Li Fengzi grabbed her wrist. Yiru, I know you're still angry with me. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can promise to resolve the issues with Qin Pharmaceutical. Li Fengzi gazed at Qin Yiru, his eyes filled with affection. Qin Yiru frowned. Let go of me. I'm already married. Give up on this idea, Li Fengzi. With that, Qin Yiru tried to pull away, but Li Fengzi held her hand tightly. At that very moment, outside the restaurant, Lu Xiaoman's expression was grave. Beside her, Shunan's face darkened with anger, and he made a move to storm into the restaurant. Hold it. Kid, don't you understand human speech? The restaurant is reserved for our young Master Li today. No outsiders allowed. 2 bodyguards blocked Shunan's path. Get the hell out of here. The person inside is my wife. Shunan's expression turned icy. Unexpectedly, this remark sent the 2 bodyguards into fits of laughter. Your wife? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. The woman our young Master Li has taken a fancy to, you think you're worthy enough to even. Thud. Before their laughter had even died down, Shunan raised his fists and sent both bodyguards blocking his path crashing to the ground. Shunan. The sudden scene startled both Yang Shanshan and Lu Xiaoman. Before they could react, Shunan's figure had already burst into the restaurant. Let her go. A cold command rang out as Shunan materialized behind Qin Yiru. At the same moment, Qin Yiru stared at Shunan, who had burst in unexpectedly, her face filled with surprise. What are you doing here? Shunan's face remained icy as his piercing gaze fixed on Li Fengzi standing before Qin Yiru. Yiru, is this your useless husband? Don't worry. I've already investigated. This guy is just a son-in-law arranged by the Qin family. There's absolutely no love between you two. Though Li Fengzi released Qin Yiru's hand, he spoke with feigned tenderness. Yiru, I don't care. As long as you agree to divorce this kid, I'll go to the Qin family tomorrow to propose marriage. Hearing this, Qin Yiru's expression darkened further. Before she could speak, a large hand swept around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. My wife isn't divorcing me. Besides, just look at yourself. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat, ugly and delusional. Shunan held Qin Yiru firmly against him, his face twisted into a mocking grin as he looked at Li Fengzi before him. A toad wanting to eat swan meat? Seeing Qin Yiru nestled intimately in Shunan's embrace, Li Fengzi's rage flared instantly. You little brat, don't think I don't know. You're just a country bumpkin, what makes you think you deserve Yiru? Li Fengzi picked up the pigeon egg-sized diamond ring on the table, his face beaming with pride. Take a good look. This eternity heart diamond ring is worth 8 million yuan. I specially bought it at an overseas auction.
A penny pincher like you could never afford it in a lifetime. How could you possibly make Yaro happy? Li Fengzi intended to make Qin Yaru see clearly. Who was the real toad here? Amidst Li Fengzi's relentless display of wealth, Chunan's gaze now seemed fixed on a mere clown. He gently pulled Qin Yaru close. Before she could react, he leaned down and claimed her lips with a possessive kiss. In that instant, caught completely off guard, Qin Yaru's eyes widened as a jolt of electricity seemed to surge through her entire body. After a long moment, their lips parted. Chunan turned his head and flashed a faint smile at Li Fengzi, who stood frozen in shock. Because I'm her husband. Is that reason enough? A killer blow to the heart. Chunan's words instantly sent Li Fengzi's blood pressure soaring. You little bastard, you're asking for it. Watching his former goddess being insulted by a toad. Li Fengzi's rage boiled over, and he couldn't help but swing his fist at Chunan. You want to fight me? A faint, cold smile played at the corner of Chunan's lips. With one arm wrapped around Qin Yaru, Chunan raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The crisp, resounding slap echoed through the room. Li Fengzi flew through the air like a punching bag, crashing several meters away into a pile of tables and chairs. At that very moment, several bodyguards burst through the door. They witnessed the scene unfolding before them. Young Master Li. Their expressions turned grim as they hurriedly cleared the debris and helped the sprawled Li Fengzi to his feet. He dared to hit me? Not even my mother ever hit me, growing up. I'll make that brat pay with his life. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. You lot, cripple him. His face burning with stinging pain, Li Fengzi's eyes blazed with fury as he snarled at the bodyguards. He, the son of a prominent family, had been publicly slapped and in front of his goddess, no less. How could he possibly tolerate this? Dare to strike my young master? You're asking for death. Hearing Li Fengzi's words, the bodyguards charged toward Chunan. If they failed to avenge their young master's humiliation, they'd be the ones facing the consequences back at headquarters. I'm a police officer. Everyone, stop right now. Just then, a woman's sharp command echoed through the air. Yang Shanshan and Lu Xiaoman strode into the restaurant. Police? The bodyguards froze upon seeing Yang Shanshan, their eyes filled with suspicion. Yang Shanshan, her face dark, walked straight up to the group and flashed her police department ID. This is a police department investigation. Do you all intend to accompany me back to the station? The moment they saw her badge, the bodyguards immediately backed down. Officer, I'm Li Fengzi, the eldest son of the Li family. I know Director Gui of your police department personally. This guy hit me first. Arrest him immediately. The moment he spotted the police department officer, Li Fengzi stepped forward, shooting a cold glance in Chunan's direction. Kid, this time I won't let you off. Once Chunan was detained by the police department. With the Li family's connections, he could make sure Chunan rots in prison for the rest of his life. Officer, that's not how it happened. Qin Yaru, having instantly seen through Li Fengzi's scheme, looked panicked as she prepared to explain. But unexpectedly, Yang Shanshan waved her hand dismissively. Her expression icy, she strode up to Li Fengzi. You're telling me how to do my job? I saw with my own eyes that you struck first. Mr. Chu was clearly acting in self-defense. If anyone should be arrested, it should be you first. Chapter 68, Negative Publicity. In the restaurant. Yang Shanshan's words caught Li Fengzi off guard. You're all in cahoots. Glaring at Yang Shanshan, Chunan, and the others, Li Fengzi's face darkened. My father is Li Guoxion. Even Commissioner Guo from your police department has to treat him with utmost respect. You dare arrest me? Watch your job. Hearing Li Fengzi's threat, Yang Shanshan remained silent. She simply drew the handcuffs tucked at her waist and said coldly. You have two choices. Either leave immediately or come with me to the station. Seeing the object in Yang Shanshan's hand, Li Fengzi's expression darkened further. You're ruthless. Li Fengzi spat out the threat, then glanced toward where Qin Yaru stood. Yaru, the offer I made earlier still stands. Only I can help you with the Qin pharmaceutical matter. Don't regret rejecting me. With that, Li Fengzi stormed off angrily, his bodyguard striding behind him. Right after Li Fengzi left, Qin Yaru sighed with a complex expression, then turned to look at Yang Shanshan and Chunan. Chunan, do you know this police officer? Having never heard of Chunan having such a friend in the police department, Qin Yaru looked genuinely curious. Miss Qin, this is Officer Yang, my good friend. We were planning to treat brother Chunan to dinner, but we never expected to run into you here. Lu Xiaoman stepped forward and explained with a smile to Qin Yaru. Brother Chunan. Hearing Lu Xiaoman's unusually affectionate address for Chunan, Qin Yaru's heart skipped a beat. Oh, I haven't asked. Shouldn't you be at the office at this hour? Why are you here? Chunan also turned his gaze toward Qin Yaru. Knowing Qin Yaru as he did, Qin Yaru, driven by an intense ambition for her career, would never casually leave the office during work hours. Qin Yaru was about to explain. Ring. Her phone on the desk suddenly rang. Qin Yaru picked it up and her expression darkened instantly. No time to explain. Something's happened with the Chin family. I have to go back. Qin Yuru said, turning to leave. I'll go with you. Noticing Qin Yuru's panic, Shunan hurried after her. Before leaving, he turned to Lu Xiaoman and Yang Shanshan and said, Ladies, today just wasn't the right time. Next time, it's my treat. Without waiting for their response, Shunan followed Qin Yuru out. Watching Shunan's retreating figure, Lu Xiaoman felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment flicker in her eyes. You haven't fallen for him, have you? Seeing her best friend looking dazed and lost, Yang Shanshan teased half-jokingly. Shan, what nonsense are you talking about? At those words, Lu Xiaoman snapped back to reality as if jolted by electricity, shaking her head hastily in denial. Outside the Longgin's restaurant, a BMW sped away. What's going on with the Qin family? Inside the car, Shunan asked Qin Yuru. Qin Yuru gripped the steering wheel, her expression grave as she tossed her phone to Shunan. See for yourself. This morning's news Qin Pharmaceutical is already making headlines. What? Shunan was taken aback by the news. When he clearly saw the article on Qin Yuru's phone, his expression darkened abruptly. Quality issues found in Qin Pharmaceutical's products. Consumers gather outside Qin Pharmaceutical headquarters to protest and demand compensation. Medicines under Qin Pharmaceutical's brand may be suspected of illegal production. Glaring headlines jumped out at him as a flood of negative reports about Qin Pharmaceutical flooded the internet. Some netizens even posted claims that they had contracted terminal illnesses after taking Qin Pharmaceutical's products. Now, a large number of consumers have rushed to Qin's pharmaceutical headquarters, intending to protest and demand rights. How could this happen? Shunan furrowed his brow, immediately sensing a conspiracy behind the scenes. Clearly, this sudden wave of negative publicity was the work of someone pulling strings behind the scenes. You came to see this guy today just for this? Shunan suddenly looked up at Qin Yuru and asked. Qin Yuru nodded. Li thinks his father is a media mogul. Only he can help me with this. Too bad, you've managed to offend him too. Hearing this, Shunan asked. Why didn't you tell me sooner? With such a major incident occurring in the Qin family, Qin Yuru hadn't notified him immediately. What good would it have done to tell you? Go begging Mr. Xiao for help? Or seek out that Lu family heiress? Before Shunan could finish speaking, Qin Yuru suddenly retorted. After speaking, she seemed to realize her tone had been too sharp, and her eyes softened with a hint of apology. I'm sorry. I just don't want to owe you too much. I can handle the Qin family matters myself. Composing herself, Qin Yuru stepped on the gas pedal and drove straight to the entrance of Qin Pharmaceutical. By then, dozens of people had gathered outside the company gates. Heartless corporation. Counterfeit drugs are killing people. Qin Pharmaceutical, give us justice. Several leaders held banners aloft, emblazoned with slogans condemning Qin Pharmaceutical. Beside them, a dozen or so newspaper reporters were snapping photos. Everyone, please calm down. Qin Pharmaceuticals has always operated in full compliance with the law. None of our products have any quality issues whatsoever. There must be some misunderstanding here. Qin Weha led a dozen security guards to block the entrance, anxiously trying to calm the protesting crowd. Who do you think you are? Get the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical out here to talk. The crowd shouted at Qin Weha. Faced with this scene, Qin Weha was terrified out of his wits, scrambling to hide behind the company security guards. The dozens of protesters who had come to cause trouble paid no attention whatsoever to Qin Weha, a mere deputy general manager. They kept shoving the guards, seemingly about to storm into the company. Stop! At that moment, a frail, elderly figure emerged from the company building. Qin Zhanghai supported the elderly Mr. Qin as they appeared before the crowd. Dad, why are you here? Seeing the old man appear in person, Qin Weha's expression changed. With such a major incident at Qin Pharmaceutical, how could I possibly hide away? The elder Qin tapped his cane and strode boldly toward the crowd, causing the disturbance. I know him. He's the chairman of Qin Pharmaceutical. The crowd quieted somewhat at the sight of the patriarch stepping forward. After all, Qin Pharmaceutical had operated for many years, and old Master Qin commanded a certain level of respect. Even these troublemakers dared not act recklessly in his presence. But now, seeing the old patriarch step forward personally, the leader of the troublemakers, a man dressed in mourning clothes, his expression shifting between anger and fear, immediately strode forward. Pointing his finger right at the old patriarch's nose, he shouted, Old Qin, you're just in time. My father took the fake medicine produced by your Qin Pharmaceutical and now he's dead. Your Qin Pharmaceutical is a murderer. Chapter 69, Bloodmouth Accusations. Murderers. The moment those four words rang out, the previously quiet crowd erupted in fury once more. Old Master Qin's face darkened. Beside him, Qin Weha retorted angrily. My Qin Group's pharmaceuticals have always been compliant and legal. Not a single quality issue in all these years. This is a baseless accusation. Qin Pharmaceuticals had maintained an impeccable reputation for years. How could such an unexpected incident suddenly arise? Even with Qin Weha's sharp mind, he could see the Qin family had been framed this time. I'm making baseless accusations? The man in mourning attire stood in the room, his face twisted with indignation. With a sweeping gesture, his henchman immediately carried out a stretcher. Thud! The stretcher hit the ground. Lying on it was an elderly man, pale as death and unconscious. He looked terminally ill at first glance. The evidence is right before your eyes. How could I possibly joke about my own father's life? Your Qin Pharmaceutical is nothing but a heartless corporation. Your drugs killed someone, and now you won't even let us speak out? The man in mourning attire was consumed by rage. Even the onlookers who had been causing a commotion now looked on with sympathy. Mr. Qin, we're all consumers of Qin Pharmaceutical. With everyone trusting you like this, Qin Pharmaceutical can't possibly do something so heartless. Even though old Master Qin had some standing in Chengdu's pharmaceutical circles, the evidence before them was undeniable. Everyone sided with the man in mourning clothes. At that moment, as the man in mourning attire presented his evidence, Qin Weihe's face instantly drained of color, leaving him speechless. Old Master Qin's brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing grave. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. If handled poorly, the reputation the Qin family has built over many years could go up in smoke. Empty accusations. Without professional hospital testing, how dare you claim it's my Qin Pharmaceuticals medicine that's faulty? Just then, Qin Yaru pushed her way through the crowd with Chu Nan and confronted the man in mourning attire. And who are you? The mourning-clad man whipped his head around and glared at Qin Yaru, bellowing angrily. Brother Nyo. I know her. She's the second young miss of the Qin family. A subordinate whispered into the man in mourning clothes' ear. Hearing this, the man in mourning attire grinned savagely. So she's from the Qin family. My father's body lies here before us. How could I possibly accuse your Qin Pharmaceutical of wrongdoing? For what happened today, the Qin family must give me an explanation. The man in mourning clothes was clearly acting with impunity, his words instantly inflaming the emotions of everyone present. This woman is from the Qin family, of course she'll speak for them. If you ask me, she's truly pitiful. Yeah. She's practically dead. Does the Qin family still refuse to acknowledge it? The crowd gathered around Qin Yaruo, pointing fingers and murmuring. Hearing the accusations, Qin Yaru's face twisted with hurt. Rage boiled within her, yet she had nowhere to vent it. Given her status, anything she said would be interpreted as defending Qin Pharmaceutical. Watching Qin Yaru under verbal assault, a sly, triumphant smile flickered across the mourning-clad man's eyes. At that moment, Chu Nan happened to notice the scene. Seeing Qin Yaru about to be swallowed by the crowd, he shoved the surrounding people aside and strode directly to the man in mourning attire. Your father still has a faint pulse left in him, yet instead of rushing him to the hospital for emergency treatment, you come here to Qin Pharmaceutical demanding answers. What a devoted son indeed. A faint smile curved Chu Nan's lips as he spoke with a cold laugh. At the sound of Chu Nan's words, the attention of everyone present was instantly drawn to him. The old man isn't dead? Not only the crowd, but even Qin Yaru looked at Chu Nan with surprise. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? My father clearly took that black-hearted medicine from Qin Pharmaceutical and died long ago. The man in mourning attire's expression darkened as he erupted in curses at Chu Nan. Chu Nan remained unperturbed, instead glancing at the unconscious old man on the stretcher. Whether it's nonsense or not, won't we know once I revive your father? Chu Nan smiled as he spoke, then reached out to take the pulse of the old man on the stretcher. You insolent brat! You dare offend even the dead? Guys, stop him. Seeing Chu Nan's actions, the man in mourning attire panicked and urgently shouted to his two henchmen behind him. The words had barely left his mouth. Two figures instantly blocked Chu Nan's path. Mind your own business, you fool. The two men glared at Chu Nan, then swung their fists at him. Watch out. Qin Yaru couldn't help but cry out in alarm at the sight. But before her words had even finished echoing, the two men before Chu Nan flew backward like kites whose strings had snapped. Chu Nan merely kicked out with his leg. And they rolled out over 10 meters. You. Witnessing Chu Nan's formidable power, a sudden flash of fear flickered in the mourning-clad man's eyes. Quickly, his eyes darted around, and he shouted directly into the crowd. Is there no law in broad daylight? Not only did Qin Pharmaceutical produce those black-hearted drugs that killed my father, but now they want to steal his body. They're trying to destroy the evidence. The man in mourning attire proved rather cunning. He knew how to exploit the crowd's sympathy, aiming to make Qin Pharmaceutical take the blame for everything. Little did he know. Chu Nan had long seen through this fellow's scheme. Whoosh! Before the mourning-clad man could utter another word, Chu Nan flicked his finger, sending a silver needle piercing the back of the mourning-clad man's neck. Instantly, his entire body went numb, his mouth gaping wide yet unable to utter a sound. At that moment, though the crowd didn't know Chu Nan's methods, they all glared at him with fury. Chu Nan knelt down, reaching out to feel the pulse of the unconscious old man. Then, in full view of the crowd, Chu Nan tore open the front of the old man's robe, revealing a chest covered in purplish black spots. These are fungal poisoning spots. Typically a sign of accidental ingestion of wild poisonous fungi. Chu Nan explained to the assembled crowd. His gaze then turned coldly toward the man in morning clothes, who stood frozen in panic, unable to speak. Your father clearly suffered only food poisoning, and it took over 3 hours for the toxins to cause his coma and apparent death. You never took him to the hospital, you just left him lying there to die. Now, you insist it was Qin Pharmaceuticals medicine that killed him. What exactly are your intentions? What are your intentions? With those words, Chu Nan instantly turned the tables. At that moment, the onlookers in the crowd all widened their eyes, staring at the man in morning clothes. But no matter how wide his mouth gaped, no words came out. To the onlookers, his silence only reinforced the suspicion that the man in morning clothes was guilty as charged. Everyone, please grant me 10 minutes. Once I revive this patient, the truth will be clear as day. Chapter 70, 10 minutes is enough. Chu Nan's words caught everyone off guard. Young man, you're not trying to exonerate the Qin family, are you? This old man is clearly beyond saving. How could you possibly cure him in 10 minutes? Someone voiced their skepticism. Not only the onlookers, but even Qin Yuru's eyes held a trace of worry as she turned to ask Chu Nan. Are you sure you can do it? Qin Yuru understood the urgency of the situation. Regardless of whether the old man's condition stemmed from taking Qin Pharmaceuticals medicine. If he died here today, Qin Group would be implicated. Qin Jianghai clearly recognized this as well, addressing Chu Nan in a stern voice. Chu Nan, this isn't the time for you to show off. Hurry up and get the patient to the hospital. Everyone here witnessed today's incident. It has absolutely nothing to do with Qin Pharmaceutical. Hearing Qin Jianghai's words, the onlookers voiced strong objections. Mr. Qin, it's far too early to make such claims. The public sees everything clearly. We all bought defective products from Qin Pharmaceutical, how can you claim no connection? Exactly. Why not let this young man give it a shot? The crowd murmured in discontent, clearly unwilling to let the matter drop. Seeing the crowd's growing anger, Qin Jianghai's face darkened. Alright, let Chu Nan give it a try. Just then, Old Master Qin suddenly spoke up. Father, you absolutely mustn't. This is clearly someone framing our Qin family. If Chu Nan fails to cure this man, we'll be unable to clear our names even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Qin Jianghai's expression changed abruptly as he hurriedly warned his elderly father. Meanwhile, Old Master Qin seemed to have already seen through something. His gaze fell upon Chu Nan, his eyes revealing a hint of trust. I trust young Chu. He won't let us down. Proceed exactly as I've instructed. Should any mishap occur, Qin Pharmaceutical will bear full responsibility. With these words from Old Master Qin Jianghai's expression darkened further, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He couldn't understand how this country bumpkin, who had only studied barefoot medicine for a few days, could command such profound trust from the old man. The old patriarch wouldn't listen to his own son, yet placed unwavering faith in this kid. Rest assured, 10 minutes is more than enough. Chu Nan chuckled with amusement in the midst of the commotion. He glanced up at Qin Yuru, giving her a reassuring look. Without delay, Chu Nan began acupuncture on the unconscious old man lying on the stretcher. Zongwan. Tian Shu. Ne Guan. Chu Nan swiftly placed 3 needles. His movements were swift and remarkably skilled. His acupuncture technique left the onlookers slightly astonished. Despite his young age, Chu Nan displayed a composure befitting a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Thankfully, we made it in time. After the 3 needles were placed, Chu Nan distinctly felt the old man's pulse grow significantly stronger. This was the result of stimulating major acupoints to forcibly activate the old man's bodily functions. Immediately afterward, Chu Nan pressed his right hand against the old man's abdomen, channeling a surge of true qi through his palm. Put! Instantly, the old man lying on the stretcher shuddered violently, his mouth snapping open as he vomited toward the side. A pungent stench wafted out. Only after completely emptying his stomach did the old man gradually calm down, his aged face revealing a look of utter exhaustion. Where am I? The old man asked, his voice trembling. Yet this scene, like a stone striking the water, sent ripples of shock through the crowd, leaving everyone standing there with their jaws dropped. He really revived him? It's nothing short of miraculous, it only took a few minutes? Could this young man be some kind of miracle healer? In an instant, astonished gazes turned toward Chu Nan. No one could believe that the elderly man, who had been barely clinging to life moments ago, had truly been revived by Chu Nan. Old man, this is Qin Pharmaceutical. May I ask if you experienced discomfort after taking Qin Pharmaceutical's bovis bile pills? At the same time, Qin Yuru hurried forward and addressed the old man in front of everyone. Qin's Pharmaceutical? Bile pill? The old man spoke with a look of utter bewilderment. I've never taken such things. All I remember is eating a pot of wild mushroom soup at home last night. Wild mushroom soup? At this, everyone present gasped in shock. Qin Yuru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Nan had been right all along. This old man hadn't suffered any adverse effects from Qin Pharmaceuticals products at all, it was the most common kind of food poisoning. The truth is finally clear. Now, do you have anything to say? Qin Yuru turned around and confronted the man in morning attire.
At the same time, Shunan silently waved his hand, releasing the pressure points on the mourning-clad man. Having witnessed everything firsthand, the man's face now bore nothing but panic and terror.
It's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Since my father is unharmed, let's call it even for today.
The man in mourning clothes opened his mouth, realizing he could finally speak. No sooner had he uttered these words than he attempted to make a hasty retreat.
Trying to escape? A faint smile touched Shunan's lips.
A flash of silver light flickered between his fingers.
Put.
A silver needle pierced his lower back. The man in mourning clothes had barely lifted his leg when his entire body toppled awkwardly to the ground.
Seize this man and take him to the police department.
Seeing this, Shin Wei has stepped forward with several security guards and seized the man in mourning attire.
Everyone, you all witnessed this.
The pharmaceuticals produced by Qin Pharmaceutical have always been compliant and legal.
There is absolutely no possibility of any quality issues.
The drugs in your hands are most likely counterfeit products circulating in the market. Rest assured, Qin Pharmaceutical will thoroughly investigate this matter and deliver justice to everyone. With the disruptive man in mourning attire neutralized, the morale of the protesting crowd visibly plummeted. Qin Yaru immediately stepped to the front of the crowd and addressed them loudly.
Alright, we'll trust Miss Qin this once. We hope Qin Pharmaceutical will give us consumers a proper explanation.
Hearing Qin Yaru's words, the crowd echoed in agreement. The conflict and turmoil were gradually calmed by Chunan and Qin Yaru at that moment.
Not far away,
Qin Weiha and the others all breathed a sigh of relief.
Young Chu, Yaruo, you two did well. We owe this to you both.
Looking at Chunan and Qin Yaru, Old Master Qin smiled and praised them. Hearing these words, Qin Jianghai, standing nearby, watched Qin Yaru and Chunan basking in the spotlight before the old master, his expression turning slightly sour.
Thank you.
After calming the protesting customers, Qin Yaru turned to Chunan and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Without Chunan present today, she truly wouldn't have known what to do.
If you really want to thank me, how about letting me sleep in your bed tonight?
Chunan grinned at Qin Yaru.
Qin Yaru's expression turned cold. Don't even think about it. Chapter 71, The Qin Family's Dilemma.
Qin Pharmaceutical. In the vast conference room, Old Master Qin presided at the head of the table, with nearly all directors from headquarters in attendance. Chunan and Qin Yaru, though not board members, had been personally summoned by the patriarch to attend due to their recent commendable actions.
The atmosphere in the conference room was unusually tense. Every director of Qin Pharmaceutical wore a frown.
Nearly one-third of the newspapers in Ronqing have published negative reports about our Qin Pharmaceutical.
There are even rumors circulating that our products are defective.
In less than half a day, our phones have been flooded with calls, and over 3 companies have already demanded to terminate their partnerships with us.
One piece of bad news after another poured from Qin Jianghai's mouth.
The expressions of the directors present grew increasingly grim.
Even Old Master Qin was beginning to feel uneasy.
Qin Pharmaceutical was at best a second-tier player in Sichuan's pharmaceutical industry, with a market value barely reaching tens of billions.
Losing more than 3 partner companies in half a day. This was a devastating blow to Qin Pharmaceutical. Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. Who is secretly sabotaging Qin Pharmaceutical? Hearing these negative reports, Old Master Qin couldn't help but erupt in anger. Even a clay Buddha has its limits.
Though the Qin family has always been kind to others. But to suffer such unjust accusations out of the blue, no one could bear it. Dad, I've already sent people to investigate the matter, but right now, our most pressing concern is our cash flow. Qin Jianghai addressed the old patriarch.
Cash flow?
How could our cash flow possibly be in trouble so soon? Hearing this, the old man Qin was taken aback. The negative news had only surfaced less than half a day ago. While its impact was significant, it couldn't possibly have caused such major problems for Qin Pharmaceutical in such a short time. To his surprise, Qin Jianghai wore a look of deep concern as he replied. I just received word this morning. Second Master Qin and Third Master Qin have submitted their resignations to the board and sold off all their shares.
What?
At this sudden revelation, not only Old Master Qin but every director present was stunned.
Smack! With a thunderous slap on the table, Old Master Qin erupted in fury. How could they do such a thing? Is this kicking someone when they're down? Do they think Qin Pharmaceutical is going to fail?
Seeing Old Master Qin so enraged, Chunan couldn't help but glance at Qin Yaru beside him.
Second Master Qin and Third Master Qin? Who are these two? He hadn't known the Qin family had such relatives. Qin Yaru promptly whispered an explanation to Chunan. Qin Pharmaceutical was a quintessential family-run enterprise. Back in Old Master Qin's generation, the 3 brothers had jointly taken over the family pharmacy.
It wasn't until 15 years ago, when Qin Guozhong came up with a formula for cowbane pills, that the Qin family truly became a renowned pharmaceutical enterprise. Although Qin Guozhong was the chairman and held the largest stake, he had always treated his 2 younger brothers well. They each held shares in Qin Pharmaceutical worth nearly hundreds of millions. If these shares were sold off at a low price, the blow to Qin Pharmaceutical would be even greater.
Jianhai, how much liquidity remains in the company accounts? In the conference room, old Master Qin asked his eldest son.
As if anticipating this question, Qin Jianhai handed over the prepared documents.
Eldest son, how have you been managing as general manager? The company account only has 30 million in liquid assets left?
Old Master Qin's hands trembled with rage, causing the documents to fall straight onto the table.
30 million? For a company worth billions, it was practically a drop in the bucket. Dad, this isn't my fault. The marketing department has multiple outstanding payments that just won't come through.
Over the past 2 years, the accumulated unpaid invoices have reached a full 200 million.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Qin Jianghai sighed helplessly, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Qin Weeha seated to the old man's right.
In that instant,
Qin Weeha, who had just lifted his teacup, suddenly turned pale.
200 million?
Qin Weeha's expression froze, as if disaster had struck.
The reason was simple.
It was because this marketing department fell entirely under his purview as deputy general manager.
Qin Jianghai's move was nothing short of shifting the blame.
He dumped all the blame squarely on Qin Weeha's shoulders.
Number 2, what exactly are you doing as vice president? The marketing department is the company's core division. Is this how you handle things?
Old Master Qin glared at his second son, Qin Weeha, as he reprimanded him.
Seeing his father's fury, Qin Weeha, timid by nature, couldn't help but tremble. Dad, let me explain.
The marketing department did have some accounts receivable that weren't collected, but I never imagined it would pile up to this extent.
Qin Weeha's attempt at explanation only made old Master Qin's expression darken considerably.
Even many directors in the room cast glances at Qin Weeha, their eyes carrying a hint of disapproving sighs.
In terms of capability and character, Qin Weeha fell far short of his elder brother, Qin Jianhai.
Watching his father-in-law stir up such a mess, Chunan couldn't help but shake his head. Even though he knew this was a deliberate trap set by Qin Jianhai, Qin Weeha had still fallen into it.
Those bad debts in the marketing department. It wasn't that Qin Weeha couldn't recover them.
In fact, Qin Jianhai never intended for Qin Weeha to recover them in the first place.
If investigated thoroughly, clues would surely surface. But with the company facing such a major crisis now, who had time to deal with these matters? Contact Qin Santong and the others immediately.
The shares of Qin Pharmaceutical must not fall into outsiders' hands. In the conference room, old Master Qin suppressed his anger and immediately issued orders.
Resolving the company's funding crisis was one priority.
Preventing Qin Santong and the others from selling their shares in Qin Pharmaceutical was the most critical task. Just as old Master Qin finished speaking, Chu Nan's gaze suddenly shifted toward the conference room door.
Bang!
The door burst open. A young man in a tailored suit strode into Qin Pharmaceutical's conference room. Beside him were two elderly men dressed in traditional Chinese attire and Qin Lulu, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, wearing a long dress. At that moment, all eyes turned to the young man.
Wang Junjie? What's he doing here? Recognizing the visitor, Qin Yaruo frowned slightly. This is the conference room of Qin Pharmaceutical. How dare an outsider barge in?
Elder Qin shot Wang Junjie a stern look and barked.
At that moment, Wang Junjie wore a faint smile.
Behind him, Qin Lulu stepped forward triumphantly and addressed old Master Qin and the others.
Grandfather, and all the directors.
Starting today, young Master Wang is officially a director of Qin Pharmaceutical. Not only that, but young Master Wang will also invest 10 billion yuan to resolve Qin Pharmaceutical's financial difficulties.
Chapter 72, I'll cover this. Wang Junjie became a director of Qin Pharmaceutical? And he's investing 10 billion?
When Qin Lulu announced this with a smug look on her face,
every director in the conference room wore expressions of utter shock. Lulu, what on earth is going on?
Qin Jianhai feigned surprise, though his expression betrayed a knowing look as he asked indifferently. At that moment, old Master Qin's gaze shifted to the two men standing behind Wang Junjie.
Qin Santong and Qin Dahai. Both were shareholders of Qin Pharmaceutical, each holding 10% of the company's shares. Let me explain. Before Qin Lulu could speak, Wang Junjie casually took his seat at the boardroom table.
The shares held by Qin Santong and Qin Dahai have been acquired by my Wang family.
What?
At this news, the expressions of all present turned grim. Qin Pharmaceutical was a family-run enterprise, and the Wang family's forceful entry was something many found hard to accept. Especially old Master Qin, his expression darkened considerably.
Second brother, third brother. Who gave you permission to sell your shares to the Wang family?
Seeing the old man's displeased expression, Qin Santong and the other stood behind Wang Junjie, feeling rather guilty.
Big brother, why bother? We're all getting old. Clinging to outdated ways is a dead end.
If you ask me, we should just hand over the formula for the ox-gall pills and collaborate with the Wang family.
It's better for everyone. Qin Santong spoke up first.
The moment these words left his mouth, old Master Qin flew into a rage.
Bang!
He slammed his fist on the table. Old Master Qin's face flushed crimson as he roared.
Shut up! Do you have any idea what you're doing? This is selling off ancestral property. It's an act that dishonors our forefathers.
Seeing the old man's fury, Qin Jianghai hurried forward to placate him.
Dad, please calm down. Since it's already done, why not hear what young Master Wang has to say? After all, he's Lulu's boyfriend, he wouldn't harm our Wang family.
Hearing Qin Jianghai's words, the old man's expression darkened further. Mr. Qin Pharmaceutical is in dire straits.
Without financial backing, you'll struggle to keep production lines running.
Now that the Wang family has become a shareholder of Qin Pharmaceutical, we have the right to inject capital according to the rules. Therefore, our Wang family intends to invest 10 billion yuan to help Qin Pharmaceutical weather the storm.
Wang Junjie said with a faint smile. 10 billion yuan was a colossal sum.
But the Wang family was, after all, one of the 8 major council members of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce. With the Wang Group valued at hundreds of billions, allocating 10 billion was hardly a significant burden.
Hearing Wang Junjie's words firsthand, the assembled directors were visibly moved.
What Qin Pharmaceutical urgently needed right now was money. If the Wang family was truly willing to invest 10 billion, it would solve Qin Pharmaceutical's most pressing problem.
Chairman, rules are made by people. In my opinion, accepting the Wang family's investment would be a tremendous benefit for the company. Numerous directors urged old Master Qin to consider their advice.
Seeing the moment was ripe, Qin Jianghai interjected from the side.
Dad, you know the company's current situation.
Qin Pharmaceutical just secured a major project with Lu Group, but our current production capacity simply can't meet the deadlines.
Expanding production is the key. But looking at our current working capital.
Qin Jianghai feigned reluctance, casually pointing out the company's most pressing challenge. Hearing this, a look of helplessness flashed across old Master Qin's face.
Qin Pharmaceutical was desperately short on cash. Although they had secured the major project from Lu Group, they couldn't become fat overnight.
Given Qin Pharmaceutical's current scale, fulfilling the Lu Group order on time was simply impossible.
The only solution was still money. In that case,
old Master Qin sighed helplessly, preparing to accept reality.
But at that very moment, amidst the meeting, Wang Junjie spoke up again with a smile. Old Master Qin, let's be clear from the start. My Wang family's investment doesn't come without conditions. Conditions?
At Wang Junjie's words, old Master Qin and the others all frowned. Qin Jianghai looked at Wang Junjie with surprise, clearly not expecting this turn of events. It was markedly different from what had been discussed earlier.
Interesting. Looks like this guy came prepared.
Chu Nan, who had been sitting silently, now chuckled softly.
You noticed too? Qin Yaruo turned to Chu Nan, her brows equally furrowed.
Though not a board member and thus without the right to speak, Qin Yaruo clearly sensed something was amiss today.
Qin Pharmaceutical had just faced negative publicity and was struggling, yet Wang Junjie appeared with perfect timing.
Not only had he abruptly acquired the shares held by Qin Santong and the others, but he also brought a 10 billion yuan investment, catching the Qin family completely off guard.
In the meeting room, Qin Jianghai addressed Wang Junjie. Young Master Wang, what terms might you be referring to? All eyes turned to Wang Junjie. Seen sitting with his legs crossed in the conference room, Wang Junjie smiled at old Master Qin and declared. The Wang family's terms are simple.
If Qin Pharmaceutical is willing to share the formula for the bile pill with my Wang family for collaboration, not only will my family provide 10 billion yuan in funding, but we will also help Qin Pharmaceutical become a publicly listed company. The formula for the ox gall pills. So that was the Wang family's true objective. Shock rippled through the boardroom as directors turned their stunned gazes toward old Master Qin. Within the entire Qin family, the only one with the authority to make such decisions was the patriarch. The Niu Huangwan formula is Qin Pharmaceutical's closely guarded secret. Moreover, I promised the old Taoist master that I would never reveal this formula. Old Master Qin's face remained cold, his refusal already evident. Hearing this, the expressions of all the directors present shifted slightly. If he refused, this billion-dollar windfall offered on a silver platter would vanish. Qin Jianghai felt a surge of anxiety within. Father, the greater good must come first. The Niu Huangwan formula is just a piece of paper. With so many people working for Qin Pharmaceutical, how could you bear to see the company go bankrupt and the Qin family end up on the streets? As soon as Qin Jianghai spoke these words. Sure enough, the expression on old Master Qin's face grew even more solemn. Seeing Qin Jianghai speak up, several directors chimed in. Chairman, Jianghai is absolutely right. After all, the Wang family is now part of Qin Pharmaceutical. Sharing the formula for collaboration doesn't count as leaking it externally. Besides, only by strengthening Qin Pharmaceutical can we produce more medicines that benefit the nation and its people in the future. It would also be a fitting way to repay the assistance the old Taoist master once gave you. The others joined Qin Jianghai in his persuasion. For a moment, this left old Master Qin hesitating. For everyone has their own self-interest. The thought of destroying Qin Pharmaceutical through sheer stubbornness weighed heavily on old Master Qin's conscience. Ultimately, unable to withstand their persuasion, old Master Qin nodded and said, Very well, I agree. Wait. Before the old patriarch could finish, a figure abruptly rose from the banquet hall, interrupting him.
Grandfather Qin, it's only 10 billion yuan. I'll cover it. Chapter 73, you dare bet against this young master? I'll cover this amount.
In the vast conference room,
Shu Nan suddenly stood up and declared. This single sentence instantly stunned everyone present.
When Qin Lulu, seated nearby, recognized the speaker as Shu Nan, her face darkened with anger.
Shu Nan, you should know when to brag. This is a boardroom, not a marketplace.
What gives you the right to speak? It wasn't just Qin Lulu. Qin Jianghai and the others at the table were also seething with anger.
This was 10 billion. Not $10.
Shu Nan is just a country bumpkin's son-in-law, yet he dares to spout such nonsense.
We've tolerated you time and again, but the boardroom isn't the place for you to run wild. Someone, get this kid out of here.
Qin Jianghai waved his hand dismissively, picking up the phone to call security to remove Chu Nan. Beside him, Qin Yuru hurriedly tugged at Chu Nan's sleeve.
What are you doing? This is a board meeting. Sit down immediately.
Qin Yuru hurriedly urged. She hadn't expected Chu Nan to be so bold as to cause a scene at the board meeting.
If something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the board. Young Chu, what did you say?
At the table, only old Master Qin seemed genuinely curious as he turned to ask Chu Nan. Though he didn't believe Chu Nan could come up with that much money. Out of trust for Chu Nan, he still wanted to hear his reasoning.
Grandfather, you don't actually believe this bumpkin, do you? Back then, he even claimed he could earn 100 billion a month. And now? He's still stuck as a lowly security guard at a branch office, making a measly 3,000 a month.
Qin Lulu sneered sarcastically. She certainly didn't believe Chu Nan could casually pull out 10 billion. If Chu Nan truly had that kind of power, he wouldn't have dragged out that 100 billion bet for so long.
10 billion? Ha ha ha. What a colossal joke. Such reckless talk. I see this kid isn't much of a good guy either. Hearing Qin Lulu's words, the board members all joined in with mocking laughter. Sis, the 1-month deadline hasn't even passed yet. How do you know I can't earn 100 billion?
Ignoring the barrage of sarcastic remarks, Chu Nan turned to face Qin Lulu and smiled.
I only need 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, someone will deliver 10 billion to Qin Pharmaceutical. Shu Nan remained utterly composed.
It seemed as though 10 billion yuan was merely a string of insignificant numbers to him. Seeing Chu Nan still boasting, the expressions of those present grew increasingly sour.
Talking to someone like you is a waste of time. Security, get this guy out of here immediately.
Qin Lulu snapped angrily.
Behind Shu Nan, Qin Yuru looked equally anxious. Hurry up and apologize to Grandpa. 10 billion, where do you think you'll get that? Qin Yuru's expression darkened. She knew Chu Nan's capabilities, he merely knew Xiao Hong and Lu Xiaoman.
At best, they were ordinary acquaintances.
Why would they willingly fork over 10 billion to help Chu Nan? Don't worry. This 10 billion isn't mine, it's yours.
Shu Nan turned around and whispered mysteriously into Qin Yuru's ear.
Mine?
Only Qin Yuru could hear those words. Yet when it reached her ears, her expression froze in utter surprise.
Enough. What kind of spectacle is this? Let's do as young Chu suggests. What harm is there in waiting 10 minutes? Old Master Qin cut straight to the point.
At this, Qin Lulu immediately fell silent, her eyes widening in disdain.
Fine, I'll wait 10 minutes. This time, I'll see just what you're capable of. It wasn't just Qin Lulu. Even the assembled board members couldn't help but shake their heads. They couldn't help but think their chairman had lost his mind, actually believing in some wet behind the ears brat. Just a son-in-law by marriage, and he actually thinks he's some kind of savior? If you can come up with 10 billion, I'll take your surname. Wang Junjie, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, couldn't help but laugh aloud. He had already investigated Chu Nan. Just as Qin Lulu had said, the man was nothing more than a country bumpkin. If not for the Qin family taking him in as a son-in-law, he'd probably be begging on the streets by now. Young Master Wang, is it? How about we make a bet? A bet on whether I can earn Qin Pharmaceutical this 10 billion. Shu Nan suddenly turned his gaze toward Wang Junjie.
Wang Junjie froze for a moment, then grinned mockingly.
You dare bet against this young master? Fine, I'll take you up on it. Whoever loses has to kneel and kowtow to the winner. Shu Nan nodded in agreement. It's a deal.
At that moment, everyone in the arena burst into loud laughter. It was plain for all to see.
Shu Nan was courting disaster. Did he really think 10 billion was that easy to earn? You're being reckless. Qin Yuru hurriedly pushed Shu Nan back into his seat.
If she let him keep talking, who knows what kind of embarrassment he'd cause next.
Relax, I won't lose.
Qin Yuru shrugged as Chu Nan toyed with his Nokia phone, flashing a mysterious smile. He had already sent a message to Luo Tianyan the moment Wang Junjie arrived.
Seeing Chu Nan's utterly confident demeanor now, Qin Yuru felt utterly helpless. 10 billion. Even if she went door to door begging, she doubted she could borrow that much money. Time ticked away relentlessly.
Qin Yuru's hands clenched so tightly they were sweating.
Soon. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Lulu put down her phone and immediately pointed at Shunan with a cold sneer. You little punk, time's up. Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Wang to apologize. The words had barely left her mouth. Bang! The conference room door burst open. Everyone stared in shock as Qin Yuru's assistant, Li Ling, burst into the conference room once more. Behind her, however, followed a woman in a red gown, her figure graceful and alluring. Xiao Hong. What's she doing here? The moment Xiao Hong appeared, everyone including Wang Junjie was taken aback. Miss Qin, it's wonderful news. Hongshan Capital has invested 10 billion yuan in our branch company. Assistant Li Ling was so flustered she could barely get her words out. Yet upon hearing her words, the expressions on the faces of the Qin family members present were 100 times more dramatic than hers. Hongshan Capital invested 10 billion yuan in Qin Yuru's subsidiary? Had they not heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have dared believe it in their wildest dreams. After all, Hongshan Capital was Sichuan Province's premier financial investment institution, rumored to have assets exceeding 1 trillion yuan. And behind Hongshan Capital stood a roster of Sichuan's most influential business titans. The most renowned among them is none other than Luo Tianyang, Sichuan's wealthiest individual. Li Ling, are you telling the truth? As everyone stood frozen in shock, Qin Yuru trembled as she asked. This time, before Li Ling could answer, Xiao Hong led several assistants to the front of the group. Her gaze briefly lingered on Shu Nan before she gave him an unassuming nod. Then, turning to Qin Yuru, she smiled and said, Miss Qin, congratulations. Hongshan Capital is highly optimistic about your company's prospects and has specifically allocated 1 billion yuan for investment. As soon as you sign the agreement, this money will be transferred to your company's account. Chapter 74. Accept the consequences of your bets. Hongshan Capital is investing 10 billion? And they're only interested in Qin Yuru's subsidiary? Right here in the conference room. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Mr. Xiao, is this real? Qin Yuru looked at Xiao Hong in disbelief, still finding it hard to believe. Shu Nan had been right after all. It's like offering a pillow when someone's sleepy. This was just too coincidental. I am the representative of Hongshan Capital. In this little corner of Sichuan's business world, what I, Xiao Hong, say still holds weight. Xiao Hong smiled faintly as she handed the contract to Qin Yuru. After all, she was the underground queen of Rongqing's business world. One of the 8 directors of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce. Few dared to question Xiao Hong's authority. Miss Xiao, how could Hongshan Capital possibly invest in such a small subsidiary? You must have made a mistake. Wang Junjie asked Xiao Hong with a look of astonishment. It wasn't just him, not a single person in the entire conference room dared to believe it. Why would such a golden opportunity fall into Qin Yuru's lap? Even if Hongshan Capital were to invest, it should be in Qin Pharmaceuticals' parent company. Moreover, what kind of entity was Hongshan Capital? Any company fortunate enough to secure its investment was undoubtedly a renowned enterprise. Did Qin Pharmaceutical truly have that kind of standing? At that moment, Xiao Hong slowly turned her head to face Wang Junjie, her tone slightly cold. As for Hongshan Capital, you're not qualified to even ask about it. That single sentence made Wang Junjie's face go pale, his expression turning particularly grim. Perhaps others were unaware. But as the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Junjie knew the background of Hongshan Capital. It was an entity that even his own Wang family feared. The fact that an underground queen like Xiao Hong was merely an agent within Hongshan Capital spoke volumes about the immense power lurking behind the scenes. Yuru, this is truly wonderful news. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and sign. Ignoring the flustered Wang Junjie, Qin Weihe quickly stepped forward and urged his daughter. Money delivered to your doorstep, why would you refuse it? Though Qin Yuru hesitated, she felt the eager gazes of the Qin family members and reluctantly picked up the pen to sign her name. Ding! The moment Qin Yuru signed her name, a message suddenly popped up on her phone. Qin Yuru glanced down and blurted out. The finance department says the 10 billion has already been deposited. That fast? Hearing this, Qin Weihe and the others were all taken aback. 10 billion yuan. Even arranging a bank transfer should take time, shouldn't it? Qin Yuru shot a puzzled look at Xiao Hong, who merely smiled indifferently. For Sequoia Capital, 10 billion is but a drop in the bucket. No need for such elaborate procedures. Right. Now that this matter is settled, I should return to report back. Xiao Hong handed the contract back to her assistant beside her, then turned to leave. She came and went in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hong's arrival seemed like a mere formality, displaying utter indifference toward the 10 billion yuan investment. Ms. Xiao. At that moment, Qin Yuru finally couldn't contain her curiosity and called out to Xiao Hong. May I ask why Hongshan Capital suddenly decided to invest in our branch? Is there someone behind the scenes helping our Qin family? Hearing Qin Yuru's words, the Qin family members all widened their eyes, looking at Xiao Hong with astonishment and suspicion. First, the Lu family's unexpected contract. Now, a 10 billion yuan investment from Hongshan Capital.
The Qin family's recent luck seemed almost too good to be true, making it hard not to draw conclusions. At that moment, Xiao Hong halted her steps and slowly turned around, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Chu Nan's location. Noticing Chu Nan's subtle shake of the head, Xiao Hong quietly shifted her gaze toward Qin Yaru and the others. Our chairman Luo has always held great promise for the pharmaceutical industry. The Qin family holds the formula for Niu Huang pills. Its potential is immense. Moreover, Qin Pharmaceutical has always upheld the principle of benefiting the world. They haven't raised prices in years, truly a refreshing force in our province's pharmaceutical industry. Such an exemplary enterprise is undoubtedly the perfect investment target for Hongshan Capital. Xiao Hong truly lived up to her reputation. Her words were flawless. Her words left the Qin family members beaming with delight. Chairman Luo? Could it be Chairman Luo Tianyang of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce? Qin Jianghai suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in astonishment. Across the entire Sichuan province, who else could command such respectful address from Xiao Hong besides Luo Tianyan? Not too dumb after all. If not for Chairman Luo's personal approval, how could Qin Pharmaceutical have achieved what it has today? Xiao Hong shot Qin Jianghai a glance, chuckled lightly, then turned and walked away with her assistants. Yet as they watched Xiao Hong's retreating figure, the Qin family members gaped in astonishment, their expressions brimming with utter excitement. Did I hear that correctly? Chairman Luo actually took an interest in our Qin Pharmaceutical? Luo Tianyang, the wealthiest man in Sichuan province. This was a name that struck fear into their very souls. No wonder Hongshan Capital invested so heavily. It turns out Chairman Luo recognized the potential in Qin Pharmaceutical. I see. No wonder Mr. Xiao extended that VIP invitation to our Qin family back then, and why Lu Group specifically chose Qin Pharmaceutical for collaboration. So, it all comes down to Chairman Luo. Not far away, Qin Lulu let out a gasp. She finally understood everything. The so-called benefactor Lu Zhengtian spoke of. None other than Luo Tianyang, Sichuan's wealthiest man. Only a figure of such stature could casually command the Lu family. So that's how it is. At that moment, the Qin family members all had an epiphany. Everything that had transpired previously now made perfect sense. To be favored by Luo Tianyang was nothing short of a windfall of unimaginable wealth for the Qin family. Qin Yaru stood frozen in place, her brows furrowed in puzzlement. Although the Qin family held the formula for the Oxgall pills, given Luo Tianyang's immense power, was it truly necessary for him to invest in such a small enterprise as Qin Pharmaceutical? Impossible. It's just the Qin family. How could Chairman Luo possibly take a personal interest in them? At the conference table, Wang Junji's face turned ashen. He refused to believe it that Chairman Luo, whom even his own Wang family had never been granted an audience with, would take an interest in a mere Qin Pharmaceutical? Yet the evidence was staring him in the face, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Young Master Wang, we appreciate your family's kind intentions. Unfortunately, Qin Pharmaceutical no longer needs funding. In front of all the directors, Qin Weihe, who rarely had cause to feel proud, gloated triumphantly at Wang Junjie. In his eyes, this investment from Hongshan Capital was directed at his daughter's subsidiary. This meant his daughter had done the Qin family an immense favor, and as her father, he felt his back straighten considerably. We're leaving. Having failed to gain anything and instead suffered a loss, Wang Junjie stood up with a dark expression, making a move to leave. Hold on. You win, you lose. Surely the esteemed young master of the Wang family wouldn't try to renege on a bet? Before Wang Junjie could depart, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Chapter 75, You won't believe me anyway. In an instant, Wang Junjie's face darkened. Beside him, Qin Lulu placed her hands on her hips and turned to face Chunan, the speaker. Hick, didn't you hear what Boss Xiao said? This is Chairman Luo's investment in our Qin family. What business is it of yours? This bet should clearly have been won by young Master Wang. Qin Lulu declared without a moment's hesitation. Her words left the other Qin family members present feeling awkward. Logically speaking, Xu Nan should have won this wager. After all, if Qin Pharmaceutical really secured that 10 billion investment as Chu Nan claimed, but to actually make Wang Junjie kneel and apologize? Wouldn't that be completely alienating the Wang family? You don't know a good thing when you see it. Who do you think you are, demanding this young master admit fault? Don't forget, I'm still a shareholder of your Qin Pharmaceutical. Wang Junjie shot Chu Nan a cold stare, completely ignoring his words as he strode out of the meeting room. Hearing Wang Junjie's words, the Qin family members all wore grim expressions. Qin Santong and Qin Dahai, too ashamed to stay, had already slipped away. No one has ever dared to renege on a debt owed to me. Seeing Wang Junjie about to leave, a cold smile touched Chu Nan's lips. Instantly, a flash of silver light flickered from his fingertips. Thud. The moment Wang Junjie lifted his leg, a sharp pain shot through his knee. His knees buckled, and he collapsed straight forward onto his knees. This scene stunned everyone present. Young Master Wang truly talks tough but has a soft heart. Look at him, he just knelt. Xu Nanxiao sat cross-legged on the mat, bursting into laughter at the sight. He actually knelt?
Everyone stared at Wang Junjie in astonishment. Even the few henchmen he'd brought along froze in place, looking at their young master with bewildered expressions. You bastards! Help me up this instant! Veins bulged on Wang Junjie's face as he roared at those beside him. No matter how hard he strained, his legs felt numb and utterly unable to bear his weight. Hearing this, his men snapped out of their daze and hurriedly helped Wang Junjie to his feet. Whoosh! At that very moment, several strands of hidden force silently shot from Chunan's hands. All the henchmen trembled violently, their hands losing all strength. Thud! Wang Junjie, who had just been helped to his feet, collapsed to his knees once more. This time, his forehead slammed against the ground, swelling into a large purplish-blue lump. Who the hell is doing this? Wang Junjie's face flushed crimson as fury erupted from his lips. Even if he was a fool, he should have realized he was being set up. Young Master Wang, are you all right? Qin Lulu shrieked, immediately rushing to help Wang Junjie up. Get away! I'm fine. After finally managing to stand up, the numbness in his knees vanished instantly. Wang Junjie shoved Qin Lulu away, glanced around nervously, then hurriedly led his men out in a panic. Seeing Wang Junjie's disheveled state, Qin Lulu forgot her own hurt and instead followed closely behind him. That was truly satisfying. As soon as Wang Junjie was gone, Qin Weha couldn't help but slap his thigh in delight. Speaking before the assembled directors, he openly praised his own daughter. Everyone, you all heard what Mr. Xiao said, right? Hongshan Capital invested in the subsidiary and that's all thanks to my daughter. It was a rare chance to show off at the board meeting. Seeing his older brother Qin Zhanghai's sullen expression only fueled Qin Weha's excitement. In contrast, Qin Yaru. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shunan beside her, lost in thought. Alright. Now that the funding issue is resolved, we should discuss how to handle the aftermath. At the table, Old Master Qin spoke up again. The recent wave of negative publicity had dealt a significant blow to Qin Pharmaceutical. Resolving this matter was naturally the most urgent task at hand. Not long after. Outside the gates of Qin Pharmaceutical. Thanks for today. If you hadn't stepped in, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Nanda flashed a rare smile at Shunan. It was clear Qin Yaru was in a good mood. At the board meeting, she received praise directly from the chairman and the entire board. If things continued this way, as long as she successfully completed the Lu Group project, she could likely use this achievement to truly join the headquarters. Grandpa Qin has been kind to me. This is the least I could do. You don't need to thank me. Shunan smiled at Qin Yaru. The reason I stepped in to help the Qin family wasn't solely because of Qin Yaru. So, you're not going to explain yourself? Qin Yaru turned to look at Shunan, suddenly adopting a serious tone. Shunan froze. Explain what? Qin Yaru pursed her red lips slightly and smiled faintly. How did you know ahead of time that Hongshan Capital would invest in Qin Pharmaceutical? Also, why was it Xiao Hong specifically who came and not someone else? Hearing Qin Yaru's words, Shunan felt a chill run through his heart. He had underestimated this woman. She had actually noticed this detail. With that, Shunan dropped the pretense and replied with a direct smile. Since you figured it out, I won't pretend anymore. Truth is, Luo Tianyang is my subordinate. If I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Putting up 10 billion to help? That's nothing. Also, I saved that old man from the Lu family. That's why the Lu Group entrusted the 30 billion yuan project to the Qin family. Having delivered this speech in one breath, Shunan leisurely appraised Qin Yaru before him, his expression tinged with amusement as he asked. But do you believe a word of what I've said? Sure enough. Hearing Shunan's words, Qin Yaru showed no shock, only a hint of anger. I've never met anyone with such a thick skin. Luo Tianyang is your lackey? Why not just claim you're the richest man in China too? Rolling her eyes at Shunan, Qin Yaru didn't buy a word of his nonsense. She calmly explained, convinced she had seen through his scheme. You saved Xiao Hong's daughter, so Mr. Xiao is likely repaying your life-saving favor by assisting our Qin family through Hongshan Capital. Rest assured, I'll repay this money to Boss Xiao. Also, I don't want you begging her anymore. With that, Qin Yaru ignored Shunan and walked straight to her BMW. Watching her go, Shunan stood rooted to the spot, shrugging helplessly. This woman. Even though I told her the truth, she just couldn't bring herself to believe it. At the same time, Wang Group headquarters building. Inside a luxurious office. Wang Junjie stormed in, while Cuizhou, clad in a black robe, had clearly been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Wang Junjie's disheveled state, Cuizhou couldn't help but stare in surprise. Young Master Wang, what happened? Wang Junjie plopped down onto the sofa chair, his face dark and sullen. Don't even get me started. Qin Pharmaceutical was actually chosen by Luo Tianyang, who got Hongshan Capital to invest 1 billion yuan. In the office, Wang Junjie recounted everything that had just transpired to Cuizhou. By the end, Cuizhou's brow was deeply furrowed. I was right. The Qin family must have a master protecting them. Wang Junjie was also taken aback. Powerful figures? Recalling previous events, Wang Junjie pondered for a moment before asking. Could it be, you still suspect that kid surnamed Chu? He's just a country bumpkin. Does he even deserve to be my enemy? Hearing this, Shuijiao shook his head. Young Master Wang, never judge a book by its cover. Ever since that kid arrived at the Qin household, every move we've made there has backfired. There's no such thing as coincidence in this world. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Junjie's eyes at Shuijiao's words. So what are you implying? Shuijiao croaked hoarsely. Whether it is or not, why not test it out? Chapter 76, Ambush on the Road. That afternoon. Qin Pharmaceutical Branch Office. Shunan sat with her legs crossed in the office, glancing at the surveillance feed from time to time. Security was handled by Wang Dongxiang and his team, leaving her effectively hands-off at the office. Boss, I heard Hongshan Capital is planning to invest 10 billion yuan in our branch? Is this real or fake? Wang Dongxiang handed him a cigarette, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he asked Shunan. Shunan took the cigarette and chuckled, "You're well connected, kid." At Shunan's words, Wang Dongxiang and the others all looked stunned. 10 billion. Even if they worked 10 lifetimes as ordinary people, they probably couldn't earn that much. That really hits the spot. I bet the folks back at headquarters won't dare look down on us now. Wang Dongxiang and the others said proudly. The branch office had made a name for itself, and by extension, the employees felt a newfound confidence. From now on, they wouldn't have to constantly bow and scrape whenever they saw headquarters personnel. If you ask me, it's still the boss who's the real deal. He even managed to land our own general manager Qin. Wang Dongxiang leaned in with a fawning expression, pulling out a lighter to light Shunan's cigarette. Cut the flattery and spit it out. Shunan scolded him with a laugh. Wang Dongxiang grinned sheepishly. Boss, we guys just don't feel like trying anymore. You're the master of romance, you gotta teach us how to pick up girls. Master of romance? Shunan couldn't help but laugh at that. You've got the wrong guy. I don't know how to pick up girls at all. Having grown up on Dragon Tiger Mountain since childhood, aside from those few senior sisters, Shunan had barely interacted with any women. If anyone deserved the title of Master of Romance, it certainly wasn't him. Boss, stop being so modest. If you weren't so skilled, how else would you have won over our CEO Qin? Wang Dongxiang and the others didn't bite Shunan's story for a second. To win over a woman like Qin Yiru beautiful and wealthy, it was impossible without some real skill. Shunan stood up, exhaling a smoke ring as he said. With looks like mine, do I even need to chase girls? They all come running to me. Just as Shunan spoke, a figure approached the office entrance. Seeing the door left ajar, Qin Yiru pushed it open and stepped inside. At that very moment, Shunan stood facing Wang Dongxiang and the others, his back to the door. The moment Wang Dongxiang and the others saw Qin Yiru, their expressions changed instantly. Just as they were about to speak, Qin Yiru's piercing gaze pinned them to the spot. They understood the message and dared not utter a word, only exchanging meaningful glances with Shunan. You don't believe me? Back then, your CEO Qin fell head over heels for me at first sight and insisted on marrying me. I was hesitant at first, but bound by my master's orders, I reluctantly agreed to the marriage. Shunan sighed helplessly, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Seems like you really were forced into it, huh? A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hearing that familiar voice, Shunan instantly jolted awake and spun around, only to meet Qin Yiru's icy cold expression. Ahem. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Shunan chuckled awkwardly. Qin Yiru gave Wang Dongxiang and the others a cold glance. If I'm not mistaken, this should be work hours, right? At Qin Yiru's words, the others instantly understood her meaning. Miss Qin will head out on patrol immediately. With that, Wang Dongxiang and the others scurried out. Before leaving, they shot Shunan a warning glance. This is for you. After Wang Dongxiang and the others left, before Shunan could speak, Qin Yiru pulled out the latest Huawei phone and handed it to him. Shunan paused in surprise. For me? Qin Yiru nodded. Shunan's Nokia was already worn out beyond recognition. Thanks. Taking the phone, Shunan didn't forget to express his gratitude. Qin Yiru shook her head. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Without your matchmaking, how could Xiao Hong have stepped in to help my Qin family? Consider this gift a token of my appreciation. After saying this, Qin Yiru's fair face flushed slightly. She immediately turned and walked out. Watching her retreating figure and sensing the shift in her attitude toward him, Shunan's face softened into a meaningful smile. Before he knew it, it was time to leave work. Qin Yiru was waiting outside the company gates for Shunan, a rare occurrence, and they drove off together. Everything with Qin Pharmaceuticals settled? Seated in the passenger seat, Shunan couldn't help but ask as he observed Qin Yiru's relieved expression. Qin Yiru nodded. With the 10 billion from Hongshan Capital, the headquarters is temporarily fine on the funding front. But to fulfill the major order from Lu Group, we still need to build several more pharmaceutical plants to expand production capacity. The moment business came up, Qin Yiru transformed back into the image of a businesswoman. It's just unfortunate that the Wang family took advantage of the situation this time and acquired 10% of Qin Pharmaceuticals shares.
At the end of her sentence, Qin Yuru sighed. Qin Santong and Qin Dahai had sold their shares to the Wang family, granting them direct ownership of 10% of Qin Pharmaceutical and securing a seat on the board of directors. Don't you think this all seems a bit too coincidental? Overnight, negative news about Qin Pharmaceutical hit the papers, and then Qin Santong and the others suddenly sold off their shares. And the Wang family, how did they know about Qin Pharmaceutical's financial troubles? Xu Nan voiced his concerns. Hearing this, Qin Yuru's gaze sharpened as she too fell into deep thought. She had considered this possibility before. The Qin family had always been benevolent, with virtually no enemies in Rongqing's business circles. It was implausible that someone would fabricate lies out of thin air and expend such effort to target Qin Pharmaceutical. Unless, the mastermind behind this had ulterior motives. You suspect the Wang family is behind all this? Qin Yuru's gaze shifted to Chunan, her eyes carrying a hint of gravity. If it truly was the Wang family, what could their motive be? Before Chunan could speak, Qin Yuru suddenly remembered something. The formula for the ox-gall pills? The thought sent a chill through her, darkening her expression. If the Wang family was indeed behind this scheme, then allowing them onto the board of Qin Pharmaceutical would be like inviting wolves into the house. As Qin Yuru was deep in thought, a white van tailing behind suddenly accelerated, slamming into Qin Yuru's BMW. Watch out! At the critical moment, Chunan shouted sharply, snatching the steering wheel from Qin Yuru's hands and jerking it hard to swerve into a nearby alley. What's happening? Before she could recover, Qin Yuru let out a startled cry. Behind the BMW, the white van also pursued them into the alley. Chapter 77, The Unlucky Li Fingza. The narrow alleyway. The vehicles couldn't pass at all. Qin Yuru slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. Behind her, the white van also came to a halt. Slam! The doors swung open, and 7 or 8 thugs carrying steel pipes stepped out. Leading them was none other than Li Fingza, dressed in a sharp suit. Li Fingza? How could it be him? Inside the car, Qin Yuru's face turned ashen the moment she recognized the man. Last time, Li Fingza had been humiliated by Chunan. This time, he was clearly here to settle the score. Stay in the car. I'll deal with them. From the passenger seat, Chunan spoke to Qin Yuru before opening the door and striding out on his own. You little punk, I finally caught you. Li Fingza eyed Chunan with malice, bursting into loud laughter. If it weren't for that female cop getting in the way last time, I would have taken care of you ages ago. But it's not too late now. Li Fingza gripped a steel pipe in his hand. With a single glance, his henchmen immediately surrounded Chunan. Li Fingza, what do you think you're doing? Watch out, I'll call the police right now. At that moment, Qin Yuru pushed open the car door and rushed out, brandishing her phone as she threatened Li Fingza. The moment he saw Qin Yuru, a cold smile spread across Li Fingza's face. Do you think calling the police will help? Yuru, don't you know how good I've been to you? This is the last time I'll ask you. If you're willing to divorce this guy and be with me, I'll let him off. Otherwise. His gaze shifted to Chunan, his eyes flashing with savagery. I'll cripple that boy, make him useless for life. Then I'll make you spend the rest of your life with a useless piece of trash. Hearing Li Fingza's words, Qin Yuru's heart trembled, and a look of terror spread across her face. Li Fingza's aggressive stance today clearly signaled he wouldn't back down easily. Faced with so many of them, Qin Yuru felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Ruined? With just a few of you? A light chuckle broke the silence. Chunan gazed lazily at Li Fingza. Little did he know that without Yang Shanshan present, he had no qualms about taking action against Li Fingza. You insolent brat, you really are full of yourself. I'll give you one chance. If you agree to divorce Yuru and kneel down right now to kowtow 3 times to this young master, I might spare your life. Li Fingza's face darkened with malice. He intended to humiliate Chunan thoroughly in front of Qin Yuru. He wanted Qin Yuru to see clearly that this country bumpkin was nothing but a complete waste of space, utterly unworthy of her. Once Qin Yuru gave up on Chunan, this woman would be his for the taking. Enough with the nonsense. If you're going to make a move, hurry up. I don't have all day to play games with you. Chunan stood rooted to the spot, stretching lazily with an utterly bored expression. Playing dumb when death is upon you. Disable this brat. Li Fingza barked the order. Several henchmen, weapons in hand, charged toward Chunan. Chunan, watch out. Qin Yuru couldn't help but cry out in alarm at the sight. At that very moment, facing the overwhelming numbers charging at him, Chunan didn't retreat, he advanced instead, plunging headlong into the crowd. Moments later, wails of pain filled the air. Even Qin Yuru, standing mere inches away, couldn't make out what had transpired. In the blink of an eye, several figures lay sprawled haphazardly across the alley. Li Fingza's henchman lay writhing on the ground, moaning in pain. Clang! The steel pipe slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Li Fingza stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the scene before him. This can't be possible? It had only taken a single exchange. He hadn't even seen Nan's move clearly, yet all the men he'd brought with him had fallen? Next, it's your turn. On the field, Shunan brushed the dust from his sleeve and strode slowly toward Li Fingza. At that moment, feeling Shunan's gaze, Li Fingza instinctively took a step back. What do you think you're doing? I warn you, the Li family isn't one to be trifled with. If you dare. Thud. Before Li Fingza could finish his sentence, Shunan delivered a swift kick, sending him flying several meters away. Thud. Landing flat on his knees, Li Fingza grimaced in agony, feeling as though every internal organ had been shattered by Shunan's kick. Ugh. At that very moment, a piercing horn blared, followed by 2 black vans pulling into the alley entrance. Instantly, over 20 men burst out of the vehicles in unison. Each carried weapons like splitting axes, their arms covered in tattoos, clearly no pushovers. Young Master Li, are you all right? A tall man with a bushy beard spotted Li Fingza and his expression immediately changed. He hurried forward to help Li Fingza to his feet. Brother Hu, you're just in time. This bastard beat me up. Today, I'll make him pay. He has to die. Li Fingza exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lei Tiger appear. His tone turned arrogant as he glared at Shunan. Those useless fools earlier weren't a match for you. No problem. I specifically brought in the Tiger Gang. Today, I'll kill you no matter what. Hearing Li Fingza's words, Lei Tiger lifted his head, his face twisted with viciousness. Just as he was about to spew more threats, a certain face caught his eye, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Brother Tiger, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take this kid down. Hold off on killing him for now. Break every bone in his body first, then bring him to me. I'll personally torture him to death. Li Fingza's vicious words had barely left his mouth. Lei Tiger instantly paled with shock. Before Shunan could utter a word, he hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Chu. What brings you here? Lei Tiger grinned, his face thick with flattery. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? What? Did you come to back this guy up? Shunan shot Lei Lahu a glance and quipped. No. Mr. Chu, you've got the wrong idea. I don't even know who this guy is. I heard from my men that Mr. Chu was in trouble, so I rushed over with my people. Upon hearing Shunan's words, Lei Tiger instantly feigned ignorance of Li Fingza. His heart was pounding in his throat, cold sweat soaking his entire body. He had indeed taken money from Li Fingza to handle a certain individual. But he never imagined Li Fingza would dare cross the demonic figure that was Shunan. Brother Tiger? I paid you 2 million. Li Fingza stared back at Lei Tiger in utter shock. The way things were unfolding seemed off. Shut up. Lei Tiger's expression darkened instantly as he spun around to cut Li Fingza off. Dare to offend Mr. Chu, and you become an enemy of my Tiger Gang. Seize this brat and gag him. Before Li Fingza could react, several Tiger Gang thugs kicked him hard in the leg, sending him crashing to the ground. One of them immediately covered Li Fingza's mouth with his hand. Mr. Chu, what should we do with this brat? After subduing Li Fingza, Lei Tiger cautiously turned to ask Shunan. Shunan glanced at Li Fingza, his eyes devoid of emotion. I don't have time to play with him. But he said he wanted to cripple me. Well, let's make sure he spends the rest of his life crippled. Remember, keep him out of my sight. Shunan's lips moved slightly as he whispered into Lei Lahu's ear. Shin Yaru, standing nearby, did not hear these words. Upon hearing this, Lei Lahu glanced in Shin Yaru's direction. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. I know what to do. With that, Lei Tiger turned to Li Fingza, waved his hand, and ordered in a deep voice. Take this guy away. No matter how fiercely Li Fingza struggled, he couldn't overpower the burly men of the Tiger Gang. He was immediately hauled into the van. Slam. The door slammed shut. Li Fingza vanished completely from sight as the Tiger Gang drove off. Let's go. Shunan beckoned to Qin Yaruo before climbing back into the BMW. Chapter 78, Preparing the Birthday Gift. Watching the Tiger Gang members take Li Fingza away. Back in the car, Qin Yaru still seemed shaken. Are you friends with those guys? She turned to look at Shunan and asked. Though unaware of Lei Tiger's true identity, she could sense that he and his crew weren't good people. Not exactly. Just people I was introduced to by a friend. Shunan replied casually. Come to think of it, it was because of Jean Day that he and Lei Tiger had become acquainted through conflict. Introduced by a friend? Hearing Shunan's words, Qin Yaru furrowed her brow. She had no idea Shunan had friends like that. If she had to guess, it was probably because of Xiao Hong. After all, as a woman running the vast Spring Breeze Pavilion, Xiao Hong naturally knew people from all walks of life. That was precisely why she earned the title of Underground Queen. You'd be better off keeping your distance from people like that. Qin Yaru snorted coldly before driving away. As for who she meant by this sort of person, it was unclear whether she was referring to Xiao Hong or Lei Lahu. Not long after. Qin family villa. Shunan and Qin Yaru had just returned when they saw the entire Qin household bustling about. The old butler, Bo, was directing a group of servants to scrub the entire Qin residence spotless. Mr. Qi, what are you all doing? Qin Yaru asked the old butler curiously as soon as she entered the door. Upon seeing Qin Yaru, Bo smiled and replied.
Second miss, in 2 days it will be the old master's 80th birthday. We're preparing the house in advance to welcome guests from all over. Hearing Chibo's words, Shin Yuru suddenly remembered. She'd been so swamped lately that she'd completely forgotten about her grandfather's birthday. Grandfather Chin's 80th birthday. Shunan, standing nearby, was also taken aback. With the old man's birthday just 2 days away, he hadn't even prepared a gift yet, truly unthinkable. I'll go check on Grandpa. With that, Shin Yuru and Shunan strode into the living room. Oh, you're just getting back now? Some people probably forgot it was even the old man's 80th birthday. A sarcastic voice cut through the air as Shin Yuru and Shunan arrived late. Shin Yuru's expression darkened slightly. She looked up to see her eldest sister, Shin Lulu, already attending to the old man, busily serving tea and water with great diligence. The birthday is still 2 days away. Is my eldest sister rushing to curry favor because she's done something she shouldn't have? Before Shin Yuru could respond, Shunan chuckled softly, returning the jab. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Shin Lulu's expression shifted, and she immediately retorted sharply. Shunan spoke slowly. I'm not talking nonsense. The Wang family clearly came for the formula of the oxgall pills. Now that they've become shareholders in Qin Pharmaceutical, who's to say they won't turn out to be wolves in sheep's clothing? Big sis, if I recall correctly, that Wang Junjie is your old flame. Old flame. At those words, Shin Lulu's face suddenly flushed with panic and unease. She glanced up at the old man beside her. Sure enough, the old man's expression was also rather grim. Grandpa, let me explain, young Master Wang didn't mean it that way. I knew our company was facing financial difficulties, so I asked young Master Wang for help. It's all just this kid's wild speculation. Shin Lulu hurriedly explained. Beside her, Qin Zhanghai, his face dark, also spoke up. It was clearly Qin Santong and Qin Dahai who sold the shares to the Wang family without authorization. What does this have to do with my daughter? If you ask me, selling to the Wang family might actually be a decent option compared to selling to others. After all, young Master Wang will be family in the future. Ultimately, Qin Pharmaceutical is still our Qin family's business. True to form, Qin Zhanghai proved far more seasoned than Qin Lulu. In just a few words, he laid out the pros and cons of the situation with crystal clarity, even subtly implying that Qin Lulu wasn't at fault. She might even have done something commendable. Had she not gone to plead with Wang Junjie, who knows whose hands the shares held by Qin Santong and the others might have fallen into by now. Enough. This matter requires no further discussion. I know you're all acting for the sake of the Qin family. In the living room, old Master Qin held his teacup and waved his hand at the group. It was clear that securing the 10 billion yuan investment from Hongshan Capital and resolving the company's immediate crisis had put the old man in a rather good mood. After all, it was only a 10% stake. If Wang Junjie truly became the Qin family's son-in-law, these shares wouldn't be falling into outsiders' hands. Moreover, a mere 10% stake wouldn't stir much trouble in the boardroom. Qin Pharmaceutical would still be run by the Qin family. Seeing the old man didn't press further, Qin Lulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She promptly poured him tea, her smile brightening as she said, Grandfather is absolutely right, keep the family fortune within the family. Young Master Wang is also thinking of our Qin family. Just now, I mentioned your 80th birthday celebration to him, and he's already sent someone to prepare a gift for you. How thoughtful. Hearing this, the old patriarch nodded with a smile. Though he still harbored some reservations about the Wang family, if Qin Lulu truly had set her heart on Wang Junjie, the old man had no intention of standing in her way. As your most cherished granddaughter, of course I consider everything for grandfather. Unlike certain people who constantly claim to be too busy with work, I bet they've long forgotten about Grandpa's birthday celebration. As she massaged the old man's legs, Shin Lulu couldn't resist a subtle jab. Hearing this, Shin Yuru stood frozen in place, her expression turning particularly grim. When it came to delivering sarcastic jabs, she truly couldn't hold a candle to her eldest sister. Enough with all this birthday talk. Having our family together means more than anything else. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Shin Yuru, however, hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. In past years, her father never knew how to win the old man's favor. Their family always paled in comparison to her uncle's household, becoming the target of ridicule at the birthday banquet. This time, however, Shin Yuru refused to be looked down upon again. Follow me. Shin Yuru whispered to Chunan with a glance. The two of them walked back to the bedroom, one in front and one behind. Grandfather has always loved jade. Here's 200,000. Tomorrow, you'll go to the appraisal shop for me and buy a top-quality Shoshan stone as a birthday gift. This time, I refuse to let my uncle's family look down on us again. Shin Yuru pulled out a bank card and handed it directly to Chunan. 200,000? Chunan paused slightly. It wasn't the sheer amount that surprised him, but the fact that despite being the president of a branch company, Shin Yuru didn't have much savings to begin with. This 20,000 yuan she was offering now was likely spurred by Qin Lulu's earlier words. So the old man likes jade. Taking the bank card from Qin Yuru, Chunan snapped back to reality, already forming a plan in his mind. Old Master Qin had saved his life. this 80th birthday celebration. He naturally had to prepare a substantial gift. Chapter 79, Staging an Accident. Early the next morning, Shu Nan didn't go to work at the company. Instead, he deliberately hailed a cab and headed to the antique market at the East Gate. Though merely an antiques market, its scale was considerable. Nearly 80% of Rongqing's antique and jade shops were concentrated here. Among them was the treasure appraisal pavilion mentioned by Qin Yuru. The antique market was bustling with activity. Morning was peak setup time and the busiest period for foot traffic. Shu Nan followed the flow of people, his gaze darting around to the surrounding stalls. Don't miss out. From ancient Han to Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, every treasure you could imagine is here. Hey, handsome, take a look. Jade and cultural artifacts at bargain prices. At the street stalls, the vendors' shouts rose and fell in waves, making it feel like strolling through a bustling market. After browsing for a while, Shu Nan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Nearly 99% of the goods at these stalls were counterfeit. The few genuinely interesting antiques he managed to find were all damaged in some way. Clang! A sharp clang suddenly rang out beside him. It sounded like porcelain shattering. Shu Nan turned his head just in time to see a young woman at the adjacent stall drop a blue and white porcelain vase from her hands. It crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. My Ming Wanli blue and white porcelain. This was an imperial kiln piece from the palace, a centuries-old treasure. And you just smashed it to pieces. At the street stall, a lean, monkey-like young man cried out in anguish, his face contorted with pain. Right before him, the young woman's face flushed with panic as she instinctively explained. I didn't mean to. Someone pushed me from behind just now. As she spoke, the girl hurriedly turned to look behind her, only to find the area already packed with onlookers. She couldn't possibly identify who had shoved her. Was it her? What's she doing here? Among the crowd, Shu Nan was also taken aback upon recognizing the woman's face. The woman speaking was none other than Qin Yaruo's close friend, Shinsini. She was right there in the middle of the scene. As the crowd grew larger, unable to catch the culprit, Shinsini looked anxious. I don't care. You're the one who smashed my blue and white porcelain vase. You have to pay for it. The stall owner glared with his upturned eyes, yet grabbed Shinsini's hand and wouldn't let go. Let go of me. Her right hand seized, Shinsini's expression hardened as she instinctively shoved outward. Being trained in martial arts, her push carried considerable force, sending the vendor tumbling to the ground. Little did she know. This played right into the vendor's hands. He immediately sat down on the ground and began wailing loudly. How dare you hit someone in broad daylight? Everyone saw it. You broke my precious treasure. That was a family heirloom passed down through generations of the Sun family. Now it's ruined by your hands. How can I face my ancestors? I might as well die. The vendor was a master actor. This scene must have been rehearsed countless times, for he performed it with consummate ease. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The onlookers, confused by the commotion, pointed fingers at Shinsini. By the rules of our antique market, if you break something, you have to buy it. It doesn't seem like you did it on purpose, young lady. Why not just pay the vendor for the damage? Someone in the crowd led the suggestion. Not far away, Shu Nan's lips curved slightly. He had already guessed who the speaker was, likely an accomplice of the stall owner. Earlier, he had deliberately shoved Shinsini, causing her to lose her grip and break the item. Now stepping forward as a mediator was clearly part of a pre-arranged scheme. Though Shinsini practiced martial arts, she was still inexperienced in the ways of the world. Never having encountered such a scene before, she immediately felt she was in the wrong. She turned to the stall owner and asked, "Fine, I'll pay for it." At her words, a barely perceptible smirk of triumph flickered in the vendor's eyes. You said it yourself. I won't take advantage of you. This blue and white porcelain vase is a treasure passed down from my great-great-grandfather, a piece so fine even the Wanli Emperor used it. So pay me 1,000,000 yuan. The vendor brushed his sleeves and held up one finger to Shinsini. What? 1 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Shinsini's face drained of color at the vendor's demand. A mere street stall item worth 1,000,000? She'd never believe it. Not only did she refuse to believe it, but neither did the crowd gathered around. Only a few nearby vendors exchanged sympathetic glances with Shinsini. Another sucker waiting to be fleeced. This was an old trick in the antique market, commonly known as scamming. But bound by unspoken rules, though the nearby stall owners knew exactly what was happening, not a single one stepped forward. At that moment, the vendor, seemingly anticipating Shinsini's reaction, resorted to a blatant ploy. With all these people watching, if you don't pay up today, I'll stick to you like glue. No matter how much it is, you're paying up. Shinsini had never encountered such a situation before and instinctively replied. But I really don't have that much cash on me. She opened her purse and pulled out a stack of cash. Here, I only have 30,000 in cash. The vendor's eyes lit up at the thick wad of bills in Shinsini's hand. A real cash cow. The reason they'd quoted such a high price earlier was actually a common tactic to force the other party to reveal their actual funds.
Usually, their victims would hand over whatever cash they had after being intimidated like this. But it was never more than 1,000 or two. They'd never seen such a plump little lamb as Shinsini. 3,000 it is. What a stroke of bad luck. The vendor feigned resignation, yet his hands moved swiftly as he reached for the money in Shinsini's grasp. Smack! Just then, a large hand suddenly shot out, gripping the vendor's wrist tightly. I think $3 is too much for this junk bottle, and you have the nerve to ask for $1 million? Bro, that's not how you make money. Shunan appeared beside Shinsini, his expression calm. Shunan? Shinsini froze upon recognizing the newcomer. Feeling Shunan's gaze, she snapped back to reality and quickly stuffed the money back into her wallet. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? This is a treasure from the Ming Dynasty Imperial Palace, genuine imperial kilnware. What do you know? The vendor, seeing Shinsini stash the money away, grew impatient and barked at Shunan. Exactly. You broke someone else's property, how could you not pay for it? A treasure from the Ming Imperial Palace? Of course it's not cheap. You've got some nerve. Voices murmured in the crowd. Shunan? Shinsini asked Shunan nervously. Shunan paid no heed to the murmurs, crouching down to examine the scattered porcelain shards on the ground. After rummaging for a moment, Shunan picked up a fragment of a bottle bottom, a hint of amusement playing across his face. Look closely. This isn't Ming Dynasty porcelain at all, it's a modern imitation. Chapter 80, A Little Knowledge. A modern imitation? At first hearing Chunan's words, everyone present wore expressions of surprise. Even Shinsini's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. You brat, stop making things up. This is clearly my family's heirloom treasure. I even have the expert appraisal certificate right here. The vendor's eyes suddenly blazed with fury at Chunan's words. He then proceeded to pull out a laminated certificate right there in front of everyone. You really think we're all suckers? Fake certificates from third-rate organizations like this? You can buy a pound of them online for $10. Before the vendor could erupt in fury, Shunan cut him off with a cold sneer. One sentence instantly left the vendor speechless. Anyone who'd made it in this antique market knew how murky the waters ran in this trade. As Chunan had said, these fake certificates held no authority whatsoever. You're the one making all the accusations. What gives you the right to declare my blue and white porcelain fake? I bet you're in bed with that woman. A cold glint flashed in the stall owner's upturned eyes as he pointed at Chunan and shouted. You, what nonsense are you spouting? At those words, Shinsini's face flushed crimson with shame before she snapped back angrily. Since you insist on being stubborn, then I'll make you give up hope. Beside them, Chunan picked up the shard in his hand and declared loudly. Look closely. If this were an official kiln piece unearthed from the Ming Dynasty, the base would bear the official kiln seal. With that, Chunan held up the broken base for all to see. Hearing Chunan's words, the stall owner showed no sign of panic. Clearly visible on the base in Chunan's hand was a square red seal. It bore 5 traditional Chinese characters, Ming Wanli period. Young man, look closely. This bottle base has a genuine imperial court seal from the Ming Dynasty. What else can you say? The vendor declared arrogantly. He had assumed Shunan was a seasoned connoisseur, but it turned out he was just a half-baked amateur after all. Shunan? Shinsini looked at Shunan, equally baffled. Could it be, this thing really is a treasure? I'm not done yet. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Chunan's lips as he reached out and swiped his finger across the base of the bottle. The once intact seal inscription was instantly erased by more than half. The lacquer isn't even dry yet, what a clumsy forgery. And this porcelain, whether you look at the glaze or the patterns, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Ming Dynasty. Besides, if this were genuine Ming Imperial kilnware, it would be a national first-class protected artifact. All I need to do is make a call to the police department, and you'll be eating prison food for years. In front of the crowd, Shunan pulled out his phone and smiled at the vendor. It was merely a harmless smile, yet it instantly froze the vendor's expression. He scrambled to apologize. Sir. Let's talk this over. You mentioned earlier you were a fellow expert, how could I dare show off my petty tricks in front of you? Shunan's words genuinely intimidated him. If the police were truly called, his guilty conscience would surely expose all his shady dealings from years past. Turning to Shinsini, the vendor smiled and said, Miss, today's incident was all a misunderstanding. I made a mistake, this isn't some rare Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, just an ordinary piece. No need for compensation, let's just consider this a good deed between us. The vendor spoke in a Beijing Tianjin dialect, peppering his words with industry slang. Oomph. Good to know my friends got clout. See if you dare to cheat people again. Shinsini laughed heartily in return. For the first time, she realized that she didn't need to resort to violence to make someone beg for mercy. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. The vendor nodded repeatedly at Shinsini's words. With Chunan publicly exposing his shortcomings, there was no way he could keep his stall open. He immediately packed up his things and fled in a panic. Young man, you're truly impressive. You spotted the fake blue and white porcelain at a glance. That kind of unscrupulous merchant deserves a good lesson.
Amidst the gathered crowd, many applauded and cheered. Shinsini also approached Chunan, expressing her gratitude.
Thank you so much for today. If not for your help, I almost fell for that con artist scam.
By the way, do you know about antiques? Shinsini studied Chunan, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes.
She knew he was capable, but never imagined he was also an expert in antique appraisal. This was quite different from her previous impression of him. After all, those with expertise in antiques were usually wealthy individuals. Yet Chunan was clearly just a son-in-law who had married into the Qin family. And now he was just a security guard at Qin Yuru's branch office.
I know a little.
I've read a few books on antique appraisal before, so I happen to know a bit about this stuff.
It was just a lucky coincidence.
Noticing Shinsini's confusion, Chunan explained with a smile.
Little did she know.
He had grown up on Dragon Tiger Mountain, following the old man since childhood.
Countless treasures were offered annually by various factions to the Taoist sect, including innumerable antiques.
Even the chamber pot he used as a child was an imperial Tang dynasty enameled vase. Rumor had it that such pieces fetched tens of millions of dollars at overseas auctions. With his discerning eye, calling him an expert in antiques would be no exaggeration.
Is that so?
Shinsini looked at Chunan, her expression half believing, half doubting. Then, suddenly remembering something, she turned to ask Chunan again.
By the way, what brings you to this antique market? Without hesitation, Chunan replied. Grandpa Qin's 80th birthday is in 2 days.
Yaro mentioned the old gentleman loves jade, so she specifically asked me to buy a fine piece of Shoshan stone from the appraisal shop.
Hearing this, Shinsini also expressed surprise. I was just fretting over what birthday gift to give him. Who knew Yaro and I were thinking along the same lines? Come on, I know where the Jianbao studio is. I'll take you there.
Without waiting for Chunan's response, Shinsini grabbed his arm and pulled him into the bustling crowd.
Before long, they arrived before a traditional Chinese-style building.
A 3-story wooden pavilion stood before them, its signboard prominently displaying the 3 characters, Jianbao Zhai.
This is the treasure appraisal studio?
Chunan glanced up at the pavilion before him, his brow unconsciously furrowing slightly. Positioned directly in the West 7 Killings sector, its door faces east to greet the rising sun. But even if the feng shui layout is flawed, this treasure appraisal studio shouldn't harbor such an intense aura of evil. Strange, truly strange.
Could it be haunted?
From within this pavilion, Chunan distinctly sensed a malevolent energy lurking beneath the surface, threatening to burst forth. As the saying goes, malevolent energy does not attract wealth.
The appraisal shop's business must be suffering lately.
Just as Chunan murmured these thoughts to himself, Shinsini had already grabbed his arm and was pulling him into the antique appraisal studio.
Chapter 81, The Treasure Appraisal Studio. In the antique-style pavilion hall.
As soon as Shinsini and Chunan entered, a clerk dressed in plain attire hurried over to greet them.
Welcome, honored guests. May I assist you today?
The clerk grinned broadly, his attitude unusually warm. Lately, who knew what was going on? Business at the shop had been abysmal lately, and he had to go out of his way to serve every customer who walked in.
We'd like to look at some jade. Preferably top-quality Shoshan stone.
Shinsini addressed the clerk.
Shoshan stone?
At those words, the clerk's smile grew even warmer.
Shoshan stone isn't cheap. Top-grade Shoshan stone costs at least tens of thousands.
Realizing they had high-value customers, the clerk promptly ushered Shinsini and Chunan toward the staircase nearby.
The jade display cases are on the 2nd floor. Please follow me, honored guests.
The clerk bowed slightly, gesturing for them to follow him upstairs.
Chunan nodded.
His gaze shifted with keen interest toward the 2nd floor. From the moment he entered, he had sensed the source of that ominous aura. It was precisely on the 2nd floor of the appraisal shop.
Upstairs. Few customers lingered, leaving the spacious 2nd floor feeling rather desolate.
Display cases around the perimeter showcased numerous jade pieces in varied styles. Honored guests, you're in luck. We've just received a fresh shipment of Shoshan stone.
Take a look and see if anything catches your eye.
The shop assistant led them to a display case. Through the glass display, Chunan and Shinsini could clearly see the Shoshan stones arranged inside. The shop sold only finished products. Through the hands of skilled carvers, they were transformed into various decorative ornaments, or into wearable bracelets and landscape plaques.
I think this landscape plaque is quite nice. Shinsini's gaze fell upon a square landscape plaque. Landscape plaques.
As the name suggests, it's a piece of jade polished into a plaque-sized form, often engraved with landscapes on its surface.
Miss, you have excellent taste.
This landscape plaque is carved from the finest Shoshan stone. Our shop offers a special price, just 80,000 yuan.
The shop assistant retrieved the plaque and handed it to Shinsini. Upon hearing the price, Shinsini wasn't overly surprised.
After all, with her family's wealth, a mere few tens of thousands wouldn't even cover her monthly allowance. Moreover, Qin Yuru was her close friend. For old Master Qin's 80th birthday, she had to prepare a present worthy of the occasion.
Chunan, I'll take this landscape pendant. Or maybe you could pick something else for Yuru?
Shinsini gazed at the item in her hands with delight, then handed her bank card directly to the salesperson.
80,000 yuan. Gone in the blink of an eye. Shinsini didn't hesitate for a second. Hey, what exactly are these things?
Just then, Shunan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly turned his gaze toward a pile of stones stacked in the corner and asked the clerk.
Hearing Shunan's question, the clerk turned his head and smiled. Just some rough stones leftovers from the shop. Our treasure appraisal pavilion doesn't just sell jade, we also sell raw stones.
These kinds of raw stones are much cheaper, but whether you get anything worthwhile depends entirely on luck.
Shinsini blurted out upon hearing this. I know this is jade gambling, right? The clerk nodded, offering a friendly reminder.
There's an old saying in the jade gambling world, one cut can make you rich, another can leave you broke.
If you're not an insider, don't dabble in this lightly.
Across the room, Shinsini sensed Shunan's thoughts and asked curiously.
Shunan, you wouldn't happen to have your eye on that pile of rough stones, would you?
Shunan nodded and turned to the clerk, asking.
Hey, how exactly does this jade stone gambling work?
Before the clerk could answer, a middle-aged man in a suit approached them. Esteemed customer, our Jianbao studio maintains strict rules for jade stone gambling. Low-grade rough stones are 3,000 yuan each, medium-grade are 10,000 yuan, and high-grade are 30,000 yuan per stone. You personally select the stone, and our appraisal shop has specialized cutters to handle the cutting for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the middle-aged man in the suit reached Shunan. He had a square jaw, an aquiline nose, and a stern expression that rarely betrayed emotion.
Allow me to introduce you both. This gentleman is our appraisal shop's owner, Chen Wu.
Upon seeing the man in the suit appear, the shop assistant introduced him with a respectful expression. Hearing this, Shinsini looked at the owner of the appraisal shop before her and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Despite this, she felt an inexplicable sense of caution. Whether it was a woman's intuition, or the heightened sensitivity to energy unique to martial artists, she couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Wu's aura was off. Not exactly sinister, but it made her feel vaguely uneasy.
Ahem. Young man, interested in jade stone gambling?
If so, I could take you to a specialized jade gambling hall.
At that moment, Chen Wu's gaze fell upon Shunan.
No sooner had he finished speaking than he covered his mouth and coughed a few times.
I'm somewhat interested. But I've actually set my sights on this pile of stones.
Shunan nodded, pointing towards several rough stones casually piled in the corner ahead.
Their surfaces were merely an ordinary dark yellow, appearing quite unremarkable.
To the trained eye, they were clearly low-grade jadeite rough. Upon hearing Shunan's words, Chen Wu couldn't help but frown slightly. Sir, this pile consists of the inferior grade stones our shop has discarded.
Are you sure you want these?
The shop assistant whispered a warning to Shunan from the side.
He meant well, not wanting to see a novice like Shunan waste his money. Ah, a guest is a guest.
Since this customer likes them, prepare them for him.
We'll send them all to the jade cutting hall later.
Chen Wu interrupted, instructing his own clerk. He was somewhat surprised too, but he simply dismissed Shunan as a complete novice. That he'd even consider such substandard goods showed Shunan had no discerning eye whatsoever. This suited them perfectly. Their jade gambling hall needed exactly this kind of easy mark. Earlier, Shinsini had casually pulled out 80,000 yuan to buy the landscape slab, a scene he'd witnessed firsthand. With such spending power, he had already mentally labeled Shunan and his companion. Suckers.
Gentlemen, please follow me.
Our jade cutting hall still holds many fine raw stones.
If you truly manage to cut out something valuable, I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Chen Wu gestured invitingly toward Shunan and Shinsini. Shinsini hesitated slightly.
Shunan, are you really going to play this? I hear this thing isn't exactly simple.
He knew Shinsini was subtly trying to dissuade him, but Shunan didn't seem to mind. It was just jade stone gambling, after all. He might not possess X-ray vision, but with his Xianmen aura reading skills, he wasn't so clueless he couldn't discern the basics. I know what I'm doing. Since we're already here, there's no harm in taking a look. Shunan flashed Shinsini a faint smile before promptly following the antique shop owner up to the third floor.
Chapter 82, Pretending to be her boyfriend.
Third floor of the appraisal parlor.
Shunan and Shinsini followed Chen Wu into a lavishly decorated hall. Compared to the quiet second floor, the Jadestone gambling hall on the third floor was bustling with activity.
Spanning over 1,000 square meters, the hall displayed a vast array of raw jade stones, at least 1,000 pieces in total. Below the cutting tables, dozens of people gathered, watching as the cutting machine sliced through one raw stone after another, each face brimming with excitement. As the saying goes, one cut can make you rich, another can make you poor. The reason jade gambling bears the word gamble is that it's essentially no different from gambling. These people, relying on their supposed skill in appraising stones, fantasized about striking it rich overnight through jade gambling.
Little did they know. At the gambling table, who dares call themselves a winner? Looks like Mr. Chen's business is booming.
Observing the steady stream of buyers splurging on raw stones, Shunan smiled at Chen Wu. Hearing this, Chen Wu merely shook his head with a wry smile, offering no reply. This business couldn't be called thriving.
Half a year ago, Jianbajai's business was twice as good as it is now. Young man, everything on the third floor of the Jade Gambling Hall is top-notch goods from our Jianba studio. Why not try your luck a couple of times? Chen Wu led Shu Nan to the display cases, where rows of raw jade stones were stacked for customers to choose from. What's the price range for these raw stones? Shu Nan glanced over and asked casually. Chen Wu waved his hand with a smile. All top-grade stuff. 30,000 per piece, with an extremely high yield rate. 30,000 per piece. The price wasn't outrageous, but it certainly wasn't cheap either. Gambling on jade stones was much like buying lottery tickets. Getting rich overnight is absolutely impossible. Many become obsessed with it, and those who gamble away their fortunes are far from rare. Hearing Chen Wu's words, Shu Nan's gaze swept over the rough stones in the display case, yet his heart remained utterly unmoved. As the young master of the prestigious Xian sect, he certainly wasn't going to get excited over a few pieces of rock. Well, any rough stones catch your eye? If you decide to buy, I'll give you a 10% discount. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Seeing Shu Nan hesitate for a long time without speaking, Chen Wu immediately smiled again. Sinny, what are you doing here? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. A young man in his early 20s approached them, his gaze landing on Shin Sinny with a hint of surprise. Sinny, what a coincidence. Never thought we'd bump into each other here. The man grinned broadly at Shin Sinny, his eyes brimming with admiration. I certainly didn't plan on running into you here. Shin Sinny retorted irritably the moment she saw him. Clearly, she didn't hold much regard for the man before her. Mr. Liang, do you two know each other? Chen Wu turned to the young man, surprise flickering across his face. Liang Su, the third young master of the Liang family from Rongqing, a regular customer at his appraisal shop, with deep family connections and a particularly generous spending habit. Of course we do. Miss Shen and I are good friends. Liang Su said with a broad smile. But the moment those words left his mouth, Shin Sinny's face darkened with displeasure. Who said we're friends? Shu Nan, let's go. Ignore him. Saying this, Shin Sinny reached out to pull Shu Nan away. At that very moment, Liang Su suddenly noticed Shu Nan beside Shin Sinny. Knowing Shin Sinny as he did, ordinary men couldn't get close to this young lady. It was clear that this man named Shu Nan had a special relationship with her. Stop right there. Sinny, who is he? Liang Su's face darkened as he stepped directly in front of them. What business is it of yours who he is? Move aside now, or watch out, this lady's gonna beat you up. Shin Sinny glared coldly at Liang Su. Seemingly aware of Shin Sinny's temper, Liang Su instinctively took 2 steps back, though he still snapped angrily. Sinny, don't you understand my feelings for you? Even your grandfather has agreed to our marriage. Why do you keep rejecting me? Liang Su's words only served to darken Shin Sinny's expression further. Before Liang Su could speak again, she reached out and hooked her arm through Chu Nan's in front of him. She then leaned against Chu Nan, adopting an intimate posture, and coldly retorted to Liang Su. You wanted to know who he is, didn't you? Fine, I'll tell you. He's my boyfriend. There's absolutely no chance between us. Give up already. Shin Sinny's words startled even Chu Nan. Just as he was about to speak, he caught the pleading look in Shin Sinny's eyes. She wanted him to play along with her act. Seeing this, Chu Nan sighed helplessly inside. Not only had he been forced to play the role of a fake husband, but now he was expected to pretend to be someone's boyfriend too. No, I don't believe it. Amidst the commotion, Liang Su exclaimed passionately. Sinny, you're lying to me, aren't you? This guy? What makes him worthy of you? I'm Liang Su, the third young master of the Liang family. How am I inferior to him? Liang Su's tone brimmed with contempt and doubt toward Chu Nan. These words caused Chu Nan's brow to furrow slightly. Liang Su, is it? I warn you, don't you dare entertain any improper thoughts about my girlfriend. Chu Nan extended his left arm, effortlessly drawing Shin Sinny into his embrace before issuing a cold warning to Liang Su. In that instant, their bodies pressed together. Feeling each other's warmth, Shin Sinny's face flushed bright red. This was her first time having such intimate contact with a man. Shin Sinny never imagined Chu Nan would be so bold. Was he turning this act into reality? Taking advantage of her? But this was clearly her best friend's man. Countless thoughts flashed through Shin Sinny's mind, yet she dared not react now. She could only let Chu Nan take liberties with her while putting on a cooperative facade. But that single moment, Liang Su's heart shattered completely. He stood frozen in place, his face expressionless. At the same time, Chu Nan and Shin Sinny turned and walked away. Only when Liang Su was out of sight did Shin Sinny hastily pull her hand away. Thanks for what happened earlier. That guy is so annoying, but my grandfather just happens to like him, so... Shin Sinny stammered, her face flushing crimson. I know. Rarely seeing Shin Sinny display such girlish vulnerability, Chu Nan couldn't help but smile. At that moment, inside the Jade Stone Hall, a clerk dressed in plain clothes was pushing a pile of low-grade raw stones, hurrying toward Chu Nan. Sir, these are the raw stones you selected. 6 pieces total, 18,000 yuan.
A pile of leftover low-grade stones. Even at 3,000 yuan each, most people would find them too expensive.
Only a novice like Chu Nan would buy them. Let me handle the payment.
Before Chu Nan could speak, Shinsini handed over her bank card. You helped me earlier.
Consider this a token of my gratitude. Shinsini smiled brightly.
Chu Nan nodded and turned to the clerk.
I've made my selection. Could you please take it to the cutting table for inspection?
Upon hearing Chu Nan's request, the clerk simply nodded in agreement.
Chapter 83, Shipment Out. Not long after.
Beneath the cutting table on one side of the third-floor jade cutting hall, Chu Nan and Shinsini squeezed through the crowd. Among the dozens gathered there, most wore expressions of disappointment, clearly the losers at today's cutting station. Of course, a few rare faces still held traces of joy.
It seemed someone had indeed cut open a gemstone of exceptional quality. And right there in the crowd, Chu Nan spotted Liang Su and Chen Wu beside him. Whatever Chen Wu had said to Liang Su, the latter now wore a sullen expression. Especially when he noticed Chu Nan and Shinsini's arrival, a cold, sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Likely, the guy had only just realized that Chu Nan and Shinsini had been putting on a show earlier. Lot number 17.
The cutting master called out the number from the cutting platform. Chu Nan, who had been waiting for a long time, finally stepped forward.
Below the platform, all eyes turned toward him with curiosity. Where are the stones you're cutting? The veteran operator of the cutting machine asked Chu Nan.
Right here. Chu Nan pointed to several stones the size of steamed buns at his feet. These were the raw stones he had selected earlier.
Young man, you're not joking with me, are you? You're serious about cutting these scraps? As if offended, the master craftsman asked Chu Nan with a hint of irritation.
Having a veteran craftsman like him cut such scraps was nothing short of wasting his skills. I bought them at the antique appraisal studio.
What, are you telling me I can't have it appraised? Chu Nan retorted with a cold laugh.
Hearing this, before the master craftsman could speak, Chen Wu stepped forward from the crowd.
The young man is absolutely right. Every trade has its own rules. Master Wu, just let this young man have a look.
As the owner of the appraisal shop, Chen Wu spoke up personally, leaving Master Wu with no choice but to comply. Immediately, the cutting machine roared to life once more. Amidst the roar of machinery, a brown rough stone was placed onto the cutting table.
Below, the onlookers all wore expressions as if watching fools.
I wouldn't even take this scrap for free.
What a waste of time. Looks like another greenhorn rookie. Amidst the crowd, Liang Su stepped up to Shinsini. What are you still doing here? Shinsini frowned, glaring at Liang Su. Seni, don't lie to me. I've already looked into this guy's background. He's the son-in-law of the Qin family, just a country bumpkin from the sticks. I bet you only know him because of Qin Yiru, right? Liang Su said darkly. Hearing this, Shinsini was utterly taken aback.
She hadn't expected how Liang Su could have uncovered Nan's identity in such a short time.
Snap!
Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed from the cutting table. The stone split cleanly in two and fell straight to the ground.
No sale. Master Wu remarked indifferently before placing the second stone slab onto the table. Unsurprisingly, the second stone was also a piece of junk that failed to pass inspection. Next, the third one. The fourth.
5 stones in a row were cut, all deemed unsellable and discarded as scrap. Meanwhile, the crowd in the arena, including Master Wu, all wore expressions of mocking scorn.
As if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Just a few scraps of waste. It would be a miracle if anything usable came out of them. Young man, take my advice. The jade stone business is treacherous. Even if you're gambling on luck, you need to be willing to put in the capital.
Master Wu paused his work and looked at Chu Nan with a warning.
The jade stone gambling trade was certainly not something ordinary people could afford to dabble in.
Clearly, in his eyes, Chu Nan didn't even have the qualifications to try his luck.
It's not over yet.
Chu Nan smiled faintly as he placed the last piece of jade on the cutting table. Disregard the old man's advice, and you'll suffer the consequences.
Fine. Very well, this will put an end to your stubbornness. Master Wu sighed.
He then restarted the cutting machine, preparing to slice through the last stone in Chu Nan's hands.
Below the platform. Seeing Chu Nan fail repeatedly, Shinsini's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Liang Su beside her couldn't help but sneer. Sini, if you like jade, you should have told me long ago. Why bother going out with such an ignorant, penniless fool? It's utterly embarrassing. Hearing Liang Su's words, Shinsini's delicate brows knitted tightly, then her hands clenched into fists. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die. Her knuckles cracked audibly.
Feeling the murderous intent in Shinsini's eyes, Liang Su felt a sudden chill and instinctively shut his mouth.
He had experienced Shinsini's strength firsthand before.
For someone like him, an ordinary person, she could handle him with just one hand.
In that very instant,
the deafening roar of machinery on the cutting platform abruptly ceased.
A faint golden glow emerged from the cutting platform.
Instantly, every pair of eyes was drawn to it. They stared intently at the cutting table. What had been a stone the size of a steamed bun was now split open, revealing an irregularly shaped, fist-sized piece of pale golden jade.
We've got it. This color. Could it be the most precious golden Shoshan stone?
Master Wu watched the golden jade on the cutting table with his own eyes. With his years of experience, even he couldn't help but speak with a tremor in his voice.
He wasn't alone.
The crowd below the stage was equally stunned.
Golden Shoshan stone? How could that be possible?
Shoshan stone of this caliber is more precious than gold. One stone sent ripples across the pond. Amidst the collective gasps of astonishment, Shinsu, standing before Shinsini, stared wide-eyed, his face frozen in disbelief.
This is bizarre.
It was clearly just the lowest grade scrap material, yet he managed to carve out such a top-tier jade stone?
Liang Su's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow 2 eggs, remaining agape for a long moment.
Beside him, Shinsini's worried expression vanished, replaced by a look of pure delight. Though she didn't know the exact value of this golden Shoshan stone,
it was undoubtedly worth a fortune. How could this be?
This was clearly just leftover scrap I personally selected.
Could I have misjudged it?
Chen Wu muttered, his expression blank. Speaking, he walked over to the cutting table himself and examined the golden Shoshan stone before Chunan, a specimen as large as a fist. Its luster is vivid, a mid-grade gold-level Shoshan stone. Such a piece is a rarity seen only once every few years, commanding a price higher than gold itself. I recall at an auction in Yun province last year, a golden Shoshan stone of this size fetched a staggering 6 million. Given Chen Wu standing at the treasure appraisal studio, his words carried significant weight. It was precisely these words.
Sent shockwaves through the crowd. 6 million. That was no small sum. And what's more, Chunan had only used a scrap piece to achieve it. To say the crowd wasn't envious would be a lie. Chapter 84, Playing Mysterious. Golden Shoshan Stone. Even among Shoshan stones, this was top grade, worth its weight in gold. As the owner of the treasure appraisal studio, Chen Wu was no amateur when it came to discerning quality. This kid's luck is just too good. In all my years running this appraisal shop, I've never seen golden Shoshan stone before. Master Wu, standing at the cutting table, couldn't hide his astonishment. Everyone marveled at Chunan's extraordinary luck. But Chunan, the man at the center of it all, remained utterly unfazed. Mr. Chen, I'd like to have this Shoshan stone made into a bracelet. Would your shop be able to handle the crafting? Chunan addressed Chen Wu. Hearing this, Chen Wu was somewhat taken aback. We can certainly do it, our shop offers carving services. But this is top-grade Shoshan stone. Turning it into beads for a bracelet might be a bit of a waste. Chunan smiled noncommittally. As long as it can be done. I'll pay the processing fee separately. Hearing Chunan's words, the crowd couldn't help but look surprised. What a waste of precious stone. Such exquisite Shoshan stone, and they're using it for bracelets. The scraps alone would likely be worth over 100,000 yuan. Chunan, could it be you plan to present this golden Shoshan stone as a birthday gift to old Master Qin? Seeing Chunan nod, Shinsini looked utterly astonished. Most people would be overjoyed to unearth such a precious stone, yet Chunan was about to give it away. This puzzled Shinsini. She had heard from Qin Yaru about Chunan's background. He was clearly just a country bumpkin with no money or status. Yet he could give away such a precious Shoshan stone without batting an eye. Come to think of it. She realized she'd never truly understood this guy from start to finish. What's he so proud of? It's just a piece of Shoshan stone. I say this kid just got lucky, it's no real skill. Beside them, Liang Su watched Shinsini and Chunan getting along famously, and couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. You can't expect pearls from swine. Chunan, let's ignore him. Shinsini shot Liang Su a glare and pulled Chunan toward the exit. Wait. Just then, Chunan halted in his tracks, his gaze suddenly drawn to a shrine niche on the wall beside the Jade Stone Hall. Inside the shrine stood an ordinary-looking stone statue in human form, with incense burning on the altar. Ordinary people might not sense it. But Chunan keenly sensed that the malevolent aura he'd felt upon entering this appraisal shop originated from this stone statue within the shrine. That statue looks kinda weird, doesn't it? It makes me feel uneasy all over. Shinsini, being a martial artist, possessed far more vigorous chi than ordinary people. When her gaze fell upon the statue of the god of wealth, she too immediately sensed something amiss. Ahem. This Shiva statue was specially imported from East Asia at great expense. It was even consecrated by a high-ranking monk. They say Shiva can alter one's fortune, warding off misfortune and bringing good luck. Chen Wu covered his mouth and coughed twice before introducing it to Chunan. Mentioning this Shiva statue, his words carried a hint of pride. After all, it had taken considerable effort to bring this thing back from East Asia. Hearing Chen Wu recount the statue's origins, Chunan couldn't help but shake his head inside. What is meant to be will be, what is not meant to be should not be forced. With that, Chunan prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu hurriedly called out to Chunan. What do you mean by that, young man? Could it be that there's something wrong with my Shiva statue? Chunan halted in his tracks, merely glancing at Chen Wu's complexion. Your eyes are hollow and unfocused, and dark clouds hang heavy over your head. Have you faced misfortune these past 3 months, leading to physical ailments as well? Chu Nan remarked casually. Chen Wu's expression froze. Upon reflection, it seemed Chu Nan's words held truth. The Shiva statue had indeed been brought in 3 months ago. Ever since its arrival, business at his appraisal shop hadn't improved. If anything, it had been steadily declining. Additionally, his health had indeed been feeling weak lately. Even though he hadn't done anything unusual, he felt drained and listless all day long. Mr. Chen, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Who can't spout nonsense about ghosts and spirits? Liang Su stood by, sneering. Hearing this, Chen Wu hesitated. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you keep worshipping this demonic idol, you'll face misfortune sooner or later, even bloodshed. With that, Chu Nan turned to leave. Seemingly shaken by Chu Nan's words, Chen Wu hurriedly stopped him. Young man, wait. I admit what you just said sounds a bit far-fetched, but I'm not the only one who worships this Shiva statue. Why am I the only one facing trouble? Chen Wu voiced his confusion to Chu Nan. Shiva was one of the 3 principal deities in East Asian sects, with countless devotees. Even within China, there are many devotees, yet such an unnerving incident has never been heard of before. Chu Nan smiled, then pointed at the Shiva statue. It is and it isn't. This Shiva statue is saturated with malevolent energy. Over time, even the most auspicious feng shui layout will be corrupted by this malevolence, creating a destructive clash. Not only will it drain your wealth, but it could also endanger your life. After speaking, Chu Nan looked at Chen Wu, who wore a skeptical expression, and pointed to his chest. If you don't believe me, look at your chest. When a person is invaded by evil energy, a black line forms across their chest, extending straight to the heart. Chu Nan's words sent a chill through Chen Wu, whose face instantly darkened. You're just playing at being a fortune teller. Why don't you go peddle your fortune telling under the overpass? Liang Su crossed his arms and mocked Chu Nan openly. He wasn't alone. Most of the crowd present also dismissed Chu Nan's claims. After all, such an outlandish story would be hard for anyone to believe. Even Shinsini, standing beside Chu Nan, stared wide-eyed, a wry smile playing on her lips. After all, she was a college student with a modern education. How could she possibly believe in ghosts and spirits? Naturally, she thought Chu Nan's words were tinged with feudal superstition. Young man, your words are a bit alarmist. In that case, let Chen verify it for himself. In truth, Chen Wu felt a bit uncertain himself, but he still let out a loud laugh at Chu Nan. Then, right in front of Chu Nan, he tore open the front of his collar. Well, young man, I suppose you've misjudged the situation, haven't you? Chen Wu grinned widely. The next second. Before his laughter had even faded, the shop assistant standing nearby pointed at Chen Wu's chest in shock and exclaimed. Boss, a black line. There really is a black line on your chest. The clerk exclaimed in shock. Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn to the spot. Even Chen Wu hurriedly looked down. Chapter 85, The Little Immortal. In the 3rd floor lobby. Chen Wu looked down at his chest. Right there on the left side of his chest, near his heart, a faint, black thread was indeed visible beneath his skin. How could this be? A flicker of panic crossed Chen Wu's eyes as he hurriedly wiped at the spot with his hand. To his surprise, the black line was hidden beneath his skin and utterly impossible to remove. Yet during all this time, he hadn't noticed its existence at all. How is this possible? Not only Chen Wu, but everyone present was utterly stunned. Even Liang Su was left speechless, his face frozen in stunned disbelief. Chu Nan had been right after all. It's worse than I thought. This black line is already 2 inches long. If it reaches 3 inches, it will pierce straight through to your heart. By then, no medicine will help, and not even a god could save you. Gazing at the dark line on Chen Wu's chest, Chu Nan frowned. He had underestimated the power of this malevolent energy. It proved even more formidable than he had imagined. Thud. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Chen Wu could no longer remain seated. His legs gave way, and he fell straight to his knees before Chu Nan. Young brother, no. Divine being. Please save me. I don't want to die yet. Even someone as shrewd as Chen Wu now trembled like a lamb awaiting slaughter in the face of death. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly stunned. The esteemed owner of the antique appraisal studio was actually kneeling before such a young man. Mr. Chen, I think you've misunderstood. Offering a warning is already a kindness. I have no obligation to save you. Chu Nan shook his head and smiled. The world was full of suffering souls, but he wasn't a living Buddha. He wasn't about to be that kind of doormat. Upon hearing Chu Nan had no intention of intervening, Chen Wu immediately panicked. Little immortal, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Whatever conditions you demand, I'll agree to them. Even. I'm willing to give you a 20% stake in the treasure appraisal studio. What? Give away 20% of the appraisal studio? Chen Wu's offer was nothing short of generous. Jianbao Studio is worth at least 100 million yuan, so that 20% stake alone would be worth no less than 20 million yuan. Such terms truly stunned everyone present. Chu Nan, is this real? Upon hearing Chen Wu's offer, Shen Sini seemed unable to process it. Everything unfolding before her eyes was difficult for her to accept. After all, this completely overturned the modern education she had received over the past 20 years. Yet every word Chu Nan spoke rang true. She couldn't help but believe him. At that moment, Chu Nan, who had been shaking his head in disbelief, finally felt a flicker of satisfaction upon hearing Chen Wu's terms. It wasn't that he wanted to meddle in others' affairs. But this Shiva statue held a hidden secret. He had to get his hands on this thing. Then, Chu Nan looked at Chen Wu and smiled faintly. All right then. Since you're so earnest, I can't just stand by and watch you die. Here's the deal. I won't take any money. Just give me this Shiva statue. Such an ominous object, ordinary people can't handle it. Upon hearing Chu Nan's terms, Chen Wu agreed without the slightest hesitation. What's the harm in that? This Shiva statue is yours, little immortal. Additionally, I'll gift you 10 million yuan as compensation for your intervention. The statue that had cost millions to acquire was now nothing but an ill-omened object in Chen Wu's eyes. He couldn't wait to get rid of it. Why would he hesitate to give it away? If Chu Nan wanted it, he couldn't have been happier. As for 10 million to buy a life. With a fortune worth hundreds of millions, how could Chen Wu possibly care about a mere 10 million? Chu Nan nodded and said. In that case, have someone find a piece of black cloth to cover this shrine. Also, bring me yellow talismans, cinnabar, and chicken blood. I'll perform a ritual to ward off misfortune for you. Hearing Chu Nan's orders, Chen Wu dared not hesitate and immediately sent men to prepare. I just don't believe it. Could this kid really be as supernatural as he claims? Amidst the crowd, Liang Su stood his ground, refusing to believe the supernatural. He simply couldn't fathom how a mere son-in-law of the Qin family could suddenly transform into a living deity. Inside the treasure appraisal studio. Half an hour later. The Shiva statue had been removed and covered with black cloth. Whether it was psychological or not, Chen Wu and everyone present distinctly felt a strange sense of relief wash over them the moment the black cloth covered the shrine. At that moment, the shop assistant brought forth the item Chu Nan required. Take off your shirt. Chu Nan glanced at Chen Wu, then grasped the brush, dipped it in cinnabar and chicken blood, and with a single stroke, dabbed it onto Chen Wu's chest. The touch felt slightly cool. Before Chen Wu could ask, a wave of warmth instantly surged through his body from his chest. From head to toe, his body felt inexplicably lighter and more agile. Chen Wu couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. That's incredible. Boss, the black line has faded significantly. The shop assistant beside him exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Wu hurriedly looked down. The next second, his face lit up with joy. Sure enough, the 2-inch long dark line from earlier had shrunk by a segment, now only about an inch long. Not only that. He felt an overwhelming sense of ease throughout his entire body. The mysterious ailments that had afflicted him in recent days seemed to have vanished completely. This is truly miraculous. This young man is truly skilled. The onlookers gathered around the scene all exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Chu Nan gripped his brush and began to paint with sweeping, dynamic strokes upon a yellow talisman. From top to bottom, he completed it in one fluid motion. As Chu Nan set down his brush, an imperceptible flicker of light danced across the surface of the yellow talisman. This is a demon-suppressing talisman. Wear it, and within 3 days, it will purge the remaining malevolent energy from your body. Setting down his brush, Chu Nan folded the talisman and handed it to Chen Wu. Taking the talisman, Chen Wu's face lit up with excitement. He treated it like a precious treasure, carefully tucking it close to his body. Little immortal, there's 10 million in this card. Consider it payment for saving my life. Furthermore, starting today, you are an honored guest at my treasure appraisal studio. Any purchases you make will receive a 30% discount. Chen Wu respectfully handed a bank card to Chu Nan. This time, he was thoroughly convinced. It wasn't just Chen Wu. Everyone in the room stared at Chu Nan with disbelief. Chu Nan's earlier actions had truly left them speechless. Only one man wore a dark expression, feeling more miserable than if he'd been killed. Mr. Chen, you're being foolish. It's all sleight of hand. That guy's a charlatan. You've been duped. Liang Su stubbornly insisted, his face still etched with disbelief. Chu Nan was a fraud. Everything that just happened was nothing but his sleight of hand. Liang Su simply refused to believe Chu Nan possessed such abilities. Seriously, if he possessed such god-defying abilities, why would he need to marry into the Qin family as a son-in-law? Shut up! How dare you question the divine immortal? Hearing Liang Su's words, before Chu Nan could respond, Chen Wu barked sharply. Young Master Liang, the divine immortal is a distinguished guest of my treasure appraisal studio. If you dare show the slightest disrespect again, don't blame me for throwing you out. Chapter 86, Hidden Killing Sword. No matter what Liang Su said, Chen Wu wouldn't believe a word of it. Having experienced Chu Nan's methods firsthand, he harbored not a shred of doubt. Oomph, you bunch of fools. You're beyond redemption. Hearing Chen Wu's words, Liang Su's face turned ashen with rage. He spun around, ready to storm off. Your brows are as dark as ink, shrouded in gloom. You've been plagued by misfortune lately. Be careful when you go out. As Liang Su turned to leave, Chu Nan couldn't resist offering a parting warning. Kid, I won't believe your nonsense. Liang Su shot Chu Nan a cold stare before storming off. Outside the treasure appraisal studio, Liang Su emerged with a grim expression. Shinsini, I'll make you regret this. The words had barely left his mouth. Liang Su had barely stepped 1 foot outside the gate. Splat! A glob of bird fell from the sky, landing squarely on his forehead. Damn it! How unlucky can I get? He instinctively reached up to touch it. Suddenly, he recalled what Chu Nan had said earlier, and Liang Su's expression changed instantly. Could it be that kid was right after all? The thought crossed his mind, and Liang Su shook his head instinctively. Impossible. That kid's just a charlatan. I'm overthinking this. Muttering to himself, Liang Su unconsciously stepped down the stairs. Swoosh! In a moment of carelessness, his foot slipped. Before he could react, his whole body lunged forward, landing flat on his face. After a moment, Liang Su stared at the object beneath his feet and roared in fury. Who the hell left this banana peel here? Shin family villa. After leaving the antique appraisal studio, Chu Nan parted ways with Shinsini and returned alone to the Qin residence. Shin Yuru hadn't gotten off work yet. But the security chief had already skipped out on his shift. It was essentially a ceremonial position. Security matters were handled by Wang Dongxiang and his team, so Chu Nan didn't need to concern himself with them. Inside the room, Chu Nan locked the door and placed the shrine draped in black cloth onto the floor. It truly is malevolent energy. What exactly is hidden within this divine statue? His brow furrowed slightly. Chu Nan lifted the black cloth, then pulled out a prepared evil-suppressing talisman from his robe and affixed it atop the stone statue's head, falling into deep thought. The malevolent energy within this statue was exceptionally potent. Had it not been so, Chu Nan would never have sensed it before even entering the treasure appraisal studio. Yet precisely because of this, Chu Nan felt all the more puzzled. Such intense malevolent energy was extraordinary, indicating it had existed for at least a century. Clearly, this malevolent energy had no connection to the Shiva statue itself. Instead, the source of this malevolent energy was concealed within the statue itself. Just open it up and see. Finding no solution through contemplation, Chu Nan made a decisive move. He fetched a hammer and struck the Shiva statue with all his might. Clang! The statue's surface shattered upon impact, scattering fragments across the floor. Boom! A flash of black light erupted, and an invisible aura of malevolence shot skyward. The temperature in the entire room seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. Even Chu Nan couldn't help but shiver. Yet, disregarding this eerie phenomenon, his attention was entirely focused on the shattered statue. A flash of black light passed over it, and then it suddenly became transparent. If one wasn't paying close attention, it would be nearly impossible to notice. Now, within the statue's body, a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing and as transparent as water was embedded. The intense aura of malevolence emanating from it was clearly radiating from this very blade. What is this? Even Chu Nan, witnessing the culprit firsthand, was utterly astonished. Such intense malevolence! How many lives has this blade taken? Chu Nan exclaimed in awe. While channeling his energy to ward off the malevolent aura assaulting him, he couldn't resist stepping forward to pick up the translucent short sword. Hum! As if sensing Chu Nan's presence, the transparent dagger suddenly began to vibrate inexplicably, emitting a series of resonant hums. At the same time, Chu Nan's outstretched hand instantly felt an invisible resistance. It still possesses sentience. How intriguing! Feeling the dagger's resistance, a sharp gleam flashed in Chu Nan's eyes as he instantly unleashed all his true chi. Boom! A dense aura of malevolence instantly dissipated. Chu Nan's large hand pierced through the aura, gripping the dagger firmly. The hilt felt as though carved from crystal, yet it wasn't cold to the touch. Surprisingly, it held a certain warmth. Chu Nan examined the blade in his hand closely. An ordinary long sword typically measured about 3 feet in length. The short sword in his hand was a full foot shorter. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. This type of short sword was better suited for close combat, especially for ambushes at point-blank range. As his fingers traced the hilt, something fell off. Chu Nan looked closely and saw 2 characters carved in ancient small seal script upon the hilt. Hidden kill? Having followed the old man on Dragon Tiger Mountain for so many years, Chu Nan wasn't so ignorant as to not recognize a few seal script characters. But precisely because he recognized these 2 characters, his expression now betrayed profound shock. Hidden slaughter sword. So you are the hidden slaughter sword. The sword wielded by history's greatest assassin. When Chao Mo attempted to assassinate Duke Huan of Qi, he wielded none other than this hidden slaughter sword. Chu Nan laughed aloud, his words brimming with genuine awe and excitement. Chao Mo, history's first assassin. While most knew of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the first emperor of Qin, few were aware of this legendary figure. Truly the progenitor of all assassins. His assassination attempt predated Jing Ke's by over 500 years. Few are aware of this chapter in history. Yet it is a true event that unfolded in the annals of China's history.
As if responding to Chunan's call, the hidden slayer sword in his hand once again emitted a series of resonant hums. This time, however, it no longer sounded like resistance. Instead, it seemed to carry a sense of mutual understanding and recognition between the sword and Chunan. Amidst the sword's hum, Chunan, gripping the hidden slayer sword, seemed lost in deep thought. He stood immovable, sword in hand. His mind, however, had long since wandered elsewhere. His consciousness seemed to travel back thousands of years, witnessing firsthand the majesty of history's greatest assassin. He knew not how long had passed. When Chunan opened his eyes again, it felt like a mere blink. Yet glancing down at his phone, he discovered he had stood there in a daze for a full 2 hours. The moment he snapped back to reality, Chunan distinctly felt that the hidden slayer sword no longer felt foreign to him. A subtle sense of belonging had quietly taken root within him. Yet Chunan remained unaware. The past 2 hours he had just experienced were precisely the moment of enlightenment that countless sword cultivators envied their entire lives. This time, however, Chunan had completely bonded with the hidden slayer sword. What a splendid sword! True to its name, it kills without a trace. As a weapon for assassins, it was naturally designed to be concealed within the sleeve, portable and nearly impossible to detect. With a mere flick of his wrist, Chunan concealed the hidden slayer sword within his sleeve, pressing it close to his arm. Who would have thought a single outing could yield such a treasure? The old man was right. After all, there are indeed many opportunities down in the valley. Even Chunan felt an unusual surge of excitement at acquiring such a treasure as the hidden slayer sword. Even placed within the Xian sect's treasure vault, this hidden kill sword would rank among the foremost treasures. Ding! Before Chunan could savor his joy for long, his newly purchased Huawei phone suddenly chimed. A text message. Chunan picked up the phone and glanced at it. The next second, his expression darkened abruptly. Black Snake Society, we've finally got you. Chapter 87, Visiting the Black Snake Society. Evening. In the bustling night market of Rongqing's East District. Compared to the prosperity of the new city in the Western District, the Eastern District seemed far more backward. Most of the area consisted of shanty towns, home to almost exclusively working-class residents. Come nightfall, the East District night market becomes the liveliest and most bustling place around. Amidst the night market alleys, nestled between several old KTVs, a sign bearing the words Viper Bar glowed brightly in the night. Several scantily clad young women leaned against the alley walls, striking provocative poses. Like merchandise, they were there for any passing men to choose. Of course. Compared to the prices at Tiangxi Anglu, the women here were clearly much cheaper. Boom! Just as night fell, a clap of thunder suddenly echoed across the sky. Immediately after, a downpour came out of nowhere. Damn it, what's with this hellish weather? Can't we even do business anymore? A woman in a red dress puffed on her cigarette, watching the rain splash up in the alleyway. She frowned and lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a pair of long, fair calves. Hey, handsome. I'm feeling generous tonight. How about half price? The red-dressed woman smiled, pursing her red lips as she looked at the young man in black before her. With razor-sharp eyebrows and a chiseled face, the man was undeniably handsome. In all her years as a dancer in this slum, she had never encountered anyone as extraordinary as the man before her. It wasn't just his looks. It was the look in his eyes. Deep and indifferent. As if no one could ever truly see through them. Is this the Viper Bar? Chunan, clad in a black jacket, glanced up at the bar's sign before turning to face the woman before him. That's right. You look new around here, handsome. First time visiting? The red-dressed woman blew smoke rings from her mouth before extending the cigarette to Chunan's hand. Her movements were effortless. As if she'd done this countless times before. Chunan took the half-smoked cigarette offered by the woman before him and placed it directly between his lips. I want to see someone from the Black Snake Gang. Chunan puffed on the cigarette, wrapping an arm around the red-dressed woman before him as a mischievous smile played across his face. Just as expected. At Chunan's words, a fleeting flicker of surprise flickered in the red-dressed woman's eyes. Rather than shrinking back, she wrapped herself around him like a serpent, her red lips brushing against his ear as she whispered. I knew it. How could a slum like this have a hottie like you? But you're awfully ignorant of the rules, daring to approach the Black Snake Society without a guide? Aren't you afraid of dying? As she uttered those final words, a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. Her jade-like hands slid over his shoulders, settling directly on the back of his neck. Her nails, painted a deep crimson, glowed like deadly blades in the night. With the slightest pressure, they could sever his carotid artery. Yet the man before her remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious. I have a major deal to negotiate with the Black Snake Society. As for the escorts, I believe that with sufficient profit, those little things are nothing but a formality. Chunan flashed a faint smile at the woman in red, then reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a check and thrusting it directly into her chest. Big business? The red-dressed woman looked surprised, but she unfolded the check to take a look. When she saw the amount written on it, her expression changed slightly. She looked at Chunan with great surprise. Interesting. It's been a while since our Black Snake Society took on such a big deal. Handsome, come inside with me.
The woman in red flashed Chu Nan a flattering smile before turning and stepping into Viper Bar. Chu Nan remained silent, simply following behind the woman in red. Finding the Viper Bar wasn't difficult. The real challenge was identifying the Black Snake Society's contact operating within the Viper Bar. If an outsider came here, the Viper Bar was just an ordinary bar with nothing particularly special about it. Who could have imagined that the dancer peddling flesh at the door was actually the Black Snake Society's contact? And it was Luo Tianyang who revealed this to Chu Nan. After Lei Laohu revealed the Viper Bar lead last time, Chu Nan had shared the information with Luo Tianyang. Sure enough, truly the wealthiest man in Sichuan province. Though he'd never dabbled in underground operations, Luo Tianyang still had some connections. Gathering this information for Chu Nan wasn't difficult. According to the Black Snake Society's rules, gaining entry into the Black Snake Society through Viper Bar required a designated sponsor. But finding such a sponsor proved no easy task. Chu Nan decided to come alone and try his luck. A 5 billion yuan deal he didn't believe the Black Snake Society wouldn't be tempted. Of course. The check he just presented was, of course, the ransom money paid earlier by the Meng family father and son. A few minutes later, Chu Nan followed the red-dressed woman through the bustling bar. They passed through the crowded dance floor filled with men and women, heading straight for the end of the corridor. There, 2 burly men in suits stood guard. Hua Hong, what brings you here? Spotting Chu Nan behind the red-dressed woman, the 2 men eyed him warily. Relax, this is a new client I just met. Notify Old Snake we've got a big deal coming in today. The woman in red, addressed as Hua Hong, waved her hand with a smile, her every gesture exuding the worldly air of someone accustomed to the nightlife. Had Chu Nan not spotted the serpentine tattoo exposed on her neck, he likely wouldn't have guessed at first glance that this woman was an assassin from the Black Snake Society. Big business coming in? Hearing Hua Hong's words, the 2 men exchanged surprised glances. You two wait here. I'll go notify manager he. One of the men considered for a moment before addressing Hua Hong and Chu Nan. With that, he turned and walked straight through the door. It was precisely at that moment when the door opened. Chu Nan's pupils contracted slightly as he caught sight of the scene beyond the door. A corridor stretching over 10 meters long. Separate rooms lined both sides, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Don't worry, handsome. With me here, nothing bad will happen. Such a big opportunity coming our way I don't even know how to thank you. In the midst of it all, Hua Hong, observing Chu Nan's silence, approached him with unexpected warmth and smiled. It's too early to be saying things like that. We don't even know if this deal will go through yet. Chu Nan replied with a cold smile. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Hua Hong's eyes. What's the matter? Could it be that your enemy is a formidable figure? But rest assured, within the borders of Sichuan province, aside from those few, there's no one the Black Snake Society dares not touch. Hua Hong covered her mouth with a smile, her tone brimming with confidence. At that very moment, the door before them swung open once more. The burly man who had left earlier returned. Chapter 88, 2 choices for you. Go in. Old Snake has agreed to see you. The burly man reappeared, his gaze fixed on Chu Nan. Lucky you, handsome. Follow me. Hearing this, Hua Hong smiled and patted Chu Nan's shoulder, gesturing for him to follow her inside. Wait. Before Chu Nan could take a step, the burly man produced a black eye patch. Hua Hong, don't forget our rules. Hearing this, Hua Hong pouted, then turned to smile at Chu Nan. Handsome, I'm afraid you'll have to endure it. No problem. Chu Nan nodded calmly, slipped the black blindfold over his head, and let Hua Hong lead him forward. In the dim corridor, only the sound of Hua Hong's high heels clicking on the floor echoed. Chu Nan followed slowly behind her, masked and silent. Though his eyes were blindfolded, his heightened senses scanned the surroundings, guarding against any sudden danger. Tap tap. At the end of the passageway, Hua Hong knocked twice on the door. Creak. The door, seemingly neglected for years, creaked open slowly. A beam of light spilled out. A sudden cacophony of noise filled her ears, accompanied by a strong smell of alcohol. We're here. Hua Hong spoke, then turned to remove the blindfold from Chu Nan's face. The next second, when Chu Nan opened his eyes and took in the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. A bar? The place he found himself in was a bar decorated in an 80s European style. Only, there weren't many patrons inside. Small groups sat at their tables, drinking in silence. Noticing an outsider, they turned their heads curiously. Hey, a new face. Got a new customer? So young might be a fat lamb. Hua Hong, are you this kid's escort? A wave of teasing laughter rippled through the crowd. Everyone's eyes roamed over Chu Nan without restraint, as if appraising prey. Don't be nervous. That's just how these guys are. They're all cutthroats who make their living by the blade. Their mouths are as foul as their deeds. Hua Hong shot the crowd a glare before turning to smile at Chu Nan. So this is the real Viper Bar? Hearing Hua Hong's words, Chu Nan glanced around and asked aloud. Seeing Chu Nan so calm, Hua Hong's eyes flashed with surprise.
It was the first time she'd ever seen someone maintain such composure on their first visit to Viper Bar.
That's right. This is the real Viper Bar, and it's also our Black Snake Society's secret contact point in Rongqing. Without an escort, outsiders aren't allowed in. Hua Hong explained to Chu Nan. Come on, I'll take you to meet Old Snake. He's the manager here, also known as the Snake Boss. Whether he takes your business or not is entirely up to him. With that, Hua Hong led Chu Nan toward the bar counter. The sun's risen in the west. That woman Hua Hong actually dares to bring an outsider here. If you ask me, she probably has her eye on this pretty boy. Inside the bar, the crowd laughed loudly, joking freely. Chu Nan paid them no mind. From the moment he stepped inside, he sensed these men were no ordinary folk. Each bore black tattoos. Clearly, they were all professional assassins from the Black Snake Society. Bar front desk. A middle-aged man in a vest, cigar dangling from his mouth, was mixing drinks behind the bar like a bartender. Old Snake, we've got business coming in. Hua Hong led Chu Nan to a seat at the bar counter and tapped the tabletop. Only then did the middle-aged man set down his glass, his gaze shifting toward Chu Nan. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. No escort? You dare come to Viper Bar alone? Kid, you've got some nerve. Chu Nan sat at the bar, meeting Old Snake's gaze with a smile of his own. No matter how powerful the Black Snake Gang is, they still run a business. They wouldn't turn down money, would they? Hearing this, Old Snake wore a hint of an intriguing expression. Hua Hong mentioned you paid quite a sum. Chu Nan pulled out a check and slammed it on the table. 500 million. Chu Nan's voice wasn't loud, but the words drew the attention of many assassins in the room. Damn, he really is a fat lamb. Should have made our move earlier. Wonder what kind of mission this kid's got that he's offering 500 million as a bounty. The crowd's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. A 500 million yuan bounty was exceptionally high even within the Black Snake Society. I wonder who the honored guest wants to eliminate. 500 million is more than enough to mobilize our Black Snake Society's most elite assassin team. Upon seeing the check Chu Nan had written, Old Snake's tone toward him immediately changed. After all, no one turns down money. The Black Snake Society was no exception. These cutthroats loved nothing more than money. Sitting at the bar, Chu Nan looked at Old Snake but shook his head. I don't kill people. You won't kill? Hearing this, Old Snake's expression flickered with surprise, clearly taken aback. The Black Snake Gang thrived on murder, what else would they do? At that moment, Hua Hong beside him also looked at Chu Nan with surprise. But before she could speak, Chu Nan spoke again. I only want to know one thing. Did the Black Snake Gang take on a job to target the Qin family of Rongqing? The Qin family of Rongqing? At these words, Old Snake's expression darkened. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed something about Chu Nan, suspecting that the man before him had come to the Black Snake Society for reasons far from simple. Sorry, but it's Black Snake Society policy we never disclose any client's mission details. If you came here just for this matter, you're in for a disappointment. Old Snake said in a low voice. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Nan before him. Handsome, what are you asking about this for? Beside him, Hua Hong gave Chu Nan a meaningful wink, her eyes carrying a hint of warning. If Chu Nan pressed further, he would be violating the Black Snake Society's taboo. Even she wouldn't be able to save his life then. Ignoring Hua Hong's warning as if he hadn't noticed, Chu Nan placed the check on the table. He then picked up a glass of cocktail, took a small sip, and smiled at Old Snake. Since this is business, let's play by business rules. I'll give you two choices. Take this 500 million and tell me who's behind the plot against the Qin family. Otherwise. Before Chu Nan could finish, Old Snake's expression hardened abruptly. He demanded. Otherwise what? Chu Nan set down his wineglass, flashing Lao Shi an innocent smile as he replied casually. Simple. I'll slaughter every last one of you and wipe out your Black Snake Society. Chapter 89, Wiping Out the Black Snake Society. The moment the words echoed, the once bustling bar fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes turned toward Chu Nan, filled with murderous intent. Ha 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 ha. You're the first one to threaten the Black Snake Society. From behind the bar, Old Snake threw his head back and roared with laughter, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Then, his expression darkened instantly as he fixed his gaze on Chu Nan, speaking each word deliberately. Kid, don't forget this is still my Black Snake Society's turf. Even the leader of Rongqing's underground, the Black Dragon Gang, wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Are you looking to die? Asking for death. It wasn't just Old Snake. In everyone's eyes at that moment, Chu Nan storming into the Black Snake Society's lair alone and declaring he'd wipe them out, what else could it be but courting death? To annihilate the Black Snake Society single-handedly. Unless a martial arts grandmaster came in person, who could possibly achieve that? Ignoring Old Snake's threats, Chu Nan only laughed again. My patience is running thin. I'll give you 3 seconds to make your choice. Arrogant. Absolutely outrageous. Hearing Chu Nan's words, the Old Snake's already sullen face instantly erupted in fury. What exactly do you want? Even Hua Hong's expression changed drastically at that moment, and she hurriedly asked Chu Nan. She never imagined. Shunan hadn't come to seek the Black Snake Society's assistance at all. He had come to the Black Snake Society to kill. 3. Shunan swirled his wineglass, counting with relish. You're asking for death. Seeing this, Old Snake barked coldly. The next second, 2 figures darted out of the shadows, lunging toward Shunan, daring to cause trouble on Black Snake Society's turf. You must be tired of living. Both were Black Snake Society assassins, striking with lightning speed. Their blades instantly transformed into 2 cold gleams, stabbing toward Shunan's back. Thud! The flash of blades was followed by the sharp ripping sound of air being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, where Shunan had been seated moments before, not even a trace of his figure remained. Gone? The 2 assassins exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. Too slow. A voice suddenly echoed from behind them, sending a chill down their spines and breaking out cold sweat all over their bodies. The greatest taboo for an assassin. Never expose your back to the enemy. Yet at this moment, neither of them knew when Shunan had appeared behind them. Die! True to their assassin training, the pair reacted instantly, spinning around and slashing out with their blades. Alas! Their speed seemed as clumsy as a toddler's first steps in Shunan's eyes. Wasting time. With a cold snarl, a flash of cold steel flickered from the sleeve of Shunan's right arm. Whoosh! Before the crowd could even discern his movements, the 2 who had just attacked collapsed limply to the ground. Dead. Their eyes remained wide open, their gazes still filled with utter bewilderment. How exactly had Shunan struck them down? Hua Hong and Lao Shi, standing mere inches away, looked down to see the 2 fallen figures had already become corpses. At the base of their necks, however, lay a slender, thread-like wound. 1 sword to the throat. They likely hadn't even felt the pain. But when had Shunan drawn his sword? Old Snake's pupils flinched. Instinctively, he sensed they'd encountered a true master this time. You have 1 last second. Tell me your choice. Standing perfectly still, Shunan maintained his calm smile as he looked at the utterly shocked Old Snake. As if the 2 corpses on the ground had nothing to do with him. In an instant, Old Snake's face turned deathly pale. And he wasn't the only one. Every Black Snake Society assassin in the bar now stood on high alert, silently encircling Shunan. Kid, I don't know what you're made of, but the Black Snake Society isn't a group to mess with. If I let you kill someone on our Black Snake Society's turf, how could I ever show my face again? All of you, move. Kill this brat. Old Snake roared in fury. In an instant, dozens of assassins materialized throughout the bar, closing in on Shunan to finish him off. At that moment, Old Snake's eyes glowed with an icy coldness, his murderous intent growing ever more intense. Every assassin present was an elite member of his Black Snake Society. This force alone could wipe out an underground gang of several hundred men. And Shunan was alone. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. No matter how skilled he was. Could he possibly sprout 3 heads and 6 arms? Alas! The thought had barely formed when Old Snake was cut off before he could witness the moment Shunan's body was severed from his head. The scene before him instantly left him frozen in place. Ah! The screams echoed relentlessly. Shunan's figure was barely visible. With each flash of movement, he reappeared clutching a 2-foot-long transparent dagger. With each flick of the blade, another life was lost. Though dozens of assassins filled the space, how could they withstand such slaughter? Blood mist now filled the bar's main hall. Shunan's figure stood amidst the crimson haze. Compared to these Black Snake Society assassins, he resembled a demon returned from the underworld. Truly worthy of the hidden blade. With this sword in hand, my strength increases by at least 20%. Gripping the hidden Slayer sword, feeling its blade tremble unceasingly in his hand, Shunan couldn't help but exclaim with delight. After drinking blood, the hidden Slayer sword seemed to have fully awakened. Though this was his first time using the hidden Slayer sword to take a life, Shunan wielded it with effortless mastery. Master level. This is undoubtedly master level strength. Even if this man hasn't reached the Grandmaster level yet, he must be very close. When did such a formidable expert appear in Roncheng without my knowing? Staring at the gruesome scene unfolding before him, Old Snake snapped back to reality, his face drained of color. At that moment, amidst the blood mist, the agonized screams abruptly ceased. What's happening? Old Snake's eyes widened as he stared into the blood mist. The next second, a figure slowly emerged. What met the eye was still that same harmless smile. Next up, it's your turn. Shunan's lips curved upward as he smiled at Old Snake. But that smile instantly terrified Old Snake, his legs buckling so badly he nearly lost his footing. If Shunan continued killing like this, the Black Snake Club would truly be wiped out. No, don't kill me. I'll tell you who's behind the plot to harm the Qin family. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Snake begged Shunan directly. Hearing this, Hua Hong, who had been standing nearby with legs trembling and eyes wide in shock, was utterly astonished. Behind Shunan, the blood mist dissipated. Not a single figure remained standing in the arena. Rules are made by people. Why not just agree to it and be done with it? Speak. Who exactly is behind the plot against the Qin family? Chunan returned to the bar counter and picked up the Bloody Mary cocktail. Old Snake stared at Chunan with terror, his voice trembling as he stammered. It was Chui. Put. Old Snake had barely uttered the first syllable when his entire body jerked violently and a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. Chapter 90. Are you threatening me? Damn it! Chunan's expression changed instantly as his gaze darted behind the old snake. Not far away, a figure cloaked in black turned and vanished into the shadows. Trying to run? Chunan's eyes flashed coldly as he instantly gave chase. The next moment, inside the vast Viper bar. Hua Hong. So powerful. That must be at least 8th tier strength, right? Hua Hong stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed on the direction Chunan had pursued. Her expression flickered between anger and fear. She was indeed an assassin for the Black Snake Society. But she felt no particular attachment to the Black Snake Society. Therefore, even witnessing the Black Snake Society's annihilation, Hua Hong felt little emotional turmoil. If anything stirred within her, it was the sheer magnitude of the shock Chunan had delivered. The Black Snake Society was destroyed, yet he did not kill me. Interesting. Pressing her red lips together, Hua Hong murmured to herself before seemingly making a decision. She immediately set off in pursuit of the direction Chunan had vanished. Outside Viper Bar. In the bustling East District night market. A motley crew of every walk of life gathered here. In the dark alleys, hurried gasps and frantic figures darting away echoed intermittently. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps grew frantic. Chuijiu, clad in a black cloak, appeared inside a dilapidated old building. The Viper Bar's layout is too complex that kids shouldn't be able to follow me here. From the rooftop, Chuijiu surveyed the Viper Bar a kilometer away. Beneath his black brim, a cold, sharp expression flashed across his gaunt face. Who would have thought that kid was such a skilled fighter? That fool Lao Shi invited a wolf into the house, he nearly exposed me. The memory of what he'd witnessed earlier made his expression darken. Old Snake wasn't the leader of the Black Snake Society. He was merely a snakehead Chuijiu had cultivated to manage the Black Snake Society's assassins in the open. Few knew his true identity. Chuijiu. I must return immediately and inform young Master Wang. The Qin family must not be provoked. Chuijiu's face darkened as he turned to leave. But at that very moment, a wisp of night wind swept past him. Just as Chuijiu turned, a shadowy figure had materialized on the rooftop terrace, its arrival unnoticed. So it seems you're the mastermind behind the Black Snake Society's attack on the Qin family? Chunan slowly turned, his icy gaze locking onto Chuijiu. How did you find me? The moment he saw Chunan, Chuijiu looked as though he'd seen a ghost, his face frozen in shock. That's irrelevant. Chunan stared at Chuijiu and demanded in a deep voice. Tell me, why did you target the Qin family? Why did you send men to assassinate Old Master Qin? The feng shui formation targeting the Qin family, that must be your handiwork, right? At these words, Chuijiu's heart froze. So it was you who disrupted my gathering evil formation. Chuijiu felt a pang of alarm. Geomancy was his specialty. The Qin family's lion statue was his handiwork. He had believed that statue would silently eliminate the Qin family patriarch. But he never imagined. Not only was the Qin patriarch still alive, but he was thriving. In that moment, Chuijiu realized there might be a master strategist within the Qin family who had uncovered his deadly formation. Looks like I picked the right person. Seeing the expression on Chuijiu's face, Chunan's eyes grew even colder. With a flick of his right hand, the hidden kill sword instantly fell into his palm. In an instant, an invisible aura erupted with a thunderous force. Like a sub-zero blizzard, it sent shivers down one's spine. Tell me, Chunan demanded, his voice icy cold, why did you kill Old Master Qin? Chunan's voice was exceptionally cold. He could care less about the lives of the Qin family. But when it came to Old Master Qin, that was touching his sore spot. Feeling the pressure emanating from Chunan, Chuijiu's face turned grim. Paid to eliminate troubles. That old fool from the Qin family didn't know when to quit. He brought this upon himself. As he spoke, a flash of silver gleamed in Chuijiu's hand. A long sword had been drawn. You brat, don't think I'm afraid of you. Chuijiu roared, charging forward instead of retreating, launching a direct assault on Chunan. Bring it on. A sharp gleam flashed in Chunan's eyes as he met the attack head-on. At that very moment, seeing Chunan closing in, a cold sneer flashed deep in Chuijiu's eyes. Die. As the words left his mouth, Chuijiu's left hand flicked out 2 silver poison darts. The darts flew with blinding speed, catching their target completely off guard. With only a few meters between them, an ordinary person would have no chance of dodging this sneak attack. Clang! Clang! In that very instant, Chunan swung his sword in his right hand with a fierce strike. Accompanied by 2 sparks, the poison darts were blocked by his blade. How is this possible? The smile froze on Chuijiu's face as he exclaimed in shock. The next second, his expression changed drastically, clearly realizing that the man before him was far more formidable than he had imagined. Run! The thought surged through his mind. A flash of resolve crossed Chuijiu's eyes. Without waiting for Chunan to attack, he raised his hand and slammed another object into the ground. Boom! Following the explosion, a cloud of bluish-gray mist instantly rose in the air. The thick mist instantly enveloped Chuizhou's figure, obscuring him completely. Now's our chance. The moment the mist completely blocked Chunan's vision, Chuizhou acted decisively, turning to flee outward. With his years of experience navigating the martial world, stubbornly confronting a formidable foe was the height of foolishness. You little brat, once I get back, I'll make you pay for destroying my Black Snake Society. His face darkening, Chuizhou had just taken his first step. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger struck him. Just as he froze in shock, a piercing chill shot through his neck, spreading like lightning across his entire body. What? Chuizhou looked down, his mouth agape in utter shock. Shock and terror. Gazing at the hidden kill sword pressed against his throat, Chuizhou's face drained of color. How is this possible? How did you do this? Paralyzed with fear, Chuizhou stared intently into the thick fog. Then, a night breeze swept through. The thick fog dissipated. Standing directly before Chuizhou, Chunan gripped the hidden slaughter sword, his face twisted into a cold smile as he stared at him. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Tell me who sent you after the Qin family? Is their objective the formula for rock skull pills held by old Master Qin? Chunan demanded coldly. Hearing this, Chuizhou's expression changed involuntarily. He hadn't expected Chunan to have already guessed the Wang family's intentions. But extracting information from him wouldn't be so easy. Let me go. I can tell you everything you want to know. Otherwise, I'd rather die than utter a single word. Chuizhou stood his ground, gritting his teeth as he stared at Chunan. Upon hearing these words, Chunan looked at Chuizhou before him and suddenly smiled. Are you threatening me? In an instant, Chuizhou felt the air around him grow bitterly cold. Chunan was genuinely intent on killing him. Chapter 91, The Qin Plan's Annihilation. A moonless, windy night perfect for murder. At that very moment, atop the old rooftop, realizing his threats might not work, Chuizhou's eyes darted about as he hurriedly added. Chunan, I know you have a special connection with the Qin family. Precisely because of that, you absolutely cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Qin family will surely face great calamity in the future. A demon who slaughtered the Black Snake Society. How could he possibly care about adding another life to his hands? You know me? It seems the one behind you must be quite familiar with the Qin family. Hearing Chuizhou's words, Chunan asked again. Chuizhou nodded, his tone uneasy. The man is innocent, but the jade brings guilt. You should understand this principle. The formula for rock skull pills isn't just any ancient recipe, its value is extraordinary. Yet the Qin family refuses to part with it. Sooner or later, they'll invite disaster upon themselves. Chunan replied coldly, so this is the scheme of the person behind you? Of course he knew about the ox skull pill formula. Anything the old man had deemed worthy of revealing back then could never be ordinary. The formula for the oxbile pill was actually derived from the cultivation elixir 9 Palace oxbile pill. For those versed in the art of alchemy, obtaining this formula would make it relatively straightforward to reverse engineer the recipe for the 9 Palace oxbile pill. Precisely because of this, the formula for the ox skull pills held far greater value than ordinary ancient formulas. But Chunan hadn't anticipated this. The Qin family's ox skull pill formula had never been leaked. How could anyone know this? And whoever knew this secret, either someone within the Qin family itself, or someone extremely close to the Qin family. Spare me. I can reveal the mastermind behind this and even spare the Qin family from annihilation. Seeing Chunan lost in thought, Chuizhou trembled as he pleaded. At this moment, what he knew was his only lifeline. He would never reveal it lightly. All right. This concerns the safety of the Qin family. I can offer you two choices. Chunan's lips curved slightly as he spoke with a smile. At these words, Chuizhou, who had been tense the entire time, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But in the very next second, Chunan produced a black pill and placed it before Chuizhou. I'm a fair man. Swallow this pill and I'll let you off the hook. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. As the word refuse left his lips, a cold gleam flashed in Chunan's eyes. Chuizhou instantly felt a chill wash over him, as if plunged into an ice cave, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. It was clear that if he dared refuse, Chunan would kill him without hesitation. I choose the first option. Before Chunan could elaborate further, Chuizhou grabbed the pill, tilted his head back, and swallowed it whole. Gulp! Before Chuizhou could react, the pill dissolved the moment it touched his tongue, its potent energy surging directly into his body. The potency carried a faint bitterness. However, after swallowing the pill, Chuizhou felt no immediate changes. He only sensed a faint, icy cold true qi emerging from his dantian, which paradoxically seemed to bolster his cultivation. What kind of pill is this? Chuizhou asked instinctively. This is the Yin Essence pill. That strand of true energy will aid your cultivation. Every month, you must take the antidote on schedule to continue strengthening this thread of true energy. Chunan's voice echoed. What if I stop taking it? Chui Jiao looked genuinely alarmed. He knew full well that Shu Nan would never aid his cultivation. This pill must be a trap. Sure enough. Shu Nan shot him a glance, his face breaking into the same smile he'd worn when he'd wiped out the Black Snake Society. If you go more than a day without taking this pill, you'll be overcome by unbearable itching all over your body. After 2 days, the Yin energy will run wild and transform into Yin poison, causing your skin to rot and fester. Within 3 days, the poison will erupt and you will die without a doubt. Shu Nan wore an expression of utter innocence. His tone was utterly matter-of-fact, as if discussing the most ordinary of matters. Yet when these words reached Chui Jiao's ears, sent a chill through his entire body. As a formidable fourth-tier innate realm expert who had roamed the martial world for years, this was the first time he had ever encountered such a venomous technique. This pill was no aid to cultivation. It was clearly a poisonous pill meant to harm people. Now, we can have a proper talk. Shu Nan chuckled, then completely sheathed the hidden kill sword. Chui Jiao stood rooted to the spot. Seeing Shu Nan's actions, a bitter smile spread across his face. He didn't know if Shu Nan was bluffing him. How could he risk his life on a gamble? For now, he must preserve his life and seek another opportunity to neutralize the poison within him. Speak. Who exactly ordered you to assassinate the Qin family? Also, what exactly is your connection to this Black Snake Society? Chui Jiao had swallowed the Yin marrow pill, so Shu Nan was naturally completely at ease. If this fellow was truly clever, he wouldn't dare lie now. Fine. Chui Jiao shook his head and sighed bitterly. I have no grudge against the Qin family. The ones truly plotting against them are the Wang family. The Black Snake Society is a force I built from scratch, but over the years, it's been the Wang family's funding that allowed it to establish itself so swiftly in Sichuan province. Upon hearing Chui Jiao's words, Shu Nan, standing in place, merely furrowed his brow. He showed no sign of surprise. You're not surprised? Chui Jiao asked Shu Nan curiously. Shu Nan nodded, his voice cold. Recent events have been too coincidental. First, Qin Pharmaceutical was inexplicably caught in a media storm. Then, the Wang family suddenly bought shares in Qin Pharmaceutical, becoming shareholders. If we're talking about suspects, the Wang family is naturally the prime suspect. Their target must be the formula for the oxgall pills. After hearing Shu Nan's words, Chui Jiao felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Junjie had believed his actions were utterly discreet, yet he hadn't anticipated being so thoroughly seen through by the man before him. Actually, I'm more curious. What exactly do you mean by the Qin family facing extermination? Shu Nan pressed Chui Jiao with another question. This was the matter that truly concerned him. Grandfather Qin had saved his life. Even if the Qin family treated him coldly, he could never stand by and watch them perish. At this moment, hearing Shu Nan's question, a grave expression also appeared on Chui Jiao's face. You underestimate the Wang family. The Wang family in Rongqing is merely a collateral branch. The true Wang family is one of the 4 great families and 8 noble clans of the capital. The reason Wang Junjie sought to seize the Qin family's ox-gall pill formula was to present it to the main branch in the capital. Hearing this, Shu Nan expressed surprise. The Wang family of the capital? He hadn't considered that possibility before. This matter was actually connected to forces in the capital. The so-called 4 great families and 8 noble clans. This referred to the 4 great noble houses and 8 distinguished clans of the capital. This Wang family was one of those 8 distinguished clans, their influence spanning all of China. Countless powerful figures served under the Wang banner, and it was said the family's patriarch was a legendary martial arts grandmaster. Even compared to Luo Tianyang, the wealthiest man in Sichuan province, the Wang family was like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. After all, this is a venerable clan with centuries of history. Its foundations are beyond comparison to ordinary families. At that moment, Chui Jiao glanced at Shu Nan and said in a deep tone. The Wang family acts with utter ruthlessness. If they truly set their sights on the Qin family's ox-gall pill formula, even you might not be able to stop them. Wouldn't you say this amounts to a clan-wiping disaster? Chapter 92, Joining their ranks. The Wang family of the capital, one of the 8 great clans. Before such a centuries-old lineage, the Qin family was but an insignificant speck. If the Wang family truly moved against the Qins, it would indeed spell the end of their lineage. Hearing Chui Jiao's words, a cold gleam flashed in Shu Nan's eyes. I advise you to persuade the Qin family to hand over the formula for the oxgall pills immediately. You cannot afford to provoke an entity like the Wang family. Seeing Shu Nan's silence, Chui Jiao grinned instead. But the words had barely left his mouth. Crack! Shu Nan shot out a hand, gripping Chui Jiao's throat and hoisting him off the ground. So what if they're the Wang family of the capital? The Qin family is under this young master's protection. If the Wang family dares to attack, I'll slaughter them without hesitation. A cold gleam flashed in Shu Nan's eyes as he spoke. Chui Jiao's face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately. No, don't kill me. Shu Nan stared intently at Chui Jiao as he spoke slowly. I still need a dog to run errands in Chengdu. Upon hearing this, Chui Jiao immediately shouted. I'll be your dog, master. Chuizhou harbored no doubt that Chu Nan would kill him. The power displayed by the other man left him utterly powerless to resist. Even if Chuizhou were utterly foolish, he should have understood that Chu Nan's cultivation, if not already at the level of a martial arts grandmaster, was likely not far off. Facing such a formidable opponent, he had no bargaining chips whatsoever. Thud. Only after hearing Chuizhou's words did Chu Nan release his grip, letting the man fall to the ground. Cough cough. His face already turning purple, Chuizhou gasped for breath, his expression frozen in sheer terror. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. I can infiltrate the Wang family and gather intelligence for you. Kneeling at Chu Nan's feet, Chuizhou pleaded with trembling fear. As long as he could preserve his life. Serving as Chu Nan's lackey, sacrificing this bit of dignity was nothing. Chu Nan stood rooted to the spot, looking down at Chuizhou kneeling at his feet. The reason he hadn't killed the man. That was precisely his intention. He truly lacked a capable and loyal dog in Rongcheng. Jin Dai and Lei Laohu were, after all, ordinary men. Their abilities fell short. Chuizhou, at the very least, possessed cultivation at the level. Entrusting certain matters to him meant Chu Nan wouldn't have to handle them personally. As for loyalty, having swallowed the Yin essence pill, Chu Nan had no reason to fear this man would dare betray him. After all, the antidote to that poison pill existed only with him and the old man. I hope you prove your worth. I don't keep useless people under my command. Chu Nan cast a cold glance at Chuizhou before turning his gaze to the side. You've been listening this whole time. Not planning on coming out? The words had barely left his mouth when Chuizhou's face froze in surprise. From behind the iron gate nearby, a figure stepped out directly. Hua Hong? Chuizhou was utterly surprised by the arrival. Chu Nan, however, coldly retorted. You dare follow me? Don't you fear death? Hua Hong's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained. Senior, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Before she could finish, a gust of wind swept past. Chu Nan's figure instantly materialized before Hua Hong. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden kill sword shot toward her. What? Feeling the sudden killing intent, Hua Hong's pretty face paled. Though fear filled her eyes, she forced herself to remain calm, standing utterly still as Chu Nan swung his blade toward her. But the sword's wind swept past, severing a strand of black hair from her temple. Hua Hong instinctively closed her eyes. But the expected pain never came. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Chu Nan's hidden kill sword poised against her shoulder. One more inch, and the beauty would lose her head. Why didn't you dodge? Chu Nan stared at Hua Hong before him. Her long lashes fluttered as Hua Hong finally spoke. With your strength, senior, if you truly wish to kill me, could I possibly evade it? With that, Hua Hong looked at Chu Nan and knelt on one knee. Senior, Hua Hong knows her strength is insufficient, but she is willing to join your ranks and serve you. Please grant me this favor. Hearing Hua Hong's words, Chuizhou beside him wore a look of utter surprise. Hua Hong was the Black Snake Society's top-tier assassin. He never imagined she would be the first to defect. But since even he had become a subordinate of Chu Nan, Chuizhou dared not utter a single word in response to Hua Hong's betrayal. You want to serve me? Why should I trust you? Chu Nan's lips curved into a playful smile as he looked at the woman kneeling before him. He could see at a glance that Hua Hong was far from the fragile woman she appeared to be. A cultivation level of 9th tier internal energy. Within the Black Snake Society, she was certainly no ordinary assassin. To have survived for years within the Black Snake Society as a woman, Hua Hong was no ordinary woman. At that moment, hearing Chu Nan's words, a resolute gleam flashed in Hua Hong's eyes. If you don't trust me, senior, I'm willing to take that Yin essence pill myself. This declaration caught Chu Nan off guard. Clearly, Hua Hong had overheard his earlier conversation with Chuizhou. You know what that Yin marrow pill is, yet you dare place your life in my hands? You have no regrets? Chu Nan looked at the woman before him with curiosity, suddenly finding her rather intriguing. Hearing this, Hua Hong lifted her head to meet Chu Nan's gaze, her tone unwavering. I will never regret it. Foolish. Beside them, Chuizhou silently shook his head at Hua Hong's words. The Yin essence pill did indeed possess cultivation-enhancing properties, but the Yin essence poison was a very real threat. He had just tried to use his true qi to counteract the poison of the Yin marrow pill, only to find it utterly useless. If she truly swallowed that Yin essence pill, her life would hang on Chu Nan's whim, reducing her to nothing more than his servant. To Chuizhou, Hua Hong's actions were tantamount to courting death. Fine. Swallow this pill, and I'll believe your words. Chu Nan produced another Yin essence pill and handed it to Hua Hong. Think carefully. Once you take this pill, there will be no room for regret. Chu Nan said coldly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hua Hong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute look. She reached out and took the pill from Chu Nan. In front of Chu Nan, Hua Hong swallowed it whole. The next second, the pill touched her tongue, and Hua Hong's brows furrowed slightly. Immediately, potent medicinal energy spread throughout her body, making her feel as if her dantian were about to explode. With Chuizhou's strength, he could barely withstand the potency of this Yin essence pill. But Hua Hong was merely at the internal energy cultivation level. With a full realm separating them, the sheer overwhelming potency of the Yin essence pill alone was enough to kill her. Senior. Hua Hong's face flushed crimson as she spoke through gritted teeth. Don't speak. Focus your chi and calm your mind. I'll lend you a hand. Before Hua Hong could react, a large hand pressed down firmly on her head. In an instant, a surge of even greater power flooded into her body. Soon, Hua Hong's body trembled uncontrollably as if struck by electricity. Boom! An invisible force surged forth. Hua Hong's trembling body gradually steadied. As she gasped for breath and opened her eyes, her gaze brimmed with intense excitement. The innate realm? Not far away, Chuijiu, who had witnessed the entire scene, was utterly shocked. Chapter 93, Subduing the Black Snake Society. The Yin Essence pill wasn't merely a poisonous pill. It was also a restorative. However, despite both taking the Yin Essence pill, Chuijiu's effects were noticeably weaker than Hua Hong's. Clearly, this was due to Chu Nan's intervention. What enabled Hua Hong to break through from the 9th level of internal strength to the realm in the blink of an eye was, naturally, Chu Nan's assistance. That he possessed such power. This also indicated that Chu Nan's cultivation level was likely far beyond Chuijiu's imagination. Had he surrendered willingly earlier, wouldn't it be him achieving this breakthrough now? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Chuijiu realized that perhaps becoming a disciple under Chu Nan's banner might not be such a bad thing after all. On the battlefield. I broke through? Hua Hong snapped back to reality, her eyes wide with astonishment and delight. Though only one realm apart, the difference between the innate realm and the inner force realm was worlds apart. A Xiantian realm expert. Even at the first tier of the innate realm, one could easily crush a 9th tier internal force martial artist and even hold their own against multiple opponents. Master, Hua Hong thanks you. Kneeling once more before Chu Nan, Hua Hong exclaimed with emotion. Chu Nan, however, responded coldly. Don't thank me just yet. Though I helped you refine the Yin marrow pill, that Yin poison chi still lingers within you. If you fail to take the antidote on schedule, you'll meet the same fate as him. At this point, Chu Nan glanced toward where Chuijiu stood. Hua Hong, as long as you serve your master diligently, he won't treat us unfairly. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Chuijiu responded with fawning flattery. Now that both served under Chu Nan, he naturally had to project himself as the master's more trusted confidant. After all, having witnessed Chu Nan's methods firsthand, he was already thoroughly convinced. Take this Yin Essence pill. From now on, you will be under my complete control. You must not resist in the slightest, including your own body. In the night's darkness, Chu Nan stared intently at Hua Hong and suddenly spoke. He could see through Hua Hong's outwardly promiscuous facade. A skilled assassin of the Black Snake Society wouldn't stoop to being a mere dancer. With Chu Nan's keen eye, Hua Hong clearly still possessed her virginity. She was utterly untouched. Thus, Chu Nan's words now pierced Hua Hong's heart like a sharp thorn. I understand. Hua Hong bowed her head respectfully. How could she not understand this truth? But she had her reasons for doing this. Chu Nan turned his gaze toward Hua Hong and teased with a playful smile. Now you can tell me. What exactly drove you to swallow the Yin Essence pill just to join my ranks? He wasn't a child. Even if Hua Hong had taken the Yin Essence pill, he wouldn't trust her completely. Unless, that is, she could offer a reason compelling enough to win his trust. As Chu Nan asked, a flicker of hesitation crossed Hua Hong's eyes. This was her greatest weakness, something she had never revealed, not even within the Black Snake Society. Yet, the thought of the Yin Essence pill she had just swallowed. A shadow of gloom crossed Hua Hong's eyes before she answered. To save someone. To save someone? At Hua Hong's answer, not only Chu Nan but even Chuijiu beside him wore expressions of utter surprise. Assassins of the Black Serpent Society. They lived by the sword, skilled only in taking lives. When had anyone ever heard of assassins saving people? What's going on here? Chu Nan pressed Hua Hong with a piercing stare. The person I wanted to save was my own brother. Only by becoming stronger will I have a chance to save his life. So to become stronger, I'll pay any price. With only a resolute glint in her eyes, Hua Hong gathered her courage and declared to Chu Nan. Upon hearing these words, Chu Nan merely glanced at Hua Hong before sighing inwardly. Earlier, when he had intervened to refine the elixir for Hua Hong, he had already sensed the severe damage to her meridian's clear aftereffects of forcibly pushing her cultivation realm. Though he didn't know why Hua Hong pushed herself so relentlessly in her cultivation. But with Chu Nan's discernment, he could tell she was not lying. Rise, he commanded. Serve me well, and I shall aid your cultivation. Chu Nan said calmly. After speaking, Chu Nan turned his gaze toward Chuijiu. What are your orders, master? Seeing this, Chuijiu knelt on one knee before Chu Nan and asked respectfully. Keep tonight's events confidential for now. The Black Snake Society will continue operating as usual, placed under Hua Hong's management. Though taken aback by Chu Nan's words, Chuijiu could only nod in agreement. Thank you, master. Hua Hong exclaimed excitedly to Chu Nan. So, the reins of the Black Snake Society would now fall into her hands. How many members does the Black Snake Society have left now? Chu Nan inquired.
Though he had slaughtered many tonight, dealing heavy losses to the Black Snake Society's elite fighters, he knew their ranks were far more numerous than that. Sure enough, before Cui Zhou could answer, Hua Hong rattled off the numbers like she owned the place. Reporting to the master, the Black Snake Society currently has 37 registered assassins. Additionally, there are some mercenary assassins, though they only have a cooperative relationship with our Black Snake Society. The so-called registered assassins were the kind of death-sworn warriors Chu Nan had encountered before. Failure meant certain death. Typically, such death-sworn assassins were meticulously trained by the Black Snake Society. The truly high-risk missions are mostly handled by these hired assassins. Upon hearing Hua Hong's explanation, Chu Nan nodded in understanding. Though their numbers were small, they would suffice for now. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward Cui Zhou. As for you, continue your infiltration within the Wang family. Remember, if there's any unusual activity at the Wang residence, inform me immediately. If absolutely necessary, hold nothing back when the moment comes. Chu Nan's tone was cold and detached. Upon hearing these words, Cui Zhou's expression changed. Master, are we truly going to take action against the Wang family? I fear that if word reaches the capital, it might implicate the Qin family. Chu Nan laughed coldly. If not for fear of complications, I would have wiped out the Wang family tonight. First gather evidence of the Wang family's ill intentions, I'll have use for it later. The Wang family wields considerable influence in the capital, yet Chu Nan paid them little heed. What he feared were hidden dangers, not overt threats. If they targeted the Qin family, especially the 80-year-old patriarch Qin, he feared his own strength might prove insufficient. If he truly intended to act, he would leave them no chance to retaliate. All right. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Glancing at the sky, Chu Nan waved to the two men. He turned and leapt into the night, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Left behind were Hua Hong and Cui Zhou, their expressions complex. I never imagined he wouldn't kill you. Instead, he helped you break through your cultivation. After Chu Nan departed, Cui Zhou turned to face Hua Hong. Master Cui, we both serve under the same master now. I advise you to watch your words and actions. Hua Hong glanced at Cui Zhou before turning and leaving as well. Compared to her previous encounters with Cui Zhou, her eyes no longer held any trace of deference. After all, they were both under Chu Nan's command. Moreover, having broken through to the realm herself, Hua Hong now possessed the confidence to stand her ground even against Cui Zhou. You! Seeing Hua Hong's blatant disrespect, Cui Zhou's face turned ashen. But recalling Chu Nan's earlier words, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure. Chapter 94, The Old Master's Birthday Banquet. 2 days later. The Qin household was decked out in festive decorations as they finally welcomed the celebration of Old Master Qin's 80th birthday banquet. Not only the Qin family members, but even some distant relatives gathered to offer congratulations. Though the Qins were only a third-tier family, they were a local power in Rongqing. Coupled with the recent news of their partnership with the Lu Group, the Qin's reputation had soared. Word of the patriarch's milestone birthday drew numerous well-wishers. The Qin family villa was filled to capacity with distinguished guests. As the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Jianghai was the host of tonight's banquet. Qin Weiha and his wife bustled about, smiling and greeting guests. Your presence here tonight truly graces our humble abode. Today marks my father's 80th birthday celebration. Please feast and drink to your heart's content. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, we humbly ask for your understanding. From the head table, Qin Jianhai rose with a wineglass in hand and addressed the crowd in a commanding voice, embodying the demeanor of the family patriarch. Lu Lirong and Qin Lulu, seated nearby, wore equally smug expressions. What's he so cocky about? Acting like the old man will hand him the family headship. Lu Suling muttered under her breath, pinching Qin Weiha beside her. Look at you, you stubborn fool. All you ever do is work your fingers to the bone, while your older brother steals all the glory. Why did I ever marry such a good-for-nothing like you? Watching her sister-in-law Lu Lirong strut about, Lu Suling complained with a sour expression. Both bearing the Lu surname, both daughters-in-law of the Qin family. Why was there such a huge gap in their status? You know I never like to say these kinds of things in public. Qin Weiha shot his wife a glance and offered an awkward smile. Dad, today is your 80th birthday. We've specially prepared a birthday gift for you. Seeing that most of the guests had arrived, Lu Lirong slowly rose to her feet and addressed the elderly Mr. Qin seated at the head of the table with a smile. With that, she took out an ancient painting and unfolded it before everyone. The scroll had a slight yellowing to it. But this very fact attested to its age, confirming it as a rare antique indeed. Depicted upon the scroll was a solitary pine tree. Vigorous and powerful, it soared skyward. This is Zhang Bohu's genuine work, the pine tree of South Mountain. I pulled quite a few strings to have this painting brought over from Hong Kong. May the old gentleman live as long as the evergreen pines of Nanshan. Lu Lirong said with a beaming smile. She had clearly put considerable thought into selecting this painting, rich in symbolic meaning. As for the price, she kept that to herself. The guests present were no fools. An original by Zhang Bohu? That wouldn't come cheap.
Big brother, your family has been so thoughtful. Taking the ancient painting, old Master Qin nodded with a smile. Lirong truly has a filial heart. I hear Zhang Bohu was the most renowned painter of the Tang dynasty. A single painting by him must be worth at least several million, right? They even had to send someone to Hong Kong to acquire it. Old master, you're truly blessed to have a daughter-in-law like her. At the gathering, the assembled relatives and elders all chimed in with praise. Uncles and aunts, you flatter me. This is simply our duty as children. Lu Lirong waved her hand with a smile, casting a rather smug glance at Qin Weha and his wife as she spoke. Since it was what children ought to do. If Qin Weha and his wife didn't show their appreciation, they'd be in a tough spot today. But they never imagined that their eldest brother's family would present such an extravagant birthday gift. This caught Qin Weha and his wife completely off guard. The gift they had prepared for the old man was worth only a few thousand yuan. Presenting it now would be utterly humiliating. Auntie, you must have been swindled. I suspect this painting of yours is a fake. Just as Lu Lirong wore a look of smug satisfaction, Shunan, seated beside Qin Yuru at the second seat of honor, suddenly spoke up with a smile. Shunan, what do you mean by that? Before Lu Lirong could respond, Qin Lulu snapped. This is a famous painting my mother had someone buy from Hong Kong City. How dare you criticize it? At that moment, everyone present frowned and turned their gaze toward Shunan. They were all well aware of Shunan's background. Precisely because of this, no one had paid him any mind earlier. Yet unexpectedly, Shunan had stepped forward to question Lu Lirong at this moment. Anyone with half a brain knows Zhang Bohu specializes in painting tigers. I've never heard of any other paintings by this man circulating in the world. What's more, even the seal on this painting is wrong. It's just too absurdly fake. Ignoring Qin Lulu's words, Shunan declared directly before the assembled crowd. His words sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the ancient painting in the old man's hands. The guests present were no ordinary crowd, many were connoisseurs in their own right. Shunan spoke again. Zhang Bohu was known as the Six-like Hermit. Every single one of his paintings bears the signature and seal of the Six-like Hermit. Yet this painting bears the signature Zhang Bohu. How could it possibly be an authentic work? At Shunan's words, the entire room turned their gaze toward the ancient painting in unison. He was right. As they focused their eyes, the seal in the lower left corner of the painting clearly bore the characters Zhang Bohu. Lu Lirong, frozen in place, paled visibly. You're talking nonsense. I paid millions for this painting from an antique dealer in Hong Kong City. How could it possibly be a fake? Lu Lirong pointed at Shunan and retorted. Yet, at that moment, her tone carried a faint hint of unease. It was true that she had asked a friend to buy it from Hong Kong. But she had only spent 100,000 yuan, not the so-called millions. Of course. As for whether it was counterfeit, even Lu Lirong herself didn't know. Meanwhile, Shunan sat upright, hands tucked into his pockets, smiling silently. The truth of its authenticity needed no further explanation from him. The people present weren't blind, after all. Well then, the value of a gift lies not in its price, but in the thought behind it. With just a glance at Lu Lirong, old Master Qin had already guessed the truth. Nevertheless, he smiled as he took the painting and handed it to a servant standing nearby. Today marked old Master Qin's 80th birthday. Shunan didn't want to spoil the mood, so he said no more. Grandfather, I know you love Shoshan stone, so I specially asked Shunan to go to the antique shop and buy you a Shoshan stone bracelet. At that moment, Qin Yuru rose and handed a wooden box to the old gentleman. Oh? A Shoshan stone bracelet? Hearing Qin Yuru's words, the old gentleman seemed somewhat surprised. He promptly opened the wooden box and took out a strand of pale golden beads. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, its color a rich golden hue. Though not an expert appraiser, old Master Qin possessed some discernment and immediately recognized the bracelet's exceptional quality. Yuru, this gift is far too precious. It must have cost your family a pretty penny. Even old Master Qin couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Yet despite his words, as he handled the Shoshan stone bracelet, his eyes brimmed with affection. Grandfather, rest assured it didn't cost much. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Qin Yuru paused for a moment before speaking again. After all, her uncle's family had gifted ancient paintings worth millions. It's just a cheap bracelet. How much could it possibly be worth? Overhearing the old man's words, Qin Lulu couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 95, worth how much? How much could it possibly be worth? The moment Qin Lulu uttered those words, she drew the attention of everyone present. A Shoshan stone bracelet might be considered a treasure to ordinary people, but in the Qin family, an item of this caliber was nothing special. This thing might not be worth much, but I doubt you could afford it. Shunan shot Qin Lulu a cold glance and said icily. Hearing this, Qin Lulu's expression darkened. What are you playing at? Who knows if this crappy bracelet is real or fake? If this lady wants to buy it, I could afford 10 bracelets. Qin Lulu had barely finished speaking. At that very moment, outside the Qin family's living room, the butler, Chibo, suddenly called out in a loud voice. Mr. Chen from the Treasure Appraisal Studio has arrived to offer congratulations.
Inside the hall, everyone present was taken aback by Chibo's announcement. Chen Wu of the Treasure Appraisal Studio. This man held considerable renown in Chengdu's antique circles, and even among the guests present, many recognized his name. Yet none had anticipated that Chen Wu also shared a connection with the Qin family, personally attending to offer birthday congratulations. Not long after, the crowd watched as Chen Wu, dressed in a black suit, entered the room, holding a pair of glass-like agate ornaments in his hands. Chen offers his wishes for the old master's blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. A small token of my respect. Upon entering the hall, Chen Wu bowed his hands in greeting to old Master Qin. He then handed the gifts to a Qin family servant standing nearby. The moment the glass-like agate pair was revealed, astonishment rippled through the assembled crowd. Just look at the quality. This pair of agates alone must be worth no less than $1 million. I hear Mr. Chen is quite the connoisseur of antiques. Anything he brings out is bound to be expensive. Those with keen eyes examined the agate and murmured among themselves. At this moment, the appearance of Chen Wu brought a look of surprise to old Master Qin's face. After all, the Qin family had no connection whatsoever to this appraisal studio. Much less would Chen Wu, the owner of the appraisal shop, personally come to pay respects on the occasion of a birthday celebration. Mr. Chen, I deeply appreciate your kind gesture. Please take a seat, Mr. Chen. Old Master Qin bowed his hands in greeting, gesturing for Chen Wu to join the seating arrangement. At that very moment, Qin Lulu suddenly remembered something. She picked up the bead bracelet from the table and walked straight to Chen Wu. Mr. Chen, please take a look at this. Some people brought this fake as a birthday gift, claiming they bought it from your appraisal shop. Qin Lulu declared loudly. At that moment, everyone else caught on. Earlier, Qin Yuru had mentioned that this golden bracelet was indeed purchased from the appraisal shop. What a coincidence. Chen Wu, the owner of the appraisal shop, was right there. Its authenticity could be verified with a simple inquiry. In the midst of the commotion, Chen Wu glanced at the bracelet in Qin Lulu's hand and couldn't help but startle. Miss, you say this bracelet was a birthday gift for the old master? Seeing Chen Wu's astonishment, Qin Lulu became even more certain that the item in her hands must be a fake. Only someone presenting a fake as a birthday gift would be so utterly unacceptable. Qin Lulu sneered coldly, Mr. Chen, please feel free to speak your mind in front of everyone. Hearing this, Chen Wu snapped back to his senses and replied. To be perfectly honest, this item was not sold by my appraisal shop. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone present furrowed their brows. Even Qin Yuru turned to look at Shunan with surprise. Ha ha ha, what did I say? You little brat, got nothing to say now, huh? Bringing a fake to celebrate my grandfather's birthday? Your whole family has ulterior motives. Finally, Shunan's true colors were exposed and in front of everyone, no less. Qin Lulu felt a surge of vindication, glaring triumphantly at Shunan. Meanwhile, Qin Weiha and his wife wore grim expressions. Shunan, what's going on here? Didn't Yaruo say you bought this bracelet from the antique appraisal shop? Qin Weiha's face hardened as he urgently confronted Shunan. If Shunan had indeed committed such a disgraceful act in front of all these relatives and friends, it would bring shame upon their entire family. Dad, there might be a misunderstanding. Qin Yuru frowned but spoke up first to intercede. Enough. Stop putting on this charade, all of you. How could this penniless kid afford to buy anything at the antique appraisal shop? If you ask me, this is all a setup. At the table, Lu Liron, who had nearly lost all face moments ago, now stood up to lash out. It was that kid Shunan who nearly ruined her reputation. This time, she wouldn't let Shunan and the Qin Weiha family off the hook no matter what. Enough. What a racket. This is no way to behave. Seeing the festive birthday banquet atmosphere sour, old Master Qin couldn't help but bark out coldly. Hearing the old master speak, the crowd finally calmed down a bit. Ahem. Perhaps I didn't express myself clearly earlier. Mr. Qin, this piece is indeed not a finished product sold by my appraisal shop. It is a top-grade Shushan stone that Mr. Chu cut open during a jade stone gambling session at my shop just the day before yesterday. This Shushan stone is of the highest grade, worth at least 6 million. Just as everyone waited to see Qin Yuru's family make a fool of themselves, Chen Wu, who hadn't gotten a word in earlier, finally had his chance to explain. And with those words, a momentary silence fell over the vast hall. A 6 million yuan top-grade Shoshan stone? Had Shunan uttered those words, they wouldn't have believed a single syllable. But coming from Chen Wu, the owner of the antique appraisal studio, his words carried undeniable weight. 6 million? Qin Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Shunan, utterly bewildered. But I only gave you 200,000, didn't I? Qin Yuru murmured softly. She couldn't quite grasp how Shunan had managed to multiply the 200,000 yuan birthday gift by a full 30 times. Yuru, I almost forgot to tell you. The day before yesterday, Shunan and I went to the appraisal shop together. I saw him appraise this top-grade Shoshan stone with my own eyes. Shinsini, arriving late to the gathering, witnessed this scene and immediately explained to Qin Yuru. Gambling stone? Qin Yuru froze for a moment. Even though she had never been involved in the jade trade, she had heard stories about jade stone gambling.
This was akin to winning the lottery jackpot, and it had happened to Chunan? A top-grade Shoshan stone worth 6 million. Did that kid really win the jade stone gamble? And he used it as a birthday gift? At that moment, not only Qin Lulu's family but every single guest present was utterly dumbfounded. A 6 million yuan birthday gift. Even among top-tier families, this would be considered an exceptionally lavish gift. No wonder Chunan had been so arrogant earlier. It turned out that this seemingly unremarkable bracelet was truly beyond Qin Lulu's means. This is infuriating. How could that brat get such a stroke of luck? At that moment, staring at Chunan's unchanging smirk, Qin Lulu wished she could sink through the floor. She felt utterly humiliated. Chapter 96, Qin Lulu's moment in the spotlight. In the Qin family's grand hall. The moment Chunan presented his 6 million yuan birthday gift, it instantly overshadowed the spotlight that had been on the eldest son, Qin Jianghai, and his family. Qin Weha and his wife were overjoyed. It was a rare occasion to triumph over the eldest son's family in such a straightforward manner. Only Qin Yuru shot Chunan a cold glance. Why didn't you tell me about something this big beforehand? Chunan smiled mysteriously. Didn't I want to surprise everyone? A 6 million yuan birthday gift. In Chunan's eyes, it wasn't worth making a big deal about. Besides, the birthday gift he had prepared for the old man was far more than just this humble Shoshan stone bracelet. The Wang family of Rongqing has arrived to offer congratulations. At the same time, standing outside the door, Uncle Qi announced loudly once more. Hearing this, the guests in the hall turned their heads in unison to look outside. The Wang family from Rongqing has arrived too? They're one of Rongqing's foremost families. Who would have thought they'd be on friendly terms with the Qins? Well, you didn't know that, did you? Word is the Wang family's eldest son and the Qin family's eldest daughter are a couple. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Upon hearing this, Qin Lulu's expression instantly brightened. Tonight's birthday banquet. This was the moment she had been waiting for. My father is occupied with urgent matters and couldn't make it, so he specially sent me to offer birthday wishes to old Master Qin. A small token of our respect. In the banquet hall, Wang Junjie, dressed in a designer suit, strode confidently inside. Behind him, a bodyguard carried in a gold Buddha statue nearly a foot tall. Thud. The golden Buddha landed with a dull thud. Everyone present couldn't help but look astonished. Holy crap, is this made of gold? I've never seen a gold Buddha this big in my entire life. This single statue must be worth millions. The guests buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Wang Junjie remained calm, smiling as he said, "It's not worth much, just a token of my humble regards. This is Jin Liutang's prized treasure. I also invited a high monk from Linging Temple to consecrate it, specifically as a birthday gift for old Master Qin." Wang Junjie's nonchalant words sent ripples of astonishment through the assembled guests. Judging by its weight, this golden Buddha must be worth at least several million. The Wang family truly lives up to its reputation, such extravagant generosity. Compared to the Shoshan stone bracelet, the appearance of this golden Buddha made it clear to even the most uninitiated solid gold was far more valuable than jade. "Young Master Wang, you finally arrived." Spotting Wang Junjie, Qin Lulu immediately broke into a smile and hurried over to greet him. Wang Junjie made no attempt to hide his affection, immediately wrapping an arm around Qin Lulu's waist. "I'm not too late, am I?" Wang Junjie asked with a slight smile. The main character always makes the grand entrance last. So he deliberately left half an hour late, all for the dramatic effect of stunning the crowd. "Not late at all. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, some people would have gotten way too cocky," Qin Lulu said in a sweet, coquettish voice, her gaze darting toward Qin Yuru and Chunan as she spoke. It was obvious who she was referring to. The Wang family has traveled such a long distance, and we are already deeply grateful. But such a precious gift, this old man simply cannot accept it. Seated at the head of the table, old Master Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and politely declined. To put it plainly, the Qin and Wang families had no connection whatsoever. Though he didn't understand why the Wangs had come to celebrate the birthday, he couldn't accept this gift. Upon hearing the old master's words, Wang Junjie's expression shifted slightly. He had prepared such a lavish gift for a reason, and the elder's refusal caught him off guard. "Father, it's Junjie's heartfelt gesture. Please accept it. Besides, it won't be long before we're all family. There's no need to be so formal." Lu Lirong interjected, pleading with the old man. These words caught the Qin family off guard. "Family? What do you mean by that, sister-in-law?" All the Qin family relatives turned to ask Lu Lirong. Standing in the middle of the room, Lu Lirong cleared her throat and announced with a smile. "Looks like you haven't heard yet. Young Master Wang has formally proposed to Lulu. Zhanghai and I approve of this match. From now on, the Qins and the Wang family are one." Lu Lirong deliberately kept her voice steady. Yet as the words left her lips, the corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily. A marriage alliance with the Wang family. With such powerful backing, who in this small Qin household would dare oppose them in the future? "Mom, we haven't even been engaged yet. Why did you tell everyone? Beside her, Qin Lulu stamped her foot coyly upon hearing her mother's words. Though she protested, everyone could see the pride and showiness on Qin Lulu's face. The future matriarch of the Wang family. Wasn't that status alone 100 times more prestigious than being the eldest daughter of the Qin family? It was likely that in the future, whenever the Qin family saw her, they would have to bow and pay their respects. Congratulations! Who would have thought Lulu would become the future matriarch of the Wang family? I've always thought Lulu was a fine girl. Our Qin family's future will depend on you. The relatives, coming to their senses, also rushed to offer congratulations to the Qin Jianghai family. As the saying goes, when one person rises to prominence, even the chickens and dogs are elevated. If Qin Lulu truly became the eldest mistress of the Wang family, that alone would cement Qin Jianghai's standing within the Qin clan. Originally, they were still debating which side to take. Now, the choice was clear. Of course, they'd have to curry favor with Qin Jianghai's family first. Father, as the head of the household, this decision isn't ours to make. We must have your approval first. Qin Jianghai glanced at the old patriarch. Seeing no sign of joy on his face, he hurriedly explained. Yaro is already married. It's certainly time for Lulu to consider her future as well. The children are grown and have their own minds. If this is her choice, I won't oppose it. Grandfather Qin sighed as he sat at the table. When Qin Group faced trouble last time, the Wang family conveniently bought out the shares held by Qin Santong and his partner, successfully infiltrating Qin Pharmaceutical. The timing felt too coincidental, and old Master Qin had harbored suspicions ever since. But suspicion remained just that, suspicion. There was no evidence linking the Wang family to the previous incident at Qin Pharmaceutical. If Qin Lulu truly wished to marry Wang Junjie, as her grandfather, he naturally couldn't stand in her way. Now, upon hearing old Master Qin's nod of approval, Qin Jianghai's family instantly lit up with joy, finally letting out a collective sigh of relief. They had feared the old patriarch might veto the match. They had specifically instructed Wang Junjie to prepare a lavish gift, intending to broach the subject during the old man's 80th birthday celebration. Little did they expect the old man to be so agreeable. Little sister, did you see that? Marriage determines a woman's lifelong happiness. Marrying the wrong man could ruin her entire life. Qin Lulu, arm in arm with Wang Junjie and basking in the admiring glances of the crowd, turned to the silent Qin Yaru beside her and smiled. Chapter 97, Guests arrive, all for one person. The moment Qin Lulu spoke those words, Qin Yaru's expression darkened instantly. Even Qin Weha and his wife looked somewhat displeased. Big sister, you don't need to meddle in my affairs. You haven't even become the eldest mistress of the Wang family yet, don't get ahead of yourself. Facing Qin Lulu's public provocation, Qin Yaru retorted without flinching. Oomph, as if you don't know. Young Master Wang has already agreed to me. The Wang family will present 10 billion yuan as a dowry. In this Qin household, you won't have the standing to compete with me anymore. Qin Lulu laughed aloud. All the pent-up frustration of these past days could finally be avenged face to face today. 10 billion yuan in dowry. As the esteemed eldest daughter of the Qin family, this dowry alone would be enough to make others green with envy. Compared to Qin Yaru taking in a son-in-law, the two were worlds apart. She would prove to everyone that Qin Yaru would spend her entire life beneath her feet. Lulu is absolutely right. To prove my love for Lulu, 10 billion in dowry is nothing. Holding Qin Lulu close, Wang Junjie looked out at the crowd and declared it aloud. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp again. 10 billion yuan dowry? A 10 billion yuan dowry was astronomical even by Chengdu standards. This dowry alone showed how highly the Wang family valued Qin Lulu. The position of the Wang family's eldest mistress was now firmly secured. Lulu's absolutely right. They're all daughters of the Qin family, yet some ended up marrying into the family with a country bumpkin. I hear that second son-in-law is just a security guard at the gate. What a disgrace to the Qin family. The group of cousins spoke with a mix of flattery and sarcasm. Qin Yaruo's expression darkened further, and a hint of tearful resentment glistened in her beautiful eyes. Compared to her elder sister, Qin Lulu, she had never been favored within the Qin household since childhood, unable even to decide her own marriage. If Qin Lulu was a swan, then she can only be considered an ugly duckling at best. Lulu, your words are far too harsh. Don't forget, it was our Yaruo who took the blame for your marriage arrangement. If not for that, why would Yaruo have chosen such a good-for-nothing fellow as a son-in-law? Standing up to defend their daughter, Qin Weha and his wife also stepped forward to retort. A good-for-nothing? Hearing his in-law's words, Chunan couldn't help but let a bitter smile creep across his face. Mom, please stop. This is my own choice, it has nothing to do with anyone else. Hearing this, Qin Yaru hurriedly explained. Qin Lulu sneered. Uncle and auntie, you heard that too. This is your daughter's own choice, what does it have to do with me? No one forced her to pick through trash back then. Scavenging. Qin Lulu's words sent a chill through Qin Yaru, turning her face pale. She turned to look at Chunan beside her, only to find him sitting at the table eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. In an instant, Qin Yaru's heart plummeted to the depths. Qin Weha and his wife also glanced at Chunan. Eat, 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 all you know how to do is eat. Everyone's putting on a show in front of you, yet you can't even say a word for your row? Hearing this, Chunan finally paused his chopsticks, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just as Chunan was about to speak, Golden Chief of the Tianchi gang offers congratulations. Leader Lei of the Fierce Tiger gang offers congratulations. Outside the door, Chibo's voice rang out, abruptly interrupting the flow of the scene. At the mention of the Heavenly Pool gang and the Fierce Tiger gang, the expressions of those present visibly changed. What? Even the Tianchi gang and the Mighty Tiger gang have sent people? They're not here to crash the party, are they? The assembled guests murmured anxiously. At that very moment, two figures strode simultaneously into the hall. Jean Day strode in quickly. Lei Tiger, fearing he might fall behind, hurried to catch up with Jean Day. Behind them trailed a swarm of henchmen, each carrying several large trunks. Golden Big Tooth of the Tianchi gang. Lei Laohu of the Fierce Tiger gang. Happy 80th birthday to Old Master Qin. The moment they entered, both men simultaneously bowed their hands in greeting to Old Master Qin. The next second. Thud. 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 Several boxes thudded to the floor. The boxes opened to reveal nothing but birthday gifts inside. Did I see that right? Even Big Gold Tooth and Thunder Tiger came to celebrate Old Master Qin's birthday? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The Tianchi gang and the Manhwa gang were notorious underground syndicates in Rongqing, and Jean Dia and Lei Hu were feared figures whose vicious reputations made them untouchable. Any decent family would never dare associate with such men. Greetings, Mr. Chu. After delivering their birthday wishes, Jean Dia and Lei Hugo didn't wait for the others to acknowledge them. They rushed straight to Chunan, bowing respectfully. This is too noisy. Holding his wine cup, Chunan glanced at the commotion before him with a hint of displeasure. At the sound of Chunan's words, Jean Day and Lei Laohu's expressions abruptly darkened. Get out of here immediately. Don't disturb the birthday banquet. The two men quickly turned their heads and barked orders at their entourage. In an instant, the entire group vanished without a trace. This scene left the crowd in the hall thoroughly startled. What? Chunan actually knows these two? Looks like these two came here for Chunan? The crowd murmured in lingering fear. Since they're honored guests for the birthday celebration, young Chu, hurry up and show them to their seats. Nearby, Old Master Qin, who had been somewhat worried, saw the respect shown to Chunan by Jean Day and the other man. His mind immediately eased, and he smiled faintly. Hearing the old man's words, Chunan finally addressed Jean Day and the other. Stop standing there like fools. Find yourselves a seat. Got it. At Chunan's command, the two promptly patted their bottoms and obediently took their seats at the secondary table. What kind of people does this guy know? He's turned this birthday banquet into a complete mess. Not far away, Qin Lulu muttered discontentedly. That Chunan knew figures like Big Tooth Jean and Tiger Lei was indeed beyond her expectations. But they were merely two gang bosses. As the future matriarch of the Wang family, she naturally looked down on them. Master Son of Jiang has arrived to offer congratulations. Before the crowd could recover, Chibo's voice rang out once more. Son Anren of Jiang. This man held considerable renown in Rongqing, commanding respect even from many first-rate families. Who would have thought the Qin family held such influence? I heard this divine physician rarely mingles with others, yet he's actually come to celebrate Old Master Qin's birthday. In the hall, many gazed at Sun Anren as he arrived, their expressions filled with reverence. But before Sun Anren could speak, from behind him, Chibo's voice rang out once more. The Lu family of Rongqing offers congratulations. Director Xiao of the Four Winds Merchants Association has come to offer congratulations. Chapter 98, Xiao Hong's birthday gift. The Lu family of Rongqing? Director Xiao of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce? As Chibo's voice echoed through the hall, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, all turning to look outside. Behind Sun Anren, Lu Zhengtian and his daughter Lu Xiaoman were approaching, gifts in hand. Lu Zhengtian, general manager of the Lu Group. And the lady beside him must be the eldest Miss Lu. The crowd murmured in hushed whispers, as their gazes shifted to look behind the two figures. The next moment, every eye in the room froze. Xiao Hong, dressed in a cheongsam, slowly came into view. Though nearing 30, Xiao Hong possessed a unique, mature allure that proved irresistible to the men present. Not just men, even the other women present, save for Qin Yaru and a few others, paled in comparison to Xiao Hong. Madam Xiao? She's here too? She's a big shot even top-tier families can't get to attend. The humble Qin family actually managed to secure Ms. Zhao's presence. The moment Xiao Hong and Lu Jingtian appeared, the atmosphere in the venue instantly reached a fever pitch. These two were the kind of heavyweights they'd normally have no chance to curry favor with. Now, sharing the banquet table with them, everyone felt an unspoken sense of pride. Of course, the astonishment wasn't confined to the guests alone. Even the Qin family members were taken aback. They could barely make sense of Sun Anren and Lu Jingtian's presence. After all, Sun Anren and Old Master Qin did share some history. And given the recent collaboration between the Qins and the Lus, some interaction between the two families was hardly unusual.
Still, Lu Jingtian bringing his daughter along personally caught the Qins off guard.
Except for Xiao Hong, the esteemed proprietor of Spring Breeze Pavilion,
one of the 8 directors of the Four Winds Merchants Guild. In terms of status, even Lu Jingtian would likely show her a measure of deference. Yet this very figure. Not only has he repeatedly aided the Qin family, but now he has personally come to attend their birthday banquet. To arrive uninvited is truly presumptuous. Lu has come specifically to share a cup of wine and offer congratulations on the elder Qin's birthday. In the banquet hall, Lu Jingtian bowed his hands in greeting to old Master Qin. Lu Xiaoman handed the gifts she had brought to the Qin family's servants. No one paid attention to the Lu family's gift. After all, Lu Jingtian himself had come in person. That alone carried more weight than any gift in the room. Mr. Lu, you flatter us. Your presence is an honor for the Qin family. Please take your seat, take your seat. Seeing this, Qin Jianghai hurried over to escort Lu Jingtian and his daughter to the VIP section.
No need to go to all that trouble, we'll just sit with Brother Chunan.
Before they could take the VIP seats, Lu Xiaoman suddenly pointed to the empty spot beside Chunan.
Miss Lu, that's the secondary seating reserved for the younger generation. We've specially prepared the VIP section for our honored guests. Hearing Lu Xiaoman's words, Qin Jianghai's expression stiffened slightly before he forced a smile.
No, I want to sit at Brother Chunan's table.
Lu Xiaoman pouted.
Before Qin Jianghai could respond, Lu Jingtian waved his hand and said with a smile.
It's fine. We're old acquaintances with Mr. Chu. Let's join his table. With that, Lu Jingtian led Lu Xiaoman toward Chunan. Mr. Chu, it's been ages. After greeting Chunan with a smile, Lu Jingtian took his seat at the secondary position. Lu Xiaoman, however, plopped down right beside Chunan. Brother Nan, my foot injury still seems to be bothering me. Would you mind taking another look? No sooner had she sat down than Lu Xiaoman gave Chunan a wink. Ahem.
Hearing this, Chunan nearly choked on his wine. Recalling the suggestive scene from his last treatment of Lu Xiaoman, he shot her a stern glare, signaling her to shut up.
You treated Miss Lu?
A cold voice rang out beside Chunan. The speaker was none other than Qin Yiru, her expression slightly icy. Evidently, a woman's keen intuition had alerted her to the unusual look in the Lu family's eldest daughter's eyes as she regarded Chunan. Sister Qin, Brother Chunan's medical skills are truly exceptional. He was the one who healed my foot injury. Lu Xiaoman's eyes darted about as she met Qin Yiru's gaze and spoke up. The words had barely left her mouth. Qin Yiruo's brows involuntarily furrowed. That Sister Qin carried quite the weight. After all, Lu Xiaoman was only 2 years younger than Qin Yiru. Ahem, it was just a simple massage technique, nothing particularly profound. Noticing the change in Qin Yiru's expression, Chunan seized the moment to explain. At that moment, everyone present witnessed the scene. Their eyes widened in astonishment. How could even the Lu family's eldest daughter know Chunan? And by the looks of it, their relationship seemed quite close. Could it be that the Lu family came to celebrate the birthday because of Chunan? Seeing how familiar Lu Xiaoman and Chunan appeared, Qin Lulu, seated at the same table, grew grim-faced as a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. But it lasted only a moment. The thought vanished just as quickly. This guy is just a useless son-in-law. Even she looked down on this country bumpkin. How could he possibly possess such formidable abilities? Xiao Hong represents the Four Winds Merchants Guild. Our visit is sudden, but please accept this modest token of our respect. May Elder Qin enjoy longevity and a life as enduring as pine trees and cranes. In the grand hall, a captivating voice rang out. Xiao Hong's crimson lips parted as she bowed her hands in greeting to Mr. Qin. The words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Did I hear that correctly? Miss Xiao is here representing the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce? Could it be that the Qin family has ties to the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce? Just as the crowd was gripped by astonishment and doubt, Xiao Hong, who had arrived empty-handed, produced the Four Winds Merchants Guild's birthday gift. A silver card smaller than the palm of one's hand. What is this? A bank card? The crowd looked utterly perplexed, their eyes filled with curiosity. Is this a membership card for the Four Winds Merchants Guild? And it's even a silver-level card. Wang Junjie, who had remained silent for a while, blurted out. As a council member of the Four Winds Chamber himself, he instantly recognized the object in Xiao Hong's hand. Upon hearing Wang Junjie's words, a sudden uproar erupted throughout the venue. A Four Winds Chamber membership card? Good heavens! Could it be that the Qin family has gained entry into the Four Winds Chamber? Among the crowd were many seasoned businesspeople who understood what joining the Four Winds Chamber entailed. After all, the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce was the foremost power in Sichuan's business world. Ordinary third-rate enterprises couldn't even get their foot in the door. Even second-tier companies with a market value of tens of billions would only qualify for the lowest-tier bronze membership in the Four Winds Chamber. Silver membership. That's already a fairly high rank within the Four Winds Chamber. Across the entire city of Rongqing, there are probably fewer than 10 such members.
Xiao. Mr. Xiao, is this real? Could our Qin family truly join the Four Winds Chamber?
Even Qin Jianghai, upon hearing Xiao Hong's words with his own ears, was utterly stunned.
Chapter 99, all seated at his table? Joining the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce.
This wasn't just a matter of prestige for the Qin family, it brought countless other benefits. This was an opportunity the Qin family had never dared to dream of before. I am, after all, a council member of the Four Winds Chamber of Commerce.
My word is final.
From this day forward, the Qin family shall be a member of our Four Winds Merchants Guild.
Xiao Hong declared this in front of Qin Jianhai and the others. This birthday gift was truly invaluable.
The Qin family members were almost tempted to kowtow to Xiao Hong. With this new status, the Qin family would instantly rise to rival second-tier clans. From now on, they'd likely walk around with their noses in the air. This was the benefit brought by the Four Winds Merchants Guild.
Thank you, Boss Xiao. Such immense kindness, the Qin family will remember it forever.
At the gathering, Old Master Qin personally rose to his feet and bowed his hands in gratitude toward Xiao Hong. This gift was beyond what money could measure.
The Qin family now owed Xiao Hong an immense debt of gratitude. Jianghai, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and invite Mr. Xiao to take his seat at the VIP table.
Old Master Qin shot a stern glance at Qin Jianghai, who was still in a daze, his tone urgent.
Oh. Yes.
Miss Xiao, please take your seat at the VIP table. Snapping back to attention, Qin Jianghai carefully tucked away the silver card and bowed slightly, gesturing for Xiao Hong to take the VIP seat.
No need.
I'll just sit at that table over there. Xiao Hong glanced around but paid no heed to Qin Jianghai, striding purposefully toward Chunan's table.
What? Even Boss Xiao is taking the second seat? Could it be because she knows Lu Jingtian? The next moment,
Xiao Hong strolled up to Chunan and, surprisingly, greeted him first.
Mr. Chu, I hope you don't mind if I sit here?
The moment these words left her lips, the room fell into a pin-drop silence. Everyone's eyes widened like copper bells.
Lu Jingtian was one thing. But how could even Boss Xiao know this guy? And by the looks of it, their relationship seemed anything but ordinary.
I don't mind, but this table seems full already. Chunan shrugged, glancing at Qin Lulu seated beside him with a smile. His table was already occupied by 8 people besides Qin Lulu and Wang Junjie. There were also Jindai, Lei Lao, and Lu Jingtian with his daughter. If Xiao Hong insisted on joining them,
someone would naturally have to give up their seat.
Before Qin Lulu could speak, Qin Jianghai rushed over in a fluster.
Lulu, hurry up and give up your seat for Boss Xiao.
Without another word, Qin Jianghai commanded Qin Lulu to rise and vacate the seat. Xiao Hong didn't hesitate, not even glancing at Qin Lulu as she took her seat at the table.
Dad, Qin Lulu's expression darkened slightly.
Qin Jianghai paid her no mind whatsoever. Instead, he leaned over and whispered to Qin Lulu.
This is a golden opportunity.
Be smart later and serve Mr. Xiao well. If our Qin family can build connections with Mr. Xiao, it would be a tremendous opportunity.
Serve Xiao Hong?
At these words, Qin Lulu's expression darkened further. She turned her head to look at the seating arrangement. Not only Xiao Hong, but even the renowned Dr. Sun had taken a seat at the secondary table. Now, Xiao Hong was actually engaging in lively conversation with Chunan, Lu Jingtian, and the others. And here she was, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Qin family.
The future matriarch of the Wang family was now expected to serve them? During the banquet, upon seeing Xiao Hong's arrival, Lu Xiaoman seemed visibly intimidated by the aura of this underground queen.
Glancing at Xiao Hong's voluptuous figure beneath her qipao, Lu Xiaoman looked down at her own flat chest. Instantly, she dropped her previous coquettish demeanor, fixing a slightly wary gaze on Xiao Hong while subtly drawing closer to Chunan.
I can't be seeing things. Isn't that guy the son-in-law of the Qin family? How could he be talking to Boss Xiao? And that Lu family's eldest daughter, she seems to know Chunan too?
After Xiao Hong and the others took their seats, the Qin family relatives watching this scene grew visibly unsettled.
Many had long since stopped paying attention to the birthday banquet.
Instead, they were pondering the nature of Xiao Hong, Lu Jingtian, and the others' relationship with Chunan.
Mr. Xiao, how has Sun'er been feeling lately? During the banquet, Qin Yuru took the initiative to ask Xiao Hong.
Ever since learning that Xiao Hong was a single mother raising a seriously ill daughter alone, perhaps because they were both women, Qin Yuru had always held a certain admiration for her.
Thanks to Mr. Chu's intervention, Sun'er's condition has improved significantly.
That little girl keeps pestering me, insisting she wants to thank Mr. Chu in person.
Xiao Hong replied with a faint smile.
Hearing this, the others at the table were somewhat surprised. Though aware of Chunan's extraordinary medical skills, Lu Jingtian hadn't anticipated that Chunan and Xiao Hong shared such a connection.
Saving Xiao Hong's daughter was a debt of immense gratitude.
No wonder Xiao Hong personally came to offer congratulations and even secured the Qin family's membership in the Four Winds Merchants Guild.
Brother Chunan's medical skills are truly remarkable. If he were to open a clinic, it would surely thrive. Lu Xiaoman chimed in with her praise from the side.
Seeing Chunan become the topic of discussion among Xiaohong and the others, Xin Lulu, standing nearby, frowned and retorted. Oof, so what if he knows a bit of barefoot medicine? He doesn't even have a medical license. If he really opened a clinic, who would dare seek treatment from him? As soon as Xin Lulu spoke, several people at the table frowned. How dare anyone question Shunan's medical skills? Sis, Miss Lu was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Xin Yuru retorted coldly. But Xin Lulu couldn't care less. Little sister, what are you saying? Why would I bother arguing with a son-in-law by marriage? With that, she walked over to Wang Junjia's side and deliberately added with a touch of flair. Not every man is as rich and talented as my dear Wang. Didn't you even pay for his birthday gift? He talks about grandfather's kindness all day long, yet if he truly cared, why hasn't he ever given grandfather a birthday gift himself? Though that golden Shoshan stone was indeed valuable. It was essentially Qin Yuru's money spent. This gift represented only the Qin Weha family. As for Chunan, the son-in-law who married into the family, he hadn't even bothered to make a token gesture. At that moment, when Xin Lulu spoke up, many present turned their heads to look. Wang Junjie hadn't even become a son-in-law yet, and he'd already presented a birthday gift worth millions. Meanwhile, Chunan, the son-in-law by marriage, couldn't even afford to buy a birthday gift. His own wife had footed the bill. This time, he was clearly outdone. Who said I didn't prepare a birthday gift for the old man? Just as Xin Lulu was basking in her triumph, Chunan raised his head and spoke up. Oh? Well then, I'm curious to see what kind of gift you've come up with. Just don't make us laugh ourselves silly. Xin Lulu covered her mouth and sneered. She was absolutely certain Chunan was a penniless pauper, incapable of producing anything worthy of a birthday gift. Otherwise, why would he have waited until now to produce it? Fine, then let me show you something. A faint smile curved his lips as Chunan rose from his seat and walked straight to old Master Qin. He produced the birthday gift he had prepared long ago. A wooden box, palm-sized. When the box opened, a thumb-sized black pill lay inside. Upon seeing this gift, everyone present, including Xin Lulu, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Could this thing really be a birthday gift? Chapter 100, Is this your birthday gift? In the Qin family's grand hall. All eyes converged on the jet black pill in Chunan's hand. The moment the box opened, a potent medicinal scent filled the air. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't see it as anything valuable. This is the birthday gift you prepared for grandfather? Xin Lulu pinched her nose, her expression one of utter disgust as she asked. Not only Xin Lulu, but Lu Lirong also looked thoroughly amused. Are you going to claim this is some kind of miracle cure again? If you can't afford a birthday gift, just say so. Don't try to pull this kind of con artist trick on the old man. After speaking, Lu Lirong turned to Qin Weha and his wife, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Second son, even though you're a son-in-law by marriage, you're still part of the Qin family. Is this how you discipline your younger generation? In front of all these guests, you're bringing shame upon the Qin family. Lu Lirong's words left Qin Weha and his wife flustered, instantly putting them in an awkward position. Chunan, what on earth did you bring? Take it back immediately. Qin Weha barked angrily. Unexpectedly, Chunan paid no heed. Instead, he turned directly to old Master Qin and explained. This is the Shouyang pill. While not the finest quality, it possesses life-prolonging properties. For ordinary people, it can extend lifespan by at least 3 to 5 years. The Queen of England once personally came to our Dragon Tiger Mountain seeking one and paid a whopping 10 billion for it. 10 billion? Even old Master Qin was momentarily stunned by Chunan's claim. The crowd around them gasped in astonishment. Ironically, it was the Qin family's relatives who couldn't help but burst into laughter. We heard this son-in-law of the Qin family was a charlatan, but who knew he could actually pull off such a bluff? 10 billion for a worthless pill? And the Queen of England has to come begging for it personally? Could it be, this is some kind of immortal pill from the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu? Ha ha ha. This time, before Qin Lulu's family could utter a word of mockery, the room erupted in uproarious laughter. Grandpa, now you must believe me, this kid is nothing but a charlatan. He's full of hot air, not a word of it can be trusted. I reckon him curing your illness before was just pure luck. Qin Lulu reminded old Master Qin. In her view, the only reason the old man trusted Chunan so deeply was because the guy had gotten lucky curing his illness. She was certain that once Chunan's true colors were exposed, the old man would no longer favor him and his wife. Grandfather's affection would once again belong solely to her, just as it had before. I must say, Lulu was wise to reject this marriage arrangement back then. How could such a man be worthy of becoming a son-in-law of the Qin family? Lu Lirong sneered coldly, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. If her daughter had to marry a good-for-nothing like Chunan, that would be a real stroke of bad luck. Now, glancing at her future son-in-law Wang Junjie standing nearby, Lu Lirong found herself growing more and more pleased with him. What an utter disgrace! Chunan, get down here this instant. Seeing this scene, Qin Weha and his wife turned ashen-faced, barking at Chunan. Mom, there might be a misunderstanding. Xin Yuru instinctively tried to defend Chunan.
But before she could say more, Shin Weha snapped angrily. A damn misunderstanding. Yuru, it seems this boy has truly brainwashed you. Scolded by her father, Shin Yuru shuddered. She couldn't help but look at Chunan, asking with a hint of helplessness. Chunan, what's really going on here? A pill that extends lifespan? With modern medical technology, how could such a thing possibly exist? And to boast about some Queen of England? That was just too far-fetched. Chunan kept insisting his grandfather had saved his life, but she couldn't fathom why he'd act so recklessly at his grandfather's birthday banquet. In front of all these guests. Even she felt embarrassed. Do you believe me? Chunan suddenly turned to Chin Yuru and asked. From start to finish, he had never cared about the outside world's doubts. You can't explain ice to a summer insect. What he had presented was indeed astonishing and beyond comprehension. It was understandable that ordinary people couldn't grasp it. But whether Chin Yuru believed in him was something Chunan cared about. Caught off guard by Chunan's sudden question, Chin Yuru hesitated. Was Chunan asking her to explain for him? But with all the guests present, how could she possibly lie and deceive them? Standing nearby, Lu Suling couldn't help but interrupt. What? You expect Yuru to take the fall for you? My daughter could have had any eligible bachelor she wanted. Why did she have to pick such a good-for-nothing? She'd always been trampled underfoot by the eldest son's family. Now even in finding a son-in-law, they were far inferior. Lu Suling felt utterly humiliated inside. Had Chin Yuru not stepped forward to choose this match herself, coupled with the old man's personal endorsement, she would never have agreed to this union. Ignoring his mother-in-law's words entirely, Chunan noticed only Chin Yuru's momentary hesitation, and his heart sank. Fine then. It's only natural you don't trust me. After all, you're just an ordinary person. I don't blame you for not understanding the art of alchemy. Chunan sighed. But before his words had fully faded, a voice suddenly rang out from the gathering. I believe in brother Chunan. Lu Xiaoman stood up immediately and declared. Her words left everyone present utterly astonished. I also believe in Mr. Chu. If the Qin family doesn't want this birthday gift, I'm willing to buy this pill with my own money. Observing the Qin family's skepticism toward Chunan, Xiaohong spoke with a light tone, placing a golden bank card on the table. Though she didn't know the pill's authenticity, Xiaohong dared to take a gamble based solely on Luo Tianyang's esteem for Chunan. As long as she could win Chunan's favor, this money was well worth it. A HSBC gold card? Holy crap! I heard this card alone is worth over $100 million. What incredible luck this kid has getting Boss Xiao to foot his bill. Lu Xiaoman was one thing after all, she was an inexperienced young lady. But when Xiaohong spoke, her words carried devastating impact, drawing stunned stares from everyone present. Witnessing this scene firsthand, not only was the Qin family stunned, but even Chin Yuru wore a complex expression. For some reason, a pang of regret suddenly welled up in her heart. Even outsiders like Lu Xiaoman and Xiaohong placed such trust in Chunan. Yet as his wife, she had hesitated at the crucial moment. You've all been deceived by this guy. He's nothing but a fraud, and this elixir is fake too. Seeing Xiaohong actually step forward to defend Chunan, Qin Lulu spoke up with obvious displeasure. Before she could say more, a figure who had been deep in thought at the table suddenly rose, his face flushing with excitement. I remember now. The Divine Farmer's Classic of Alchemy does indeed mention the Shouyang pill. Its color is like ink, forged from rare celestial and terrestrial treasures. Taking it can extend one's lifespan by several years, a truly rare and precious elixir of longevity. Who would have thought that I, Sun Anren, would have the fortune to witness such a miraculous elixir in my lifetime? Truly, I could die without regret. Chapter 101, that brat pulled it off again. To witness such a miraculous elixir. No regrets in death? At that very moment, in the Qin family's grand hall, everyone stared wide-eyed at the wildly excited Sun Divine Physician, frozen in place. Sun Anren rushed excitedly to Chunan's side, his eyes burning as he stared at the pill in Chunan's hand. He looked as if he wanted to tear the Shouyang pill apart to study it. Master Sun, surely you've mistaken it? Could this unassuming pill truly be so miraculous? Amidst the scene, Lu Lirom offered Sun Anren an awkward smile. Were it not for Sun Anren's reputation as Sichuan province's foremost physician, anyone else would have been thoroughly berated by her by now. Indeed. Master Sun, your claims are simply too exaggerated. Even if this pill is real, it's at best just a tonic. What's this nonsense about a miracle cure? Do you think we're in a movie? Amidst the awkward silence, the Qin family relatives all offered sheepish smiles. Deep down, they didn't believe a country bumpkin like Chunan could produce such miraculous pills. After all, if it were truly that valuable, would he really part with it as a birthday gift? Sweetheart. That's exactly what he'd do. Beside them, Wang Junjia's face darkened as he shot Chunan a surprised look. As a member of the Wang family, he had been exposed to things beyond the reach of ordinary people since childhood. Especially during his childhood trips to the main family estate in the capital with his father, he had witnessed many extraordinary individuals, including alchemists honored as honored guests by the main family.
They stood aloof, claiming to be cultivators of the Tao. They were figures even the Wang family had to treat with utmost caution and flattery. Precisely because of this, he found it even harder to believe in the authenticity of the elixir in Chunan's hands. If this Shaiyang pill were genuine, its value would far exceed 10 billion. Forget extending life by 3 or 5 years, even just one extra year would drive the world's wealthiest mad with desire. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Such a miraculous pill is far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Sun Onren shot Lu Lirong and the others a glare before snapping. I stake the reputation of my Ji Shirtang clinic on it. This Shaiyang pill is 100% genuine. If it proves false, you may smash my signboard. Sun Onren's words echoed through the hall with thunderous force, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. Horrified. Stunned into silence. The Qin family members all instinctively gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Everyone knew Sun Onren was famed as Sichuan province's foremost divine physician. Even if they were reluctant to believe him, they dared not question his words in the slightest. That may be true, but even if this pill is genuine, it's probably just a gimmick. What sucker would actually shell out 10 billion for this worthless pill? Lu Lirong waved her hand with a smile, trying to ease the awkwardness in the air. 10 billion? If the Qin family doesn't want it, my Lu family will gladly pay 10 billion for this Shaiyang pill. Before the crowd could recover, Lu Jingtian's words sent another shockwave through the room. Lu Lirong's smile froze completely. She had just claimed no sucker would pay such a price. But Lu Jingtian's words had just slapped her in the face. 10 billion. For the others, it was an astronomical sum. But for the Lu family, it wasn't enough to cripple them. More importantly, Lu Zhengtian understood Chunan's methods better than anyone. If this Shaiyang pill were genuine, its value would far exceed 10 billion. Securing it. It wouldn't just earn the Lu family Chunan's favor. But the profits would flow solely to the Lu family. Mr. Lu, there's a proper order to things, isn't there? Mr. Chu's elixir, this humble lady laid claim to it first. Seated at the same table, Xiao Hong offered a soft chuckle. Her implication was clear, she too intended to vie with Lu Zhengtian for the Shaiyang pill. Wei He, pinch me, am I dreaming? Amidst the commotion, Lu Suling nudged Qin Weihe, who stood frozen in disbelief. 10 billion yuan. Could Chunan's shoddy pill really be worth that much? Ahem. Son-in-law, since Mr. Lu has taken a liking to this Shaiyang pill, why don't we just sell it to the Lu family? Qin Weihe said with a smile to Chunan. Lu Lirong quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Your intention is what matters. We'll prepare a new gift for the birthday celebration. The couple's attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree shift. Qin Yiru, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered. This is the birthday gift I prepared for Grandpa Qin. How you choose to handle it should be decided by the old master himself. Chunan cast a cold glance around the room before handing the Shaiyang pill directly to old master Qin. Grandfather Qin was somewhat taken aback. Especially after learning of the Shaiyang pill's preciousness, he became as excited as if he'd found a treasure. Young Chu, could this possibly be the work of the old celestial master? Old Master Qin asked Chunan in his excitement. He was the only one present who had witnessed the old celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain's prowess. Back then, the ancient formula the other party had casually produced had elevated the Qin family to the ranks of Chengdu's third-tier clans. That he could produce such a miraculous pill as the Shaiyang pill was hardly surprising. Hearing the old man's words, Chunan had wanted to say that his alchemy skills had long surpassed the old man's, and this Shaiyang pill was merely something he'd concocted casually. But that would have been too shocking, so he instead gave the old man credit. This pill requires a full decade to complete a single batch. The old man specifically asked me to bring you one. Upon hearing Chunan's explanation, old Master Qin finally wore an understanding expression. He carefully returned the pill to its box and tucked it away close to his body. Thank you for your kindness, old Taoist master. I shall guard this treasure with utmost care, never letting it fall into others' hands. Hearing old Master Qin's words, the Qin Weihe couple wore expressions of disappointment. With the old master having spoken, the Shaiyang pill was clearly no longer for sale. Upon learning that the Shaiyang pill was only brewed once every 10 years, Lu Jingtian looked longingly at Chunan and asked, Mr. Chu, might there be any extra Shaiyang pills available? Seeing right through Lu Jingtian's thoughts, Chunan smiled and said, the line of people wanting to buy Shaiyang Dan stretches from the Dragon Tiger Mountain all the way down to its base. I advise you to save your breath. Hearing Chunan's words, Lu Zhengtian gave an awkward smile and promptly abandoned the idea. That old celestial master on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lu Zhengtian had heard at least some rumors about him. Such individuals were far beyond the reach of the Lu family. Very well. Since there are no more guests, let the birthday banquet continue. Gentlemen, no need for formalities, feast to your heart's content. At the head table, old Master Qin laughed heartily at the assembled guests. It was clear he was in high spirits. It wasn't merely because tonight was his birthday banquet. It was also because of Chunan's Shaiyang pill. Damn it, that kid pulled it off again. What Shaiyang pill? I don't buy any of that nonsense. Qin Lulu stood frozen in place, her face twisted with embarrassment. Similarly, Qin Jianghai and his wife were ashen-faced. Watching Shunan steal the spotlight once more felt worse than having their entire family slaughtered.
Chapter 102, Then Open a Clinic. Qin Family Villa. After 3 rounds of wine, it was already 9 o'clock at night. The guests who had come for the birthday banquet were gradually departing. After the banquet, the Qin family members all wore expressions of joy. Not only because they had received generous gifts, but also because the presence of Lu Zhengtian and Xiao Hong brought immense honor to the entire Qin family. Shunan, it seems Mr. Lu and Boss Xiao are quite close to you. Earlier, they kept praising your exceptional medical skills. After personally seeing Lu Zhengtian and Xiao Hong out, Qin Weiha returned to the Qin residence with a smile and addressed Shunan. He deliberately raised his voice, clearly wanting to let his elder brother Qin Jianghai's family know that it was because of his son-in-law that they had come. This credit absolutely couldn't be snatched away by his elder brother's family again. Oomph. So what if he knows a few half-baked medical tricks? If he's so talented, why doesn't he open his own clinic? What kind of skill is it to just hang around the branch office as a security guard? Qin Lulu sneered with a stern expression. She was supposed to be the star of this birthday banquet. 10 billion in dowry. The future matriarch of the Wang family. Yet because of Shunan, not only was she overshadowed by everyone, but her entire family had become a laughingstock. Big sister, what Shunan chooses to do is his own business. Besides, this is our family's business. It's none of your concern. Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Qin Yaruo stepped forward this time to speak up for Shunan. Perhaps because of the Shoyan pill incident, a hint of guilt flickered in Qin Yaru's eyes as she looked at Shunan. Who in their right mind would meddle in your family's petty affairs? Don't you two forget, we made a bet back then. If he can't earn 100 billion within a month, that hillside villa becomes my dowry. Qin Lulu said with a sarcastic tone. Relying on Shunan as a lousy security guard? Forget a month, he couldn't earn that much in 10 lifetimes. That hillside villa was destined to be hers, Qin Lulu's. You. Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Qin Yaru was left speechless. After all, Shunan had made that bold promise in front of everyone back then. If he went back on his word now, his entire family would be utterly disgraced. I almost forgot about that. You've reminded me opening a clinic is indeed a brilliant idea. Shunan, who had been silent for a while, suddenly laughed. His words caught the Qin family members present off guard. Qin Lulu's eyes widened in shock. Had this guy lost his mind from being so angry? Open a medical clinic? Did he really think he was some kind of miracle doctor? Shunan, opening a clinic isn't something to joke about. You don't even have a medical license, you don't meet the requirements at all. Qin Yaru explained to Shunan. While she had to admit Shunan knew some medicine, running a clinic meant dealing with all kinds of patients. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be a minor issue. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Shunan shot Qin Yaru a reassuring glance, seemingly already set on his course. Seeing this, Qin Yaru hesitated, her words of caution stuck in her throat. All right. I support Xiao Chu opening a clinic. If you need more money, just let me know. In the hall, old Master Qin laughed heartily. His weathered face glowed with a rosy flush, perhaps from the wine, and the old man was in an unusually high spirits today, showing rare signs of merriment. Grandfather, you're going to fund this kid's clinic? No way. What if that kid uses our Qin family name and ruins the reputation of Qin Pharmaceutical? Qin Lulu was the first to voice her objection. Hearing this, Qin Jianghai's expression darkened as he chimed in. Dad, we need to be cautious about this. The last negative publicity hasn't even faded yet. If another problem arises, we'll be in big trouble. Hearing Qin Jianghai's words, old Master Qin also furrowed his brow. Grandpa Qin, I have the funds myself. You needn't worry about opening the clinic. Before old Master Qin could respond, Shunan smiled and added. Besides, I won't be using the Qin family name. Opening this clinic is my own decision, unrelated to the Qin family. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with them. Hearing Shunan's words, the Qin family members present all breathed a sigh of relief. But Qin Lulu muttered under her breath. Stop bragging. You're probably just going to ask my silly sister for money again, aren't you? If you really had the skills to open a clinic, why didn't you do it sooner? The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took offense. Upon hearing this, Qin Weiha and his wife immediately shot Shunan a wary glance. Lu Suling pulled Qin Yaru closer and whispered a warning. Yaru, mark my words. Opening a clinic costs a fortune. With just your salary from the branch office, you can't be throwing money around. The implication was clear. Her family wouldn't contribute a penny toward Shunan's clinic. And Qin Yaru was absolutely forbidden to help. Mom. No matter what, I'm still Chunan's wife. Qin Yaru spoke hesitantly. Only she knew how much Chunan had helped her these past days. Even if they were only contract spouses in private, she felt she should support Chunan. No way. I knew you'd be soft-hearted. Starting tomorrow, I'll be holding onto your paycheck. Lu Suling glared at Qin Yaru, leaving no room for refusal. as long as the Qin family didn't contribute any money. They figured Chu Nan wouldn't be able to open his clinic anyway. Naturally, no one paid any further attention to Chu Nan's plan to open a clinic. In the lobby, Qin Zhanghai took the initiative to support the slightly tipsy old man upstairs to rest. The rest of the group also dispersed. Chu Nan, are you serious about opening a medical clinic? Once only she and Chu Nan remained, Qin Yaru's bright eyes suddenly turned to him. Though she found it hard to believe, the series of strange events surrounding Chu Nan lately made her feel she couldn't fathom this man before her. What seemed like an impossible fairy tale, Chu Nan always managed to pull off in ways that left people utterly astonished. Of course. I said I'd earn this 100 billion yuan myself. Opening a clinic is a fast way to make money, and you won't have to worry about business. It's actually a pretty good choice. Chu Nan looked at Qin Yaru with complete seriousness. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yaru replied. In that case, why don't I ask Cindy for help? She should be able to lend me some money. Hearing Qin Yaru's suggestion, Chu Nan shook his head with a smile. I haven't sunk so low that I need to rely on a woman. I can handle this myself. With that, Chu Nan turned to leave. Qin Yaru, however, froze in surprise, her voice trembling with emotion. Not rely on a woman? Then what about Xiao Hong and Lu Xiaoman? If you could ask them for help, why can't you ask me? At those words, Chu Nan halted abruptly, slowly turning to face Qin Yaru. He gazed at her unadorned yet exquisitely delicate features. Perhaps because they were willing to trust me. With those words, Chu Nan vanished from Qin Yaru's sight. Trust? Watching Chu Nan walk away, Qin Yaru's face held only a trace of complexity. Indeed. As his wife, her trust in Chu Nan seemed to pale in comparison to that of an outsider. But looking at Chu Nan, from start to finish, he had always trusted her completely. At this moment, Qin Yaru felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, a complex mix of emotions welling up. Am I sad? No. We're just a contractual marriage. How could I possibly be sad because of him? Qin Yaru clutched her chest, yet forced herself to appear unaffected. So what if there was no trust? She and Chu Nan were never meant to walk the same path. Once everything was settled, they would inevitably part ways. Chapter 103, Charity Clinic? Early the next morning. Instead of heading to the branch office, Chu Nan went to Jian to find Sun Anren. Senior Chu, are you planning to open a medical clinic? Upon hearing Chu Nan's purpose, Sun Anren's expression changed. It wasn't that he feared Chu Nan would take away Ji Ang's business. Rather, he was astonished that someone possessing such peerless medical skills would be content to work as a mere clinic doctor. With your medical skills, opening a clinic would certainly be no problem. If you face any difficulties, please don't hesitate to tell me. I'll do everything I can to help. Or, perhaps I could offer you the position of chief physician at Jian? Sun Anren offered almost without hesitation. Hearing this, Chu Nan hastily waved his hands. Old son, calm down. I'm not here to take over your Jiang practice. I plan to open my own clinic specializing in treating rare and complex illnesses. But as you know, opening a clinic requires some paperwork, and I haven't prepared for that yet. Hearing Chu Nan's explanation, Sun Anren understood, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his eyes. He would have loved for Chu Nan to join Jiang. Forget being a resident physician if he could study medicine under Chu Nan, perhaps even learn a trick or two from him. Even if he had to hand over the entire Jiang to Chu Nan, Sun Anren wouldn't have a single complaint. Specializing in treating difficult and complex ailments? Now that you mention it, senior, I have a brilliant idea. Sun Anren's eyes darted about as if something suddenly occurred to him. He immediately turned to Chu Nan and said, I know of a ready-made clinic with all the proper paperwork and qualifications, plus it has a solid reputation in the neighborhood. All you need to do is buy it, and you can start operating immediately. Sun Anren's words caught Chu Nan's attention. Opening a clinic was a complicated business. If he could acquire an existing one, that would be ideal. But the location is a bit remote, and that old fellow has a rather unpleasant temperament. Acquiring it might prove difficult. Senior, shall I take you to see it first? Sun Anren pondered for a moment before turning to ask Chu Nan again. Chu Nan laughed heartily. Alright, let's do it your way. Rongqing, nestled within an old shantytown district in the eastern part of the city. Chu Nan never imagined that the clinic Sun Anren wanted to show him would be tucked away in such a remote corner. To put it plainly, the surrounding residents were ordinary people earning no more than 4,000 yuan a month. And most were middle-aged or elderly. Even if the clinic did brisk business here, it couldn't make much profit off these people. Following Sun Anren down a narrow path, they emerged onto an old street. At the street corner, a medical clinic came into view before Chu Nan. Had it not been for the pungent scent of traditional Chinese herbs wafting from within, Chu Nan would never have believed this place was actually a clinic. The shop, barely 100 square feet, had walls yellowed with age, with chunks of plaster peeling off. The wooden threshold at the entrance had long been worn down by countless footsteps. Yet despite its modest size, the clinic was packed with patients seeking treatment. It was exactly as Chu Nan had expected. The patients were either elderly or children. Most were dressed plainly, and several were clearly beggars who had been seen begging on the streets. Does this clinic treat anyone? Shunan asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Sun Onren beside him sighed and gestured toward the side. Shunan turned his head to look. Outside the clinic's entrance stood a sign. Half-price consultations for the elderly and children. Those who are financially strapped pay nothing. The moment he saw these bold words, Shunan instantly understood. No wonder business was so booming. This wasn't running a clinic at all, it was pure charity work. Hey, hey, hey! No cutting in line. Everyone must wait their turn, you two included. Inside the clinic, a young girl wearing a nurse's cap and a doctor's white coat called out to Sun Onren and Shunan. Xing Yue. Before Shunan could explain, Sun Onren called out to the young girl. Grandpa's son. What brings you here? Zheng Xingyue, who had been swamped with work, finally looked up in surprise at the two people before her voice tinged with delight. I brought a special guest with me today. Is your grandfather still seeing patients? Have him come over immediately to discuss matters. Sun Onren spoke up. Distinguished guest? Zheng Xingyue's eyes flickered with confusion before turning to Chunan, who followed behind Sun Onren. But soon, a look of difficulty appeared on her face. The weather's turned colder lately, and the clinic's been flooded with patients. Grandpa's son, you know my grandfather's temperament. If he can't finish seeing all these patients, he probably won't see you. Zheng Xingyue spread her hands helplessly. Her grandfather's stubborn nature was such that not even Sun Onren, let alone his own granddaughter, could persuade him. All these years, this clinic had never closed its doors for a single day. No matter how many patients came, Grandpa Zhang Jimin would see the very last one before closing for the day. Your grandfather's temperament truly hasn't changed over the years. With an awkward smile, Sun Onren turned to Chunan and said, Senior Chu, shall we wait a bit longer? Sun Onren clearly understood Zhang Jimin's stubbornness. If today's patients weren't seen, forget about Chunan. Even if Sun Onren himself paid a personal visit, he'd be turned away. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. We're intruding anyway. We should wait until old Master Zhang finishes his consultations before discussing anything. Chunan nodded with a smile, signaling his indifference. Then, he turned to Zheng Xingyue and asked, Miss, would it be alright if I just wandered around the clinic for a bit? Zheng Xingyue was busy preparing herbs according to the prescription. Hearing Chunan's request, she was about to refuse, but upon seeing Sun Onren's attitude toward him, she held back and said, Just don't disturb my grandfather while he's treating patients, and don't touch anything in the clinic. With Zheng Xingyue's permission, Chunan nodded and immediately began strolling through the clinic with his hands behind his back. Though Sun Onren didn't understand Chunan's intentions, he simply followed behind him. Before long, the two arrived at the consultation desk on one side of the main hall. Chunan looked up to see an elderly man, around 70 years old, seated behind the counter, taking the pulse of a patient before him. The old man must be Zheng Jimin. However, with numerous patients present, Zheng Jimin was preoccupied with consultations and failed to notice Sun Onren and Chunan standing nearby. Qi deficiency with restlessness, liver fire rising, compounded by bloodshot eyes and a sallow complexion. I prescribe 4 qian of moneywort, 3 qian of red-edged grass, and remania. Zheng Jimin merely glanced up, took the pulse, and swiftly wrote out a prescription. Xing Yue, prepare the herbs. Without lifting his head, Zheng Jimin called out as soon as the prescription was finished. Beside him, Zhang Xingyue hurried over upon hearing the call. Wait. I think we should add cassia seeds to this prescription. It might yield remarkable results. Just as Zhang Xingyue arrived, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Instantly, Zheng Jimin's brow furrowed slightly as he finally looked up at the speaker. Zhang Xingyue's expression darkened dramatically. She hurriedly stepped in front of Chunan, her face grim as she demanded, What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to interrupt my grandfather's treatment? Chapter 104, The Conditions for Selling the Clinic. Xing Yue. Zheng Jimin called out to his granddaughter, but his gaze fixed on Chunan beside Sun Onren. Young man, do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? I know a little. Chunan nodded. This remark made Sun Onren's mouth twitch. If even Chunan only had a basic understanding, then wasn't he a complete novice? Zheng Jimin ignored Sun Onren's presence, fixing his gaze on Chunan as he asked. In that case, explain why this prescription requires adding cassia seeds? Knowing Zheng Jimin intended to test him, Chunan replied without hesitation, This patient suffers from qi deficiency and restlessness, with liver fire rising, a clear sign of fire toxin syndrome. The bloodshot eyes indicate the toxin has invaded the eyes, likely causing swelling and pain. Adding cassia seeds will reduce the fire, clear the heart, and swiftly suppress the fire toxin. At the consultation desk, a middle-aged man overheard Chunan's explanation and exclaimed in astonishment. That's incredible. He's right, I do have swollen, painful eyes. Hearing this, the crowd turned to stare at Chunan in astonishment. Unexpectedly, without even taking a pulse, Chunan had diagnosed a condition that even Zheng Jimin had failed to identify. Now, Zheng Jimin's gaze toward Chunan also held a hint of surprise.
Xingyue, add one more ingredient cassia seeds as he suggested. Zhang Jimin paused briefly before speaking. Ha? Zhang Xingyue froze for a moment before snapping to attention, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Chunan. She knew her grandfather's temperament well. He detested outsiders interfering during consultations. Yet to her surprise, this time grandfather not only didn't get angry but actually took Chunan's suggestion. This was an unprecedented first. For a moment, she couldn't help but wonder about Chunan's background. Senior brother, this is Chunan, from the Qin family of Rongqing. Mr. Chu has come to purchase your medical clinic. Sun Anrun hurriedly introduced. Hearing this, Zhang Xingyue looked utterly surprised. Grandfather had indeed considered selling the clinic, but she hadn't expected Sun Anrun to actually find a buyer. What? Dr. Zhang, you're selling the clinic? At Sun Anrun's words, the patients gathered in the room reacted with shock, their surprise even greater than Zhang Jimin's own. Dr. Zhang, you can't sell the clinic. If it's sold, where will us poor common folk go for treatment? Exactly. If this clinic disappears, how will we ever afford medical care? Before Zhang Jimin could speak, the crowd's faces were already etched with reluctance. In this shantytown, they were all low-income residents. Over the years, without Dr. Zhang's free clinic, most of them couldn't afford medical care. Now that Zhang Jimin was selling the clinic, they were naturally unwilling. Everyone, please quiet down. Behind the consultation desk, Zhang Jimin rose and stepped forward, raising his hand to silence the clamoring crowd. At that very moment, Chunan's gaze fell upon the cane tucked under Zhang Jimin's left arm, and only then did he notice the disability in his left leg. Everyone, rest assured. Though this clinic is up for sale, I will remain in the shantytown to continue providing house calls for everyone. As Zhang Jimin spoke, the previously restless crowd finally quieted down considerably. Yet some still sneered sarcastically. Who knows if it's true or not? What if Dr. Zhang sells the clinic and takes the money and runs? Then we poor folks will suffer the consequences. Unable to afford treatment, we'll just have to wait to die. At these words, the faces of the gathered patients paled, and they turned to Zhang Jimin with looks of deep concern. Dr. Zhang, have mercy on us. Without you, what will become of my 80-year-old mother, who is gravely ill? Yes. My father's chronic rheumatism flares up constantly, and only you, Dr. Zhang, can cure it. This clinic must not be sold. Thud. Panic swept through the crowd as several elderly patients, clad in ragged clothes, rushed forward and knelt before Zhang Jimin. You. Zhang Jimin was usually unapproachable, yet he had the softest heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provided free medical care to these people for so many years. Now, seeing them kneel and plead, a look of distress flashed across his face. Everyone, my grandfather has provided free medical care in this shantytown for nearly 20 years. When has he ever gone back on his word? Seeing this, Zhang Xingyue stepped forward, her eyes reddened as she addressed the crowd. Besides, we don't want to sell this clinic. They're forcing us to sell it. If we refuse to sell the clinic, do you expect us to stand by and watch my grandfather lose another leg? Zhang Xingyue's words instantly silenced the crowd. What's going on here? Chunan was taken aback by Zhang Xingyue's words. He had assumed Zhang Jimin's disability was accidental, but from Zhang Xingyue's tone, it seemed there was more to the story. Ever since my senior brother retired 20 years ago, he opened this clinic in the shantytown. Not only are his fees low, but he often provides free treatment to the poor, never charging a penny. Though small, the clinic was incredibly popular. About half a year ago, my senior brother received a threatening letter demanding he shut down the clinic immediately. But he ignored it. Not long after, he was involved in an accident where someone broke his leg. Sun Anrun sighed. Hearing this, Chunan instantly understood the underlying reason. The market share is only so big. Zhang Jimin's clinic offered free consultations, inevitably affecting other hospitals' business. It seemed he was being retaliated against? In the clinic's main hall, Zhang Jimin gazed at the patients kneeling on the floor, refusing to rise, his aged face betraying deep reluctance. Enough, enough. I'm practically 6 feet under anyway. I won't sell this clinic. Zhang Jimin said, gritting his teeth. In the end, he couldn't bear to abandon these impoverished people. Grandfather, if we don't sell the clinic, the Qian family won't let us off the hook. Zhang Xingyue immediately cautioned upon hearing her grandfather's sudden change of heart. The mastermind behind the accident that crippled her grandfather was someone far beyond the Zhang family's ability to confront. Xingyue, I swore long ago that my life's purpose is to heal the sick and save lives. I will never abandon a single patient. And besides, if I abandon them, who else will care about their lives and deaths? Zhang Jimin sighed. But who will care about your life or death? Zhang Xingyue retorted, her eyes red with tears. Grandfather, it's been 20 years. You've more than fulfilled that vow. At that moment, both grandfather and granddaughter had tears in their eyes. Zhang Jimin tried several times to speak, but each time he held his words back. He didn't care about his own life or death. What troubled him was that if the clinic continued operating, the Qin family might harm his granddaughter. Chunan, is it? I can sell you this clinic, but I have 2 conditions. At that moment, Zheng Jimin suddenly turned his gaze toward Chu Nan, his eyes flashing with resolve.
Chapter 105, Testing Medical Skills. Inside the clinic. Zheng Jimin's sudden words brought a flicker of joy to Zhang Xingyue's face. At least grandfather had finally agreed to sell the clinic. Dr. Zhang, feel free to state your terms. Chu Nan also addressed Zheng Jimin. It wasn't that he was determined to buy Zhang Jimin's clinic, but in this world, there were few practitioners left with such a compassionate heart as Zheng Jimin's. Not only Chu Nan, but even Sun Anren himself felt inadequate in the presence of this senior colleague. Jiang was undoubtedly a renowned clinic in Rongcheng. But let's be honest. The patients who could actually afford treatment at Jiang were far from ordinary folk. Zheng Jimin turned around, hands clasped behind his back as he faced the crowd, and presented Chu Nan with two conditions. First, after selling the clinic to you, it must not be repurposed for any other use. Second, I must personally evaluate your medical skills. If I'm not satisfied, no matter how high the price you offer, I will not sell you this clinic. Hearing her grandfather's conditions, Zhang Xingyue's heart tightened. The first condition was manageable. But the second one felt rather harsh. Naturally, she worried whether Chu Nan would agree. After all, medical skills that could satisfy her grandfather were likely rare even in all of Rongcheng. Senior brother. Upon hearing these words, Sun Anren was about to offer some persuasion. But unexpectedly, Chu Nan spoke up from the side. Fine. I accept your terms. But how should this medical skill be evaluated? Seeing Chu Nan agree so readily, Zheng Jimin didn't beat around the bush. He pointed directly at the room full of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled and declared, let today's patients serve as the test. You will examine them and prescribe treatments. I'll judge the quality of your medical skills at a glance. At Zheng Jimin's words, the patients in the room were the first to be stunned. Let him examine us? He's so young, what medical skill could he possibly have? The crowd's eyes brimmed with apprehension. Zheng Jimin, however, waved his hand and smiled. Rest assured, everyone. I will supervise him closely. There won't be a single oversight. Perhaps reassured by Zhang Jimin's assurance, though still uneasy, the others raised no further objections. Senior brother, why bother? Sun Anren gave a wry smile. He acknowledged that Zhang Jimin's medical skills were even slightly superior to his own. But compared to Chu Nan? Wouldn't that be like being utterly crushed? Recalling the first time he witnessed Chu Nan in action at the Qin residence, Sun Anren had been unable to sleep for days afterward. It's getting late. Let's get started right away. Without further ado, Chu Nan nodded in agreement to Zhang Jimin's terms. With her grandfather's approval, Zhang Xingyue handed Chu Nan a sterilized medical gown to put on. Mr. Chu, few people catch my grandfather's eye. You'd better give it your all later. Zhang Xingyue guided Chu Nan to the consultation table and sat down, offering quiet encouragement. Privately, she naturally hoped Chu Nan would meet her grandfather's conditions. That way, even though the clinic would be sold to Chu Nan, Zheng Jimin wouldn't have to keep running it and endure constant threats. Next patient, come on in. As soon as he sat down behind the consultation desk, Chu Nan called out. Not long after. After Zhang Jimin's persuasion, a middle-aged man finally shuffled forward from the hesitant crowd. Dr. Zhang, I've been having frequent stomach pains lately. Sometimes they're so severe I can't sleep. Perhaps you could take a look at me? The middle-aged man glanced at Zheng Jimin standing nearby. Your tongue coating is whitish, and your tongue is swollen, thick, and moist. You likely have a damp heat constitution. The lime residue on your hands suggests you've been working with it for years? Before Zheng Jimin could speak, Chu Nan's voice cut in. How did you know? At first hearing Chu Nan's words, the middle-aged man was astonished. I'm a construction worker. I mix lime for people. Been doing it for 3 or 4 years. You could even guess that? Not only the middle-aged man, but even Zheng Jimin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. If he had said this himself, it would have been perfectly normal. After all, he knew most of the patients in this shantytown, and some quite well. He had almost memorized the work they did and their past ailments. But this was clearly Chu Nan's first time seeing patients here. To identify the root cause of the illness without even taking the pulse was somewhat surprising to him. 3 grams of honeysuckle, 3 grams of forsythia, 3 grams of andrographus. Decoct these herbs in water. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl. Take it for 3 consecutive days, and I guarantee your illness will be cured. Chu Nan made no notes, merely reciting the list of herbs aloud. Zhang Xingyue, standing nearby, was the one responsible for recording the herbs. Grandfather? As soon as Chu Nan finished speaking, Zhang Xingyue glanced up at her grandfather, Zhang Jimin. Follow his instructions and go prepare the herbs. Seeing her grandfather nod, Zhang Xingyue promptly turned to gather the herbs. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Your foundational skills are quite solid. Zhang Jimin observed Chu Nan and couldn't help but praise him. What Chu Nan had just employed was that observation method among the 4 diagnostic techniques of traditional Chinese medicine. This forms the foundation of TCM practice.
Many patients may not fully articulate their symptoms, or may even be unaware of certain conditions themselves. In such cases, it requires not only proactive questioning by the physician but also meticulous observation.
At the very least, Shunan's performance had already satisfied Zheng Jimin. Next,
Zheng Jimin beckoned, selecting a woman in her early 40s from the crowd. Her complexion bore a faint, sickly pallor, and she was accompanied by a man of similar age, clearly a married couple.
At the consultation desk,
having witnessed the previous example, the woman addressed Shunan directly.
"Doctor, please take a look at me too. My period was clearly overdue, but lately I've been experiencing bleeding and a dull ache in my lower abdomen.
I've been prescribed numerous Western medicines at the hospital, but none of them work at all."
She extended her hand as she spoke.
Seeing it was a woman, Shunan felt no surprise. He simply raised his hand to take her pulse.
In an instant,
Shunan's brow furrowed slightly. Not only did Shunan frown, but Zheng Jimin also fell deep in thought. Your condition, it's not exactly difficult, but it's not simple either.
To cure it completely, the root cause lies not within you.
After a long pause, Shunan suddenly spoke up. His words caught everyone present off guard.
"Kid, what kind of game are you playing?
Either cure it or get lost." Beside the woman, the man barked at Shunan with obvious displeasure.
Hearing this, Zheng Jimin frowned, about to speak.
Shunan waved his hand dismissively and smiled at the woman.
"Curing this illness isn't difficult.
But if you truly wish to cure it completely, it would be best to avoid intimate relations with your husband in the future." Shunan's words instantly left the woman utterly bewildered.
"Doctor, what exactly is my illness?"
Shunan glanced at the man beside her, his lips curving slightly as he replied. "This ailment is known in ancient texts as flower and willow disease. Modern medicine calls it a sexually transmitted disease."
Chapter 106, Medical Prowess Revealed. STD?
The moment those two words reached the ears of those present, their expressions instantly changed. They hurriedly took a couple of steps back, as if trying to distance themselves as quickly as possible.
"You brat, what nonsense are you spouting?"
The middle-aged man looked flustered, then turned to his wife and explained.
"Honey, don't believe a word this kid says. He's nothing but a quack."
Hearing her husband's words, the woman's face also filled with suspicion.
"You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not."
Shunan looked at the man and smiled faintly.
"Do you suffer from dry mouth and throat, along with itchy skin?
Furthermore, your kidney chi meridian is deficient, your primordial yang is damaged.
Lately, have you been eager but unable during intimacy? Losing your erection midway? Let me be blunt, if you keep putting this off, that thing will be ruined sooner or later."
Though spoken softly, Shunan's words sent a chill through the man.
"It's just an infectious disease, how could it be that serious?"
Hearing Shunan's words, the man visibly tensed, blurting out the question instinctively.
The woman, too, snapped back to reality. Smack!
Fury blazing across her face, the woman slapped the man across the cheek.
"You bastard, Xiang Chang! You've been fooling around behind my back? All these illnesses I've been suffering? They were all passed on by you. I'm divorcing you."
Before the man could react, the woman lunged at him with a 9 bone claw strike, and the couple instantly began wrestling.
The crowd inside the clinic instantly became spectators watching the drama unfold. "Enough! Are you two going to get treated or not?"
From behind the consultation desk, Shunan shot a cold stare at the brawling couple.
Hearing Chunan's words,
both came to their senses and hurried over to Shunan.
"Of course we need treatment. We begged the young doctor to save my life," the couple exclaimed to Shunan with great emotion. "You can treat gynecological issues too?"
Beside them, Zhang Xingyue blinked her large eyes in curiosity as she asked Shunan. Gynecological conditions demand the most experience. Shunan's youth made his ability to treat gynecological conditions somewhat surprising to Zhang Xingyue.
"What's so untreatable about this?"
Shunan glanced at the couple before him. Hearing Shunan's words, the couple both lit up with joy.
"It's true, I can cure this illness. But the medical expenses."
Shunan picked up his brush but suddenly paused in thought. Zheng Jimin's clinic did indeed offer free treatment to the poor, but this couple clearly didn't qualify for charity care.
"Rest assured, young doctor.
As long as you can cure us, we're willing to pay whatever it takes."
The couple hurriedly chimed in. "Are you kidding me? Not only did he have this humiliating disease, but he might also be permanently impotent. What man could bear that? That's all I need to hear. 3,000 yuan total. Take them to the front desk to settle the bill."
Shunan waved his hand dismissively, promptly scribbling a prescription and handing it to Zhang Xingyue.
"Grandfather?"
Holding the prescription, Zhang Xingyue first turned to the silent Zheng Jimin.
"The prescription is fine.
If taken regularly, results should be seen within 7 days.
However, to address the root cause."
After glancing at the prescription, Zhang Jimin turned his gaze back to the couple. "For the next month, you two must abstain from sexual relations. Additionally, you must strictly abstain from sexual activity." Hearing Zhang Jimin speak so firmly, the couple nodded repeatedly. At the cash register.
"Thank you, young doctor. You're truly our savior."
After dispensing the medicine to the couple and watching them swipe their card in gratitude, Zhang Xingyue suddenly felt a wave of disbelief.
3,000 yuan. On an average day, their clinic didn't even make 3,000 yuan.
Yet Shunan had only seen a few patients, and already the clinic had earned 3,000 yuan. And the patients had willingly paid by card. The herbs on that prescription. If his grandfather had prescribed them, the cost would have been a few hundred yuan at most and the patient might have haggled over the price. This guy, he's really charging an exorbitant price. Though she muttered this under her breath, Zhang Xingyue felt an inexplicable surge of joy inside. Don't be fooled by the fact that she and her grandfather run a medical clinic. Their daily lives were extremely frugal. The clinic barely made any profit and sometimes Zhang Jimin even had to cover expenses out of his own pocket. If he were to take over managing the clinic, it might actually be a decent option.
The thought popped into Zhang Xingyue's mind for no apparent reason. Then, she quietly slipped back into the crowd. The next second,
when Zhang Xingyue witnessed the scene before her, her small face was filled with utter shock. The crowd that had been reluctant to trust Shunan moments ago was now crowding around the consultation table.
Little divine doctor, please examine me. I was here first.
The little divine doctor should see me first.
Ladies first, little divine doctor. I have some issues in that area too. I'd like you to take a look. In an instant, the crowd had completely blocked the consultation counter.
Having witnessed the earlier example, the crowd had now seen Shunan's medical skill firsthand.
Who would have thought he was so skilled even in gynecological ailments? Many female patients in the crowd also gathered around Shunan. Normally, due to Zhang Jimin's age, many female patients were reluctant to have him examine such conditions.
But now, suddenly, a young, handsome miracle doctor had appeared. Several female patients even openly swooned over him. Seeing the commotion in the crowd, just as Zhang Jimin and his grandson were at a loss.
Alright, one at a time. Elderly and children, go see Dr. Zhang. All other patients, line up here. No treatment until you're in line. Shunan sat cross-legged and bellowed the order.
Hearing this, the crowd, fearful of offending Shunan, immediately split into two orderly lines. Zhang Jimin observed this and nodded silently before taking his seat at the consultation desk beside Shunan.
Zhang Xingyue. Shunan suddenly called out from behind the consultation desk. Here.
Hearing her name called, Zhang Xingyue instinctively responded.
What are you standing there for? Hurry over and get the medicine. Shunan instructed Zhang Xingyue while taking her pulse. Ha? Okay, I'm coming.
Zhang Xingyue froze for a moment before snapping to attention and hurrying to stand behind Shunan. As she watched Shunan hand over prescription after prescription, she busily gathered the herbs from the medicine cabinet. Sun Anran, however, found himself the most idle person in the room at that moment.
Forget it, I'll help out too.
Seeing the commotion, Sun Anran sighed helplessly and began gathering herbs for Zhang Xingyue as well. In an instant, the clinic's main hall became bustling with activity. For high fever and heat, we must harmonize the exterior and interior, clear heat, and resolve stasis.
2 Qian of Buplurum, 2 Qian of Scutularia, 2 Qian of Angelica. For neuralgia, we must invigorate blood circulation, unblock meridians, dispel wind, and drive out cold.
3 Qian of Salvia miltiariza, 4 Qian of Angelica sinensis, 2 Qian of Boswellia.
Chapter 107, Persuading Zhang Jimin. Time ticked by, second by second.
Before they knew it, the sun had set. Shunan and Zhang Jimin sat behind the consultation desk, their session lasting 3 full hours. Finally, every single one of the dozens of patients in the clinic had been seen.
Phew! Seeing so many patients in one day is exhausting.
Shunan exhaled a heavy breath, then glanced over to see Zhang Jimin's face also bearing a look of exhaustion. After all, at his age, seeing so many patients day after day was taking its toll. Senior brother, at your age, you should be enjoying your golden years. Why push yourself so hard? Sun Anran also spoke up to advise Zhang Jimin. Over the years, he had urged Zhang Jimin to retire more than once. But Zhang Jimin was stubborn and refused to sell the clinic. Junior brother, we studied under the same master.
Do you recall how our teacher taught us back then?
Zhang Jimin said with a stern expression.
Hearing this, Sun Anran's expression stiffened slightly before he sighed. Our master taught us that physicians must possess benevolent hearts. As disciples of the divine physician sect, we should take it as our duty to heal the world. But senior brother, look at how you've lived these past years. Even if you don't care about yourself, can't you think of Xingyue?
Upon hearing Sun Anran's words, Zhang Jimin's expression froze momentarily before giving way to a complex look. Just then, Zhang Xingyue, who had been behind the cash register, came running over with a delighted look on her face.
Grandpa, we made a lot of money today. A total of 18,000 yuan. Holding the receipt in her hands, Zhang Xingyue was overjoyed. The day's earnings alone matched the clinic's monthly income. But upon closer inspection,
nearly 90% of the bill came from prescriptions written by Shunan. A doctor should have a compassionate heart.
These are just ordinary herbs, how can you charge such high fees? If this continues, how will patients ever afford treatment? Hearing Zhang Xingyue's words, Zhang Jimin's expression darkened rather than brightened. His words, of course, were aimed at Chunan. Grandfather, I've reviewed it. Chunan's fees aren't exorbitant. Besides, for those truly impoverished, he only charged a nominal fee for the herbs. It's actually those who always pretend to be poor who paid quite a bit this time. Zhang Xingyue placed the bill on the table and explained. It wasn't that she was deliberately defending Chunan, but she had noticed earlier that he had clearly divided his patients into two categories: the wealthy and the poor. For anyone dressed decently or carrying money in their bag, Chunan would deliberately exaggerate the severity of their ailments during consultations. This made them completely unconcerned about the consultation fee. Instead, they were desperate for Chunan to save their lives. For those patients dressed plainly, Chunan was generally gentle in his words and charged little for his services. A physician should treat all patients equally. How could he act this way? Zhang Jimin frowned upon hearing his granddaughter's words. He clearly disapproved of Chunan's approach. Grandpa, those people can clearly afford to pay, but you always give in to them and let them delay their fees. How much is your pension? You have to subsidize the clinic every month. If this keeps up, we won't be able to keep the clinic running, even if we don't sell it. Zhang Xingyue, clearly brimming with pent-up frustration, vented her grievances to her grandfather. Zhang Jimin might be a skilled doctor, but he was too rigid in his ways. Worst of all, his kind heart made him an easy target for those with ulterior motives. Ever since word spread about Zhang Jimin's free clinic, many people had taken to pretending to be poor. But this can't go on. I, Zhang Jimin, have lived an upright life. I've never stooped to such mercenary practices. Zhang Jimin said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Beside him, Chunan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He'd seen stubborn people before, but never anyone as stubbornly stubborn as Zhang Jimin. Though they were disciples of the same master, Sun Anran had opened the Jishir Tang Clinic and become Sichuan province's foremost miracle doctor. In contrast, Zhang Jimin now ran a small clinic, barely scraping by to make ends meet. Dr. Zhang, have you ever heard this saying? Chunan suddenly asked, his gaze fixed on Zhang Jimin. Hearing this, Zhang Jimin turned his head to look at Chunan, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Chunan spoke slowly. To save others, one must first save oneself. The words hung in the air. Zhang Jimin froze for a moment, then a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. As a doctor, how can you be so selfish? Chunan smiled in response. That's quite the misconception. Tell me, under heaven, which temple does not accept offerings? Even the Bodhisattva requires offerings of incense and devotion. Where in this world is there such a thing as selfless love? Just one sentence. Zhang Jimin's face froze instantly. That's sheer sophistry. Zhang Jimin retorted coldly. Very well then. Then may I ask, Dr. Zhang, how many patients can your clinic treat in a single day? Chunan suddenly asked Zhang Jimin again. After a moment's thought, Zhang Jimin replied instinctively. On busy days, I can see 50 patients. With only Zhang Jimin running the clinic, seeing 50 patients a day was already pushing the limits. Chunan then turned his gaze towards Sun Anran. Sun Anran, how many patients can Jiang see in a day? At first, Sun Anran hesitated upon hearing Chunan's question, but he answered frankly. My Jiang has 20 resident physicians. We see at least several hundred patients a day. The moment Sun Anran spoke these words. Before Chunan could speak again, Zhang Jimin, somewhat taken aback, replied in a solemn tone. How can my clinic possibly compare to Jiang? Chunan shook his head. If you claim to treat all equally, then does that mean the patients at Jiang aren't really patients? As a physician, it boils down to 4 words: healing the sick and saving lives. Dr. Zhang, I fear your obsession has consumed you. You've lost your way. These words struck Zhang Jimin like a thunderbolt, leaving him speechless for a long moment. Indeed. They constantly preach about the compassionate heart of a physician. Yet among the sick under heaven, whether rich or poor, how could there be the slightest distinction? As a physician, one's duty is simply to heal the sick. This simple truth was something Zhang Jimin failed to grasp as clearly as Chunan did. At this moment, even Zhang Xingyue's eyes widened. She had to admit it. Chunan's words held undeniable truth. Senior brother, Senior Chu is absolutely right. If you're committed to healing and saving lives, you're welcome to join our Jiang clinic. Why confine yourself to this small medical practice? Seeing Zhang Jimin seemingly swayed by Chunan's words, Sun Anran pressed his advantage. After a long moment, Zhang Jimin finally snapped back to reality and slowly turned his gaze toward Chunan. Speak. How much are you willing to pay for this clinic? The moment Zhang Jimin uttered these words, Zhang Xingyue and Sun Anran both wore expressions of astonished delight. They never imagined the stubborn and inflexible Zhang Jimin could ever be persuaded. Dr. Zhang, I can buy this clinic price is no issue. But I have one condition as well. Chunan suddenly spoke up, gazing at Zhang Jimin. Chapter 108, I can treat this leg of yours. A condition? Hearing Chunan's words, not only Zhang Jimin but even Sun Anran wore expressions of surprise. Young man, you want to buy my clinic and you're making demands? Zhang Jimin narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Chunan. Chunan smiled faintly. Of course. While I intend to purchase this clinic, I'm accustomed to being a hands-off owner. Therefore, I plan to hire Dr. Zhang to continue serving as the resident physician here. As soon as Chunan spoke, Jing Jimin and the others were all taken aback. You want to hire my grandfather as your resident physician? Zhang Xingyue stared wide-eyed at Chunan. Even Sun Anren wore a look of utter surprise, utterly baffled by Chunan's intentions. That's right, a salary of 3 million yuan annually. Dr. Zhang will continue serving as the resident physician. Chunan nodded. 3 million yuan a year? Zhang Xingyue's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with disbelief. You see? Zhang Jimin running this clinic, breaking even year after year, was already considered a great achievement. Now not only could he continue as the resident physician, but he'd also receive a 3 million yuan annual salary. It was like manna from heaven. That's your offer? Even Zhang Jimin now looked at Chunan with genuine curiosity. Having lived this long, he had seen all kinds of people and would never bow to authority for money. Yet today, he found himself genuinely unable to fathom this young man before him. When it came to medical skill, even in his youth, Zhang Jimin had been far inferior to Chunan. Yet in Chunan, he detected not a trace of arrogance or recklessness. Instead, he possessed a humility and composure uncharacteristic of his age. I've already stated my terms. Dr. Zhang, name your price for this clinic. Chunan sat behind the consultation desk and asked directly. This question caught Jing Jimin off guard. His clinic spanned 2 floors. The second floor served as a lounge and temporary storage area. The total area was roughly 300 square meters. Considering the prices in the shantytowns of East City, this clinic was worth no more than a couple million yuan at most. After a moment's thought, Zhang Jimin quoted a price. 2 million. Given Chunan's attitude, Zhang Jimin wasn't overly concerned about the exact amount. Clearly, 2 million was already a very reasonable offer. How about this? I'll give you 4 million. You and your grandfather will both stay at the clinic to assist me. Your wages will be paid separately. Before Zhang Jimin could object, Chunan made the decision. I can stay too? Zhang Xingyue looked at Chunan with surprise. Chunan smiled at her. Of course. We'll start with an assistant's salary 10,000 a month, plus bonuses on top. Boss. You're such a great guy. Hearing Chunan's offer, Zhang Xingyue broke into a greedy grin. Young friend, with your abilities, you're more than qualified for this position as the resident physician. Having a cripple like me preside over the clinic, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? I suggest you find someone else for this position. Just then, Zhang Jimin suddenly sighed. Hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted. None had expected Zhang Jimin to decline Chunan's offer at this moment. Dr. Zhang, you embody noble integrity and are a model for all physicians. Why belittle yourself so? Could it be because of this crippled leg? Chunan's gaze fell upon Zhang Jimin's left leg. At that moment, Zhang Xingyue also spoke with anger in her voice. 3 months ago, a car accident shattered my grandfather's left leg. But everyone knows the driver was hired by the Qian family, a hitman sent to threaten grandfather into closing his clinic. Chunan frowned. The Qian family? Beside him, Sun Anren interjected. The Chen family is considered a second-tier clan in Rongqing, operating several private hospitals. The closest one is the newly opened St. Love Private Hospital. Not only my senior brother's clinic, but many well-known clinics in the vicinity have been forced out by the Qian family's underhanded tactics. Hearing Sun Anren's words, a cold gleam flashed in Chunan's eyes. Even you couldn't help Dr. Zhang? Chunan turned to ask Sun Anren. Given Sun Anren's standing in Rongqing, an ordinary second-rate family wouldn't dare disregard his influence. The Qian family is no ordinary clan. Their patriarch, Qian Mongjin, started out in the underworld. After going legit 10 years ago, he launched private hospitals and now wields influence across both the legitimate and criminal spheres in Rongqing. I've reached out to people at the Administration for Industry and Commerce and even reported Qian Mongjin, but it all went nowhere. Sun Anren explained with a look of apprehension. Beside him, Zhang Jimin's face darkened, his aged features etched with helplessness and anguish. He had spent his entire life practicing medicine, saving countless lives, only to face this outcome in the end. Even so, Zhang Jimin never complained about societal injustice. Despite facing death threats from the Qian family, he kept his clinic open, treating the impoverished residents of the shantytowns. Across the entire East City district, Zhang Jimin had always enjoyed a solid reputation among the common folk. And precisely because of this, the Qian family had targeted him so ruthlessly. Without eliminating Zhang Jimin, the Qian family's private hospital would never gain a foothold in Dongcheng. So, Dr. Zhang, the main reason you don't want to stay at the clinic is because you fear it would drag me down, right? Chunan suddenly turned to the silent Zhang Jimin and asked. As long as Zhang Jimin stayed, his reputation in the district would ensure the clinic's business thrived. Yet the Qian family's threats would never cease. As long as you can keep the clinic running and remain committed to treating the poor and needy, whether I stay or not is irrelevant. Zhang Jimin sighed silently. Clearly, Chunan had hit the nail on the head. If that's the case, then Dr. Zhang's worries are entirely unnecessary.
I can assure Dr. Zhang that if you stay on as the resident physician, I will ensure this clinic remains safe and sound. It's just the Qian family a mere trifle.
Leave it to me. Shunan smiled at Zheng Jimin. He seemed utterly unconcerned by the Qian family's threats.
Young friend, you don't know the Qian family's power.
I advise you not to antagonize them. Otherwise, this crippled leg of mine will be your fate.
Zheng Jimin tapped his left leg, his tone tinged with bitter resentment.
How could he not resent it?
He had spent his entire life practicing medicine, saving countless lives, only to end up like this. Dr. Zhang, there's no need to worry so much. I can treat this leg of yours. Seeing the regret and pain in Zhang Jimin's eyes, Shunan spoke directly. The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell deathly silent.
Even Sun Anren stared at Shunan in astonishment.
Senior Chu, I've examined my senior brother's leg as well. It's a comminuted fracture, and the nerves in his leg have even completely necrotized. He lost so much blood back then it was a miracle he survived at all.
Thinking Shunan had spoken impulsively, Sun Anren hurried to clarify. But Shunan seemed unconcerned. If I say it can be treated, it can be treated. Within a month, I'll have Dr. Zhang back to normal. Chapter 109, The Head of the Main Clan. Cure Zheng Jimin's disability within a month? Inside the clinic's lobby. Even an old TCM practitioner like Zheng Jimin couldn't help but turn pale at that moment. Young friend, I know my own condition.
With an injury this severe, it's already a miracle that amputation was avoided. Even if I exhaust every medical technique I know, I cannot repair the dead nerves in that leg. Speaking, Zheng Jimin picked up a silver needle from the table and thrust it forcefully into his left knee.
The needle pierced the Yangwan acupoint above his knee.
Yet the left leg showed scarcely any reaction. The nerves were completely dead.
Even with Zheng Jimin's medical expertise, there was simply nothing he could do.
Mr. Chu, I know you mean well for my grandfather, but his leg injury. Beside them, Zhang Xingyue shook her head and sighed.
Dr. Zhang, may I give it a try?
Just as everyone thought Chunan was backing down, he unexpectedly picked up a silver needle and stepped before Zhang Jimin.
This old man has accepted his fate. Since you don't believe me, young friend Chu, then I suppose I'll let you try.
Looking at Chunan, Zheng Jimin did not refuse.
At the same time,
Chunan turned his head to glance at Zhang Xingyue. Roll up your grandfather's trousers.
I need to try acupuncture.
Hearing this, Zhang Xingyue hesitated before approaching.
She obeyed Chunan's instruction and rolled up the trouser leg of Zheng Jimin's injured left leg above the knee. It's been 3 months since the accident. While the leg nerves have necrotized, it's not complete necrosis. It's only a small area of nerve necrosis. There should still be a chance to save it. Chunan seemed to be talking to himself. With that, he swiftly inserted a silver needle into Zheng Jimin's calf. Lingquan acupoint? As Chunan placed the needle, Zheng Jimin's brow furrowed. With his expertise, he couldn't discern why Chunan had chosen the Lingquan point.
He figured Chunan was just experimenting. With that thought, Zheng Jimin shrugged it off.
As long as Chunan gave up his ambitions, that was all that mattered. Not staying on as the resident physician would be a blessing for Chunan. Second needle, foot 3 yin. Third needle, foot 3 yang.
Before Zheng Jimin could react, Chunan picked up the silver needles and swiftly drove 2 more into place.
Stimulating the yin and yang major acupoints? Are you trying to forcibly stimulate the nerves in my senior brother's left leg? It won't work. I've tried it myself. Seeing where Chunan placed the second and third needles, Sun Anren spoke up. Don't worry, there's more.
Chunan smiled to himself, then swept his hands forward, sending 4 silver needles plunging down simultaneously.
Puff. 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 The final 4 needles were placed with blinding speed. Even though Sun Anren and Zhang Jimin had their eyes wide open, they still couldn't quite keep up with Chunan's movements. By the time their vision cleared, the 4 silver needles had already pierced Zheng Jimin's left leg. 7 needles in total. Chunan stopped handling the needles, clearly having completed the procedure. It's useless. No matter how much stimulation we apply, the nerves are already dead. He simply cannot feel anything. Seeing Chunan had finished, Zheng Jimin sighed with a bitter smile. Even so, he was astonished. The acupuncture technique Chunan had just demonstrated was far more skilled than his own. But it was all in vain. Watching Zheng Jimin lie motionless, the last shred of hope in Zhang Xingyue's eyes vanished completely. There's one final step. Chunan's voice suddenly rang out. Before everyone's eyes, Chunan's right hand shot out like a shadow, plucking as swiftly as if gathering stars. Clink. 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 Almost in the same instant. Chunan flicked his fingers, infusing each of the 7 silver needles with a thread of true qi. Is that the star-plucking finger? In that very instant, Zheng Jimin and Sun Anren cried out in astonishment almost simultaneously. Star-plucking finger. Within the medical immortal sect, this technique was considered an untransmitted secret. Even as former disciples of the medical immortal sect, they had never been granted the privilege to learn this secret technique. Though star-plucking finger was merely a technique for flicking needles.
Its cultivation was exceedingly difficult, and even within the medical immortal sect, few possessed this skill.
How do you know the star-plucking finger?
Zheng Jiming's aged face flushed with excitement as he turned to ask Chunan. He failed to notice that his previously motionless left leg had suddenly trembled twice.
Grandfather, your leg is healed. Witnessing this, Zheng Xingyue pointed at her grandfather's left leg and exclaimed in surprise. Senior brother?
Sun Anrun was also utterly astonished. As for Zhang Jimin himself, the man at the center of it all, he was so astonished he couldn't speak. He distinctly felt a warm current surge through the 7 acupoints on his left leg. It was precisely this external force that was awakening the nerves in his leg, which had been dead for so long. This is true qi? External projection of true qi, that's a power only martial arts masters possess. Having come from the medical immortal sect, Zhang Jimin possessed some knowledge of such matters. The moment he sensed this force within his left leg, he immediately recognized its origin. Even if Chunan mastered the star-plucking finger, he could never achieve this level of power. Unless, the other party was also a martial arts master.
The situation doesn't seem too dire. The deadened nerves just need a few more acupuncture sessions to be reawakened. But that broken bone might need bone-setting ointment.
Chunan stood in place, contemplating Zheng Jimin's left leg.
Bone-mending ointment? Isn't that an ancient formula that's been lost for years? Zheng Jimin and Sun Anrun both looked at Chunan in shock. It's just an ordinary ancient formula. Bring me paper and ink,
Chunan said with a mysterious smile. Beside them, Zhang Xingyue snapped back to attention upon hearing Chunan's words and hurriedly handed over paper and pen. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, Chunan wrote down the formula for the bone-mending ointment. Just gather the herbs according to the formula, though some are quite rare. I'll probably need Jiang's help. Once all the ingredients are gathered, I can prepare the bone-setting ointment. Chunan handed the formula to Sun Anrun, who stood there with a blank expression.
Bone-mending ointment? It really is the bone-mending ointment. I never imagined I'd have the honor of seeing a lost Formula 1 even the medical immortal sect doesn't possess.
Holding the bone-mending ointment formula in his hands, Sun Anrun exclaimed excitedly.
Junior brother, let me see it. Zheng Jimin, seated nearby, eagerly snatched the ointment formula from Sun Anrun's grasp. Both men were medical fanatics.
To have the chance to see such a lost ancient formula, they both declared they would die without regret.
Chu. Young Master Chu. How can I possibly repay such immense kindness?
After a moment, Zheng Jimin, overcome with emotion, was about to kneel before Chunan, but Chunan reached out and helped him to his feet. I have deep ties to the medical immortal sect.
In a way, it's fate that brought me to you and your fellow disciple.
This bone-mending ointment is indeed precious, but if left unused, it remains nothing more than a lifeless object.
Hearing Chunan's words, Zheng Jimin was startled once more.
Senior brother, I nearly forgot to mention Senior Chu was a member of the main sect. Sun Anrun suddenly snapped back to reality, slapping his forehead as he recalled the crucial detail he'd overlooked. He hurriedly approached Zheng Jimin and whispered into his ear.
Sun Anrun deliberately kept his voice low.
Yet the moment the words "a member of the main sect" reached his ears, Zheng Jimin's aged face contorted with utter horror.
The main sect. No one understood the weight of those two words better than he did.
Zheng Jimin, 73rd generation disciple of the medical immortal sect, pays respects to the venerable predecessor of the mystic sect.
The next instant,
Zheng Jimin, who had just been helped up by Chunan, knelt down before him with a thud. This scene left Zhang Xingyue utterly stunned in place.
Out of nowhere. Why did grandfather suddenly kneel before Chunan? And he kept addressing him as senior?
Zhang Xingyue's world was completely turned upside down.
Chapter 110, The Clinic Opens. Over the next few days, the 1,000 Gold Clinic began its trial operation.
Chunan completed the acquisition of the clinic, and Zhang Jimin willingly took on the role of resident physician.
The free clinic sign outside the clinic had been removed by Chunan.
In its place hung a pair of couplets, written with meticulous care and balanced rhythm. For the poor who fall ill, we charge but a penny. The wealthy seek treatment, yet even 1,000 gold pieces cannot cure them. Though the 1,000 Gold Clinic still treated the impoverished, it now charged a nominal fee to cover medication costs, no longer offering mindless free consultations. After all, Chunan opened this clinic not to play the role of the Red Cross. Besides, without rules, there can be no order.
If the 1,000 Gold Clinic wants to build its reputation, it can't keep doing things the old way.
Boss, even though we're just in trial operation, our business is way too slow.
At this rate, we'll be eating before long.
Standing outside the clinic's entrance, Zhang Xingyue wore a look of deep concern. Ever since Chunan announced that Xianjin Clinic would no longer offer free consultations, the number of patients visiting had noticeably dwindled, and even the area outside the clinic had grown quieter. After all, with the high salary Chunan paid her, she was the most idle person in the clinic.
Zhang Xingyue couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Relax, it's nothing yet. Running a business is like fishing, you need patience.
Chunan smiled at Zhang Xingyue, but his gaze was fixed on a Toyota Alphard slowly approaching ahead. Shunan recognized the vehicle, a luxury minivan costing hundreds of thousands of yuan, certainly not cheap.
It pulled up directly in front of the Tianjin Medical Clinic.
A middle-aged woman of ordinary appearance stepped out.
Tianjin Medical Clinic?
Yep, this is the place. Chen Tong cast a furtive glance around before addressing Chunan and Zhang Xingyue standing outside the clinic.
Excuse me, is Master Dr. Chu available? Dr. Chu?
Zhang Xingyue froze for a moment before snapping back to attention and looking at Chunan.
Boss, the fish is here?
Chunan shot Zhang Xingyue a glare before turning to the woman with a smile.
That's me. Hearing this, Chen Tong's expression flickered with surprise. You're the divine Dr. Chu?
She had expected the divine physician recommended by Xiaohong to be a white-haired old man, and was genuinely surprised to see someone so young.
So you're the one who cured Boss Xiao's daughter?
Chen Tong asked Chunan with a hint of skepticism.
You must be here on Xiaohong's recommendation.
Chunan observed the woman as he spoke. 2 days prior, Xiaohong had called him to inquire about his recent situation. Upon learning that Chunan had opened a medical clinic, she promised to bring him business. Little did she expect the client would arrive so soon. I never imagined someone so young would know Boss Xiao.
Looks like you must be the person Xiaohong mentioned.
Chen Tong relaxed her guard slightly, but then asked.
But can you really treat those difficult and complicated illnesses?
As the woman continued her barrage of questions, Chunan's gaze drifted toward the limousine parked nearby. He smiled and replied directly.
Healing isn't done with words alone.
If you're genuinely seeking treatment, have the patient in the car come down personally.
With that, Chunan turned and walked into the clinic.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Chen Tong's face darkened at Chunan's attitude. She was a renowned top-tier agent in the entertainment industry. People usually addressed her as Sister Tong.
Yet today, this lowly clinic doctor dared to be so rude to her. Had he not been personally recommended by Xiaohong, Chen Tong would have walked out without a second thought.
Sis Tong, he's absolutely right. Since we're here seeking treatment, we should show some courtesy.
Just as Chunan turned to leave, a voice as sweet as a nightingale's song suddenly drifted from the limousine. The mere sound of it stirred one's heart.
As Chunan turned in curiosity,
a woman descended from the limousine, dressed in a flowing white gown, her appearance ethereal like a celestial being descended from a painting. Her jet black hair cascaded down her back, and beneath the white gown were a pair of black flat shoes.
Yet even this simple attire could not conceal the otherworldly aura radiating from her. Chunan glanced up.
He noticed she wore a mask and sunglasses, as if fearing recognition.
Mr. Chu, correct? My name is Ji Yuma. My agent was rude earlier. Please accept my apologies on her behalf.
Ji Yuma walked slowly toward Chunan and extended her hand.
Chunan, the resident physician at Tianjin Medical Clinic.
Chunan extended his hand as well, clasping hers lightly before releasing it. You've been experiencing symptoms like fatigue, weakness, chills, and loss of appetite lately, haven't you?
These symptoms intensify during your menstrual cycle, sometimes even causing you to lose consciousness.
Nearly through that handshake, Chunan discerned certain signs within Ji Yuma's body.
Yet in that very moment,
Ji Yuma and Chen Tong both looked utterly shocked upon hearing Chunan's words.
Chunan had hit the nail on the head. Sis Tong, wasn't my condition supposed to be confidential? Ji Yuma turned to Chen Tong, her tone accusatory. Yuma, don't you trust me?
About your illness, those paparazzi have been following me for so long, yet I haven't leaked a single word to the outside world. Chen Tong hurriedly defended herself.
Hearing this, Ji Yuma's expression shifted strangely as she looked at Chunan with confusion. No need to guess, you have classic EN deficiency syndrome. I can tell. It's not unusual. Chunan smiled faintly.
His casual remark sent a jolt through Ji Yuma's heart, suddenly reminding her of something.
Just by shaking hands, you diagnosed my illness? Ji Yuma blurted out.
The words had barely left her mouth when even her agent, Chen Tong, wore an expression of utter disbelief.
Are you kidding me? We've been to so many hospitals and seen so many top-tier doctors, none of whom could figure it out? And he figured it out just by shaking hands?
Ji Yuma looked at Chunan and suddenly broke into a smile.
No wonder he was recommended by Boss Xiao. Dr. Chu, could we step aside for a moment? Since it concerned her personal affairs, Ji Yuma naturally didn't want it made public.
Of course. Chunan nodded, then turned to Zhang Xingyue, who stood nearby with a look of shock and uncertainty on her face.
What are you standing there for? Attend to the guests. Hearing Chunan's words, Zhang Xingyue finally snapped out of her daze. Miss Ji, please follow me. Zhang Xingyue gestured to Ji Yuma.
Yet as she spoke, her eyes darted back and forth over Ji Yuma's face, as if she longed to tear off the mask covering her face to confirm whether her suspicions were correct. Take her to the second floor. Also prepare silver needles and paper and pen. Noticing something off about the girl, Chunan deliberately added another instruction.
Chapter 111, The Big Star. The second floor of Tianjin Medical Clinic.
The former lounge had been converted by Chunan into a private consultation room. After all, illness was a matter of privacy.
This was specifically prepared by Chu Nan for high-profile clients like Xiang Jiyu. Inside the consultation room. And they call him a miracle doctor? This clinic is downright shabby. If those paparazzi find out Yuma came to a place like this for treatment, who knows what tomorrow's entertainment news will say. Chen Tong ascended to the second floor, surveying the cramped surroundings as she muttered under her breath. Ji Yuma shot her agent a sharp glance before sitting down in front of Chu Nan. There are no outsiders here. Miss Ji, you might as well show your true face. Chu Nan glanced at Ji Yuma. Hearing this, Ji Yuma finally snapped out of it and apologetically removed the mask and sunglasses from her face. In an instant. When that flawless, porcelain-like face came into view, even Chu Nan couldn't help but gasp in awe. A beauty who brings disaster. At that very moment. Snap. The medicine box slipped from her grasp and hit the floor. Zhang Xingyue, standing behind Chu Nan as his assistant, widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed with delight. It's real. Ji Yuma, lead singer of the Meteor Band. Zhang Xingyue's excited voice rose 8 decibels, sounding almost piercing even to Chu Nan. But Ji Yuma's shrieking hadn't stopped yet. Only when Ji Yuma made a shushing gesture did Zhang Xingyue snap back to her senses, covering her mouth with both hands while still trembling with excitement. I'm your biggest fan. Ever since you debuted at that singing competition 5 years ago, I've followed you. I know every single one of your songs by heart. Especially your hit single Shooting Star, it's my absolute favorite song. Seeing Zhang Xingyue like this, Chu Nan couldn't help but interrupt. Is she that famous? At Chu Nan's question, Zhang Xingyue nodded vigorously. Famous? She's beyond famous. UMO is the most influential female singer of China's new generation. She has tens of millions of fans. When it came to Ji Yuma, Zhang Xingyue spoke as if recounting her own family treasures. Even Ji Yuma herself never imagined that this young girl before her was actually one of her die-hard fans. Female singer? Millions of fans? Hearing Zhang Xingyue's words, Chu Nan was genuinely surprised. No wonder Ji Yuma had seemed vaguely familiar to him earlier. Suddenly, he recalled Qin Yuru mentioning it before. It seemed Qin Yuru was also a fan of this superstar. Alright, I knew it would be like this. Just focus on treating our Yuma first. Yuma has fainted twice suddenly recently. I don't want her to have an accident at the concert. Giving Chu Nan and Zhang Xingyue a disapproving look, Chen Tong urged them on. Ji Yuma placed her hand on the examination table. No need. Seeing Ji Yuma's readiness, Chu Nan shook his head. No pulse check? Ji Yuma paused in surprise. As the saying goes, prolonged illness breeds expertise. Having consulted numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for her condition, she was quite familiar with the standard procedure. But a TCM practitioner who could diagnose without taking the pulse? This was her first time encountering such a thing. It's merely a case of yin deficiency. This condition is both difficult and simple. The difficulty lies in your poor physical constitution, compounded by the effects of yin deficiency, which is why you experience sudden fainting spells. The simple part is, well, as luck would have it, I can treat this condition. Chu Nan smiled. Upon hearing this, Chen Tong pursed her lips. You're just playing coy. Ji Yuma turned to look at Chu Nan, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Master Dr. Chu, what do you mean by that? Can you cure my illness? Chu Nan exchanged a glance with Zhang Xingyue, then gestured for her to hand him his acupuncture kit. I can cure it. But it will take time. Chu Nan answered with decisive brevity. A mere yin deficiency? Of course he could treat it. How long will it take? Hearing Chu Nan's answer, Ji Yuma and Chen Tong both lit up with delight. Your body is inherently weak. You've likely maintained a strict diet for years to preserve your figure, correct? If I perform acupuncture continuously, your body likely won't be able to handle it. If we do it every 3 days, it'll take at least a month. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Nan addressed Ji Yuma before him. Upon hearing Chu Nan's words, Ji Yuma and Chen Tong both wore expressions of concern. That long? But I have a concert in Rongqing in just 1 week. I want to be cured before then. Ji Yuma sighed, her gaze turning to Chu Nan, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. However, Chu Nan spread his hands helplessly. Illness strikes like a mountain collapsing, but recovery is as slow as drawing silk from a cocoon. Don't you understand this truth? At these words, Ji Yuma's face darkened. Her illness had become increasingly uncontrollable, sometimes even causing her to faint suddenly. If she were to faint during a concert, it would be an extremely serious performance accident. No way. Can't you think of a way? Even if it can't be cured, at least stabilize Yuma's condition so she doesn't have an episode and faint during the concert. Chen Tong pleaded with Chu Nan, her voice trembling with urgency. This? Well, there might be a way. Hearing Chen Tong's plea, Chu Nan fell into deep thought. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chen Tong quickly added. Don't worry, money is no object. As she spoke, Chen Tong actually pulled out a check. With a sweeping gesture, the check displayed a substantial sum. Alright, I can prescribe 2 doses for you to start. Keep them with you and take them on schedule. As long as you take them on schedule, those fainting spells shouldn't happen again. Shu Nan said. Hearing this, Ji Yuma's face lit up with joy. She then turned to ask Shu Nan. There's one more thing I hope the divine Dr. Chu will agree to. Please keep my illness strictly confidential, Dr. Chu. This wasn't because Ji Yuma didn't trust Shu Nan. Rather, if her illness were exposed, it would inevitably become a sensational negative story in the entertainment industry. If sensationalized by unscrupulous media outlets, the damage to her reputation would be significant. You needn't worry about that. Shu Nan understood Ji Yuma's concern. I'll make sure my assistant keeps this under wraps. Zhang Xingyue nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain upon hearing this. She truly hadn't expected that on her very first day working at the clinic, she'd encounter her idol. Who would believe this if it got out? Even she herself wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing. That's good. Thank you both. Hearing this, Ji Yuma instantly breathed a sigh of relief before turning to ask Shu Nan. Master Dr. Chu, what should we do next? Whatever you say. I'll follow your lead. Upon hearing this, Shu Nan retrieved silver needles from his acupuncture kit. I'm about to begin your acupuncture treatment. But before that, all non-essential personnel must leave. As he spoke, Shu Nan shot Zhang Xingyue a meaningful glance. Immediately, Zhang Xingyue walked over to Chen Tong, who stood anxiously nearby. Miss Chen, the acupuncture session must not be interrupted. Please step aside with me for a moment. Chapter 112, Falling for Your Trick. Second floor of the clinic. Chen Tong paced anxiously outside the consultation room, glancing nervously out the window. Our UMO has had zero scandals since her debut. If paparazzi snap her alone in a room with some stranger, given how those sleazebags operate, she'd never be able to clear her name, not even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Chen Tongli muttered incessantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyue approached with sparkling eyes. Sis Tong, could you get my idol to sign an autograph for me later? Don't worry, I'll keep today's secret completely. Chen Tong glanced at Zhang Xingyue, nodded, then asked. Your name is Xingyue, right? I'm asking you, how long has the guy surnamed Chu been working here? Zhang Xingyue thought for a moment, holding up 3 fingers. 3 years? Chen Tong frowned. 3 years in some major hospitals, that wouldn't even cover the internship and residency training period. And yet Xiaohong called this guy a miracle doctor? Chen Tong couldn't make heads or tails of it. If not for Xiaohong's sake, she would never have brought Ji Yuma to this obscure little clinic. Seeing Chen Tong misunderstand her meaning, Zhang Xingyue quickly shook her head. Not 3 years. 3 days. After Chu Nan bought my grandfather's old clinic, he renamed it Qianjin Medical Clinic. We're still in the trial operation phase, so we only have 2 resident doctors. Zhang Xingyue explained earnestly. But the moment those words left her mouth, Chen Tong was utterly dumbfounded. 3 days? Damn it, I actually believed your bull. Chen Tong couldn't help but curse under his breath, immediately rushing toward the consultation room without another word. Stop right there. UMO isn't being treated here anymore. Chen Tong yelled, about to burst in to rescue Ji Yuma. Slam! Just then, the examination room door suddenly swung open. Ji Yuma's figure appeared before the 2 of them. Yuma, are you okay? The moment she saw Ji Yuma, Chen Tong wrapped her arm around her shoulder and asked with genuine concern. Sis Tong, what happened to you? Ji Yuma looked at Chen Tong with confusion. Yuma, let's get out of here fast. That guy only worked at the clinic for 3 days. What kind of miracle doctor is he? Come on, I'll take you to a proper hospital for a checkup. Chen Tong grabbed Ji Yuma's arm, shot Shu Nan a furious glare, and turned to leave. The next second, the person behind them didn't budge an inch. Ji Yuma shook off Chen Tong's hand and said, Sis Tong, don't be rude to Master Dr. Chu. Dr. Chu? Chen Tong's expression froze. Ji Yuma nodded. After receiving acupuncture from Master Chu just now, I feel much better already. Based on that alone, Master Chu's medical skills far surpass those of specialists at major hospitals. Hearing Ji Yuma's words, Chen Tong was actually taken aback. She knew Ji Yuma's condition well. They'd visited numerous major hospitals over the past period, consulting several specialists. Yet despite spending a fortune, there had been no trace of improvement. This was the first time she'd ever heard Ji Yuma speak so definitively about another practitioner's skills. Dr. Chu, Sister Tong is just concerned about me. She's not questioning your medical skills. At that moment, Ji Yuma offered Chu Nan a faint, apologetic smile. This smile. Even Chu Nan felt his heart stir. But it lasted only a moment before she returned to her usual self. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 little flowers of the entertainment industry. UMO. I'm not just drawn to your talent, your looks are absolutely stunning. Zhang Xingyue gazed at Ji Yuma with eyes brimming with adoration, like a devoted fan. Shu Nan, on the other hand, remained utterly unfazed. Though Ji Yuma was beautiful, having lived under the same roof with several senior sisters since childhood, Shu Nan had long since grown immune to pretty women. While acupuncture may yield some results, achieving a complete cure is far from simple. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. You must take it on schedule. Oh, and if you have time, come see me for acupuncture every few days. Shunan spoke calmly. With that, he tossed the prescription to Zhang Xingyue, whose eyes were still sparkling. If you don't want your pay docked, go get the medicine right now. Deduct wages? At the mere mention of those 3 words, the penny-pinching Zhang Xingyue snapped back to her senses. Right away. Pouting slightly, Zhang Xingyue grabbed the medical record in her hand before dashing straight to Ji Yuma. Yuma, could you sign something for me? Zhang Xingyue pleaded hopefully. Sure thing. Ji Yuma smiled gently, showing none of the airs of a superstar. She took the pen from Zhang Xingyue and swiftly signed her name. Oh, right. Sister Tong, you have my autographed photo and the tickets for the Rongqing concert with you, right? Ji Yuma suddenly turned to ask Chen Tong. Upon hearing this, Chen Tong nodded and pulled out a signed photo of Ji Yuma from her bag, along with 4 concert tickets. Is this the exclusive autographed photo that even longtime fans in the fan club couldn't get? And these tickets, they're front row VIP seats. I heard these tickets are being scalped for tens of thousands now. The moment Zhang Xingyue saw the autographed photo and tickets, her eyes widened in astonishment. Exactly. This exclusive autographed photo series is rarely given out. Ji Yuma chuckled softly before turning to face Chu Nan and handing over the autographed photo and tickets. Master Dr. Chu, thank you for your help. Without you, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do. Consider this my gift to you. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Zhang Xingyue, who had been staring longingly at Ji Yuma, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Ji Yuma's exclusive autographed photo. And it was personally handed to him by the star himself. Even veteran fans in their support group hadn't been able to get their hands on something like this, yet Ji Yuma had casually given it to Chu Nan. In that instant, staring at the signature on her medical record, Zhang Xingyue suddenly felt it wasn't so great anymore. A gift? Chu Nan took the item without much enthusiasm. After all, he wasn't into celebrity culture and had little interest in concerts or such events. Still, since it was personally given by Ji Yuma, he felt awkward refusing. Yuma, it's time. We need to head to the recording studio to practice. Chen Tong urged Ji Yuma from the side. Dr. Chu, I'll be heading out now. My concert is next week, you absolutely have to come. Ji Yuma flashed a smile at Chu Nan, then pulled sunglasses and a mask from her pocket. After bidding Chu Nan farewell, she turned and walked away. Chen Tong remained standing where she was, pulling out a check and placing it on the table. Here's 2 million. I'm deeply grateful you cured Yuma's illness, but you should know her background. Don't entertain any illusions. You and she are worlds apart. Even as friends, you have no place. Leaving the check behind, Chen Tong turned and walked away without looking back. Interesting. Watching the pair depart, Chu Nan smiled with amusement. Chapter 113, The Chen Family's Blacklist. Tianjin Medical Clinic. Zhang Xingyue stood behind the cash register, craning her neck to watch Ji Yuma's car drive away. Her face showed both excitement and a hint of disappointment. I should have brought a photo of Yuma with me. If I could get an autographed photo, wouldn't those ladies in the group chat be green with envy? Zhang Xingyue regretted it deeply. She'd finally seen her idol in person, yet all she'd gotten was a signature scribbled in a medical record book. It's rare to see an idol in person. What a shame. If I hadn't promised to keep it confidential, I'd have gotten a photo with her to post on my social media. Zhang Xingyue propped her chin in her hand, her face a picture of disappointment. Snap. Just then, a concert ticket slammed onto the counter. Here you go. A concert ticket? Zhang Xingyue's eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively snatched the ticket into her hand. Wait, boss, are you really giving me this premium section ticket? Zhang Xingyue asked Chu Nan, her face filled with disbelief. Though she desperately wanted it. Giving away something so precious so casually was something she herself couldn't bear to do. Take it. I'm not interested in the concert anyway. Chu Nan smiled indifferently. With that, he sat down behind the consultation desk, waiting for patients to arrive. Long live the boss. No, you're not just the boss, you're practically my own brother. Zhang Xingyue clutched the concert tickets, her sorrow instantly turning to joy as she spun excitedly in circles. Click. Immediately, Zhang Xingyue held the concert tickets in one hand and pulled out her phone with the other to snap a close-up selfie. The next second, Zhang Xingyue rapidly typed out a string of words and posted a photo-filled WeChat moment. Ding ding ding. Within seconds, Zhang Xingyue's phone began ringing non-stop. UMO, are these tickets for Ji Yumo's concert next week? OMG. You're so lucky to snag tickets, and they're even in the VIP section. Seriously jealous. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of messages flooded the screen. Zhang Xingyue held her phone, a smug smile spreading across her face. Just as she was busy typing replies, a figure strode straight into the 1,000 Gold Medical Clinic. Anyone here? The visitor wore a black suit and appeared to be in his early 40s. Manager Wu? Are you here for a consultation? Seeing a visitor arrive, Zhang Xingyue had to put down her phone and hurry to greet him. The visitor was Wu Gang, the sales manager of Wu's pharmacy. Zhang Xingyue knew him because the clinic had always sourced its medicinal herbs from Wu's pharmacy. Miss Zhang, your clinic's business really is going downhill. If you ask me, you should just close up shop sooner rather than later. Glancing around the somewhat deserted clinic, Wu Gang curled his lips in a sneer. Hearing this, Zhang Xingyue felt a bit awkward. Whether this clinic closes or not, what the hell is it to you? Before Zhang Xingyue could respond, a voice suddenly cut in. Who is this kid? How dare he talk to me like that? At the sound of this, Wu Gang's gaze shifted to Chunan, who had just stepped out from behind Zhang Xingyue, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Manager Wu, this is our boss Chu. I almost forgot to tell you our Zhang family clinic has been sold to him. This place is now the 1,000 Gold Clinic. Qianjin Medical Clinic? Wu Gang froze upon hearing this, then snapped out of it, his face twisting into a cold sneer. Who would buy this shabby clinic of yours? You think such underhanded tactics can fool anyone? As long as your grandfather is still alive, this clinic was never meant to open. Glancing at Chunan, Wu Gang continued bluntly. I didn't come here today to talk about this. I'm here to tell you that starting today, our partnership is over. Wu's pharmacy will no longer supply herbs to your clinic. The moment Wu Gang uttered these words, Zhang Xingyue's expression changed abruptly. Cutting off the supply of medicinal herbs would deal a devastating blow to the clinic. At that moment, Zhang Jiming, who had just arrived leaning on his cane, also grew grim-faced. He hurriedly pressed Wu Gang for answers. Manager Wu, what's going on here? Though my means are modest, I have never once defaulted on payment to Wu's pharmacy. Why terminate our partnership? Wu Gang eyed Zhang Jimin up and down, his gaze lingering on the man's missing leg. Old Zhang, why ask such obvious questions? The residents of this shantytown may be poor, but they still have some money to spare. Word of you providing free medical care has spread throughout the entire East District. Who would go to other hospitals for treatment from now on? At this point, Wu Gang couldn't help but shake his head. Take my advice. You've barely managed to save your own life. Close up shop early, and you might just live another couple of years. With that, Wu Gang turned and walked away without waiting for the grandfather and grandson to respond. Damn it! It must be the Qian family. Only they have the clout to force Wu's pharmacy to cut ties with us. Zhang Xingyue clenched her fists tightly, her small face contorted with rage. With Wu Gang having spoken so plainly, how could grandfather and grandson fail to grasp the truth? The previous car accident hadn't forced Zhang Jimin to shut down his clinic. This time, they planned to use subtle pressure to force Zhang Jimin to shut it down. If the Wu family pharmacy won't cooperate, then we'll find another pharmacy. It's just a matter of how much money we offer. After learning the cause of the matter, Chunan addressed Zhang Xingyue. Alright, I'll contact the other pharmacies right away. Zhang Xingyue nodded and immediately picked up the phone, calling each other pharmacy in turn. 10 minutes later, she made several calls. Yet the responses from each one seemed as if they had coordinated beforehand. All refusals. No matter how much money was offered, they refused to supply herbs to any clinic associated with Zhang Jimin. We've already sold the clinic, why is the Qian family still pressing us so relentlessly? Click. After hanging up, Zhang Xingyue's eyes welled up with tears. Zhang Jimin, leaning on his cane, wore a look of profound complexity. Senior Chu, I've brought you down. The Chen family clearly doesn't want me to practice medicine. Zhang Jimin looked at Chu Nan with a sense of guilt. The Qian family wielded considerable influence, managing to get so many pharmacies to blacklist Zhang Jimin. Even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Without medicinal supplies, even with Chu Nan overseeing the clinic, it would likely be futile. It's no big deal. I'll figure out a solution for the medicinal supply issue. Chu Nan frowned slightly before turning to ask Zhang Xingyue. How long will our current stock of herbs last? Hearing this, Zhang Xingyue hurriedly flipped through the ledger before answering. 1 week. Chu Nan smiled faintly. That's sufficient. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and found Qin Yaru's number. He hadn't forgotten. The Qin family ran a pharmaceutical enterprise, importing substantial quantities of medicinal herbs. They held considerable influence among the major pharmacies within the province. Chapter 114, Am I Your Father? Qin Pharmaceutical Branch Office. Unable to reach Qin Yaru by phone, Chunan decided to visit the branch office in person. Outside the branch office entrance, a black Mercedes Maybach sedan was parked directly in front of the main entrance. Wang Dongxiang, dressed in a security uniform, led 2 others to intercept the vehicle. This is the Qin Pharmaceutical Branch. External vehicles require prior authorization to enter. Sir, do you have an appointment? Wang Dongxiang knocked on the window and politely addressed the man inside. After all, this Maybach was a luxury car worth several million yuan. Though he didn't recognize the man, Wang Dongxiang had to maintain a courteous demeanor. You filthy security guard, don't knock on my window with your dirty hands. Can you even afford to pay for the damage if you break it? The window slowly rolled down, revealing a young man who glared at Wang Dongxiang with utter disgust. How dare you speak to me like that? The 2 men standing behind Wang Dongxiang immediately flared up upon hearing this. But it was Wang Dongxiang who stepped forward, holding them back. Sir, let me reiterate, this is restricted company property. Unauthorized entry requires prior approval. If you don't have an appointment, I'm afraid I can't let you in. Wang Dongxiang gritted his teeth, warning the man in the car. What a joke. Do you have any idea who I am? Even your headquarters CEO Qin treats my father with utmost respect. And you, some lowly security guard at a branch office, dare to block my car? The young man snorted coldly. Call your CEO Qin and tell him Chen Dawei is here. Within 3 minutes, have her come out to greet me personally, otherwise, forget about any cooperation. As the eldest son of the Qian family, Chen Dawei was accustomed to acting arrogantly. How dare a few lowly security guards block his car? He would make sure Qin Yuru fired these guys later. I don't have the authority to call Miss Qin directly, but I've already notified her assistant. Until then, you need to move your vehicle. Wang Dongxiang's face remained cold as he spoke to Chen Dawei once more. What a pain in the ass. Chen Dawei ignored Wang Dongxiang completely, casually tossing a stack of bills out of the car. This should cover a month's worth of your salary, right? Take the money and shut your mouth. Chen Dawei's face was brimming with arrogance. 100 yuan bills fluttered down onto the ground. Seeing this, Wang Dongxiang's face flushed with fury, yet he paid no heed to the scattered bills. Rules are rules. I'm Wang Dongxiang, a veteran soldier. I won't break the rules for money. Move your car. This time, Wang Dongxiang spoke with righteous indignation, his right hand already reaching for the rubber baton at his waist. What? You dare lay a hand on me? I give you 100 guts. You're just a lowly security guard. You think I won't personally call the Qin family and get you fired on the spot? Glancing at Wang Dongxiang's movements, Chen Dawei sneered. Brother Chang. Seeing Wang Dongxiang's temper flare, his two companions hurriedly pulled him back. Your family's in a tough spot, you need every penny right now. Don't mess with people like this. If you ask me, just turn a blind eye to it. The two urged him. At these words, the anger vanished from Wang Dongxiang's face, replaced by a look of frustration. His right hand, clenched around the baton, slowly relaxed. Now you're scared? I order you to apologize to me right now. Otherwise, one phone call from me, and you won't be working as a security guard anymore. Chen Dawei sat in the car, watching the utterly defeated Wang Dongxiang, his smile only growing wider. He relished the feeling of crushing people beneath his heel. Me apologize to you? Wang Dongxiang froze, his expression turning intensely complex. Resentment and anger ultimately dissolved into a resigned acceptance. Refuse to apologize and lose his job? How would he pay his mother's medical bills next month? The thought of his mother still lying in that hospital bed made Wang Dongxiang, a man of 7 feet tall, feel as if his back had been bent double. Mr. Qian, I'm sorry. Just as Wang Dongxiang clenched his fists tightly and uttered these words. Smack! A large hand slapped down on Wang Dongxiang's shoulder. Boss? Wang Dongxiang froze for a moment, but upon recognizing the visitor, his face lit up with delight. Once you lose your dignity, it's damn hard to get it back. Shunan patted Wang Dongxiang's shoulder. Hearing this, Wang Dongxiang's expression turned bittersweet. How could he not understand this truth? Don't worry, leave this to me. Shunan flashed Wang Dongxiang a faint smile before turning his attention to Chen Dawei inside the car. Young Master Qian, is it? Shunan glanced at the scattered bills on the ground, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Who the hell are you, kid? Chen Dawei shot Shunan a displeased glance. This is Captain Chu from our security team. Wang Dongxiang and the others chimed in unison from the side. Security captain? Chen Dawei froze, then couldn't help but sneer. Security captain? He's still just a stinking security guard. Kid. I'm the one who pays your Qin family's salary. If you piss me off, I'll have the Qin family fire every last one of you. Seeing Chen Dawei's arrogance, Wang Dongxiang and the others seethed inwardly but dared not speak up. If this guy really was a Qin family partner, he was far beyond what a few lowly security guards could afford to offend. Sorry, I didn't catch that. What did you say about the client? Shunan leaned in and asked Chen Dawei again. Dad. Inside the car, Chen Dawei's face twisted with impatience as the word slipped out before he could stop himself. In an instant, the expressions of the people behind Shunan turned peculiar, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only then did Chen Dawei realize what had happened, his face instantly turning crimson with rage. You little brat, you dare mock me? Chen Dawei pointed a finger at Shunan and roared angrily. Everyone saw it. You said it yourself. It's clearly your own fault for being brainless, how can you blame me? Shunan shrugged his shoulders and teased Chen Dawei. You have some nerve. I'll contact the Qin family right now and have all of you fired. Chen Dawei couldn't hold back his anger. Just then, a group hurriedly rushed over from the branch office. Young Master Qian. We didn't know you were paying us a sudden visit to the branch office. We truly failed to greet you properly. Dressed in a black business suit, Qin Yuru led the branch's management team to the entrance herself. What's going on here? Upon arriving at the scene, Shin Yuru couldn't help but glance at Chunan with a puzzled expression as she saw Chen Daoi's furious face in the car and Wang Dongxiang and the others laughing heartily. Miss Qin, you're just in time. You expect to partner with the Qin family? Is this how Qin Pharmaceutical treats its guests? If this is how the Qin family treats us, I think we can forget about this partnership. The moment Qin Yaruo appeared, Chen Dawei found his outlet for fury. He immediately launched into a tirade. Young Master Qian, it's all the fault of those incompetent subordinates who lack flexibility. Alright, I'll apologize on their behalf. For the sake of my father and Uncle Qian's long-standing acquaintance, please forgive them, young Master Qian. After hearing the full story from Chen Dawei, Qin Yuru shot Chunan a sharp glare. Without waiting for Chunan's response, she hurriedly bowed low and apologized to Chen Dawei. Apologies are acceptable. First, fire these people. Especially this kid, I never want to see him again. Chen Dawei pointed directly at Chunan, his tone sharp and demanding. Chapter 115, Old Master Qin's Decision. Fire Chunan? Outside the branch office entrance, not only Wang Dongxiang but also the assembled senior executives wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Ever since the last incident, Chunan's identity had long ceased to be a secret within the branch. The husband of their CEO, Qin. The son-in-law who married into the Qin family. Chen Dawei's condition was actually for Qin Yuru to fire her own husband? How could that be possible? Young Master Qian, this was all a misunderstanding. Chunan didn't know your status, Mr. Qian, so he made a joke. Qin Yuru's expression froze momentarily before she quickly turned to Chen Dawei with a smile. How about this? I'll host tonight and properly apologize to Mr. Qian. Compared to Zhang Dongxiang and the others, Qin Yuru handled matters with meticulous precision. Having grown up unloved in the Qin family, she learned early on to read people's expressions. The business world was like a battlefield, and Qin Yuru was no stranger to the intricacies of human relations. Wait, what did you say that kid's name was? Chunan? Chen Dawei suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze toward Chunan now tinged with disdain. So you're the son-in-law who married into the Qin family? Who would have thought a lowly commoner like you could snag a beauty like President Qin? After saying this, Chen Dawei turned to Qin Yuru and waved his hand dismissively. No need for dinner. This young master isn't in the mood today. As for the partnership, I've laid out my terms. I hope Ms. Qin will give it serious consideration. Chen Dawei shot Chunan a mocking glance before stomping on the gas pedal, turning the car around, and driving away from the branch office. Young Master Qian just left like that? As soon as Chen Dawei departed, his assistant Li Ling asked awkwardly. They'd made such a big fuss to welcome him, yet hadn't even managed to exchange a single word. What exactly are you lot doing? The Qian family is a key partner for headquarters. If we lose this deal because we offended young Master Qian, can any of you take responsibility for that? Branch manager Zhao Chong scolded Wang Dongxiang and the others. He knew about Chunan and Qin Yuru's relationship, so while his words seemed directed at Wang Dongxiang and the others, they were actually aimed at reprimanding Chunan. So what if he's the Qin family's son-in-law? He's just a son-in-law by marriage. Compared to the Qian family partnership, Chunan's status as a son-in-law might not even be worth mentioning. Enough. Everyone, disperse. Watching Chen Dawei storm off in a huff, Qin Yuru's expression darkened. She turned and motioned for the crowd to disperse. Not long after, Qin Yuru pulled up in her BMW, stopping right in front of Chunan. Get in. Grandfather wants us all to have dinner together tonight. Qin Yuru said coldly. Hearing this, Chunan opened the passenger door and climbed in. Did you put on perfume? The moment he sat in the passenger seat, Chunan caught a distinct whiff of perfume unique to Qin Yuru. Is that guy that important? You had to spray perfume just to greet him? Chunan snorted coldly. Hearing this, Qin Yuru's expression darkened. Can you keep your cool? Qian Dawei is the Qian family's only son. The Qians always protect their own. Offending him could seriously impact headquarters business. If that happens, I won't be able to explain it to headquarters. After holding back for a long time, Qin Yuru couldn't resist speaking up to Chunan. Can you please change this temperament of yours? Stop picking fights over every little thing. That approach won't work in business. Though Qin Yuru's words were spoken in anger, they carried a hint of reproach. Seeing Chunan remain silent, Qin Yuru simply shut up. The two drove in silence all the way to the Qin residence. Dinner time. At the old patriarch's invitation, both the Qin Zhanghai and Qin Weha families were present. In the dining hall, everyone took their seats. Just as the meal was about to begin, Qin Lulu finally returned home, dressed in a princess dress and carrying 2 large bags. Sorry, I went to the International Trade Mall with young Master Wang and got held up. Deliberately placing a pile of luxury goods on the table, Qin Lulu shot a glance at Qin Yuru before slowly taking her seat. Grandpa, what's the occasion today? Why did you specifically call us all back? No sooner had she sat down than Qin Lulu couldn't resist asking the old man. She had been planning a romantic candlelit dinner with Wang Xiao. If not for Grandpa's call, she wouldn't have come back. Dad, what's going on?
Beside her, Qin Jianghai and Qin Weihe both looked curious.
Nothing too serious. Seated at the head of the table, old man Qin smiled and pulled out a document. Jianghai, take a look at this. Regarding the company's IPO you mentioned last time, I've made up my mind.
For the future of Qin Pharmaceutical, I agree to take the company public but on one condition. Old Master Qin spoke again. At that moment, everyone present was stunned by his words. The old patriarch actually agreed to take Qin Pharmaceutical public? The sun rising in the west? Father, what is your condition? Not just one condition, even 10 or 100, your son would agree to them all. Qin Jianghai flipped through the documents bearing the old man's handwritten signature, grinning from ear to ear. Once Qin Pharmaceutical goes public, with his influence on the board, wouldn't he be able to control everything? Dad, you really agree to go public? But this means our company's equity structure will have to change in the future. Qin Weihe and his wife couldn't help but ask from across the table. While going public was undoubtedly a major positive development, even Qin Weihe and his wife would benefit as shareholders on the board of a listed company. But once listed, the company would accept external capital, inevitably affecting the equity structure. I've thought it through. After what happened with Qin Santong, I've come to see things clearly. It's precisely because we're not going public that the board members see no hope, driving them to rush to sell their shares. Rather than let that happen, we should take the initiative and go public now, seizing control into our own hands. Old Master Qin's eyes flashed with determination. Qin Santong and Qin Dahai sold their shares to the Wang family. This matter had always been a thorn in Old Master Qin's side, and it was now a major hidden risk for Qin Pharmaceutical. He had once believed Qin Pharmaceutical was as solid as a rock. But now, Old Master Qin's perspective had shifted. The Wang family held 10% of Qin Pharmaceutical shares. Given their influence, if they truly harbored intentions to swallow up the company, the Qin family would be powerless to resist. Within the board of directors, individuals like Qin Santong were likely far from few. To protect themselves, Qin Pharmaceutical had no choice but to go public. With external capital infusion, they might find the strength to counter the Wang family. While I agree to the IPO, but the entire board must jointly issue a statement. All Qin Pharmaceutical products must not increase in price after the IPO. Furthermore, the formula for the is a closely guarded secret. Even after the IPO, I will never hand it over to outsiders. Chapter 116, The Formula Worth Billions. Hearing the old patriarch still refused to hand over the formula, Qin Jianghai's expression darkened slightly. To put it plainly, the Qin family's greatest asset is the formula for the oxgall pills. As long as he couldn't get his hands on that formula, he couldn't fully control Qin Pharmaceutical. As long as the formula remains in the old man's hands, Qin Pharmaceutical remains under his control. Dad, taking Qin Pharmaceutical public won't be easy. We don't have any other ancient formulas to use as a selling point. If you're unwilling to hand over the oxbile pill formula, I'm afraid, Qin Jianghai said with a look of difficulty. His implication was clear, he hoped the old man would hand over the oxgall pill formula. With that formula in hand, what kind of investment couldn't he secure? Uncle, the Qin family possesses more than just one ancient formula. As Qin Jianghai finished speaking, a voice suddenly cut through the gathering. Everyone turned their heads, their gazes instantly locking onto Chunan. Don't you know your place? Who do you think you are to speak up here? Qin Lulu sneered with utter contempt. I remember now. Chunan did write down an ancient formula earlier, something called bone-mending ointment, I think? Beside them, Qin Weihe seemed to recall something and blurted out instinctively. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianghai's family couldn't help but burst into laughter. Second brother, I admit that Chunan knows a thing or two about barefoot medicine. But what's this ancient formula nonsense? You don't seriously believe your son-in-law is some kind of miracle doctor, do you? Faced with his older brother's family mocking him openly, Qin Weihe was momentarily at a loss for words. While the bone-setting ointment can't compare to oxbile pills, it holds significant potential in the traditional Chinese medicine ointment market. If we can truly develop it and sell it on a large scale, within 10 years, we could rake in at least 10 billion. Chunan spoke calmly. The 100 billion figure rolled off his tongue as if it were merely a string of numbers. The Qin family members listening froze, then turned to stare at Chunan as if he were an idiot. You're saying that crappy prescription of yours could rake in over 100 billion? Young man, do you even know the market value of our Qin Pharmaceutical Group? Billions? That could buy out a second-tier company. Qin Lulu snorted coldly. Talking nonsense without a shred of evidence. If it really could make billions, why would you bother marrying into the Qin family as a son-in-law? Beside them, Lu Lirong chimed in with a sarcastic tone. You should take a good look at yourself. You'll say anything. Watching Qin Lulu and her mother taunt Chunan with cold sarcasm, Qin Yuro could no longer sit idly by. Big sister, auntie. Chunan isn't wrong. Traditional Chinese medicinal plasters are currently a hot market trend. The ointment developed by Yunnan Baiyao Group previously generated at least billions in profits annually. If such an ancient formula truly exists, perhaps we could give it a try too. Hearing Qin Yuru speak up, Old Master Qin, seated at the head of the table, turned his gaze toward Qin Jianhai. After all, it's young Master Chu's sincere effort.
Has the bone-mending ointment been reviewed by the RD department? The elder asked.
He had personally instructed that the ancient formula Chu Nan presented last time be handed over to the RD department. Caught off guard by the elder's question, Qin Jianhai froze.
Lulu, you should have taken that formula to headquarters, right?
Qin Jianhai turned to ask his daughter, Qin Lulu. He hadn't given the bone-mending ointment a second thought, having casually tossed it to Qin Lulu last time. Caught off guard by the direct question, Qin Lulu immediately fell silent, her eyes darting nervously as she replied.
Of course. I handed it over to the RD department right away. They said it was just an ordinary ointment formula, nothing like the miraculous stuff that kid claimed it was. You've all been fooled by him.
Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Old Master Qin was also somewhat taken aback.
Shunan, could you be a little more reliable? Qin Weha and his wife felt their faces grow hot with embarrassment. All that hope he'd foolishly pinned on Shunan. Turns out this guy was just bragging again. Qin Yuru's face darkened as well, utterly unprepared for this outcome. Are you sure you're not lying?
Shunan stared straight at Qin Lulu, his voice cold and accusatory. Caught off guard by Shunan's glare, Qin Lulu felt a pang of guilt, but quickly regained her composure.
Are you questioning my integrity? Fine, don't believe me. We can call Manager Zhao from RD right now. Qin Lulu pulled out her phone, her face twisted with indignation and resentment.
Manager Zhao from RD was her father's right-hand man. Qin Lulu was confident that this call would help her cover up the lie, which is why she felt so unshakable.
How dare this kid doubt Lulu?
Before Qin Lulu could make the call, Lu Lirong stepped in to defend her daughter.
Use your brain. That ancient formula is priceless. Do you think you could just whip it up on a whim? Second son, does your family have any sense of decorum?
The old master is still here.
How dare a junior make such flippant remarks?
Seeing Lu Lirong invoke the old man, Qin Weha's expression darkened. He shot Chu Nan a displeased look.
This isn't a place for you youngsters to speak.
Matters concerning Qin Pharmaceutical are naturally decided by us elders.
Qin Weha adopted an authoritative tone befitting his seniority.
If Chu Nan produced a fake formula, it would reflect poorly on their entire family.
Given Qin Weha's timid nature, he naturally didn't want to pursue the matter further. I couldn't care less. Anyway, I've already given you the bone-mending ointment formula. If you regret it later, don't come begging me.
Knowing this cheap father-in-law was unreliable, Chu Nan shrugged indifferently.
What a joke. Would the Qin family ever need your help? Qin Lulu sneered coldly.
She'd torn up the bone-mending ointment formula the moment she stepped outside, never believing it could be genuine. She simply couldn't stand Shunan's constant tall tales, especially since he'd somehow earned her grandfather's deep trust. The reason she lied was to publicly humiliate Shunan. Enough. We'll discuss the formula later. I believe young Chu isn't that kind of person. Old Master Qin looked at Shunan, smiled, then asked with genuine concern. Young Chu, after all, you are my Qin family's son-in-law. Working as a security guard at the branch office isn't a long-term solution.
How about this? I intend to have you join the RD department at headquarters. At the dinner table.
The moment Old Master Qin spoke, everyone present was taken aback.
Dad, how could that be possible? The RD department is the company's core division. How can we let an outsider with no expertise get involved?
Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Jianhai immediately voiced his objection. The RD department was the most crucial division within Qin Pharmaceutical. This was a matter of life and death for Qin Pharmaceutical. If Chunan really went to the RD department, it would be a huge boost for the second son's family.
Of course he wouldn't agree. Chapter 117, Really Opening a Clinic? An outsider? Upon hearing Qin Weha's objection, Old Master Qin furrowed his brow.
Jianhai, Chunan is no outsider. Besides, his medical skills are evident to all. Assigning him to RD would be a waste of his talents.
This matter is settled. Shunan will start working in the RD department tomorrow.
This time, Old Master Qin didn't give anyone a chance to object, sealing the deal on the spot.
What?
Qin Lulu and her son stood frozen in shock, unable to recover for a long moment. After all that, the old man hadn't gathered them today just to discuss Qin Pharmaceutical's IPO. He intended to bring Chu Nan into the headquarters or D department.
That guy. What gives him the right? Qin Lulu seethed inwardly, her face twisted with indignation.
She had gone to great lengths to expose Chu Nan's true colors. Yet her grandfather seemed to trust Chu Nan more than his own granddaughter. Even when Qin Lulu had actively requested to join the RD department herself, the old man hadn't agreed.
And now this opportunity was being given to a son-in-law? Dad, maybe you should reconsider? Chu Nan is still young. Why not let him intern at headquarters for a while first?
Lu Lirong felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly urged the old man.
Lu Lirong understood better than anyone the critical importance of the RD department.
Core personnel emerging from RD would inevitably hold high positions within Qin Pharmaceutical in the future. The old man was clearly paving the way for Chunan to join Qin Pharmaceutical. She certainly wouldn't agree to that.
Chunan, why aren't you agreeing right away? Do you have any idea how rare an opportunity it is to join the RD department?
Seeing Chunan remain silent throughout the meal, Qin Weha and his wife hurriedly pressed him.
Though they didn't care for this son-in-law. If Chunan could truly join the headquarters RD department, it would bring immense benefits to their entire family.
Qin Weha and his wife were practically itching to accept on Chunan's behalf. At that moment, Qin Yuru also looked at Chunan with a complex expression. Her grandfather's favoritism toward Chunan exceeded her expectations.
She had long sought an opportunity to join the headquarters herself, yet grandfather was now considering bringing Chunan into the RD department?
Grandfather, I truly appreciate your kindness. But I'm used to a laid-back lifestyle. I couldn't handle the grind of punching a clock every day.
The work in RD probably isn't suited for me. Chunan declined with a smile.
Though he had declined the old man's offer, his heart still felt warm. All these years. Apart from the old man on Dragon Tiger Mountain and those senior sisters, no one had ever been so genuinely kind to him.
What? You refused? Upon hearing Chunan's answer, Qin Weha and his wife froze in place. Take it back immediately. Do you have any idea how many people are begging for a spot in the RD department?
The couple glared at Chunan before hastily turning to the old man and pleading.
Dad, Chunan is still young and doesn't know his place. We've accepted this job on his behalf.
Ignoring Qin Weha and his wife's words, Old Master Qin's gaze remained fixed on Chunan, who stood there with an expression of calm detachment.
Young Chu, have you thought this through? Now that you've become a son-in-law of the Qin family, we're family.
I won't force you to take the job, but I did promise your master that I'd treat you well after you came down from the mountain. With your talents, working as a security guard is a waste of your abilities. The old master's words clearly urged Chunan to give it serious thought. After all, as the Qin family's son-in-law, he must uphold the family's reputation. It wouldn't look good if word got out that the Qin family's son-in-law was just a security guard. Dad, young people should gain experience at the grassroots level. It's commendable that Chunan stays grounded and focused. Qin Jianghai, rarely one to speak up, offered a rare compliment to Chunan. Of course, he desperately hoped Chunan would refuse. Working as a security guard at a branch office was perfectly fine. After all, he wasn't his son-in-law. Instead, the Qin Weha couple beside him were as frantic as ants on a hot pan, constantly winking and nudging at Chunan.
The next moment, Chunan addressed Old Master Qin. Grandpa Qin, you needn't worry about my job. I've opened a medical clinic in Dongcheng district. I'll be working there from now on. Open a clinic? At the table, everyone's expressions betrayed surprise. They had assumed Chunan was joking last time, but who knew he'd actually set up a clinic? You think you can run a clinic? Qin Lulu couldn't help but sneer. You don't seriously think you can earn 100 billion in a month just by opening a clinic, do you? But she quickly realized. Having Chunan run a clinic was far better than letting him join the RD department. You're completely out of your mind. East City is nothing but rundown slums full of old, dilapidated shacks. How much money could you possibly make running a clinic there to treat the poor? Lu Lirong scolded sternly. Even Old Master Qin seemed somewhat taken aback. Yero, you must talk some sense into this boy. My son-in-law, Qin Weha, can't be some barefoot doctor. Qin Weha, also displeased with Chunan's decision, coldly addressed Qin Yuru. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuru merely shook her head. Dad, I respect Chunan's decision. Qin Yaruo's words left Qin Weha and his wife pale-faced. Well, how long has it been before you've learned to defy your parents? If you ask me, it's that boy who's corrupted you. Lu Lirong was fuming with rage. A windfall opportunity. Chunan and Qin Yuru were actually going to refuse? Were they out of their minds? Opening a clinic is a noble act of charity. Since it's young Chu's own decision, this old man naturally supports it. Upon hearing Chunan's plan to open a clinic, Old Master Qin smiled with genuine satisfaction. Young Chu, running a clinic won't be easy. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always come to me. Though the Qin family is only a third-rate clan, we still have some connections in Rongqing's medical circles. Old Master Qin knew Chunan possessed considerable medical skill. Opening a clinic was a respectable endeavor, so he naturally had no objections. Upon hearing the old man's words, Chunan suddenly spoke up. Grandfather Qin, actually, there is something I need to discuss. Our clinic is facing some supply issues with medicinal herbs. Would it be possible to source a batch from Qin Pharmaceutical? As soon as Chunan spoke, he instantly drew the displeasure of the Qin Jianghai family. Qin Lulu delivered a particularly cutting retort. Oh, really? So you were just waiting here? You're not ashamed of yourself? You can't even afford medicinal herbs, and you're running a clinic? At that moment, Qin Weha and his wife also looked utterly embarrassed. They couldn't fathom what the hell Chunan was up to. Opening a clinic in the slums? Wasn't that a joke? Old Master Qin, however, waved it off with unconcern. It's just a batch of medicinal herbs. Zhanghai, have the storeroom staff take inventory and prepare a batch of herbs for young Chu. At Old Master Qin's command, Qin Zhanghai hesitated slightly but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 118, Making 2 million a day. Embarrassing? Shunan turned his gaze toward Qin Lulu and said in a deep voice. Rest assured. I won't owe a single penny for the medicinal herbs. Hearing Shunan's words, Qin Lulu glanced at the silent Qin Yuru and covered her mouth with a soft laugh. That sounds nice, but where would you, a son-in-law by marriage, get the money? You must have found some sucker to foot the bill. Her implication was clear, she believed every penny Shunan used to open his clinic came from Qin Yuru. Yuru, did you give this kid the money to open his clinic? At Qin Lulu's words, Luliron's expression instantly darkened as she rushed to confront Qin Yuru. She had confiscated Qin Yuru's bank card. Where could Qin Yuru have gotten the money to help Shunan open his clinic? Mom, Shunan opening the clinic has nothing to do with me. Besides, it's his own decision. We shouldn't interfere. Qin Yuru shook her head. Beside her, Shunan also explained to Lulirong. Mom, running a clinic is actually quite profitable. Don't call me Mom. I don't have a son-in-law like you. Lulirong's face darkened as she glared coldly at Shunan and declared. Let me tell you this, if you want to call me Mom, shut down that shabby clinic tomorrow and start working in the RD department. Beside them, Qin Weha also played the stern role, lecturing Shunan earnestly. Young man, don't act on impulse. You need to think long-term. How much money can you possibly make running a shabby clinic in the slums? Do you know the RD department's minimum salary starts at 600,000 a year? 60,000 a year. That salary was absolutely top tier in Rongcheng. 60,000 a year? Upon hearing Qin Weha's words, Shunan suddenly fell silent for a moment. Seeing that Shunan seemed swayed by his words, Qin Weha felt a surge of delight. Rest assured, you are my son-in-law after all. Work diligently in the RD department, and whether the salary is high or low. Seeing his tactic work, Qin Weha feigned concern. But before he could finish his sentence, Shunan suddenly lowered his head and fumbled in his pants pocket for a while before pulling out a crumpled piece of paper. My clinic is actually quite profitable. Saying this, Shunan handed the object in his hand to Qin Weha. This is a check? Taking the crumpled paper with a look of disgust, Qin Weha unfolded it only to discover it was a check from Huaxia Bank. 2 million? Qin Weha exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the amount. Hearing Qin Weha's exclamation, the others present gathered curiously around. How is that possible? Your clinic's only been open a few days? You made 2 million already? Lulirong also looked at Shunan with astonishment. The check's date of issue is today. Qin Yuru focused her gaze and pointed to the date in the lower left corner of the check. Hearing this, the others looked utterly shocked. The check was signed today. What did this mean? It meant Shunan's clinic could rake in 2 million yuan in a single day? What kind of scale was that? Even Qin Pharmaceuticals' annual revenue couldn't match what Shunan earned single-handedly. Surely no one actually believes that? After her initial shock, Qin Lulu gave a cold laugh. 9 out of 10 things that guy says are lies. Those penniless souls in the slums, could they possibly spend millions at his clinic? Who would believe that? Hearing Qin Lulu's words, the others in the room snapped back to reality, their gazes toward Shunan tinged with contempt. Young man, you should keep your feet on the ground. Don't let vanity cloud your judgment and make you reach for the stars. Qin Zhanghai snorted coldly at Shunan. He then stood up, intending to leave. What an utter disgrace. Don't ever say you're my son-in-law when you go out. Qin Weha and his wife's faces turned ashen. They waved their sleeves at Shunan and turned to leave. Even Qin Yuru, who remained behind, wore a complex expression. You don't believe me either? Shunan asked Qin Yuru. Qin Yuru shook her head. Opening the clinic was your own decision. No matter what, I support you. Hearing Qin Yuru's words, a smile touched Shunan's lips, but deep inside, he sighed. Deep down, Qin Yuru didn't truly believe Shunan could earn 2 million a day. Master, an important guest has arrived. Just then, Shibo hurriedly ran in from outside, calling out loudly. Distinguished guests? Just as Qin Lulu and the others were about to rise and leave, they halted upon hearing the announcement. Uncle Qi, who is it? Qin Lulu asked Uncle Qi curiously. Shibo, slightly out of breath, replied. It's Zhang Zhentian, the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Zhentian? At Shibo's words, the others all widened their eyes in unison, their faces filled with surprise. The Zhang family is one of Rongqing's top clans. Their Zhang Motors is Sichuan province's largest auto dealership group. But the Zhangs have never had dealings with us before. Why would they suddenly pay us a visit? Could it be they're after the old man? The group was utterly baffled. However, with the head of the Zhang family coming in person, they dared not show the slightest disrespect. Zhanghai, Weha, come with me to greet our guest. Old Master Qin also rose directly from his seat, intending to greet them personally. Master. The head of the Zhang family specifically requested to see one person. Seeing this, Shibo, who had finally caught his breath, hurriedly spoke up. Who?
Not only old Master Qin, but even Qin Lulu and the others looked curious.
Looking across the entire Qin family, who else besides the patriarch could possibly warrant Zhang Jintian personally paying a visit? As all eyes turned toward Qibo slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the only figure still seated at the banquet. Shunan? Zhang Jintian wants to see this kid? Eyes widened like copper bells, faces frozen in disbelief. Qibo, you must have misheard. Qin Lulu also looked utterly disbelieving. To their surprise, Uncle Qi shook his head firmly, his expression unwavering. That's right. Master Physician's son personally accompanied the Zhang family head here and even handed our son-in-law a calling card himself. As he spoke, Qibo actually pulled a calling card from his pocket and handed it to Chunan. It's actually real? Seeing the calling card, Qin Lulu and her family's eyes widened in disbelief. For the head of the Zhang family to personally pay a visit, and to do so with such solemn formality by presenting a formal calling card. Never mind the Qin family. Across the entire city of Ronqing, how many people possessed such qualifications? Shunan, what on earth is going on? Tell mom quickly. Does the Zhang family head actually know you? Just then, Lu Lirom also approached Shunan with curiosity, her face plastered with a smile as she asked. Her expression changed faster than turning a page. Sun Anren introduced me. Business is coming to the clinic. Shunan smiled as he tucked away the calling card, paying no attention to the Qin family members. He promptly rose and left. Playing tricks. Let's go. I want to see what he's really up to. Watching Chunan's deliberate air of mystery, Qin Lulu's face darkened as she spoke. Chapter 119, Seeking the Divine Physician Chu's Assistance. Outside the Qin family gates. A silver Bentley pulled up swiftly at the entrance. As the Qin family members emerged, they witnessed Sun Anren and a middle-aged man in a khaki suit stepping out of the vehicle. The man had a few streaks of gray at his temples, appearing close to 50. His square face exuded an imposing presence even without anger. It really is Zhang Jintian. Qin Jianghai's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed from within the crowd. He had attended numerous business networking events in Chengdu and had naturally seen Zhang Jintian in person. Unfortunately, the man was a billionaire tycoon. Even if Qin Jianghai had wanted to make his acquaintance, he'd never have had the chance. Who would have thought that today, Zhang Jintian would personally come to pay his respects to the Qin family? At that moment, everyone else wore expressions of astonishment. Amidst the crowd, a flicker of something unusual passed through Qin Jianghai's eyes. Before Chunan and old Master Qin could speak, he stepped forward to greet Zhang Jintian. I've long heard of your illustrious reputation, Mr. Zhang. Your presence here today truly graces our humble abode. Stepping before Zhang Jintian, Qin Jianghai extended his hand, his face beaming with a broad smile. And who might this be? Upon seeing Qin Jianghai, Zhang Jintian's gaze shifted to Sun Anren beside him. Sun Anren introduced, this is Mr. Qin, CEO of Qin Pharmaceutical. What Mr. Qin? Don't waste my time. Hearing this, Zhang Jintian frowned slightly. Without another glance at Qin Jianghai, he walked right past him. For a moment, Qin Jianghai's right hand froze mid-air as he stood rooted to the spot, his face flushing with embarrassment. May I ask which of you is the renowned Dr. Chu of Tianjin Medical Clinic? Zhang Jintian turned his gaze toward the Qin family members and asked. Hearing Zhang Jintian's question, everyone present wore expressions of surprise and confusion. Dr. Chu of the 1,000 Gold Clinic? Mr. Zhang, we've never heard of any 1,000 Gold Clinic. Could you have the wrong person? From within the crowd, Qin Lulu offered Zhang Jintian a smile. But before she could finish speaking, Qin Lulu watched as a figure abruptly stepped forward beside her. Her smile froze instantly on her face. I am Chunan, the resident physician of the 1,000 Gold Medical Clinic. Chunan stepped forward before the assembled crowd. Tianjin Medical Clinic? Master Physician Chu? In an instant, the expressions of the Qin family members changed dramatically. Only then did they realize. Tianjin Medical Clinic? Could it be the clinic Chunan opened in that slum? How could that be? His clinic has only been open for a few days. Could it really have caught the attention of a big shot like Zhang Jintian? Qin Lulu's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, as he looked at Chunan, barely in his early 20s, Zhang Jintian wore an equally astonished expression. Master Sun, you're not joking with me, are you? This is the divine healer you spoke of? Zhang Jintian asked with a hint of skepticism in his voice. After all, as the head of the Zhang family, he had seen all kinds of medical experts. But someone as young as Chunan daring to call himself a divine doctor was truly a first. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid you've been deceived. This fellow is merely a son-in-law who married into my Qin family, nothing more than a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be a divine healer? Qin Lulu hurriedly interjected from beside Zhang Jintian. A son-in-law? At those words, Zhang Jintian's expression darkened instantly. What was the Qin family? A mere third-rate family. This young man before him was merely a son-in-law from a third-rate family, yet he dared to call himself a divine physician? Mr. Zhang, one cannot judge the art of medicine by appearances alone. Your illness might only be treatable by him. Sun Anren spoke slowly.
Hearing this, Zhang Jintian's expression softened slightly.
He finally began to scrutinize Chu Nan with genuine interest. Fine.
For the sake of Sun Xingqiu, I'll trust you this once.
Zhang Jintian waved his hand at Chu Nan. No need to look. Before Zhang Jintian could finish, Chu Nan shook his head.
Go home, eat well, drink well, and make arrangements for the funeral as soon as possible.
With that, Chu Nan turned and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Those words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Zhang Jintian rooted to the spot. Even the members of the Qin family wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Eat and drink well? Arrange for the afterlife? What do you mean by that, boy?
Zhang Jintian demanded, his voice tinged with anger. Seeing Zhang Jintian's anger, Qin Jianghai hurriedly turned to Chu Nan and pleaded gently.
Chu Nan, Mr. Zhang isn't just anyone.
He sought you out for treatment because he holds you in high regard. If you truly have a solution, you absolutely must not refuse. It wasn't that he believed in Chu Nan's medical skills. Rather, Qin Jianghai couldn't bear to let such an enormous favor go to waste. If Chu Nan agreed to treat Zhang Jintian, it would ultimately be a favor owed to him. The chance to befriend someone of Zhang Jintian's stature was rare indeed. Hearing Qin Jianghai's words, Qin Weiha and his wife exchanged knowing glances. They understood perfectly well what was at stake. Yes. Son-in-law, why don't you examine Mr. Zhang? The couple winked at Chu Nan as they suggested. They weren't about to let Zhang Jintian's favor slip through their fingers. Hearing this, Chu Nan turned to Zhang Jintian with a cold expression. If I'm not mistaken, you have a hereditary disease that runs in your family. Going back in your family, not many have lived past 50, have they? Chu Nan spoke only these words. The rage on Zhang Jintian's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of profound shock. He had never disclosed the matter of the hereditary disease to anyone. How did Chu Nan know? This is utter nonsense. Mr. Zhang's complexion clearly indicates boundless fortune and a lifespan of 100 years. Beside him, Qin Lulu shot out a cold rebuke before immediately plastering a fawning smile on her face for Zhang Jintian. Yet her words did nothing to cheer Zhang Jintian. Instead, his expression darkened further. He's absolutely right. For the past 3 generations of our Zhang family, no one has lived past 50. Though reluctant to reveal it, Zhang Jintian nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, Qin Lulu and the others paled. Could Chu Nan have guessed correctly? No one could have imagined it. A man of Zhang Jintian's stature should have lived in luxury and splendor, with wealth and honor in endless abundance. Yet, he carried such a bizarre hereditary disease. Master Physician Chu, I was rude earlier. Is there any way you can save my life? Zhang Jintian's demeanor shifted completely as he urgently pressed Chu Nan for answers. Chu Nan could identify his family's hereditary disease at a glance. For this alone, he far surpassed all the so-called renowned physicians Zhang had consulted before. In the gathering, the Qin family members all turned their gaze toward Chu Nan. Though they were extremely reluctant to believe Chu Nan possessed such ability. If Chu Nan truly saved Zhang Jintian, it would present the Qin family with a golden opportunity to align themselves with the Zhangs. Save your life? Chu Nan withdrew his gaze, sighing indifferently. Impossible. At these words, the Qin family members stiffened slightly. That Chu Nan couldn't cure him seemed only natural. How could this fellow possess such skill? Yet Zhang Jintian, standing motionless in place, wore an expression of intense excitement. Chu Nan said it was hopeless. Not beyond saving. After consulting over 100 renowned physicians, he was the only one who indicated there was still hope. From several meters away, Zhang Jintian clasped his fists in excitement and pleaded with Chu Nan. I implore you, divine physician Chu, to save me. Zhang would be eternally grateful. Whether successful or not, I shall offer generous compensation afterward. Chapter 120, I choose to believe in him. Zhang Jintian pleaded with Chu Nan. This scene left the Qin family members present utterly stunned. Zhang Jintian personally begged. Not just the Qin family across all of Ronqing, how many others possessed such standing? Senior Chu, though Mr. Zhang is a businessman, he is a man of integrity. The Zhang family is a lineage of loyalty and valor. Their ancestors fought valiantly against the Japanese invasion. At that moment, Sun Anren hurried over to Chu Nan and whispered in his ear. His words, of course, were also pleading on Zhang Jintian's behalf. No wonder this man enjoys such profound blessings. It stems from his ancestors' accumulated virtue. Without such blessings protecting him, he likely wouldn't have survived. Chu Nan glanced at Zhang Jintian. Though dark clouds hung heavy over his head, a faint red aura of protection lingered between his eyebrows. This, he realized, was the virtuous merit accumulated by the Zhang family ancestors, protecting their descendants. Beside him, Sun Anren heard this and was somewhat astonished. Though he knew nothing of mystical arts, years immersed in medicine taught him that some profound mysteries defied ordinary explanation. Zhang Jintian's illness was exceptionally peculiar. Even he had been unable to diagnose it definitively. Yet Chu Nan had merely glanced at him and declared his lifespan would not exceed 50 years. Very well. Out of respect for your lineage as descendants of loyal martyrs, I shall grant you a chance to live. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to you. Chu Nan addressed Zhang Jintian.
Hearing this, Zhang Jintian could hardly refuse. He hurriedly bowed and replied, "Master Physician Chu, speak freely. Whatever the conditions, this humble one shall comply." His very life was at stake. Zhang Jintian dared not refuse in the slightest. At that moment, in the midst of the gathering, the Qin family members all stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. This can't be real. How could this guy possibly have a solution? Qin Lulu muttered under her breath. She certainly didn't believe that a country bumpkin whose mouth was full of lies could possibly possess such extraordinary abilities. "Prepare cinnabar, yellow paper, and your birth chart for me. Also, you're possessed by evil spirits. You must have come into contact with something sinister recently. I need to visit your home to trace the source of this malevolent energy," Shu Nan declared. These words left the crowd utterly stunned. Before Zhang Jintian could respond, Qin Lulu burst into laughter. "This is ridiculous. Is this supposed to be healing or exorcism? He's no miracle doctor, more like a charlatan." It wasn't just Qin Lulu, the entire Qin family stared at Shu Nan with peculiar expressions. "If you can't cure it, just say so. Pulling these mystical tricks might fool others, but how dare you try to deceive Mr. Zhang? If you cross the Zhang family, even the old man won't be able to save you." Lu Lirong stepped forward, glaring at Shu Nan as she accused him. "Silence! How dare you question the divine Dr. Chu?" Hearing the mother and daughter's scornful remarks toward Shu Nan, Zhang Jintian roared angrily. If it were anyone else, they might not have believed Shu Nan's words. But who was Zhang Jintian? Holding such a high position, how could he not have encountered extraordinary individuals? Shu Nan could diagnose the strange illness that had plagued his family for 3 generations at a glance. He must be a man of extraordinary ability. He had no reason to doubt Shu Nan's words. "Mr. Zhang?" At that moment, scolded by Zhang Jintian, Qin Lulu and her daughter looked utterly embarrassed. "This guy isn't some miracle doctor at all. Don't let him fool you," Qin Lulu hurriedly explained. She wasn't worried about Shu Nan getting into trouble. Her fear was that Shu Nan would provoke the Zhang family, bringing this trouble down upon themselves. "Shut up!" Zhang Jintian shot Qin Lulu a furious glare, ignoring the Qin family members entirely as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Moments later, Zhang Jintian signaled the driver to open the car door. He then walked up to Shu Nan and smiled, saying, "Master Physician Shu, everything you requested is ready. Did you personally make the arrangements?" Seeing Zhang Jun's respectful demeanor, Shu Nan nodded in agreement. Just as Shu Nan was about to follow Zhang Jintian away, a figure approached him. The Zhang family's affairs are no laughing matter. If you're not absolutely certain, it's best not to take the risk. A hint of worry flashed across her fair face as Qin Yuro quietly cautioned Shu Nan. Compared to the other members of the Qin family, Shu Nan could sense genuine concern in Qin Yuru's tone. She feared that Shu Nan, trying to save face, might agree to Zhang Jintian's demands and end up in a situation beyond control. "Don't worry. Your husband here never takes risks without a sure thing. Just stay home, wash up, and wait for my good news." In front of the entire Qin family, Shu Nan reached out and pinched Qin Yuru's delicate cheek before striding confidently into Zhang Jintian's car. "You?" In an instant, Qin Yuru's face flushed crimson, and she hastily buried her head. This guy, his nerve just keeps growing. With a roar, as the engine roared to life, Zhang Jintian eagerly drove Shu Nan to the Zhang residence. Watching Shu Nan's figure climb into the multi-million-dollar Bentley luxury car, the stunned members of the Qin family stood rooted to the spot, all wearing expressions of astonishment. That kid actually went to the Zhang family? Qin Jianhai couldn't help but mutter. Beside him, Qin Lulu snapped out of her daze, her face darkening as she declared, "I told you we shouldn't have trusted that guy. If anything happens to Zhang Jintian, won't our entire Qin family be dragged down by him alone?" Qin Lulu's words instantly jolted everyone awake. Lu Lirong turned pale with fright. She turned to Qin Weiha and his wife and accused them. "Second brother, your family really found a fine son-in-law. If we offend the Zhang family, our Qin family will suffer too." Qin Weiha and his wife couldn't agree with Lu Lirong's words. "Sister-in-law, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one dealing with it. We didn't arrange this marriage. Why should my family bear all the blame?" As the two families were about to erupt into an argument, Qin Yuru, who had been standing there, suddenly turned around. "Enough! I believe in Shu Nan. Maybe he really does have a way to cure Zhang Jintian." Qin Lulu sneered in response. "Easy for you to say. What if he can't cure him? I don't want to be dragged down by this guy." Qin Yuru frowned slightly, then stepped forward and addressed the Qin family members. "If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility alongside Shu Nan. I won't burden the Qin family." These words were spoken with all the courage Qin Yuru could muster. Though she had no certainty in her heart, she was willing to give it a shot to trust that guy just this once. The moment Qin Yuru spoke, the others present were all taken aback. None had expected Qin Yuru to dare take such a risk for Shu Nan. "Qin Yuru, you said it yourself. Don't regret it later." Hearing Qin Yuru's words, Qin Lulu's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. If something truly went wrong,
She could use Qin Yaru's words against her and seize the chance to kick both of them out of the Qin family. My foolish daughter, that boy has truly deceived you. How could you blurt out such things? Qin Weha and his wife's expressions darkened. Her mother, Lu Suling, hurriedly pulled Qin Yaru aside and whispered urgently. Listen to your mother. You must divorce that boy immediately. If something really happens, it won't be our family's responsibility. Hearing this, Qin Yaru gave a bitter smile. Mom, why can't you trust Chunan just this once? Qin Yaruo shouldn't have said that. The moment the words left her mouth, both Qin Weha and his wife turned grim. Trust that he can cure Zhang Zhentian? I'd sooner believe a sow could climb a tree. Chapter 121, The Madwoman of the Zhang Family. Rongqing. On Yunding Mountain, known as Rongqing's affluent district. Amidst this prime real estate where every inch commands a premium, stood a sprawling Chinese-style courtyard spanning over 1,000 square meters. Its value alone was easily over 10 billion. Stepping out of the Bentley, Chunan's gaze fell upon the luxurious villa before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Master Dr. Chu, could it be that our Zhang family's feng shui is lacking? Noticing Chunan's frown, Zhang Zhentian suddenly asked. When purchasing this property, he had specifically invited a master geomancer to assess the feng shui. Not only the location, but even the placement of every table and chair inside followed specific principles. The feng shui layout isn't the problem. Mr. Zhang, let's discuss this inside. Chunan said in a low voice. Zhang Zhentian immediately ushered Chunan into the house upon hearing this. The moment they entered the Zhang residence, Chunan's expression grew increasingly grave. The living room, adorned in an antique Chinese style, appeared luxurious yet carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. Where are the Zhang family members? Chunan glanced around. Aside from a group of servants, he didn't seem to see any of Zhang Zhentian's family members. Just as Chunan was puzzled, a sudden commotion erupted from upstairs. My child, my child. You'll never take my child away. Amidst the shouts, a woman in a silk nightgown rushed down from the second floor. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with a decent figure and clearly well maintained. Yet her eyes were clouded, her hair disheveled, she looked utterly deranged. She ran straight downstairs, colliding head-on with Chunan and his group. Who are you? Did you take my child? Her eyes fixed on Chunan with fierce hatred before darting toward Zhang Zhentian. She rushed to his side. Zhentian, you're just in time. Someone has stolen our child. Get someone to chase after them and bring our child back. The woman pleaded with Zhang Zhentian, her voice breaking with tears. The moment he saw the woman, Zhang Zhentian's expression darkened. Yueru, you're exhausted. The child is fine. Go upstairs and rest immediately. Zhang Zhentian spoke softly to the woman with a look of concern in his eyes. At that moment, two servants hurried down from the second floor, grabbing hold of the distraught woman. Master, we're so sorry. We let our guard down for a moment, and Madam slipped out of her room. We'll take her back immediately. The two servants apologized to Zhang Zhentian, attempting to pull the woman away. No. You're all lying to me. My child. Give me back my child. Seeing this, the woman's face twisted in terror. She violently broke free from the servant's grasp and dashed straight to a nearby table, grabbing the fruit knife lying on it. It was you, wasn't it? You stole my child. Give him back. The woman, clutching the fruit knife, suddenly fixed her gaze on Chunan. Amidst her shrieks, she lunged forward, swinging the knife at him. Ru, stop this madness. Zhang Zhentian's face turned ashen at the sight. No one had expected the woman to suddenly snap and attack. The two servants stood frozen nearby, watching the crazed woman brandishing the knife, too terrified to intervene. As the woman closed in on Chunan, the knife in her hand raised high. Thud. In the blink of an eye, Chunan moved with lightning speed, extending a single finger to strike the woman's forehead. With that single touch, the woman froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Clang! The fruit knife slipped from her hand and fell limply to the floor. Her eyes closed, and she was about to faint. Ru? Zhang Zhentian cried out in alarm beside her, rushing over to catch her in his arms. Dr. Chu, what's wrong with Ru? Zhang Zhentian urgently asked Chunan, his eyes filled with concern. She's merely disoriented. She'll be fine. Noticing Zhang Zhentian's concern for the woman, Chunan inquired curiously. Mr. Zhang, is this Mrs. Zhang? How could the head of a billion-dollar conglomerate have such a madwoman at home? Hearing Chunan's question, Zhang Zhentian's expression darkened as he sighed and replied. To be honest, Master Chu, this is my wife, Lin Yueru. Ever since she suffered a miscarriage 15 years ago, her mental state has been severely damaged. She's been acting erratically ever since, convinced someone stole our child. This secret Zhang Zhentian had never shared with anyone. 15 long years. No matter how others tried to persuade him, he stayed by Lin Yueru's side and never remarried. It seems this malevolent force has begun threatening your family. Chunan said solemnly, gazing at the unconscious Lin Yueru. Evil energy? Zhang Zhentian's eyes snapped open as he fixed his gaze on Chunan. Master Physician Chu, are you saying my wife's illness wasn't an accident?
What the hell is this so-called evil energy? Hatred flashed in Zhang Jintian's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Not only had it afflicted 3 generations of the Zhang family with a bizarre hereditary disease, but now even his own wife suffered terribly from it. How could Zhang Jintian not be filled with hatred? Years of being plagued by this evil energy that is likely the true culprit behind your wife's miscarriage. Now this evil force has begun to corrupt her mind. It won't be long before she becomes nothing more than a walking corpse. The moment Chu Nan spoke these words, Zhang Jintian's expression changed drastically. Master Physician Chu, what are we to do? I implore you, Divine Physician Chu, to intervene at all costs and save my wife's life. Without another word, Zhang Jintian lunged forward to kneel before Chu Nan. This scene utterly stunned the 2 Zhang family servants standing nearby. Who was their master, after all? He was actually kneeling to beg a young man? Very well. Since I've come, I won't stand idly by. Chu Nan reached out to help Zhang Jintian to his feet, then turned his gaze to the unconscious Lin Yueru lying nearby. Lay her on the sofa. I'll examine her. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Zhang Jintian was overjoyed. He hurriedly laid his wife, Lin Yueru, on the sofa before stepping aside. Chu Nan walked forward slowly. He bent down to look at the unconscious Lin Yueru. A fleeting gleam flashed in his dark pupils. The next second, within Chu Nan's line of sight, a faint wisp of black mist could be seen swirling around Lin Yueru's body. Though not as overwhelming as the dark cloud enveloping Zhang Jintian, it was precisely this wisp of darkness that had corrupted her mind. At that moment, seeing Chu Nan standing motionless, staring at Lin Yueru without moving. After waiting a long while, Zhang Jintian couldn't help but ask, Master Physician Chu, is there any way? A hint of urgency tinged his tone. Chu Nan could tell that although Zhang Jintian had a fiery temper, he was also a man of principle and loyalty. She can be saved. I need to perform acupuncture on the lady. You may stay. Have the others withdraw. His eyes restored to normal, Chu Nan turned to instruct Zhang Jintian. Hearing this, Zhang Jintian's face lit up with joy, and he promptly ordered the servants surrounding them to withdraw. Chapter 122, The Culprit. In the Zhang family's living room. Though it was summer, the parlor was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Zhang Jintian stood obediently behind Chu Nan, holding his breath, afraid to disturb him. Chu Nan reached out to take Lin Yueru's pulse. After a long moment, a solution finally formed in his mind. He raised his right hand, and a silver needle appeared between his fingers. Chu Nan's needle plunged straight into Lin Yueru's forehead. At that moment, within Zhang Jintian's line of sight, he detected not the slightest hint of abnormality. Yet the instant Chu Nan's needle landed, Lin Yueru's brow suddenly furrowed, a flicker of pain seemingly crossing her face. From Chu Nan's perspective, the wisp of black mist within Lin Yueru's body surged out continuously, as if threatened. Zhang Jintian, however, remained utterly oblivious to this scene. Before long, the situation shifted again. After surging out of Lin Yueru's body, the black mist now attempted to crawl back inside. Don't even think about it. Destroy it. Chu Nan barked coldly, then drove in 2 more needles. 1 needle into Tianshu. 1 needle at the Tanzhong point. These 2 needles sealed off the black mist's retreat completely. Seeing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. He raised his right hand, forming a sword finger, and began drawing a talisman in midair before pointing it forward. Puff! In the seemingly empty room, Zhang Jintian suddenly heard a sound like a bubble bursting. The next second, as Chu Nan's finger pointed, Lin Yueru, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Yueru, you're finally awake. Seeing his wife regain consciousness, Zhang Jintian rushed forward in excitement. Jintian? Lin Yueru's face was sickly pale, and her expression was filled with confusion as she awoke. Only when she looked at Zhang Jintian did her mind settle slightly. What happened to me? I feel like I wasn't in control of myself earlier. Lin Yueru murmured weakly. Though she appeared frail, her eyes had regained their clarity. Yueru, you're awake? Hearing her speak, Zhang Jintian's eyes widened as he pulled her tightly into his arms. Yueru, you're finally okay? 15 years. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past 15 years? Even a man like Zhang Jintian now choked back tears, his eyes reddened. Though he usually appeared unfazed. Who could truly fathom the agony Zhang Jintian had endured these past 15 years? The loss of his beloved son. His wife had gone mad. The vast Zhang family would have collapsed long ago had it not been for his single-handed support. Sadly, though not yet 50, Zhang Jintian already had half his head gray. I remember now. Jintian, our child, is gone. Lin Yueru suddenly broke down, wailing uncontrollably. It's okay, it's okay. I'm here. As long as you're okay, everything will be fine. Zhang Jintian gently patted Lin Yueru's back to comfort her. He was afraid she might have another emotional episode and trigger her illness. Jintian, I'm fine now. It's just a shame you've had to endure so much over the years. Seeing the white hair on Zhang Jintian's head, Lin Yueru's face softened with heartache. By the way, who is this? Only then did Lin Yueru notice Chu Nan standing nearby. Zhang Jintian snapped back to attention and hurriedly stood up to introduce him to Lin Yueru. Yueru, this is Master Dr. Chu. It's only thanks to divine Dr. Chu's intervention that your madness was cured.
Hearing Zhang Jintian's words, Lin Yueru seemed to recall something.
She propped herself up and bowed to Chu Nan, saying, "Thank you, Master Physician Chu."
Before she could complete her bow, Chu Nan reached out and gently supported her.
"Madam Lin, there's no need for thanks." After speaking, Chu Nan turned to Zhang Jintian and declared,
"Head Zhang, I believe I have identified the source of that malevolent energy. There's no time to waste. Please take me upstairs to investigate." At first hearing Chu Nan's words,
Zhang Jintian's expression tightened and he quickly nodded to Chu Nan. "Master Physician Chu, please follow me." Standing nearby, Lin Yueru overheard their exchange and was utterly baffled. "Jintian, what evil entity? What's going on here?" The group headed toward the second floor.
Zhang Jintian took the opportunity to explain to Lin Yueru what Chu Nan had mentioned. Upon learning that her miscarriage was likely caused by that evil entity, Lin Yueru's face paled instantly. Without waiting to rest, she insisted on joining Chu Nan to find the filthy thing lurking within the Zhang household. Before long, after ascending to the second floor, Chu Nan scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze on a specific direction and striding purposefully forward. While treating Lin Yueru earlier, Chu Nan had distinctly sensed that the source of the malevolent energy originated from a specific room on the second floor. Now, standing before a tightly locked door, Chu Nan halted his steps. "Head of the Zhang family, why is this door locked?" Chu Nan frowned as he asked. Upon seeing the room before Chu Nan, Zhang Jintian also wore a look of surprise. "Master Physician Chu, this room contains only old artifacts. It also houses the spirit tablets of my grandfather and father. Except during the annual memorial rites, I rarely permit outsiders to enter. Could it be that evil thing is here?" Hearing Zhang Jintian's words, Chu Nan replied indifferently. "Whether it is or not, we'll see." Though hesitant, Zhang Jintian produced the key and unlocked the door. The next second, the door swung open. Chu Nan stepped inside and glanced around the room. The room's furnishings were simple. On one wall stood only an altar, upon which rested 2 spirit tablets. These were the spirit tablets for Zhang Jintian's grandfather and father. A faint scent of incense permeated the room. Evidently, Zhang Jintian visited here often to pay his respects. "Dr. Chu, this is just a small shrine. There won't be any issues," Zhang Jintian said to Chu Nan. Ignoring Zhang Jintian's words, Chu Nan walked around the room. Then, his gaze suddenly fell upon an object hanging on one side of the wall. A rather ancient-looking samurai sword. That's it. The moment he saw the katana, Chu Nan's pupils contracted sharply. "What?" Upon hearing what Chu Nan had mentioned, both Zhang Jintian and Lin Yueru were taken aback. "Master Chu, this katana was left behind by my grandfather. Surely it isn't some kind of cursed object?" Zhang Jintian asked, his voice tinged with unease. "Tell me the story behind this thing." Chu Nan fixed his gaze on the katana hanging on the wall and addressed Zhang Jintian. Without hesitation, Zhang Jintian proceeded to explain. It turned out this katana was war booty captured by his grandfather, Zhang Aigua, on the battlefield. Legend had it that Zhang Aigua had fought fiercely against a high-ranking officer from an island nation, sustaining numerous wounds before finally slaying his opponent. This feat earned him great merit. Zhang Aigua kept the katana by his side, passing it down through generations as a symbol of family honor. After hearing Zhang Jintian's explanation, Chu Nan, standing in place, finally understood everything. Then there's no doubt about it. This is the culprit. Chapter 123, The Hidden Killing Sword reveals its might. The culprit? Hearing Chu Nan's words, Zhang Jintian and his wife both paled. They never imagined. The evil object that had cursed their Zhang family with a hereditary affliction spanning 3 generations was actually this unassuming samurai sword. This blade, tainted by the bloodlust of battlefields, has long since become a cursed artifact. Its former owner bore a blood feud against your grandfather, yet somehow ended up in the Zhang family by accident. Chu Nan examined the katana hanging on the wall. Though the wooden scabbard had rotted away, a string of Japanese characters remained etched on its surface. Blade of Iza. Chu Nan murmured softly. The island nation's script wasn't difficult. He'd studied many foreign languages while in the mountains, and the island nation's language was one of them. "Master Chu, let's get rid of this cursed thing right away," Zhang Jintian said anxiously from the side. Now that he knew the katana was cursed, how could he dare keep it in his home? Not so fast. Even if you discard it, the evil aura lingers in your home. It only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Chu Nan shook his head. Hearing this, Zhang Jintian and his wife instantly looked troubled. "Master Chu, what should we do then?" "Damn those island devils. This thing has cursed my Zhang family for 3 generations. Zhang Jintian's face darkened with fury as he clenched his fists. Chu Nan's gaze fell upon the samurai sword shrouded in black mist as he spoke. "Bring me the items I prepared." At Chu Nan's command, Zhang Jintian snapped out of his daze. Before long, The yellow paper, cinnabar, and brush Chu Nan required were all brought forth. Chu Nan dipped his brush in the cinnabar and began writing a series of intricate talismanic symbols on the yellow paper. Done. With one fluid motion, Chu Nan lifted the talisman, his gaze fixed on the samurai sword hanging on the wall. At that very moment, as if sensing a threat, the samurai sword, which had been hanging motionless on the wall, suddenly began to tremble in midair. The next second, a chilling breeze swept inexplicably through the room, sending a shiver down Zhang Jintian's spine. What's going on? Where did this wind come from in a perfectly normal room? Zhang Jintian instinctively glanced at the tightly shut window. Meanwhile, within Chu Nan's field of vision, in the invisible space, a surge of black mist suddenly erupted from the room. Strands of the dark mist poured forth from the samurai sword, as if in defiance, rushing straight toward Chu Nan and his companions. You insignificant evil thing, dare to act so presumptuously. A sharp gleam flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, his right hand shot out to grab the katana. Whoosh! Instantly, a violent wind erupted from nowhere within the room. Is there really an evil spirit? Zhang Jintian and the others, utterly bewildered, could only stare in terror. After all, with mortal eyes, they couldn't see the black malevolent energy rushing toward them. Crack! At that moment, Chu Nan's right hand transformed into a sword finger, piercing through the black aura of evil. With a single grab, he seized the samurai sword in his hand. Just as Chu Nan prepared to seal it with a talisman, a sword's hum suddenly rang out from within his right sleeve. The hidden Slayer sword? Sensing the hidden Slaughter sword's unusual state, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Nan's eyes. Then, before Chu Nan could react, a tremendous suction force surged forth from the hidden Slayer sword. As if a ravenous beast had caught the scent of its prey. The hidden Slaughter sword's target was none other than the katana in Chu Nan's hand. In an instant, the immense suction enveloped the katana. Stream after stream of black mist was relentlessly pulled out, only to be swallowed whole by the hidden kill sword. Witnessing this scene, Chu Nan's face was filled with astonishment. The samurai sword, which had been flaunting its power moments before, now appeared as if it had been forcibly subdued. Every trace of its malevolent aura had been completely drained, leaving it indistinguishable from an ordinary blade. Meanwhile, the hidden Slayer sword, having sated its hunger, lay quietly within Chu Nan's sleeve once more, as if nothing had ever happened. This? A wry smile touched Chu Nan's lips. So the malevolent energy within that katana had become nourishment for the hidden Slayer sword. After consuming it all, Chu Nan distinctly felt the hidden Slayer sword's aura grow even more piercing than before. Looks like I won't need to lift a finger after all. With a resigned chuckle, Chu Nan swiftly affixed the evil repelling talisman to the katana. Turning back to Zhang Jintian, Chu Nan declared. The evil aura is gone. This thing can no longer harm anyone. Whether you keep it or discard it is entirely up to you. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Zhang Jintian's face lit up with joy at first, but then he looked at the katana with a hint of apprehension. Why would I keep it? I'll give this thing to Master Healer Chu. Please dispose of it for me. Even after Chu Nan said this, Zhang Jintian still couldn't help but feel uneasy. But it was strange. Though neither Zhang Jintian nor Lin Yueru could discern the reason, the room that had felt distinctly chilly moments ago now carried an inexplicable warmth. That faint, oppressive feeling lingering in the room had vanished completely after Chu Nan's intervention. Jintian, hurry and thank Master Physician Chu. Beside him, Lin Yueru nudged Zhang Jintian, and the couple immediately began expressing their gratitude to Chu Nan. No need to thank me. The patriarch of the Zhang family was a hero who resisted the Japanese invaders. I would never allow his descendants to suffer at the hands of those Japanese scum again. Chu Nan and Chong waved their hands dismissively, their gazes shifting instead to the figures behind them. Upon the altar stood the spirit tablet of Zhang Jintian's grandfather, Zhang Aigua. Chu Nan stepped forward, picked up the green incense from the side, and reverently offered a stick to the venerable Mr. Zhang. Inside the Zhang family villa, Zhang Jintian and his wife personally escorted Chu Nan to the door. Master Dr. Chu, here is a cashier's check for 50 million yuan from Huaxia Bank. The immense kindness you've shown my Zhang family is something I, Zhang Jintian, will never forget. Henceforth, should you ever require anything from this humble Zhang, but speak the word, the entire Zhang household shall plunge into boiling water without hesitation. Zhang Jintian respectfully handed over the check in his hand. 50 million yuan in consultation fees. Only a billionaire like Zhang Jintian could afford such a sum. Chu Nan, upon hearing this, accepted it without hesitation, tucking the check away without even glancing at it. The rules of the mystic arts. When venturing down the mountain to perform deeds, one must not accept a single penny. It wasn't about greed, but avoiding karmic entanglement. Regardless of the amount, even a few pieces of silver once accepted, the karmic debt is settled. Master Chu. As they parted ways, Zhang Jintian called out to Chu Nan, a look of hesitation on his face. Is there something else? Chu Nan paused in his steps and turned to face Zhang Jintian and his wife. Zhang Jintian hesitated, unable to speak. Instead, Lin Yueru beside him gathered her courage and asked Chu Nan.
Master Physician Chu, I heard from Jin Tian that your medical skills are extraordinary. I wanted to ask, given our current ages, is it still possible for us to have another child? Chapter 124, Deception. Zhang Family Villa. Both husband and wife looked at Chunan with hopeful expressions. The absence of children had always been a deep-seated regret for the couple. Now that the evil entity had been vanquished, the Zhang family's peculiar hereditary disease naturally vanished along with it. However, Zhang Jintian and Lin Yueru were now advanced in years, and conceiving a child would be no easy feat. Hearing Zhang Jintian and his wife's words, Chunan laughed heartily. A piece of cake. Though your bodies were once corrupted by evil energies, now that they've been expelled, all you need are some nourishing formulas. Come to the 1,000 Gold Clinic another day to pick up a couple of prescriptions. I guarantee you'll be blessed with a precious son by this time next year. Hearing Chunan's words, Zhang Jintian and his wife were instantly overcome with emotion, showering him with gratitude. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and drive Dr. Chu to the clinic. Lin Yueru playfully pinched Zhang Jintian's arm. What was I thinking? I'll personally drive Dr. Chu back. Zhang Jintian grinned widely. A billionaire CEO, and yet he's still a total wife slave. In the shantytowns of East City, Rongqing. Inside the 1,000 Gold Clinic, several patients queued before the consultation counter. Since the clinic reopened, thanks to Zhang Jimin's presence and the reputation Zhang Lao had built over the years in these shantytowns, the clinic hadn't lost its business. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyue, who was responsible for dispensing medicine, was currently arguing heatedly with someone at the front gate. What's the matter with you people? These are moldy, stale herbs. How dare you sell them to us? Standing before a truck, Zhang Xingyue confronted a man dressed in a suit. Take it or leave it. Little girl, don't think I don't know no other herbal shops supply your clinic anymore. This is Qin's Pharmaceuticals doing you a favor, don't be ungrateful. The man crossed his arms, adopting a haughty demeanor. No matter how Zhang Xingyue pleaded, he paid her no mind. You're bullying us. Hearing the man's words, Zhang Xingyue felt furious yet helpless. Charity? Just then, a cool, detached voice sounded from behind Zhang Xingyue. Boss? You finally showed up. Qin's Pharmaceuticals is bullying us, they're supplying us with moldy, expired herbs. The moment Chunan appeared, Zhang Xingyue immediately began complaining. Patting Zhang Xingyue's shoulder to signal he'd handle things, Chunan walked up to the man in the suit. Are you with Qin Pharmaceutical? The man in the suit glanced at Chunan, then straightened his posture. Li Jianguo, warehouse department manager of Qin Pharmaceutical. Li Jianguo's face beamed with smug satisfaction. But the moment he finished speaking, Chunan's expression before him abruptly turned icy. How dare you? This batch of medicinal herbs was personally promised by Chairman Qin himself. How dare you tamper with it? Chunan barked the moment he spoke. These words caused Li Jianguo's heart to skip a beat, a sense of guilt stirring within him. But soon, he sneered coldly. Kid, I know who you are. You're just a son-in-law of the Qin family, don't try to flex your authority in front of me. Miss Qin has said, these herbs are charity for you lot. Take them or leave them. With Qin Lulu backing him, Li Jianguo had no reason to fear Chunan, a mere son-in-law. Qin Lulu? At the mention of her name, Chunan's brow furrowed slightly. So it was that Qin family heiress again, trying to sabotage him. Glaring at Li Jianguo, Chunan coldly declared. Our 1,000 Gold Clinic doesn't need charity. I'm giving you one chance. Bring us your finest medicinal herbs from Qin Pharmaceutical, and we'll pay the full price. Li Jianguo raised an eyebrow and laughed aloud. Pay in full? Ha ha ha. Miss Qin says you're as poor as a church mouse. You're just a son-in-law by marriage, how could you possibly afford Qin Pharmaceutical's herbs? He had long heard about Chunan from Qin Lulu. Li Jianguo naturally assumed Chunan was a penniless beggar. A single batch of herbs easily cost hundreds of thousands. He genuinely didn't believe Chunan could come up with that kind of money. Smack! But before Li Jianguo could finish his mockery, a check slammed against his face. What the hell are you doing? Li Jianguo snapped instinctively. Just as he was about to toss the object aside, his eyes widened in shock. When he saw the number on the check, his eyes widened like a cow's. $50 million? Li Jianguo nearly gasped in disbelief. His jaw dropped in astonishment. As the warehouse manager at Qin Pharmaceutical, his monthly salary barely reached 10,000 yuan. He'd worked himself to the bone for most of his life and had never seen so much money. This can't be real, right? Li Jianguo demanded, his face thick with suspicion. A mere son-in-law of the Qin family could casually produce a 50 million yuan check? How could he possibly believe it? Open your dog eyes and look clearly. This check is signed by me, Zhang Jintian. Could it possibly be fake? Before Chunan could respond, a voice tinged with anger cut through the air. From the nearby Bentley, Zhang Jintian pushed open the door and strode directly over, standing behind Chunan. Zhang Zhentian? Seeing that string of 8s on the license plate, then glancing at the Bentley worth millions, Li Jianguo was instantly dumbfounded.
Though he had never met Zhang Jintian in person, he now had no doubt whatsoever about the identity of the man before him.
Mr. Zhang, did you personally sign this check? Li Jianguo blurted out instinctively. Zhang Jintian replied coldly. What? Is there a problem? I'd like to know just how great your Qin pharmaceutical really is, daring to question the credibility of Zhang Jintian? The moment Zhang Jintian spoke, Li Jianguo's face instantly paled. Who was Zhang Jintian? How could he dare question him? If this matter reached Qin Pharmaceutical, his position as a mere warehouse manager would be gone. Smack! Before Chunan and Zhang Jintian could speak again, Li Jianguo flicked his wrist and slapped himself across the face. He then turned to Zhang Jintian with a forced smile. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me. You're a major figure in Rongqing's business circles. Since this check bears your signature, Mr. Zhang, it must be genuine. I'll return immediately to restock the herbs for the 1,000 gold clinic. Li Jianguo was practically on his knees, bowing obsequiously. After reverently returning the check to Chunan, he scrambled into the cargo truck. Damn it! Wasn't he just a son-in-law by marriage? How does he know a big shot like Zhang Jintian? Good thing I'm quick on my feet. Inside the truck, Li Jianguo wiped away cold sweat and sped away. Watching Li Jianguo slink away, Zhang Xingyue stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. Billionaire Zhang Jintian? This figure she'd only ever heard about in newspapers actually knew her boss? On the field. Master Dr. Chu, please let me know if you need anything. If you need to purchase medicinal herbs, I know several owners of major pharmacies outside the province. There's no need for you to handle such matters personally. Zhang Jintian bowed slightly to Chunan, his expression respectful. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xingyue hadn't even regained her composure. She was struck by another wave of disbelief and shock. Chapter 125, Beyond Redemption. Inside the clinic, Chunan prescribed 2 doses of medicine for Zhang Jintian. The latter departed only after expressing his profound gratitude once more. Boss, that's Zhang Jintian, a billionaire tycoon. You actually know such a big shot? After Zhang Jintian left, Zhang Xingyue circled around Chunan, bombarding him with curious questions all the way. 100 billionaire? Once they step through the doors of my 1,000 gold clinic, they're all patients in my eyes, no distinction between high and low. Xingyue, you really need to work on your mindset. Chunan playfully tapped Zhang Xingyue's forehead. Easy for you to say. Then why did you charge someone else 50 million for a consultation? Zhang Xingyue glared at Chunan and muttered under her breath. Chunan's lips twitched at her words. This girl's mouth has been getting sharper and sharper lately. By the way, boss, what's this? Zhang Xingyue's gaze shifted to the old katana casually tossed on the counter by Chunan. This thing has quite the history. Only then did Chunan recall the IZA blade. He glanced at the protective talisman stuck to it before declaring. Hang this thing on the wall for me. Oh, and don't forget to paste 4 big characters on it. The shame of the island nation. With that, Chunan rose and headed toward the consultation desk. Though he was a hands-off manager, he was still one of the clinic's resident physicians. If he didn't help Zhang Jimin shoulder some of the burden, he'd feel a bit guilty. The shame of the island nation? Only Zhang Xingyue stood frozen in place. Though she didn't understand the origin of this item, since Chunan had given the order, she had no choice but to comply. She found the most conspicuous spot and hung the samurai sword adorned with the yellow talisman. She then took a sheet of Xian paper and personally wrote the 4 characters Shame of the Island Nation in neat, square characters, affixing them directly above the sword. Meanwhile, inside the clinic, several patients queued before Zhang Jimin's consultation desk. Though the owner had changed, Chunan, the hands-off proprietor, scarcely ever visited the clinic. Most patients came specifically for Zhang Jimin. Dr. Zhang, please save my mother. Just then, a figure rushed into the clinic in a panic. A man dressed plainly carried a white-haired woman in his arms, heading straight for Zhang Jimin. Thud! The man knelt before Dr. Zhang's examination table. This scene startled everyone present. Wang Dongqian? Chunan, standing nearby, recognized the voice. He looked closely and saw that the man kneeling before Zhang Jimin was none other than Wang Dongqian. What was this guy doing at the 1,000 gold clinic? Wang Dongqian hadn't noticed Chunan yet, repeatedly kowtowing to Zhang Jimin in supplication. Seeing this, Zhang Jimin stepped out from behind the consultation desk. Young Wang, rise. Has your mother's illness flared up again? Quickly carry her to the examination bed. Clearly, Zhang Jimin recognized Wang Dongqian and his mother. As he helped Wang Dongqian to his feet, he gestured for someone to carry the unconscious woman from the floor to the observation bed nearby. Dr. Zhang, you must save my mother. Wang Dongqian pleaded tearfully. Zhang Jimin nodded solemnly and began taking the woman's pulse. A few minutes later, the expression on Zhang Jimin's aged face grew increasingly grave. Wang Dongqian pressed, Dr. Zhang, how is she? Zhang Jimin sighed. The pathogenic energy has dispersed and spread throughout the kidneys, causing qi stagnation and kidney qi deficiency in your mother, which is damaging her vital energy. In Western medical terms, it's kidney failure. To save her, it's difficult. In an instant, Wang Dongqiang's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. Kidney failure? How could this happen? It was under control just a short while ago. Wang Dongqiang murmured, his voice breaking. Zhang Jimin also asked. I thought you'd already sent your mother to a major hospital for dialysis treatment. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened so quickly. Hearing Zhang Jimin's question, Wang Dongqiang's eyes turned bloodshot, tears welling up as he said. Dialysis at the big hospital is too expensive. Mom lied to me, saying she was still getting treatment at the clinic. But she secretly checked herself out long ago. It's all my fault. If only I'd noticed sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Seeing Wang Dongqiang's overwhelming remorse and guilt, everyone present felt a pang of sadness. What mother doesn't love her child? Even at death's door, she still thought of saving money for her son. Dr. Zhang, whatever the cost, I beg you to save my mother's life. I, Wang Dongqiang, may be powerless, but I will work myself to the bone to repay you. A resolute glint flashed in Wang Dongqiang's eyes as he looked at Zhang Jimin before him, then he knelt down before him once more. Seeing this, Zhang Jimin's face was filled with helplessness. Had you come half a year earlier, I might still have been able to control the disease. But now, aside from a kidney transplant, with my medical skills, I'm afraid there's no hope left. It wasn't that traditional Chinese medicine couldn't cure it. It was that Wang Dongqiang's mother's kidney failure had reached its terminal stage. Even Zhang Jimin's medical skills were powerless. A kidney transplant? Upon hearing Zhang Jimin's answer, Wang Dongqiang instantly collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. His face contorted with despair as he exclaimed. I've already checked with the hospital even if I'm willing to donate my own kidney. The transplant surgery costs at least 100,000 yuan. I just lost my job and can barely support myself. Where would I get the money for my mother's transplant? Seeing Wang Dongqiang's utter despair and helplessness, everyone present felt a pang of sympathy. Even Zhang Xingyue, standing nearby, had tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him with sympathy. It doesn't necessarily have to be a kidney transplant. A voice suddenly cut through the room. Hearing this, Wang Dongqiang instinctively turned his head. He saw Chunan slowly walking toward him. Boss? Seeing Chunan, Wang Dongqiang's face lit up with surprise. Get up and we'll talk. With me here. I'll make sure your mother stays safe. Chunan reached out to help Wang Dongqiang to his feet, signaling reassurance. Boss, you have a plan? Hearing Chunan's words, Wang Dongqiang was still processing the information. Instead, Zhang Xingyue beside him smiled at Wang Dongqiang. With my boss handling this, you can rest easy. His medical skills are so exceptional that even my grandfather and grandpa's son admit they're no match for him. Wang Dongqiang looked utterly stunned. Boss? Boss, you own this 1,000 gold clinic? How come I never knew you were skilled in medicine? Chunan walked to the bedside and smiled at Wang Dongqiang. There's a lot you don't know. Now isn't the time for chatter. I'll examine your mother first. Without waiting for Wang Dongqiang's response, Chunan immediately took his pulse. Wang Dongqiang watched, struck by Chunan's confident and professional demeanor. Wang Dongqiang stood frozen in place, brimming with curiosity but dared not interrupt Chunan. Moments later, Chunan withdrew his right hand from the pulse and, under the gaze of Wang Dongqiang and the others, finally spoke again. Kidney qi deficiency indeed a symptom of kidney failure. Ordinary methods would indeed struggle to save him. But I do have a way. Chapter 126, Shen Dawei, Courting Death. Inside the clinic. Upon hearing that Chunan actually had a way to treat his mother, Wang Dongqiang's face lit up with sudden joy. Even Zhang Jimin's weathered face betrayed surprise. He wouldn't have believed it if anyone else had said such a thing. But he had witnessed Chunan's medical skills firsthand. If Chunan said there was hope, then there must be hope. Enough talk. Xingyue, fetch the silver needles. I'll perform acupuncture to regulate her qi. Chunan glanced at Zhang Xingyue. The young girl snapped out of her daze and hurriedly fetched the needle case nearby. In front of everyone, Chunan picked up the silver needles and began acupuncture treatment on the woman in the hospital bed. Puff, puff, puff. Chunan worked with lightning speed. The silver needles fell continuously from his hands. The crowd couldn't even make out his movements, only seeing streaks of afterimages. Even this acupuncture technique alone is beyond my mastery. Truly worthy of a senior from the main lineage. Watching Chunan's fluid, effortless needle placement, Zhang Jimin stood by observing, his earnest expression making him look more like a student. Wang Dongqiang, though he understood nothing. He was deeply shocked upon hearing Zhang Jimin's words. Before long, as Chunan placed his final needle, Zhang Jimin focused his gaze and spoke thoughtfully. Guanyuan, Taishu, Shinshu, these are all major kidney points. I understand the need for needles at several kidney points, but what purpose does this final needle at Taichung serve? Seeing Chunan's final needle placed at Taichung, Zhang Jimin looked perplexed. Taichung is a major acupoint in the human body, belonging to the yin category, governing blood, and serving as the source point of the foot Juyin liver meridian. Needling here stimulates the body's kidney qi. By activating her kidney qi, there is still hope for her recovery.
Shunan spoke slowly, as if deliberately instructing him.
I see. Why didn't I think of that? Upon hearing this, Zheng Jimin's eyes widened in sudden understanding.
However, seeing that the woman on the bed still showed no signs of regaining consciousness, he respectfully inquired of Shunan.
Senior, what if the patient is in the late stages of kidney failure, and the kidney qi is difficult to stimulate?
Clearly, the patient before him exhibited precisely such symptoms.
Kidney failure at this stage, reawakening kidney qi was no simple feat.
Though they couldn't fully follow Zheng Jimin and Shunan's exchange, everyone present including Wang Dongxiang couldn't help but turn their curious gazes toward Shunan. Shunan stood where he was, offering a faint smile as he replied. The art of traditional Chinese medicine is far more than just placing needles and prescribing herbs. Since we cannot awaken it from within, have you not heard of the principle of external stimulation? External stimulation? Hearing this reply, Zheng Jimin felt a bit puzzled instead. He simply stared at Shunan, wanting to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. At that moment, Shunan transformed his right hand into a palm. He pressed the palm of his hand against the kidney area on the woman's waist. Seeing this, not only the crowd in the arena, but even Zheng Jimin himself was stunned.
The next second,
Shunan's expression grew solemn as a pure stream of true qi surged in and out of his palm.
Strands of this energy flowed into the woman's body, instantly transforming into a warm current that enveloped her kidneys. Before long, that should do it.
Ordinary people could only endure so much true energy, so Shunan immediately withdrew his palm.
In the very next moment,
the woman on the hospital bed, whose face had been as pale as paper, gradually began to flush with color.
A flush of color, this is a sign of renewed kidney qi. Could this be the art of qi manipulation?
Seeing the woman's complexion return to normal, Zheng Jimin exclaimed in astonishment first.
He knew well what qi manipulation entailed.
But he knew even better that only a martial artist of profound cultivation could master such a technique.
Ahem!
Suddenly, the unconscious woman let out a soft cough twice, and her entire body stirred awake.
Mom, you're finally awake.
Seeing this, Wang Dongxiang was overcome with joy and rushed excitedly to the hospital bed.
Dongxiang, where am I? Her panicked gaze settled upon Wang Dongxiang, though her voice remained faintly confused. Mom, this is the 1,000 Gold Clinic. Thanks to my eldest brother stepping in, he saved you.
Wang Dongxiang explained to his mother.
He recounted everything that had just transpired. I see.
The woman looked astonished. Then, turning to Shunan, she forced herself to sit up in bed, making a move to kowtow in gratitude.
Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu, for saving my life.
Before the woman could kneel, Shunan helped her up.
Auntie, you're too kind.
As a healer, I simply couldn't stand by and watch someone die.
Besides, Dong Chang is a friend of mine.
It was nothing more than a small favor, Shunan said with a smile. Hearing this, the woman's face softened with emotion.
Master Healer Chu, I truly don't know how to thank you.
Dongxiang is truly blessed to have a friend like you. Beside them, Wang Dongxiang felt a wave of warmth wash over him upon hearing Shunan's words.
To possess medical skills that even Zhang Jimin would envy.
Shunan was certainly more than just a son-in-law to the Qin family. That such a remarkable man would consider him a friend. Beyond gratitude, Wang Dongxiang felt a deep sense of emotion.
Boss, no more words needed.
From now on, this worthless life of mine belongs to you, Boss Wang Dongxiang. Through fire and water, I'll throw caution to the wind at your command.
Thud.
Wang Dongxiang dropped to one knee before Shunan, clasping his fists above his head. This was the traditional gesture of respect in the underworld.
Fists clasped above the head. This signified acknowledging him as his lifelong leader.
If his earlier recognition of Shunan as leader had been tinged with ulterior motives. But these words he spoke now were nothing short of absolute loyalty.
Your words are enough.
This time, Shunan did not help Wang Dongxiang up but accepted the gesture openly.
This is only an initial acupuncture treatment.
To control the condition going forward, you must take your medicine regularly. He scribbled a prescription and handed it to Zhang Xingyue, gesturing for the young girl to go procure the herbs. Shunan then helped Wang Dongxiang to his feet and asked curiously.
You mentioned being unemployed earlier? What happened? Did Qin Yuru fire you?
Wang Dongxiang had previously served as deputy captain of the security department at the branch office, enjoying decent pay and benefits.
Why would he quit out of the blue? Hearing Shunan's question, Wang Dongxiang's face fell. Boss, it's not about Ms. Qin. I decided to resign on my own.
Shunan furrowed his brow slightly, clearly sensing there was more to Wang Dongxiang's resignation than met the eye.
Spill it. Why would you quit out of the blue? Facing Shunan, Wang Dongxiang dared not hide anything.
After a moment's thought, he resolved to tell the truth.
It's Qian Dawei. He came with his people today to deliver a message. He said if the Qin family wants to cooperate with him, they must fire all of us security guards.
I didn't want to put Mr. Qin in a difficult position, so I resigned on my own. At this point, Wang Dongxiang quickly looked up and reminded Shunan.
There's one more thing. Chen Dawei said any cooperation with the Qin family must be negotiated personally by Mr. Qin. Also, he presented a condition to Mr. Qin. As Wang Dongxiang finished speaking, Shu Nan stood frozen in place, a sudden chill spreading across his face. A condition? Chapter 127, The Old Man's Assignment. Qin Pharmaceutical Branch Office. Dressed in a women's suit, she radiated the sharp professionalism of a career woman. Qin Yuru sat busily behind her desk, her unadorned face radiating a refined elegance. Ms. Qin, it's already past quitting time. If you keep working overtime like this, you'll wear yourself out. Assistant Li Ling approached Qin Yuru's desk, her tone tinged with concern. These past few days, Qin Yaruo had been utterly consumed by the branch office matters. Ever since Qin Pharmaceutical partnered with the Lu family, the workload at the branch office had skyrocketed. I'm fine. Xiaoling, go make me a cup of coffee. Qin Yuru gave Li Ling a faint smile before leaning back over her desk to study the reports in her hands. Li Ling hesitated, then nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Qin Yuru paused in her work. That guy didn't show up for work again today? Hearing Qin Yuru's question, Li Ling knew exactly who their boss was referring to without needing to ask. Ms. Qin, I was just about to tell you about this. Not only did Captain Chu skip work, but now even Wang Dongxiang and the others have quit. Our company's security department is completely staffed. Li Ling looked at Qin Yaruo, her face flushed with indignation. It's all that Qian Dawei's fault. He thinks he can threaten headquarters just because he's got a few stinking bucks. If it weren't for him, Wang Dongxiang and the others wouldn't have quit. And, Miss Qin, please don't agree to Qian Dawei's terms. I don't think that guy has good intentions. At this point, Li Ling turned to Qin Yaruo with a look of concern and cautioned her. I understand. You go ahead and leave first. Qin Yuru picked up her pen and immediately plunged back into her work. But this time, a figure unexpectedly flashed through her mind. Does this guy really think running a clinic is that easy? The thought of Chu Nan crossed her mind. Qin Yuru shook her head helplessly. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, she returned her attention to the reports in her hands. Not long after, the office door swung open again. A steaming cup of coffee was placed beside Qin Yuru. Just put it on the desk. You can go home now, Xiaoling. Qin Yuru said without looking up. Ms. Qin, diligence is commendable, but you must also know when to relax. A faint chuckle sounded beside her. In an instant, Qin Yuru lifted her head, her expression one of surprise. A flicker of delight crossed her eyes before vanishing. Forcing herself to remain composed, she adopted her usual slightly aloof, career woman tone and asked. Why aren't you at the clinic? What brings you here? Shu Nan grinned. What, missed me? I'm not in the mood for your jokes. Qin Yuru shot Shu Nan a withering look before slamming a thick stack of reports onto the table in front of him. Don't forget your bet with Big Sis. Even if your medical skills are decent and you have people like Mr. Xiao and Miss Lu backing you, the chances of earning that much money through your clinic alone are slim to none. I've crunched the numbers. If I can secure some business from headquarters, 3 to 500 million might be achievable. That way, you won't lose too badly. Qin Yuru declared to Chu Nan. It turned out she had never forgotten about the bet between Chu Nan and Qin Lulu. Not only had she not forgotten, she had been constantly thinking of ways to help him. Thank you for all your trouble. Hearing Qin Yuru's words, Chu Nan felt a flicker of gratitude. Still, he couldn't help but remind her. But Qin Jianghai and his daughter have always seen you as a thorn in their side. Would they really assign headquarters business to you? At these words, Qin Yuru's expression stiffened slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. My uncle has already agreed to this, and the board has given its approval. As for the rest, you needn't worry. Qin Yuru declared. Unexpectedly, Shu Nan's expression turned slightly cold. Is this because of Qian Dawei? At those words, a flicker of panic flashed across Qin Yuru's face. I've heard all about it. Qin Pharmaceutical wants to partner with the Qian family, so they sent you to deal with that lecher Qian Dawei. Well done, Qin family sacrificing a woman's dignity for such petty gains. Hearing this, Qin Yuru hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. I volunteered for this assignment myself. If we can secure the partnership with the Qian family, headquarters will allocate half of the marketing department's business to us. Shu Nan cut her off. So you agreed to Qian Dawei's terms? Qin Yuru's eyes flickered, then she nodded. To get into headquarters, I need to deliver convincing results. This Qian family project is crucial for headquarters. If I can pull it off, I'll secure my place there. When she spoke of joining headquarters, a fierce determination shone in Qin Yaruo's eyes. All these years. Though she was the second daughter of the Qin family, bearing an aura that drew envy from many, she had always lived under the shadow of her eldest sister, Qin Lulu. She certainly wasn't content with that. To prove herself, she must gain entry into the headquarters. Only then could she gain a voice within the Qin family. After delivering this speech in one breath, Qin Yuru fixed Shu Nan with a cold stare. If you came to dissuade me, you needn't bother. After missing so many chances, I won't let this one slip away.
Shu Nan shook his head, his expression unusually serious as he looked at Qin Yaru.
This decision is yours alone. I won't stand in your way.
But I must warn you, Qian Dawei has no good intentions toward you. Having said his piece, Shu Nan turned to leave. Glancing at the steaming coffee still sitting on the table, Qin Yaru couldn't help but lift her eyes to meet Shu Nan's.
I know you haven't been happy these past days. But rest assured, once I've secured my position within the Qin family, I'll initiate the divorce proceedings.
Then you won't have to bear the stigma of being a son-in-law by marriage to the Qins.
Qin Yaru suddenly spoke up.
At these words, Shu Nan's footsteps halted abruptly as he reached the office doorway.
Fine.
With just that single word, Shu Nan vanished from Qin Yaru's sight.
The next moment,
watching Shu Nan depart with her own eyes, Qin Yaru felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart.
Meanwhile,
as soon as Shu Nan stepped out of the branch office, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Shu Nan casually answered the call.
I'm not in the best mood right now. If it's not important, watch out, I'll tear you apart. Shu Nan's tone was icy cold. Through the phone screen, Luo Tianyang could almost feel the intimidating aura emanating from the other end.
His right hand, clutching the phone, trembled uncontrollably.
Only then did Luo Tianyang manage a shaky, apologetic smile. Young master.
News has come from the Xian sect, a message from the old sect leader.
He says there's an important mission to assign to you.
Shu Nan froze at the words, complaining.
An important mission? I finally got a few days off to relax down the mountain and they won't even let me be? Spit it out. What exactly is this mission?
Under normal circumstances, anything significant enough to disturb that old man atop Dragon Tiger Mountain was no trivial matter. Luo Tianyang gripped the phone with both hands and said solemnly.
The old master wants you to protect someone. This person will be staying in Ronqing for 3 days. During that time, you must ensure his complete safety.
At those words, Shu Nan felt a wave of dread wash over him.
You want me to be a bodyguard? The old man is being unreasonable. Not a penny in payment, and he expects me to do this kind of grunt work?
His sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he turned to Luo Tianyang with curiosity.
But, if he's important enough to warrant the old man's attention, what kind of person is he?
On the other end of the line, even Luo Tianyang, a trillionaire, instinctively stood straighter at the mention of this name, reporting it with solemn respect. One of the 4 war gods of the military.
The White Tiger War God, Han Zhantian.
Chapter 128, The White Tiger War God Han Zhantian.
Han Zhantian?
Commander of the Southern Frontier. The White Tiger War God, one of the 4 great war gods of the military headquarters. Upon hearing this name, Shu Nan felt a surge of surprise within his heart.
Sure enough.
Only someone extraordinary could stir the old man. But Shu Nan was also puzzled. Han Zhantian is, after all, a god-tier warrior with countless elite troops and capable generals under his command.
Does he really need me to step in and protect him? Shu Nan asked Luo Tianyang over the phone. Hearing this, Luo Tianyang hesitated slightly before speculating.
Rumors say Han Zhantian recently fought 2 war god-level experts from Mandala Kingdom alone and forced them back, but apparently suffered severe injuries. Now, the Manhwa military is eyeing the southern border with growing ambition. If something were to happen to this White Tiger war god, the border might well erupt in turmoil again.
Such words were something even Luo Tianyang would never dare utter to outsiders under normal circumstances. Yet before Shu Nan, he held nothing back. Upon hearing Luo Tianyang's words, a flash of understanding crossed Shu Nan's eyes. I see. It's not just the kingdom of Mandala.
Those old fools along the southern border are probably itching for the White Tiger war god to meet his end.
The importance of a war god-level powerhouse was self-evident.
Even in a mighty eastern nation like Huaxia, such warriors numbered no more than 10 fingers. Losing even one would undoubtedly be a devastating blow, not to mention a significant blow to morale.
Alright, I understand. Just protecting that guy for 3 days? Piece of cake. After hanging up on Luo Tianyang, Shu Nan muttered to himself.
This matter probably means those old fools up top personally went to Dragon Tiger Mountain to plead for mercy. The old man sure knows how to boss people around. I'm the young master of the Xian sect, after all.
Ding.
Just then, Shu Nan's phone buzzed with a text message.
It was from Luo Tianyang.
Han Zhantian had already arrived in Ronqing. Tonight, he was hosting a grand banquet at his private estate, the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, even inviting prominent figures from all walks of life in Sichuan province.
Yunding Heavenly Palace? Glancing at the address, Shu Nan raised an eyebrow.
This Cloud Peak Palace was reputed to be Ronqing's most expensive mansion, valued at over 10 billion yuan.
Who would have thought it was Han Zhantian's private estate? What a hassle. Putting away his phone, Shu Nan stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi. Where to, handsome?
Cloud Peak Palace. Just as Shu Nan settled into the back seat, the driver slammed on the brakes before pulling away.
Yunding Heavenly Palace? Young man, you're not joking, are you?
The middle-aged driver turned his head to scrutinize Shu Nan in the back seat.
In Ronqing, who didn't know the name Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace? It wasn't a place just anyone could go to. What? Can't go? Shunan flicked a 100 yuan bill across the counter. The driver's eyes lit up instantly as he snatched the bill. He shifted gears and floored the accelerator in one fluid motion. There's nowhere in Chengdu I can't take you. Hold on tight. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Yunding Mountain. A place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. It's also Chengdu's renowned affluent district. Even the most affordable villas at the base of the mountain easily command over 100 million yuan. Not to mention the Yunding Heavenly Palace, perched atop the peak in the prime location. At this moment, on the mountain road, a black Maybach was heading toward the Yunding Heavenly Palace. Yuru, I'm so glad you agreed to accompany me to the banquet. Inside the car, Chen Dawei, dressed in an expensive suit, smiled at Qin Yuru seated beside him. Qin Yuru appeared to have dressed meticulously for the occasion. She wore a black evening gown, her long hair elegantly pinned up, a string of pearls draped across her chest. It wasn't ostentatious, yet it carried an air of rare, everyday elegance. This sight sent Chen Dawei's heart racing. His small eyes fixed on Qin Yuru, the greed in his gaze almost written across his face. Young Master Qian, I've agreed to your terms. Regarding the partnership between Qin Pharmaceutical and the Qian family. Deliberately avoiding Chen Dawei's gaze, Qin Yuru simply asked. My parents will both be attending tonight's banquet. I'll introduce you to them shortly. With me here, the partnership will be a breeze. Chen Dawei patted his chest, then flashed Qin Yuru a knowing smile, feigning the air of a master physician. But compared to tonight's dinner, a mere billion-dollar partnership is nothing. Yuru, do you know whose dinner we're attending tonight? Seeing Chen Dawei act so mysterious, Qin Yuru grew curious. Before she could ask, Chen Dawei couldn't wait to boast. Truth be told, the dinner I'm taking you to tonight is hosted by the White Tiger War God, Han Zhantian. This cloud-top heavenly palace is Han Zhantian's private estate. Qin Yuru gasped aloud, the White Tiger War God, Han Zhantian? Even Qin Yuru couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. The name White Tiger War God Han Zhantian was known to nearly every person in China. This iron-blooded war god had guarded the frontier for a full 20 years. Given Han Zhantian's stature, it was no exaggeration to say he commanded the reverence of all. Shu, Chen Dawei gave Qin Yuru a knowing shush with a hint of smugness. This matter must not be made public. Every single guest at tonight's banquet represents the most prominent families and elites from all walks of life in Sichuan province. Even our Qian family had to fight tooth and nail just to get an invitation to this banquet. As Chen Dawei spoke, the car came to a stop, clearly having arrived at their destination. They were now outside Han Zhantian's private estate. A row of luxury business vehicles stood in formation, their license plates forming sequential numbers, a clear indication of the distinguished status of the guests attending Han Zhantian's banquet. Stepping out of the car, Qin Yuru was rendered speechless by the scene before her. Any single person standing here could likely crush the Qin family with a mere flick of their finger. What do you think? To stand among these true luminaries, it's an opportunity most people could only dream of. Yuru, if you just follow me, you'll never have to look at anyone in the Qin family with fear again. Chen Dawei walked over to Qin Yuru with a smirk, his hands reaching out to wrap around her waist. Mr. Qian, please show some restraint. I am a married woman, after all. Qin Yuru quickly sidestepped him, a flicker of anger in her eyes. A married woman? A hint of displeasure flashed in Chen Dawei's eyes. How am I any worse than that country bumpkin surnamed Chu? Do you even know what it means to be invited to the White Tiger War God's banquet? At a dinner of this caliber, does that penniless boy even have the qualifications to attend? Chen Dawei snorted coldly with a look of disdain. Qin Yuru opened her mouth to retort, but the words died on her lips. The dinner hosted by the White Tiger War God, Han Zhantian. Forget Yunnan, across all of Rongqing, how many people even had the privilege to attend? RIP. At that moment, the screech of brakes echoed through the venue. A green-painted taxi abruptly appeared amidst a cluster of luxury vehicles worth millions. A taxi? The assembled tycoons all froze in disbelief. Could someone really show such disrespect at the welcome banquet for the mighty White Tiger War God by arriving in a taxi? Slam! The door swung open. A figure stepped out of the vehicle at a leisurely pace. In that very instant, as she recognized that familiar face, Qin Yuru froze in place. Chunan! How could it be him? Chapter 129, I'm here to save people. What's he doing here? The moment he saw Chunan, Chen Dawei's face also betrayed utter surprise. At that moment, the taxi sped away. The crowd of well-dressed, wealthy individuals stared at Chunan with peculiar expressions. Everyone present was either wealthy or influential. This was the first time they'd ever seen someone take a taxi to a banquet. Why did you come? Qin Yuru hurried through the crowd to Chunan's side, pulling him aside. Before Chunan could finish his sentence, Qin Yuru cut him off with a cold expression. Don't you get it yet? If you're here to persuade me to go back, you needn't bother. I've already agreed to work for Qian Xiao. He'll introduce me to Chairman Qian and Mrs. Qian. Tonight's dinner is crucial for me. Qin Yuru assumed Chunan had come regarding the matter with Chen Dawei. But hearing her words left Chunan utterly bewildered. He hadn't anticipated Qin Yuru being here at all. I told you, this is your decision. I won't try to change your mind. I'm only here to attend the banquet. What a coincidence. Shu Nan glanced at Qin Yuru and explained. And you think you're qualified to attend this banquet? At that moment, Chen Dawei, dressed in a suit, walked over to Qin Yuru's side and looked down on Shu Nan with contempt. You, a penniless schmuck who took a cab here, dare to spout such nonsense? Do you even know who's hosting tonight's banquet? Chen Dawei deliberately raised his voice, mocking Shu Nan in front of everyone. Shu Nan glanced at Chen Dawei and replied with a smile. Isn't it just Han Zhantian's welcome banquet? If someone hadn't begged me to come, I wouldn't have bothered showing up. Though Shu Nan's voice was low, it still drew a roar of laughter from the crowd. Han Zhantian, the White Tiger War God. In the eyes of the Chinese people, he was a hero revered by all. How could anyone dare insult him in the slightest? Tonight's banquet was an opportunity many would beg for in vain, yet from Shu Nan's mouth, it sounded almost dismissive. Talking big like that, you'll twist your tongue. To show disrespect to the White Tiger War God, does he think he can bear the consequences? A middle-aged couple dressed in opulent attire approached from the crowd, their eyes fixed on Shu Nan with ill intent. Chairman Qian, Mrs. Qian. Qin Yuru's expression shifted upon seeing them, her tone slightly more deferential. The couple before them were none other than Qian Yong, chairman of Qian Group, and his wife. You must be Qin Yuru? My son has spoken of you often. To be someone he can't stop thinking about, you must indeed be quite beautiful. Mrs. Qian praised with evident satisfaction upon seeing Qin Yuru. Her eyes scrutinized Qin Yuru before her, clearly sizing up her potential future daughter-in-law. Qin Yuru felt a bit awkward but didn't feel she could offer much explanation. Xian Yong, standing nearby, glanced at Shu Nan and asked. Dawei, who's this guy? Xian Dawei looked down his nose at him. Just some country bumpkin. Ignore him. Xian Yong coldly rebuked him. Such a young age and already talking big, clearly his elders failed to raise him properly. The White Tiger War God's banquet? Do you even have the qualifications to attend? Hearing this, Shu Nan wore a mocking smile. White Tiger War God? In my eyes, there are only patients, no White Tiger War God. If I don't go in today, even Han Zhantian himself will have to come begging me. His silence had been unremarkable, but his words sent shockwaves through the room. Hearing Shu Nan's words, Xian Yong and his wife's expressions darkened instantly. Beside them, Qin Yuru's expression also shifted abruptly. She snapped at Shu Nan. Enough. Your usual loose tongue is one thing, but you won't be speaking recklessly at an occasion like this. Qin Yuru was genuinely furious. Offending Qian Yong and failing to secure a partnership with the Qian family would be one thing. But today was Han Zhantian's banquet. Offending such a powerful figure meant even the Qin family couldn't protect Shu Nan. Facing Qin Yuru, Shu Nan merely shrugged and said, Yo Ru. I truly came to treat Han Zhantian. Hearing this, Chen Dawei burst out laughing. Treating General Han? The war god has countless divine physicians at his side. Why would he need you to treat him? You've got some nerve, kid. Clearly, it wasn't just Qian Dawei, not a single person present believed Shu Nan's words. Not even Qin Yuru. She now looked at Shu Nan with utter helplessness. It wasn't that she doubted Shu Nan. It was that what Shu Nan was saying was simply too outlandish. Could it be that the mighty White Tiger War God had personally come to Rongqing just to have Shu Nan treat him? Who would believe such a thing? Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. A flashy silver Bentley pulled into the square. The door opened and a figure stepped out. Everyone present instinctively turned their heads to look. Even Shen Yong and his wife couldn't help but look utterly astonished when they saw the visitor. Mr. Xiao? Everyone present stared in disbelief. The moment Xiao Hong entered, her alluring presence instantly drew countless gazes. A red gown perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her exquisite features were complemented by fiery red lips. She truly radiated irresistible charm. Only Shu Nan showed no flicker of emotion in his eyes upon seeing Xiao Hong. It was Xiao Hong, instead. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she spotted Shu Nan in the distance. Initially taken aback, she then pursed her lips in a smile and strode toward him. Mistaking her approach for a greeting meant for him, Shen Yong, who had long since forgotten about Shu Nan, hurried over with a fawning smile. Miss Xiao, you're here too. Xiao Hong glanced at Shen Yong but merely nodded in acknowledgement, paying him little further attention. Just as she was about to greet Shu Nan, bang! The gates of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace suddenly swung open. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged, shouting to the crowd. The banquet is now officially underway. Guests, please present your invitations to enter. At these words, the assembled guests began streaming into the Cloudtop Palace. Euro, let's go. What divine physician? Without an invitation, I'll be damned if he gets through the gates of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Gazing at the line of sentry soldiers, Chen Dawei produced his invitation card and shot Shu Nan a mocking look before striding away. Qin Yuru glanced at Xiao Hong, then turned her head to look at Shu Nan with a complex expression. You should go back now. This isn't a place for you to be. With that, Qin Yuru followed Qian Dawei away. The partnership with the Qian family was crucial to her. At this point, she had absolutely no reason to give up. Or, would Mr. Chu care to accompany me? Just as Qin Yuru was leaving, a wave of perfume wafted over, and Xiao Hong, dressed in a red gown and high heels, approached Shunan. No need. I'm here to rescue someone, not attend a banquet. Watching Qin Yuru's figure disappear into the cloud-top palace, Shunan shook his head. Rescue someone? Just as Xiao Hong was puzzled. A tall officer in military uniform led a squad through the crowd, pushing past people as he approached Shunan. You must be the renowned physician Chu? General Han has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me, divine physician Chu. The tall officer spoke with utmost respect. Shunan merely nodded and followed the man away. Xiao Hong was left standing alone, her face frozen in disbelief. Could it be he's here to save General Han? Xiao Hong's eyes flickered slightly. Her gaze drifted toward the direction Qin Yuru had departed, and she couldn't help but sigh. Qin Yuru, oh Qin Yuru. Do you even realize what you've missed? Chapter 130, Wait for the body to be collected. Evening. At the summit of Yunding Mountain, within the vast Yunding Heavenly Palace estate spanning thousands of square meters. Over 100 guests gathered in the open-air plaza. The tables were laden with an array of delicacies and fine wines. The banquet had officially commenced. All eyes turned expectantly toward the elevated platform at the center. Yuru, did you hear? I heard that not long ago, War God Han single-handedly repelled 2 War God-level masters from the kingdom of Manda. This battle truly elevated our nation's prestige and stirred the entire country with pride. Holding a cocktail in his hand, Chen Dawei spoke to Qin Yuru with unstoppable enthusiasm. He spoke as if he had witnessed that legendary battle firsthand. Qin Yuru stood among the crowd, her gaze following everyone else toward the elevated platform. A hint of admiration slipped unconsciously into her eyes. To have a hero like War God Han is a blessing for all the people of China. What Chinese woman wouldn't revere such a heroic figure? At that thought, a figure emerged in Qin Yuru's mind. She compared the two. Qin Yuru couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Chunan could match even 1/10,000th of Han Zhantian's caliber, the Qin family would surely treat him differently. Beside her, hearing Qin Yuru's high praise for Han Zhantian, Chen Dawei offered an awkward chuckle. I hear Han Zhantian remains unmarried to this day. But then, a man of his caliber is naturally beyond reach. Though I fall short of Han Zhantian, I've always held him as my role model. Yuru, if you were to marry me someday, I'd make you the happiest woman in the world. Hearing Qian Dawei's words, Qin Yuru responded with a smile. Young Master Qian, I think you've misunderstood. I am a married woman now, so I cannot accept your kind offer. Seeing Qin Yuru's repeated refusals, Qian Dawei's expression darkened. Is it because of that arrogant young man? Look around at everyone here, aren't they all prominent figures in Sichuan province? That kid? He's not worthy of you. Just as Qian Dawei spoke. Suddenly, the lights on the elevated platform flashed on. A middle-aged man in military uniform strode onto the stage. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes turning curiously toward the man in uniform. Who is he? Where's the White Tiger War God? The crowd stared at the man in uniform on stage, their faces filled with confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chen Jin, the deputy commander of the White Tiger War God. On stage, the man in military uniform scanned the crowd with piercing eyes before speaking again. Welcome, everyone, to the White Tiger War God's welcome banquet. However, the War God has urgent matters to attend to today and is unable to meet with you all. I shall preside over tonight's banquet. Hearing this, the crowd below the stage wore expressions of surprise and disappointment. The White Tiger War God isn't appearing? We thought we might have the honor of meeting the White Tiger War God in person. What a disappointment. True. The White Tiger War God handles countless affairs daily. How could we expect to see him just like that? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Though the crowd felt a pang of disappointment, not a single voice dared express the slightest discontent. After all, receiving an invitation from the White Tiger War God to attend this welcome banquet was already an immense honor. Such an honor was something to boast about, bringing glory to their families. What a pity, we didn't get to witness the White Tiger War God's presence in person. Amidst the crowd, Qin Yuru also looked slightly disappointed. Qian Dawei, however, deliberately acted mysterious as he leaned in close to Qin Yuru. Yuru, don't worry. My godfather happens to be the military doctor at the White Tiger camp. After the banquet ends, I'll take you to meet him. Who knows, we might even get to meet the White Tiger War God himself. Qian Dawei boasted with a hint of smugness. Really? Qin Yuru asked, somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the Chen family's connections to run so deep they actually had ties to the White Tiger War God. You bet. Leave it to me. Chen Dawei pounded his chest, his face radiating confidence as he pledged. Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the estate. Outside the gates guarded by over 100 fully armed White Tiger Battalion soldiers. Inside the hall, dozens of military medics in uniform, draped in white medical coats, stood at the ready. Directly before them,
A middle-aged man sat commandingly at the head of the table, his presence commanding respect. He wore a dark gray uniform with a cloak draped behind him. His square face commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. Particularly striking were the 5 gleaming stars on his shoulder epaulets, unmistakably signifying his extraordinary status. 5 stars on his shoulders. The rank of general. Across all of China. The number of active duty generals of this rank could be counted on one hand. This man was none other than the long-awaited figure of the masses. The White Tiger war god, Han Zhantian. Ahem. He covered his mouth with a light cough, a faint trace of flushed color visible on his face. Han Zhantian looked up at the white-haired elder pacing before him and couldn't help but smile. Dr. Wan, you're pacing so much it's making my eyes spin. Dismiss the entire medical team. Someone might think this general is on his deathbed. The old man addressed as Dr. Wan by Han Zhantian halted his pacing, his face etched with concern as he turned to face the man before him. General Han, what kind of time is this for jokes? If anything happens to you, what will become of the southern border campaign? Dr. Wan said to Han Zhantian with a helpless expression. The outside world only knew that Han Zhantian had single-handedly fought off 2 of Manduo Kingdom's top warriors. What they did not know was that Han Zhantian had been ambushed and was now gravely wounded. Should anything happen to Han Zhantian, the security of the entire southern border would be at stake. This was a matter of utmost gravity. Even the Huaxia military headquarters had personally dispatched General Wan Changsheng, the director of the Military Region General Hospital. Unfortunately, after witnessing Han Zhantian's injuries firsthand, even Wan Changsheng found himself at a loss. General Han's injuries are truly peculiar. Treating the internal injuries alone would not be difficult. But that war god expert from Mandala Kingdom actually poisoned you, and this poison is exceptionally bizarre, the most peculiar I've ever encountered in my entire career. At this point, Wan Changsheng sighed helplessly. I've already sent a sample of the toxin to the General Military Medical Center, but whether they can neutralize it remains uncertain. I fear that this commander won't survive until the antidote arrives? Han Zhantian, however, responded with a cheerful expression. If that is indeed the case, then it is the will of heaven. Even if I die, I must personally go to Manduo Kingdom and turn it upside down. Hearing this, Wan Changsheng was filled with dread. General Han, please do not speak such despairing words. Half a month. Give me half a month more, and I will surely devise a way to counter this poison. Half a month? Hearing Wan Changsheng's plea, Han Zhantian remained silent, his eyes clouded with a hint of gloom. It won't take half a month. Once the datura poison takes effect, you'll just be waiting to collect his body. A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. At these words, the expressions of all the military doctors, including Wan Changsheng, changed abruptly. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice behind them. They saw that the main door had opened at some point. Chu Nan's figure abruptly appeared within everyone's line of sight. Chapter 131, Chu Nan steps in. Who the hell are you, you upstart brat, daring to barge into the war god's residence? What are the men of the White Tiger camp doing? Seize him at once. Wan Changsheng's expression darkened as he glared directly at Chu Nan and bellowed. Hold your horses. Before Wan Changsheng could finish his sentence, Han Zhantian waved his hand, signaling his men to stand down. Lifting his eyes to appraise Chu Nan, Han Zhantian spoke with a hint of amusement. You must be Chu Nan? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I never imagined the current heir of Dragon Tiger Mountain would be so young. Dragon Tiger Mountain's successor? Upon hearing Han Zhantian reveal Chu Nan's identity, Wan Changsheng beside him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Clearly, he too had heard of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Yet seeing the youth before him, Wan Changsheng couldn't help but feel a hint of contempt. So what if he's a Dragon Tiger Mountain successor? How dare you spout nonsense before General Han, you mere child? Wan Changsheng swept his sleeve dramatically, his aged face flushing with anger. Chu Nan, however, merely curved his lips into a faint smile and said, If you don't believe my words, feel free to ask this war god Han himself. Poisoned by datura, how many days can he possibly endure? Datura poison? Wan Changsheng looked utterly bewildered, then turned his gaze toward Han Zhantian. As if Chu Nan had struck a nerve, Han Zhantian let out a bitter laugh and no longer concealed the truth from Wan Changsheng. He's right. This poison is extremely insidious. Not only has it worsened my injuries, but it's also eroding the true energy within my body. At this rate, I can hold on for 3 days at most. What? Hearing Han Zhantian's own words, not only Wan Changsheng, but every military doctor present paled. 3 days. Even if I pour every ounce of my lifetime's knowledge into it, there's simply no way to neutralize the poison within General Han's body. A look of despair crossed Wan Changsheng's face as he spoke with evident frustration. Not just him. Even with the resources of the Central Military Commission's General Hospital, it was utterly impossible to neutralize the toxins within Han Zhantian's body within 3 days. What are we to do? Should anything happen to General Han, the southern border will be in grave peril. Upon hearing the tragic news, the crowd was thrown into a state of panic. They dared not imagine
If news of Han Zhantian's death were to spread, the consequences would be catastrophic. The southern border would likely erupt in war once more. What's the panic? I'm not dead yet, am I?
His gaze swept across the room, and the moment Han Zhantian spoke, the crowd instantly fell silent.
My apologies for the false alarm. Han Zhantian looked at Chu Nan with a calm expression.
After all, he was a seasoned veteran who had seen life and death countless times. Even poisoned to the core, Han Zhantian remained as composed as ever, calm and collected. Meeting Han Zhantian's gaze, Chu Nan spoke. The mandrake poison originates from the kingdom of mandrake. It is concocted from the deadly mandrake herb. A single touch is enough to kill an ordinary person. If the toxin is concentrated tenfold, even a grandmaster-level expert poisoned by it would not survive beyond 3 days.
Not even a grandmaster could survive 3 days? Hearing Chu Nan's words, the crowd's faces paled.
Han Zhantian had been poisoned for over 10 days.
His survival thus far was nothing short of a miracle. Young friend Chu, since you know of this mandrake poison, do you also know how to refine the antidote? Wan Changsheng pressed Chu Nan urgently.
Chu Nan was the only one who recognized this datura poison. Naturally, he was also the sole hope for Han Zhantian's recovery. Yet at this moment, Chu Nan shook his head. The Mandala Kingdom secretly developed this poison precisely to turn it into a weapon of mass destruction.
The antidote formula was destroyed long ago. As soon as Chu Nan spoke these words,
Wan Changsheng, who had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope, instantly saw it shatter.
The antidote formula destroyed. Doesn't that mean this poison has no cure?
Wan Changsheng muttered to himself, his face a mask of utter despair.
The crowd present was overcome with despair.
Han Zhantian, however, remained composed despite the gravity of Chu Nan's words.
It seemed as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. God of War Han isn't afraid of death?
Chu Nan suddenly asked, his gaze fixed on Han Zhantian.
At Chu Nan's question, Han Zhantian burst into a hearty laugh. What is there to fear in death? As a soldier, how could there be anyone who fears death?
What truly saddens this general is that the southern border conflicts have only just been pacified.
Should I perish, I fear the nations of East Asia may reignite hostilities.
Even in death, Han Zhantian's greatest concern remained the safety of his nation and people.
Once war erupted,
the southern frontier would inevitably be thrown into turmoil, and it would be the common people who ultimately suffered.
Who said you're going to die?
Chu Nan's abrupt remark, directed at Han Zhantian, startled everyone present. Han Zhantian stared back at Chu Nan with wide eyes, his voice filled with confusion.
Young friend Chu, did you not say there was no antidote for this mandrake poison? Chu Nan smiled calmly. Though the Mandala Kingdom destroyed the antidote formula. Just because others can't save you doesn't mean I can't. Feeling the confidence in Chu Nan's words, hope reignited in Han Zhantian's eyes. Young friend Chu, what method do you propose to counteract the poison? This Mandala poison is no ordinary affliction. How confident are you in curing Marshal Han?
Wan Changsheng inquired curiously of Chu Nan. Having immersed himself in the medical arts for decades, Wan Changsheng admitted he himself had no clue how to counteract this mandrake poison.
What possible solution could Chu Nan possibly have?
For an ordinary person, I'd have at most a 10% chance.
But General Han possesses formidable strength.
If he can coordinate his true chi with mine, I'd have a 30% chance.
A 30% chance? Wan Changsheng's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but ask again. If it fails, what will be the outcome? Life or death? Chu Nan replied coldly. What? At those words, Wan Changsheng and the others felt their emotions plummet like a roller coaster. A 30% chance of success was simply too risky. If it failed, Han Zhantian wouldn't even survive 3 days. How could they possibly let Han Zhantian take such an enormous risk? This commander trusts you, young Master Chu.
Better to fight for that sliver of hope than sit and wait for death.
As the others wavered in indecision, Han Zhantian had already made his choice. General Han, please reconsider. Wan Changsheng stepped forward and urged Han Zhantian. This is a matter of great consequence.
We must notify the military headquarters before making a decision.
My mind is made up. Where is the White Tiger Battalion?
Han Zhantian ignored Wan Changsheng and shouted directly outward.
In an instant, over 100 fully armed elite soldiers surged into the hall. Han Zhantian rose to his feet, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd as he declared. You tiger cubs, listen up.
Regardless of today's outcome, this decision is mine alone. It has nothing to do with young Master Chu.
If anyone dares to cause trouble for young friend Chu afterward, the White Tiger Camp will not tolerate it. After delivering this declaration, Han Zhantian finally turned to face Chu Nan. Young friend Chu, I'm placing my life in your hands. Chapter 132, The Distinguished Guest Arrives. Yunding Heavenly Palace Estate. 300 White Tiger Camp warriors had completely surrounded the estate.
Every weapon was cocked and ready, the men standing guard in full combat readiness. Not even a dangerous individual or a mere fly could slip through.
At that moment, outdoor plaza. The guests attending the banquet also sensed the solemn atmosphere. The White Tiger Battalion is General Han's personal guard. They don't deploy lightly. Judging by this setup, could the rumors be true? I heard war god Han was wounded on the front lines and came to Chengdu for treatment. Among the crowd, those with inside information were whispering among themselves. Yet no one noticed a young man dressed as a waiter slowly retreating to the edge of the crowd. Looks like the news from Manhwa Kingdom is true. He didn't even show up for the welcome banquet. Han Zhantian must be seriously injured. If I can complete this mission, I, Shadow, will be #1 on the assassin rankings. A cold gleam flashed in the man's eyes before he turned and vanished into the shadows of the corner. At the same moment, outside the main hall of the estate, hundreds of soldiers maintained a heavy guard, while dozens of military medics waited anxiously. Let this old man in. That kid from Dragon Tiger Mountain only has a 30% chance. If anything goes wrong, I must answer to War God Han. Wan Shangxing shouted at the man before him. To his surprise, the soldiers guarding the gate didn't budge an inch. Medical Officer Wan, please don't make this difficult for me. This is an order issued personally by General Han. No one is permitted to disturb Divine Physician Chu during treatment. Military orders are absolute. We ask for your understanding. A man in military uniform looked at Wan Shangxing and offered a wry smile. Hearing this, Wan Shangxing's face twisted with fury. Do you realize General Han is acting recklessly? His life is tied to the security of our borders. How could he take such a risk? Though he spoke thus, Wan Shangxing knew full well that Han Zhantian would never undertake such a perilous venture unless the situation was truly dire. In the main hall, unlike Wan Shangxing and the others, who were burning with anxiety, Shunan and Han Zhantian sat calmly across from each other, as if meeting old friends. Han Zhantian personally lifted the wine bottle, pouring a cup for himself and Shunan. This is a 30-year-old aged Xiao Dao Zi liquor. I wouldn't bring this out for just anyone. Han Zhantian quipped. With that, he raised his glass and offered a toast to Shunan. Fine wine though it may be, General Han should probably drink sparingly given his current condition. Han Zhantian laughed indifferently. Drink up while you can. We're all going to die anyway, so let this general drink his fill, young friend Chu. With that, Han Zhantian tilted his head back and drained his cup in one gulp. Shunan glanced at Han Zhantian with a hint of resignation, but still raised his cup. As the liquor slid down his throat, a fiery sting instantly filled his entire mouth. Not only that, but a subtle warmth seemed to flow within the liquor. As soon as it entered his body, it coursed through every limb and bone. After just one cup, Shunan felt his true qi grow a fraction more solid. Fine wine. Even Shunan couldn't help but praise it. Though Dragon Tiger Mountain has many spiritual wines for cultivation, none are as potent as this one. Another cup. Seeing that Shunan was also a connoisseur of fine liquor, Han Zhantian grinned. This fiery liquor is also known as Grandmaster's drunkenness. Martial artists below the Grandmaster realm dare not indulge. Young friend Chu, not only are your medical skills extraordinary, but your drinking prowess is also exceptional. In that case, Han will gladly risk his life to keep you company tonight. Smack! Han Zhantian promptly placed 2 bottles of long-forgotten Xiaodaozi on the table. A single bottle of this stuff could knock out even a Grandmaster. Yet the two men kept drinking cup after cup. Not only did they show no sign of stopping, they seemed to grow more spirited with every sip. Before long, the table was piled high with empty bottles. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Old Han here has never shied away from a drink, but I never imagined young Master Chu could outdrink me. My entire stockpile from these past years has been polished off by young Master Chu. With a hint of drunkenness, Han Zhantian looked at Shunan with a touch of astonishment. 10 bottles of Baijiu. Shunan downed 7 or 8 bottles single-handedly. What astonished him wasn't Shunan's drinking capacity, but his cultivation level. An ordinary Grandmaster level expert would never withstand such potent medicinal effects. Yet after downing 7 or 8 bottles, Shunan seemed perfectly fine, showing not a trace of intoxication. Could it be that this kid's strength surpassed his own? Burp! Seeing Han Zhantian's cup empty, Shunan belched, feeling slightly deflated. All the wine's gone, and the one who should have come still hasn't shown up. Old Han, you can't keep dragging this out with your health. Hearing this, Han Zhantian looked at Shunan with surprise. Do you know who I'm waiting for? Setting down his glass, Shunan addressed Han Zhantian in a solemn tone. A few days ago, my senior sister mentioned that the assassin Shadow is lurking in Rongqing. I was puzzled until I saw you, now I understand why he came. A hint of admiration flashed in Han Zhantian's eyes at Shunan's words. So, do you think this guy will show up? To welcome this distinguished guest, I've gone to great lengths to host this grand banquet. If he doesn't show up, it would truly be a disappointment. Han Zhantian inquired of Shunan. His tone carried a hint of scrutiny. Who told you to throw such an ostentatious feast? If it were me, I doubt I could sit still. Shunan replied with a smile. News of Han Zhantian's severe injuries had already spread like wildfire. Multiple foreign factions were stirring, naturally eager to verify its authenticity. Compounding this, the typically low-key Han Zhantian had defied convention by hosting an extravagant welcome banquet. To those with keen eyes, it was nothing but a blatant attempt to cover up the truth.
Han Zhantian must have been seriously injured, which is why he went to such great lengths to create this spectacle. All's fair in war. Even though I'm badly hurt, dealing with a few small fry is no problem. Han Zhantian grinned widely. Outwardly calm, yet an invisible aura of killing intent radiated from him. Shunan felt a chill run down his spine at the sensation. Though they'd never clashed before, Han Zhantian's prowess clearly placed him no lower than the 5th rank of Grandmaster. Indeed. Those who attained the level of War God tier powerhouses possessed strength that could not be underestimated. As if suddenly sensing something, Shunan broke into a smile and called out. Old Han, speak of the devil. Well, the distinguished guest you've been waiting for has arrived. The words had barely left Shunan's mouth. Just as Han Zhantian wore a look of surprise. Above their heads. Boom! The ceiling shattered abruptly. A figure plummeted from above. Dressed in a waiter's uniform and wielding a dagger, the intruder charged straight at Han Zhantian. Right on time. Thanks to Shunan's warning, Han Zhantian reacted instantly. He slammed his palm onto the wooden table before him and leapt violently into the air. Boom! In an instant. A murderous aura erupted like a torrent, threatening to tear the roof off. Chapter 133, Shadow Assassin. Boom! In the hall. A sudden crash echoed. Han Zhantian dodged the assassin's fatal dagger strike and immediately countered with a palm strike. Seeing his strike miss, a flicker of regret crossed the assassin's eyes. He swiftly sidestepped Han Zhantian's incoming palm strike. Thud! With a somersault, the assassin landed on the side of the hall. Impressive speed. Truly worthy of the 8th ranked assassin on the killer's list. Shadow Assassin, I've been waiting for you. Han Zhantian stood rooted to the spot, his gaze cold as ice fixed on the figure before him. Han Zhantian, there's no need to pretend. If you were at your peak, I wouldn't have dodged that palm just now. Shadow's lips curved into a faint smile before he sighed. Too bad someone warned me. Otherwise, that blade would have found its mark. His gaze shifted toward Shunan. Don't blame me for that. Why did you choose to be a thief instead of walking through the front door? I can't stand anyone climbing over my head. Shunan sat behind the table, flashing an innocent smile at the shadow. Few in this world can see through my concealment technique. Who might you be? The shadow fixed his gaze on Shunan, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Shunan smiled and said, It's none of your concern. All you need to know is this, with me here, you won't be able to kill Han Zhantian. At these words, the shadow's expression darkened abruptly. Is that so? There's no one in this world I can't kill. As the words left his mouth, the shadow vanished from his spot in an instant. The next second, Han Zhantian's expression darkened as he felt a palpable killing intent lock onto him. You want to kill this general? Then come and try. With a thunderous roar, Han Zhantian's eyes snapped open wide as his true chi surged violently from within. But just then, a large hand pressed down on Han Zhantian's shoulder. Old Han, the toxins within you are nearly beyond control. Do you want to die by stirring your chi? Leave this fellow to me. Almost as the shadow vanished, Shunan's figure appeared beside Han Zhantian. Everything happened in an instant. Han Zhantian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't even noticed when Shunan had approached. Such speed. It was 0.3 of a second faster than that shadow. You little brat, let's see if you can protect him. In the blink of an eye. A cold shout rang out from nowhere. When the shadow reappeared, it had already materialized before Han Zhantian. A dagger, gleaming with a cold light, instantly lunged toward Han Zhantian. In that very instant, Shunan flickered his right hand, and the hidden kill sword instantly landed in his grasp. Looking for death. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Shunan spat out the words, his sword slashing toward Han Zhantian. Boom! In an instant, a torrential killing intent erupted from the hidden Slayer sword. The overwhelming aura was so intense that not only did the shadow pale, but even Han Zhantian, standing mere inches away, paled visibly. What overwhelming killing intent! Han Zhantian exclaimed in shock. At that very moment, sword and blade collided with a thunderous clash. Clang! A metallic clang echoed through the air. The residual force erupted into a whirlwind that swept outward, fluttering the hem of Shunan's robe. Shunan stood rooted to the spot, sword in hand. Not far away. Thud, thud, thud. After stumbling back several steps, the shadow finally steadied itself. Its eyes widened in shock as it fixed its gaze on Shunan. How is this possible? That sword strike just now, it actually made me feel the scent of death. Fear and shock surged within him. The gaze it fixed upon Shunan was thick with apprehension. Standing rooted to the spot, the shadow felt a numbing tingle in the web of his right hand, where he gripped the dagger. Your specialty is ambush tactics. With your 3rd-tier Grandmaster prowess, you might assassinate a 5th-tier Grandmaster. But in open combat now, if I were to kill you, it would take no more than 10 moves. Shunan, sword in hand, fixed his gaze upon the shadow's position. 10 moves. Hearing Shunan's words, Han Zhantian was quite astonished. Even at his peak, slaying a 3rd-tier Grandmaster would never have been this effortless. I miscalculated.
I never imagined Han Zhantian would have a powerhouse like you by his side. Stowing the dagger in his hand, the shadow's lips curled into a cold smile. I admit I slipped up this time. But next time, it won't be so easy. With that, the shadow flickered and made for the door. He was confident that while his strength might not match Chunan's, an assassin's greatest asset was speed and agility. If he chose to leave, even Han Zhantian wouldn't be able to stop him easily. Did I say you could leave? In the blink of an eye. Chunan's voice echoed from behind him, as if right beside his ear, sending a chill down the shadow's spine. How could this guy be faster than me? As he whipped his head around, he saw Chunan's hands already reaching out, closing in on him. Damn it! The shadow darted sideways, attempting to dodge. But Chunan's speed was too swift. As he shifted his body, Chunan's dragon claw strike landed squarely on his chest. Thud! The next second, a soft sensation washed over the point of contact. Chunan's pupils contracted sharply, instantly withdrawing 80% of the force in his palms. Boom! Riding the momentum of that strike, the shadow's figure instantly retreated over 10 meters away. You! A flash of humiliation and anger flickered in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak but couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You little brat, I'll remember this. With that, the shadow leapt straight up, smashing through a window on the side of the hall and vanishing from Chunan's sight in an instant. Standing rooted to the spot, watching the shadow escape, Chunan wore an expression of utter bewilderment. The world-renowned assassin, Shadow, was actually a woman? Just let him get away like that? Watching the shadow depart, Han Zhantian cast a puzzled glance at Chunan. Though he couldn't intervene, he could tell Chunan had held back and not struck with lethal force. Otherwise, Shadow would never have escaped. My mission is to protect you for 3 days. Killing someone? That's a different price altogether. Turning back, Chunan patted Han Zhantian's shoulder with a smile. Were outsiders to witness this scene, they'd likely be stunned speechless. The White Tiger war god, revered by countless worldly nobles and powerful figures, was actually arm in arm with Chunan. I really can't figure you out, kid. Han Zhantian looked at Chunan with a hint of resignation. With your talent, staying cooped up in this little city of Roncheng is nothing short of a waste. Why not join me on the front lines to defend our homeland? I promise you this, within 3 years, there will be a seat for you among the war gods in the military headquarters. These words seemed half-joking. But Chunan saw the earnestness in Han Zhantian's eyes. I'm used to the life of a free-spirited hermit. Leave the fighting and killing to you lot. Chunan smiled faintly. To earn the title of war god within 3 years. Such terms were likely impossible for anyone to refuse. Alas! He was Chunan, the contemporary heir of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the esteemed young master of the Xian sect. Merely the title of war god was insufficient to sway him. Enough talk. You just tapped into your true energy. Now the poison is beyond your control, isn't it? Chunan smiled as he looked at Han Zhantian. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across the latter's face. Put! Before Han Zhantian could speak, a mouthful of black-tinged blood spurted from his lips. Instantly, Han Zhantian's face turned dark and his body swayed precariously. Chunan grabbed hold of Han Zhantian, immediately feeling for his pulse. His expression darkened abruptly. This is bad. The toxins erupted, you can't suppress it anymore. Chapter 134, Han Zhantian's shock. On Yunding Mountain. A figure darted swiftly through the mountain forests. Only after confirming Chunan wasn't pursuing did he halt his steps. But the moment the figure came to a halt, a mouthful of blood gushed forth uncontrollably. What terrifying power! Why have I never heard of such a figure in the martial world? Leaning against the tree trunk, the shadow gasped for breath, her gaze fixed on the manor, eyes filled with lingering terror. The intelligence from Mandala Kingdom was flawed, it nearly cost this lady her life. This won't do. They'll have to pay me extra for this mission. Muttering under her breath, Lu Qingying tore off the disguise covering her face. In an instant, a cascade of jet black hair spilled down like a waterfall. The previously ordinary face transformed into that of a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Not even the entire world could have imagined it. The famed assassin Shadow was actually a woman. You little brat, I'll remember this slap. Next time we meet, I'll cut off both your hands. The pain radiating from her chest made Lu Qingying's eyes nearly overflow with murderous intent. In all her years, this was the first time anyone had ever groped her. The thought alone. A flicker of shame and anger flickered in Lu Qingying's eyes. She wondered if that guy had guessed anything. At the same time, within the brightly lit Yunding Manor, all that commotion inside, could it be assassins? Outside the hall doors, Wan Changsheng was burning with anxiety. He tried several times to force his way in but was stopped each time. Without General Han's orders, no one is permitted to enter under any circumstances. 2 soldiers with guns blocked the doorway, their expressions unreadable. You lot! What a bunch of blockheads! With General Han's current injuries, how would we handle an assassin if one showed up? Are we supposed to rely on that kid surnamed Chu? Wan Changsheng snapped, his composure slipping.
But no matter how he cursed, military orders are as immovable as mountains. Without General Han Zhantian's orders, the White Tiger Battalion soldiers would not open the gates. At that very moment, inside the main hall, though the assassin had been repelled by Chu Nan, Han Zhantian had expended his true qi earlier, causing the toxins within his body to erupt. Han Zhantian's condition was now far worse than before. Chu Nan, will you reconsider what I said earlier? If you join the White Tiger Legion, after my death, you shall become the successor to the White Tiger War God. Han Zhantian sat cross-legged on the floor, his complexion pale and weak, as he addressed Chu Nan before him. Chu Nan remained silent, merely glancing at Han Zhantian. A faint wisp of dark energy flickered across his pallid face. Most crucially, Chu Nan could sense Han Zhantian's life force slowly fading away. For an ordinary person, death would have come instantly. It was only thanks to Han Zhantian's 7th-rank Grandmaster prowess that he could delay the spread of the mandrake poison. But it was merely a delay. At most, half an incense stick's worth of time remained before the poison ravaged his internal organs. Even a great immortal would be powerless to save him then. Hold off on settling your affairs just yet. With me here, you won't die yet. As Chu Nan spoke, he flicked his wrist, sending a full row of golden needles flying. Calm your mind and steady your breath. Loosen your clothing. Chu Nan wore a rare look of seriousness on his face. Seeing this, Han Zhantian said no more. He simply removed his military jacket and undershirt, baring his entire upper body. The next moment, Chu Nan, who had been about to administer acupuncture, couldn't help but freeze in shock. Across Han Zhantian's body, not a single spot remained untouched. Dense clusters of scars covered his chest and back. Gunshot wounds alone numbered several. To have lived this long, it's been worth it. Joined the army at 18, fought in countless battles big and small, crawled out of piles of corpses more times than I can count. Those shots nearly took me out back then, but I'm tough as nails. I just kept going. Han Zhantian pointed to the bullet holes on his left chest, grinning with satisfaction. But soon, his eyes dimmed. Too bad this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to dodge it. Han Zhantian knew full well the potency of the mandrake poison. Previously, he had barely managed to hold on, relying solely on his cultivation to endure. But after clashing with the shadow just now, his qi had weakened slightly, and he could no longer suppress the toxins erupting within his body. Chu Nan's 3/10 certainty. Now, it was likely less than 10%. I will now perform acupuncture on you. But you must relax your mind and channel your qi fully to cooperate with me. Without further explanation to Han Zhantian, Chu Nan held a golden needle in each hand. As his gaze fell upon Han Zhantian, a golden radiance shone from his eyes. What is this? Feeling Chu Nan's gaze, Han Zhantian's heart sank. Under Chu Nan's gaze, he felt utterly exposed, as if there were no secrets left hidden. After all, he was a formidable 7th-rank Grandmaster. To be seen through at a glance, could Chu Nan's power surpass his own? First needle Tan Zhong. I need you to channel your energy through the Tan Zhong point to help suppress the mandrake poison. Ignoring Han Zhantian's stunned gaze, Chu Nan spoke as he thrust a needle toward Han Zhantian's chest. The golden needle pierced his flesh. A powerful rebound force surged from Han Zhantian's body. Truly worthy of the White Tiger War God, even his physical strength is formidable. Chu Nan held the golden needle, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Young friend, do you require my assistance? Han Zhantian addressed Chu Nan. But the moment the words left his lips, he wisely shut them again. Put. After only a moment's hesitation, the golden needle in Chu Nan's hand pierced Han Zhantian's body without resistance. Where on earth did this kid learn such skills? Even that old codger Wan Changsheng wouldn't break through my physical defenses this easily. Han Zhantian's face was filled with astonishment. But he knew he couldn't afford to lose focus now. He immediately channeled his qi with all his might, coordinating with Chu Nan's acupuncture. After the first needle was placed, Han Zhantian felt a surge of energy flood his body. The previously violent toxins began to slow down. Before he could rejoice, Chu Nan's voice rang out again. Second needle, the giant gate point. Needling this point protects the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Hearing this, Han Zhantian dared not hesitate, channeling his remaining true qi with all his might into the juk point. The next second, the golden needle landed on the juk point. Chu Nan flicked the needle with his finger, and a thread of true qi invisible to the naked eye flowed from the needle into Han Zhantian's body. A warm current surged forth from the juk point, coursing through Han Zhantian's internal organs and purging every trace of the invading toxins. At that moment, Han Zhantian felt his body grow light, and the injuries that had been aggravated earlier eased considerably. You've got some real skill, kid. Witnessing Chu Nan's skill, Han Zhantian couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. If this continued, Chu Nan might actually be able to cure him. Don't get too excited just yet. I've only suppressed the toxins in your body temporarily. The real challenge lies ahead. Holding a golden needle in each hand, Chu Nan addressed Han Zhantian in a solemn tone. Next, I will simultaneously insert needles into the Qihai and Guan Yuan acupoints, completely sealing the toxins within your dantian to annihilate them once and for all. Sensing the gravity in Shunan's tone, Han Zhantian's face clouded with concern. My true chi reserves are less than 20%. I may not have the strength to see this through. Before he could finish speaking. Puff! Puff! Shunan raised his hand, and 2 golden needles swiftly landed in the 2 vital acupoints. Just do your best. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 135, Fate has not yet decreed his demise. In the hall. Time ticked by second. Han Zhantian sat cross-legged on the floor, beads of sweat the size of peppercorns rolling down his face, his expression slightly pained. The datura poison has been sealed within my dantian. Old Han, the process of purging the poison will be painful. Can you endure it? Shunan glanced at Han Zhantian, his fingers already pinching 4 gold needles of varying lengths. This datura poison proved far more stubborn than Shunan had anticipated. Forcibly expelling it would cause agony akin to having one's guts ripped open, a torment most people couldn't endure. At these words, a fierce glint flashed in Han Zhantian's eyes. Go ahead and insert the needles, young Master Chu. I, Han Zhantian, fear not even death. How could I be afraid of a little pain? If I utter a single sound, may I be cursed. Having weathered countless battles, great and small, Han Zhantian would not be daunted by this minor ordeal. Very well, then. I shall begin. Shunan declared in a deep voice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his hands, swift as the wind, struck 4 major acupoints above Han Zhantian's dantian. 4 needles struck simultaneously. True chi flowed ceaselessly from the golden needles into Han Zhantian's body. In an instant, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on Shunan's forehead. No wonder it's ranked among the top 10 poisons. This datura toxin is truly formidable. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as Shunan swiftly retrieved a pill and tossed it into his mouth. With the pill replenishing his energy, Shunan pressed both palms against Han Zhantian's back, intending to forcefully expel the mandrake poison from Han Zhantian's body using his chi. This kid's true chi is actually denser than mine. At that moment, sensing the powerful true chi surging within him, Han Zhantian's heart trembled. But his expression immediately darkened. Within his dantian, a thick, ink-like toxin surged. Now stimulated by Shunan's chi, it began to violently resist. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through his entire body, causing even Han Zhantian to shudder uncontrollably as every muscle tensed. Within mere breaths, Han Zhantian was drenched in sweat. His dantian felt as if it would explode. The pain in that instant surpassed any injury he had ever endured. Only Han Zhantian's iron will held him steady. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have begged for death rather than endure such torment. At that moment, every second that passed felt like an eternity to Han Zhantian. Shunan channeled all his true chi into his dantian. The black toxins that had been raging inside instinctively tried to flee outward, only to find that Shunan had already sealed off every acupoint beyond the dantian. There was only one escape route left. In an instant, driven by Shunan's true chi, the black toxins surged directly upward toward the dantian. Put. The next second, Han Zhantian, seated cross-legged on the ground, suddenly snapped his eyes open. His mouth gaped wide as he spat out a mouthful of black, poisonous blood. Sizzle! The poisonous blood landed on the nearby carpet, actually hissing and smoking. This clearly demonstrated the potency of the mandrake poison. Boom! In that very instant, Han Zhantian's eyes flashed with a piercing light, and a formidable aura surged skyward. Outside the hall, the ground trembled beneath their feet as if an earthquake struck. Sensing the overwhelming aura erupting from the hall, Wan Changshang and the others waiting outside could no longer remain seated. That's Marshal Han's aura. Could something have happened? The officer stationed outside the door looked worried. Wan Changshang, however, paid no heed. He charged forward immediately, kicking the door open with a single kick. I told you not to trust that kid. If something happens to General Han, how am I supposed to explain this to the military headquarters? Before he could finish the last word, Wan Changshang, who had been seething with rage, looked up only for his expression to freeze abruptly on his weathered face. General Han? Wan Changshang stared straight ahead at Han Zhantian, who sat cross-legged on the ground, bare-chested. With his keen eyesight, it was not difficult to see that Han Zhantian's state had undergone a dramatic transformation from before. The previous aura of exhaustion had vanished completely, replaced by a majestic and imposing presence. The White Tiger War God. He had returned. The mandrake poison? It's been neutralized? Wan Changshang asked incredulously. At that moment, led by Deputy Commander Chenjin, the entire White Tiger Battalion charged into the hall in perfect unison. We salute General Han. 300 soldiers of the White Tiger camp knelt in unison before Han Zhantian. Truly the elite force of the White Tiger Legion. Even these 300 men alone displayed such formidable morale that they seemed to represent an entire army. Rise. This commander has weathered far greater storms than this. No need for such fuss. Before his subordinates, Han Zhantian rose to his feet and nodded to the assembled troops. Hearing this, Deputy Commander Chenjin gazed at Han Zhantian with visible emotion. General Han, your injury. Han Zhantian waved his hand casually. Thanks to young Master Chu's timely intervention, The mandrake poison has been neutralized.
I am now in no further danger. At Han Zhantian's words, the entire assembly erupted in excitement.
The generals of the White Tiger camp raised their arms in a roaring cheer.
Heaven blesses our commander. Heaven protects our commander. Our deepest gratitude to Divine Physician Chu. Thank you, Divine Physician Chu.
The roar of voices echoed in their ears. Only when Han Zhantian raised his hand to signal did the crowd fall silent in unison.
In an instant, the hall fell silent once more. Only Wan Changsheng approached Han Zhantian with an urgent look, grabbing his wrist abruptly.
Though his pulse is still somewhat weak, the incorrupting poison within his body has truly vanished.
The datura poison has truly been neutralized. In that instant, Wan Changsheng's aged face paled, and he exclaimed in uncontrollable shock. Young friend Chu, how did you accomplish this?
Wan Changsheng turned to look at Chu Nan, asking curiously.
It's all thanks to General Han's formidable cultivation. For an ordinary person, neutralizing this poison wouldn't have been so straightforward.
Chu Nan smiled noncommittally. Though he put it that way, the shock in Wan Changsheng's heart was immense. He knew full well that Chu Nan's words were overly modest. He understood the potency of the datura poison all too well. Even he had been utterly baffled, yet Chu Nan had managed to counteract it.
Such medical prowess alone placed him far above his own.
This old man is truly impressed. I apologize for my earlier disrespect, young friend Chu. Wan Changsheng was not a narrow-minded man.
He now bowed respectfully to Chu Nan. Ha ha ha. Dr. Wan, this time you're truly convinced, aren't you? Seeing this, Han Zhantian laughed heartily. Come to think of it, you saved my life too, young friend Chu.
From this day forward, young Master Chu is my life-saving benefactor. This debt of gratitude, I shall remember.
Han Zhantian spoke these words with apparent ease.
But to Wan Changsheng and the others, it sent a chill through their hearts.
Everyone knew Han Zhantian's word was as good as gold. He never casually incurred debts of gratitude.
His words alone
was as binding as a military order. With this declaration made today,
it was certain that should Chu Nan face any danger in the future, this White Tiger war god would never stand idly by. Chu Nan turned his gaze toward Han Zhantian and spoke directly. I too have come under my master's orders. Old Han, since the mandrake poison has been neutralized, I must reclaim the token of Longhu Mountain.
Chapter 136, How could I tolerate your insult? The Dragon Tiger Mountain token? Upon hearing Chu Nan's words, Wan Changsheng and the others were all taken aback.
Only Han Zhantian slapped his forehead and grinned widely.
What a brain I have!
I nearly forgot something this important. Han Zhantian spoke as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a jade pendant roughly half the size of a palm, handing it to Chu Nan. The jade pendant appeared unremarkable at first glance, except for the two characters Shinmen engraved in ancient seal script. If I'd known this thing worked so well, I should have asked for a couple more back then. Han Zhantian chuckled playfully after returning the jade pendant to Chu Nan. In this world, no more than 3 individuals possess the Shinmen insignia.
The elder in the military council's council of elders is one of them.
Had he not presented the Shinmen jade token, I doubt the old man would have personally sent me here. Chu Nan accepted the jade pendant and turned his gaze toward Han Zhantian. Anyone bearing this token holds deep ties to our Xian sect.
Whenever anyone arrives with it, they may make one request of us.
Chu Nan's offhand remark instantly caused Han Zhantian and the others to grow solemn. Even Wan Changsheng hadn't anticipated that this seemingly insignificant jade pendant held such profound significance. It granted the bearer the right to make any demand of the Xian sect. This alone holds value far beyond their wildest imaginations.
I never expected you to know about the military elders' hall. Han Zhantian's gaze shifted to Chu Nan, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Across all of China, those aware of the existence of this special institution, the military minister's elder hall, were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, save for the few standing at the pinnacle of China's power pyramid. The token has been retrieved. I suppose I've fulfilled the old man's task. But rest assured, since I promised to protect you for 3 days, I will ensure your safety without fail during that time. Chu Nan declared to Han Zhantian. How presumptuous! What does the White Tiger war god need from a kid like you for protection?
Just as Chu Nan finished speaking, a cold snort echoed from outside the door.
Clatter! Fully armed soldiers surged into the hall.
Leading them was a towering figure clad in a military cloak adorned with azure dragon patterns, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance.
Deputy Commander of the Azure Dragon Army, Liang Juntai, greets the White Tiger war god.
Liang Juntai stood his ground, his gaze fixed on Han Zhantian as he rendered a military salute without a hint of subservience.
Greetings, White Tiger war god.
Behind him, 300 soldiers of the Azure Dragon Regiment saluted in unison.
Deputy Commander Liang, why have you left the northern border to come here? The moment Liang Juntai appeared with the Azure Dragon Battalion, Han Zhantian asked in a deep voice.
At that moment, the White Tiger Battalion soldiers in the hall also stood in formation behind Han Zhantian. The two sides faced each other like opposing armies, the atmosphere growing slightly tense. Reporting to Marshal Han, Dragon Marshal is already aware of the situation at the southern border. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger are brother legions. Therefore, General Long specifically ordered me to lead 300 soldiers from the Azure Dragon camp to protect your safety, General Han. Liang Juntai addressed Han Zhantian with his explanation. Hearing this, Han Zhantian raised an eyebrow. Would that dragon fellow be so kind? I reckon that bastard just wants you lot to come see for yourselves whether I'm really dead or not. Hearing General Han's words, Liang Juntai grew visibly anxious. General Han, General Long would never have such intentions. The military competition is in half a month. General Long is concerned about your health, General Han. We've been ordered to escort Marshal Han to the capital. Marshal Long has commanded that no expense be spared to heal your injuries. Facing Han Zhantian, even Liang Juntai, deputy commander of the Qinglong army, dared not show disrespect. Enough! The affairs of my White Tiger Legion need not concern the Dragon Clan. Besides, Divine Physician Chu has already purged this mandrake poison from my body. It won't delay the military competition in half a month. Han Zhantian pointed at Chu Nan and addressed Liang Juntai and the others. Dr. Chu? Hearing Han Zhantian's words, Liang Juntai also looked at Chu Nan with surprise, his eyes tinged with astonishment. I've heard this poison even stumped the legendary Dr. Wan. If General Han has no desire for my Qinglong army to assist, there's no need to make up such excuses to fob us off. Clearly, Liang Juntai did not believe Han Zhantian's words. The deadly datura poison that had even the military's foremost physician, Wan Changsheng, rendered helpless. He simply couldn't believe this young man in his early 20s possessed such extraordinary abilities. What? You don't believe my word? Han Zhantian looked at Liang Juntai with a hint of amusement. At those words, Liang Juntai immediately bowed his head. Not at all. It's not that I doubt General Han. But this is a matter of great importance. Your safety is tied to the war on the southern border. General Long has summoned renowned physicians from across the land to the capital. It would be wisest for you to go to the capital for treatment. Liang Juntai spoke again, then shot a cold glance toward Chu Nan's location before adding. General Long wouldn't feel at ease entrusting such a critical matter to a young man who's just come down from the mountains. Clearly, he found Han Zhantian's words far too flippant. The mandrake poison was still under study at the military general hospital for a cure. How could Chu Nan have treated it so easily? Ridiculous. No sooner had Han Zhantian finished speaking than Chu Nan suddenly chuckled beside him. Boy, what are you laughing at? Liang Juntai turned and glared at Chu Nan. I laugh at your ignorance. Not even you, not even that Dragon Xing Tian fellow himself would dare question my medical skills. Chu Nan said calmly. You brat, you have some nerve. How dare you address me by my full name, General Long? At Chu Nan's words, Liang Juntai's face flushed with fury. Not only him, but the entire Qinglong camp soldiers glared at Chu Nan with fury. The foremost of the four great war gods of the military headquarters. The venerable Qinglong war god. Even outsiders would show him due respect when mentioning his name, yet Chu Nan dared to be so insolent. The name of the dragon general? Chu Nan's gaze grew slightly cold as he looked at Liang Juntai and sneered. The fact that I remember his name is already giving him face. 8 years ago, that dragon fellow was carried up Dragon Tiger Mountain. Only because of his past merits did I reluctantly intervene to save him. Otherwise, he'd have perished on Dragon Tiger Mountain long ago. Forget about you, a mere deputy army commander. Even if Long Xingtian himself stood before me, he'd have to bow respectfully. At Chu Nan's words, Liang Juntai and the other Qinglong battalion officers were filled with shock and fury. It was one thing to address the Azure Dragon war god by name. But to brazenly demand the Azure Dragon war god bow to him? How dare he insult the commander of the entire million-strong Qinglong army? How could Liang Juntai and the others not be furious? How dare you, you upstart brat, insult the Azure Dragon war god? Even if General Han were here today, I'd still teach you a lesson. Liang Juntai roared, his aura erupting as he swung a fist toward Chu Nan mid-sentence. Chapter 137, The Position of Chief Instructor. Boom! The power of a third-tier grandmaster erupted instantly. A thunderous roar of force echoed as Liang Juntai closed the distance, appearing before Chu Nan in an instant. Deputy Commander Liang. The moment Liang Juntai moved, Han Zhantian roared in fury. But his warning came a split second too late. Facing Liang Juntai's punch, imbued with the iron-blooded killing intent of the military, Chu Nan merely smiled without a word. As the fist closed to within 2 meters, he suddenly raised his leg, striking Liang Juntai's fist squarely. Oomph! A dull thud echoed as Liang Juntai's fierce punch was deflected by Chu Nan's kick. The Qinglong camp soldiers, seeing this, immediately prepared to intervene, but Liang Juntai raised his hand to halt them. Very good. You have some skill. Boy, if you can withstand 10 of my moves without falling today, I'll overlook your offense of disrespecting the Dragon General. Liang Juntai shook his slightly numb hand as he looked at Chu Nan and spoke. 10 moves? Chu Nan laughed. With your level of skill, I could finish you in 1 move. Enough talk. Let's settle this with our fists. At those words, Liang Juntai's face flushed with fury. He immediately launched a sidekick at Chu Nan. Facing this swift kick, Chu Nan advanced instead of retreating. Just as Liang Juntai's foot came within half a meter of Chu Nan suddenly sidestepped. By the narrowest of margins, he dodged Liang Juntai's foot at the last possible moment. Blazing speed. Not far away, Han Zhantian, who had been about to intervene, stiffened in shock. Boom! The next second, Liang Juntai's foot struck solid ground, but it was the pillar in the hall he kicked, leaving a crack in the marble column. The kick carried tremendous force, but it had missed its mark. You little brat, is dodging all you've got? Liang Juntai spun around in fury, glaring at Chu Nan with accusation. But the words barely left his mouth when his entire body trembled as if struck by lightning, leaving him speechless. There stood Chu Nan, holding a military rank insignia in his hand, a mocking smile on his face as he stared at Liang Juntian. This can't be possible. Liang Juntai instinctively glanced at his own shoulder. There, on his right shoulder, one of the 4 stars that had been there was now missing. When had he struck? Liang Juntai's face drained of color, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. So preoccupied with attacking, he hadn't even noticed when Chu Nan had made his move. A hair's breadth made all the difference. Had this been a life or death battle? Chu Nan's hand would likely hold not the star insignia, but his severed head. Whoa! The Qinglong regiment's soldiers all sucked in their breath at the sight. They never imagined that even with Deputy Commander Liang Juntai's skills, he couldn't even touch the hem of Chu Nan's robe. This kid is even stronger than I imagined. Even Han Zhantian stared at Chu Nan with astonishment. Though he knew Chu Nan was formidable, he hadn't anticipated this level of prowess. After all, Liang Juntai was the deputy commander of the entire Qinglong army, a top 5 powerhouse within its ranks. Yet he wasn't even a match for Chu Nan in a single exchange. The most crucial factor was Chu Nan's age. Such a young Grandmaster-level expert stirred even Han Zhantian's heart with a sense of regret at such wasted talent. Just now, I let my guard down for a moment, allowing you to succeed. Let's settle this properly. Liang Juntai declared, his face twisted with resentment. Enough! Is this humiliation not enough? Before Liang Juntai could strike again, a figure flashed between him and Chu Nan, instantly radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. General Han, has your strength returned? Feeling the profound aura emanating from Han Zhantian, Liang Juntian looked genuinely surprised. Han Zhantian nodded solemnly, his expression stern as he declared. Young friend Chu is a descendant of Dragon Tiger Mountain. His mission to rescue me was commissioned by the Military Department Elders Council. You distrust this general, yet you dare to distrust even the Military Department Elders Council? The Military Department Elders Council? At these words, Liang Juntai's expression instantly turned solemn. He never imagined Chu Nan would have any connection to the Military Department Elders Council. If that were truly the case, then the other party's identity would likely be far more complex than he had imagined. This subordinate dares not. The earlier incident was a complete misunderstanding. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, General Han. Liang Juntai saluted General Han Zhantian once more. Since General Han is no longer in danger, we shall return immediately to report. With that, Liang Juntai turned and led the Qinglong army away, their earlier arrogance now completely gone. Relying on their status as the foremost of the 4 military districts, the Qinglong army has never held us in high regard. That Liang Juntai really has some nerve, daring to make a move right in front of General Han. Thankfully, Divine Physician Chu proved superior in skill, thoroughly humbling that upstart. After Liang Juntai and his men departed, Shinjin, the deputy commander standing beside Han Zhantian, voiced his own discontent. The 4 military regions were called brother legions. Yet they secretly competed against each other. That Liang Juntian has risen to deputy commander of the Qinglong army at such a young age, it's not just his skill that got him there. As one of the 8 great families of the capital, the Liang clan wields considerable influence within the military. You shouldn't have offended this man. Han Zhantian looked at Chu Nan and sighed. The Liang family was one of the 8 great families of the capital. It was precisely because of this that Liang Juntai, despite his youth, had been cultivated into a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. However, his vindictive nature was notorious. Today, Chu Nan had humiliated Liang Juntai. This matter would likely not end so simply. I didn't kill him just now because of that military uniform he was wearing. If there's a next time, never mind that the Liang family is among the 8 great clans. Even if the 4 great families banded together, I, Chu Nan, would show no mercy. Chu Nan declared coldly. At these words, everyone present, including Han Zhantian, paled visibly. They could tell without a doubt that Chu Nan wasn't joking. If Liang Juntai dared to lay a hand on Chu Nan again, his fate would be far less merciful. Enough. All matters settled. I'll be taking my leave now. Chu Nan stowed away the golden needles and looked up at Han Zhantian, saying, though the mandrake poison has been neutralized, your internal organs remain damaged by the toxins. You still require recuperation. For the next 3 days, I will return daily to administer acupuncture, aiding your recovery. With that, Chu Nan turned and started to leave. Seeing this, Han Zhantian hurriedly called out to Chu Nan. Young Master Chu, please wait. Chu Nan paused in his steps.
Is there something else?
Looking at Chunan, Han Zhantian hesitated, then walked straight up to him and grinned. The military equipment competition among the 4 major military districts is in half a month. With my injuries, I'm afraid I'm all heart but no strength when it comes to drilling these young lads. Would you be willing to lend a hand, young Master Chu? I'd like to invite you to serve as the chief instructor for my White Tiger Battalion.
Train these cubs for me. Chief instructor? The moment Han Zhantian uttered these words, Deputy Commander Chinjin and the entire White Tiger Battalion present gaped in disbelief. Chapter 138, reluctantly agreeing. Old Han, you want me to be the White Tiger Camp's chief instructor? In the hall, Chunan looked at Han Zhantian and smiled. You should know my ambitions lie elsewhere. I don't believe I'm qualified for the position of chief instructor of the White Tiger Camp. Chunan politely declined. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. He refused? Chief instructor of the White Tiger Camp. Such an incredible opportunity, and Chunan actually turned it down? As if anticipating Chunan's refusal, Han Zhantian slung an arm around his shoulder and said with a smile. I know you're not here for battlefield glory, Chu. Just do this one favor for your old buddy. The White Tiger manual we practice in the White Tiger Camp emphasizes fierce combat over footwork. Seeing how skilled you are with your movements, why not give these tiger cubs some pointers? Having observed Chunan's exchange with Liang Juntai, Han Zhantian's keen eye had already discerned the exceptional agility in Chunan's cultivation. If Chunan were willing to teach this technique to the White Tiger Camp's commanders, it would undoubtedly compensate for the camp's martial arts deficiencies. Half a month later, at the military equipment competition, his White Tiger Camp could no longer settle for being perpetual runners-up. Chunan could see right through Han Zhantian's scheme trying to get his cultivation techniques for free. No way. Old Han, I can save lives, but teaching others? That's not my forte. Chunan reached out and patted Han Zhantian's shoulder. Before he could finish, Han Zhantian leaned in and whispered. Just half a month. How much they learn is their own fortune. Brother Chu, just do your best. Besides, I can't let you work for nothing. If you're willing to serve as the chief instructor of my White Tiger Camp, this entire Yunding Heavenly Palace Han Zhantian, will give it to you. The cloud-topping Heavenly Palace? Han Zhantian's words caught Chunan off guard. This guy was really going all out. The Cloud Peak Palace was worth over 10 billion yuan, a super luxury mansion renowned throughout Rong City. Serving as instructor for just half a month could net him over 10 billion. Even Chunan found the deal tempting. Alright, since you're extending such a generous invitation, Old Han, it would be rude of me to refuse. Serving as the White Tiger Camp's chief instructor is fine, but let's be clear. I'm only doing this for half a month. Hearing Chunan's stance soften, Han Zhantian immediately sealed the deal. Half a month. Not a day more. Only then did Chunan nod his agreement. At that moment, to the onlookers, Chunan and Han Zhantian were seen arm in arm, as close as brothers. Whatever they discussed, they shook hands as if reaching a mutual understanding. Brother Han, there's one more thing. Chunan's expression betrayed a hint of hesitation. Hey, Brother Chu, speak your mind. No need for formalities between us brothers. Han Zhantian laughed heartily, his arm around Chunan's shoulder, looking quite pleased. Hearing Han Zhantian speak so frankly, Chunan decided to stop beating around the bush. He pointed at the pile of empty bottles on the table and smiled. This baijiu is quite something. I'd like to take some back for research. If we could produce such potent liquor, I believe it would greatly benefit the cultivation of the White Tiger Camp soldiers. The moment Chunan spoke, Han Zhantian's expression froze. This wasn't just any old baijiu. This was Master's drunkenness, a spiritual liquor so rare it couldn't be bought with money. Even with his position as Marshal of the Southern Military District, his annual supply barely reached 10 bottles. Crucially, this stuff was priceless and impossible to find on the market. Each bottle consumed meant one less bottle available. Normally, even Han Zhantian wouldn't dare bring himself to drink it. Very well. Since Brother Chu enjoys it so much, I've got a few more jars in storage. I'll have them pack those up for you too. A hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes as Han Zhantian forced a smile. Even giving the cloud-top Heavenly Palace to Chunan wouldn't have caused him this much heartache. After all, no matter how splendid the cloud-top Heavenly Palace was, it remained a worldly possession measured by gold. But this Grandmaster's drunk was different. This was a cultivation tonic secretly developed by the military minister's elders' hall. Something money couldn't buy on the outside. Within the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace estate, the banquet was drawing to a close. Though the atmosphere remained lively, Han Zhantian's absence left many guests disappointed. Yuru, I've already had someone notify my godfather. I heard a distinguished guest is visiting the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace tonight. The White Tiger War God will personally see them off later. Thanks to my godfather's connections, we can enter the inner courtyard. We might even have the honor of witnessing the White Tiger War God and this mysterious distinguished guest. Qian Dawei said to Qin Yuru with a smug look. Though she wasn't particularly fond of Qian Dawei, her curiosity about the White Tiger War God and this mysterious guest proved irresistible. Shin Yaru nodded and followed him toward the inner courtyard. Halt! At the entrance to the estate's inner courtyard, 2 soldiers armed with live ammunition blocked their path. Sir, my name is Qian Dawei. I'm the godson of Dr. Li from the military medical unit. Qian Dawei said with a fawning smile. Even the 2 gate guards of the White Tiger Battalion were not people he could afford to offend. Dr. Li's adopted son? No one's godson gets special treatment. The inner courtyard is restricted territory. Outsiders are forbidden entry. The 2 soldiers eyed Qian Dawei coldly, their expressions darkening. Hearing this, Qian Dawei paled slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Just then, a figure hurried out from the inner courtyard. Dawei, what brings you here? The man appeared to be around 50, dressed in military uniform and a white lab coat, clearly a member of Wan Changqing's medical team. Godfather! Qian Dawei exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Yaru, this is my godfather, Li Xianhai. He's part of the White Tiger Battalion's medical team. Don't let his rank fool you. Even the regiment commander treats him with utmost respect when he's in town. With Godfather here, we'll definitely meet the White Tiger War God tonight. Qian Dawei turned to introduce Qin Yaru as well. When mentioning his godfather, his tone brimmed with pride. Dawei, unauthorized entry into the inner courtyard is strictly prohibited. Even as an officer of the White Tiger Battalion, I cannot break the rules. Li Xianhai addressed Qian Dawei with a stern expression. Here's what we'll do. General Han will personally escort the honored guests out shortly. I'll arrange for you to join the farewell procession. Seeing General Han shouldn't be difficult. At Li Xianhai's words, Qian Dawei and Qin Yaru both lit up with excitement. To witness the legendary White Tiger War God in person. It was something most people dared not even dream of. But their excitement lasted only a moment. Their eyes darted to the inner courtyard, where a figure was sneaking out, clutching several jars of wine. What's he doing here? When they recognized the face of the approaching figure, both Qian Dawei and Qin Yaru were utterly astonished. Wasn't it strictly forbidden to enter the inner courtyard without permission? How did Chu Nan get in? Stop right there. The moment he saw Chu Nan, Qian Dawei immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. How dare you trespass into the inner courtyard? Godfather, have someone seize this brat at once. Qin Yaru's expression darkened. She never imagined Chu Nan would be so audacious as to cause trouble within the White Tiger War God's residence at the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Chapter 139, Qian Dawei's Godfather. To steal from the White Tiger War God's residence. If caught, the charges would be severe. Staring at Chu Nan, Qin Yaru blurted out impatiently. How did you get in here? After all, even she and Qian Dawei couldn't access this inner courtyard sanctuary. How had Chu Nan managed to enter? And they even walked out the front door as if nothing was wrong. Aren't they just asking for trouble? Never mind that for now. Did you bring your car? These jars of liquor are top-notch stuff. Carrying them alone is a real hassle. Before she could explain, Chu Nan cut in with a question for Qin Yaru. Qin Yaru instinctively shook her head. Beside them, Qian Dawei eyed the several jars of liquor crammed into Chu Nan's arms and sneered. Good stuff? Of course they're good stuff. They're from the White Tiger War God's residence. But you've got some nerve, kid. Don't you know where you are? Stealing here. Chu Nan laughed aloud at the remark. Stealing? Which eye of yours saw me stealing? This was personally given to me by Han Zhantian. The moment Chu Nan uttered these words, Qian Dawei burst into laughter. Han Zhantian personally gave it to you? Who do you think you are? Why not just say Han Zhantian gifted you this entire Cloudtop Heavenly Palace too? Chu Nan merely smiled in return. You've actually hit the nail on the head. In half a month, this Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace will be mine. But I've got business to attend to now, so I won't waste any more words on you. Saying this, Chu Nan hoisted several jars of wine in his arms and made to walk toward the door. Your mouth spews nothing but lies, proof enough of what a shameless scoundrel you are. Godfather, have someone arrest this brat immediately. Qian Dawei urgently interjected. Li Xianhai's eyes widened in surprise before he barked in a deep voice. This fellow's origins are unclear. He should be arrested and interrogated. We can't let him walk away like this. Though he was part of the military medical team, he was essentially just a newly recruited assistant. Today, he hadn't even been granted access to the main hall, let alone the privilege of meeting Chu Nan. He certainly didn't know. The divine healer who had cured Han Zhantian today was none other than Chu Nan. He was even less aware that the distinguished guest Han Zhantian intended to escort out stood right before him. And who are you? Chu Nan suddenly turned to face Li Xianhai. Seeing the military uniform on the man, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This time, before Li Xianhai could speak, Qian Dawei stepped forward with a smug look on his face. Chu Nan, this is my godfather, Li Xianhai. A senior officer in the White Tiger Battalion's medical corps, a favorite of the White Tiger War God himself. Let me be frank, I brought Yaru over here today specifically to meet the White Tiger War God in person. In front of Qin Yaru, Qian Dawei naturally began to boast and exaggerate. I wonder what the Qin family was thinking, pairing Yaru with a useless husband like you.
Today, if you agree to divorce Yuro, I'll spare you from the charge of trespassing into the war god's residence all for her sake. By the end, Chen Daoi's tone had turned threatening. Xin Yuru's expression shifted slightly at his words. Young Master Qian, I've made myself perfectly clear there's no possibility between us. What happens between Chu Nan and me is our business alone. We don't need an outsider meddling in it. Hearing Qin Yaruo's words, Chen Daoi's face turned ashen. Yuru, don't you understand my feelings for you? If that kid doesn't agree today, I'll make sure he rots in prison for the rest of his life. Chen Daowei wasn't one to back down either, his tone thick with menace. He refused to believe Chu Nan could hold out forever. Sure enough. Upon hearing Chen Daowei's words, Qin Yuru was the first to lose her composure. Breaking into the war god's residence and stealing property. If those charges were pinned on Chu Nan, he'd likely face at least 3 to 5 years behind bars. Enough. Do you really think your godfather is the war god himself? If I want to leave today, even Han Zhantian couldn't stop me, let alone your so-called godfather? Chu Nan paid no heed to Chen Daowei's threats, immediately grabbing the wine jar and striding toward the exit. Stop him. Li Xianhai, his face twisted with fury, barked at the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. However, just as the soldiers, who had been standing with their guns drawn, were about to move, their eyes suddenly caught sight of the dark white token hanging at Chu Nan's waist. The White Tiger Military Order. To see this token was to see the White Tiger war god himself. The 2 soldiers' expressions instantly changed. The look in their eyes as they stared at Chu Nan conveyed nothing but shock and reverence. Slap. Just as Chu Nan approached carrying the wine jar, both soldiers raised their right hands and simultaneously saluted Chu Nan in military fashion. And just like that, Chu Nan strode out of the inner courtyard with complete confidence. This scene left Li Xianhai and Qian Daowei utterly dumbfounded. Godfather, are we just letting that kid walk away? Qian Daowei murmured awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Li Xianhai was equally baffled. What was the background of this kid before them? That he could command the elite of the White Tiger camp to salute him as he departed. Outside the door, Chu Nan paused in his steps, then turned to glance at Qin Yuru with a smile. It's getting late. Honey, we should head back to bed. Chu Nan's words instantly made Qin Yuru's cheeks flush slightly. Glancing at the banquet, which was winding down, Qin Yuru also took her leave from Chen Daowei with a hint of displeasure. Young Master Qian, I fulfilled the conditions I promised you. Since the banquet has concluded, I should be heading back as well. With that, Qin Yuru took the initiative to follow Chu Nan. Yuru, you. Seeing this, Chen Daowei was furious. If you remain stubborn, I see no point in discussing our collaboration any further. Finally, Chen Daowei laid bare his true intentions. At that moment, Qin Yuru sighed. If it means sacrificing my own happiness, I'd rather not have this partnership. With that, Qin Yuru actually linked arms with Chu Nan right in front of Chen Daowei, and the 2 turned to leave. Oh, right. There's something I forgot to tell you. Before leaving, Chu Nan turned to face Li Xianhai and Qian Daowei. The dirty deeds at Zhang Jimin's clinic, it was your Qian family behind them, wasn't it? Dr. Zhang lost the use of one leg. I'll avenge him. As for your Qian family, enjoy your feasting and revelry while you can, your good days are numbered. With just those words, Chu Nan strode away, taking the bewildered Qin Yuru with him. Qian Daowei, left standing alone, wore a face dark with foreboding. Zhang Jimin. He knew that name well. An old man who ran a free clinic in the slums, blocking the Qian family's money-making opportunities. He never imagined Chu Nan would have any connection to this old codger. How dare you speak so boldly? For the Chen family, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Qian Daowei's face darkened, radiating a murderous intent. At that moment, Li Xianhai, standing nearby, suddenly turned his head toward the inner courtyard. His expression changed abruptly. A large group of people rushed out in a hurry. At the head of the group stood a figure clad in military uniform, 5 stars on his shoulders. Needless to say, it was none other than the White Tiger war god, Han Zhantian. Han. War god Han? In that instant, Chen Daowei was so overcome with excitement he could barely form coherent words. He never imagined he would have the fortune to see the White Tiger war god in person, a figure so elusive that even the most powerful nobles rarely caught a glimpse. This experience was something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Chapter 140, The Chen Family's Sky is Falling. The scene. It wasn't just Han Zhantian. Behind him, Deputy Commander Chen Jun led his men in close formation. Even Wan Changsheng, the head of the military medical center, was present. Daowei, kneel immediately. Snapping back to his senses, Li Xianhai kicked Qian Daowei, and both men hurriedly dropped to one knee before Han Zhantian. We pay our respects to the White Tiger war god. Li Xianhai hurriedly declared with reverence. Seeing Han Zhantian and the others arrive in such a hurry, he couldn't help but feel intensely curious. Where's that kid from earlier? Han Zhantian didn't recognize Li Xianhai and the other man at all. He simply asked the 2 White Tiger camp soldiers guarding the gate. At Han Zhantian's words, Chen Daowei and Li Xianhai exchanged glances, both feeling a jolt in their hearts. Reporting to the war god. A brat just trespassed into the war god's residence and spoke insolently to you, war god Han. But rest assured, war god, I'll personally capture that brat, skin him alive, and punish him severely. Before Li Xianhai could respond, Chen Dawei, eager to impress war god Han Zhantian, boldly stepped forward and declared. But the moment those words left his mouth, Wan Changsheng and the others present all turned their gaze toward him in unison, their expressions tinged with peculiarity. It was as if they were watching someone courting disaster. Li Xianhai naturally sensed the tension. But before he could utter a word of warning, Han Zhantian's dark, forbidding face appeared before him. Stand up! Han Zhantian barked the order. Li Xianhai and Qian Dawei both rose instinctively. What did you say you were going to do to that kid? Han Zhantian demanded coldly. Qian Dawei, confused, stammered in reply. To show disrespect to the war god is to oppose me and my godfather. I'll skin him alive and tear him limb from limb as punishment. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Dawei felt his flattery had backfired spectacularly. The white tiger god of war before him showed not a trace of amusement, his expression growing increasingly grim. Wan Changsheng, is this your man? Han Zhantian turned his head, fixing his gaze on Li Xianhai beside Qian Dawei. Wan Changsheng stepped forward and whispered into Han Zhantian's ear. Just a new assistant in the military medical corps. Upon hearing this, Han Zhantian turned his gaze back to Li Xianhai and Qian Dawei, his voice cold as he barked. You two have some nerve. The sheer force of his voice sent a wave of overwhelming authority crashing over them, causing both Li Xianhai and Qian Dawei's faces to pale. Not knowing how they had provoked Han Zhantian, they instinctively fell back to their knees. Spare our lives, war god. Confused and bewildered, they cried out in supplication. My savior, Han Zhantian. The chief instructor of the White Tiger Corps. Skinning and dismemberment? As punishment? Do you even deserve it? Han Zhantian's thunderous rebuke instantly petrified the two men before him. As if struck by a petrification spell, they knelt on the ground for a full half-minute, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. The savior of the White Tiger War God? The chief instructor of the White Tiger Corps? How could this be? Upon hearing these words, both Li Xianhai and Qian Dawei's minds went completely blank. Regardless of which title it was, neither of them could afford to cross such a figure. General Han, please calm your anger. Your subordinate truly had no knowledge of Mr. Chu's identity. What was said earlier was merely this youngster's idle banter. I have absolutely no connection to him whatsoever. Li Xianhai's eyes darted about as he hurriedly defended himself to Han Zhantian. As he spoke, he deliberately moved 2 meters away, feigning complete unfamiliarity with Qian Dawei. Joking? He was itching to strangle that stepson right now. If Qian Dawei hadn't opened his big mouth, none of this would have happened. Han Zhantian's expression remained utterly unsympathetic as he coldly declared. Starting today, you're transferred to the logistics squad to clean latrines. And one more thing. If a single hair on Brother Chu's head is harmed, don't think your measly Qian family can stop me. Even the powerful and influential Enraged will have to answer to the iron hoof of my White Tiger Battalion. At these words, Chen Dawei and the other kneeling man paled instantly. For the White Tiger War God to defend him so fiercely. What kind of status did Chu Nan possess? At that moment, Han Zhantian turned his gaze directly toward the entrance. A flicker of pain flickered in his eyes. That kid moves fast. He didn't leave me a single jar of my last 4 jars of Grandmaster's drunk. Han Zhantian muttered under his breath before flinging his cloak aside and striding back into the inner courtyard. Wan Changsheng and the others followed cautiously at his side. Over 100 people passed by, yet not a single one spared a glance at Li Xianhai and the other kneeling on the ground. Not until much later. Godfather? Chen Dawei felt his legs go numb as he trembled on the ground, calling out to Li Xianhai. Don't call me Godfather. I won't take a fool like you as my godson. Li Xianhai was already seething with rage. Seeing Chen Dawei, that stupid pig, only made his anger boil over. He rose and kicked him twice. You got me stuck cleaning out latrines. Don't ever say you know me again. With that, Li Xianhai stormed off in a rage. Only Chen Dawei, slumped on the ground, suddenly recalled the words Chu Nan had spoken before leaving. In an instant, his face turned pale with dread, as if the sky itself were about to collapse. Night deepened. At the Qin family villa. Since returning from the cloud-top heavenly palace, Qin Yuru's gaze toward Chu Nan always carried a hint of puzzlement and curiosity. Aren't you going to explain yourself? In the room, Qin Yuru looked at Chu Nan and couldn't help but ask. Explain what? Chu Nan brushed the dust off his hands, glancing at the 4 jars of Master's drunkenness on the floor. A smile couldn't help but spread across his face. These 4 jars of Master's drunk alone held a value beyond mere worldly currency. Such spirit wine, aiding cultivation, was exceedingly rare. Why were you at the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace tonight? And with the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace guarded so heavily, how did you manage to enter the inner courtyard and leave so effortlessly? And this pile of stuff, don't tell me you're going to say the White Tiger War God personally gave them to you? Qin Yuru watched as Chu Nan carefully placed the wine jars at the foot of the bed before asking again. It wasn't that she didn't believe Chu Nan's explanation. But such a claim was simply too far-fetched. A personal gift of wine from the White Tiger war god.
What an immense honor that would be. Across the entire city of Roncheng, how many people could possibly qualify for such an honor?
I've already said it. Han Zhantian is injured, and I went to treat him. As for these jars of wine, there is payment for my services.
Speaking of consultation fees,
Shunan looked at the 4 jars of grandmasters drunk before him and felt considerably more at ease.
Xin Yaru, however, glared at Shunan with visible irritation. If you don't want to explain, then don't. No need to make up excuses to placate me. Tonight, it's the same old deal. You sleep on the couch, I sleep in the bed.
Xin Yaru flopped onto the bed and casually tossed a pillow at Shunan.
Sigh.
You wouldn't believe me even if I told you.
Women are such a pain to deal with. Shunan sighed. Just then, a text message popped up on his phone.
A single glance was enough to bring a faint smile to Chunan's lips.
The Qian family.
They weren't completely stupid after all. They're planning to pay off their troubles.
Chapter 141, The Qian Family's Apology. Early the next morning.
Roncheng, outside the 1,000 Gold Clinic.
What are you doing here? You're not welcome here.
Zheng Xingyue stared at Qian Dawei before her, her face twisted with disgust. She certainly recognized this guy.
The eldest son of the Qian family.
It was the Qian family's covert persecution that had cost her grandfather a leg. If not for Chunan's exceptional medical skills, Zheng Jimin would likely have been crippled for life.
Miss Shang, I was entirely in the wrong about what happened before. Take it out on me, beat me, scold me, whatever you want. Please let me see the divine Dr. Chu.
I must apologize to him in person. Chen Dawei led a group of men to camp outside the 1,000 Gold Clinic, determined to wait for Chunan until he emerged.
Zheng Xingyue watched the scene, her eyes wide with utter surprise. The sun rising in the west? Qian Dawei actually wanted to apologize in person? Well, you're early. Just then, a taxi pulled up nearby.
Chunan stepped out of the cab, catching sight of Qian Dawei and the others waiting outside the 1,000 Gold Clinic.
Young Master Chu, no, Master Dr. Chu. You're finally here.
The moment he saw Chunan, Chen Dawei immediately plastered on a smile and rushed over.
What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and bring the things inside.
Qian Dawei turned and barked at his entourage behind him. Immediately, Qian's crew began unloading crate after crate of Chinese medicinal herbs from the truck parked by the roadside. Over 100 boxes of rare herbs. They piled up like a small mountain. This shipment alone was worth tens of millions. Not just the 1,000 Gold Clinic, even a larger herbal pharmacy could use this supply for 2 or 3 years.
Young Master Qian, what on earth are you doing?
Chunan glanced at the scene and smiled faintly. Qian Dawei, his broad face beaming, leaned close to Chunan and said apologetically.
This is just a token of our Qian family's sincerity. Past misunderstandings are behind us.
We humbly ask the esteemed Dr. Chu to forgive our past shortcomings. A magnanimous soul forgives petty transgressions. Seeing Qian Dawei's fawning attitude, Chunan understood perfectly well but feigned ignorance.
No reward for no merit.
I have no ties whatsoever with the Qian family.
Please take these things back, young Master Qian. With that, Chunan turned and began walking toward the clinic.
Seeing this, Qian Dawei grew frantic.
Chunan wasn't refusing the gift. He clearly found the gift too meager. Hey, Master Dr. Chu, wait a moment.
The Chen family's gratitude extends far beyond this token. As he spoke, Chen Dawei blocked Chunan's path, his face plastered with a forced smile as he produced a pre-prepared check.
A cashier's check from HSBC, 500 million in cash. Consider this my apology to you, Divine Physician Chu, on behalf of the Qian family. A 500 million yuan cashier's check. The Qian family certainly showed ample sincerity.
As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Chunan paused in his steps, his expression turning troubled.
Young Master Qian, you speak too modestly.
While there are indeed minor disagreements between me and the Qian family, given their sincere gesture, it would be petty of me to continue putting on airs.
With that, Chunan smoothly accepted the check. Watching Chunan accept the check, Chen Dawei breathed a sigh of relief. Master Physician Chu is absolutely right.
In the future, before the White Tiger War God, I hope the Divine Physician Chu will speak well of my Qian family on our behalf. Though he had accepted the favor, a faint, cold smile lingered on Chunan's face.
Our matters between us can be settled easily.
But Zheng Jiming is still the chief physician at my 1,000 Gold Clinic. Your Qian family had someone break his leg. This matter cannot simply be swept under the rug.
Chunan's sudden shift in demeanor froze Qian Dawei's smile in midair. Divine Physician Chu. What exactly do you mean by that? Qian Dawei stammered nervously.
I've said it before, I couldn't care less about our personal grudges. But your Qian family broke Dr. Zheng's leg.
That's just a token of sincerity, it's nowhere near enough.
Chunan reached out and patted Qian Dawei's face, chuckling softly.
Hearing this, Qian Dawei's heart lurched violently. He never imagined
that over 100 crates of rare medicinal herbs plus a 500 million yuan cashier's check still couldn't satisfy Chunan's appetite.
Master Chu, no, Grandfather Chu. What exactly must my Qian family do for you to spare us?
Qian Dawei demanded of Chu Nan, his voice trembling. His fleshy face twitched uncontrollably. His panic was as if awaiting a death sentence.
I have only one condition. Chu Nan whispered softly into Qian Dawei's ear. Within 3 days, every private hospital under the Qian family's name must shut down permanently. Failure to comply will be at your own peril. With a light pat on Qian Dawei's shoulder, Chu Nan rose and strode straight into the clinic.
Meanwhile, Qian Dawei, still bowing low where he stood, froze in place as if turned to stone.
Shut down all the hospitals under the Qian family's name? Wasn't this an outright attempt to destroy the Qian family? Chu Nan's condition was hardly considered. It was practically forcing the Qian family to the brink of ruin.
That bastard. Watching Chu Nan pocket his check and walk away with utter nonchalance, Qian Dawei clenched his fists instinctively, his eyes burning with hatred. But what could he do? The mere thought that Chu Nan was somehow connected to the White Tiger war god, Han Zhantian. A chill ran through his heart, and the hatred that had just flared up instantly dissolved into a deep sense of helplessness. This is no trivial matter. 3 days. Does this bastard truly intend to leave the Qian family no way out? He sighed helplessly. Qian Dawei got into his car and sped back immediately. Boss, what about this pile of stuff? Outside the clinic's entrance, Zhang Xingyue stared at the mountain of rare medicinal herbs piled high and turned to ask Chu Nan. Why pass up a free gift? Have them bring all the herbs inside. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Nan accepted the herbs worth tens of millions with a smile. Always hailing taxis isn't practical. I really need to buy a car. Inside the clinic, Chu Nan stared at the 500 million yuan cashier's check in his hands, lost in thought. Just then, a phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Chu Nan answered the call. Brother Chu Nan. The moment the call connected, Lu Xiaoman's sweet, coquettish voice came through from the other end. Even Chu Nan couldn't help but feel a tingle run through his body. Miss Lu, could we please speak properly? What's up? Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Hearing Chu Nan's voice, Lu Xiaoman finally cooed sweetly. Chu Nan, I heard you opened a clinic, but I haven't had a chance to support your business yet. My old ailment seems to have flared up again these past few days. Are you free right now? How about I come to your clinic for a visit? Lu Xiaoman clearly had ulterior motives. But since business was practically walking through the door, there was no reason to refuse. Chu Nan knew that if he didn't agree to this girl today, she'd probably find some other way to bother him. So he scheduled an appointment for Lu Xiaoman. He sat in the clinic, waiting for the woman. Chapter 142, Specially Appointed Physician. 20 minutes later. A red Ferrari pulled up outside the gates of the 1,000 Gold Clinic. After all, this was a notorious slum in the East District. The sudden appearance of a luxury car worth millions naturally drew the attention of many passers-by. The door opened. Lu Xiaoman, dressed to impress, glanced at the Tianjin clinic before her. How much money could this old, run-down clinic possibly make? No way. I need to go tell Grandpa to open a bigger clinic for Brother Chu Nan. Lu Xiaoman muttered under her breath before stepping inside the clinic. There weren't many patients inside. Chu Nan had just finished seeing the patient in front of him when he spotted Lu Xiaoman entering the main hall. Not bad at all. Being able to walk in means your old ailment isn't causing any major problems for now. Chu Nan glanced at Lu Xiaoman's long legs beneath her black stockings, his tone tinged with playful teasing. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoman felt a pang of guilt. She immediately reached out to steady herself on a chair and pouted at Chu Nan. No way. I guess my old injury hasn't fully healed yet. When the weather turns cold, the old wound just can't help but ache. Why don't you give me a massage like last time, Chu Nan? Hearing Lu Xiaoman's words, Chu Nan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he didn't call her bluff. Others refused to see a doctor. But this girl? She practically wishes she had more ailments to complain about. Alright, the private treatment room is upstairs. Follow me. At a loss with Lu Xiaoman, Chu Nan promptly rose and headed toward the second floor. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoman's eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing a triumphant smile. She believed her lies were flawless. Little did she know, her little tricks were probably only good enough to fool a 3-year-old. Second floor of the clinic. Chu Nan knew Lu Xiaoman's old ailment hadn't fully healed, but it wasn't nearly as exaggerated as she claimed. Chu Nan simply gave the girl a massage. The blissful sensation made Lu Xiaoman gasp with pleasure several times. 15 minutes later. Lu Xiaoman collapsed onto the treatment bed, feeling every tendon and meridian in her body unblocked and utterly blissful. Alright, your previous ailment is no longer a major concern. Next time you need me, just come straight to the clinic, no need for all this fuss. Seeing the pair of long legs swing before him, Chu Nan quickly averted his gaze and withdrew his hands from Lu Xiaoman's waist. Thank you, Brother Chu Nan. To repay you, how about I treat you to dinner today? Lu Xiaoman smiled at Chu Nan. Well aware of the girl's intentions, Chu Nan replied with a laugh. Dinner's out of the question. But there's something I really need to ask you. I'm thinking of buying a car. Do you know where the nearest dealership is? Hearing Chu Nan's words, Lu Xiaoman didn't hesitate for a moment before blurting out. Buy a car?
Just tell me what kind of car you need, Brother Chunan. Oh, and my company actually has over a dozen ready-to-drive cars at the nearby dealership. I'll contact the manager right now. Just go pick out whatever model you like, Brother Chunan. Who was Lu Xiaoman? The heiress of the prestigious Lu Group, a conglomerate worth tens of billions. She owned quite a few luxury cars herself. Knowing Chunan needed a car was practically a trivial matter for Lu Xiaoman. No way. How could I take advantage of you like that? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoman's offer, Chunan instinctively refused. After all, it was just a car. He wasn't about to ask Lu Xiaoman for help over something so trivial. But the moment he said that, it only made Lu Xiaoman look displeased. Chunan, are we still friends? Between friends, this little favor is nothing. Chunan smiled and said. You know I don't like owing people favors. With that, Chunan turned to head downstairs. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Xiaoman's expression darkened. What does Brother Chunan mean? Others didn't even have the right to owe her a favor. Is it because I'm not attractive? So Brother Chunan doesn't want to owe me a favor? Or does he think I'm physically flawed and unworthy of him? At this thought, Lu Xiaoman's expression darkened. After all, she'd been pampered like a precious treasure her entire life. How could she endure such humiliation? No. She had to find a way to make Chunan accept her favor. Wait. How could I forget? Grandfather once mentioned that if possible, Brother Chunan could even be invited to serve as my personal physician. That way, wouldn't we be even? Lu Xiaoman thought to herself, then immediately hurried downstairs. Just as Chunan reached the first floor, Lu Xiaoman's voice reached his ears. Chunan, why don't you become my special consultant doctor? That way, you won't feel like you owe me a favor. As for the car, consider it payment for being my personal doctor. Personal physician? Chunan halted in his tracks and turned to look at Lu Xiaoman. Exactly. In foreign terms, it's a private physician. Anyway, only you can treat my chronic condition. I'll definitely need your help again in the future, Brother Chunan. Consider the car as something I'm lending you to drive. How does that sound? Lu Xiaoman's proposal actually made Chunan somewhat tempted. This way, he'd save himself a lot of trouble. In that case, I accept. Chunan said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Chunan. Seeing Chunan agree, Lu Xiaoman's face immediately lit up with delight. Oh, by the way, Brother Chunan, what kind of car do you like? I'll contact the manager at the dealership right away. Have him bring the car over. Lu Xiaoman said, pulling out her phone to make a call. Seeing this, Chunan waved his hand. No need. I'll go pick one out myself. It's been ages since I last browsed around a dealership anyway. Hearing Chunan's words, Lu Xiaoman casually sent a text message to the dealership manager. Done. Just head over to the dealership later to pick up your car, Brother Chunan. Oh, I have work to attend to. I'll be heading out now. Suddenly remembering something, Lu Xiaoman glanced at the time on her phone and hurriedly stood up to take her leave. Chunan watched Lu Xiaoman's retreating figure and couldn't help but shake his head. This girl really has been spoiled rotten by her family. But it's not bad that she wants me to be her personal doctor. As for the car, well, we'll see about that later. Not long after. After leaving the clinic, Chunan headed toward the 4S dealership Lu Xiaoman had mentioned. It was a Porsche dealership. Chunan hadn't expected it to be a Porsche dealership before arriving. Good day, sir. With your distinguished bearing, might you be interested in our latest Porsche models? As soon as Chunan stepped into the dealership, a sales consultant approached him. Do you have the new Porsche model in stock? Chunan asked casually. Yes. Sir, you have excellent taste. The new Porsche just arrived in stock this month. If you're interested, I can show you right away. The sales consultant said with genuine enthusiasm. After all, anyone who could afford the new Porsche model was no ordinary person. Chunan nodded and immediately followed the sales consultant toward the showroom. Chapter 143, Lu Group picks up the tab. Porsche showroom. A brand new Porsche 911 stood prominently in the center of the main hall. Every customer who entered the showroom couldn't help but be drawn to this imposing sports car. The Porsche 911, it's the most iconic model in Porsche's sports car lineup. It's the dream car of every car enthusiast. Saleswoman Lin Yun, dressed in a black bodycon skirt, stood before Chunan and began her fluent introduction. Not just for Chunan, but for any customer showing interest in the car, she offered an enthusiastic introduction. Though most customers present Chunan included couldn't afford such a luxury vehicle, her service remained equally attentive. Lin Yun, there are VIP customers waiting over here. Hurry over here. Just then, the portly lobby manager hurried over, shouting for Lin Yun to attend to the VIPs in the lounge. Manager Pang, we still have customers here. Hearing this, Lin Yun glanced at Chunan, a look of reluctance flickering across her face. Manager Pang, however, gave Chunan a once-over. Seeing his plain attire, he sneered dismissively. Another poser taking photos for WeChat moments. Lin Yun, no offense, but you've been working here for so long, how can you lack basic discernment? Do you really think these guys can afford the luxury cars in our showroom? Why waste our time on them? With that, Manager Pang grabbed Lin Yun's arm, pulling her toward the VIP lounge. Come on, young Master Su mentioned last time he had a good impression of you. This time he specifically requested you to accompany him personally. I'm warning you, if you lose this big deal with young Master Su, your monthly bonus will go down the drain. Hearing Manager Pang's threat, Lin Yun's face instantly paled. She shot Shunan an apologetic glance before obediently following him toward the VIP lounge. I'll take this car. At that moment, a sudden voice startled everyone present. Even Manager Pang and Lin Yun turned toward Shunan in disbelief. Kid, do you even know how much this car costs? You actually have the nerve to say that? Manager Pang narrowed his beady eyes as he stared at Shunan. This was the crown jewel of their dealership. He genuinely didn't believe this kid had the means to buy this sports car. Name your price. Ignoring Manager Pang, Shunan turned to Lin Yun with a smile. Seeing Shunan's inquiry, Lin Yun maintained her professional smile and walked straight up to him, explaining. Sir, this is the latest top-of-the-line Porsche 911. The total cost comes to around 4 million yuan. If you pay in full, I can arrange some additional discounts for you. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Shunan nodded in agreement. After all, 4 million yuan was a mere trifle he could easily handle himself. Just swipe the card. As he spoke, Shunan made a move to pull out a bank card. This scene caused Manager Pang and Lin Yun's expressions to change. Could this guy really afford it? Manager Pang's eyes darted around as he made a move to snatch the bank card from Shunan's hand. Such a large order. The commission he could earn would be substantial. Who do you think you are? Shunan shot Manager Pang a cold stare, then handed the bank card to Lin Yun standing before him. This deal is credited to you. Shunan said to Lin Yun. Hearing this, she looked genuinely flattered and delighted. Wait. I'll add another 100,000. This car is mine. Just then, a cold laugh echoed through the room. The VIP lounge doors swung open and a young man in a sharp suit strode out, flanked by a bodyguard in a matching suit. Young Master Su? Manager Pang was startled upon recognizing the newcomer, but his face immediately broke into a broad smile. An extra 100,000 yuan. Where else could you find such a money spinner? Young Master Su is indeed generous. Lin Yun, stop spacing out. Hurry up and process the paperwork for Mr. Su. Manager Pang wasted no time, completely ignoring Shunan as he hurriedly urged Lin Yun. Lin Yun glanced at Shunan and replied hesitantly. Manager, we only have one new model in stock. This gentleman requested it first. Lin Yun's public statement caused Manager Pang's expression to darken abruptly. Meanwhile, Su Ziliang, impeccably dressed in a suit, stepped into the center of the showroom. He looked at Shunan and smiled. My name is Su Ziliang of the Su family from Jinling. Since I've also taken a liking to this vehicle, I hope you'd be willing to part with it. The Su family of Jinling? This was a prominent local aristocratic family in Jinling. They were no less formidable than the second-tier families native to Chengdu. At these words from Su Ziliang, every person in the room widened their eyes in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the young man in the suit to have such formidable connections. Shunan, however, raised an eyebrow. Part with it? What if I refuse? Su Ziliang froze at the retort. He had even revealed his own name, yet the other party dared to refuse his terms? Very well then. Then, Manager Pang, who do you think we should sell it to? Su Ziliang asked Manager Pang with a cold stare. Manager Pang wasn't stupid, he knew exactly who the real big spender was. He immediately flashed Su Ziliang a fawning smile. That goes without saying. This car should definitely be sold to you, young Master Su. How could someone like that even dare to compete with you, young Master Su? At that moment, Manager Pang's ugly true colors were laid bare. Mr. Chu. Hearing this, Lin Yun also looked at Shunan with a look of deep regret. She was just an ordinary employee and had no authority to make decisions for Shunan. Shunan shook his head at her and smiled. It's fine. He can't buy this car. Ha? Lin Yun looked up, momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom where Shunan's confidence came from. Just then, a figure hurriedly came running down from the second-floor office. General Manager Chen? Seeing the figure suddenly emerge from the general manager's office, Lin Yun was taken aback. General Manager Chen, you're just in time. I've done our dealership a huge favor. I successfully convinced young Master Su to buy our new 911 model. Seeing his general manager appear, Manager Pang couldn't resist showing off. But before he could finish, General Manager Chen raised his hand and slapped him across the face. I'll deal with you later. General Manager Chen barked coldly, paying no attention whatsoever to Su Ziliang and the others. He immediately turned his full attention toward Shunan, approaching him with a warm smile. Mr. Chu, why didn't you let us know you were coming? Miss Liu has instructed that any vehicle you take a liking to will be purchased by the Liu Group. General Manager Chen's words instantly left everyone present staring in stunned silence. The Liu Group is covering the cost? Could this guy possibly be from the Liu family? The Liu family? At that moment, Su Ziliang frowned deeply as he looked at Shunan.
Though the Su family was a prominent clan in Jinling, they still fell short compared to the Lu family of Rongcheng.
Moreover, a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Unable to fathom Chu Nan's true identity,
he dared not push too far for the moment.
If the mountain won't come to Mohammed, Mohammed must go to the mountain. Let's go.
Su Ziliang's eyes flickered with shifting shadows as he turned on his heel and strode away with his bodyguards.
Chapter 144, The Shin Martial Arts Academy. Half an hour later.
Shu Nan drove a brand new Porsche 911 out of the dealership. On the road, Shu Nan had intended to call Lu Xiaoman, but unexpectedly, Qin Yuru's call came through to his phone just then.
Yuru, what's up?
As soon as he answered, Shu Nan asked Qin Yuru on the other end. After all, it was rare for Qin Yuru to call him proactively.
Shu Nan, hurry to the Shin Martial Arts Academy. Someone came to challenge the dojo and injured several members of the Shin family. Even Sinny got hurt. Qin Yuru's voice sounded anxious over the phone.
Had Shin Sinny not specifically requested Shu Nan's help, she never would have thought to call him.
Challenged? Hearing Qin Yuru's words, Shu Nan looked utterly surprised. Send me the location. I'll be right there.
Knowing Qin Yuru and Shin Sinny's relationship, Shu Nan didn't mind giving Shin Sinny a hand. Immediately, he received the location Qin Yuru sent. Shu Nan floored the accelerator, pushing the Porsche to 80 miles per hour as he sped off.
Shin Martial Arts Academy.
This establishment was a venerable institution even within Sichuan province, serving as the foundation of the Shin family's fortune.
Shin Sinny's grandfather, Shin Dashan, served as the president of the Sichuan Martial Arts Association. Possessing the strength of a third-tier Xiantian realm practitioner, he was a rare master within the province.
At that moment, inside the Shin Martial Arts Academy, Shin Dashan's weathered face wore a look of displeasure. Several Shin family disciples had already been carried off the central stage in the martial arts hall.
Even Shin Sinny now looked pale and exhausted, clearly injured.
Qin Yuru was supporting her best friend, her face filled with anxiety as she looked toward the entrance.
Shu Nan still hadn't arrived.
Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of men clad in black martial arts uniforms stood smugly.
Old Master Shin, could it be that your Shin Martial Arts Hall has no one left? We agreed on best of 5 matches, and you've already lost one. Lose 2 more, and you'll have to hand over the title of Martial Arts Association president to me as agreed.
Behind them, a black-clad middle-aged man with a Hua Family Martial Arts Hall plaque held high crossed his legs. Surrounded by his entourage, he chuckled lightly at Shin Dashan.
Hua Jinkui, don't get too excited just yet. This old man will personally test the prowess of your Hua family boxing. Though aged, Shin Dashan's prowess remained undiminished.
Clenching his fist, he shifted slightly and instantly materialized on the central stage of the martial arts hall.
Well met.
Hua Jinkui, clad in black martial arts attire, roared in response, his figure leaping upward with blinding speed.
The next instant. Take this punch.
Shin Dashan flickered forward, materializing before Hua Jinkui and delivering a crushing punch.
Boom!
The fist's momentum rippled through the air, causing it to tremble. Hua Jinkui's pupils narrowed slightly as he hurriedly met the blow with his own fist.
Boom!
The 2 fists collided, sending a powerful gust of wind rippling outward.
Hua Jinkui felt a surging, overwhelming force surge through his fist. His expression immediately changed as he stumbled backward.
Shin Dashan, however, let out a cold laugh. With a swift shift of his body, he appeared on Hua Jinkui's other side, delivering a sweeping side kick.
Thud!
Hua Jinkui hurriedly raised his leg to block.
Thud! The legs collided, sending a shockwave of force rippling through the air.
Hua Jinkui felt Shin Dashan's leg strike like an iron pillar, its force astonishingly powerful.
His expression immediately darkened as he stumbled backward repeatedly.
In the span of mere breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle.
Below the stage,
the Shin family disciples watched with expressions of delight.
Even Shin Sinny's face flushed with excitement.
Hua Jinkui, your Hua family boxing is nothing special. Shin Dashan unleashed a high kick, forcing Hua Jinkui to stumble backward repeatedly.
Boom! A punch slammed into Hua Jinkui's chest, sending him reeling back several steps. Grandpa, you rock!
Below the stage, Shin Senny let out an excited shout at the sight. Even the Shin family disciples were filled with excitement.
However, Hua Jinkui's expression turned cold.
As he retreated, he seized the moment when Shin Dashan wasn't looking and suddenly bit into the pill he'd been hiding under his tongue. Thank goodness I invested heavily in this secret weapon.
3rd stage power is no ordinary feat.
I nearly bit the dust. The pill slid down his throat, and Hua Jinkui's face lit up with renewed vigor. His entire aura shifted abruptly. But Shin Dashan is old after all.
He's exhausted now. It's my turn to strike back. On the stage, Shin Dashan and Hua Jinkui clashed once more.
This time, however, the tide turned. Though Shin Dashan remained fierce, under the potion's effect, Hua Jinkui's strength now surpassed his opponent's. A single heavy punch sent Shin Dashan flying across the ring. Shin Dashan crashed onto the ring, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
Grandfather!
Below the stage, Shin Senny cried out in shock, tears welling in her eyes.
Even Qin Yaru, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but look away in distress. How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? Forcing himself to his feet, Shindashin wiped the blood from his lips and fixed a grave stare on Huijinkui. Shindashin, fists and feet have no eyes. You still have a chance to admit defeat. If we continue, I can't guarantee you'll survive. Seeing Shindashin's stubborn resolve, Huijinkui was slightly taken aback. As one of Sichuan province's top martial artists, he knew full well that Shindashin had already given his all in that previous strike. Yet even so, Shindashin refused to concede. This only piqued his interest in the upcoming fight. Surrender? That's not my style. Shindashin clenched his fist, his body already pulsing with the faint surge of true qi. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Huijinkui's eyes narrowed as his aura surged outward. Like a ferocious beast in human form, he charged toward Shindashin. Boom! 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 Punch after punch, the air crackled with force. Though Shindashin fought with every ounce of strength, he could not match Huijinkui. Within mere dozens of exchanges, he lay gravely wounded. Stubborn fool. Die! With a cold shout, Huijinkui leapt into the air, his right fist hurtling toward the gravely wounded Shindashin. If that punch landed, Shindashin would be dead or severely injured. Grandfather! Below the stage, Shinsini wept uncontrollably. Even the Shin family disciples wore expressions of sheer agony. However, just as everyone believed Shindashin was certain to lose, a figure suddenly appeared on the stage. Smack! The next second, Huijinkui's seemingly fierce punch was blocked by Chunan's palm. Who the hell are you, kid? Huijinkui was utterly shocked by the sight. Chunan! You finally showed up. Below the stage, Qin Yaru and Shinsini recognized Chunan and immediately exclaimed with excitement. Though they didn't know if Chunan could be a match for Huijinkui. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Chunan appeared, Qin Yaru felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Taking explosive energy pills during a challenge match winning with such underhanded tactics brings no honor. Dressed in casual attire, Chunan stood on the stage, gazing at Huijinkui before him. Those words alone caused Huijinkui's face to turn pale in an instant. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 145, The Arena Challenge. On the stage. Hearing Chunan's words, the crowd below the stage all turned their gaze toward Huijinkui. Chunan, what did you say? Did this guy secretly take a pill? Below the stage, Shinsini looked utterly surprised. So that's how it is. Huijinkui, despite being the heir to the Hua family, you resort to such despicable tactics. Shinsini glared at Huijinkui on the stage and shouted. Huijinkui and Shindashin were both at the third stage of the innate realm. That he could overpower Shindashin in battle today was indeed unusual. After Chunan's reminder, not only Shinsini but everyone present suddenly understood. Feeling the skeptical stares of the crowd, Huijinkui grew restless and retorted. You brat, with which eye did you see me take any pills? The victor writes history. Losing is losing. If your Shin family can't handle losing, you shouldn't have sent this greenhorn up here to slander me. Otherwise, outsiders might think I, Huijinkui, bully the weak. Huijinkui swept his sleeves dramatically, looking down on Shindashin with smug satisfaction. Shindashin, you're past your prime. This position as guild leader should have been handed over to me long ago. You! Hearing this, Shindashin was overcome with rage, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Grandfather! Director! Below the stage, Shinsini and the others watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning pale with worry. Put! The next second, Chunan turned around and swiftly pressed a finger against two acupoints on Shindashin's chest. Old Master Shin, you've sustained internal injuries. It's unwise to exert your true energy any further. Leave this fellow to me. Chunan smiled faintly. Leave him to you? Hearing Chunan's words, a trace of concern flashed across Shindashin's weathered face. Young man, though I know little of your background, this Huijinkui is no easy foe. Even an old man like me. Before Shindashin could finish his sentence, Chunan suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. The next instant, a colossal surge of true qi erupted the moment their contact was made. Shindashin's entire body trembled violently, his aged face suddenly frozen in shock. So powerful. At least 8th tier pre-heaven realm. Shindashin stared at Chunan before him, utterly incredulous. He prided himself as a prominent figure in the secular martial arts world, yet his strength paled in comparison to this young man before him. Grandfather, let Chunan try. I believe in him. At that moment, Shinsini below the stage also called out to Shindashin. She had witnessed Chunan's prowess firsthand. At this moment, besides Chunan, the Shin Martial Arts Academy could find no other master capable of standing against Huijinkui. Very well. In that case, we entrust this to young Master Chu. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Shindashin solemnly nodded to Chunan. Shindashin, did I hear that correctly? You actually want this greenhorn to fight me? Upon hearing Shindashin's words, Huijinkui couldn't help but burst into laughter on the stage. At Chunan's age, even if he'd started cultivating from the womb, he could never possibly be his match. Wojinkue, this round goes to you. I, Shindashin, concede defeat. For the final match, young Master Chu will fight you in place of the Shin Martial Arts Academy. Should we lose this match, I, Shin, will accept defeat wholeheartedly. I shall relinquish my position as chairman and, starting tomorrow, remove the signboard and shut down every Shin Martial Arts Academy. Shindashin slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Huijinkue as he declared these words. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the disciples of the Shin Martial Arts School could scarcely believe their master would stake their final hope on an outsider. Very well. Since Master Shin has spoken thus, I, Awa, shall accept this final challenge. Come at me, kid. Huijinkue stood with his hands behind his back, glaring at Chunan with utter disdain. In his eyes, victory in this challenge match was already assured. Young Master Chu, be careful. Shindashin issued a warning to Chunan before being escorted down the stage by several disciples. On the stage, Chunan gave his robe a casual shake before turning his leisurely gaze toward Huijinkue, who stood not far away. Back in the day, the Hua family ancestors were heroes who resisted the Japanese invaders. Who would have thought that by the time the Hua family boxing style reached this generation, it would have lost all its former glory? Chunan couldn't help but sigh, his voice tinged with a world-weary resignation. Huijinkue, however, responded with a cold snort. Enough of your nonsense. You brat, if you kneel now and admit defeat, kowtow 3 times to your old Manhwa, I might consider letting you off. Otherwise, you should know the rules of a challenge. Fists and feet have no eyes, death or injury is no concern. As he spoke, Huijinkue raised his hand, his eyes flashing with menace. Surrender? Chunan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. The next second, he took a single step forward. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged violently from beneath his feet, coalescing into an invisible force field that enveloped the entire stage. At that moment, the entire stage seemed to tremble. Oh no! What a powerful aura! At least the 8th tier of the innate realm. Below the stage. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chunan, the crowd gasped in shock. Even Huijinkue's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid, he's been hiding his strength. 8th tier innate realm? Even I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Huijinkue thought to himself. On the stage, Chunan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Huijinkue not far away. True chi surged from his palm, coalescing into an invisible palm strike that hurtled straight toward Huijinkue. The strike was clean and decisive. Not a hint of hesitation. Huijinkue scrambled to react, swinging his fist to block. Yet, his fist was like a mantis trying to stop a cart, utterly futile. Boom! A sudden, thunderous crash echoed. Chunan's palm struck Huijinkue's chest in an instant. The next second, his entire body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Impossible! How could you be this strong? On the ground, Huijinkue spat blood, his face frozen in utter disbelief. That overwhelming force just now was so immense that he couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Now, are you convinced? Chunan walked over slowly, looking down at Huijinkue, who was kneeling on the ground. There he was, kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face frozen in utter disbelief. Chunan stood calmly before him, hands clasped behind his back. The stark contrast left everyone speechless, unable to believe their eyes. 8th tier innate realm. No, even stronger than that. Huijinkue stared at Chunan, his defeated face now etched with shock. Having just faced Chunan head-on, he could now truly grasp the sheer magnitude of his opponent's power. If he hadn't misjudged, perhaps this wasn't even Chunan's true strength. Could it be the 9th tier of the innate realm? Or perhaps a martial arts grandmaster? Chapter 146, This car is too ugly? The thought that Chunan before him might even be a martial arts grandmaster. Huijinkue's expression changed drastically. He finally raised his head tremulously to look at Chunan, his face twisted with bitterness as he said, I'm truly impressed. I had no idea the Shin Martial Arts Academy was protected by a master like you, Senior Chu. This defeat leaves me utterly convinced. Huijinkue knew he had been utterly defeated. Before Chunan, he hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Remember this, there are always those more skilled than you, and the sky holds boundless possibilities. Were it not for the respect owed to your Hua family ancestors, that palm strike just now would have done far more than make you spit blood. Chunan smiled faintly, then swept his sleeves and departed. We won? We won? Below the stage, Shinsini and the others from the Shin Martial Arts Academy were all overcome with excitement. According to the challenge rules, the challenger failed to win 3 consecutive matches, defeat declared. Effective today, the Hua Family Martial Arts Hall must remove its plaque for 3 months. Huijinkue, do you have any objections? Among the martial arts peers invited to witness the match, some stepped forward to question Huijinkue. Struggling to his feet, Huijinkue watched Chunan's retreating figure, then glanced at Shindashin and the others beside him. With a defeated sigh, he declared, A gentleman accepts defeat gracefully. I, Hua, have no objections. Farewell.
Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wo Jinkui and several disciples slunk away from the Shen Martial Arts Academy.
Shu Nan had one.
The Shen Martial Arts Academy had one. Those from other schools who had come to watch the spectacle now looked ashamed and quietly slipped away from the Shen Martial Arts School. Wo Jinkui had lost utterly and completely. Had they lingered any longer, they would inevitably have faced the scornful glances of the Shen Martial Arts Academy's members. From now on, let's see who dares to look down on our Shen Martial Arts Academy.
Watching Wo Jinkui and his men flee in utter disarray, Shinsini declared triumphantly.
Meanwhile, the disciples of the Shen Martial Arts Academy all looked at Chu Nan, who was descending from the stage, with faces full of admiration and excitement.
Thank you, senior, for stepping in.
This time, Shindashin, standing at the front of the crowd, was the first to clasp his fists in gratitude toward Chu Nan. Behind him, dozens of martial arts disciples bowed in unison to express their gratitude.
Old Master Shin, you're too kind.
Cinny and I are friends. This was nothing more than a simple gesture.
Chu Nan smiled indifferently.
Standing at the center of the crowd, Chu Nan had become the focal point of the scene. Not far away, even Qin Yura, who knew nothing about martial arts, couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart as she watched Chu Nan surrounded by the crowd.
If he were to join the military, couldn't he become someone like the White Tiger War God someday? If that day ever comes, marrying him wouldn't be so bad.
As she gazed at Chu Nan, this thought unexpectedly surfaced in Qin Yuru's mind.
Strange. What on earth am I thinking?
Qin Yuru silently shook her head, trying to shake off this absurd notion. But, for some reason, whenever she saw Chu Nan again, her heartbeat would involuntarily quicken. Master Shin, congratulations. Below the stage, numerous martial arts peers approached to offer their congratulations. Every single one of them was a prominent figure in Rongqing's martial arts circles. After all, news of today's martial contest had already spread throughout the entire Rongqing martial arts community. They, as fellow martial artists, had naturally received word. Though the duel had lasted only a few minutes, the strength Chu Nan displayed had left them stunned. Could such a formidable figure truly be concealed within the Shen Martial Arts Academy? Congratulations to all. Shindashin exchanged polite greetings with each of his friends. Meanwhile, Chu Nan scanned the crowd, searching for Qin Yuru's figure. Not long after. Outside the Shen Martial Arts Academy. Shinsini, having been injured, had already returned to recuperate. Only Chu Nan and Qin Yuru left the Shen Martial Arts Academy together.
Cinny is injured. For what happened today? I thank you on her behalf.
Dressed in a black gown, Qin Yuru gazed at Chu Nan before her red lips parting softly.
No problem. My wife personally called me, after all. This favor had to be done.
Chu Nan grinned, causing Qin Yuru's cheeks to flush slightly.
This guy, always so irreverent.
Yet unlike before, Qin Yuru felt less aversion toward him this time.
Chu Nan, are you really that good at fighting? Qin Yuru suddenly looked up and asked Chu Nan.
Hearing this, Chu Nan furrowed his brow.
Qin Yuru quickly clarified. What I mean is, are you really that skilled?
I noticed old Master Shin seems to hold you in high regard.
You must be a martial arts master too, right?
Hearing Qin Yuru's question, Chu Nan paused thoughtfully for a moment. Before I left the mountain, the old man once told me. In his eyes, only 3 people in this world could be called masters.
Unfortunately, it seems I'm not among them.
So I suppose I can't really be called a master either. Chu Nan's words caused Qin Yuru's gaze to freeze.
Only 3 people in the entire world?
These weren't masters, they were clearly king-level beings. Qin Yuru found it hard to comprehend, yet she didn't hesitate to voice her thoughts. Chu Nan, you possess both medical skill and formidable strength.
Could you really be content to remain confined within the Qin family as a son-in-law? Have you ever considered joining the military and achieving great deeds like the White Tiger War God?
Qin Yuru's words caught Chu Nan completely off guard.
Join the military? Achieve great deeds? Qin Yuru nodded and said. That's right. My idol is a hero like the White Tiger War God.
I know this request is a bit much, but if you're willing to join the army, you might just make something of yourself someday. At this point, a faint blush once again spread across Qin Yuru's fair, delicate face. There was one more thing she couldn't bring herself to say aloud. That was, if Chu Nan truly achieved great deeds and made something of himself in the future, perhaps she might consider truly being with him, rather than remaining merely a contractual spouse. At that moment, Chu Nan discerned Qin Yuru's thoughts, a wry smile flickering in his eyes. After all, what young woman doesn't admire a hero? Little did Chu Nan expect that his wife's idol would be Han Zhantian. To each their own path. I have my own mission to fulfill. Besides, running a small clinic sounds pretty good to me. Chu Nan suddenly replied with a smile. The next second, Qin Yuru frowned and turned her gaze toward the distance. Considering opening a clinic a mission. Chu Nan's reasoning clearly failed to satisfy Qin Yuru. The man she envisioned might not be a national hero revered by all like the White Tiger War God, but he certainly wouldn't be a lowly doctor confined to a shabby clinic in the slums. Forget it. I'm overthinking this. You have your choices. Let's go. Qin Yuru sighed and turned toward her BMW.
Shunan glanced at the Porsche 911 parked by the roadside, about to say something. Ding! A ringtone suddenly sounded from his phone. It was none other than a text from Han Zhantian. What's up? Need something? Need a ride? Beside the BMW, Shin Yaru turned to look at Shunan and asked. No need. You go ahead. I'll drive myself later. Shunan tucked his phone away and casually pointed to the Porsche parked in the roadside spot. Shin Yaru looked up, but her gaze fell on the vintage electric car parked in front of the Porsche. Are you sure you want to drive that? A hint of bewilderment flashed in Shin Yaru's eyes. Yep, just bought it. What do you think? Not bad, huh? Unaware of Shin Yaru's peculiar expression, Shunan asked with a smile. As long as you like it. Shin Yaru replied indifferently before climbing into the BMW and driving off. Strange. Shunan circled around the old classic car in front of him, staring at his newly acquired Porsche 911 with a furrowed brow. Could it be that this car was too ugly? Was that why Shin Yaru wasn't particularly fond of it? Chapter 147, The Late Chief Instructor. Outskirts of Rongcheng. Inside a military base of the Southwest Military Region. Under the scorching sun, 300 White Tiger Battalion soldiers stood at attention in perfect military posture, awaiting the arrival of their new chief instructor. Unfortunately, they stood for a full hour without seeing a single soul. He's an hour late. This new chief instructor sure is putting on airs. Who knows what kind of background this guy has, making us wait this long? The White Tiger Battalion soldiers endured the scorching sun, each face betraying a hint of discontent. The military is all about discipline. Yet on his very first day as chief instructor, Shunan dared to be late. It was hard not to feel he was a bit unreliable. Report. Deputy Commander Chen, training time is almost over. Are we just supposed to stand here waiting? Someone in the crowd shouted at Deputy Commander Chen. The remark drew a chorus of agreement. Exactly. We're the elite unit, after all. Who in the entire Southwest Military District dares treat us with such disrespect? If you ask me, this so-called chief instructor doesn't hold our White Tiger Battalion in any regard at all. In an instant, the crowd was filled with indignation. Deputy Commander Chen stood awkwardly in the center of the field. He glanced at his watch several times. An hour and a half had already passed since the agreed-upon time. Where is Instructor Chu? A hint of anxiety flickered in Chen eyes. Just then. Squeal. Accompanied by a shrill screech, a Porsche sports car boldly drove right into the base. Slam. The door swung open. Only then did Shunan's figure come into view. Instructor Chu, you finally made it. The moment he saw Shunan, Chen breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to greet him. Instructor Chu? Could this guy be our new chief instructor? The White Tiger Battalion soldiers present all stared at Shunan in stunned silence. They never imagined their new chief instructor would be a greenhorn barely out of his teens. Not only was he an hour and a half late, he drove into the camp flaunting his luxury car. This hardly resembled the demeanor befitting a chief instructor. It was clearly the behavior of a second-generation official coming to the barracks for a gold-plating opportunity. For a moment, the discontent in everyone's hearts was almost written across their faces. Well, looks like you folks aren't exactly thrilled to see me? Shunan swept his gaze across the crowd before offering Chen a faint smile. Hearing this, Chen replied with a hint of awkwardness. Instructor Chu, you're already an hour and a half late. It's only natural everyone has some complaints. Late? Hearing Chen words, Shunan raised an eyebrow. He had only received Han Zhantian's text 20 minutes ago and had immediately sped over. How could he be an hour and a half late? Before Shunan could voice his confusion, Chen led him to the front of the White Tiger camp members. Attention, everyone. Next, please give a warm welcome to our new chief instructor. Shunan. Chen bellowed to the White Tiger camp members. Yet the response was sparse, a few half-hearted, lackluster claps. It was clear the White Tiger camp members weren't exactly thrilled about Shunan's arrival. Didn't you eat breakfast? Chen frowned and barked coldly. Starting today, Instructor Chu will be your drill instructor in charge of military training. Anyone who dares disobey Instructor Chu's orders is defying military discipline. Beware of military punishment. Upon hearing Chen words, the members of the White Tiger Battalion present showed not the slightest fear. Instead, their discontent only grew. Deputy Commander Chen, I'll speak my mind even if it means punishment. In the military, strength has always been the ultimate rule. The position of chief instructor in our White Tiger Battalion isn't something just anyone can hold. A soldier in uniform shouted from the crowd. At these words, Shunan's gaze instantly fixed on the speaker. Before Chen could speak again, Shunan stepped forward and pointed at the uniformed man. You, step forward. Unfazed by Shunan's gesture, the man in uniform stepped forward without hesitation. What's your name? How long have you been in the White Tiger Battalion? My name is Zhang Meng, rank of sergeant. I've been in the White Tiger Battalion for 5 years. Facing Shunan, Zhang Meng declared with full-throated vigor, his tone even carrying a hint of pride. After all, only the cream of the crop made it into the White Tiger camp. A bit of arrogance was only natural. Chu Nan silently pondered. It seemed the role of chief instructor at the White Tiger camp wouldn't be as easy as he'd imagined. Still, winning the genuine respect of these men was hardly a difficult task for Chu Nan. Zhang Meng. Chu Nan suddenly stepped before Zhang Meng and barked coldly. You tell me. What kind of person is qualified to be the chief instructor of your White Tiger camp? Chu Nan's abrupt question caught Zhang Meng off guard. Yet he instinctively replied. Strength, of course. As long as you're strong enough, the brothers will respect you. Chu Nan's gaze swept across the crowd. Is that how you all feel too? The 300 soldiers of the White Tiger camp nodded in unison. In the military, strength reigns supreme. Men in the military don't bother with all that nonsense. Even Han Zhantian himself. His current standing was earned punch by punch. Well said, strength reigns supreme. Alright then, how about we make a bet today? Chu Nan suddenly addressed the crowd. A bet? Everyone in the White Tiger camp, including Qinjin, stared at Chu Nan in astonishment. Limited to just today. I accept challenges from all of you. If even one of you can defeat me, I'll resign as chief instructor immediately. Chu Nan scanned the crowd, enunciating each word clearly. If you all lose, then I shall remain the rightful chief instructor. From this day forward, anyone who dares disobey this instructor's orders will face military disciplinary action. As he finished, a cold glint flashed in Chu Nan's eyes, sending a chill through the crowd. This guy, he's got some nerve. He actually dares to accept challenges from all of us? At that moment, the soldiers of the White Tiger camp were all filled with astonishment. But they weren't intimidated by Chu Nan's words. Instead, they began rubbing their hands together, their eyes burning with fervor. Don't fight over me. I'll be the first to test you. Before anyone else could speak, Zhang Meng stepped forward and shouted at Chu Nan. At the same time, inside a high-rise building adjacent to the base, Han Zhantian, dressed in military uniform, stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, sipping tea as he watched the scene unfold. Beside him, a middle-aged man in uniform wore a look of concern. General Han, are you certain this young man is up to the task? Zhang Meng and the others are battle-hardened veterans. Their strength far surpasses ordinary martial artists. I'm worried about the risk of accidental injury. Han Zhantian took a sip of hot tea, his expression unconcerned as he replied. Just watch. We won't have to worry about this kid's life. Chapter 148, Han Zhantian's surprise. Within the military base. In the vast training grounds. 300 soldiers from the White Tiger Battalion now surrounded the perimeter of the training ground. The open space in the center was reserved for Chu Nan and Zhang Meng. As for Deputy Commander Qinjin, he was acting as the temporary referee. Before the challenge begins, let me make this clear. Though fists and feet have no eyes, both combatants must know when to stop. Should either party concede defeat, the challenge ends immediately. Qinjin glanced at the high-rise window, sensing someone's gaze signaling him, before stepping aside. Now, the challenge begins. As Qinjin stepped back, Chu Nan and Zhang Meng appeared in the center of the training ground. Go ahead. Staring at Zhang Meng, Chu Nan stood his ground, his expression calm. Oomph. Take this punch. Zhang Meng wasted no time, launching his attack first. He lunged forward in a single stride, delivering a straight punch toward Chu Nan. Military combat techniques excelled in close-quarters fighting, and Zhang Meng's punch was lightning fast. But Chu Nan stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. With a flick of his right palm, he caught Zhang Meng's fist. Ha! How is that possible? Zhang Meng froze, feeling immense force surge through his fist. His punch had actually been caught by Chu Nan? The next second. Before he could process it, Chu Nan swung his massive hand. Boom! Zhang Meng's entire body flew backward uncontrollably, tossed like a punching bag. Thud! He landed with a solid thud. Stunned, Zhang Meng scrambled to his feet. How is this possible? The crowd watched in stunned silence. After all, Zhang Meng was a veteran of the White Tiger camp, possessing the formidable strength of an 8th-level internal energy practitioner. On the battlefield, he was elite among the elite. Yet against Chu Nan, he couldn't even withstand a single strike? I was careless just now. Again! Zhang Meng exhaled a muffled breath, refusing to acknowledge any shortcoming in his own strength. He immediately charged toward Chu Nan once more. This time, Zhang Meng deliberately increased his force, unwilling to make a fool of himself in front of so many comrades. But the outcome remained the same. His sidekick was effortlessly parried by Chu Nan, who then sent him flying with a single palm strike. Chu Nan's movements flowed like water, effortlessly deflecting a powerful blow with minimal force. Zhang Meng crashed face first into the dirt, yet his expression remained stubbornly defiant. I don't believe it. Come on. With a roar, Zhang Meng channeled every ounce of strength into his body and charged at Chu Nan once more. Chu Nan smiled faintly, shifting his stance to effortlessly evade the punch. As if to taunt Zhang Meng, every time the latter attacked, Chu Nan evaded with perfect timing. And whenever Zhang Meng defended, Chu Nan found an opening to strike back. The crowd watched in stunned silence, having never witnessed combat like this before. Zhang Meng's strikes were fierce and powerful, yet Chunan's evasions were ghostly and elusive, impossible to pin down. The battle grew fiercer, and Zhang Meng's attacks became increasingly frenzied. Yet no matter how he struck, he could never even graze the hem of Chunan's robe. Each of Chunan's counterattacks left Zhang Meng in a bind. Minute after minute passed, the fight having lasted over 10 minutes. Sweat poured down Zhang Meng's body like rain, his breathing growing ragged. In stark contrast, Chunan remained utterly composed, as if he were merely toying with Zhang Meng. I quit. I quit. I surrender. Damn it, this sucks. I couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Exhausted, Zhang Meng collapsed to the ground, conceding defeat with a grumble. The members of the White Tiger camp were all taken aback by Zhang Meng's surrender. It wasn't that they were shocked. They were simply surprised at how utterly humiliating his defeat had been. Since Zhang Meng isn't your match, then let me give it a try. From within the crowd, a man with a buzz cut and a scar across his face, also clad in military uniform, stepped forward. The moment he appeared, the expressions of the White Tiger Battalion members shifted. The battalion commander? You're an expert. Surely you don't need to handle this kid yourself? Many in the White Tiger camp exclaimed in astonishment as they looked at the man with the buzz cut. The man with the crew cut fixed his gaze on Chunan and spoke in a deep voice. Can't you all see it? That guy wasn't even using his full strength just now. At this remark, astonishment deepened in everyone's eyes. Zhang Meng was, after all, an 8th-tier internal energy cultivator. That Chunan could defeat him so effortlessly meant his strength far surpassed Zhang Meng's. He might even be at the level. You have keen eyes. Now then, who are you? Chunan remained standing in place, his gaze fixed on the man with the scarred face and crew cut. Commander of the White Tiger Battalion, Fan Zhenjiang. His military uniform flapped in the wind as Fan Zhenjiang stepped forward, his gaze intense as he stared at Chunan. His tiger-like eyes blazed with fierce combat intent. 4th tier of the innate realm. Not bad. Sensing the aura emanating from Fan Zhenjiang, Chunan offered a rare compliment. In the mortal world, Xiantian realm experts were far from commonplace. Especially battle-hardened martial artists like Fan Zhenjiang, whose combat prowess far surpassed others at the same level. Enough talk. If you want to be an instructor for our White Tiger Battalion, you'd better show us what you're really made of. Fan Zhenjiang gave a cold laugh, his body already in motion. The next instant, a thunderous roar like a tiger's bellow erupted. Fan Zhenjiang leapt forward, his form resembling a human-shaped tiger as he charged straight at Chunan. His speed was nothing short of astonishing. Yet facing Fan Zhenjiang's assault, Chunan remained utterly composed. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly dodged the punch. Boom! Fan Zhenjiang's fist slammed into the spot where Chunan had been standing moments before, instantly caving the ground into a deep crater. Well done, Captain. Though the strike missed its mark, Fan Zhenjiang's punch carried tremendous force, drawing cheers from the crowd. Chunan appeared beside him, glanced at the deep crater in the ground, and nodded. The White Tiger technique is fierce and powerful, but it lacks flexibility. If you had slightly adjusted that punch just now, its power could have increased by at least 20%. At first hearing Chunan's critique, Fan Zhenjiang wore a look of displeasure. Merely evading isn't true skill. Instructor Chu. Now watch how you handle this next punch. Fan Zhenjiang locked his gaze on Chunan, then unleashed a surge of internal energy as he swung both fists toward Chunan once more. This time, Fan Zhenjiang's speed was even faster. As his chi-infused right fist slammed out, the air seemed to echo with a faint, indistinct tiger's roar. Well done. Feeling Fan Zhenjiang's punch, Chunan gave a shout of approval. This time, I'll grant your wish. Watch closely. As Chunan's voice rang out, a surge of true energy erupted simultaneously. Immediately after, Chunan unleashed his own punch. Roar! The fist struck out, its wind like a tiger roaring through the mountains. True energy erupted from Chunan's right fist, forming a shadow of a white tiger. A powerful intent of the fist radiated from Chunan's body. In that very instant, upon sensing this familiar yet formidable intent emanating from Chunan, Fan Zhenjiang froze in place. The entire White Tiger camp present wore expressions of utter shock. Even Han Zhantian, who had been watching the spectacle from the floor-to-ceiling windows of a nearby high-rise, widened his eyes in shock. Damn it! How does this guy know the White Tiger technique? And he's even cultivated the White Tiger fist intent? Chapter 149, Chief Instructor Chunan. On the vast training ground. When Chunan unleashed his punch, everyone in the White Tiger camp including Fan Zhenjiang was utterly stunned. White Tiger fist intent? This was a realm only attainable by those who had cultivated the White Tiger art to its highest level. Across the entire White Tiger Legion, masters capable of grasping the White Tiger fist intent could be counted on one hand. Even Fan Zhenjiang himself had yet to reach this realm. At that moment, as the fists collided, waves of energy surged. Fan Zhenjiang felt a colossal force erupt from Chunan's fist, surging toward him like a torrent.
His own true chi began to circulate involuntarily within his body, automatically surging throughout his entire being to resist the onslaught of this force.
No! Retreat! Fan Zhenjiang barked the command.
But Chu Nan's punch was simply too overwhelming. Fan Zhenjiang barely had time to push his chi to its peak before a colossal force slammed into him, leaving him utterly powerless to resist.
It's over.
The staggering disparity in power caused Fan Zhenjiang's expression to darken. Watching helplessly as Chu Nan's fist hurtled toward him, he could only stand rooted to the spot, instinctively closing his eyes tight, his face resigned to fate.
Whoosh! The next second, a fierce wind roared past Fan Zhenjiang's ears. The expected pain never came. Fan Zhenjiang opened his eyes in disbelief. At some point,
Chu Nan had already withdrawn his fist and stood there, watching him with a faint smile.
I lost.
Feeling the amusement in Chu Nan's eyes, Fan Zhenjiang felt no anger this time.
Instead, he looked at Chu Nan with genuine excitement. How do you know the White Tiger technique too? And that wasn't just power.
You're a martial arts grandmaster level powerhouse. As soon as Fan Zhenjiang spoke, the members of the White Tiger camp, who had been looking confused moments before, all widened their eyes in unison.
Master of martial arts? All eyes instantly turned to Chu Nan, filled with shock. Is this real? No wonder he defeated Captain Fan with a single move. Instructor Chu was actually a grandmaster level expert? The group exclaimed in astonishment.
Unconsciously, their address had shifted to Instructor Chu.
Is there anyone still doubting me now?
The wager continues. I accept any challenge from any of you at any time. Chu Nan swept his gaze across the 300 soldiers of the White Tiger camp, his voice deep and commanding.
This time, the attitude of the White Tiger camp troops was completely opposite to before.
Feeling Chu Nan's gaze, they all looked away nervously, daring not to show the slightest hint of discontent.
Are you kidding me? Even if they all banded together, they wouldn't stand a chance against Chu Nan alone. Since no one dares to challenge me,
then I hereby declare that starting today, I am the White Tiger camp's chief instructor.
Whoever dares to pay lip service to my orders while secretly disobeying them, don't blame me for punishing them by military law.
A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as Chu Nan channeled his true chi and roared. A thunderous roar erupted across the field like rolling thunder. Fan Zhenjiang and the others snapped back to attention, immediately saluting Chu Nan in unison.
Yes, Instructor Chu. At that moment, not a trace of defiance appeared on anyone's face.
Their attitude toward Chu Nan was now as different as night and day compared to before. Conquering the White Tiger Battalion was this straightforward.
Beat them into submission. Now, all of you,
run 20 laps around the training ground.
Anyone failing to complete it before sunset will face double punishment, no dinner.
Chu Nan swept his gaze across the group and immediately issued his first command.
20 laps?
At the sound of Chu Nan's words, the faces of the White Tiger camp members paled in unison. But before complaints could erupt, Chu Nan offered a faint smile and pointed toward the sky.
Unnoticed, the sun had turned a pale red.
In no more than 2 hours, it would set behind the mountains.
Run! Fan Zhenjiang's expression changed instantly as he led the charge toward the training ground.
With Fan Zhenjiang leading the way, the others stopped complaining and buried their heads in running.
On the field.
Witnessing this, Deputy Commander Qinjin approached Chu Nan with a troubled expression.
Instructor Chu, though they are elite soldiers, this training volume on the very first day is so intense. I'm concerned.
Before Qinjin could finish, Chu Nan shook his head.
Deputy Commander Chen, do you think I'm trying to make a name for myself as the new commander by deliberately pushing them too hard to establish my authority?
Hearing this, Qinjin hastily waved his hands.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's just that this training load is nearly double the usual amount.
I'm worried these lads might not be able to handle it physically, and it could backfire. Chu Nan laughed as he replied. The human body's limits are meant to be broken.
No matter how much routine training they do, it only helps them marginally. I need to determine where their limits lie before I can design the next phase of training.
Hearing Chu Nan's words, Qinjin finally realized he misunderstood him. After all, a chief instructor who could make even their own Han Shui admit defeat couldn't possibly lack ability. Time ticked by second.
As the setting sun's afterglow gradually bathed the training ground in golden hues.
300 figures continued to sweat it out on the track. 18. 19.
Chu Nan stood in the center of the field, silently counting the laps completed by the group.
10 minutes left.
Glancing at the sky, Chu Nan turned his gaze back to the exhausted figures of Fan Zhenjiang and the others on the field. If you can't even finish a measly 20 laps, I don't see why you should call yourselves the White Tiger Camp. You might as well rename yourselves the Cat and Dog Corps. Seeing the group nearly at their limit, Chu Nan didn't forget to stoke their fire. It was precisely these words that ignited the White Tiger Camp's competitive spirit. The White Tiger Camp's name was earned through our own blood, sweat, and tears. Brothers, don't let Instructor Chu look down on us.
Get moving!
Fan Zhenjiang bellowed hysterically. Under his lead, the men charged forward with bloodshot eyes, summoning their last ounce of strength to sprint with all their might.
Finally, just as the sun was about to set. As the last figure crossed the finish line, all 300 soldiers of the White Tiger camp had completed the mission, not a single one left behind. The moment their feet crossed the finish line, nearly every soldier collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Who gave you permission to lie down? Before the men could catch their breath, Chunan appeared on the field and bellowed at them. Follow my command. Everyone, sit cross-legged and activate the White Tiger technique. Hearing Chunan's command, Fan Zhenjiang and the others dared not disobey, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground once more. Within a breath, everyone plunged into a state of cultivation. Seeing this scene, Chunan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Half a month should be enough to drill some semblance of order into them. His gaze swept over the seated figures in the arena, marking the completion of his first round of assessments for this group. Chapter 150, I am her husband. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chunan had been extremely busy these past few days. Even Qin Yiru rarely saw him. Not only was Chunan busy training the White Tiger Corps, but he was also occupied treating Zhang Jimin's leg with bone-mending ointment. Inside the 1,000 Gold Clinic. When Zhang Jimin tossed aside his crutches and stood up once more, Zhang Xingyue couldn't help but reveal a look of utter astonishment. It's healed. Grandfather, your leg is completely healed. Feeling the long-lost solid ground beneath his feet, Zhang Jimin's aged face brimmed with emotion. Senior Chu, this bone-mending ointment of yours is truly miraculous. Not only is my broken leg healed, but it's even more agile than before. Zhang Jimin took a few steps back and forth, exclaiming with excitement. The miraculous power of this bone-mending ointment truly opened his eyes. He never imagined such a miraculous medicine capable of regenerating broken bones could exist in this world. Boss, this bone-mending ointment is an ancient formula. If we could turn it into our signature product, why would Xianjin Clinic ever worry about business? Beside him, Zhang Xingyue's eyes twinkled as she nudged Chunan. Even Zhang Xingyue couldn't fathom the value of possessing such an extraordinary ancient formula. Not just the 1,000 Gold Clinic. I plan to mass-produce this bone-mending ointment. Chunan declared suddenly. This declaration sent shockwaves through Zhang Jimin and Zhang Xingyue. They had considered the bone-mending ointment to be extremely valuable. But they never imagined Chunan would be so bold. Was he planning to fully launch the bone-mending ointment into the market? Senior Chu, while I may understand the basics of saving lives and treating illnesses, business matters are far more complex. Zhang Jimin addressed Chunan. His tone carried a hint of dissuasion. After all, running a business was entirely different from operating a medical clinic. Chunan might have developed the bone-mending ointment, but mass-producing and launching it on the market presented significant challenges. After all, even the finest wine fears an obscure alley. Mr. Shang, no need to worry about that. I've already thought it through. Chunan said with a mysterious smile. If he were to go into business, why would he need to handle everything personally? Besides, for the first deal involving this bone-mending ointment, Chunan had already secured a buyer. His role was simply to get the company up and running. As for the rest, he'd leave it to Luo Tianyang to handle later. With that thought in mind, Chunan pulled out his phone, about to notify Luo Tianyang, when it suddenly rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Chunan hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello? Stop saying hello. It's Shinsini. Chunan, you big dummy. You forgot today's such an important day? The moment the call connected, Chunan heard Shinsini scolding on the other end. What important day? Chunan froze at the question. Shinsini hurriedly explained. You're so dense. Today is Yero's birthday. Upon hearing Shinsini's words, Chunan finally understood. Qin Yiru hadn't mentioned it. Of course, he had no idea today was her birthday. But why hadn't there been any mention of it at all in the Qin household? You better hurry over. Yiru is at the Yunqing fencing club? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't show up today, Yero will be swept off her feet by that Sugai. Shinsini's voice over the phone carried a tone of exasperation. Yunqing fencing club? Hearing Shinsini's words, Chunan's brows furrowed slightly. What on earth was Qin Yiru doing there? But despite his confusion, Chunan immediately drove over. Yunqing fencing club. This place was quite renowned in Rongqing as a gathering spot for the wealthy. After all, fencing was considered a noble sport, something ordinary people rarely had access to, let alone could afford. At that moment, on the fencing platform in the main hall, two figures clad in fencing attire, swords in hand, exchanged rapid thrusts. In the end, Qin Yiru was defeated by a single move. I concede. It's been 2 years, but your fencing skills have improved even more, Senior Su. Removing her mask, Qin Yiru smiled at her opponent across the piste. At that moment, Su Zilian, clad in his own fencing attire, also removed his mask before Qin Yiru. That's for sure. Though I've been abroad these past 2 years, I never slacked off on my fencing training. As for you, Yero, I hear you haven't been too happy these past 2 years. If there's anything I can do to help, don't hesitate to ask. Su Ziliang flashed Qin Yiru a warm smile, extending a handkerchief to wipe her sweat with the grace of a true gentleman. Thank you for your concern, senior. But I can handle my own affairs.
At that moment, hearing Su Ziliang's words, a shadow of sadness flickered in Qin Yuru's eyes. Yuru, there's no need for such formality between us. You know, back in the fencing club, you were my closest friend.
If my family hadn't sent me abroad, we could have taken things further. But as soon as Su Ziliang spoke, Qin Yuru frowned. Senior, I think you've misunderstood some things. Su Ziliang pressed on regardless. Yuru, there's no need to put on a brave face. I've heard everything about your situation. You're not valued at all in the Qin family, they won't even let you decide your own marriage. The moment I heard about this, I rushed straight over from Jinling. Yaruo, you should understand my feelings, right? With that, Su Ziliang suddenly spread his arms wide, preparing to embrace Qin Yuru. This sudden turn of events left Qin Yuru utterly unprepared. Just then, a large hand suddenly swept Qin Yuru into its embrace. Su Ziliang's arms spread wide, only to grasp at thin air. Ha! Su Ziliang opened his eyes to find that, at some point, Qin Yuru had been swept into a man's embrace. It's you? The moment he recognized Chu Nan, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ziliang's eyes. He hadn't expected to run into Chu Nan here. Yuru, who is this guy? A jealous tone rang out as Su Ziliang stared at Qin Yuru. Before Qin Yuru could explain, Chu Nan stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Qin Yuru's shoulder, and smiled. I'm her husband. The moment the word husband left his lips, the atmosphere in the entire hall froze instantly. Su Ziliang's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed on Chu Nan's right arm wrapped around Qin Yuru. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I advise you to let go of her with your filthy hands. Su Ziliang clenched his fists, a flash of ferocity darting through his eyes. Chu Nan, however, paid no heed to the other man's attitude. He continued massaging Qin Yuru's shoulders as he chuckled. Honey, you went out to meet friends without telling me. You had me worried sick. At that moment, witnessing Chu Nan's intimate display with Qin Yuru, Su Ziliang was dumbfounded. His face darkened like storm clouds. The smile that had been on his face froze instantly. In that instant, Su Ziliang realized Chu Nan's true identity. So you're that useless son-in-law of the Qin family. Chapter 151, If you cross me, I'll admit defeat. Useless son-in-law. When Su Ziliang uttered those words, Qin Yuru's expression also darkened. Senior Su, whether Chu Nan is a son-in-law or not, he is my husband. I expect you to show him respect. Qin Yuru glared coldly at Su Ziliang. Yuru. Seeing Qin Yuru defend Chu Nan so fiercely, Su Ziliang was somewhat taken aback. I already know about the Qin family's affairs. Isn't it just using a marriage contract as leverage? Yuru, as a modern woman, you should have bravely refused this feudal marriage. After speaking, Su Ziliang turned his gaze to Chu Nan beside Qin Yuru, his face twisted with contempt. Look at this guy, what part of him is worthy of you? He's not even from the same world as you. Seeing Su Ziliang getting carried away with his own rant, Chu Nan quickly interjected with a smile. Now that's a load of nonsense. How am I not from the same world as my wife? Su Ziliang snorted derisively, raising the slender sword in his hand. I was Yuru's fencing partner back in college. Back then, her dream was to become a national-level fencer, and I was the only one who supported her all along. And you? Do you even know what fencing is? Do you share any common ground with Yaruo? Hearing Su Ziliang's words, Qin Yuru beside him suddenly fell silent. Admittedly, he wasn't wrong. Qin Yuru genuinely loved fencing. During her university days, she had even secretly joined the school's kendo club. She hadn't told anyone about this except her best friend Shinseni, not even her own parents knew. Because Qin Yuru understood. Someone like her had no right to control her own life. That was why Qin Yuru desperately wanted to join the headquarters of Qin Pharmaceutical. Only then could she establish a foothold within the Qin family and gain a voice of her own. Chu Nan, don't mind what Senior Su said. That's all in the past. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yuru flashed Chu Nan a smile. But noticing the kendo uniform she wore, Chu Nan chuckled. Honey, it's just fencing, right? I knew how to do this stuff when I was 10. At 10? As soon as Chu Nan uttered those words, Su Ziliang beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you look like? Fencing is a sport for the elite overseas. Did you have access to it growing up? Qin Yuru stared wide-eyed at Chu Nan. As far as she knew, Chu Nan had grown up on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Where on earth would he have learned fencing? Kid, since you keep claiming you know fencing, then would you dare to duel me? Just then, Su Ziliang glanced at Qin Yuru before suddenly getting an idea. He looked at Chu Nan with a teasing expression and asked, Duel you? Chu Nan glanced up at Su Ziliang, his eyes showing little interest. He considered it a waste of time to duel with such a fellow. What? You're afraid? You wouldn't be thinking of hiding behind a woman, relying on her protection, would you? Seeing Chu Nan didn't agree immediately, Su Ziliang assumed he was afraid of being exposed. The more hesitant Chu Nan seemed, the more Su Ziliang wanted to expose him in front of Qin Yuru. I'll fight you. But we need to add some stakes.
Seeing through Su Zilion's intentions, Shunan suddenly curved his lips into a faint smile.
Stakes? Su Ziliang chuckled at the suggestion. Fine, what do you want to wager?
Shunan slowly held up one finger, his face adorned with an innocent smile.
1 million? Su Ziliang asked cautiously, watching Shunan. Seeing Shunan shake his head firmly, Su Ziliang shrugged indifferently.
Then 10 million per game. As Su Ziliang finished speaking, Xin Yuru also furrowed her brow slightly.
10 million per game? That wager was simply too high.
Just as she was about to speak up and Shunan not to get carried away, he unexpectedly shrugged indifferently. 10 million per round is too petty.
100 million per game. Surely Mr. Su wouldn't be so petty as to be unable to afford that much?
What? Su Ziliang's eyes widened in shock, nearly cursing under his breath.
100 million per game. That was an astronomical sum.
Even he himself wouldn't dare gamble so recklessly. You little brat, of course I can afford to lose.
But do you have the money? Su Ziliang looked down at Shunan with a skeptical expression. After all, he was the esteemed young master of the Su family.
Thinking a mere 100 million could intimidate him was utterly preposterous.
Here's a HSBC cashier's check 500 million in cash. Shall I call to verify its authenticity? Shunan casually tossed a check onto the table. For a moment, Su Ziliang was utterly dumbfounded.
A HSBC cashier's check. Su Ziliang needed only a glance to confirm the check was most likely genuine. But he never imagined Shunan could casually produce a 500 million yuan check.
This guy, was he really just a son-in-law? Shunan, is this real or fake?
Beside him, Qin Yuru gaped in astonishment.
500 million. That was no small sum even for the Qin family.
At the very least, Qin Yuru, the second young miss of the Qin family, couldn't possibly come up with that much money. Therefore, regarding the check in Shunan's hand,
Qin Yuru was even more surprised than Su Ziliang. It's from an old acquaintance. Only 500 million, not much.
Shunan explained with a smile to Qin Yuru.
And the old acquaintance he mentioned? Qin Yuru knew him well.
It was none other than Shen Dawei, who had once pursued Qin Yuru relentlessly but failed.
This 500 million yuan check was indeed from Shen Dawei. Kid, cut the crap.
We'll only know if you've got the real skills once we've competed. Overshadowed by Shunan's grand gesture, Su Ziliang stood on stage with a face as dark as iron. Clutching his sword, he challenged Shunan. He was confident that with his swordsmanship, he could turn the tables and win Qin Yuru's heart.
Shunan, Su Ziliang is the president of our university's kendo club. He spent the last 2 years training under masters abroad, his skill rivals that of professional fencers. Be careful. Qin Yuru couldn't help but warn Shunan as she watched him.
Though she knew Shunan was no slouch, this was fencing, not some reckless brawl where brute strength won the day.
With Su Ziliang's swordsmanship, he could easily compete at the national level.
Qin Yuru, unaware of Shunan's skill level, naturally felt some concern.
Don't worry, it won't take more than a few moves to take care of this guy.
Shunan turned and flashed Qin Yuru a confident smile.
With that, he leapt onto the fencing piste. Put on your kendo uniform.
Otherwise, don't blame my sword for having no eyes later. Su Ziliang shot Shunan a cold glance as he spoke. Shunan remained where he stood, merely turning away to casually pick a slender sword from the pile of equipment.
He then turned back to face Su Ziliang. No need for all that fuss. If you can even touch my clothes, I'll concede this round. Chapter 152, Wan Dashan. You insolent brat, you're too arrogant. Even national-level fencing masters wouldn't dare underestimate me like this. Su Ziliang's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
Today, he would make Shunan lose so thoroughly that he'd have no choice but to admit defeat. At the same time, he would use this opportunity to make Qin Yuru see clearly the gap between Shunan and himself.
With that thought, Su Ziliang lunged at Shunan.
His sword darted like a venomous snake, striking, its speed lightning fast. With a sharp whistling sound cutting through the air, it aimed straight for Shunan's chest. Watching Su Ziliang's preemptive strike, Shunan's lips curled upward, a mocking smile spreading across his face. The next instant, he moved. He didn't dodge, nor did he meet the blow head-on. Instead, he charged straight towards Su Ziliang. He's practically asking for death. Su Ziliang's lips twisted, a savage glint flashing in his eyes. His sword shot toward Shunan like lightning. This strike was nearly all the strength Su Ziliang possessed. Its speed was so blindingly fast that evasion was virtually impossible. In a normal match, it might have been tolerable, but right now, Shunan wasn't wearing any protective gear. If that blade truly struck home, it could be fatal. No! Stop! Below the stage, as Su Ziliang's blade was about to strike, Qin Yuru's face drained of color in terror, and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. But it was already too late. Die! As the sword in his hand was about to pierce Shunan, a look of madness flashed in Su Ziliang's eyes. At that very moment, a strange smile spread across Shunan's face. In the next instant, he flicked his slender blade upward, its tip striking Su Ziliang's sword like lightning. Clang! A tremendous force surged through him. Su Ziliang felt a jolt through his palm, nearly losing his grip on the sword. His prideful strike had been so easily deflected by Chu Nan. It's not over yet. Just then, a cold chuckle suddenly rang out beside his ear. Before Su Ziliang could react, his vision blurred. Whoosh! 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 Chu Nan's slender sword whirled through the air, instantly creating a swarm of sword shadows filling the sky. What? What incredible speed! Su Ziliang stared at Chu Nan in utter astonishment. Before Su Ziliang could recover, Chu Nan's slender sword had already pierced his body. Thud, thud, thud. Even clad in thick kendo uniform, Su Ziliang's figure kept retreating backward. On the stage, Chu Nan's movements grew faster and faster, almost forming a blur. This sequence of 13 consecutive strikes from Chu Nan was not only lightning fast but also aimed directly at vital points. Below the stage, not only Qin Yaru, but even other sword enthusiasts were drawn to this spectacle. Eyes wide, the crowd fixed their gaze on Chu Nan atop the stage. At that moment, only the shifting outline of Chu Nan was visible, his movements nearly impossible to discern. Until the very next second. On the stage, Chu Nan's figure abruptly came to a halt. Su Ziliang's body crashed heavily onto the platform. Put! A large mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the stage crimson. Oh no! Young master! Witnessing this scene from below the platform, a towering figure standing nearly 6 feet tall paled instantly. He immediately lunged forward, intent on rushing up to rescue Su Ziliang. Young master, are you alright? The tall man helped Su Ziliang to his feet and asked anxiously. Don't worry, I held back. This guy isn't dead yet. Chu Nan looked down at Su Ziliang with a sneer. Su Ziliang's face was now deathly pale, his entire body trembling, his eyes filled with shame and fury. Wan Dashan. Kill him. Kill him. Avenge me. Su Ziliang glared at his men beside him, his teeth clenched as he roared. Young master. Hearing Su Ziliang's words, a cold gleam flashed in Wan Dashan's eyes as he lifted his gaze toward Chu Nan. You could have won just now. Why did you have to severely injure my young master? Wan Dashan barked coldly at Chu Nan. He could clearly see that Chu Nan had been feigning weakness. Despite overwhelmingly superior swordsmanship, he had deliberately chosen to humiliate Su Ziliang at the final moment. How interesting. If it were me lying on the ground right now, I wonder if your young master would show any mercy? Chu Nan casually twirled his sword in a flourish, asking with a cold laugh. At these words, Wan Dashan's expression shifted slightly. He knew his young master well. Had Chu Nan not possessed formidable strength, Wan Dashan's fate would likely be no better than Su Ziliang's. He who eats another's bread must serve another's will. Regardless, you've injured my young master today. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Wan Dashan rose slowly, his gaze fixed on Chu Nan. What? You want to fight me too? Chu Nan looked at Wan Dashan with a mocking expression. The man before him stood a towering 1.9 meters tall, his physique as sturdy as an iron tower. Under ordinary circumstances, such a man would exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet standing before Chu Nan, he felt nothing at all. After all, he was only at the 8th level of internal strength. Even if he relied solely on his physical strength, in Chu Nan's eyes, he was no different from an ant. Young master, please retire for the night. I'll handle him. Wan Dashan glanced back at Su Ziliang and declared in a deep voice. Teach this brat a lesson he won't forget. If you can't even handle him, you won't be serving me anymore. Su Ziliang's face remained deathly pale as he forced himself to shout through the pain. Rest assured, young master. Wan Dashan replied before turning to Chu Nan and declaring. I don't want to hurt anyone. Admit defeat yourself and apologize to the young master. I can plead your case to him. Hearing this, Chu Nan smiled. Enough talk. Let's fight. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The next second, Wan Dashan flexed his limbs, then leapt forward, charging at Chu Nan. Though massive in stature, Wan Dashan was far from clumsy. On the contrary, his movements were lightning fast. A fist shot out, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Clearly, he was confident in his strength. Facing this punch, Chu Nan showed no fear whatsoever, actively swinging his own fist forward to meet it. Boom! The two forces collided. In the next instant, Chu Nan stood perfectly still. Wan Dashan, however, stumbled backward several steps, nearly stumbling to the ground. That punch just now I used at least 60% of my strength. No wonder the young master fell at your hands. After regaining his footing, Wan Dashan's eyes darkened with a hint of gravity. Clearly, Chu Nan's strength far exceeded his expectations. But that's all he's got. Wan Dashan's eyes narrowed sharply. With a furious roar, his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Feeling this overwhelming aura, Qin Yaru and the others below the stage couldn't help but widen their eyes. Truly worthy of the Su family of Jinling, Su Ziliang has a martial arts master by his side. Someone below the stage couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 153, Qin Yaru's birthday. At the same time, just as he sensed the shift in Wan Dashan's aura, Shu Nan, standing on the stage, also revealed a hint of surprise on his face.
Body tempering techniques. I never imagined you'd know the art of body refinement? Shu Nan narrowed his eyes.
He could clearly sense the transformation in Wan Dashin's physical strength at this moment.
Not only that, the innate physical talent displayed by his opponent also astonished Shu Nan.
After all, body tempering techniques were nearly extinct. In today's world, while martial artists were numerous, those cultivating external arts like body tempering techniques were as rare as phoenix feathers and Shilin horns.
The reason was simple.
Mastering body forging techniques demanded enduring inhuman agony, a torment even martial arts masters found unbearable, let alone ordinary people.
Shu Nan had heard the old man mention it before.
Never underestimate any martial artist who practices body forging techniques.
Such individuals possess unwavering mental fortitude and extraordinary perseverance. Moreover, body forging techniques follow a path of initial hardship before yielding ease.
Once one truly masters the basics and advances to the mid to late stages, crushing opponents of equal rank becomes effortless.
Take another punch from me. At that moment, atop the stage, Wan Dashin roared with a thunderous shout.
In a flash, he closed the distance to Shu Nan and unleashed a thunderous punch. Shu Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp gleam flashing through his slits. What a pity, if only you could reach the level of a grandmaster. Perhaps you could have matched me blow for blow with this physical strength alone. He sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. As Wan Dashin's assault came crashing down once more, Shu Nan immediately raised his fist and struck out again.
This time, their fists collided. Boom! Another muffled thud echoed.
Immediately afterward, Wan Dashin's figure flew backward, crashing heavily onto the stage.
In an instant, the vast arena fell suddenly silent.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at the figure sprawled on the ground like a sandbag, their expressions frozen in disbelief.
Wan Dashin lost? Cough cough.
At the edge of the ring, Wan Dashin coughed violently several times, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth.
Your power is overwhelming. I am no match for you.
Wan Dashin's gaze fixed on Shu Nan, his shah tinged with a deep sense of admiration. He could feel it clearly. Had Shu Nan not pulled back his power at the last moment, the damage would have been far worse than a mere scratch. Young master, Dashin failed his mission and brought shame upon you.
Struggling to his feet, Wan Dashin addressed Su Ziliang below the stage with evident shame.
At that moment, Su Ziliang's face was ashen, his rage boiling over.
Useless. Absolutely useless. Didn't my father say you were a formidable fighter? How could you fail to take down even this kid? Su Ziliang snarled at Wan Dashin, his face dark and stormy. On stage, hearing Su Ziliang's words, Wan Dashin's face fell into utter defeat. He had lost. Outclassed. Nothing more to say. Su Ziliang, you lose, you pay up. Where's my money? On the stage, Shu Nan teased Su Ziliang with a mocking shout. Hearing this, Su Ziliang's expression darkened further. But in front of Qin Yaru, no matter how much it stung, he wouldn't go back on his word. This small sum. I, Su Ziliang, can still afford it. Gritting his teeth and feigning nonchalance, Su Ziliang promptly wrote out a check. 100 million. As the eldest son of the Su family, drawing 100 million from the family business was hardly a challenge. You little punk, we'll meet again. After hurling a parting threat at Shu Nan, Su Ziliang stormed off in a huff. Young master, let me escort you back.
Seeing this, Wan Dashin hurried after Su Ziliang.
Get lost.
Spotting Wan Dashin, Su Ziliang, with nowhere to vent his anger, swung his leg and kicked the mountain-like figure of Wan Dashin. Despite taking the solid blow, Wan Dashin remained unmoved, merely plastering on a forced smile. Useless. Starting today, you're no longer assigned to me. After all the high salary the Su family has paid you, with your worthless performance, don't ever expect another penny from us. With that, Su Ziliang turned and walked away. Left standing in place, Wan Dashin's expression suddenly darkened. Young master, please give me one more chance. Wan Dashin pleaded desperately. But Su Ziliang paid him no mind whatsoever, his figure vanishing straight from Wan Dashin's sight. Why bother? A martial artist of such stature, bending over backwards for a measly 3 bushels of rice? Shu Nan's voice drifted into Wan Dashin's ears from nearby. Hearing this, Wan Dashin's shoulders trembled, and a trace of self-mockery flashed across his face. What do you know? With that, Wan Dashin, looking utterly dejected, strode out. At the same moment, watching the direction Wan Dashin had departed, a hint of amusement flickered in Shu Nan's eyes. Such innate talent for physical cultivation, it's a shame to waste it as someone's bodyguard. If I could recruit him, he'd be worth cultivating. After a moment's consideration, Shu Nan immediately pulled out his phone and casually sent a text message to Luo Tianyang. Clearly, Wan Dashin had piqued Shu Nan's interest in recruiting him. Just then, clap, 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 from the audience. What a sight to behold. In all my years, I've never witnessed such masterful swordsmanship. This is absolutely master level. Witnessing the battle, the crowd couldn't help but burst into applause. It wasn't just his strength, but his swordsmanship. Shu Nan's performance had captivated nearly everyone present.
Now, the crowd of sword enthusiasts swarmed around Chunan, leaving no space to move. Master, please sign my sword. Master, no matter the tuition, please take me as your disciple. Even Qin Yuru stood frozen in place, gazing up at the figure now surrounded by the crowd. In that moment, observing Chunan on stage, sensing the calm composure radiating from him and the profound depth in his eyes, she felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Get out of here! Amidst the crowd, Chunan quickly extricated himself, grabbing the still-dazed Qin Yuru and pulling her away. Half an hour later. Rongqing, Manguangtian Sky Restaurant. This Michelin 3-star establishment was a veritable money pit. Even Rongqing's wealthiest dared not dine here daily. Now, dressed in a black evening gown, Qin Yuru sat across from Chunan. Strange. This place is usually packed. I tried booking a table for half a month and couldn't get one. Why is it suddenly empty tonight? Surrounded by the lavishly decorated yet eerily empty dining room, Qin Yuru turned to Chunan with a puzzled expression. It means we're both incredibly lucky tonight. Chunan casually explained. Of course, he wouldn't mention that the restaurant belonged to Luo Tianyang, and that he'd only booked it half an hour ago. All to create a romantic atmosphere for Qin Yuru. All other customers had been cleared out earlier that day. Chapter 154, Chunan is a VIP? Inside the Sky Restaurant. The soft candlelight illuminated Qin Yuru's delicate, flawless face. Gazing at Chunan across from her, Qin Yuru was filled with a flood of questions. For instance, why was Chunan so proficient in swordsmanship? She refused to believe a man raised in the mountains could possess such mastery. And then there was the check he'd put up as a wager. A 500 million yuan check. That wasn't something just anyone could afford. Now, blinking at Chunan before her, Qin Yuru's mind was swirling with questions, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Lately, you seem different somehow. Qin Yuru suddenly smiled at Chunan. Different? Chunan smiled faintly. What, just now noticing how handsome your husband is? Rolling her eyes at Chunan, Qin Yuru then said earnestly. It feels like you've become a completely different person. Or maybe, I never really knew you at all. With your abilities, you could have made something of yourself even without staying in the Qin family. As she spoke, a complex expression flickered in Qin Yuru's eyes. Yes. It seemed like the one who couldn't live without the other had always been her, not Chunan. Achievements? At Qin Yuru's words, Chunan's lips curved into a faint smile. What do you mean by is what? Like Luo Tianyang becoming a big shot in the business world? Or to conquer battlefields and achieve military glory like Han Zhantin? Qin Yuru fell deep in thought upon hearing this. I don't know. But I know one truth. Looking up at Chunan, Qin Yuru said slowly, one word at a time. I refuse to live like this anymore. I want to take control of my own destiny. With that, Qin Yuru lifted her wine glass and took a hearty swig. Seeing Qin Yuru's gloomy mood, Chunan guessed what was troubling her. But since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't press further. Enough of that. It's rare we get to come to this restaurant. Here's to you, you did a great job today. Qin Yuru raised her glass and gave Chunan a faint smile. Clink. The glasses clinked lightly, and both drained their drinks in one gulp. Half an hour later. Outside the same Manhwa restaurant. Sorry, you can't go in. Inside the Slow Time restaurant, two waitstaff were blocking a group of people, their expressions filled with awkwardness. Lulu, if it really doesn't work out, maybe we should just give up. After all, this is a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Without a reservation, we definitely won't get in. Someone in the crowd tried to persuade them. At these words, Qin Lulu, standing at the front, paled. That's only for ordinary people who need reservations. Young Master Wang is a VIP here. Even the manager treats him with utmost respect. Tonight, you're doing everything my way, we're dining here. Amidst the commotion, Qin Lulu stood in a designer evening gown, clutching an Hermes bag worth over 100,000 yuan. With a hint of drunkenness in her eyes, she glared at the two waiters. There are clearly so many empty tables. Why won't they let us in? So what if it's a Michelin 3-star? Do you think I can't afford it? With that, Qin Lulu promptly pulled out a gold bank card from her bag, waving it in front of the two waiters with a look of pure showmanship. Ma'am, the restaurant is fully booked tonight. No one except the VIP guests may enter to disturb their meal. Despite Qin Lulu's arrogant attitude, the two waiters still dared not let her in. So what if it's reserved for VIPs? Do you know who my fiancé is? He's Wang Junjie, the eldest son of the Wang family. He's a VIP at your restaurant. Tonight, this lady is hosting a dinner for friends, and we absolutely must dine at your establishment. Qin Lulu's tone was imperious, her demeanor haughty and arrogant. Hearing her words, the two waiters turned pale. The fiancé of the Wang family's eldest son. This was clearly not someone they could afford to offend. Even so, they had no authority to let Qin Lulu and her group in without permission. Oh, if it isn't Miss Qin? Just then, the pot-bellied restaurant manager emerged and, upon seeing Qin Lulu, immediately offered a fawning smile. By rights, given Qin Lulu's status, he shouldn't have to go to such lengths. But who could blame him? Qin Lulu had married a man of influence.
Wang Junjie was a VIP at their restaurant, and Qin Lulu had naturally accompanied him here many times.
Manager Zhao, you finally showed up. Those two clueless jerks actually refused to let this lady in. Is this how your Manchur Guang restaurant treats its VIP guests?
The moment she spotted the restaurant manager, Qin Lulu immediately pointed at the two waiters, her face brimming with displeasure. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the manager didn't reprimand the servers. Instead, he looked troubled.
Miss Qin, please forgive us. Tonight, our restaurant is reserved for distinguished guests. By the rules, no one is allowed inside until the VIP guests have finished their meal. Hearing the manager's explanation, Qin Lulu froze in surprise. What kind of VIP could possibly reserve the entire slow time restaurant?
It wasn't just Qin Lulu, the group of friends she'd brought along were all staring in astonishment.
Lulu, we should probably just leave. We can't afford to cross someone that important.
Hearing her friend's words, Qin Lulu felt a bit embarrassed.
They're VIPs? And I, Qin Lulu, am not? Just wait. I'll call young Master Wang. Maybe he can make an exception for us.
Having boasted in front of her friends, Qin Lulu certainly didn't want to lose face. She immediately made a move to call Wang Junjie.
But just then,
"Honored guests, please stay." A voice suddenly rang out from within the restaurant.
Oh my. Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu. Finished your meal so quickly? Was there anything lacking in our service?
The restaurant manager turned around, immediately plastering on a broad smile as he approached Chunan and Qin Yaru with eager enthusiasm.
At that very moment,
Qin Lulu, who had been curious about the identity of the VIPs who had reserved the entire restaurant, looked up and saw the two figures emerging. Her expression froze abruptly.
Chunan, Qin Yaru. It's actually you two? Qin Lulu's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe it, a Michelin-starred restaurant she herself couldn't even get into, and now Chunan and Qin Yaru had booked the entire place? No. This couldn't be possible. Qin Lulu couldn't believe it.
Pointing at Chunan, she coldly snapped at the restaurant manager.
Manager Zhao, you must have made a mistake. This guy is just a country bumpkin. How could he be your restaurant's VIP guest? A country bumpkin? At Qin Lulu's words, Manager Zhao's expression instantly darkened with irritation. Miss Qin, Mr. Chu is a VIP guest of our restaurant. I expect you to show some respect. Chapter 155, Jumping into the Yellow River won't wash away the stain. VIP? Show respect?
At Manager Zhao's words, Qin Lulu's face turned purple with rage. She was the esteemed young miss of the Qin family.
She'd always looked down on Chunan with disdain, and now he was telling her to show him respect? Qin Lulu felt utterly humiliated. Chunan, what trick did you pull this time? Tell Manager Zhao right now.
You're just a son-in-law who married into the Qin family, not some VIP like he claims.
Qin Lulu glared at Chunan, urging him.
She was determined to expose his true identity right then and there.
A VIP at a Michelin-starred restaurant. This was an honor reserved solely for her, Qin Lulu. How could a worthless nobody like Chunan, whom she looked down on, possibly have the right to make her look up to him? Sis, don't push it too far.
Before Chunan could speak, Qin Yaru interjected with a stern voice.
Though she too was utterly baffled. She thought it was just luck that the restaurant had no business tonight. But seeing the restaurant manager's attitude now, she finally understood.
Everything that had happened tonight was likely something Chunan had prepared long ago.
What, afraid I'd expose you? You two aren't VIPs at all. There's definitely something fishy going on here.
Noticing the confusion in Qin Yaru's eyes, Qin Lulu pressed her accusation with even greater self-assurance. However, Manager Zhao's face turned ashen.
Others might not know. But Manager Zhao knew the truth. Chunan was a VIP personally instructed to be hosted by the Luo Group's top brass. Though he didn't know Chunan's exact status. But his superiors had repeatedly emphasized that Chunan was to be treated with the same respect as Chairman Luo. Not a shred of disrespect was permitted. For that reason alone. Don't even mention that Chunan is the Qin family's son-in-law by marriage. Even if he were a beggar on the street, he'd have to treat the other guy like his own grandfather. Manager Zhao, when does my private booking end?
At that moment, Chunan had no intention of acknowledging Qin Lulu. Instead, he turned to ask Manager Zhao.
Hearing this, Manager Zhao immediately smiled and replied. Mr. Chu, according to our restaurant's policy, the entire establishment is exclusively yours for the entire evening. Unless you wish otherwise, no one else may enter the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Chunan nodded and said. Very well. Bring me 2 more tables of food. I'm treating all your staff to a late-night meal. Oh, and not a single one of those people is allowed in. With that, a playful smile curved at the corners of Chunan's lips. He took the stunned Qin Yaru by the hand and strode purposefully toward the exit. Watching Chunan and Qin Yaru depart with such flair, Qin Lulu and the others standing in the middle of the room were utterly dumbfounded. Chunan, what do you think you're doing? Qin Lulu glared at Chunan's retreating back and snapped coldly. Do you really think you're some kind of VIP now? Manager Zhao, this guy is a fraud. Don't let him fool you.
Qin Lulu hurriedly explained, but Manager Zhao paid her no mind whatsoever. He merely watched Chu Nan and his companion depart with a respectful expression.
Seeing off Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu.
Only after seeing them off did Manager Zhao turn back, his eyes cold as ice on Qin Lulu.
What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Mr. Chu said? Close the doors. No more customers.
As soon as Manager Zhao spoke, 2 restaurant security guards hurried over, closing the restaurant doors and leaving Qin Lulu and the others out in the cold.
Damn it! Chunan, Qin Yaru, you two just wait.
Humiliated in front of her friends, Qin Lulu's face burned with anger and embarrassment.
Meanwhile, outside the Manhwa restaurant on the roadside. Chunan, what the hell happened tonight? Did you know that restaurant manager? With no one around, Qin Yaru finally couldn't hold back and pressed Chunan for answers.
The Manhwa restaurant was a Michelin 3-star luxury establishment. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to get a reservation, let alone secure an exclusive booking.
Beep. The next second. Before Chunan could offer an explanation, he pulled out his car keys. Suddenly, the headlights of a brand new Porsche 918 parked by the roadside illuminated. Let's go. I'll drive you home. Chunan opened the car door and turned directly to Qin Yaru with an invitation. Is this your car?
Confusion in her eyes gave way to shock as Qin Yaru approached the sports car, staring at Chunan in astonishment. Though she knew little about cars, she could tell a Porsche sports car like this cost at least several million.
Where did Chunan get the money? In the car.
Chunan offered little explanation, simply starting the engine and driving straight away with Qin Yaru.
In the passenger seat.
Feeling the rush of acceleration from the sports car, Qin Yaru felt both exhilarated and stunned.
Until her gaze suddenly fell upon the vehicle registration certificate resting on the front passenger dashboard.
The car was brand new, just picked up from the dealership. All the paperwork was still inside. Qin Yaru casually flipped through them and immediately saw the name listed as the owner on the registration. Although the car was a gift for Chunan,
it had been purchased by Lu Xiaoman under the name of Lu Group.
Therefore, the name listed as the owner on the registration certificate was naturally Lu Xiaoman.
For a moment,
a look of surprise flashed across her pretty face.
Then, as if connecting the dots, Qin Yaru's expression grew complex, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up to the Qin family villa.
Inside the car, Chunan turned off the engine and pulled 2 concert tickets from his pocket, handing them to Qin Yaru beside him.
Happy birthday. This is your present.
Seeing the gift Chunan presented, Qin Yaru's face lit up with surprise and delight.
Tickets to Ji Yuma's concert? These are incredibly hard to get. How did you manage to get them?
The words barely left her lips when, as if remembering something, Qin Yaru stopped questioning Chunan.
It's just 2 concert tickets. A friend gave them to me too. As long as you like them. Chunan grinned.
When Chunan mentioned friends, a complex expression flashed across Qin Yaru's eyes.
I never expected you'd remember my favorite singer. Also, you're the only one in the entire Qin family who remembers my birthday. Thank you, Chunan. Thank you for everything you did for me tonight. I'm truly touched.
At this point, a smile blossomed on Qin Yaru's face as she addressed Chunan.
But you really didn't need to go to all this trouble for me. I can tell the Lu family's eldest daughter treats you well. Make the most of it.
Having blurted out all this in one breath, Qin Yaru pushed open the car door and was about to leave. Chunan, however, was left utterly dumbfounded by her words.
Yaru, Lu Xiaoman and I are just friends. You've misunderstood. Chunan instinctively explained.
Qin Yaru paused in her steps, then chuckled lightly.
The esteemed Miss Lu wouldn't buy such an expensive car for an ordinary friend. And tonight's reservation at Mantime restaurant that was probably arranged by Miss Lu too, right? Please thank her for me. And don't worry about me, we're just a contractual marriage.
I'll establish myself in the Qin family as soon as possible, then set you free.
You can be with whoever you want.
With that, Qin Yaru strode straight into the villa. Only Chunan remained behind, his mouth agape, a helpless, bitter smile on his face.
It's over. This time, even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't wash away the stain. Chapter 156, Qin Yaru's surprise. Early the next morning. At the Qin family villa. During breakfast, the entire family gathered in the dining room. Young Chu, how's business at the clinic been lately? Old Master Qin looked at Chunan and asked with a smile. Grandfather, business at the clinic is going reasonably well. If you have time, you should visit the 1000 Gold Clinic.
I'll prescribe a few more formulas to help regulate your health.
Chunan replied. Ever since Chunan opened his clinic, he'd been swamped lately, rarely seen around. Why abandon your stable position in the RD department at the headquarters? Running off to open some shady clinic?
Lu Suling shot Chunan a withering glance, her tone dripping with irritation. Clearly, she was still upset about Chunan turning down the RD department position.
If you ask me, young people just haven't suffered enough. You'll regret it tomorrow and it'll be too late.
Qin Weihe also scolded him with a cold expression.
Mom and Dad, this is Chunan's own choice. I support him. Hearing her parents' words, Chin Yaru spoke up for Chunan. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chin Yaru's words, Chin Weha and his wife's expressions darkened even further. Support? It was precisely because we supported you too much that you ended up marrying this boy in a daze. Mentioning this matter made Chin Weha and his wife seethe with anger. It was clearly Chin Lulu's betrothal, yet they had sacrificed their own daughter. Now, not only had they gained nothing, but since Chin Lulu had joined forces with Wang Junjie, the Chin Jianghai family's position within the Chin group had only grown stronger. Everyone knew Chin Jianghai's future son-in-law was the eldest son of the Wang family. Therefore, the top seat at Chin group would naturally belong to none other than Chin Jianghai. Precisely because of this, Chin Weha's standing at headquarters has plummeted dramatically lately. Even many mid-level managers who were once close to him have switched allegiance and joined Chin Jianghai's camp. Enough! Are you all blaming this old man for being senile and mismatching Yaroa's marriage? During the banquet, old Master Chin suddenly spoke in a deep voice. At this remark, Chin Weha and his wife hastily shook their heads, smiling at the elder. Father, that's not what we meant at all. Ignoring them, old Master Chin turned to Chin Yaru and said, Yaru, I know you feel wronged in this matter. But your grandfather isn't a heartless man. Recently, headquarters is planning to expand production capacity. I intend to entrust the formula for Oxgall pills to you, so your branch company can oversee the production of Chin's Oxgall pills. At the dinner table. As old Master Chin spoke, the room fell into a 3-second silence. Even Chin Yaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandfather, I object. The Oxgall pill formula is so crucial, how can you entrust it to her? Chin Lulu was the first to stand up and protest. She was the eldest daughter of the Chin family. Even she hadn't been allowed access to the formula, yet the old patriarch was entrusting something so vital to Chin Yaru? Chin Jianghai also frowned and said, Dad, matters concerning the Nyo Huan formula should be decided by the board of directors together. Besides, niece Yaru is still young. Placing such a heavy burden on her seems rather hasty. Chin Jianghai was naturally reluctant in every way. The Nyo Huan formula was the very foundation of Chin Pharmaceuticals' existence, the old man's most valuable bargaining chip. He had repeatedly urged the old man to disclose the formula. But the old man had stubbornly refused. He never imagined it would be handed over to Chin Yaru so easily. Seeing Chin Jianghai and his daughter's opposition, Chin Weha and his wife first looked surprised and delighted, then their faces turned anxious. Yaru, are you sure you can handle this task? During the gathering, old Master Chin ignored Chin Jianghai's objections and turned his gaze toward Chin Yaru, asking with rare seriousness. Startled by his grandfather's question, Chin Yaru snapped back to reality and nodded excitedly. Grandfather, I promise to complete the task. Hearing her answer, the old man burst into hearty laughter. It's settled then. If you successfully complete the production targets, you'll be appointed as the production capacity manager at headquarters. The old man declared decisively. The announcement instantly divided the room. Some rejoiced, others despaired. Chin Weha and his wife, who had been frowning and looking displeased moments before, suddenly embraced Chin Yaru with excitement. My dear daughter, hurry and thank grandfather. Chin Yaru stood up immediately and addressed the old man respectfully. Thank you, grandfather. I will never betray your trust, grandfather. Watching Chin Yaru entrusted with such responsibility by the old man, even given the chance to join the headquarters. Chin Lulu, seated at the same table, wore an expression more agonized than if she'd been killed. Once merely a clownish figure compared to her, this girl now enjoyed greater favor than she did. Chin Lulu stared at the old man's beaming face, a thread of resentment stirring in her heart. Oomph. So what if she gets into headquarters? Before long, I'll be the eldest mistress of the Wang family. You'll never surpass me in this lifetime. Chin Lulu, stung by shame and anger, shot a cold snort at Chin Yaru before rising and striding away. Brother, we're family after all. How could Lulu say such things? Hearing Chin Lulu's outburst, Chin Weha and his wife's expressions darkened. Now that their daughter had won the old master's favor, they could finally hold their heads high in front of Chin Jianghai. Oomph. Seeing the Chin Weha family basking in their newfound influence, Chin Jianghai's expression darkened. Without waiting for an explanation, Chin Jianghai stormed off. Dad, what's going on here? Big brother's temper has been getting worse and worse lately. Watching Chin Jianghai storm off, Lu Suling feigned hurt as she complained to the old man. She had finally come to realize the truth. Relying on her weak and incompetent husband was useless. If she could gain the old man's trust through her daughter Chin Yaru and secure the inheritance rights to the Oxgall pill formula from him, then no matter how powerful the eldest son Chin Jianghai's family became, possessing the Oxgall pill formula would allow her family to maintain their foothold within the Chin clan. Enough! It's only natural that the eldest son's family would have grievances about this matter. Old Master Chin waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze back to Chin Yaru and admonished. The formula for the Oxbile pills is no trivial matter. It is the very foundation upon which Chin Pharmaceutical stands in the Sichuan pharmaceutical industry. Remember, you must never reveal the formula. Hearing the old man's earnest warning, Shin Yuru dared not hesitate for a moment. She solemnly replied, "Rest assured, grandfather. I will oversee the entire process and ensure not a single mistake is made." Old Master Qin nodded, but his gaze shifted to Chunan, who had remained silent beside Shin Yuru. "If you encounter anything you don't understand, consult young Chu. With him assisting you, I feel much more at ease." With that, the old man rose and departed. Chapter 157, Congenital Heart Disease. In the dining hall. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Shin Yaruo's face betrayed an uncontrollable surge of excitement. "Am I dreaming?" Shin Yaru murmured to herself. Everything felt almost unreal. She understood better than anyone what the Nyo Huan 1 formula meant to Qin Pharmaceutical. It was precisely because of this. She finally understood just how crucial the task her grandfather had entrusted to her truly was. Congratulations in advance on joining the headquarters. Entrusting you with such a vital mission speaks volumes about the old man's trust in you. At that moment, Chunan also stood up and smiled at Shin Yuru. Though she had been holding a grudge over last night's incident, her mood had unexpectedly lifted. Shin Yuru returned Chunan's smile. But before she could speak, a figure stepped between Chunan and Shin Yuru. "Now you think to curry favor?" Yaro earned this opportunity because of her exceptional abilities. The old man trusts her. "It has absolutely nothing to do with you." Lu Suling shot Chunan a look of utter disdain. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Chunan smiled and replied, "Mom, I'm not trying to take credit for anything. But Yaro's success today isn't because of me or because of you, it's because of her own efforts." With that, Chunan turned and walked away, leaving behind Lu Suling and Qin Weha, both with faces as dark as thunderclouds. "Yuru, did you hear what he said? That brat, he's gone too far." Lu Suling exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Chunan's words were bluntly clear. He certainly wasn't the one trying to curry favor. If Qin Yuru had achieved her current status without his involvement, then it certainly had nothing to do with Lu Suling and Qin Weha either. How could Lu Suling not be furious at such words? "Mom. Chunan didn't mean it that way." Watching Chunan walk away, Qin Yuru sighed helplessly. "My dear daughter, you're just too soft-hearted. Listening to mom is never wrong. Surround yourself with influential people and keep your distance from certain useless individuals. It won't do you any good." Lu Suling turned to Qin Yaruo and urged her earnestly. "Mom, Chunan isn't that kind of person. Besides, grandfather just said he hopes Chunan can help me more." Qin Yuru retorted. But the moment those words left her mouth, Lu Suling's voice turned even colder. "Help you? What does he have to offer you? If he doesn't harm you, count yourself lucky." Beside them, Qin Weha also frowned and said sternly, "Yuru, your mother is absolutely right. I never approved of this marriage from the start. Once you join the headquarters, I'll find a chance to discuss it with your father and have you two divorced." As soon as Qin Weha finished speaking, Qin Yuru's expression stiffened. Divorce? Though she and Chunan were only contract spouses, the idea of entering the headquarters one moment and divorcing him the next was too treacherous even for her to contemplate. "Dad, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. I was the one who agreed to marry Chunan. Even if we divorce in the future, I want it to be a decision we make together." Qin Yuru didn't reveal the truth about their contractual marriage, but she voiced her thoughts. Unexpectedly, her words led her parents to misunderstand something. Lu Suling assumed Qin Yuru didn't want the divorce and immediately snapped. "Nonsense. You're the daughter of the Qin family. What kind of nonsense is marrying some country bumpkin? You'll have to divorce him whether you want to or not." Lu Suling's tone was unyielding. At these words, Qin Yaruo's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Mom, whether I divorce or not is my own business. Do you really think you can control my marriage?" Seeing tears welling in Qin Yaruo's eyes, Qin Weha quickly shot his wife a look before smiling and patting his daughter on the shoulder. "Yuru, your mom and I are the closest people to you in this world. We would never harm you. We won't pressure you about the divorce, but a woman's youth only lasts a few years. Just yesterday, Uncle Zhang was asking me about you. His son, Zhang Meng, is a high-ranking military officer. I heard he joined the White Tiger Legion years ago and is now stationed at the White Tiger camp. His future potential is limitless." "Enough." Hearing this, Qin Yuru choked out sharply. "Dad, I don't want to hear this. I have to go to work. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Cutting off her father's next words, Qin Yuru grabbed her bag and headed for the door. "Qin Weha, look at the fine daughter you've raised. She's gotten so spoiled by the old man's favor, she thinks she's all that now. Doesn't even listen to us anymore?" Watching Qin Yuru walk off on her own, Lu Suling fumed. Qin Weha looked utterly helpless, yet he still tried to explain. "Don't you know what kind of personality our daughter has? If you ask me, you're just being too impatient." Lu Suling raised an eyebrow. "I'm impatient? Oh, really? So it's all my fault now?" Pointing her finger at Qin Weha, Lu Suling complained directly. "If you weren't such a pushover at headquarters, never able to stand your ground, would I have to push my daughter into remarrying? Ever since marrying you, Jin Weeha, I've been treated like second-class citizen the moment I stepped into this Jin household. How am I supposed to let my daughter be looked down upon too? Hearing his wife's bitter words, Jin Weeha's face immediately darkened. Enough, enough. Why are you bringing this up out of nowhere? Unable to withstand his wife's complaints any longer, Jin Weeha grabbed his briefcase and hurriedly left the restaurant. Outside the Chin family villa. When Chin Yaru rushed out, she found Shu Nan's figure had already vanished. With a hint of disappointment in her eyes, she drove her BMW toward the branch office. At the same time, Shu Nan's figure appeared outside a private hospital in Rongcheng. Mr. Chu, I've thoroughly investigated that Wan Dashan. His sister, Wan Xiaolu, suffers from a rare congenital heart condition. This illness is extremely difficult to treat, so she requires constant care in the hospital's intensive care unit. Shu Nan held the phone, the voice on the other end belonging to Luo Tianyang. Congenital heart disease? Upon hearing Luo Tianyang's words, Shu Nan's brow furrowed slightly. With modern medical technology, this condition was indeed challenging. For her to have survived this long, it must have cost a fortune. Over the phone, Luo Tianyang sighed and said, I had someone look into it. Wan Dashan isn't inherently bad. He only sold himself to the Su family out of necessity to support his sister. All these years, the Su family has been covering his sister's medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Shu Nan replied, I see. Oh, right. You mentioned earlier that you know the director of this hospital? Luo Tianyang hastily replied. That's correct. I've already informed Dean Chen. He'll personally come out to greet you, young master. Shu Nan shook his head. No need. I'll go in on my own. With that, he hung up and strode directly toward the hospital. Chapter 158, Saving Your Sister's Life. Outside the ICU at the private hospital. Mr. Wan, I'm terribly sorry. The Su family has stopped paying for further treatment. Your sister can no longer stay in the ICU. The attending physician in a white coat addressed Wan Dashan. Behind him, two nurses had already wheeled Wan Xiaolu out of the hospital bed. On the bed lay a young girl of 17 or 18, wearing an oxygen mask. Without the medical equipment of the ICU, Wan Xiaolu's condition was noticeably worse than before, her small face pale and sickly. What? My sister can't leave the ICU. She'll die. Wan Dashan stood firmly in front of the two nurses, his voice almost pleading as he looked at the doctor. Doctor, please give us 2 more days, just 2 days. I'll get the money together as soon as possible. Looking at Wan Dashan before him, the attending physician remained cold-faced throughout. No money? Then why did you seek treatment in the first place? This is a private hospital. Do you have any idea how much intensive care costs per day? Hearing this, Wan Dashan's face was etched with utter helplessness. ICU costs 2,000 yuan a day. Previously, the Su family had covered this expense, but now that Su Ziliang had fired him, the Su family immediately cut off Wan Xiaolu's medical payments. Upon learning the Su family had cut off the treatment fees, the hospital immediately threatened to kick him out. Society is just that harsh. Money makes the man, but without it, a man is nothing. Even though Wan Dashan possessed formidable martial arts skills, in this concrete jungle of reality, he had to bow his head to ordinary people. His eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. Wan Dashan stared at the doctor before him, his knees suddenly buckling. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Doctor, she's my only sister. She absolutely cannot come to harm. I'm begging you. Don't send my sister away. I, Wan Dashan, will work myself to the bone to repay you. A man's knees are made of gold. Between his dignity and his beloved kin, he chose the latter. We're a private hospital, not a charity center. If every patient were like you, how would our hospital make any money? Faced with Wan Dashan's kneeling plea, the doctor in the white coat remained utterly unmoved. If you can't pay, take your sister back immediately. If she's going to die, let it happen somewhere else. We don't want bad luck spreading around here. The doctor said coldly. With that, he turned to leave. You. Hearing this, Wan Dashan, kneeling on the floor, instantly flushed with rage. But without the money, tearing the hospital apart wouldn't change a thing. Wait. I'll cover his sister's medical expenses. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Wan Dashan. It's you? Wan Dashan turned at the sound. When he saw Chu Nan, a look of surprise flashed across his face. A man's knees are made of gold. Stand up. The moment he saw Wan Dashan kneel, Chu Nan barked coldly, immediately reaching out to help him up. Wait, did I hear that correctly? You're going to cover his sister's medical expenses? At that moment, the attending physician looked at Chu Nan. Seeing how young he was, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Young man, the treatment fees in the intensive care unit aren't cheap. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a bank card appeared in Chu Nan's hand. I believe the funds in this card should be sufficient. A HSBC gold card. The doctor couldn't help but show some surprise upon seeing the card in Chu Nan's hand. After all, this was one of Rongcheng's top private hospitals. He'd seen his share of wealthy individuals and instantly recognized the exclusive HSBC gold card Chu Nan had produced.
Such a gold card was reserved exclusively for VIPs with deposits exceeding 100 million.
Shu Nan had already cashed the check in his hand. Obtaining a HSBC gold card was naturally no difficult feat. Stop standing around. Quickly wheel the patient back to the intensive care unit.
The doctor took Shu Nan's gold card with one hand and immediately broke into a warm smile, a stark contrast to his demeanor when facing Won Dashin moments earlier.
Why did you help me?
Watching the nurses wheel his sister back into the ICU, Won Dashin looked at Shu Nan with a mix of gratitude and confusion in his eyes. Because of Su Ziliang, he and Shu Nan had even had a falling out. Yet Won Dashin never imagined that the one stepping forward to aid him in this critical moment wouldn't be the Su family he had loyally served, but Shu Nan. Shu Nan glanced at Won Dashin and patted his shoulder with a smile.
Don't dwell on what happened last time. The reason I helped you was simply because I admire you.
Won Dashin's eyes widened with even greater confusion.
Appreciation? I'm just a commoner. What could possibly catch Mr. Chu's eye?
Shu Nan shook his head and smiled. The very fact that you dared to walk the path of physical cultivation proves your resilience of spirit. It's far from ordinary.
Following a scoundrel like Su Ziliang is a waste of your talent. Consider it. I can offer you a chance to become a true powerhouse.
Hearing Shu Nan's words, Won Dashin instantly understood why the man had come.
Shu Nan and the Su family had pursued the same goal all along.
They simply wanted to buy his allegiance with money. After all, the Su family has done me a favor.
I have no right to speak ill of them.
I'll repay this money to you as soon as possible.
Won Dashin shook his head, politely declining Shu Nan's offer.
Hearing this response, Shu Nan felt neither surprise nor anger.
I respect your decision. Besides, you don't need to repay this money. Shu Nan smiled at Won Dashin.
With that, he turned to leave. Just as Won Dashin looked utterly surprised, a nurse burst out of the intensive care unit behind him, her face filled with panic.
Dr. Wu, it's bad.
The patient's condition has worsened. At the news, Won Dashin's expression instantly darkened.
What? What happened to my sister?
Before the nurse could utter another word, Won Dashin's mountain-like figure charged straight into the intensive care unit.
10 minutes later.
Inside the intensive care unit, Dr. Wu, clad in a white lab coat, held a pair of defibrillators, repeatedly administering shocks to Wan Xiaolu lying on the hospital bed.
Despite repeated attempts, Wan Xiaolu's frail body seemed on the verge of collapse.
Yet the heart rate monitor beside her still showed no detectable pulse.
I've done everything I can.
Your sister had congenital heart disease.
It was a sudden onset, there was simply no way to save her.
Dr. Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said expressionlessly to Won Dashin.
Unexpectedly.
The moment the words left his mouth, Won Dashin erupted violently before him, grabbing Dr. Wu by the collar and yanking him up.
What nonsense are you spouting? My sister can't be dead. No matter the cost, you must bring my sister back to life.
Veins bulged on Won Dashin's face as he shouted at Dr. Wu in a frenzied tone. Feeling the ferocity radiating from Won Dashin, Dr. Wu trembled like a frightened quail. Her heart has stopped beating. Medically speaking, she's already been pronounced dead.
Forget me, even the best cardiology professor in Sichuan province couldn't do anything.
Dr. Wu stammered. It wasn't that he didn't want to treat her, it was truly beyond his capabilities. Hearing this, Won Dashin's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He flung the doctor aside and immediately threw himself onto his sister's bedside.
Xiaolu, it's your big brother. Wake up, please. Big brother believes you'll be okay.
Won Dashin's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. The doctors and nurses nearby dared not approach to disturb him.
Just then,
a large hand patted Won Dashin's shoulder.
Let me try.
Perhaps
I can still save your sister's life. Chapter 159, Wan Xiaolu. Let me try. Maybe I can still save your sister.
The moment those words echoed beside his ear, Won Dashin instantly whipped his head around, staring at Shu Nan, who had appeared behind him with a look of shock and disbelief.
You can save my sister?
Won Dashin asked, his voice tinged with disbelief.
Shu Nan nodded. She's currently in a state of pseudo-death due to cardiac arrest. Every second we delay puts her in extreme danger.
Hearing Shu Nan's words, Won Dashin's eyes widened with even greater urgency. Glancing at his unconscious sister on the hospital bed, he seemed to be wrestling with a difficult decision.
If you don't trust me, I won't intervene,
Shu Nan said to Won Dashin, who wore a look of hesitation.
No.
Instantly, Won Dashin fixed Shu Nan with a resolute gaze.
Mr. Chu, I believe in you. Please save my sister's life.
A hint of pleading flickered in Won Dashin's eyes. For some reason, he chose to trust Shu Nan.
At the very least,
Shu Nan had no reason to harm him. Moreover, given his sister's current condition, though Won Dashin was reluctant to admit it, he had no choice but to grasp at straws. Letting Shu Nan try was better than lying there waiting to die.
Not long after,
Shu Nan sat down beside Wan Xiaolu's hospital bed, his hand clutching several golden needles.
Stop.
Just as Shu Nan was about to begin the acupuncture treatment, Dr. Wu burst in with two security guards, pointing at the unconscious Wan Xiaolu on the bed and barking.
Take these two out of here. Take the dead body to the morgue. At the mention of the morgue, Shunan's brow furrowed slightly, while Wan Dashin behind him erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you curse my sister to death? Wan Dashin abruptly stood ramrod straight, his mountainous frame looming menacingly before Dr. Wu. Wan Dashin, throw them out. Guard the entrance to the ward. Don't let anyone disturb me while I perform acupuncture. I need 1 hour. Shunan barked the orders at Wan Dashin without turning his head. Upon hearing this, Wan Dashin nodded, his furious gaze immediately turning toward Dr. Wu and the 2 security guards. You, what do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, this is a hospital. Don't cause trouble, or I'll call the police immediately. Dr. Wu stared at Wan Dashin, his eyes trembling. Not just him, even the 2 security guards looked terrified at the sight of Wan Dashin's nearly 2-meter height. Didn't you hear what Mr. Chu said? You, get the hell out of here right now. Without waiting for an explanation, Wan Dashin erupted with force, charging forward and sending Dr. Wu and the 2 security guards flying. Thud. The next second, the intensive care unit doors slammed shut. Wan Dashin's towering figure stood like a mountain, blocking the entrance to the intensive care unit. No one could enter. Inside the ICU at that moment, the surroundings fell silent. Shunan was taking Wan Xiaolu's pulse. It is indeed a state of suspended animation. It's just a bit strange. With Wan Dashin's physical constitution being so exceptional, how could Wan Xiaolu have a congenital heart defect? Shunan's gaze settled upon Wan Xiaolu's left chest, a faint gleam flickering in his eyes. In that instant, it seemed as though Shunan's eyes could see right through Wan Xiaolu's heart structure. In ordinary individuals, both the left and right ventricles were perfectly intact, like solid walls. But Wan Xiaolu's heart appeared to have a congenital defect, a corner missing from her left ventricle. This was the root cause of her congenital heart disease. Compounded by her frail health since childhood, her mere survival to this day was remarkable, a testament to the immense sacrifices Wan Dashin had made over the years. For now, we can only try this. Gazing at the unconscious Wan Xiaolu, Shunan reached out. Forgive me. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. With unwavering focus, Shunan's golden needles swiftly targeted 2 major acupoints on Wan Xiaolu's heart meridian. Ling Xiu. Shenfeng point. He inserted needles with both hands simultaneously. Shunan gently pinched the needle tips, then flicked them with a flick of his fingers. Hum. The golden needles quivered, emitting a faint hum. A thread of invisible true qi swiftly flowed from the needle into Wan Xiaolu's 2 acupoints. The true qi stimulated the acupoints. Within Wan Xiaolu's heart meridian, blood that had ceased flowing began surging once more. Thump. Thump. The next second, Xiaolu's chest heaved. On the heart rate monitor beside her, the previously flat line began to show fluctuations. It's working. Hearing Wan Xiaolu's faint heartbeat, a flicker of joy appeared in Shunan's eyes. His hands moved swiftly, the needles never pausing. Strands of true qi flowed from the golden needles into Wan Xiaolu's body. As an ordinary person, Wan Xiaolu couldn't withstand too much of Shunan's overpowering true qi. Therefore, they could only proceed gradually, channeling energy through the golden needles. Time slipped through his fingers like fine sand, flowing steadily away. Just as Shunan was absorbed in his acupuncture work, the rise and fall of Wan Xiaolu's chest grew more pronounced. Her dark lashes fluttered, and her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. At first, her expression was one of confusion and bewilderment. But when she saw her chest exposed, Wan Xiaolu's face suddenly changed. She instinctively screamed. Pervert! What did you do to me? Smack! Before Wan Xiaolu could struggle, Shunan pressed a finger against an acupoint on her waist, instantly silencing her and immobilizing her. Don't move! It was Wan Dashin who sent me to rescue you, Shunan said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Wan Dashin's name, Wan Xiaolu, lying on the bed, blinked her large eyes in surprise and uncertainty, staring at Shunan. Her mouth hung open, but the speech-suppressing pressure point prevented her from uttering a sound. I can release your acupoints. But you must promise not to move. I still have 2 needles left to administer, Shunan said, his gaze fixed on Wan Xiaolu. Hearing this, Wan Xiaolu hurriedly nodded. Had she not seen the absence of lust in Shunan's eyes, she would never have trusted his words so readily. In the blink of an eye, Shunan waved his hand and instantly released Wan Xiaolu's speech-blocking pressure point. You know my brother? Wan Xiaolu's first words were a sharp question directed at Shunan. Shunan nodded silently, his right hand swiftly inserting an acupuncture needle. Seeing that Shunan seemed genuinely intent on treating her, Wan Xiaolu dared not interrupt, lying still as he administered the needles. But she was still just a girl of 17 or 18. Watching Shunan insert needles into her chest, a faint blush crept across Wan Xiaolu's pale, delicate face. It was utterly mortifying. If there had been a crack in the ground, Wan Xiaolu would have buried her head in it. 10 minutes later, just as Wan Xiaolu was enduring the ordeal, all done, Shunan had finished the final stitch. Instantly, Wan Xiaolu felt her heartbeat grow stronger, and the deep-seated weakness within her seemed to vanish completely. Am I cured? Wan Xiaolu exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. She had congenital heart disease, a condition that had stumped numerous cardiologists, and now Chu Nan had cured it? Not quite cured yet. Your heart has an inherent defect. To achieve a complete cure, we still need the main ingredient. Chu Nan remained calm as he spoke beside her. Chapter 160, Get Out of the Hospital. The main ingredient? Hearing Chu Nan's words, Wan Xiaolu's eyes filled with confusion. Just as Chu Nan was about to explain, his gaze suddenly shifted behind him. Outside the intensive care unit, a sudden commotion erupted. Looks like I need to step outside and handle a little trouble for your brother first. Chu Nan flashed Wan Xiaolu a brief smile before turning to leave. I'm coming too. Hearing her brother was in trouble, Wan Xiaolu climbed out of bed in her hospital gown. After Chu Nan's treatment, her condition was now indistinguishable from that of a healthy person. At that moment, outside the intensive care unit doors, Wan Dashan stood like a mountain, his massive frame blocking the doorway. Before him stood Dr. Wu, accompanied by over a dozen hospital security guards. Wan Dashan, your sister is dead. This is a hospital. You can't just run amok here. Dr. Wu barked at Wan Dashan, who stood guarding the doorway. Hearing this, Wan Dashan's face flushed crimson with rage as he stood his ground, retorting. You're lying. My sister isn't dead. Mr. Chu is treating her right now. Anyone who dares disturb Mr. Chu will have me to deal with. Seeing Wan Dashan so stubborn, Dr. Wu's expression darkened further. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll get the punishment wine. Security, move in. Take this kid down. At Dr. Wu's command, a dozen security guards swarmed toward him. For Wan Dashan, dealing with a dozen ordinary security guards was no big deal. But he had no desire to hurt anyone. He simply refused to let anyone intrude into the monitoring room and disrupt Chu Nan's treatment of his sister. Thud. 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 Over a dozen rubber batons rained down on his body. Facing the security guard's assault, Wan Dashan braced himself against the door, gritting his teeth as he absorbed every blow. Bunch of useless jerks. Didn't you eat breakfast? Witnessing this scene, Dr. Wu cursed with a grim expression. The hospital's entire security force combined couldn't even take down a single Wan Dashan. It was embarrassing. The next moment, the security guards redoubled their efforts. The rubber batons in their hands struck Wan Dashan's body with even greater force. Thwack! 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 The relentless barrage instantly tore through Wan Dashan's outer garments. Hundreds of crimson wounds now covered his body like a dense net. Even so, Wan Dashan still didn't utter a sound. Boom! In the very next second, the tightly sealed intensive care unit door burst open. Instantly, two figures appeared one after the other behind Wan Dashan. Brother! The moment Wan Xiaolu caught sight of Wan Dashan's back, she couldn't help but cry out. As the words left her lips, Wan Xiaolu charged through the crowd and threw her arms around Wan Dashan. Brother, what happened to you? Seeing the dense network of wounds covering Wan Dashan's body, Wan Xiaolu instantly broke down in tears. These scrapes are nothing. Seeing Wan Xiaolu return to her usual self before him, Wan Dashan shook his head, yet asked with genuine concern. Little sister, you're okay? Wan Xiaolu lifted her head and looked at her brother, Wan Dashan. Bro, it was this guy, Chu Nan, who saved me. Though I'm not fully recovered yet, I feel much better now. No sooner had Wan Xiaolu spoken these words. Wan Dashan's eyes instantly welled up with tears as he looked at Chu Nan with uncontrollable emotion. Mr. Chu, I cannot possibly repay such immense kindness. Please accept my deepest gratitude. With that, Wan Dashan began to kneel before Chu Nan. Enough, it was no trouble at all. There's no need for such formalities. Chu Nan raised his right hand lightly, effortlessly lifting Wan Dashan's mountain-like frame back to his feet. Feeling the strength in Chu Nan's hand, Wan Shan's heart trembled. He knew Chu Nan possessed formidable strength. Yet the sheer force emanating from the other man surpassed his own by several degrees, a revelation that sent shockwaves through Wan Dashan. As a body-tempering martial artist, his physical strength was Wan Dashan's proudest asset. Not just against those at the innate realm. Even when pitted against a grandmaster-level martial artist, he believed his strength would hold its own. Yet Chu Nan appeared lean and slender, and unexpectedly, his physical strength surpassed his own. Could it be that Chu Nan was also a physical cultivation martial artist? Why aren't you fighting back? Chu Nan glanced at the injuries on Wan Dashan's body, then looked at the dozen or so security guards before him, their eyes gleaming with malice. His expression darkened instantly. I have no grudge against them, and I don't want to harm the innocent. Wan Dashan smiled at Chu Nan, as if he hadn't been the one injured moments ago. Meanwhile, in the midst of the commotion, when Dr. Wu saw Chu Nan leading Wan Xiaolu into the room, his face fell into utter astonishment. This woman, she really didn't die? His eyes widened as he stared at Wan Xiaolu. An hour ago, he had confirmed Wan Xiaolu had no heartbeat, a dead certainty. But he never could have imagined. Not only was Wan Xiaolu alive, but she was bouncing around like a perfectly healthy person. Could it be, this guy actually cured her? The thought alone made Dr. Wu's expression turn grim. Dr. Wu's expression darkened considerably. If word of this got out, wouldn't he, as the attending physician, lose all face? At that very moment, Dr. Wu suddenly felt a gaze lock onto him. Looking up, he saw Chu Nan staring at him with an icy expression. Did you order them to beat him? Chu Nan demanded coldly. Dr. Wu felt a twinge of guilt, but emboldened by the dozen security guards present, he sneered arrogantly. Kid, I don't care what you did earlier, you violated our hospital's rules. Now, get the hell out of this hospital. Dr. Wu pointed at Chu Nan and his companions as he shouted. Seeing Dr. Wu dare to insult Chu Nan, anger flared in Wan Dashen's eyes. He immediately snapped. You can hit me or curse at me, but you absolutely cannot be disrespectful to Mr. Chu. Apologize to Mr. Chu. At first hearing Wan Dashen's words, Dr. Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wan Dashen, do you know this is my turf? Apologize to him? That's ridiculous. With that, Dr. Wu pointed at Chu Nan and his two companions with utter contempt, barking orders at the security guards. Get these three out of the hospital immediately. If they resist, beat the crap out of them. The moment Dr. Wu uttered these words, a group of security guards, receiving their orders, immediately charged forward once more, wielding their rubber batons. Seeing Wan Dashen standing in front of Chu Nan and Wan Xiaolu, the crowd didn't give him a second thought. A big, dumb oaf who only knows how to take a beating, what threat could he possibly pose? Brother, watch out. Seeing this, Wan Xiaolu cried out in alarm, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Relax, your brother might be a bit dim, but he's not that stupid. Chu Nan glanced at Wan Xiaolu with a playful smile. The next second, a dozen security guards surrounded Wan Dashen, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. This time, however, Wan Dashen didn't just take the beating passively. He immediately swung his iron fists, fighting his way out of the encirclement. Chapter 161, The Luo Group's Distinguished Guest. Outside the intensive care unit. Thud. 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 Accompanied by piercing screams. Before long, a figure as massive as a mountain stood in the center of the scene. At his feet lay over a dozen security guards, writhing on the ground and wailing in agony. After all, they were just ordinary people. Against Wan Dashen, they had no chance whatsoever. 3 minutes. Barely passing. Watching Wan Dashen finish the fight, Chu Nan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Truly worthy of a body-tempering martial artist. Under the suppression of absolute strength, the fight was practically a rout. This was the true strength of a body-tempering martial artist. You, what do you intend to do? In the arena, Dr. Wu stared at Wan Dashen with terror in his eyes, his figure retreating steadily backward. He never imagined Wan Dashen would be this formidable. Now, it's your turn. Fixing his gaze on Dr. Wu, Wan Dashen strode toward him. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. Watching Wan Dashen advance toward him, Dr. Wu ducked into a corner and immediately pulled out his phone. Stop. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. From the passageway on one side, an elderly man in a white coat was seen leading a group of hospital executives walking briskly toward them. Director Chen, you're finally here. Hearing the voice, Dr. Wu turned his head. Upon seeing Director Chen Changqing appear, he rushed forward as if clutching at a lifeline. Director Chen, you must stand up for me. Not only are these troublemakers causing a disturbance in the hospital, but they've also injured our security guard. Dr. Wu played the victim first. Unfortunately, he seemed oblivious. After hearing his words, the expression on Chen Changqing's weathered face showed not the slightest hint of relief, but grew increasingly grim instead. Director, I risked my life to stop them just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Unable to discern the unusual expression on his director's face, Dr. Wu even went so far as to exaggerate his own contribution. At that moment, Chen Changqing's gaze shifted to a figure standing behind Wan Dashen, and a flicker of fear instantly crossed his face. Wu Chen, look at the mess you've made. The moment he saw Chu Nan, Chen Changqing's face darkened from pale to crimson. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across the man's face. Smack! A crisp, decisive slap. Wu Qian spun around in place, utterly bewildered. Dean, why did you hit me? Wu Qian asked, clutching his cheek. Oomph. Chen Changqing gave a cold snort, completely ignoring the man. He immediately led the hospital executives toward Chu Nan's location. We had no idea the esteemed guest of Luo Group had graced us with your presence. Chen deeply regrets not greeting you properly. My sincerest apologies. With that, Chen Changqing bowed his hands toward Chu Nan, bending low in apology. Seeing their director act thus, the entire entourage of hospital executives behind him bowed in unison to Chu Nan. A distinguished guest from Luo Group? Behind the crowd, Wu Qian watched the scene unfold, his face frozen in stunned silence. Few in Sichuan province were unaware of what the name Luo Group represented. It was the trillion-dollar conglomerate owned by Luo Tianyang, Sichuan's wealthiest man. It ranked among the most prominent conglomerates nationwide. Could it be that Chu Nan actually had connections to Luo Tianyang? The thought alone sent shockwaves through Wu Qian. Wu Qian was stunned.
A guest so important that even the dean treated him with such caution must hold a high position within the Luo group. Oh no, oh no. Had he actually offended such a powerful figure? Wu Qian felt like dying. In the hall. After bowing to Chunan, Dean Chen remained bent at the waist. Chunan hadn't spoken, yet he dared not straighten up. Dean Chen, there's no need for such formalities. Only when Chunan spoke did he slowly rise with a smile. Behind Chen Shangqing, the others finally straightened their backs, staring at Chunan with utter astonishment. Despite being an elderly man, Dean Chen was now groveling before the young Chunan, his face plastered with apologetic smiles. Who exactly was this young man before them? Mr. Chu, Chairman Luo has already instructed me. It is our honor to have you inspect our hospital. I've prepared a VIP lounge for you. Let's discuss matters there. Chen Shangqing extended the invitation as he looked at Chunan before him. Hearing this, Chunan smiled without responding. He hadn't expected Luo Tianyang to secure such a position for him. Director Chen, given your hospital's attitude, I suppose there's nothing left to discuss. Chunan chuckled sarcastically, his gaze shifting to the security guards sprawled across the floor. Were it not for Wan Dashan's formidable strength, the one moaning on the floor right now would have been him. Sensing the displeasure in Chunan's tone, Chen Shangqing's expression stiffened before he understood implicitly. Mr. Chu, I'm fully aware of the situation. It was all that Wu Qian's reckless behavior. He broke our hospital's rules first, which is why he offended you, Mr. Chu. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, our hospital will show no leniency towards such morally corrupt individuals. With that, Chen Shangqing turned to face Wu Qian, who stood frozen in shock. Effective immediately, you are formally dismissed from this hospital. Someone, take away his ID badge and get this guy out of here. In an instant, Wu Qian's face drained of color. Director Chen, I've made tremendous contributions to this hospital. You can't fire me. Wu Qian shouted. But no one paid him any mind. Two security guards behind Chen Shangqing stepped forward, ripped the ID badge from Wu Qian's chest and immediately escorted him out. This kind of unethical scoundrel is nothing but a black sheep. Anyone who dares disrespect Mr. Chu will meet the same fate. Chen Shangqing declared in a deep voice to the crowd. With that, he turned to Chu Nan with a broad smile. Mr. Chu, are you satisfied now? More or less. Chu Nan glanced at Wan Xiaolu beside him and casually added. This is my friend's younger sister. She'll be staying at your hospital for a while. Upon hearing Chu Nan's words, Chen Shangqing looked at Wan Dashan and his sister, then promptly agreed without hesitation. No problem at all. Since she's a friend of Mr. Chu, she's also an honored guest of our hospital. All of Miss Wan's treatment costs will be waived entirely. Furthermore, we will arrange for her to stay in our hospital's finest private room. Chen Shangqing's words sent a collective shock through the room. The notoriously stingy hospital director was pulling out all the stops to curry favor with Chu Nan. Mr. Chu. Even Wan Dashan and Wan Xiaolu, the brother and sister, now looked at Chu Nan with astonishment etched across their faces. They knew Chu Nan was no ordinary man. Wan Dashan never imagined that Chu Nan's identity would prove even more astonishing than his abilities. He was far more formidable than Su Ziliang. No. Even if Su Ziliang's father himself were to arrive, he would still be utterly unworthy of such respectful treatment from Dean Chen. Chapter 162, Wan Dashan's Resolve. Inside the private hospital. In a luxurious private room with its own lounge. My goodness, this kind of room must cost a fortune per day, right? Surveying the lavishly decorated room, Wan Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. She then turned to Wan Dashan behind her and asked curiously. Brother, who exactly is this Mr. Chu? I noticed Director Chen seemed quite respectful toward him. Wan Dashan scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. I have no idea either. Anyway, Mr. Chu is a formidable figure. Even I'm no match for him. Hearing this, Wan Xiaolu's face also showed surprise. He's that formidable? Even you, big brother, can't match him? Wan Xiaolu knew her brother's capabilities well. Ever since childhood, whenever she was bullied, her big brother had always protected her. Given that, just how formidable must Chu Nan be to make even her own brother admit defeat? Looking at Wan Xiaolu, Wan Dashan asked with concern. Little sister, did Mr. Chu really cure your illness? His foremost concern, naturally, was his sister's condition. At that moment, Wan Xiaolu sat on the sofa, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Brother Chu Nan, no, Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu said he could only temporarily stabilize my condition. To truly cure my heart disease, one key ingredient is still missing. Realizing her address to Chu Nan lacked respect, Wan Xiaolu quickly corrected herself. Missing a key ingredient? What herb is it? I'll go find it immediately. Hearing that Chu Nan might have a way to save his sister, Wan Dashan's face showed both relief and urgency. For all these years, his greatest wish had been to cure his younger sister Wan Xiaolu's congenital heart disease. For this, he had even sold himself to the Su family, willing to do things against his conscience for them. But Wan Xiaolu shook her head. I don't know either. Chu Nan hadn't had time to explain in detail, so naturally she wouldn't know the specifics of the treatment. Hearing this, Wan Dashin was suddenly overcome with anxiety and turned to rush out in search of Chunan.
I'll go find Mr. Chu right now and get to the bottom of this.
No sooner had the words left his mouth. Just as Wan Dashin turned, Chunan's figure pushed open the door and entered.
No need to search for me.
To cure your sister's congenital heart defect, only one thing is needed. Chunan smiled faintly at Wan Dashin, who was about to seek him out.
Mr. Chu, what herb could possibly save my sister? Wan Dashin asked urgently the moment he saw Chunan. Flesh-eating fungus.
Chunan explained directly. This herb is also known as flesh rasher, and it is extremely rare. The Compendium of Materia Medica records it. The flesh lingji resembles flesh, clinging to large rocks, possessing both head and tail. It is a living entity. I need this substance as an ingredient to refine the heart-restoring pill and cure your sister's congenital heart defect.
After listening to Chunan's lengthy explanation, Wan Dashin remained utterly baffled, scratching the back of his head.
Mr. Chu, where can one find this flesh rasher?
Name a place, and I'll go find it right now.
He had no idea what a flesh lingji was. But seeing how earnest Chunan was, he understood this item must be extremely precious.
This fleshy lingji isn't an ordinary herb. It's unlikely you could find it on your own. I've already sent people to investigate. We should have news soon.
Chunan glanced at Wan Dashin, then turned his gaze back to Wan Xiaolu.
Rest assured. I've already administered acupuncture to your sister.
While it won't cure her completely, her condition won't worsen in the short term.
Keeping her in the hospital is just a precaution. Hearing Chunan's words, Wan Dashin finally exhaled in relief and called out to his sister. Little sister, hurry up and thank Mr. Chu. Snapping back to attention, Wan Xiaolu immediately bowed deeply to Chunan with a look of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Chunan gestured for her to rise, smiling as he said.
That's enough.
No need for such formality, I'm only a few years older than you. Hearing Chunan's words, Wan Xiaolu also flashed a playful smile. Then I'll still call you brother Chunan.
Chunan nodded with a smile. You can stay at the hospital without worry for now. Once I find the flesh rasher, I'll come personally to treat you.
Beside them, Wan Dashin was about to speak, but seeing his sister's face lit up with delight, he held his tongue.
This private room certainly wasn't cheap. Staying long-term would mean a significant expense. With no relatives or friends to rely on.
Having received such immense kindness from Chunan, Wan Dashin naturally felt deeply indebted.
Before long. After settling Wan Xiaolu in, Chunan promptly left the hospital. Outside the hospital gates. Mr. Chu. Wan Dashin rushed out and called after Chunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chu, for saving my little sister's life. I, Wan Dashin, am a simple man with little education, but I understand the principle that one shouldn't accept favors without merit. If Mr. Chu does not mind, I, Dashin, am willing to follow you and serve at your command. This time, Wan Dashin did not kneel. Instead, he clasped his fists together and bowed respectfully to Chunan. Chunan had saved his sister. To Wan Dashin, this made him nothing less than a savior. After all that had transpired, he could see the sincerity in Chunan's offer.
And precisely because of this, he was willing to pledge his life to Chunan.
Yet, looking at Wan Dashin now, though he had long harbored intentions to recruit him, Chunan did not immediately agree. Wan Dashin, I saved your sister not to bind you with a debt of gratitude. Chunan fixed Wan Dashin with a rare look of earnestness as he continued.
I will make you stronger. But equally, following me will bring no shortage of hardship.
Hearing Chunan's words, Wan Dashin replied without hesitation.
I'm not afraid of hardship. Ever since my parents passed away, what hardship haven't I endured? Rest assured, Mr. Chu.
I, Wan Dashin, am but a worthless life. At your command, I'd climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire without a single complaint. His tiger-like eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. The expression on Wan Dashin's face was earnest and solemn. It was clear. This time, he genuinely desired to follow Chunan not merely out of gratitude. Ever since witnessing Chunan's formidable power, he grew even more convinced that perhaps the man before him truly held the key to making him stronger.
All right. Those are your words. Looking at Wan Dashin before him, Chunan tossed a token. I'll give you 1 day. Come find me at the Western military camp before sunset tomorrow afternoon. Before then, you still have time to change your mind. With that, Chunan turned and walked away.
Wan Dashin stood frozen in place, his gaze following Chunan's retreating figure.
The barracks in the western suburbs? Wan Dashin murmured to himself.
At the same time, a pair of eyes hardened with resolve.
Does Mr. Chu think I'm the sort to fear death and cling to life? Tomorrow, I will go. Chapter 163, White Tiger Killing Fist. The following day at noon.
The sun hung directly overhead, its scorching rays beating down painfully. At the military camp in the western suburbs, 300 soldiers of the White Tiger Battalion, each carrying over 100 pounds of weight, were running laps on the drill field.
10 minutes left. Anyone who fails to finish will be denied dinner tonight. Additionally, as punishment, 10 extra laps.
Under the shaded terrace beside the training ground, Shunan lay back in his chair, scrolling through his phone while occasionally glancing at the White Tiger Battalion members sweating buckets on the field. Not a single soul in the entire camp dared to voice the slightest complaint about this. On the contrary, upon hearing Shunan's words, Fang Junjiang and the others, still carrying their weights on the field, immediately summoned every ounce of strength left in them and sprinted with all their might. Brother Chu, is this training really effective? Just as Shunan was scrolling through his phone, a figure approached him. Shunan narrowed his eyes to look at the person before him. Military uniform, 5 stars on his shoulders. Who else could it be but Han Zhantian? Old Han, what brings you here? Spotting Han Zhantian, Shunan stretched lazily, reluctantly rising to his feet. Seeing Shunan like this, Han Zhantian almost doubted whether he'd recognize the right person back then if not for knowing this fellow was the current successor of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Brother Chu, I gave you all those jars of Grandmaster's drunkenness. Don't be stingy, brother. Consider it helping out your old buddy. When are you going to teach those tiger cubs your bizarre footwork? Han Zhantian slung an arm around Shunan's shoulder, chumming his brothers. Shunan, however, sighed helplessly. Old Han, have you ever considered why you're having these guys practice footwork? Ha? Caught off guard by Shunan's question, Han Zhantian froze. The White Tiger technique emphasizes fierce power over footwork. If opponents learn its weaknesses beforehand, these guys will suffer on the battlefield. Han Zhantian replied truthfully. The reason he had appointed Shunan as the White Tiger Battalion's chief instructor was precisely because he had recognized the uncanny agility in Shunan's movements, agility that even the assassin Shadow would find difficult to match. On the battlefield, such mobility would significantly elevate the White Tiger camp's overall combat effectiveness. Seeing through Han Zhantian's thoughts, Shunan merely chuckled. Old Han, you're too impatient. Setting aside whether my footwork suits them, it's simply impossible to teach them my techniques in just half a month. At Shunan's words, Han Zhantian's brows instantly knitted together. Brother Chu, what exactly are you suggesting? Shunan spoke directly. Instead of trying to fix their weaknesses, why not play to their strengths? Play to our strengths? Han Zhantian's eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Shunan continued his explanation. I've observed their White Tiger technique. It follows a domineering, fierce path. If I'm not mistaken, this technique must have been modified by the Elders Hall of the military department, right? Hearing Shunan's conjecture, Han Zhantian felt a chill run through his heart. You could discern that? There aren't many martial arts techniques documented within the military. Back then, I had to go to great lengths just to obtain the White Tiger technique. But I've heard this technique was incomplete, and someone from the Elders Hall stepped in to restore and refine it. Han Zhantian stared at Shunan with surprise. The fact that the White Tiger manual originated from the Elders Hall was known to only him within the entire White Tiger Legion. How could Shunan have spotted it at a glance? Brother, tell me, how did you figure it out? Shunan smiled but remained silent. Of course, he wouldn't tell Han Zhantian that he hadn't merely seen it. The truth was, he had already seen the complete White Tiger secret once before in the Xianmen Pavilion. But the Xianmen had its rules. Though the Xianmen Pavilion collected martial arts techniques from across the land, non-Xianmen members were strictly forbidden from passing them on. Constrained by these rules, Shunan naturally couldn't speak plainly. But Shunan had prepared for this long ago. Old Han, the military competition is less than half a month away. If we want to defeat the Azure Dragon army, there's only one way forward. Seeing this, a gleam of understanding flashed in Han Zhantian's eyes. What is it? Shunan nodded and smiled. The White Tiger technique focuses on internal power, not footwork. With sufficiently formidable internal power, even without cultivating footwork techniques, their speed and strength will inevitably far surpass ordinary people. Then, even if they encounter opponents faster and more agile than themselves, they can still break through any technique with sheer force. Hearing Shunan's analysis, Han Zhantian couldn't help but draw a deep breath. Shunan's words resonated deeply with his own thoughts. Overpowering all techniques with sheer force. This was the true path the White Tiger art should follow. Old Han, you already had this idea in mind, didn't you? Shunan regarded Han Zhantian with a faint, ambiguous smile. Han Zhantian remained silent, merely chuckling softly. Shunan spoke the truth, he had indeed made his own plans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the nerve to seek out Shunan. But even so, boosting these guys' strength in such a short time? Easier said than done. Han Zhantian sighed in agreement. This time, Shunan could see that Han Zhantian was truly at his wit's end. The White Tiger camp's 300 men were all at least 4th-tier internal energy cultivators at their weakest. To elevate their collective strength, unless they could secure 100 jars of master-grade spirit wine like the Grandmaster's brew, it would be no easy feat. Well, I do have a solution. After a long pause, Shunan finally propped his chin on one hand and smiled slowly. Shu, stop beating around the bush. What's this solution? Spill it to your old buddy. Han Zhantian asked impatiently. He knew Shunan had a solution, but he hadn't expected the guy to be so patient. At a time like this, he was still holding back his trump card. Standing in place, Shunan watched the White Tiger Battalion members who had already completed their training tasks nearby. A faint smile spread across his face.
It's simple. Changing the cultivation technique is impossible, of course. Since that's the case, why don't we focus on the martial arts instead?
At Shunan's words, a hint of confusion flickered in Han Zhantian's eyes.
You mean the White Tiger Fist?
But that martial art is derived from the White Tiger formula.
Could there be a problem?
Before Han Zhantian could finish speaking, Shunan shook his head and offered a mysterious smile. Their White Tiger Fist may appear fierce and powerful, but it's actually neither here nor there. In terms of power, it falls short of the Azure Dragon Army's Azure Dragon Charge Fist. In defense, it falls short of the Black Tortoise Army's Black Tortoise Bagua Palm. Hearing Shunan openly criticize his own White Tiger Fist techniques, Han Zhantian's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, yet he couldn't utter a single word in protest. Had anyone else spoken so boldly before him, they would have been dragged away for court-martial long ago.
Brother Chu, just say what you mean. Whatever needs to be done, I'll do my utmost to cooperate. Han Zhantian said impatiently.
At that moment, Shunan swept his arm dramatically and produced a martial arts manual.
White Tiger Killing Fist? Han Zhantian's expression abruptly changed as he stared at the 4 large characters written on the boxing manual. Just 4 characters.
Yet he could already sense a faint, almost imperceptible aura of killing intent sweeping toward him.
What is this? Han Zhantian looked utterly shocked.
Shunan, however, smiled with an air of nonchalance.
The boxing manual I wrote through the night. The ink isn't even dry yet. Chapter 164, Battle Against the White Tiger War God. At the military camp training ground, Shunan and Han Zhantian stood facing each other.
All around them, soldiers from the White Tiger Battalion Fong Zhenjiang and others watched the pair with wide eyes, faces full of anticipation. I heard Instructor Chu wants us to learn a new boxing style, but General Han disagrees.
Now they're about to settle it with a match. Who do you think will win this fight? That's a no-brainer.
Instructor Chu is formidable, but he's no match for General Han. The crowd murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, the 2 men in the center were already poised and ready. Brother Chu, are you certain you wish to challenge me with the White Tiger Killing Fist?
Han Zhantian stared at Shunan with a serious expression.
That Shunan had managed to refine the White Tiger Fist was indeed somewhat unexpected.
But Han Zhantian didn't believe Shunan could defeat him with this fist technique. Old Han, just bring it on.
Standing his ground, Shunan wore a faint smile.
Hearing this, Han Zhantian dropped his playful demeanor.
A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his gaze instantly locked onto Shunan.
In that moment,
Shunan felt himself firmly pinned by a powerful aura.
Truly worthy of a 7th-rank Grandmaster. If it were anyone else, they likely wouldn't even withstand Han Zhantian's gaze.
Very well. Then I shall suppress my cultivation to the 3rd rank of Grandmaster level and test your White Tiger Killing Fist. With a thunderous shout, Han Zhantian clenched both fists tightly and immediately launched a punch toward Shunan. First strike, Mountain Tiger descending. A thunderous crack echoed as Han Zhantian launched his assault. The fist struck with rock-shattering force, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle as it slammed toward Shunan. Han Zhantian wielded the White Tiger Fist technique, and in his hands, its power was staggering. It's a White Tiger Fist technique. As expected of General Han to wield the White Tiger Fist with such devastating force. Fan Zhenjiang and the others exclaimed in awe. Every soldier of the White Tiger Regiment regarded Han Zhantian as a godlike figure. Witnessing the White Tiger War God in battle was an honor beyond measure for them.
At that very moment, at the same time in the arena, seeing Han Zhantian strike first, Shunan's eyes narrowed sharply.
He dared not delay, immediately unleashing a punch of his own. This move of mine is also called Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain.
As Shunan's words echoed out, the 2 fists collided in midair, sending a shockwave rippling through the air.
Whoosh!
In that instant,
the residual force of their attacks transformed into a whirlwind, scattering outward in all directions.
The wind stirred. The clouds stirred. Or was it heart-stirring? Shunan and Han Zhantian's figures crossed paths, separated, then crossed again.
Like 2 bolts of lightning streaking across the sky, they left behind a trail of astonishing afterimages. The White Tiger camp members stared wide-eyed, desperate to discern every move, every technique. But the combatants' speed was simply too swift, their eyes couldn't possibly keep up. Is this what a battle between masters looks like? Too powerful. Every punch packs earth-shaking force. The soldiers murmured among themselves, their faces etched with awe. At that moment, 2 figures retreated to opposite sides. Shunan stood rooted to the spot, his expression as calm as ever.
Han Zhantian, though outwardly composed, revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. That overwhelming punch just now. Could it have been my imagination? The same technique, why did it feel so utterly different to me? Han Zhantian's mind was filled with confusion. Seeing Shunan standing before him unscathed, the aura emanating from his body surged once more. 4th-tier Grandmaster. On the battlefield, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Han Zhantian, everyone's expression shifted in shock. Let me test where your limits lie. Second move, Tiger Roar on the mountain ridge.
Han Zhantian clenched both fists, channeling all his strength into a single point before unleashing a furious strike toward Chunan. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, the sheer force of the punch generating a roaring wind that echoed like a tiger's howl.
Well met.
Seeing Han Zhantian strike again, Chunan remained unflustered, meeting the blow head-on without flinching.
Is Instructor Chu planning to clash head-on with General Han? It's futile.
General Han's White Tiger Fist has long reached the realm of mastery. He held his own against two war gods of the Mandala Kingdom. Instructor Chu stands no chance against him. Still, forcing General Han to unleash his fourth-tier Grandmaster prowess shows Instructor Chu is no ordinary figure.
As Chunan and Han Zhantian clashed once more, few held out hope for Chunan's victory.
But the sheer power Chunan displayed was enough to leave the entire audience stunned.
Boom!
Two colossal forces collided midair, sending shockwaves that made leaves rustle and fall from the surrounding trees. The blow sent Chunan's body swaying backward slightly, yet his feet remained planted firmly in place. Taking a deep breath, Chunan swiftly regained his composure. Han Zhantian, meanwhile, took half a step back, his eyes blazing with fierce fighting spirit. Indeed, the prowess displayed by Chunan's White Tiger Killing Fist had already earned his respect.
Again! Han Zhantian bellowed, immediately launching another flurry of punches toward Chunan.
Chunan refused to be outdone, and the two clashed once more. So powerful. Instructor Chu's fist techniques appear to be White Tiger Fist, but why do they differ somewhat from the White Tiger Fist we practice? Spectators on the sidelines watched in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such a White Tiger Fist before. Compared to Han Zhantian's sweeping, expansive White Tiger style, Chunan's White Tiger Fist radiated an even more ruthless and domineering ferocity.
Not only that. The longer Han Zhantian fought Chunan, the greater his astonishment grew.
After exchanging over a dozen blows, Han Zhantian stepped back, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Chunan. Every strike target's vital points, each punch's angle seems meticulously calculated.
Is this your White Tiger Killing Fist? Hearing Han Zhantian's question, Chunan replied with a smile.
The profound essence of the White Tiger Killing Fist lies in the word kill. I've infused combat techniques into the White Tiger Fist's movements.
Every strike target's vital points, a hit means either death or serious injury.
Chunan spoke with apparent ease, yet to the ears of the White Tiger camp members, his words sent chills down their spines.
Every strike target's a vital point? This isn't boxing, it's pure killing technique. Upon hearing this explanation, Han Zhantian chuckled. You brat, still trying to hold back at a time like this. The power behind each strike of your White Tiger Killing Fist far surpasses that of the White Tiger Fist by threefold. How did you achieve this? Han Zhantian's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Each punch surpasses the White Tiger Fist by a full third? Could Chunan's White Tiger Killing Fist truly be that formidable? Truly worthy of the White Tiger War God, you saw right through it.
Chunan grinned, then explained. The White Tiger Fist is fierce but lacks true power. The reason why the same technique yields different levels of power lies in the method of force generation. Hearing this, not only the crowd in the arena, but even Han Zhantian was taken aback. Chapter 165, Method of Power Generation? Method of Force Application? Hearing Chunan's explanation, even Han Zhantian was taken aback. This was an angle he had never considered before. At that moment, Chunan nodded and explained. When martial artists strike, their true energy originates from the dantian within their body, then flows through their limbs and bones. This method consumes too much energy. If one could store the true energy within specific acupoints for cultivation, then channel the force through the acupoints in the arms when striking, not only would energy depletion be reduced, but the power would actually be amplified. Chunan's explanation left everyone present utterly baffled. What was this channeling power through acupoints? They had never heard of such a thing before. Han Zhantian, however, stood frozen in place, deep in thought. Easy to say, but incredibly difficult to achieve. To achieve this, one must possess profound knowledge of the human body's acupoints. Across all of China, those with such medical expertise are few and far between. This requirement alone is beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Han Zhantian looked at Chunan, a faint wry smile on his lips.
Altering the power generation method of a martial art was no less difficult than creating an entirely new one from scratch. It wasn't merely a matter of medical expertise. More crucially, the practitioner themselves must possess extraordinary martial cultivation. You make it sound so formidable. Your White Tiger Killing Fist must have more power than this. Han Zhantian's gaze fixed on Chunan as he spoke again. This time, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. The aura emanating from his body surged from Grandmaster 4th tier to Grandmaster 5th tier. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. Han Zhantian's aura surged violently once more. This is the cultivation of a 6th tier Grandmaster. Could Instructor Chu have pushed General Han to this limit? Deputy Commander Qinjin appeared beside him, staring at Han Zhantian in the arena with utter astonishment. 6th tier Grandmaster, this represented roughly 80% of Han Zhantian's full strength. On the battlefield, It would surpass the might of many war god-level warriors from smaller East Asian nations.
In this battle, Instructor Chu has lost honorably. Hearing Qinzhen's words, Fan Zhenjiang and the others, who had been watching intently, exclaimed in admiration. Though they believed Chu Nan still fell short of matching their own General Han.
But forcing the formidable White Tiger war god to expend 80% of his strength was an achievement worthy of pride. At that moment, sensing the intense battle intent radiating from Han Zhantian, Chu Nan stood motionless, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Old Han, I wasn't even using my full strength just now.
The words had barely left his mouth.
Boom! A staggering aura suddenly erupted from Chu Nan's body.
This aura matched Han Zhantian's own, and for a moment, neither held the upper hand.
6th rank Grandmaster? How is that possible?
As Chen Jin and the others stared in utter shock, Chu Nan's figure swiftly charged toward Han Zhantian, unleashing a thunderous punch.
Whoosh! Each punch carried a whistling wind, swift as lightning. Yet amidst this relentless assault, Chu Nan's fists seemed to slow, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Is this the essence of fists? Instructor Chu's White Tiger killing fist has actually condensed into fist intent? Chen Jin exclaimed in shock. A flicker of gravity crossed Han Zhantian's eyes.
He sensed a murderous intent within Chu Nan's fist techniques, as if a true white tiger were rampaging through the world.
Chu Nan unleashed a punch, accompanied by the roar of a tiger. The punch pierced straight through Han Zhantian's defenses, sending him reeling back several steps. Impressive! This kid's fist technique. Han Zhantian was secretly startled. He had never imagined Chu Nan's fist techniques could be this formidable.
In that moment, he finally understood that Chu Nan's White Tiger killing fist might truly be more formidable than he had imagined.
Though he was reluctant to admit it.
But with Han Zhantian's expertise, it was clear that Chu Nan's White Tiger killing fist seemed far more suited for the White Tiger Corps.
Though he had formed a plan in his mind, the battle was far from over.
As the commander of the White Tiger Legion, he could not afford to lose to Chu Nan before so many witnesses.
Then let's fight to the finish! Han Zhantian roared. Instantly, their figures clashed once more.
This time, Han Zhantian held nothing back, unleashing the White Tiger Fist technique with all his might. After all, he had cultivated the White Tiger Fist for years.
The White Tiger Fist in Han Zhantian's hands was far more than just this level of mastery. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Han Zhantian unleashed a punch whose fist shadow seemed to transform into the phantom of a ferocious tiger.
This single strike alone carried the force of 1,000 pounds.
White Tiger Fist. White Tiger Killing Fist. 2 sets of boxing techniques, 2 distinct philosophies. 1 offensive, 1 defensive, 1 swift, 1 deliberate.
Chu Nan's White Tiger killing fist delivered each strike with a fierce, relentless momentum, as if a true white tiger roamed the world.
Han Zhantian's White Tiger Fist, however, emphasized defense and adaptability.
His techniques alternated between fierce power and gentle grace, like a white tiger gliding through the forest. Their figures traced trails of afterimages through the air, each punch landing solidly without a single flashy flourish. Each strike from Chu Nan and Han Zhantian contained astonishing explosive force, yet both held back, refraining from truly striking to kill. They deliberately slowed their pace, allowing the White Tiger Battalion members watching to clearly see every move and technique.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Within 10 minutes, their pace began to quicken,
until their fists blurred into streaks of motion.
Within the crowd's vision, Chu Nan and Han Zhantian vanished, replaced only by streaks of fist shadows colliding across the arena.
For a moment,
their boxing techniques had reached an extremely profound realm. Even the White Tiger Camp's elite practitioners, masters of the White Tiger Fist, could not fathom the essence of their combat intent.
At this moment, Han Zhantian's fighting spirit burned fiercely. Since recovering from his injuries, this was a rare opportunity for him to spar with another fighter.
Most crucially, Chu Nan's strength was formidable enough to force him to unleash his full 6th-tier Grandmaster prowess. In fact, given Chu Nan's ability to refine the White Tiger killing fist, Han Zhantian's own mastery of boxing techniques truly paled in comparison.
Could this young man potentially surpass him in the future?
The thought sent a chill down Han Zhantian's spine.
Beyond the 9th rank lay perfection, also known as the Grandmaster realm.
Once one reached this realm, it meant one had already set half a foot upon the threshold of the martial arts sacred realm. Across all of China, the Grandmaster realm experts Han Zhantian knew could be counted on one hand.
For anyone else, Han Zhantian couldn't guarantee it.
But Chu Nan truly held the potential to become China's youngest Grandmaster of martial arts.
At this very moment, all eyes were drawn to the figures in the center of the arena. It felt as if time itself had frozen in that moment.
Only 2 figures crisscrossed the arena, punches cutting through the air like lightning.
At this rate, we'll fight until nightfall. Brother Chu, if you can block my next move, I'll treat you to 2 more jars of Grandmaster's brew. A hearty laugh echoed as Han Zhantian's figure abruptly materialized. Very well, bring it on.
Simultaneously, Chu Nan materialized several paces away from Han Zhantian.
Almost in an instant.
The moment their gazes locked, a fiery battle intent ignited instantly.
Chapter 166, Who Will Prevail? Within the military camp training grounds, all eyes were fixed on the center of the field, not daring to miss a single detail. And at that very moment, Chunan and Han Zhantian's figures collided head-on. Boom! Han Zhantian's fist erupted like it could shatter the very air, accompanied by a tiger's roar. A colossal white tiger appeared as a phantom on Han Zhantian's right fist, crashing directly toward Chunan. White tiger shatters the mountain. Han Zhantian roared. He held nothing back with this punch. Though he knew Chunan was no pushover, he also wanted to see just how powerful Chunan's white tiger killing fist truly was. Try this move of mine. White tiger shatters the army. Almost simultaneously as Han Zhantian's fist wind enveloped the area, Chunan unleashed his own punch. A colossal, lifelike specter of a white tiger collided head-on with Han Zhantian's fist-shaped shadow. Boom! Both phantom white tigers exploded mid-air. A powerful surge of energy erupted outward, forming waves of shockwaves. The low-level soldiers watching the fight were instantly knocked flying backward by the force of the shockwave. Shenjin and the others, being stronger, managed to barely withstand the shockwave but were still forced to stumble back several steps. What a devastating fist technique! Is this the power of the white tiger killing fist? Feeling the palpable aura of lethality permeating the arena, Shenjin and his companions were profoundly shaken. They finally understood why Chunan was qualified to serve as the instructor for the entire White Tiger Battalion. Whoosh! Two figures crossed paths mid-air. Chunan swiftly retreated, lightly touching the ground with his toes to land several meters away, standing calm and composed. Han Zhantian, though he had blocked Chunan's attack, was shaken to the core, his blood surging violently. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the damage. Though outwardly he hadn't retreated an inch, only he knew the truth. In that exchange of blows, Chunan had actually wounded him. But with so many subordinates watching, how could the commander of the White Tiger Legion possibly show defeat? Who wins and who loses in this? In my opinion, General Han has the slight edge. But Instructor Chu's strength is truly terrifying. He actually held his own against Commander Han. Across the arena, eyes widened. Gaze did not linger on Han Zhantian, but instead turned toward Chunan's position. The outcome of this battle had utterly defied everyone's expectations. Everyone had expected Chunan to suffer a crushing defeat. Yet who could have imagined that Chunan would actually exchange blows evenly with Han Shui? This alone was enough to silence any claims that Chunan had lost. At that very moment, a slightly hoarse voice rang out from the arena. Very good. Your White Tiger killing fist holds merit. Transmit my military order. Starting today, the White Tiger Battalion shall be the first to train in the White Tiger killing fist. In half a month, it shall be taught to the entire army. His gaze fixed on Chunan, Han Zhantian announced loudly. With that, he immediately turned to leave the training ground. At that moment, everyone in the White Tiger Battalion, including Deputy Commander Qinjun, wore expressions of utter shock. Replace the White Tiger fist with the White Tiger killing fist? What did this signify? It was self-evident. Brother Han, don't forget those 2 jars of Grandmaster's drunkard wine. Watching Han Zhantian's departing figure, Chunan couldn't help but remind him with a smile. At those words, Han Zhantian's expression darkened. He immediately quickened his pace and vanished from the arena in a flash. Not long after, inside the military camp infirmary, the moment Han Zhantian appeared, his face paled involuntarily as a jet of blood spurted from his mouth. Only after expelling this blood did his expression ease slightly. Earlier, in front of others, he couldn't afford to show weakness, so he'd forced himself to endure the injury, causing internal damage. I was far too overconfident. Where did that brat get that White Tiger killing fist? How can it be so ruthless? Had I not been recovering from injury and fought at only the 6th tier master level, I would never have lost to this brat. Han Zhantian muttered to himself. I wonder if that brat even used his full strength. If that wasn't his full strength, then doesn't that mean this kid? A flash of alarm suddenly crossed Han Zhantian's eyes. This won't do. I must report to the Elders' Council immediately. That Chu kid's talent is downright monstrous. He might just become another Grandmaster level powerhouse for our nation in the future. Whatever the cost, we must recruit this kid into the military. With that thought, Han Zhantian turned to leave. Just then, Wan Changsheng, clad in a white lab coat, entered the medical room, their paths crossing. General Han, are you injured? Could it be an assassin's ambush? Spotting the blood still smeared on Han Zhantian's lips, Wan Changsheng's expression darkened instantly. He immediately prepared to call for security. Old Wan, I'm fine. It's just that my injuries haven't healed yet. I forced myself to practice earlier. Han Zhantian hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Wan Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. I understand General Han's concern for the southern front and his desire to return to the border as soon as possible, but haste makes waste. General Han has only recently recovered from severe injuries. Proper rest and recuperation are essential. Believing Han Zhantian was anxious about the war and eager to regain his strength, Wan Changsheng spoke up to advise him. Han Zhantian merely nodded, then turned to leave. But suddenly, he turned his head back to look at Wan Changsheng. General Han, is there anything else you wish to instruct me on?
Under Han Zhantian's intense gaze, Wan Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine.
Ahem. Old one, I recall you also hold a share in the Grandmaster's drunken quota from the Elder's Chamber? Wan Changsheng instinctively nodded.
That's correct. I do still have a few jars in my possession. Hearing this, Han Zhantian grabbed Wan Changsheng by the arm and grinned.
Old one, lend me 2 jars right now. What? Borrow 2 jars?
At the request to borrow 2 jars of Grandmaster's drunkenness, Wan Changsheng's weathered face twitched. Such a rare spirit wine, even the General Military Medical Center only gets 2 jars a year. How could he possibly lend it out lightly? But it was Han Zhantian himself who had asked. How could he refuse?
Wan Changsheng's eyes burned with reluctance, yet he couldn't withstand Han Zhantian's intense gaze.
With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly nodded his consent.
Let's be clear, what's borrowed must be returned.
These 2 jars of Grandmaster's drunkard are from the General Military Medical Center's reserves. Ordinary people aren't even allowed to touch them.
Wan Changsheng cautioned Han Zhantian, still uneasy. Relax, relax. You know what kind of person I am. Han Zhantian waved his hand dismissively with a laugh.
It wasn't that he wanted to borrow them. Chu Nan had already cleaned out his entire stockpile. Now he'd gone and boasted publicly about giving Chu Nan 2 jars of Master's drunkenness. As the mighty white tiger war god, he couldn't very well go back on his word.
Oh, and one.
This matter is confidential. Once you step outside this door, you must not mention it to anyone.
Before leaving, Han Zhantian turned back and said sternly to Wan Changsheng.
With that, he strode out.
Only Wan Changsheng remained standing there, a look of confusion suddenly appearing on his aged face. Top secret? What kind of secret is this? Chapter 167, Chu Nan's wrath stirs the 4 directions. Inside the military camp. On the training grounds. Shouts echoed intermittently. 300 White Tiger Battalion soldiers were now practicing the White Tiger killing fist taught by Chu Nan. Remember, the White Tiger killing fist emphasizes offense. Its style is more aggressive. When striking, there must be no hesitation. Aim for a single, decisive kill. Standing nearby with his hands behind his back, Chu Nan watched the group and emphasized in a deep voice. By now, the 300 White Tiger camp warriors standing in the field were already drenched in sweat. Time is almost up. Chu Nan lifted his head to gaze at the horizon. As the last rays of the setting sun spilled across the sky, dusk was fast approaching. But Wan Dashan still hadn't arrived. Just then, 2 soldiers hurriedly brought someone into the training ground, making their way straight to Chu Nan. Brother Chu Nan. The moment Wan Xiaolu saw Chu Nan, she called out urgently. Xiaolu, why are you here? Where's Wan Dashan? The moment Chu Nan saw the token Wan Xiaolu held, the very one he had entrusted to Wan Dashan, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Chu Nan, hurry and save my brother. Su Ziliang was planning to harm you and the second young lady of the Qin family. My brother heard the news and rushed over to stop him. I heard Su Ziliang hired some skilled fighters. I'm worried about my brother. Hearing this, Chu Nan's expression darkened instantly. What? Su Ziliang, you're courting death. A piercing glint flashed in his eyes. Just as Chu Nan's cold warning echoed out. Boom! A murderous aura erupted from Chu Nan, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the entire White Tiger Battalion present felt their hearts tremble in unison. This killing intent, it's even more terrifying than that of General Han on the battlefield. How many people has Instructor Chu killed? The men instinctively looked up at Chu Nan, as if gazing upon a god of slaughter returned from the hell of Azura. Where is Su Ziliang? At that moment, Chu Nan fixed his gaze on Wan Xiaolu and asked. Wan Xiaolu shook her head, her face filled with worry. My brother didn't say. I don't know. Before he left, he only told me to bring this token to the Western military camp to find you. Wan Dashan deliberately didn't mention where he was going. He clearly knew Su Ziliang had hired experts. He didn't want Chu Nan to risk going himself. Wait here for me. I'm going to kill Su Ziliang. Chu Nan stared at Wan Xiaolu, his eyes cold as ice. Just as Chu Nan turned to leave, 300 soldiers of the White Tiger camp charged forward in unison, addressing Chu Nan. Instructor Chu. We're coming too. Anyone who dares harm Instructor Chu is declaring war on the White Tiger camp. That's right. It's been a while since we've had a chance to stretch our legs. Let's take this as an opportunity to test the results of our recent training. Looking at Fan Zhenjiang and the others before him, Chu Nan nodded and waved his hand. Let's go. If anyone resists, kill them on sight. Shoot on sight. As Chu Nan uttered these 4 words, a chill ran down everyone's spine, sending a wave of dread through their hearts. 10 minutes later. Rongqing, Viper Bar in the East District. Hua Hong, dressed lightly and mixing drinks behind the bar, suddenly glanced down at her phone. In an instant, her expression changed dramatically upon reading the message. Everyone listen up. The boss has issued a kill order. Within 1 hour, search every corner of Rongqing, find Su Ziliang's whereabouts. The bounty for the target is 100 million yuan.
Hua Hong raised her head and addressed the group of assassins seated in the bar. At these words, every person present stood up in unison.
100 million.
Just for taking a life, that bounty was nothing to sneeze at.
Sister Hua, I'll take this job. I'm in too.
In an instant, the news spread, and over 100 assassins from the Black Snake Society set out simultaneously.
But it wasn't just the Black Snake Society. Luo Tianyang also received a text message from Chunan. Without delay,
Xiao Hong immediately disseminated the news within the Tianxiang pavilion, mobilizing all intelligence operatives to search for information on Su Ziliang.
Immediately after, the Tianqi gang and the Mighty Tiger gang,
Jin Dai and Lei Laohu led hundreds of their men, crisscrossing the streets and alleys of Rongqing.
Until the sun set and night descended. The black night enveloped Rongqing. Beneath the neon lights of the city, a seemingly tranquil surface concealed an undercurrent that surged unnoticed. Half an hour later,
inside a green military vehicle bearing white license plates.
Ding! Chunan's phone suddenly beeped. It was a text message from Luo Tianyang. His men had already tracked down Su Ziliang's whereabouts. Heaven and earth.
This was Chengdu's renowned business class KTV, located in the city's prime downtown district. But no one could have imagined it was actually owned by the Su family. Thanks to Luo Tianyang's extensive connections, they had traced Su Ziliang's whereabouts by investigating the Su family's business network in Rongqing.
Assemble at Heaven and Earth in 10 minutes.
Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed on the spot. Chunan casually sent out the message.
In an instant, from the east,
10 military vehicles executed a perfect U-turn and sped down the street at over 100 miles per hour.
West.
In the shadowy alleyways, over 100 assassins simultaneously charged toward a single destination.
South.
Jin Dai and Lei Laohu led their forces in a mighty advance.
North.
Below the Luo Group building, Luo Tianyang sat in a Rolls-Royce, flanked by 10 identical black Humvees carrying his private security team.
10 minutes later,
in the bustling downtown area,
beneath the massive neon sign reading Heaven on Earth KTV,
the nightlife was just beginning, with many fashionably dressed men and women coming and going.
In the blink of an eye,
a military vehicle sped across the street, showing no signs of stopping, racing straight toward the entrance of Heaven and Earth.
Stop immediately. This is Heaven and Earth.
Outside the KTV entrance, several security guards cried out in alarm as they saw the vehicle barreling toward them. But the lead military vehicle paid no heed whatsoever. At 100 miles per hour, it smashed through the glass doors and drove straight into the lobby of Heaven and Earth.
Crash! The expensive glass doors shattered into a pile of debris on the floor.
The military vehicle came to a halt in the center of the lobby, looking utterly out of place.
Damn it! Who's got the nerve to cause trouble in my place? Don't they know this is my Righteous Fist gang's turf? Hearing the commotion,
the patrons in the hall were all startled.
Zhang Dalong, the Ichuan gang boss in charge of security, emerged with a grim expression, flanked by his crew.
Zhang Dalong wore a black short-sleeved shirt, his arms covered in tattoos, and sported a thick gold chain around his neck as thick as a thumb.
He looked every inch the villain.
Holding a gleaming machete in his hand, Zhang Dalong shouted at the people in the car with a thuggish expression.
Whoever's in that car, get your ass out here. You think you can cause trouble on my turf? You must be tired of living. Before he could finish, Zhang Dalong's tongue seemed to tie itself in knots.
He stood there speechless for a long moment. His eyes widened as he stood frozen before the passenger door. Fang Zhenjian, seated in the passenger seat, pressed the muzzle of an AK-47 against Zhang Dalong's forehead. Before Zhang Dalong could regain his senses.
Thud! 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 Footsteps echoed from outside.
300 soldiers from the White Tiger Battalion, dressed in military uniforms and armed with firearms, poured into the hall in unison.
The military?
Staring at the uniformed figures before him, Zhang Dalong stammered, his voice trembling.
Chapter 168, Chunan's Arrival. Heaven and Earth.
In a dimly lit private room, Wan Dashan lay sprawled on the floor, his clothes torn to shreds and soaked in blood, clearly gravely injured. Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in Miao ethnic attire and sporting a handlebar mustache stood with one foot planted firmly on Wan Shan's chest, a savage grin spreading across his face.
Quite the fine vessel. If I implant a life-binding bug within him, he'd make an excellent shamanic servant. The middle-aged man regarded Wan Dashan with an expression akin to admiring a flawless artifact.
Meanwhile, Su Ziliang, dressed in a suit, sat cross-legged on the sofa, coldly observing the gravely wounded Wan Dashan.
Wan Dashan, you traitorous bastard. How dare you side with that Chu brat?
If it weren't for my Su family footing the bill back then, your sister would have died long ago.
Is this how you repay this young master?
Hearing Su Ziliang's words, a flash of anger flickered in Wan Dashan's eyes.
All these years I've worked like a dog for you. I owe the Su family nothing.
You cut off my sister's medical expenses, nearly getting her kicked out of the hospital.
If not for Mr. Chu, she'd be dead by now.
After speaking, Wan Dashan stared at Su Ziliang and sighed.
Young Master Su, let me give you some advice. Abandon your scheme. Miss Qin is beyond your reach. Mr. Chu is not someone you can afford to offend. Out of respect for their former master-servant relationship, Wan Dashan offered this warning. Having witnessed Chunan's prowess, he was certain that even the Miao tribal master Su Ziliang had brought in would be no match for him. Given the relationship between Chunan and Qin Yaru, if Su Ziliang truly harbored ill intentions toward Qin Yaru, the consequences would be unimaginable. What utter nonsense! A mere country bumpkin of a son-in-law? Do you think I, Su Ziliang, would dare offend him? At first hearing Wan Dashan's warning, Su Ziliang sneered with disdain. Wan Dashan, I never realized you were such a sycophant before. Just how much did that Chu fellow pay you to be so utterly devoted to him? Beside him, the man with the handlebar mustache chuckled. Young Master Su, why waste your breath on him? Once I rip out his tongue and turn him into a witchcraft servant, I guarantee he'll be more obedient than a dog. The Miao man spoke Mandarin with a noticeable accent. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with venomous malice, like a snake striking. At the Miao man's words, a flicker of terror crossed Wan Dashan's eyes as he lay on the ground. He wasn't one to fear death. Having witnessed the peculiar tactics of these Miao men, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. Now you're scared? Su Ziliang glanced at Wan Dashan, then approached with a wine cup in hand, his face radiating an air of condescending arrogance. I know that Chu fellow knows a few half-baked martial arts tricks. If that weren't the case, why would I have gone to such lengths to invite Master Ke from so far away? Let me tell you straight with Master Ke here, that guy surnamed Chu is as good as dead. And not just him, Qin Yaru won't escape my grasp either. Finishing his speech, Su Ziliang extended his wineglass toward Master Ke with a smile and inquired. Master Ke, I wonder if that love-inducing poison is ready? Taking the cup from Su Ziliang, Master Ke radiated confidence. Rest assured, young Master Su. Once this love-inducing bug is unleashed, it will be foolproof. You need only swallow the male charm and plant the female charm within that woman surnamed Qin. I guarantee she'll kneel obediently at your feet, submitting to your every whim, and in time, she'll follow your every command without question. Hearing Master Ke's words, Su Ziliang's eyes lit up, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Qin Yaru, you'll never escape my grasp. Master Ke glanced at Su Ziliang, then reached away the silk pouch at his waist. He grinned and said, this pair of aphrodisiac charms was no easy feat to refine. I wouldn't give them to just anyone. Young Master Su, I've done you a favor. Now, what I want in return. Hearing this, Su Ziliang smiled in return. Rest assured, Master Ke. I never shortchange those who've earned my favor. Here's a token of my appreciation, please accept it with a smile. As he spoke, Su Ziliang pulled out a check and handed it to Master Ke. Glancing at the amount written on the check, Master Ke's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Su Ziliang hastily explained. Master Ke, this is merely a token of my appreciation. Once the matter is settled, I shall offer a much greater reward. Hearing Su Ziliang's words, Master Ke's frown eased. He tucked the check into his robe with a smile. With young Master Su's word, that's all that matters. Leave this matter entirely to me. Clink. The two men raised their wineglasses in a toast, immediately exchanging smiles. At that very moment, outside the private room, a sudden commotion erupted, shattering the quiet within. Thump! 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 The next moment, urgent knocking echoed outside the door. What the hell is Zhang Dalong doing? Didn't I say not to disturb us? Hearing the knocking, Su Ziliang's face darkened with irritation. He immediately stood up and opened the door. Slam! The door to the private room swung open. Zhang Dalong, are you deaf? Su Ziliang shouted angrily. Standing outside the door was Zhang Dalong, his legs trembling and his face deathly pale. Su! Young Master Su! Someone wants to see you. Zhang Dalong stammered. Before he could finish, a figure stepped out from behind him. In that instant, Su Ziliang's entire expression froze. Shunan, what are you doing here? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as Su Ziliang exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Chu! A faint, weak voice called out from within the private room. At the same time, Shunan caught sight of Wan Dashan lying on the floor, covered in injuries, out of the corner of his eye. This is the price you pay for betraying me. Shunan, if you know what's good for you, get away from Qin Yaru immediately. Then kneel and apologize to this young master. Maybe I'll spare your worthless life. Having been exposed by Shunan, Su Ziliang abandoned all pretense and burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. Hearing these words, Shunan's eyes turned icy cold. Su Ziliang, you deserve to die. The words barely left his mouth before Chunan's leg shot out in a swift kick. His kick was lightning fast. Su Ziliang couldn't react in time, and the blow landed squarely on his chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. Su Ziliang's body bent like a shrimp, sending him flying in a parabolic arc straight into the wall. Young Master Su! The scene unfolded so suddenly that even Master Ke only just managed to react. He immediately darted forward and helped Su Ziliang to his feet. Put! The moment Master Ke lifted Su Ziliang, the latter spat a mouthful of blood.
Looking down, Master Ke saw Su Ziliang's chest caved in, with at least 7 or 8 ribs broken.
Master Ke's face darkened instantly. Ku. Master Ke, avenge me. Kill this brat.
His face contorted with agony, yet Su Ziliang's eyes blazed with hatred as he shouted at Master Ke before him.
Chapter 169, The Gu Master of Miaojiang. Kill Chunan. That was Su Ziliang's plea.
Hearing this, Master Ke helped Su Ziliang to a nearby sofa before turning to face Chunan.
Young man, your attack was far too ruthless.
I had no intention of taking your life, but since you injured young Master Su, it seems you cannot be spared. Master Ke's eyes were cold as ice as he stared at Chunan, his expression as if he were looking at a dead man. It seemed as though killing Chunan would be as easy as turning his hand over. Mr. Chu, be careful, this man is strange. At that moment, Wan Dashan struggled to warn Chunan from the side. Chunan also lifted his eyes to appraise the man before him. His head was wrapped in white cloth, his feet clad in bound leg cloth shoes, a complete Miao ethnic outfit.
A Miao tribesman? So you're a Miao shaman? Chunan asked in a deep voice.
Hearing this, Master Ke chuckled with a hint of surprise.
Young man, you have quite the eye.
I never imagined that after so many years of our Miao poison masters staying hidden, someone would still know of us. Upon hearing the confirmation, Chunan coldly retorted. 40 years ago, the Xian sect made an agreement with those old masters in the southern mountains. Miao sorcerers are forbidden from entering the secular world without permission.
How dare you Miao break the pact?
The moment Chunan spoke, the smile vanished from Master Ke's face, replaced by a look of utter astonishment.
Who exactly are you? How do you know about the Southern Frontier Pact? Master Ke stared intently at Chunan, momentarily unable to gauge his identity.
The Southern Frontier Pact. This was the pact forged 40 years ago between the elders of the Southern Frontier tribes and the Xian sect. And this pact. It is also regarded as a disgrace by the ethnic groups of southern China. For 40 years, they were barred from the secular world. This led to the term Southern Frontier Sorcerer nearly vanishing from the world. Recently, internal strife erupted among the tribes of the Southern Frontier, prompting some to secretly break the pact made with the Xian sect.
You have no right to know who I am.
All you need to know is that by breaking the pact, your tribe is nearing its end. Chunan spoke with cold detachment. The moment these words left his lips, Master Ke's expression darkened instantly.
Don't try to intimidate me.
The Xian sect has been silent for years. Who knows if that old man is dead or alive? But just to be safe, you must die. His face turning ashen, Master Ke could no longer contain the murderous intent surging within him.
He immediately struck out with a palm strike. Boom! Enveloped within his palm was a blood-red bubble.
The bubble writhed incessantly in his palm, emitting a nauseating, foul stench.
A blood parasite?
Chunan instantly recognized what the crimson bubble was. It was a type of bug that fed exclusively on human blood. Once it burrowed into a person's body, within half an hour, the victim would be drained dry like a desiccated corpse.
Kid, go to hell.
Master Ke struck with ruthless ferocity, sending the crimson bubble hurtling straight toward Chunan with a single palm strike.
Chunan's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his finger. Clang!
A silver needle shot through the air, colliding with the crimson bubble.
Put!
The blood-red bubble instantly shattered, spraying a pool of blood.
How is this possible?
Seeing his prideful technique shattered by Chunan's single finger, Master Ke wore an expression of utter disbelief.
Boy, you actually broke my blood curse? If I don't kill you today, how can I ever show my face in Miaojiang again?
Master Ke let out a startled cry, his face contorted with fury.
Master Ke, this kid is truly unnerving. You must be extremely cautious.
Beside him, Su Ziliang, his face twisted with fear, urgently warned as he witnessed the scene.
Su Ziliang never imagined Chunan could break Master Ke's blood curse. He knew full well that this blood curse was Master Ke's signature technique. Countless masters had fallen victim to it.
Yet today, it had been shattered by a single finger from Chunan.
Young Master Su, rest assured. Today, I will make sure this brat has no place to be buried.
Master Ke gritted his teeth as he spoke. As he spoke, he struck again.
A dagger appeared in his hand.
He slashed his palms open, and a stream of blood immediately flowed out.
Then,
his hands rapidly formed intricate hand seals, and the spilled blood instantly transformed into streams of crimson bubbles.
You've actually cultivated so many blood parasites. Looks like you've harmed quite a few people. Chunan's gaze turned icy as he stared at Master Ke. At the same time, before Master Ke,
these blood parasites continuously exploded mid-air, transforming into crimson bubbles that shot toward Chunan.
In an instant, the entire private room was filled with a blood-red aura. Chunan's figure was completely engulfed within it. Die! Master Ke's face twisted with cruelty. Yet in the next instant, an unexpected turn occurred.
Amidst the swirling crimson mist, a 2-foot-long sword suddenly shot forth. With a single slash through the air, it instantly shattered all the blood mist in mid-air.
What?
Master Ke looked up in shock, only to see Chunan holding the hidden slaughter sword, radiating a fierce killing intent.
At such a young age, to possess such power? Who exactly are you? Master Ko demanded, his face etched with astonishment and suspicion. This youth before him, so young, yet capable of such feats. This could only mean one thing. This person was no ordinary individual. I've already told you, you have no right to know. As Chunan's voice echoed. The next second. A blurred afterimage flashed by. Master Ko hadn't even had time to react. Chunan's figure instantly materialized before him. Thud. Chunan's knee strike connected squarely with Master Ko's abdomen. The latter felt as though a sledgehammer had struck his midsection, sending him flying backward with a piercing scream. Crash. A thunderous crash echoed as Master Ko slammed into the wall, punching a gaping hole through it. Put. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Master Ko's face instantly turned deathly pale. How is this possible? He never imagined his prized bug magic would prove utterly ineffective against his opponent. Yet the opponent had effortlessly broken through his attack. Master Ko? Beside him, Su Ziliang witnessed the scene, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. If even Master Ko couldn't handle this kid, then keeping Chunan here today would be impossible. You brat, don't push me. If I unleash my full power, you won't come out unscathed. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Master Ko wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up from the ground, and threatened Chunan. Is that so? I'd love to see what else you've got up your sleeve. Chunan gripped the hidden kill sword in one hand as he walked slowly toward his opponent. Feeling the palpable killing intent emanating from Chunan, a flicker of fear flickered in Master Ko's eyes. He regretted it more than anyone else at that moment. How could he have stepped out of seclusion only to encounter such a monstrously talented individual? He finally realized he'd hit a brick wall. But with matters having come to this, retreat was no longer an option. Boy, if I don't kill you today, what would become of the reputation of the Miaojianggu masters? Since you've chosen death, don't blame me. A cold, ruthless resolve flashed in Master Ko's eyes. As Chunan approached, he swiftly raised his hand, placed the heel of his right palm in his mouth, and bit down hard. Put. A stream of blood flowed out. Master Ko swiftly pulled a silk pouch from his waist. Instantly, a black snake, its tongue flickering, appeared in his palm. Chapter 170, Su Zilion's Confession. Hiss. A crimson serpent's tongue flickered in and out. The black serpent coiled in Master Ko's hands, sending a chill down one's spine at the sight. Black serpent bug? Chunan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the serpent's origins. It was said that the black snake curse was an extremely vicious form of sorcery from the Miao region. Once implanted within a person, it would devour its victim alive within 3 hours. Moreover, before death, the victim transforms into a monstrous creature, neither human nor ghost, frantically biting others. Those bitten would also become hosts for the black snake curse. Thus, once a single person was infected, within a very short time, everyone nearby would be bitten. Within a single day, it could transform a city of tens of thousands into a ghost town. This is the most vicious aspect of the black snake curse. Boy, you're scared now, aren't you? Seeing Chunan's pallor, a cruel gleam flashed in Master Ko's eyes. Today, I'll make you die. Go! As Master Ko raised his right hand, the black snake in his hand seemed to lock onto Chunan, instantly darting toward him like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was so blindingly fast, it caught everyone completely off guard. You're asking for death. A fierce glint flashed in Chunan's eyes as a powerful aura erupted from his body. The next instant, Chunan swung the hidden Slayer sword forward with a fierce slash. Swish! A flash of sword light streaked through the air. Thud! With a soft thud, a cloud of blood mist erupted mid-air. The black snake was instantly cleaved in two, thudding to the ground and writhing in agony. You? Master Ko was startled and looked up, only to find Chunan already standing before him. The black serpent curse was banned by the Xian sect over a century ago. You have committed a capital offense by keeping a forbidden bug. Chunan's voice was cold and indifferent. As the words fell, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Chunan, even a fool like Master Ko should have finally grasped one thing. Grandmaster. At the very least, a grandmaster stood before him. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to break his black snake curse so effortlessly. Could it be, you're from the Xian sect? Senior, please, let me explain. Master Ko's face shifted from shock to sheer terror. But Chunan gave him no chance to beg for mercy. With a flick of the hidden kill sword in his hand, a blinding sword light sliced through Master Ko's neck like cutting through tofu. Put! A fountain of blood shot skyward. Master Ko's head flew clean off, rolling with a wet thud to Su Zilion's feet. Dead? Dead? You killed Master Ko? Staring at the blood-soaked head at his feet, Su Zilion was utterly stunned. He never imagined that the Miao sorcerer he'd paid a fortune to hire would meet his end at Chunan's hands. Wasn't he supposed to be some country bumpkin? How could he possess such terrifying power? Su Zilion was dumbfounded. Had he known Chunan possessed such power, he would never have dared provoke such a dangerous man. Now, it's your turn. Chunan gripped the hidden kill sword in his hand, his gaze cold as ice fixed on Su Zilion. At the sound of Chunan's voice, Su Zilion's face instantly drained of color. Chunan, this is all a misunderstanding. I never meant to target you.
Pointing at Master Ku's corpse, he continued.
This Ku fellow is the one who started it all. He was a cruel man who harmed many.
Killing him is nothing short of ridding the world of a menace.
Su Zilion's change of heart was faster than turning a page. Killing you would also be ridding the people of a menace. A smile touched Chu Nan's lips as he strolled toward Su Ziliang. At these words, Su Ziliang trembled as if struck by lightning. His knees buckled instantly and he fell to his knees before Chu Nan. No, don't kill me. I'm the eldest son of the Su family of Jinling. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Whether it's wealth or status, the Su family can give you anything. Su Ziliang begged relentlessly. As he spoke, a pungent stench began wafting from between his legs. The bastard had actually pissed himself out of fear. Useless. Chu Nan barked coldly, his hidden kill sword striking out instantly. Put. 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 The long sword transformed into several streaks of light, each piercing Su Ziliang's body with a bloody hole. Finally, Chu Nan flicked a needle from his fingertip, striking Su Ziliang squarely in the Shinting acupoint above his forehead. Ah! Excruciating pain surged through him. With a heart-wrenching scream, Su Ziliang collapsed unconscious from the agony, slumping to the ground. Su Ziliang's limbs were rendered useless. With his Shinting acupoint sealed by Chu Nan, he lost all mental faculties. From that day forward, he could only exist as a helpless, mindless fool. This was worse than death. Thud! At that moment, just outside the private room door, Zhang Dalong, who had witnessed the entire scene, collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. This was Su Ziliang, the sole heir of the Su family of Jinling. If Su Ziliang died on his turf, he'd be held responsible. But what terrified him even more? Chu Nan. A man with access to military resources, even the Su family wouldn't dare cross him, would they? Inside the private room, Chu Nan sheathed the hidden blade sword, not even sparing Su Ziliang a glance, and walked straight up to Wan Dashan. Mr. Chu. Wan Dashan, covered in wounds, could only open his eyes a slit as he stared at Chu Nan before him. The shock within him was immense. He had witnessed Master Ku's formidable strength firsthand. Though not quite at the master level, the man far surpassed ordinary innate cultivators. In Chu Nan's hands, slaughtering them was as easy as killing chickens or pigs. This single act alone confirmed his earlier suspicions. Chu Nan. He was undoubtedly a martial arts grandmaster level powerhouse. Can you still get up? Chu Nan looked down at Wan Dashan. I can. Wan Dashan gritted his teeth and immediately struggled to push himself up. Swallow this pill. It will aid your recovery. Chu Nan tossed a pill into Wan Dashan's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Dashan swallowed the pill. A few breaths later, Wan Dashan's eyes snapped open, his entire body trembling with renewed vigor. The pill Chu Nan had given him proved far more potent than he could have imagined. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Wan Dashan bowed his fist in gratitude toward Chu Nan. Let's go. Seeing that Wan Dashan was no longer in mortal danger, Chu Nan immediately turned and left. Mr. Chu. The Su family wields considerable influence. If they uncover any leads, I fear. Watching Chu Nan about to leave, Wan Dashan pointed at the bodies of Su Ziliang and that Master Ku. Chu Nan paused, his eyes calm. The Su family is nothing but a mere family. If they dare defy us, I won't hesitate to wipe out another Su family. With that, Chu Nan didn't pause his stride, immediately walking out of the private room. Hearing these words, a flash of alarm crossed Wan Dashan's eyes. Having worked for the Su family, he knew full well their formidable power. The fact that they could summon a poison master from the Miao region alone. That alone proved the Su family was no ordinary second-rate clan. But then he recalled Chu Nan's demonically formidable strength. Wan Dashan dismissed his own overthinking. A martial arts grandmaster. This was no one the Su family could trifle with. With that thought, Wan Dashan followed closely behind Chu Nan as they departed. Chapter 171, The Man Even the Wealthiest Dare Not Provoke. Heaven and Earth. Outside the club's entrance. As if they had just received word, a dozen police cars with flashing lights arrived. Immediately, dozens of officers from the police department, clad in bulletproof vests, prepared to storm through the club's entrance. But before they could get close, a group of soldiers armed with live ammunition blocked their path. We received a report of a homicide here. Please leave immediately and do not obstruct the police department's investigation. This is Chengdu City proper. The military has no jurisdiction here. A middle-aged man leading the group barked at Fan Zhenjiang and the others. We're from the White Tiger Corps. This area is now under the White Tiger Corps' jurisdiction. We don't need the police department interfering. Fan Zhenjiang remained adamant, showing no sign of backing down. This response infuriated the entire police department contingent. However, upon hearing the background of Fan Zhenjiang and his group, the police department officers couldn't help but show a look of surprise. White Tiger Camp? Could they be under the White Tiger War God? No wonder they're so hot-headed. Captain Zhou, since this involves the White Tiger War God, I think we should report this to higher-ups.
Yang Shanshan, dressed in her police uniform, also turned to her captain and said, "Oomph. If you ask me, they're just a bunch of military thugs. White Tiger Battalion? Who knows if they're even real?" Captain Joe's face darkened as he turned and muttered under his breath to the others. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fell upon a row of Humvees parked by the roadside. From the lead Rolls-Royce luxury vehicle, a figure stepped out. "I've already contacted your headquarters leadership about tonight's incident. Captain Joe, right. Take the brothers out for a cup of tea. Leave this to the White Tiger camp, it'll be handled." Dressed in an expensive suit, Luo Tianyang walked toward Captain Joe and his team. Behind Luo Tianyang followed a group of foreign bodyguards, each averaging nearly 2 meters in height. Luo Tianyang, Sichuan's wealthiest man. Why is he here too? Everyone from the police department, including Captain Joe, was taken aback. Though Luo Tianyang was merely a businessman. Across the entire province of Sichuan, who didn't know about his influence in both legitimate and underworld circles? Never mind a mere branch bureau of the police department. Even the leadership at their headquarters had to put on a smiling face in front of Luo Tianyang. "Mr. Luo, what exactly happened tonight? At least give me a heads up so I can explain things to my men back at the station." The moment he saw Luo Tianyang, Captain Joe shed his earlier irritability. He immediately stepped up to Luo Tianyang and asked with a smile. Without the arrogance of a superior, Luo Tianyang simply reached out and patted Captain Joe on the shoulder. "You only need to know one thing. The man inside, even I can't afford to cross him. Someone even Luo Tianyang couldn't provoke?" The moment those words left his mouth, Captain Joe's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom it. How many people in Rongqing's territory could possibly be untouchable even to Luo Tianyang? Could it be a high-ranking military figure? Recalling the presence of the White Tiger Battalion soldiers, Captain Joe's mind raced and a suspicion immediately formed in his heart. If it truly was a military heavyweight, someone like the White Tiger War God, then for a few lowly officers from the police department to meddle without authorization would be nothing short of courting death. "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Luo." Captain Joe shot Luo Tianyang a grateful glance before turning his attention back to Fan Zhenjiang and the other White Tiger camp soldiers. "Gentlemen, we nearly made a huge mistake. Since this concerns military affairs, our local police department should refrain from interfering." With that, Captain Joe turned on his heel and waved to Yang Shanshan and the rest of his team. "Let's get out of here." Captain Joe got up and climbed back into the vehicle. "We're just leaving like this?" Yang Shanshan and the others looked taken aback, but since their boss had given the order, they had no choice but to prepare to leave. In the car, Yang Shanshan sat beside her captain, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. "Captain, who exactly is inside? Having military protection is one thing, but why is Luo Tianyang here too?" Yang Shanshan asked, her voice tinged with surprise. At that moment, Captain Joe removed his hat and gasped. "Luo Tianyang? Let me tell you, the people inside aren't even someone like Luo Tianyang can afford to mess with. Thank goodness we didn't barge in today, otherwise we'd have really stirred up trouble," Captain Joe said, still visibly shaken. He immediately waved his hand, signaling the driver to leave. "Can't even provoke Luo Tianyang?" Hearing her captain's words, Yang Shanshan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Across the entire Sichuan province, who could possibly be untouchable even to Luo Tianyang? How formidable must they be? "You're all too young. Based on my years of experience as a police officer, constantly working on the front lines, at least 3 factions were present at Heavenly Realm tonight." Captain Joe's gaze drifted toward the window as he continued speaking. Yang Shanshan froze in surprise. 3 factions? Besides Luo Tianyang and the White Tiger camp, there are other factions involved? Yang Shanshan asked like a curious child. Captain Joe nodded solemnly. "The military, the business world, even the underworld. I reckon quite a few of those guys started out as professional hitmen." Yang Shanshan gasped, her mouth agape. "Professional assassins? Could they be from the Black Snake Society?" She blurted out the name of the group she suspected. Within Rongqing, the only assassin organization she knew of was the Black Snake Society. Captain Joe shook his head, dismissing Yang Shanshan's conjecture. If it were truly a high-ranking military figure, why would they have any connection to the Black Snake Society? "In my opinion, whoever this person is, it's none of our business. Better safe than sorry. Tell the guys to wrap up early tonight." Captain Joe picked up his walkie-talkie and addressed his team. At that moment, the police car slowly started its engine, ready to depart. Just then, Yang Shanshan peered out the window with curiosity. Outside the gates of heaven and earth, a sudden commotion arose. The White Tiger camp members swiftly formed 2 lines, as if preparing to welcome someone. Seeing this, Yang Shanshan's eyes widened in surprise. The next moment, a figure emerged slowly from the Tianshang Renjian lobby. The police car sped away. Yet Yang Shanshan caught a fleeting glimpse of face blurred yet utterly familiar. How could it be him? Her eyes widened in utter shock. Yang Shanshan hurriedly rolled down the window and leaned out to search. But by then, the crowd ahead had swelled. That figure had long been swallowed by the crowd.
Could I have seen wrong?
After driving several hundred meters away, Yang Shanshan sat back in the car, her expression still filled with doubt and disbelief.
Chunan. Of course she remembered that name.
But she dared not connect that name to tonight's events. A figure powerful enough to warrant the White Tiger Camp's protection. A figure so formidable that even Luo Tianyang dared not offend. How could it possibly be him? Yang Shanshan shook her head, convinced she must have seen things.
Chapter 172, 7 days left on the bet. One night passed. For ordinary folk, last night was just another night. Yet when the news broke, the entire upper crust of Rongqing was shaken as if by an earthquake. The White Tiger Corps. Luo Tianyang. Even the local gangs of Rongqing. Everyone was scrambling to find out who that mysterious figure was who had appeared at heaven and earth last night. Early the next morning. Qin family residence, breakfast time. Qin Lulu, having just learned about Heavenly Realm from Wang Junjie last night, was already boasting about it at the breakfast table this morning. As Qin Lulu vividly recounted the night's events, the entire Qin family listened in stunned silence. Lulu, is this information true? The Heavenly Pool Gang and the Fierce Tiger Gang are one thing, but to involve Luo Tianyang, the wealthiest man in Sichuan province? What kind of big shot could that be?
Qin Jianghai set down his chopsticks, looking at his daughter with surprise. It wasn't just Qin Jianghai, grandfather Qin and the couple Qin Weiha and his wife clearly shared his skepticism.
Seeing their disbelief, Qin Lulu retorted. Young Master Wang told me this personally. Not many people are privy to this information. Let me tell you, it wasn't just Luo Tianyang last night.
Word is even the White Tiger War God, Han Zhantian, personally dispatched the White Tiger Battalion to lend support.
Who could possibly wield such immense influence in both military and commercial circles?
As she spoke, Qin Lulu turned her gaze toward the Qin family members and continued. Even the Wang family is now searching for this mysterious figure. To cultivate a relationship with them would be an opportunity of immense significance. Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Qin Weiha and his wife, who were eating breakfast, both looked utterly astonished.
The White Tiger War God, Han Zhantian? Good heavens! What royal family or noble lineage must this be to wield such power?
Beside them, Qin Yuru's eyes also held a hint of astonishment. She glanced at Chunan beside her, who was still eating breakfast, and couldn't help but ask.
Where did you go last night? Why did you come back so late?
Chunan turned his head and casually replied. The clinic had a lot of patients last night, so I worked overtime. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding anything. Rather, what had happened last night was too terrifying. Even if he told Qin Yuru, she probably wouldn't believe him. Why waste his breath?
Stop bragging. How much business could your shabby clinic possibly have?
During the meal, Qin Lulu's gaze suddenly fell on Chunan, and she habitually took a jab at him. Whether my clinic thrives or not is none of your concern.
If you've got so much free time, why not focus on your work instead?
You've been the operations manager for ages, yet I haven't seen any real results from you.
Don't you care what people say?
Bickering with Qin Lulu had become second nature to Chunan. The moment those words left his mouth, Qin Lulu's face turned ashen. Even Qin Jianghai and his wife wore grim expressions.
How rude! Is this how you speak to your elder sister?
Qin Lulu's mother, Lu Lirong, glared at Chunan and retorted on her daughter's behalf.
You're just a son-in-law who married into the Qin family. You eat our food and drink our water, yet you have the nerve to criticize my daughter? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror?
Lu Lirong's words were harsh enough. The moment they left her lips, Qin Yuru's brows furrowed slightly. Auntie, it was clearly my sister who was rude first.
What does that have to do with Chunan?
Lu Lirong raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm.
You still remember I'm your aunt? If it weren't for grandfather's favoritism, what merit would you have to deserve the ox gall pill formula? Hearing Lu Lirong's words, Qin Yuru's eyes instantly reddened. Favoritism? As the second daughter of the Qin family.
For over 20 years in the Qin household, she'd been practically invisible, constantly trampled underfoot by her elder sister, Qin Lulu. Now, she had finally gained her grandfather's attention.
Yet in Lu Lirong's words, it had become grandfather's favoritism? Enough!
At the dining table, old Master Qin slammed his hand down hard.
His gaze fixed on Lu Lirong as he declared. I'm not dead yet, you hear me? Eldest daughter, are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? The old man's outburst made Lu Lirong's face turn pale instantly.
She realized she had spoken out of turn.
Father, I didn't mean it that way. Oomph. Old Master Qin gave a cold snort, sweeping his gaze across the assembled crowd. Let me make this clear. Chunan is my Qin family's son-in-law, which makes him as good as my own grandson, Qin Guozhong. Anyone who dares treat him poorly will have me to deal with first. With that, old Master Qin swept his sleeve and turned to leave. The next moment, the Qin Jianghai family's faces darkened. Lu Lirong clenched her jaw, her eyes blazing with suppressed fury. Grandfather, there's one more matter I wish for you to bear witness to.
Seeing the old man about to leave, Qin Lulu's eyes darted about before she abruptly stood up and declared, "Witness?" Old Master Qin glanced at Qin Lulu, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Qin Zhanghai and Lu Lirong also looked at their daughter with curiosity. Qin Lulu pointed at Chu Nan with a smug expression and declared, "I have a bet with this guy. With less than 7 days left until the 1-month deadline, if he fails to earn 100 billion, that villa on Yunding Mountain will be mine." At Qin Lulu's words, the expressions of those present shifted. Especially the second son's family. Upon hearing this, Qin Weha and his wife suddenly remembered the matter, their expressions abruptly darkening. The villa halfway up Yunding Mountain. This property was worth hundreds of millions, and it was the dowry the old man had personally promised to Qin Yuru. If they were to lose it to Qin Lulu just because of Chunan's word, they would be the real suckers. Immediately, Qin Weha turned to Qin Yuru with a forced smile. How could that kid possibly earn that much money? Lulu, just do this for your second uncle's sake and let it go. Young people are impulsive. At worst, I'll have Chunan apologize to you. With that, Qin Weha shot Chunan a glare. 100 billion in a month? How can you even utter such nonsense? Now go apologize to your big sister. As Qin Weha spoke, Qin Lulu turned to stare at Chunan with a cold sneer. If you kneel and kowtow to this lady to apologize, I might consider what my second uncle said. He had remained silent the entire time. Only now did Chunan set down his chopsticks and leisurely wipe his mouth. But before he could speak, Qin Yuru suddenly stood up beside him. No need. You win, you lose. If Chunan loses, then the half-mountain villa naturally belongs to you, big sister. Qin Yuru's abrupt declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Even Chunan looked at Qin Yuru before him with a hint of surprise. Qin Yuru, what nonsense are you spouting? At that very moment, Qin Weha and his wife stared wide-eyed at their daughter, nearly roaring. That was a luxury villa on Yunding Mountain. To just hand it over like that. Their hearts were bleeding too. Chapter 173, Qin Yuru's Resolve. Dad, Mom. Chunan is my husband. Since he personally agreed to this wager, it naturally represents my will. Qin Yuru stood in the center of the room, her face resolute as she addressed her parents. Even if we lose this time, we must lose with dignity. After saying this, Qin Yuru lowered her gaze to look at Chunan. Clearly, from the very beginning, she had already prepared herself to lose the wager. You're absolutely mad. What kind of mind-altering potion did that kid feed you to make you trust him so blindly? Qin Weha and his wife were so furious their faces turned ashen. They rushed over to old Master Qin and explained urgently. Father, Yaro is still so young, how can she make such a major decision on her own? As her parents, we propose transferring the villa to our names for now. We'll hold it in trust for Yaroo. Everyone present understood perfectly well what Qin Weha and his wife were scheming. At that moment, old Master Qin wore only a solemn expression. He ignored the couple's pleas and instead turned his gaze toward Qin Yuru and Chunan. The hillside villa is the dowry I prepared for you both. Have you both thought this through? Once you agree to this, there will be no turning back after 7 days. A hint of admonishment lingered in the old man's tone. If either Chunan or Qin Yuru were willing to back down, he could easily call the matter off. What Yaroo says is also my wish. During the banquet, Chunan slowly stood beside Qin Yuru and addressed the elder. Grandfather Qin, since I set the wager, I will not go back on my word. Besides, who says we're bound to lose this time? A faint smile touched Chunan's lips as he turned his gaze toward Qin Lulu, who looked utterly astonished. I'm still waiting for someone to kowtow and apologize to me. Hope you don't go back on your word then. Seeing Chunan's confident demeanor, Qin Lulu couldn't help but laugh. I have no idea where you get your confidence. Do you think this is child's play? That's 100 billion. If you can earn that much money, why wouldn't I, Qin Yuru, kneel down and apologize to you? Qin Lulu's tone dripped with mockery. She certainly didn't believe Chunan could earn 100 billion in such a short time. She had secretly sent people to investigate recently. Chunan's 1,000 gold clinic was located in a slum, and most of the patients who came were poor commoners. There was no way he could make much money. To her, Chunan's current confident demeanor was nothing but a forced facade. That villa halfway up the mountain was hers for the taking. It's over. It's over. At that moment, the expressions of Qin Weha and his wife, who were present, turned ashen. Lu Suling's vision went black, and she nearly fainted from the shock. Mom! Seeing this, Qin Yuru hurried forward to support Lu Suling. Get out! I never had such an unfilial daughter. Lu Suling shoved Qin Yuru away and snarled. Apologize to your eldest sister this instant. Cancel the wager. Hearing her mother's words, Qin Yuru froze in place, yet remained silent. Mom, Yuru, and I won't lose this bet. At that very moment, Chunan stepped forward and addressed Lu Suling. It would have been better if Chunan had kept quiet. But the moment he spoke, Lu Suling's expression darkened further. Don't call me Mom. I don't have a spendthrift son-in-law like you. That hillside villa is worth hundreds of millions, a mansion you could never afford in a lifetime.
What right did you have to take it as a bet without my permission? Lu Suling scolded Chu Nan.
Mom, it was my dowry to begin with.
Of course Chu Nan has the right to dispose of it.
Qin Yuru interjected from the side. Hearing her daughter actually speak up for Chu Nan, Lu Suling was furious beyond words. Well. Daughters really do grow up to be no good, turning their backs on their own family. I suggest you stop acknowledging me as your mother. Without waiting for Qin Yuru to respond, Lu Suling stormed off in a huff.
Mom!
Watching her mother storm off in a huff, Qin Yuru looked troubled, tears welling up in her eyes. It seemed that in her mother's eyes, her daughter's dignity was far less important than that luxurious villa worth hundreds of millions.
Oh dear. Look how you've upset your mother. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want.
Sighing, Qin Weha turned and followed after his wife.
Fine.
Since you've made your decision, we'll see how things turn out in 7 days.
Old Master Qin declared in a raised voice.
With that, he too walked away, hands clasped behind his back.
But before leaving, his gaze lingered on Chu Nan with a meaningful look. It seemed like encouragement.
Or perhaps more like trust. In short, no one in the Qin family believed in Chu Nan except for old Master Qin. For some reason, he always felt Chu Nan could create miracles.
We'll see about that.
In 7 days, I'll be waiting to take possession of the hillside villa. Watching Qin Yuru and Chu Nan, Qin Lulu covered her mouth and giggled softly. With that, the entire family departed in laughter. Left behind in the courtyard were only Qin Yuru and Chu Nan, their expressions complex.
Don't worry, I won't lose.
Stepping beside Qin Yuru, Chu Nan spoke softly. Yet his words only elicited a faint, bitter smile from Qin Yuru.
100 billion in just 7 days.
Even among all the tales she'd heard about business tycoons, she'd never encountered such a miracle.
Even if I lose, it doesn't matter.
Truthfully, I know this hillside villa was never meant for me from the start. If my eldest sister hadn't broken off the engagement back then, this hillside villa would have been hers all along.
Qin Yuru said bitterly. How could she not have seen this clearly all along?
The reason the old man had prepared the hillside villa as a dowry
wasn't out of kindness toward her. It was entirely because of Chu Nan.
And she was merely a substitute for that marriage contract. Had Qin Lulu agreed to this marriage back then, there would have been no place for her at all.
She would still be the ugly duckling of the Qin family.
Yuru?
Hearing Qin Yuru's words, Chu Nan was somewhat taken aback. Though he could see her heartbreak, he couldn't deny that it was indeed the truth.
You probably think I agreed to this marriage back then just to pursue my own selfish interests, right? Qin Yuru suddenly turned to face Chu Nan and said with a smile.
You're not wrong.
The only reason I agreed to marry you was to gain grandfather's trust and secure my footing within the Qin family.
So, I owe you a favor.
But this time, we're even.
With that, Qin Yuru turned and walked out.
She didn't need the villa halfway up the mountain. As long as she could secure her position within the Qin family, she would one day reclaim everything she'd lost through her own strength.
Interesting. In that case, I wouldn't mind giving you a hand.
Standing in place, watching Qin Yuru's retreating figure, Chu Nan's eyes flashed with a deep, knowing smile. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Regarding how to earn that 100 billion, Chu Nan already had a plan. Chapter 174, The Whereabouts of the Flesh Demon. Jinling, Su Family Manor.
While major factions in Ronqing scrambled to locate the so-called mysterious figurehead, within the grand residence of the Su family, one of Jinling's most prominent clans, a deathly silence hung heavy.
Inside a room, Su Tianhao, the head of the Su family, seethed with rage.
On the bed right before him, Su Zilian lay with his eyes wide open, a vacant stare in his vacant eyes, his limbs utterly immobile. A white-haired elder carrying a medicine chest reached out to take Su Zilian's pulse.
Master Zhao, is there any hope for my son?
Su Tianhao stood behind the old man, his voice urgent with repeated questioning.
After a long moment,
Master Physician Zhao finally withdrew his hand and shook his head helplessly.
The attacker possessed considerable skill and employed vicious methods.
They deliberately spared his life but severed the tendons and meridians in young Master Su's limbs, crippling his mind.
Even if he survives, he will be nothing but a cripple from now on.
A cripple? At the sound of Zhao Shini's words, Su Tianhao felt all hope vanish, then rage flared in his eyes.
Send men to investigate immediately. Whoever did this to my son, I'll slaughter their entire family. Su Tianhao roared furiously.
Everyone in the room trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word.
The next moment, a foul stench filled the air. What's that awful smell? The two maids standing by Su Ziliang's bedside suddenly turned their gaze toward him, their eyes settling between his legs.
A yellowish-white substance had soaked through his clothes and underwear.
Oh my, it's young Master Su.
The two covered their mouths and screamed, but seeing Su Tianhao present, they dared not say more.
Su Tianhao, witnessing this scene, grew even more grim-faced. His limbs are crippled, his mind utterly destroyed.
Young Master Su is now like a 3-year-old child.
This outcome was inevitable.
Beside them, Master Zhao sighed as he explained.
Who could have imagined?
The once mighty eldest son of the Su family had fallen so low he couldn't even control his bodily functions. Master Su, forgive this old man for my limited medical skills, I truly cannot help him. Master Physician Zhao rose to his feet, bowed respectfully to Su Tianhao, and then took his leave. All tendons and meridians severed. His mind destroyed. Even if Hua Tuo were alive today, curing him would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Su Tianhao's face twisted with fury as he could only watch helplessly as Master Zhao departed. You may all withdraw. Summon Master Zaxi to see me. Su Tianhao waved his hand, signaling those present to withdraw. No one dared disobey, and they hurriedly withdrew. Not long after. After everyone had left, Su Tianhao slowly walked over to Su Ziliang and knelt down beside him. Ziliang, who on earth injured you so badly? I am the sole heir of the Su family. This could destroy our family's century-old legacy. Su Tianhao demanded angrily as he stared at Su Ziliang. But Su Ziliang, lying on the bed, offered no response beyond a vacant, foolish smile. Seeing this, Su Tianhao's face filled with helplessness before he seemed to make a decision. Su Tianhao trembled as he reached out, his hand settling on Su Ziliang's head. Rather than live on in such humiliation, father will see you off personally. Bang! A single palm strike. Su Ziliang, lying on the bed, instantly bulged his eyes and breathed his last. Ziliang, rest assured. Father will avenge you. Having killed his own son with his own hands, 2 clear tears streamed down Su Tianhao's cheeks. His entire being seemed to age 10 years in an instant, radiating a profound sense of world weariness. Brother Su, do not blame yourself. Perhaps this was the best choice for young Master Su. At that very moment, a figure had silently appeared behind Su Tianhao. The chillingly sinister voice sent a shiver down one's spine. Sensing the presence behind him, Su Tianhao's gaze turned cold. He stared at his son's lifeless body, then wiped away his tears. Taking a deep breath, Su Tianhao turned with a cold expression and demanded. Master Zaxi, I demand an explanation for this. Didn't you say your junior disciple Ko Wancheng was powerful enough to protect my son? How could this happen? Before Su Tianhao stood Tashi, clad in dark blue cloth robes with silver ornaments adorning his chest, his expression equally grim. Brother Su, I never wished for this to happen either. Don't forget my junior disciple is dead too. Su Tianhao snorted coldly. Your junior brother's death is solely his own fault for lacking skill. Don't forget, your Black Miao tribe still relies on the Su family for support. Is this how you repay me? Hearing this, Zaxi frowned, clearly hesitant. Knowing Su Tianhao was grieving the loss of his son, he continued. Brother Su, rest assured I won't stand idly by. I will deliver that man's head to you. Hearing Tashi's words, Su Tianhao's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent as he declared. Whoever he is, I will use his head to honor my son's spirit in heaven. Rongqing. Xianjin Medical Clinic. Inside the clinic, besides the absentee owner Chunan and the grandfather-grandson duo Zhengjimin, there was now a third person. Not bad. You're not too slow on the uptake. Remember, herbs must be sorted and organized. Not a single mistake is allowed. Before the medicine cabinets, Zhang Xingyue barked orders at the burly Wan Dashan. Miss Cheng, understood. Wan Dashan scratched the back of his head, grinned broadly, then bent back over his work. After Chunan's injuries had mostly healed, he arranged for Wan Dashan to stay at the 1,000 Gold Clinic. First, to give the fellow something to occupy himself with. Second, security was a concern at the 1,000 Gold Clinic, which was run solely by Zhang Jimin and his grandson. Having Wan Dashan there gave Chunan much greater peace of mind. Xingyue, is Senior Chu available? An elderly voice called out as Sun Anren, dressed in a robe, hurriedly entered the shop. Grandfather's son. Spotting Sun Anren, Zhang Xingyue hurried to greet him. Is Senior Chu not in the shop? Sun Anren glanced around the shop, not seeing Chunan anywhere, and asked. Realizing Sun Anren had come looking for Chunan, Zhang Xingyue couldn't help but tease him. Our boss is a hands-off manager, even I can hardly catch a glimpse of him. If you wish to see him, you've come at the worst possible time. No sooner had Zhang Xingyue spoken than a soft chuckle suddenly sounded beside her ear. What, are you dissatisfied with me as your boss? As she spoke, Chunan strode confidently through the doorway. Boss? The sight of Chunan instantly froze the smile on Zhang Xingyue's face. She hurriedly moved behind him, rubbing his shoulders as she laughed. Not at all. Boss, you have so many important matters to attend to. Just leave these minor clinic matters to me. Ignoring Zhang Xingyue's smooth talk, Chunan turned his gaze toward Sun Anren, who had arrived in the middle of the day. Old son, any news? Sun Anren took a breath and nodded excitedly. Senior Chu, I've fulfilled my mission. I've tracked down information on the flesh demon. The flesh-eating demon? Upon hearing Sun Anren's words, Wan Dashan, who had been busy behind the counter, abruptly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on Sun Anren. If I recall correctly, this was the crucial medicine needed to save his sister. Where is it? Chunan also asked Sun Anren. Meat Taisui is considered a supreme medicinal herb. In all of Rongqing, only the first-class trading house possesses a single specimen. The first-class trading house?
Hearing Sun Onrun's words, a trace of doubt flashed in Shunan's eyes. Chapter 175, First Class Trading House. Inside the medical clinic. Zheng Xingyue poured tea for Sun Onrun, who then began to explain. First Class Trading House is the most renowned auction house in Rongqing, and also our largest local commodity trading center. There's a saying circulating outside, as long as you have money, you can buy anything you desire at the First Class Trading House. While that might be a bit exaggerated, it still speaks volumes about the First Class Trading House's power. Hearing Sun Onrun's words, Zheng Xingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Is Ipin trading really that formidable? Wan Dashan snapped back to attention and asked. So, that means the fleshed Haisui must be pretty pricey, right? Even Sun Onrun's solemn tone suggested that such a premium medicinal ingredient as the fleshed Haisui would likely command a hefty price. Wan Dashan was currently strapped for cash. Even knowing the First Class Trading House had fleshed tiger root, how could he possibly afford it? Money is no issue. I said. I will cure your sister's illness. Shunan glanced at Wan Dashan, signaling him to relax. Hearing this, Wan Dashan's eyes brimmed with gratitude. Before he could speak, Sun Onrun interjected. I've met Mr. Bao of the First Class Trading House once, but we're not acquainted. I hear he's not short on cash. Getting the fleshed Haisui from him won't be easy. Hearing this, Wan Dashan's brows furrowed instantly, his face clouding with concern. Shunan, however, smiled and said. How will we know unless we try? We've finally tracked down the whereabouts of the fleshed Haisui, we can't just give up now. With that, Shunan patted Wan Dashan on the shoulder. Come on, let's head to the First Class Trading House. Wan Dashan gave a firm nod and immediately rose to follow Shunan. Boss. Just as Shunan stood to leave, Zheng Xingyue suddenly called out. What is it? Shunan turned to glance at Zheng Xingyue, who looked slightly awkward. Zheng Xingyue dashed over to Shunan, tugged at his sleeve, and said in a pleading tone. Boss, could I take half a day off today? Tonight's Ji Yuma's concert. I'm the vice president of the fan club, I absolutely can't be late. Shunan froze. Ji Yuma's concert? Seeing the concert tickets Zheng Xingyue held out, Shunan suddenly remembered something. He had also given Qin Yaru 2 tickets, wondered if she'd be attending? Come to think of it, Shunan had promised Ji Yuma he'd attend her concert. I agreed. Remember to say hello to Ji Yuma for me. Shunan nodded in agreement. Long live the boss. I absolutely adore you. Seeing Shunan agree, Zheng Xingyue's eyes crinkled with delight as she gave him a big hug. Instantly, a soft sensation pressed against Shunan's chest. Shunan instinctively glanced down. Whoa! He hadn't noticed before. Who knew this girl had such curves? Enough. Let go of me already, I can't breathe. Feeling Zheng Xingyue's excitement, Shunan couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing Shunan's words, Zheng Xingyue finally snapped back to her senses, realizing her own overreaction. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. Sorry, boss. I got too excited just now. Never mind. I need to get ready quickly. Without another word to Shunan, Zheng Xingyue turned and ducked behind the cash register, pulling out a bag of cosmetics. After all, she was going to her idol's concert, she had to look her best. That girl's been so impulsive since childhood, not a trace of a proper young lady about her. Beside them, Sun Onrun glanced at Zheng Xingyue before shifting his gaze to Shunan. With a meaningful smile, he remarked. Come to think of it, my granddaughter is about the same age as Xingyue. She works at the hospital now. How about I introduce my granddaughter to Senior Chu sometime? Thinking Shunan might be interested in that sort. Sun Onrun volunteered without hesitation. Upon hearing Sun Onrun's words, Shunan's face darkened instantly. He knew exactly what the old man had misunderstood. Old son, I think it's best not to. With that, Shunan hurriedly led Wan Dashan away. Half an hour later. In the bustling commercial district of Rongqing's city center. In front of a 3-story commercial building, a massive gold-painted sign boldly displayed the 4 characters, First Class Trading Company. This is the place. Shunan glanced up at the sign before leading Wan Dashan inside. Unexpectedly, the moment they reached the entrance, 2 security guards blocked their path. Halt! Who are you? Shunan glanced at the guards without anger, merely nodding and saying. Please inform the manager. Tell them the 1000 Gold Clinic has come to pay respects to Boss Bao. Xianjin Medical Clinic? Upon hearing Shunan's introduction, the 2 security guards exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with disdain. Sorry, never heard of it. Without an appointment, our boss doesn't see walk-ins. The 2 blocked Shunan's path, clearly unwilling to let him enter. Shunan hadn't expected to be turned away at the door upon his arrival. Glancing around, he noticed several people moving freely inside the First Class Trading House. Well, I suppose I can still go inside and look around? Shunan said with a smile. With that, he made to step inside. Halt! The First Class Trading House isn't open to just anyone. 2 security guards stopped Shunan again, their faces clearly displeased. I can't go in? Then why are they allowed to come and go as they please? Shunan's expression turned slightly cold as he pointed to a couple dressed in expensive attire strutting into the store. Hearing Chunan's question, the two security guards looked impatient. They're wealthy patrons, of course they have the right to enter our establishment. Now look at you, your entire outfit probably doesn't cost more than $300. Can you even afford anything in our shop? Get lost. The two security guards barked harshly. Dare to insult Mr. Chu? You're asking for trouble. Hearing the guard's words, Wan Dashin, who had been following behind Chunan, flashed an angry expression. He instantly darted forward, closing the distance to the two men. Smack! Smack! Wan Dashin raised his hands and delivered two swift slaps, sending both men crashing to the ground, stars dancing before their eyes. Stop it! Who dares cause trouble in my first-class trading company? Just as Wan Dashin finished disciplining the two, a middle-aged man in a suit stormed over, accompanied by several security guards. Manager Fan, it's these two. They insisted on seeing our boss, Mr. Bao. When we refused, they tried to force their way in. The two security guards clutched their faces, yet their expressions were full of grievance as they shouted. The guilty ones are crying foul. You're asking for it. Hearing their words, Wan Dashin grew even more furious. I'm warning you. This is Epeen Trading Company. If you dare lay a finger on our men, I'll have you arrested. Manager Fan, hearing his subordinate's words, immediately turned to Wan Dashin with a dark expression and threatened him. Upon hearing this, Wan Dashin turned his gaze toward Chunan. All it would take was a word from Chunan. He wouldn't care who the other party was. Enough! Chunan waved his hand, signaling Wan Dashin to step back. He then turned to Manager Fan with a smile. Manager Fan, is that right? Your two subordinates said I wasn't qualified to enter your store. I'd like to know if I have that privilege? As he finished speaking, Chunan produced a black gold card from his fingers as if by magic. At the mere sight of the black gold card in Chunan's hand, Manager Fan's earlier arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by an uncontrollable shock. A black gold card from Spring Breeze Pavilion? Manager Fan's voice trembled as he spoke. Chapter 176, I'll take the flesh-eating demon. Having worked at first-class trading house for years, he'd seen his fair share of truly wealthy individuals. Manager Fan instantly recognized the black gold card in Chunan's hand. Rumor had it that possessing this card meant one was a black gold member of Spring Breeze Pavilion. And in all of Rongqing, those with such qualifications could be counted on one hand. This alone proved the card's immense weight. Regardless of whether the card belonged to Chunan, the mere fact that he could produce this black gold card was proof enough that his status was anything but ordinary. Honored guest, you jest. The customer is always right. Our first-class trading house has always prided itself on service. How could we ever bully customers just because we're a big store? Manager Fan snapped back to his senses and immediately offered a fawning apology to Chunan. As he spoke, he shot a furious glare at the two security guards behind him. You two good-for-nothings, don't expect your pay this month. Apologize to our honored guest immediately. Hearing their manager's words, the two security guards were stunned. Realizing they'd offended a big shot, they scrambled over to Chunan, stumbling and tripping as they rushed to apologize profusely. Enough, don't waste my time. Can I go in now? Ignoring the pair, Chunan turned his gaze to Manager Fan and asked. Yes. Please come in, honored guest. Manager Fan bowed deeply with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Chunan nodded and led Wan Dashin straight into the first-class trading house. Manager Fan, who exactly is this guy? Watching Chunan depart, the two security guards couldn't help but ask. Manager Fan's expression darkened as he snapped at them. Anyone who holds a black gold card from Tianxiang Pavilion deserves our utmost respect, even our boss treats them with caution. You two nearly ruined everything. With that, Manager Fan left them behind and hurried off to guide Chunan. Not long after. Inside the first-class trading house. Walking through the shop, Wan Dashin was dazzled by the dazzling array of goods displayed in the showcases lining both sides of the aisle the moment he stepped inside. Chunan, however, though his eyes flashed with surprise, quickly regained his composure. The items sold at first-class trading were almost exclusively luxury goods. No wonder those two security guards were so snobbish. These luxury goods were certainly beyond the means of ordinary people. Carefully accompanying them, Manager Fan observed Chunan. Seeing the man's composed expression, he became even more certain of Chunan's extraordinary status. Esteemed guest, everything on this floor is auction-grade luxury goods. These items are extremely difficult to find elsewhere. Manager Fan explained with an apologetic smile. Hearing this, Chunan asked with genuine curiosity. I've heard that with enough money, one can acquire anything within the first-class trading house? I'd like to inquire about a particular item from Manager Fan. Manager Fan immediately replied with a smile. Please, honored guest, feel free to ask. I don't mean to brag, but if something isn't available at our first-class trading house, it's unlikely to be found anywhere in the entire province of Sichuan. Hearing Manager Fan's words, Chunan's lips curved slightly. Since Manager Fan is so confident, might I ask if your esteemed establishment carries any meat taisui? Meat taisui? Manager Fan froze upon hearing Chunan's question. After a moment's thought, a look of difficulty appeared on his face. We do have it, but it's an exceptional medicinal herb. Even our boss, Mr. Bao, treats it as a treasure. If you wish to purchase it, the price. Shu Nan waved dismissively. Price is no issue. Manager Fan, could you show it to me? Seeing Shu Nan's confidence, Manager Fan knew he was dealing with a major buyer and dared not delay. He immediately replied. Of course, no problem. The flesh taro is on the second floor in the treasure gallery. I'll take our honored guests there right away. With that, Manager Fan led Shu Nan and his companion toward the elevator. He swiped his employee card, and the elevator doors slowly opened. The second floor treasure gallery is reserved exclusively for our first-class merchants premium members. But with distinguished guests like you here, we'll gladly make an exception. Manager Fan had barely finished speaking when the elevator doors slid open. Welcome. A young female clerk in a black skirt had been waiting outside for quite some time. After all, this was the treasure pavilion for premium members. The female attendants on the second floor were all quite attractive. You may step aside. I shall personally attend to this distinguished guest. Manager Fan glanced at the saleswoman before respectfully leading Shu Nan into the treasure pavilion. Hearing Manager Fan's words, the saleswoman also glanced at Shu Nan with some surprise. The fact that Manager Fan was personally attending to him indicated that the man before her was no ordinary guest. Unfortunately, she would never have the opportunity to interact with a guest of this caliber. Inside the treasure gallery on the second floor, Manager Fan led Shu Nan to a display stand. The cylindrical display stand stood about a meter tall, topped with a tempered glass dome from which wispy cold air was seeping. Inside this glass enclosure sat a peculiar plant, as large as an adult's palm. Entirely milky white and resembling a lump of flesh, it appeared rather unremarkable at first glance. Mr. Chu, is this the flesh-eating fungus? Following behind Shu Nan, Wan Dashin couldn't help but ask curiously as he examined the object beneath the glass. Don't be fooled by its plain appearance. This flesh taishui is a rare, top-grade medicinal herb. According to ancient medical texts, its quality correlates with its age, and one can gauge its value by its color. The red ones resemble coral, while the white ones resemble fat. This substance changes color every 100 years. At this point, Shu Nan gave the flesh taishui another appraising glance before continuing. This specimen is milky white, suggesting it's over 200 years old. While not the absolute finest grade, it's more than sufficient to treat your sister's heart condition. Upon hearing Shu Nan's words, Wan Dashin couldn't help but wear an expression of delight. Our honored guest truly knows his stuff. This flesh taishui, also known as fleshlingji, is a top-grade medicinal herb cultivated by heaven and earth. Our first-grade trading house paid a hefty sum to acquire it. Manager Fan grinned broadly from the side. Upon hearing this, Shu Nan spoke directly. Manager Fan, name your price. Manager Fan's eyes darted about as he smiled and quoted a price. Final offer, 80 million. Before Shu Nan could respond, Wan Dashin grew restless. 80 million for just this one herb? 80 million. He probably couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Not too expensive. I'll take this flesh taishui. Under Wan Dashin's stunned gaze, Shu Nan promptly pulled out a gold bank card and handed it to Manager Fan. Perhaps it was Shu Nan's abruptness. Manager Fan was momentarily taken aback. He silently regretted not having quoted a higher price earlier. Still, an 80 million yuan sale would net him a hefty commission. Please wait a moment, honored guest. I'll process your card right away. Taking Shu Nan's bank card, Manager Fan said cheerfully. It can't be sold. I spotted this meat first. A man's voice suddenly cut through the crowd, speaking in halting Chinese. Shu Nan frowned and looked over. A pot-bellied, bald man strode into the center of the auction hall, leading a young man in his early 20s dressed in a suit. The speaker from earlier was none other than the young man in the suit. At the same time, Manager Fan turned to look at the bald man, his expression tinged with surprise. Boss, why are you here? Chapter 177, count to 10, or you die. The bald man was none other than the owner of First Class Trading Company, Bao Datong. Upon seeing Bao Datong appear, Manager Fan immediately stepped forward respectfully. Ahem. Manager Fan, what's going on here? Bao Datong covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice, his gaze fixed on Manager Fan as he asked. At that very moment, Shu Nan's gaze flickered, noticing the unusual pallor on Bao Datong's face as he coughed. Boss, this gentleman is a black gold VIP of Spring Breeze Pavilion. He's willing to pay 80 million for our meat taishui. Manager Fan leaned close to Bao Datong and whispered the entire story. He has a black gold card from Spring Breeze Pavilion? At his subordinate's words, Bao Datong's gaze instinctively shifted to Shu Nan, his expression growing more appraising. Seeing Shu Nan dressed plainly, seemingly not from a prominent family background, his eyes narrowed with speculation. Spring Breeze Pavilion's black gold VIPs are all influential figures with connections everywhere, but I've never seen this man before. Are you certain the black gold card in his possession is genuine? Bao Datong asked in a low voice. This question stumped Manager Fan. He couldn't guarantee whether the black gold card in Shu Nan's hand was genuine or not.
But since the man had dared to spend 80 million to purchase a single fleshy taisui, he was clearly no ordinary person. Mr. Bao, this fleshy taisui is one of the conditions of our deal. We at Dongyang Pharmaceuticals are genuinely eager to collaborate with you, Mr. Bao. Speaking in broken Chinese, the man in the suit addressed Bao Datong once more. Toyo Pharmaceuticals? Upon hearing the man in the suit's words, Chunan's brow furrowed slightly. He was no stranger to Toyo Pharmaceuticals, having heard about it more than once from Qin Yuru. It was the largest multinational pharmaceutical company in Japan, holding considerable clout in China's business circles. Within China's pharmaceutical industry, Dongyang Pharmaceuticals ranked among the top 3. It was far more powerful than Qin Pharmaceutical, and even the Lu family paled in comparison. Clearly, the man in the suit before him must be Japanese. At that very moment, upon hearing the man in the suit's words, Bao Datong also felt somewhat troubled. He didn't know whether Chunan's identity was genuine or not, and he didn't want to rashly offend the other party. Rest assured, Mr. Bao, I won't put you in a difficult position. There's a saying in China, the highest bidder wins. I'm willing to compete fairly with this gentleman. The man in the suit smiled faintly before declaring. I bid 100 million yuan. If this gentleman chooses not to raise his bid, then this meat toad is mine. What? 100 million? The man in the suit blurted out a staggering 100 million. That was 20 million yuan higher than Chunan's offer. Even if Bao Datong were as foolish as they come, he knew which choice to make. At that moment, as he looked at the man in the suit, a cold glint flashed in Chunan's eyes. 100 million seemed as easy for this man as eating or drinking. This clearly indicated that his status within Dongyang Pharmaceuticals was anything but low. At that moment, he seemed to have made a decision. The hesitation in Bao Datong's eyes vanished instantly. Esteemed guest, I must apologize. Business is business. Since Mr. Sato offered a higher price, I'm afraid I cannot sell this meat to you. Bao Datong's words were tactful, yet they clearly stated his position. Seeing Bao Datong's attitude, Wan Dashan's face darkened with displeasure. There's a proper order to things. Mr. Chu was here first. Why should we sell it to this Japaneseianese guy? Hearing Wan Dashan's derogatory reference to him, Sato Tadao, standing behind Bao Datong, instantly flushed with anger. Bastard! You Chinese man, how dare you insult our president? Seeing Sato Tadao's outburst, Bao Datong hurriedly offered a conciliatory smile. Mr. Sato, don't stoop to his level. At this, Chunan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly burst into laughter. Talking about money is so boring. How about this? Mr. Bao, shall we make a deal instead? Bao Datong looked at Chunan in confusion. A deal? Chunan nodded, flashing a mysterious smile. Exactly. Money is nice, but you need to be alive to enjoy it. A mere 100 million yuan compared to your life, Mr. Bao, I think you should be able to tell which is more important. Bao Datong interpreted Chunan's words as a threat, his expression turning icy. What do you mean by that? I, Bao Datong, am not easily intimidated. As he spoke, Bao Datong gave a subtle signal. Instantly, a dozen security guards sprinted over. What do you think you're doing? Wan Dashan stepped in front of Chunan and barked the question. Since you can't afford the price, please leave. Bao Datong shot Chunan a cold glance before waving his hand, signaling the security guards to escort the two men out. Ah! You're doomed and don't even know it. In that case, we'll be on our way. Seeing Bao Datong's attitude, Chunan didn't get angry. He just sighed, shook his head, and turned to leave. Hearing Chunan's words, Bao Datong felt a hint of pity in the gaze directed at him moments before. Bao Datong found himself momentarily baffled. Stop right there. Kid, what exactly did you mean by what you just said? If you don't explain yourself clearly, you're not leaving here today. Bao Datong barked sternly. With a sweeping gesture, a dozen security guards surged forward to block Chunan's path. You dare lay a finger on Mr. Chu? Seeing the security guards closing in on Chunan, Wan Dashan roared in a deep voice, immediately stepping in front of Chunan and striking first. Bang! 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 His fists whipped through the air like a whirlwind. With Wan Dashan's innate realm strength, a mere dozen ordinary security guards stood no chance against him. Within mere moments, all the guards lay sprawled on the ground. Wan Dashan hadn't struck with lethal force, but these fellows wouldn't be getting back up anytime soon. Cough cough. This? How is this possible? Seeing Wan Dashan single-handedly knock down his entire crew, Bao Datong's face turned pale. In his agitation, he even covered his mouth and coughed. Not far away, Sato Tadao's eyes also betrayed a hint of surprise. That level of combat prowess rivals that of a Chunin. And this guy, he looks like nothing more than a bodyguard. The thought crossed his mind, and Sato Tadao's gaze turned to Chunan with keen interest. At that moment, under Bao Datong's tense and fearful gaze, Chunan's gaze fell upon Bao Datong. With a faint smile, he remarked, Your tuberculosis has reached an incurable stage. Count to 10 at most. Should it flare up, ordinary medicine will be of no use. With those words spoken, Shu Nan did not linger but walked slowly toward the exit. Step. 1 step. 2 steps. Shu Nan's pace was unhurried. Counting each step. 10 steps brought him precisely to the elevator entrance. At that moment, Bao Datong, frozen in place, burst into laughter. Absolute nonsense. The laughter barely escaped his lips. As if it had aggravated the injury in his lungs, he immediately clutched his mouth and began coughing. Cough. The next second, Bao Datong opened his right hand, only to discover it was covered in blood. As the blood gushed forth with his cough, Bao Datong felt the world spinning wildly. His lungs burned like fire, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his insides. Chapter 178, A hair's breadth makes all the difference. Boss? Are you alright? The sudden turn of events caught Manager Fan off guard. Bao Datong's face contorted with agony, his expression one of utter disbelief. Could Shu Nan have been right? He had assumed it was just his old ailment flaring up again. He'd put off going to the hospital for a few days, but he never imagined it could be this serious. Recalling Shu Nan's earlier words, he hurriedly looked up to find where Shu Nan was. As the elevator doors opened and Shu Nan prepared to exit, Bao Datong's expression abruptly changed. Doctor, wait. At that moment, Bao Datong could no longer hold back. He rushed forward to stand before Shu Nan. I didn't recognize the divine physician earlier. I beg you, divine physician, to save my life. Cough cough. No sooner had he spoken than Bao Datong was overcome by another fit of coughing. Mr. Chu, what's going on? Seeing Bao Datong like this, Wan Dashan, who had been following Shu Nan, was also utterly baffled. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Bao must have suffered from severe pulmonary effusion in his youth. This condition may seem simple, but it often leaves lasting complications. If treated improperly, infection could easily lead to pulmonary atrophy. Pulmonary wasting disease? Hearing this, not only Wan Dashan but everyone present was utterly bewildered. Nonsense. Mr. Bao's ailment is clearly nothing more than ordinary pulmonary tuberculosis. This illness may be difficult to treat, but it's not life-threatening. From the crowd, Sato Tadao strode forward, his gaze fixed on Bao Datong. Mr. Bao, you have a history of tuberculosis, correct? Upon hearing Sato Tadao's words, Bao Datong nodded quickly. Mr. Sato, you understand medicine too? Surprised that Sato had immediately recognized his medical history, Bao Datong glanced at him with disdain. Sending a dismissive glance toward Shu Nan, Sato Tadao declared with evident satisfaction. While our Oriental Pharmaceutical Group specializes in manufacturing and distributing medicines, I personally hold a deep passion for the art of medicine. I studied under His Majesty Tsushima Sunio, the imperial physician of the Japanese imperial household, for over a decade. Mr. Bao, you needn't seek help elsewhere, I can treat this ailment myself. At Sato Tadao's words, Shu Nan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Shishima Kote? That old woman who calls herself the holy physician of the island nation and still likes to act young despite her age? Bastard. Hearing Shu Nan's words, Sato Tadao's face darkened with anger. You Chinese! How dare you insult Lady Tsunade? This is disrespectful to our nation. I have the right to file a complaint against you at the consulate. Tsunade of the Thousand Islands is revered as a holy healer in the island nation, with numerous disciples. Her status in the hearts of the island nation's people is transcendent. No wonder Sato Tadao was so furious. I truly did not insult her. Back then, she knelt at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain for 3 days and nights, crying and begging my master to take her as a disciple. But because her aptitude was too poor, she was turned away. So you're that old woman's disciple? No wonder your medical skills are so poor. Shu Nan shook his head inside. Seeing Shu Nan put on such an act, Sato Tadao's rage boiled over. This is outrageous. Chinese man, I challenge you to a medical duel. If you lose, you must kneel and apologize to Lady Tsunade. Challenge? Shu Nan smiled at Sato Tadao, shrugged, and said. You don't have the qualifications. Besides, I'm not interested. With that, Shu Nan turned to leave. Seeing Shu Nan refuse to accept the challenge, Sato Tadao sneered contemptuously. Cowardly rat. Very well. I'll show you the medical skills of my island nation. With that, Sato Tadao drew a set of silver needles from his robe and stepped before Bao Datong. Cough cough. At that moment, Bao Datong sat coughing incessantly in his chair, his face as pale as paper, revealing his sickly pallor. Mr. Sato, are you certain? Bao Datong looked at Sato Tadao with some trepidation. Sato Tadao smiled with confidence. Rest assured, Mr. Bao. My acupuncture skills have been recognized by Lady Tsunade herself. Treating such a minor ailment is no problem at all. Seeing Sato Tadao's confidence, Bao Datong relaxed and let him proceed with the acupuncture. The lungs belong to the water element. Pulmonary tuberculosis arises when fire toxins accumulate within the lungs, hindering their proper expulsion. With just 3 needles, I can help you control the disease. Sato Tadao smiled faintly, swiftly lifting his hand to insert the needle. The first needle landed precisely on the lung shoe point on Bao Datong's lower back. The lung shu point governs the circulation and distribution of lung qi, making it a crucial acupoint for treating pulmonary disorders.
Sato Tadao's placement here was indeed correct. Second needle, the Shizhu point. Sato Tadao called out softly, raising his hand to place another needle in the elbow hollow of Bao Datong. The Qizhe point, a convergence point of the Han Taiyin lung meridian, belongs to the water element. It clears lung heat, harmonizes the stomach, regulates qi, and soothes tendons to relieve pain. Sato Tadao certainly had some skill. After these two needles, Bao Datong's coughing ceased and his breathing became noticeably smoother. Third needle, Zhengfu point. Sato Tadao pressed on, his silver needle poised to strike the Zhengfu point on Bao Datong's chest. Zhengfu was a major acupoint governing the lungs. Needling this point could activate the lung meridian, regulate blood flow, and unblock the channels. However, being such a major point, ordinary practitioners dared not apply needles here lightly. A misstep could prove fatal. At that very moment, watching where Sato Tadao placed his third needle, outside the elevator doors, Shunan couldn't help but shake his head. Pulmonary wasting, pulmonary consumption, just one character's difference. But a hair's breadth makes all the difference. Forcibly stimulating the Zhengfu acupoint, you're not saving him, you're taking his life. At Shunan's words, the expressions of those present shifted. Nonsense. Sato Tadao wore a look of contempt, yet he persisted in administering the needle. The next second, the third needle had already pierced the Zhengfu acupoint. The moment Sato Tadao finished the procedure, Bao Datong's coughing subsided on the chair, and his complexion suddenly flushed with color. "Boss, are you cured?" Seeing such rapid results, manager Fan beside him asked his boss with concern. "Mr. Sato is truly a miracle worker. I feel so much better." Bao Datong exclaimed with delight. "See that, kid? My 3 talents needling technique was personally taught to me by Lady Tsunade. Not only you, but even across all of China, how many could possibly match my medical skill?" After finishing the acupuncture, Sato Tadao couldn't resist sneering at Shunan. Ignoring Sato Tadao's arrogance, Shunan cast a sympathetic glance at Bao Datong. "I advise you not to stand up. You have at most half a day left to live. If you don't want to die, come find me at the 1,000 Gold Clinic. Remember, my consultation fees aren't cheap." With that, Shunan led Wan Dashin toward the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors closed, and Shunan vanished from sight before the others. What a charlatan! This man dared to insult Lady Tsunade. I will not let him off the hook. Watching Shunan depart, Sato Tadao's expression darkened considerably. "Mr. Sato, don't stoop to the level of petty individuals. Since he's gone, this meat-fleshed demon is naturally yours." Beside him, Bao Datong rose to his feet, grinning widely. But the moment he rose, a sudden rush of blood surged from his feet straight to his chest. Put! A sweet taste filled his throat as Bao Datong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Mr. Bao?" Witnessing this, both Sato Tadao and manager Fan paled visibly. Neither had anticipated that Bao Datong, who had seemed perfectly fine moments ago, would suddenly start coughing up blood uncontrollably. Could it be that guy was right after all? Suddenly recalling Chunan's words, manager Fan blurted out. At that moment, Bao Datong collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he clutched manager Fan's hand desperately and gasped. "Quick, the 1,000 Gold Clinic. Take me to the 1,000 Gold Clinic." Chapter 179, Bao Datong seeks help. Ronqing, 1,000 Gold Clinic. Back already? Got the flesh demon? Zhang Xingyue was in the midst of dressing when she glanced up to see Chunan and Wan Dashin had already returned. Curiosity piqued, she asked. "Don't even mention it. That first-class trading house boss actually colluded with the Japanese devils. We clearly bid on that flesh-eating fungus first, but he sold it to the Japanese bastards." As soon as he entered the door, Wan Dashin spoke with a look of resentment on his face. "Japanese devils? Boss, what exactly happened?" Zhang Xingyue, her false eyelashes fluttering, blinked at Chunan. "Don't worry, everything's under control." Sitting on the bench in the clinic, Chunan gestured for Zhang Xingyue to brew him a cup of hot tea. He crossed his legs and began sipping it. "What time is it now, boss? You still have time to drink tea? But you said it yourself, this flesh tofu was the only hope to save little dear." Seeing Wan Dashin growing visibly anxious, Chunan remained calm and composed, prompting Zhang Xingyue to voice her concern. Chunan took a light sip of the hot tea in her cup before smiling. "He's just a half-baked quack who's only scratched the surface of traditional Chinese medicine. If Bao Datong wants to live, he'd better hand over that flesh taisui to us. Judging by the timing, it should be arriving any moment now." Hearing Chunan's words, Zhang Xingyue was utterly baffled and turned her gaze to Wan Dashin beside her. Wan Dashin merely shook his head, clearly just as clueless about Chunan's true intentions. At that very moment, outside the gates of the 1,000 Gold Clinic, several figures hurriedly rushed in from outside, making their way straight into the clinic's main hall without a word. "Master Physician, save us!" Leading the group was Manager Fan, his face etched with panic. Behind him, 2 security guards carried a stretcher. Lying on it, barely clinging to life, was none other than Bao Datong. What are you doing here?
Juan Dashin barked as soon as he saw Manager Fan and the others.
Miracle Doctor, we know we were wrong. Please save my boss.
Manager Fan smiled apologetically at the group. When his gaze fell upon Chunan in the center of the lobby, he saw the man reclining on a bench with his eyes closed, completely ignoring them. Seeing this, Manager Fan's expression darkened.
On the stretcher.
Bao Datong, now in the final stages of his illness, forced his eyelids open and looked toward Chunan. I was wrong to trust that Sato Tadano earlier. Please forgive me, Divine Physician. If the Divine Physician is willing to intervene, I shall present that flesh Taisui to you. After uttering these words, Bao Datong shot a meaningful glance at Manager Fan.
The latter understood immediately and hurriedly presented a milky white fleshy Taisui plant with a bow. Flesh Taisui. Upon seeing the specimen, Juan Dashin exclaimed with excitement. Is this the flesh Taisui?
Zheng Xingyue asked, her face brimming with curiosity. She hadn't expected the rare medicinal herb Chunan mentioned to look like this.
Cough cough.
I begged the Divine Physician to save my life. After presenting the flesh Taisui, Bao Datong, supported by his two subordinates,
struggled to his feet and made a move to kneel before Chunan. Enough! Seeing Bao Datong's desperate plea, Chunan finally opened his eyes. As a healer, how could I stand by and watch someone die without helping?
Since Mr. Bao shows such sincerity, I shall overlook what happened earlier. Chunan smiled faintly, then motioned for Juan Dashin to take the flesh Taisui.
Thank you, Divine Healer.
Seeing Chunan willing to intervene, Bao Datong no longer cared about the cost of a single flesh Taisui and immediately expressed his gratitude to Chunan.
Not long after.
In the clinic's main hall, Bao Datong was assisted into a seated position. Chunan first took his pulse, then instructed Zheng Xingyue to fetch the silver needles.
Divine Doctor, what do you think? Is there still hope for my illness? Bao Datong asked anxiously.
If it had been earlier, it wouldn't have been difficult.
But you let that islander recklessly insert needles, forcibly stimulating the Zhengfu acupoint.
This caused fire energy to rise within your lungs and viscera, forming a fire toxin.
Without purging this fire toxin, you won't survive half a day.
Chunan released his grip, his expression tinged with displeasure.
What? I only have half a day to live? Bao Datong's eyes widened in terror, and he made a move to kneel before Chunan. Divine Healer, you must save me.
Chunan steadied Bao Datong with one hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips.
Rest assured, since you've come to the 1,000 Gold Clinic, you won't die. But the treatment process might be a bit painful, you'll need to endure it. I'll endure it. I absolutely will. Bao Datong nodded urgently.
As long as it saves my life, I can endure any pain.
Compared to his life and fortune, Bao Datong knew full well which was more important.
This little discomfort was nothing.
As long as he could survive, he was willing to pay any price.
In that case, the quickest way to purge the fire poison is through bloodletting therapy.
Sit down properly. I'll administer the needles now.
Nodding, Chunan gestured for Bao Datong to sit upright before taking the silver needles from Zheng Xingyue's hands. But this time, the needles in Chunan's hands were distinctly different.
Each needle measured over an inch in length, with a cylindrical handle and a triangular tapered tip. The tip glinted coldly, clearly extremely sharp. Bloodletting therapy?
Upon seeing the oversized silver needles in Chunan's hands, Bao Datong's face drained of color.
Who could endure being pricked by such a thing? Don't worry. This is a three-edged needle. By pricking your skin with it, it will help purge the fire toxins from your body. Without waiting for Bao Datong to react, Chunan swiftly raised his hand and brought the needle down. Whoosh! Chunan's needle insertion was lightning fast.
Soon, several acupoints on Bao Datong's body were pierced by the triangular needles.
The next second, as the needles penetrated, a trickle of blood seeped from Bao Datong's acupoints. However, the blood appeared a dark red hue, clearly abnormal.
As Chunan flicked his finger, a thread of true chi flowed from the silver needle into Bao Datong's body, and the color slowly returned to his face.
Time ticked by second.
The pain etched on Bao Datong's face, where he had been gritting his teeth, gradually faded. In its place came a wave of profound relaxation.
It's truly miraculous. I don't feel that burning sensation in my lungs anymore. I feel so much better. Bao Datong opened his eyes and couldn't help but grin at Chunan.
Sit quietly for a moment, and the fire poison will clear. I'll perform another round of acupuncture to alleviate your lung ailment.
Chunan took a warm towel and wiped his hands. Right here. That clinic run by the Huaxia man.
Just then, a shout of curses came from outside the clinic. Chunan's brow furrowed slightly.
Everyone instinctively looked up. Two figures, one ahead and one behind, strode into the 1,000 Gold Clinic. Sato Tadao? Following the sound, Bao Datong and the others looked on in surprise.
The man leading the way was none other than Sato Tadao. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged man clad in samurai attire, wearing wooden clogs and a sword at his waist.
Chapter 180, Seppuku's Penance? Matsui Koen, it's him.
To dare insult Lady Tsunade with such words, he clearly holds our Imperial Physicians Society in utter contempt.
The moment he entered the clinic and saw Chunan, Sato Tadao coldly addressed the person beside him. Who is this?
Matsui Hidaichi scanned the room, his gaze suddenly settling on Bao Datong. Seeing Bao Datong covered in silver needles, Matsui Shuichi's eyes flashed with surprise.
Needling acupoints, this is bloodletting therapy.
The placement of these needles is so meticulous, aligning with the principles of the three talents. This is clearly the three talents needling method of the holy physician.
Matsui Hidaichi blurted out.
Hearing this, Sato Tadao finally noticed the acupuncture technique Chunan was using. It seemed strangely familiar.
The three talents needling technique was created by Lady Tsunade. You brat, how dare you steal our island nation's medical techniques? Sato Tadao pointed at Chunan and demanded.
Before Chunan could respond, Wan Dashin and Zhang Xingyue's faces darkened with anger.
Hey! What nonsense are you spouting? My boss is Rongqing's foremost physician. How could he possibly steal your island nation's medical techniques? Zhang Xingyue couldn't help but step forward to speak up. The foremost physician in Rongqing? Does he even deserve that title? Sato Tadano sneered disdainfully. At that moment, Chunan had no time to pay attention to the others. He was holding silver needles, beginning the second round of acupuncture on Bao Datong. First needle, Taiyuan point.
A sharp gleam flashed in Chunan's eyes as he held needles in both hands, inserting them simultaneously. Swish! 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 The needles flew like a sudden storm. In the blink of an eye, Chunan had placed 7 needles. 7 silver needles descended from Bao Datong's chest, landing precisely on 7 acupoints, forming a constellation of stars. As Chunan finished the acupuncture in one fluid motion, Bao Datong's entire body trembled, and a wisp of steam rose from his head. Blissful. I've never felt this good before. I feel like my illness is completely gone. Bao Datong murmured with eyes half closed, his face radiating pure bliss. Though I've cured this ailment for you, pulmonary wasting disease is prone to relapse. I'll have someone prepare some tonic herbs for you shortly. Remember to take them regularly once you return home. Chunan spoke up. At that very moment, noticing the scene before him, Matsui Hyde, who had been standing motionless, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Is this the long-lost 7-star needle technique? Witnessing Chunan perform acupuncture with his own eyes, Matsui Hyde was nearly overcome with emotion. Matsui Koen, what is the 7-star needle technique? Sato Tadano, standing nearby, asked in confusion. The 7-star needle technique is an extremely profound method of acupuncture. I recall Lady Tsunade mentioning that even during her travels through China years ago, she never mastered this profound technique. It was a lifelong regret for Lady Tsunade. I never imagined I would have the privilege of witnessing the 7-star needle technique today. Matsui Hyde stared at the silver needles embedded in Bao Datong's body, murmuring to himself as if admiring a beautiful painting. Impossible. Matsui, you must be mistaken. How could a foolish Chinese man possibly possess such profound medical skill? Sato Tadao retorted with a sour expression. He was clearly the rising star of the medical world in the island nation, a direct disciple of the revered saint physician. Yet Chunan appeared to be only a few years his senior. How could he possibly possess such extraordinary medical skills? He couldn't accept it. Recognizing the 7-star needle technique proves you're not entirely foolish. Amidst the commotion, Chunan's gaze suddenly fixed on Matsui Hyde, accompanied by a mocking chuckle. What do you mean by that, you brat? Hearing this, Matsui Hyde's face darkened with anger. Chunan pinched a triangular needle between his fingers and continued with a smile. As recorded in the Ming Dynasty's Ode to the Golden Needle, to pierce the skin is the work of a genius, to penetrate the flesh is the work of a talent, to reach the tendons and bones is the work of an earth talent. This is the 3 talents needle. If I recall correctly, the Ming Dynasty was 600 years ago. That old hag Kagura of the Thousand Islands is shameless. How dare she claim this 3 talents needle technique as her own invention? Chunan's words instantly drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Unless that old hag can live 600 years. Bah! This acupuncture technique is clearly rooted in Chinese medicine. How could it suddenly become Japanese medical practice? How shameless! Zhang Xingyue joined in the chorus of condemnation. Seeing this, Sato Tadao and Matsui Hyde instantly flew into a rage. You Chinese brat, how dare you insult the holy physician? Today I will kill you to defend the holy physician's honor. Matsui Hyde fixed his gaze on Chunan, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he lunged at him. How dare you be rude to Mr. Chu? Before Chunan could react, Wan Dashin stepped forward to intercept Matsui Hyde as soon as he saw him charging at Chunan. Boom! Their fists collided, sending both men staggering backward. Thud! 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 Wan Dashin stumbled back several steps before finally regaining his footing. Matsui Hyde, however, only retreated half a step. The disparity in their strength was immediately apparent. Master! In an instant, Wan Dashin's gaze fixed on Matsui Hyde, his eyes brimming with apprehension. He had unleashed at least 80% of his strength just now, yet it had only forced the opponent to retreat half a step.
This Matsui Hide strength was at least at the 8th level of the stage. What formidable physical strength. If your cultivation weren't so shallow, you might have been able to spar with me. Fixing his gaze on Wandashin, Matsui Hide, though slightly surprised, still sneered with disdain. Mr. Matsui has just been promoted to the title of Jonin. These punks aren't even worthy opponents for you. Beside him, Sato Tadao sneered mockingly. An upper-level ninja from the island nation? Shunan stretched lazily, his gaze settling on Matsui Hide. Though the island nation's ninja strength hierarchy was vague, earning the title of Jonin clearly indicated Matsui Hide possessed considerable skill. At the very least, ordinary innate-level martial artists would likely be no match for him. Oyama, stand down. You're no match for him. Shunan glanced at Matsui Hide before strolling leisurely into the center of the arena. Though Wandashin's eyes flashed with reluctance, he stepped aside upon hearing Shunan's command. Kid, you finally have the guts to face me. Matsui Hide glared at Shunan with a savage grin. I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of my clinic now, and I'll turn a blind eye. After 3 seconds, you'll face the consequences. Shunan looked at Matsui Hide, his expression calm as he counted. 3. Hearing this, Matsui Hide not only remained unmoved but burst into uncontrollable laughter. You brat! No one's ever talked to me like that before. Back in Japan, you'd have to commit seppuku to atone for this. Shunan's voice continued. 2. At that moment, Matsui Hide's expression darkened abruptly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You brat, you've succeeded in enraging me. Die. With a furious shout, Matsui Hide drew his sword with his right hand and swung it directly at Shunan. Boss, watch out. Seeing Matsui draw his sword, Zheng Xingyue cried out in alarm. But in that very instant, Shunan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze coldly fixed on Matsui's slashing blade. 1. You've already lost your chance. Chapter 181, The Blade of Ija. As Shunan's words fell, a murderous intent suddenly locked onto him. Kid, you're way too cocky. Die. Matsui Hide roared, swinging his blade at Shunan. In the blink of an eye, the samurai sword came within half a meter of Shunan's face. Seeing this, everyone in the arena held their breath in suspense for Shunan. Is that so? At the critical moment, a cold smile flickered at the corner of Shunan's mouth. He extended his palm, directly meeting the blade of Matsui Hide's sword. Catching a blade with bare hands? This scene instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. Matsui Koen is a jonin. This kid is practically courting death. Sato Tadao sneered coldly, his gaze toward Shunan as if looking at a complete fool. It seemed as though the next second, Shunan would be a dead man. Yet in that very instant, Shunan snapped his fingers. A flash of white light flickered from his fingertip, striking precisely the back of the samurai sword. Clang! The 2-foot-long katana trembled violently. Matsui Hidaichi, sword in hand, felt a tremendous force surge through the blade. What immense force! Feeling the shockwave of force, Matsui Hide took 2 steps back involuntarily. He switched to a 2-handed grip, forcing himself to withstand the pressure. A tingling numbness spread through the palms of his hands, but Matsui gritted his teeth and endured it. What's going on? On the field, everyone watched in shock as Matsui Hidaichi was forced back by Shunan's single finger. Not only Wandashin and the others, but even Sato Tadao wore expressions of utter disbelief. After all, Matsui Shu was a top-tier ninja from the island nation, his prowess recognized by the imperial family. How could he possibly be unable to handle a single Chinese man? At that very moment, within everyone's line of sight, Matsui Hide also stared at Shunan before him, his expression filled with shock and doubt. What exactly was that force just now? Though he hadn't unleashed his full power with that strike, being repelled by Shunan's single finger was hard for him to accept. There's an old Chinese saying, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. Shunan's lips curved slightly as he continued. Your sword technique appears fierce, but it's riddled with flaws. You have the nerve to flaunt such crude swordplay? In full public view, Shunan's words sent a wave of fury washing over Matsui Hide. Nonsense! Our Matsui clan's 3-sword style is a technique for slaughtering enemies on the battlefield. Countless Chinese fell to this very style on the battlefield back in the day. Matsui Hide displayed the katana in his hand, his face brimming with pride. He certainly did not believe Shunan's words. The Matsui family's 3-sword style had been perfected over centuries and was unmatched in battle. You little bastard! Damn you! Upon hearing Matsui Hide's words, Zheng Xingyue, Wandashin, and the others all wore expressions of fury. They never imagined that Matsui Hide's family had also been involved in the war between the two nations back then. That battle. Every Chinese person still cannot forget it to this day. Xingyue, fetch me my sword. Shunan's expression was icy as he spoke. The sword? Hearing this, Zheng Xingyue froze for a moment before snapping to attention. She trotted to the rear wall of the clinic's main hall. At the same moment, Matsui Hide and Sato Tadano both looked over with curiosity. Their eyes shifted, landing precisely on a katana hanging on the wall. Beneath it, a white paper was conspicuously affixed, bearing 4 large characters. The shame of the island nation. Damn it! Matsui and Sato Tadao nearly shouted in unison. Boss, here you go. At that moment, Zhang Xingyue removed the black katana and swiftly handed it to Chunan. This is our nation's weapon. You brat, is this how you insult the samurai spirit of our island nation? Matsui Hyde, his face darkening, barked in broken Chinese as he eyed the black katana now in Chunan's grasp. The spirit of Bushido? Hearing this, Chunan couldn't help but laugh aloud. His gaze then turned icy as it fixed on Matsui Hyde. Feeling Chunan's gaze. In that instant, Matsui Hyde trembled uncontrollably, his entire body feeling as though plunged into an ice cave. How can this kid's gaze be so terrifying? Matsui Hyde thought in astonishment, his eyes then widening with surprise. He watched as Chunan tore off the talisman paper adhered to the black katana. The next second, Chunan slowly drew the katana from its scabbard. In that very instant, everyone in the medicine hall felt an inexplicable chill, as if the surrounding temperature had plummeted. Strange, why is it suddenly so cold? Zhang Xingyue blinked in confusion. Wan Dashan, sensing something amiss, quietly shielded Zhang Xingyue behind him. At the same time, standing in place, Chunan fully drew the katana in his hand. Boom! Instantly, an invisible aura of killing intent erupted violently in all directions. Almost simultaneously. Feeling this intangible aura of killing intent, Matsui Hyde's gaze locked onto the katana in Chunan's hand. He nearly gasped in shock. This aura. Is this the blade of Iza? Hearing Matsui Hyde's words, Zhang Xingyue and the others were utterly bewildered, while Sato Tadao's face was etched with shock and awe. The imperial-grade blade of Iza? Wasn't this blade lost nearly a century ago? How could it be here? Sato Tadao's initial shock gave way to a look of wild excitement. Matsui Koen, the sword of Izanagi is a sacred treasure of the imperial household. How could it fall into the hands of a Chinese man? We must retrieve this blade at all costs. Once we return to Japan, I will personally secure your commendation. Hearing Sato Tadao's words, a fiery gleam of greed flashed in Matsui Hyde's eyes. The blade of Izanami was indeed a sacred treasure revered by the Japanese imperial family. Legend held that only members of the imperial family were permitted to wield it. This blade possessed an extremely mysterious power. Whoever possessed it could comprehend its immense strength. Matsui Hyde had no intention of presenting it to the imperial family. Instead, he intended to claim it for himself. If he could grasp its power, he might even break through to the realm of Zonin. Who would have thought my journey to China would yield such a treasure? This blade of Iza is mine. Matsui Hyde grinned savagely at Chunan. Inside the clinic's main hall, Chunan gripped the blade of Ija, feeling the relentless malevolent energy surging from it after the seal was broken. His eyes grew icy. Chunan slowly raised his head to face his opponent. You call this cursed blade a treasure? Do you have any idea how many innocent Chinese lives this blade slaughtered? Forging a demonic blade with human lives. Is this the samurai spirit you speak of? His voice was hoarse. As Chunan spoke, the chill in his eyes was so intense that Matsui Hyde almost dared not meet his gaze. In war between nations, casualties are inevitable. Boy, this Iza blade belongs to the imperial house of our island nation. Hand it over now if you know what's good for you. I won't make things difficult for you today. Matsui Hyde raised his voice. Such shameless words instantly ignited fury among the Chinese present, including Zhang Xingyue. What will you do if I refuse? Chunan gripped the blade of Ija in one hand, his voice hoarse. Chapter 182, We'll meet again. Refuse? At Chunan's response, Matsui Hyde's face darkened as he growled. If you refuse to hand it over, then die. The words barely left his mouth before Matsui Hyde lost patience, lunging at Chunan once more with his blade. Even if killing Chunan would bring unnecessary trouble. But for the sake of the blade of Iza, he cared not for such consequences. Today, I'll show you the true art of the three-sword style. As the words echoed, a powerful killing intent erupted from Matsui Hyde's body. This killing intent carried a piercing sharpness. It sent a chill down one's spine. The next instant, Matsui Hyde's form flickered, transforming into a blur as he lunged toward Chunan. Swish! Almost simultaneously, a blade of light erupted from the long sword in Matsui Hyde's hand, slicing through the air with a piercing whistling sound. Watching the blade strike, Chunan narrowed his eyes. At the same moment, as if sensing something, the Ija blade began to struggle violently in Chunan's grasp, as though trying to break free from his control. You dare resist me? Chunan glared down at the blade in his hand, his voice cold and sharp. Boom! An even more overwhelming killing intent erupted from Chunan's body. The intangible killing intent nearly solidified into tangible form. The temperature in the arena plummeted several degrees. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Chunan, each involuntarily taking 2 steps back, a wave of dread washing over them. Such intense killing intent terrifying. Wan Dashan shielded Zhang Xingyue behind him, his face equally stunned.
Despite knowing Chu Nan for so long, this was the first time he had ever clearly sensed the sheer power of Chu Nan's strength. Whoa! At that moment, the Ija blade in Chu Nan's hand, suppressed by the killing intent emanating from him, emitted a whimpering sound and immediately became much more docile. Matsui, be careful. There's something strange about this man. Seeing that Chu Nan's terrifying killing intent could even suppress the Izanami blade, Sato Tado couldn't help but warn. At the same moment, Matsui Hyde also felt intimidated by the killing intent emanating from Chu Nan. But his resolve to kill was firm, and his sword strike grew even faster. Matsui Hyde didn't believe it. At Chu Nan's age, even if he'd begun cultivating from the womb, he could never be my match. The only thing he could possibly rely on was the Iza blade. After all, this was an island nation's weapon. How could Chu Nan possibly understand it? Swish! At that moment, a blade's gleam sliced through the air, aiming straight for Chu Nan's throat. As Matsui Hyde's blade was about to slice through Chu Nan's throat, Zheng Xingyue, standing nearby, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. As the blade came within an inch of Chu Nan's throat, a triumphant smile finally spread across Matsui Hyde's face. Die! Matsui Hyde roared as he thrust his blade forward with all his might. But at that very moment, Chu Nan moved. Facing Matsui Hyde's attack, he didn't even open his eyes. He merely swung the Izanagi blade in his hand. Clang! The blade's light collided instantly with Matsui Hyde's slashing blade. But unexpectedly, the moment Matsui Hyde's blade touched the Ija blade, it instantly dissolved into nothingness. What? Could this be the power of the Ija blade? At that very moment, a cold voice abruptly rang out. You're asking for death. As the words fell, Chu Nan swung the blade of Iza toward Matsui Hyde. In an instant, what appeared to be an ordinary slash from Chu Nan. What followed was a killing intent as vast as a sea of corpses and blood. No! Sensing the terrifying killing intent contained within Chu Nan's strike, Matsui Hyde was struck with horror. Almost instinctively, he twisted his body to dodge. But Chu Nan's speed was simply too swift. Though Matsui Hyde managed to execute his evasion, he couldn't dodge the blade. Thud! The blade flashed, cleanly slicing into Matsui Hyde's right shoulder. Splatter! In the next instant, blood spurted out. Matsui Hyde's right hand, the one holding the sword, was cleanly severed at the shoulder. The arm, along with the katana, fell to the ground. Ah! Matsui rolled on the spot, immediately clutching the wound on his right shoulder and letting out a piercing scream. In an instant, Matsui's face turned deathly pale from blood loss. Matsui-kun? Seeing Matsui's arm severed by Chu Nan, Sato Tado cried out in shock. He never imagined things would turn out this way. Matsui Hyde, a renowned upper-level ninja from the island nation, had been defeated by a Chinese man and lost an arm in the process. Just one arm severed. I'm not dead yet. Matsui Hyde gritted his teeth, forcing back the pain as he glared at Chu Nan. A samurai's pride forbade him from showing weakness before his enemy. Yet he never dreamed he would fall to a Chinese man. This was the first time he had suffered such a severe injury since beginning his martial training. Looking at Chu Nan, Matsui Hyde's eyes flickered with both apprehension and disbelief. Your strength cannot possibly surpass mine. Could it be because of the Ija blade? Recalling the battle moments ago, where his own blade energy had been devoured by the Iza blade, doubt began to gnaw at his mind. Chu Nan's victory over him was entirely due to the overwhelming power of the Iza blade. After all, it was renowned as the imperial family's most treasured artifact. If I wanted to kill you, would I need this thing? That strike just now failed to take your life. Only because my 1,000 gold clinic is a place for saving lives, I refuse to have it sullied by the blood of you scum from that island nation. Chu Nan glared coldly at Matsui Hyde and barked. Get out while I'm not in the mood to kill today. The word get out made Matsui Hyde's face turn pale. Yet no matter how furious he grew, the fact remained that he was no match for Chu Nan. The man had possessed a genuine opportunity to kill him just moments ago. Oomph. We'll meet again. Matsui Hyde slowly rose to his feet, hurled those words at Chu Nan, then immediately turned and walked away. Matsui-kun, wait for me. Seeing Matsui flee, Sato Tadao's expression darkened. He turned to Chu Nan and said sternly. He's only relying on the power of the Izanagi blade. You Chinese man, you dare to seize our nation's most precious treasure. Even if we don't pursue you, you won't escape the imperial family's relentless hunt. With that, Sato Tadao slunk away, following Matsui Hyde. At that moment, watching Matsui Hyde and the other depart. Damn it! I should have killed both of those little devils. At that moment, Zheng Xingyue's face turned ashen with rage. Meanwhile, Chu Nan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the Ija blade clutched in his hand. The Ija blade trembled incessantly. At this moment, after lying dormant for nearly a century, suddenly tasting the flavor of blood, the Ija blade in Chu Nan's hand began to tremble lightly again, as if it were extremely excited. Those two bastards have unusual backgrounds. If they die here, it'll bring trouble upon you. But, with this thing in my hands, I'm not worried about getting their lives. Chu Nan's eyes grew cold as he gazed at the Ija blade in his hand and smiled. He knew Sato Tadao and Matsui Shu wouldn't give up this blade easily.
Chapter 183, Ji Yuma's Concert. The reason he didn't kill Matsui Hyde and the other wasn't out of mercy.
Was not out of mercy. Rather, it was to avoid trouble for Zhang Xingyue and the others.
After all, these two had considerable standing, with records filed at the Foreign Affairs Office. Killing them would invite unnecessary complications.
Shunan, of course, had no fear. But open attacks are easy to dodge, while hidden threats are hard to guard against. If they were to target the 1,000 Gold Clinic, Zhang Xingyue and her grandson, both ordinary people, would be no match for them.
Dashin.
Shunan turned his gaze toward Wan Dashin.
Bring Xiao Lu to the clinic tomorrow. Now that we have the fleshed Heisui, we can begin treating your sister's heart deficiency. Hearing Chunan's words, Wan Dashin was instantly overcome with excitement.
Wonderful. I'll tell Xiao Lu this wonderful news right away. With that, Wan Dashin left the clinic, his face beaming with excitement.
Oh no!
I still have to go to my idol's concert. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Xingyue glanced at the time and immediately began packing in a fluster.
Oh, and boss, didn't you promise Miss Ji Yu to attend her concert in person? Zhang Xingyue didn't forget to remind Chunan.
Hearing this, Chunan finally remembered.
Ji Yuma had given him 4 tickets.
1 went to Zhang Xingyue, this girl.
2 went to Qin Yuru. Now he had just 1 left. I wonder if she went or not.
Chunan murmured to himself. The concert was tonight, but Qin Yuru didn't seem to have any intention of going.
Let's go, boss.
This is Meteor Band's only concert in Sichuan province this year.
It'd be such a shame to miss it.
Zhang Xingyue tugged at Chunan's sleeve, her tone tinged with a hint of coaxing.
You're so eager for me to go, you don't have some ulterior motive, do you?
Seeing Zhang Xingyue's anxious expression, Chunan smiled with amusement.
Caught red-handed by Chunan, Zhang Xingyue couldn't help but give an awkward laugh.
I made a big promise in the fan group chat. I absolutely have to get a live photo with UMO tonight.
Boss, I know you and Miss UMO have a special connection. You absolutely have to help me tonight.
Huh?
What nonsense are you spouting?
Chunan said sternly.
Fine, I was talking nonsense.
I wonder who Miss UMO keeps visiting our clinic so often for.
Zhang Xingyue muttered under her breath.
Ever since Ji Yuma began receiving treatment at the clinic, she had become a regular at the 1,000 Gold Clinic. Each time she came, she would spend half a day in the treatment room upstairs with Chunan.
Given Zhang Xingyue's gossipy nature,
her mind had already conjured up countless possibilities.
At that moment, Chunan glanced down at his phone.
There was no message from Qin Yuru.
It seemed Qin Yuru had no intention of attending the concert.
Or perhaps she simply didn't believe those 2 tickets were real.
Boss, please just say yes.
Whether I can save face in front of my besties this time depends entirely on you.
Zhang Xingyue looked at Chunan with an innocent expression, her face pleading. All right. Stop spacing out.
I'll drive you to the concert venue. Seeing Zhang Xingyue staring at him with such longing, Chunan reluctantly agreed.
It wasn't entirely because of Zhang Xingyue.
After all, he had promised Ji Yuma he'd attend her concert, and Chunan wasn't the type to break his word.
Yay! That's great. Hearing Chunan's agreement, Zhang Xingyue jumped up in delight.
With the boss and Miss Yumo's connection, this fan club president position is definitely mine. Her face glowing with excitement, Zhang Xingyue immediately attached herself to Chunan like a shadow, hurrying after him as they left.
A few minutes later,
outside the clinic's entrance, a sleek new Porsche sports car stood parked. Zhang Xingyue stared wide-eyed at the $1 million sports car before her.
Boss, you're not joking, are you? This is your car? I always thought you were broke, boss. Who knew you were actually a rich kid?
Even if Zhang Xingyue knew nothing about cars, she recognized this Porsche sports car as a luxury vehicle worth at least $1 million.
A friend lent it to me. Cut the chatter and get in.
Seeing Zhang Xingyue's curious gaze, Chunan knew the girl was itching for more gossip.
He opened the door and slid inside. This is my first time riding in a sports car. Boss, you didn't borrow this from Miss UMO, did you? Just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone else.
Once inside the car, Zhang Xingyue blinked her big eyes at Chunan, a fiery curiosity burning in her gaze.
Roar! The next second. Before Zhang Xingyue could say another word,
Chunan slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow.
Ah!
From the passenger seat came Zhang Xingyue's startled scream.
20 minutes later. Rongqing Olympic Sports Center.
This was the largest outdoor sports complex in all of Sichuan province, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Renting it for a day naturally came at a hefty price, and not just anyone was eligible to book it. Ji Yuma's band, Meteor, had only been in the industry for a few years.
The fact that they could hold a concert at the Rongqing Olympic Sports Center spoke volumes about their current popularity. Pop band concert. Grandstand tickets, 8,000 yuan each. Last 3 tickets left, act fast.
Outside the main gates of the Olympic Sports Center, amid the surging tide of people, the shouts of scalpers echoed intermittently. I'll pay 9,000 per ticket if you have any.
I'll pay 10,000. Amid the crowd, scalpers were surrounded, their ticket prices skyrocketing to astronomical levels just before showtime. 10,000 yuan per ticket. And these were merely tickets for the outermost stands far beyond what ordinary people could afford. Not to mention the front row VIP luxury tickets in Chunan's possession. These were practically priceless items. At that moment, at the ticket gate outside the venue, "Gentlemen, you're holding VIP luxury tickets. Please use the dedicated VIP entrance." Two staff members looked at Chunan and Zhang Xingyue, smiling respectfully. Hearing the staff's words, the crowd waiting in line outside the venue collectively wore expressions of envy and resentment. They actually got VIP tickets. Sister Xingyue truly lives up to her role as our fan club's vice president. A group of young fans holding cheering props all exclaimed enviously to Zhang Xingyue. "Don't worry, everyone, I'll definitely take lots of photos for you guys later." Basking in the attention, Zhang Xingyue promptly strode alongside Chunan into the VIP entrance nearby. Meanwhile, in the front row luxury section of the concert venue, "Yuru, I heard tickets for Meteor Band are practically impossible to get. Even I had to pull strings just to get regular seats. How did you get your hands on those premium tickets?" Shinsini glanced at Qin Yuru beside her and couldn't help but ask. She was a huge fan of Ji Yuma. Getting her hands on those VIP tickets had naturally filled Shinsini with immense excitement. "Just got lucky. I never imagined these 2 tickets Chunan gave me would actually be real," Qin Yuru said with a wry smile. She'd only brought her best friend along with those 2 luxury tickets from Chunan on a whim. "This has something to do with Chunan? Yuru, what exactly is going on here?" Shinsini couldn't help but press Qin Yuru for answers. Chapter 184, You know Ji Yuma? Was this his birthday gift to you? After learning the origin of the 2 luxury tickets from Qin Yuru, Shinsini couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. "You're so naive. Giving you 2 tickets clearly means he wants to invite you to the concert with him," Shinsini blurted out. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Qin Yuru's expression froze. But the moment Chunan's face flashed through her mind, Qin Yuru retorted irritably. "That guy's got no shortage of women around him. For all I know, he's with someone else right now. Besides, we're not even a real couple. Why would I be with him?" Hearing Qin Yuru's words, Shinsini chuckled playfully. "Is that really how you feel? If you ask me, you two should just make the fake marriage real." Clearly, as a close friend, Shinsini had already learned from Qin Yuru that she and Chunan were merely contractual spouses. But knowing Qin Yuru as she did, the relationship between these two was far from as simple as Qin Yuru made it sound. "Make it real? What nonsense are you talking about?" At that moment, Qin Yuru's fair face flushed involuntarily as she hastily denied it. Just then, a slightly surprised, mocking voice came from behind Qin Yuru. Well, never thought I'd run into you here." Qin Lulu, wearing sky-high stilettos, a ball gown, and heavy makeup, walked into the room, her arm intimately draped around Wang Junjie. The moment she arrived and spotted Qin Yuru, surprise filled Qin Lulu's eyes. "I heard there are fewer than 100 of these luxury tickets in all of Rongqing. Who'd have thought you'd be one of the lucky few?" Qin Lulu appraised Qin Yuru with a hint of contempt. Hearing this, Qin Yuru's brows furrowed slightly. Before she could speak, Shinsini interjected sharply. "None of your damn business. If even you can come, why can't we?" "You." Shinsini's sharp retort sent a wave of shame and anger washing over Qin Lulu's face. But remembering the Shin family's influence, Qin Lulu quickly decided she didn't want to antagonize Shinsini. "Alright, we're all family. Why make things unpleasant?" Watching Qin Yuru and Shinsini, Wang Junjie stepped forward with a smile. "Are you 2 fans of the Meteor Band too? Well, as it happens, my Wang Group is the main sponsor for this concert. After the show, I can arrange for you to meet Ji Yuma backstage for a photo." True to his reputation as the Wang family's eldest son, Wang Junjie's casual remark drew stunned and envious glances from many in the room. "What? Young Master Wang, didn't we agree you'd only take me?" Hearing Wang Junjie's words, Qin Lulu's eyes widened in displeasure. But Wang Junjie paid her no mind, his gaze instead shifting to Qin Yuru with intense heat. Qin Lulu wasn't bad, but he'd grown tired of her. Qin Yuru, however, was the woman he desired beyond measure. He was certainly willing to pay any price for her. As for Shinsini, she seemed like a promising beauty in the making. If he could get his hands on both of them, that would be ideal. "Can you take me backstage to take a photo with Ji Yuma?" Hearing Wang Junjie's words, even Shinsini couldn't help but waver. She was a die-hard fan of Ji Yuma. After attending so many concerts, she had never managed to get a solo photo with Ji Yuma. "Yuru, should we go?" Uncertain, Shinsini turned to ask Qin Yuru. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuru smiled and shook her head, politely declining to Wang Junjie. "Mr. Wang, I appreciate the kind offer. No need to trouble yourself." Hearing Qin Yuru's refusal, Wang Junjie was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a decisive refusal. "What are you playing at, acting all high and mighty?" It was Qin Lulu who snorted coldly instead.
At those words, both Qin Yuru and Shin Sini flushed with anger. Just as they were about to speak, a mocking laugh drifted lightly through the air. It's just taking a photo with Ji Yuma. If my wife agrees, taking one photo? No problem. 10 photos? No problem either. From within the crowd, Shunan strolled over at a leisurely pace. Hearing such brazen words, not only Qin Yuru and her companions, but even those in the VIP section instinctively turned their gaze toward Shunan. Shunan? Upon seeing Shunan, Qin Yuru and the others all wore expressions of surprise. Even Wang Junjie and Qin Lulu, upon seeing him, immediately wore grim expressions. What's he doing here? Young Master Wang, didn't you say these VIP tickets were nearly impossible to get? Qin Lulu whispered to Wang Junjie with a puzzled look. Even the VIP tickets they held had only been secured through the Wang family's status as a sponsor. It was one thing for Qin Yuru and Shin Sini to be here. But what kind of status did Shunan have to deserve this privilege? How did you get here? Qin Yuru asked curiously as Shunan suddenly appeared. Though somewhat unexpected, a flicker of warmth stirred within her at his arrival. Before Shunan could explain to Qin Yuru, Shin Sini impatiently pressed him. Shunan, was what you said earlier true or false? Could it be, you know Ji Yuma? Shin Sini's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Qin Yuru also looked at Shunan with a hint of suspicion. What a joke. If you believe this guy, pigs will fly. If he knows a superstar like Ji Yuma, then I could claim to know the 4 heavenly kings. Beside them, Qin Lulu covered her mouth and giggled softly. Her words clearly showed she didn't believe Shunan could possibly know Ji Yuma. Boss. At that moment, a shout rang out. Zhang Xingyue, holding 2 glow sticks, rushed over to Shunan. Boss, those are all die-hard fans from our fan club. I told them my boss is friends with Ji Yuma, but they insisted on meeting you. They said they want you to help them get 2 autographs. Zhang Xingyue pointed as she spoke. Outside the VIP section's iron fence, a group of female fans who had just entered were waving wildly at Shunan, holding up their fan paraphernalia. Seeing this scene, Shunan was instantly speechless. Zhang Xingyue? You didn't go and make some big promise again, did you? Caught red-handed by Shunan's piercing gaze, Zhang Xingyue gave up pretending. She grabbed his hand and pouted. Boss, I am the vice president of the fan club, after all. Just say yes this once, let me show off my skills in front of them. Shunan sighed helplessly, this is the last time. No exceptions. Seeing Shunan agree, Zhang Xingyue's face lit up with delight. She immediately flashed a victory sign to the crowd of fans, signaling everything was settled. Shunan, is this your friend? Just then, watching Zhang Xingyue cling to Shunan's hand in a playful manner, Qin Yuru suddenly asked, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible edge. Yuru, this is my assistant at the clinic. Don't get the wrong idea. Feeling Qin Yuru's gaze, Shunan snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained. Assistant? Upon hearing this, Wang Junjie's expression darkened the most. After catching sight of Zhang Xingyue's beauty, he found himself harboring a pang of jealousy toward Shunan. Why were all the beautiful girls swarming around this penniless kid? Most crucially, a beauty of this caliber was merely an assistant to Shunan? What on earth was so great about this guy? Chapter 185, A Mysterious Friend. Your shabby clinic? You think you deserve an assistant? What are you trying to pull? Qin Lulu shot Shunan a dismissive glance and sneered. And you have the nerve to claim you know Ji Yuma? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Before Shunan could respond to Qin Lulu's words, Zhang Xingyue's impatient nature couldn't hold back. How dare you speak like that? Our boss and Ji Yuma are close friends. The tickets for this concert were personally given to our boss by Ji Yuma herself. Zhang Xingyue blurted out. Hearing this, the others' expressions turned startled. Personally given by Ji Yuma? Could it be, this guy actually knows the superstar Ji Yuma? Qin Yuru stared wide-eyed at Shunan. She had been somewhat skeptical about where Shunan had obtained these luxurious tickets. But upon hearing Zhang Xingyue's words, not only she, but even Shin Sini was utterly astonished. Clang! At that very moment, as the arena lights rapidly dimmed, a spotlight beamed onto the stage. Instantly, the vast Olympic Sports Center fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned toward the center of the stage. The concert has begun. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xingyue exclaimed excitedly. Shunan and the others also turned their gaze toward the stage. The other 5 members of the Meteor Band had already taken their places on stage. The keyboardist, bassist, drummer. Only the lead singer, Ji Yuma, remained conspicuously absent. Clang! The next second. Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, the music suddenly began to play. Where the spotlight fell. Center stage. A figure slowly rose from beneath the stage. She wore a white gauze dress. A white veil gathered her long hair at the nape of her neck, and she wore a pair of black high heels. Ji Yuma's attire was not ostentatious, but rather elegantly refined, projecting an image of pure, charming innocence. The moment Ji Yuma appeared, the venue erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Yuma is finally here. Ji Yuma, I love you. Oh my god.
To witness Ji Yuma's concert in person, I'd die happy. Amidst the audience, fans were overcome with excitement the moment Ji Yuma appeared. Especially Zhang Xingyue. The glow sticks in her hands barely stopped waving. Thank you all for coming to my concert. The first song we'll play next is dedicated to all the fans who support me in Meteor Band. Ji Yuma spoke into the golden microphone. As her words faded, the music's intro began to play softly. Ji Yuma stood before the microphone with her eyes softly closed, as if lost in a trance, her lips parting gently. On that rainy night. It was a shooting star that witnessed our parting. Love, like a child, sometimes mischievous. As Ji Yuma sang the first line of the lyrics. At that moment, the entire concert venue erupted in excitement. Shooting star. This is Meteor Band's signature song. This is so moving. Yuma actually sang this song for us. Below the stage, the fervent fans were overcome with excitement. Waving their glow sticks, they joined Ji Yuma in singing along. Shunsini and Zhang Xingyue were no exception. From the VIP section closer to the stage, both girls pulled out their phones and snapped photos frantically. Watching her best friends ignore her, Qin Yaruo looked helplessly at them before walking over to Chunan beside her. Thanks for the tickets. Cindy's a die-hard fan of Ji Yuma. She's absolutely over the moon today. Amid the noisy crowd, Qin Yaruo leaned in close and whispered in Chunan's ear. Whether she's happy or not doesn't matter as long as you're happy. Chunan smiled faintly at Qin Yaruo. Hearing Chunan's blatant words, Qin Yaruo couldn't help but blush. When did you become so smooth-talking? She shot him a disapproving look. Though she spoke like this, deep down, Qin Yaruo found it rather flattering. Ji Yuma is the hottest rising female singer in the Chinese music scene. I really love her song Meteor too. Looking up at the stage, Qin Yaruo finished her sentence and began humming along. Shooting stars, as brilliant as light, yet fleeting. Just like love, even vows made under the stars can fade away. Humming the lyrics, Qin Yaruo looked utterly entranced, her hazy eyes drifting toward Chunan beside her. Meteors may be beautiful, but their existence lasts but a moment. Just like love, no matter how beautiful it is, if it's destined to end in separation, why start it at all? Perhaps moved by the lyrics, Qin Yaruo suddenly asked. And in the very next second, a large hand suddenly clasped hers tightly. Qin Yaruo froze slightly, glancing at Chunan beside her with surprise only to meet his intense gaze. Though shooting stars fade away, at least they existed and will be remembered forever. Though beautiful things are fleeting, if you lack the courage to embrace them, life becomes far too dull. As long as you once possessed it, why dwell on the outcome? Chunan spoke each word deliberately. As long as you've had it, why dwell on the outcome? Muttering Chunan's words under her breath. She felt her palm being tightly grasped by Chunan. Qin Yaruo froze in place for a moment, her mind filled with uncontrollable thoughts. And in that very moment, Chunan wrapped an arm around Qin Yaruo's waist and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. A warm kiss pressed against her lips. In an instant, a sensation like an electric shock coursed through her body, sending a shiver through Qin Yaruo. Her eyes snapped open wide. Their eyes locked. Seeing the playful smile in Chunan's eyes, Qin Yaruo finally snapped back to her senses and hurriedly pulled away from his embrace. You're being so rude. Her face flushed with panic and embarrassment as she pointed at Chunan and scolded him playfully. At that moment, her heart raced wildly. The sensation she'd just experienced stirred an inexplicable feeling within her. Come on, kissing my own wife is being a pervert? We're legally married. Chunan grinned at Qin Yaruo. You? Seeing Chunan acting like a scoundrel, Qin Yaruo stomped her foot in frustration and marched straight up to him, whispering a threat. Don't forget, we signed a contract. If you dare break it, watch out, I won't give you a single penny. Hearing this, Chunan gave a helpless smile. Miss Qin, what if you're the one who breaks it first? Impossible. Chunan's words caused a flicker of panic and guilt to flash in Qin Yaruo's eyes, but she quickly denied it. Meanwhile, on the stage, the music gradually faded to a stop. Ji Yuma, who had changed into a new outfit at some point, held the microphone in one hand and announced. This next song, I dedicate to a special friend here tonight. It's thanks to him that this concert could proceed smoothly. As soon as Ji Yuma finished speaking, her gaze swept toward the VIP section in the front row. The entire audience turned to look, their expressions filled with shock and curiosity. A friend? Who could it be? Someone so important that Yuma would personally sing for them? Noticing Ji Yuma's gaze directed toward her and her companions, Qin Lulu flashed a smug smile. Young Master Wang, is this the surprise you mentioned? The Wang Group is the main sponsor of this concert. Miss Umo must be performing personally because of you. Qin Lulu deliberately raised her voice, drawing envious glances from the surrounding crowd toward the two of them. So it's the eldest son of the Wang Group? No wonder you have such influence. Chapter 186, Important Guest. Upon hearing Qin Lulu's words, everyone present mistakenly assumed that Ji Yuma was thanking Wang Junjie. After all, the Wang family was the main sponsor of this concert. To put it bluntly, they were the big spending patrons. It was only natural for Ji Yuma to dedicate a song to the big spender. Ahem. I didn't know the organizers had secretly arranged this segment either. In front of everyone, Wang Junjie modestly waved his hand. Shin Lulu, however, wore a smug look as she eyed Shin Yuru and the others. So what if she found a rich man? That smug look on her face as if Ji Yuma was thanking her personally. Shinseni shot Shin Lulu a withering glance and snapped. Exactly. If you ask me, the person Umo should be thanking might just be my boss. Zheng Xingyue muttered in agreement. Your boss actually knows Ji Yuma? Shinseni asked curiously upon hearing this. Of course. My boss and Yuma aren't just acquaintances there. Zheng Xingyue blurted out, about to reveal the nature of Chunan and Ji Yuma's relationship, when she suddenly remembered something and clamped her mouth shut. She had promised to keep Ji Yuma's affairs confidential. HM? Watching Zheng Xingyue hesitate, Shinseni's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Something about this felt off. One was a top female singer. The other was the son-in-law of the Qin family. She couldn't fathom how these two people from completely different worlds could possibly know each other. There must be something fishy going on. At the concert venue. As Ji Yuma performed song after song, the atmosphere reached its peak. An hour and a half later. Even as the concert drew to a close, Zheng Xingyue and the others remained utterly engrossed. For the final song, I dedicate this to all the fans here tonight. The name of this song is Light Year. As Ji Yuma's words echoed through the venue, nearly 10,000 spectators below the stage erupted in excitement, their eyes brimming with delight. Light Year? Isn't that the lead single from Meteor Band's upcoming album next month? Shinseni couldn't help but exclaim. Beside her, Zheng Xingyue nodded excitedly like a chick pecking at grain, then quickly typed a flurry of messages into her group chat. Girls, we're the first people to hear this song live. Tonight was totally worth it, absolutely worth every penny. After the concert, everyone remember to share it online and cheer for Yuma's new song. Ding ding ding. As Zheng Xingyue's messages went out, replies started popping up one after another. Xingyue, didn't you say your boss is friends with UMO? Can you get us a couple extra signed photos later? Please, I'm begging you. In an instant, the fan support group was flooded with messages directed at Zheng Xingyue. Don't worry, leave it to me. As vice president, it's my duty to look out for everyone's interests. Zheng Xingyue declared to the crowd with characteristic boldness. Before long, the song's few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Yuma stood center stage, singing the final two lines of the song. Light years ago, I gazed into your eyes. Beyond light years, my unwavering longing for you endures. As the words faded, the music of the coda gradually subsided. At that moment, over 10,000 fans in the venue stood frozen in place, eyes closed, faces radiant with rapture. Woo woo woo. That was absolutely breathtaking. Truly the strongest female singer of the new generation. Her new song is bound to dominate the charts the moment it drops. The crowd couldn't help but praise. Thank you all for your support. That concludes tonight's concert. It's getting late, so please head home and get some rest. On stage, Ji Yuma waved to the crowd below. As her song Lightyear came to an end, the venue's atmosphere not only failed to dissipate but erupted once more. Countless fans rose to their feet, clapping and screaming. Yuma, we love you. Yuma, we'll always support you. The deafening roar threatened to lift the venue's roof. Everyone looked utterly unsatisfied. However, the concert had a strict time limit. If it didn't end by the designated time, the organizers would face a hefty fine. At the organizers' insistence, Ji Yuma could only bid farewell to the crowd repeatedly before being escorted by her agent, Chen Tong, to the dressing room backstage. Siston, Mr. Chu is here too. He's the one who cured my illness this time. I must personally go thank Mr. Chu. Ji Yuma said with some excitement. Clearly, she was quite satisfied with her performance at this concert. But all of that was thanks to Chu Nan. Had he not stepped in to cure her yin deficiency, she likely wouldn't have been able to sustain the entire concert. You'd be too conspicuous going out now. Who knows how many paparazzi are lurking outside. How about I have someone bring Chu Nan over? Chen Tong suggested after a moment's thought. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuma had already shed her stage costume and slipped into an extremely ordinary set of casual clothes, even donning a mask. Don't worry, no one will recognize me like this. Her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, Ji Yuma rose and headed toward the dressing room exit. Meanwhile, at the concert venue. After the concert concluded, the audience began to gradually depart. In the VIP section, Shin Lulu linked her arm through Wang Junjie's, her voice tinged with playful petulance. Junjie, you promised to take me to see Ji Yuma in person. You can't go back on your word. After saying this, Shin Lulu shot a disdainful glance at Shin Yuru and the others nearby. What are you so smug about? Shinseni muttered under her breath. As Ji Yuma's die-hard fan, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After all, this was a chance to meet her idol in person. No big deal. With the reputation of the Wang group, Ji Yuma should be willing to do me a favor. Wang Junjie chuckled, immediately pulling Shin Lulu toward the backstage entrance. Sorry, but Miss Ji is currently backstage. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Two men who looked like bodyguards blocked Wang Junjie and Qin Lulu at the entrance. Do you know who we are? How dare you block my way?
Seeing the two men dare to block her path, Qin Lulu instantly lost her temper.
I don't care who you are. We're only responsible for protecting Miss G's safety. Without her permission, no one is allowed inside.
The two bodyguards stood coldly in front of Qin Lulu.
Hearing this, Wang Junjie's expression darkened as well. Ha ha ha. So what if it's the Wang family? Others won't be swayed by your name. Seeing Qin Lulu and her companion at a loss, Shinsini couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Hearing this, Qin Lulu's face turned an ugly shade of anger. She glared at the two bodyguards in front of her, pointing her finger at their noses and cursing. You two blind fools. Let me tell you, my boyfriend is the eldest son of the Wang family, the main sponsor of this concert. Even Ji Yuma has to treat young Master Wang with respect. As soon as Qin Lulu uttered these words, the two bodyguards exchanged a glance. Though slightly taken aback, they remained unmoved. They were private bodyguards, not security guards. You too. Seeing the two bodyguards show no sign of giving her face, not only Qin Lulu but even Wang Junjie felt his face flush with embarrassment. Just as the two were about to lose their temper. Brother Feng, please step aside. I have an important guest to see. A voice as sweet as a nightingale's song rang out. From behind the two bodyguards, a woman dressed in casual clothes and wearing a black mask emerged from backstage. Chapter 187, How could it be him? An important guest? Upon hearing Ji Yuma's words, the two bodyguards stepped aside. Witnessing this scene, Shin Yuru and the others all looked at Ji Yuma before them with expressions of shock and uncertainty. If he could command Ji Yuma's bodyguards, could this person be? Sorry, I'm late. She reached up and removed her mask, revealing a face of pure, breathtaking beauty to everyone present. Ji Yuma offered a faint smile, and instantly, everyone present stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Ji Yuma. It really is Ji Yuma. Shinsini was the first to become excited, unable to resist rushing toward Ji Yuma. Excuse me. No outsiders are permitted near Miss Ji. Two bodyguards immediately blocked Shinsini. Such a narrow-minded bunch. Seeing this, Qin Lulu gave a cold snort before laughing. Do you even have the qualifications to be received by Miss Ji herself? Use your brain. It should be obvious that the distinguished guest Miss Ji is meeting is none other than young Master Wang. After saying this, Qin Lulu looked at Wang Junjie beside her with eyes full of admiration. Hearing this, Shinsini and the others felt resentful but couldn't refute it. After all, the Wang group was, after all, the main sponsor of this concert. Among the crowd present, Wang Junjie seemed to be the only one with any connection to Ji Yuma. Similarly, Wang Junjie thought the same. Ahem. Wang Junjie immediately cleared his throat, then walked over to Ji Yuma with a smile to offer his congratulations. Miss Ji, congratulations. This concert was a resounding success. I'm sure it'll be trending online soon. Ji Yuma glanced at Wang Junjie, her brow furrowing slightly as she offered a polite reply. Thank you. Seeing Ji Yuma's somewhat cool demeanor, Wang Junjie felt a moment of awkwardness. Miss Ji, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Junjie, the eldest son of the Wang group. As he spoke, Wang Junjie extended his hand. Before he could finish, Ji Yuma grew impatient. Who you are is none of my concern. Could you please move out of the way? The important guest I'm here to see is behind you. Ignoring Wang Junjie's outstretched hand, Ji Yuma walked straight past him toward the crowd behind him. What? Hearing those words. Seeing Ji Yuma blatantly ignore him, Wang Junjie was instantly dumbfounded. His outstretched right hand froze mid-air, unable to advance or retreat. The awkwardness made him wish he could vanish into thin air. If Ji Yuma isn't here to see young Master Wan, then who else could it be? At that moment, Qin Lulu's expression also darkened as she looked at Ji Yuma with suspicion. A guest important enough for Ji Yuma to personally come out and receive. Who could it be? Not only Qin Lulu but Qin Yuru and Shinsini both turned their gaze toward Ji Yuma. But the very next second, as Ji Yuma came to a halt. Mr. Chu, thank you for coming to my concert. I'm truly delighted. Facing Chu Nan before her, Ji Yuma shed her usual aloof celebrity demeanor. A pure, charming smile blossomed across her lovely face, radiating the innocence of a girl next door. What? How could it be him? Chu Nan. The moment Ji Yuma's words fell, the vast venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. The distinguished guest Ji Yuma had mentioned was actually Chu Nan? Everyone present, including Wang Junjie and Qin Lulu, gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. How could it be him? Qin Lulu's expression flickered between shock and disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. Who was Ji Yuma? The hottest rising star in China's entertainment industry. And Chu Nan? He was merely a son-in-law who had married into the Qin family. A country bumpkin. A good-for-nothing freeloader. But how could someone like him possibly know Ji Yuma? And judging by the looks of things, Ji Yuma's attitude toward Chu Nan seemed rather unusual.
At that moment, in the midst of the crowd, Shunan smiled at Ji Yuma before him and said, I happen to have some free time today, so I dropped by to see you. You sing well, full of vitality. Looks like urine deficiency is nearly cured. Ji Yuma returned a grateful glance. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to perform at this concert. At Ji Yuma's words, the crowd fell silent. Yuma, are you saying the person you thanked on stage was my boss? Zhang Xingyue couldn't help but ask from the side. All eyes turned toward Ji Yuma. Ji Yuma nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. If it weren't for Mr. Chu curing my illness, I might not even be able to stand on this stage tonight. Hearing this answer, everyone looked utterly stunned. It turned out they had all been mistaken. The person Ji Yuma wanted to thank wasn't Wang Junjie at all. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Some people really do put on airs and act like they know everything. Shin Sini burst into laughter as if she'd finally gotten her revenge. Meanwhile, Qin Lulu and Wang Junjie beside her wore faces as dark as storm clouds. Oomph, what's there to be so smug about? So what if you know some entertainment star? Qin Lulu snorted coldly, then hooked her arm through Wang Junjie's and said, Mr. Wang, let's go. Without a backward glance, the pair stormed out of the venue. Damn that guy. How could he possibly know Ji Yuma? Shortly after, outside the venue. Inside a luxury sedan. The moment she got in, Qin Lulu's face darkened to the extreme. Beside her, Wang Junjie, having lost face in front of Qin Yaru and the others, was seething with anger. Shunan. Why is it always that kid? Wang Junjie glared at Qin Lulu and demanded. Didn't you say he was just some poor country bumpkin? How could he keep messing up our plans like this? At Wang Junjie's cold rebuke, Qin Lulu looked utterly aggrieved and retorted indignantly. Young Master Wang, this is absolutely true. That kid has nothing but some barefoot medical skills, no real talent whatsoever. I think, there's definitely something fishy about this. Hearing Qin Lulu's words, Wang Junjie's anger still hadn't subsided. Because of Chunan, he had already lost face multiple times. Earlier at Old Master Qin's birthday banquet, the gift he'd meticulously prepared had been overshadowed by the pills Chunan casually produced. Then at the Qin Pharmaceutical Board meeting, he'd been on the verge of forcing Old Master Qin to hand over the formula for the calamus root pill. But at the critical moment, it was all because of Chunan again. Not only did he fail to obtain the formula, but Qin Pharmaceutical had actually weathered the crisis. Even Old Master Qin's life was saved. If not for Chunan, he might have secured the formula long ago. Why waste so much effort? The look in his eyes suddenly turned icy, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. Wang Junjie turned to Qin Lulu and said coldly, We absolutely cannot keep this girl around any longer. Hearing Wang Junjie's words, Qin Lulu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she said, Young Master Wang, I have a plan that kills two birds with one stone. Not only can we obtain the formula for the ox-gall pills, but we can also expel this guy from the Qin family at the same time. Oh? Wang Junjie raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning slightly curious toward Qin Lulu. Immediately, Qin Lulu whispered her cunning plan into Wang Junjie's ear. After hearing Qin Lulu's scheme, Wang Junjie's eyes widened, a sharp gleam flashing in them. Truly, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman. After all, Qin Yaru is still your sister. If you keep this up, she might end up being kicked out of the Qin family too. Young Master Wang, I did all this for you. Snuggled in Wang Junjie's embrace, Qin Lulu looked utterly aggrieved as she declared. I've already given myself to you. To get that ox-gall pill formula for you, I risked everything. In the future, you better not let me down. Wang Junjie grinned, his large hands freely caressing Qin Lulu in his embrace as he said. Don't worry. Once we get the formula for the ox-gall pills, you'll be the first lady of the Wang family. Chapter 188, Marriage Before Love? Just as Qin Lulu and Wang Junjie were plotting to frame Chunan. At the same moment, outside a hidden back entrance of the Olympic Sports Center, Shun Sini and Zhang Xingyue were dragging Ji Yuma along. The three of them had spent a full 20 minutes taking photos. Additionally, they clutched stacks of autographed photos Ji Yuma had just signed. After expressing their gratitude to Ji Yuma repeatedly, they reluctantly let Chunan pull them away. My two friends have really put you through a lot. Chunan addressed Ji Yuma. No problem at all, Mr. Chu. Your friends are my friends. Besides, they're among my supportive fans. Doing something for my fans is only right. Ji Yuma said with a smile. Yuma, it's getting late. We have to catch an early flight back to Hangzhou tomorrow morning. Chen Tong, the agent who had checked her watch several times, chimed in from the side. If it weren't for Chunan, she would never have agreed to let Ji Yuma spend so much time alone with another man. Hearing Chen Tong's words, Ji Yuma nodded in agreement. She then walked over to Chunan, turned her back to the agent, and swiftly slipped a note into his hand. Sis Tong won't let me give out my contact info. This is my WeChat ID. We're friends now. Ji Yuma whispered. Before Chunan could react, she waved goodbye to the group.
Escorted by bodyguards, she followed her agent into the chauffeured van.
That woman.
Glancing at the note in his hand, Shunan looked up helplessly at the departing van.
What a shame. Finally got a chance to meet my idol alone, and I didn't even get to post it on my social media. Watching Ji Yuma drive away, Shinsini sighed regretfully.
Zhang Xingyue, however, clutched a stack of signed photos, grinning from ear to ear.
With all this stuff, those girls in the group chat are gonna be green with envy. My position as fan club president is totally secure now. Watching the two women, Shunan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alright, it's getting late. We should head back too. Or, should I give you a ride? As he spoke, Shunan glanced at Qin Yaru, who remained silent. No need. I'll take Xing Yua home. You and Yaru go home together.
Shinsini suddenly remembered something and immediately spoke up.
As she spoke, she quietly tugged at Zhang Xingyue's sleeve. Only then did the latter snap out of her joyful daze and hurriedly nodded. Boss, I'll just ride back with Sister Cinny. You and Mrs. Qin should head back early. Zhang Xingyue glanced at Qin Yaru and quickly amended her words.
Clearly, Zhang Xingyue had already learned about the relationship between Qin Yaru and Shunan from Shinsini. Before Shunan could say another word, the two had already gotten into the car and driven off. The scene was suddenly left with only Shunan and Qin Yaru.
Let's go.
Qin Yaru silently turned and led the way toward the street. Seeing this, Shunan, who had prepared a flood of words, was caught off guard.
20 minutes later,
they returned to the Qin residence from the Olympic Sports Center. In the Porsche sports car, Qin Yaru sat in the passenger seat and unbuckled her seatbelt.
The last thing Ji Yuma gave you, it must have been her contact information, right?
Her gaze fixed on Shunan, Qin Yaru suddenly asked. It turned out that when Ji Yuma slipped that note to Shunan, Qin Yaru had noticed it.
Shunan paused slightly but didn't hide anything.
He simply smiled and explained.
Honey, she's just a regular friend of mine. Hearing Shunan's explanation, Qin Yaru remained expressionless.
A celebrity of Ji Yuma's caliber doesn't just give out her personal contact info to anyone. If she were merely an ordinary friend, she wouldn't have entrusted something so important to you.
Qin Yaru remarked casually. Clearly, she didn't believe a word Shunan said. Just an ordinary friend? Would that truly be worthy of Ji Yuma publicly dedicating a song to express her gratitude at a concert? Only now, upon hearing Qin Yaru's words, did Shunan belatedly realize.
No wonder Ji Yuma had to sneak behind her agent's back to give him her contact info. I had no idea a simple contact exchange could be so significant. Ji Yuma was only so polite to me because I cured her illness.
There's nothing between us, Shunan declared candidly to Qin Yaru. After scrutinizing Shunan, Qin Yaru's slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. For some reason,
she found herself believing Shunan's words. However, as for what exactly had transpired between Shunan and Ji Yuma, Qin Yaru had no intention of pressing the matter. After all, they had an agreement to never interfere in each other's private affairs.
You don't need to explain to me. I'm just a bit surprised that you could actually become friends with a superstar like Ji Yuma.
With that, Qin Yaru pushed open the car door and stepped out. But after taking only a few steps, she suddenly turned back to look at Shunan inside the car. I shouldn't have meddled in your affairs, but you are, after all, the son-in-law of the Qin family now. You should return the car to Miss Liu. Glancing at the luxury sports car, Qin Yaru sighed and said. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. I hope that one day, you'll be able to afford a car like this without relying on others.
With that, Qin Yaru turned and walked away.
Only Shunan remained seated in the car, his face etched with a bitter smile.
Night.
In the second-floor bathroom. Qin Yaru sat on the toilet, chatting with Shinseni on her phone.
Oh my goodness, aren't you even a little curious about what his relationship with Ji Yuma really is? That's Ji Yuma, my idol.
But if Shunan dares to cheat on you with another woman behind your back, I won't let him off the hook either. Even though I can't beat him up, I strongly condemn his behavior.
Ding ding ding.
A series of ringtones sounded from her phone. Qin Yaru looked at the string of messages from her best friend and couldn't help but pout.
But we're only contract spouses after all. It might not be appropriate to ask him directly about this, right?
After a moment's thought, Qin Yaru inquired with Shinseni.
Moments later, Shinseni's reply popped up instantly. Marriage before love, haven't you heard of it? It's the trendiest way to fall in love these days. Contract spouses are still spouses. Honestly, why not give Shunan a shot? I'd bet 80% he likes you. Trust me. I'm an expert in these matters.
She sent a string of smug emojis. Even through the screen, Qin Yaru could picture her best friend's expression.
Marriage before love? Reading Shinseni's message, Qin Yaru paused in surprise.
A thought crossed her mind. A blush suddenly spread across her face.
At that very moment, inside the Shin family villa,
Shinseni, clad in a panda pajama set, clutched her phone with a beaming smile, her fingers flying as she sent a flurry of messages to Qin Yaru.
Nothing was more fun than shipping a couple. If there was. It was the CP she'd created herself. This was absolutely addictive. Chapter 189, Heart Restoring Pill. Rongqing, within the Dongyang Pharmaceutical subsidiary. As the second son of the Sato family, Sato Tadano wasn't the most promising heir, so he was sent abroad to serve as president of the China branch. While it appeared to be a significant responsibility, it was essentially a transfer away from the family's power core. Sato Tadao harbored lingering resentment toward the family's transfer order. But this was not something he could defy. Moreover, his current assignment in China, ostensibly to manage the branch office, concealed a secret mission. That mission was to gather traditional Chinese medical knowledge from across the land at any cost and bring it back to Japan. President Sato, the first batch of ancient formulas we've collected has been delivered to the family. But they're all low-grade formulas. The head of the family seems rather dissatisfied with this round of results. If we cannot present better ancient formulas to the Imperial Physician Society, then... The female secretary bowed respectfully to Sato Tadao as she reported. Hearing this, Sato Tadao's expression darkened slightly behind his desk. The Sato family's standing in the island nation rested entirely on the Imperial Physicians Society. This was also why he had been able to apprentice under the revered physician Shitos Kagami. Yet seeking the Imperial Physicians Society's protection came at a price. While the Sato family appeared to be a major multinational pharmaceutical corporation, in reality, they had spent years secretly gathering traditional folk medical knowledge in China, employing almost any means necessary. Their goal was to meet the Imperial Physicians Society's requirements. They make me do the hardest, most grueling work, yet not a single one of those old fools in the family supports me. Sato Tadao gritted his teeth in anger. Thump! Thump! Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Matsui Hyde, clad in samurai attire, stepped inside. Matsui Koen, you're back already? But is there news from Master Kawasaki? Sato Tadao asked urgently upon seeing Matsui Hyde. Matsui Hyde remained silent, merely casting a stern glance at the female secretary. Sato Tadao immediately understood and waved to the person in front of him. You may leave now. Yes, sir. The secretary nodded and bowed before withdrawing. Only after the secretary had left did Sato Tadao turn urgently to Matsui Hyde. Master Kawasaki has agreed to help. Really? Hearing Matsui Hyde's words, Sato Tadao was overjoyed. But before his joy could linger, Matsui Hideo added in a grave tone. But that old fox is greedy. He's demanding 100 young boys and girls. What? Hearing this demand, Sato Tadao's expression darkened. Where am I supposed to find 100 young boys and girls for him? Seeing Sato Tadao's shock, Matsui Hyde sighed. That old man Kawasaki Nara has hit a bottleneck in his cultivation of dark arts. To break through, he needs the essence and blood of young boys and girls. The terms are harsh, but this concerns the blade of Izanagi. Are you truly willing to abandon it, Sato? Don't forget, that Chinese man surnamed Chu possesses profound medical skills like the 7-star needle technique. If we can capture him and deliver him to the Imperial Physicians Society, it would be a monumental achievement. Matsui Hyde's words served as a timely reminder to Sato Tadao. Recalling Chunan's miraculous acupuncture skills that day, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Perhaps this man harbors many more Chinese medical traditions. Presenting them to the holy physician might earn him the saint's support, securing his position as heir to the family head. At this thought, a fiery gleam ignited in Sato Tadano's eyes. All right, I agree. Sato Tadao declared decisively, his mind made up. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If this plan succeeded, it would be his golden opportunity to turn his fortunes around. Seeing Sato Tadao's agreement, a smile spread across Matsui Hyde's face. Don't worry, Sato Koen. You won't be taking this risk alone. I've thoroughly investigated that young man's background. I believe this dossier should pique your interest. With that, Matsui handed a document to Sato Tadao. Oh? Sato Tadao opened the file with some curiosity. The Qin family? Qin Pharmaceutical? Isn't that our next target? So this kid is actually from the Qin family? Sato Tadao remarked with surprise. Matsui Hyde, however, smiled. The ancient formula for ox gall pills held by the Qin family is also one of our targets in Chengdu. If we can trace the trail back to the ancient formula, I'm sure the holy physician would be delighted. Hearing this, a hint of greed flickered across Sato Tadao's face. What a stroke of luck. This is truly a chance sent by heaven. At the same time, early in the morning, in the back room of the 1,000 Gold Clinic, a pungent medicinal odor filled the air. Shunan stood before a large cauldron, stirring a thick, pitch-black paste of medicinal ingredients. These ingredients were the medicinal herbs prepared for Wan Xiaolu's treatment that day. 3 grams of Salvia miltioriza, 3 grams of Ligusticum chuanxion, 2 grams of Schisandra chinensis, 2 grams of Styrax benzoin. As Chunan recited the list, Zhang Xingyue fumbled frantically, handing him the various herbs one by one. Seeing the dark, murky mass in the large pot, Zhang Xingyue quickly covered her nose and mouth. Boss, is this even going to work? I've seen alchemists on TV, don't they all use alchemy furnaces? Witnessing Chunan's alchemy process for the first time, Zheng Xingyue asked doubtfully. Xingyue, the art of alchemy is profound and vast. Alchemy is divided into civil and martial methods. Senior Chu intends to use the civil method. Watching Chunan grind a pile of herbs into powder before tossing them into a large cauldron, Zheng Jiming, who had come with an eager-to-learn attitude, stepped in to explain. Chunan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Gentle alchemy only requires balancing the properties of the herbs. But Taoist alchemy requires herbs imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, along with a special alchemy furnace to refine them. Pills of that caliber are nearly impossible to find in this world. Chunan wasn't worried about others stealing his techniques. Alchemy may seem simple, but it's not something one could master by merely observing a few times. 2 hours later. In the main hall of the medical clinic, Wan Xiaolu waited with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Wan Dashan paced back and forth before her, his expression shifting between nervousness and worry. Brother, you're making me dizzy with all this pacing. Don't worry, I trust Brother Chunan. Wan Xiaolu said with a smile. In truth, she felt far more anxious than Wan Dashan. After all, having suffered from a heart condition for years, the only glimmer of hope now lay before them. To say she wasn't excited would be a lie. The heart-restoring pill is a success. At that moment, Zhang Xingyue's delighted voice rang out. Chunan's figure appeared instantly, holding several pills as black as ink in his hand. In an instant, a rich, medicinal fragrance filled the main hall of the clinic. Is this the heart-restoring pill that can cure my heart ailment? Wan Xiaolu stared wide-eyed at the jet-black pills in Chunan's hand. The meat from the Tao Tai Bao Dadong provided was of excellent quality, so I took the opportunity to refine a few extra pills. Take 1 pill. I'll channel my qi through acupuncture to help your body assimilate it, and your heart deficiency will be cured. Chunan nodded and handed one of the pills to Wan Xiaolu. The pill felt slightly warm to the touch. Though Wan Xiaolu's eyes betrayed surprise at its pitch-black appearance, she obeyed Chunan's instructions and swallowed it in one gulp. Wan Dashan, guard the area. When I perform the acupuncture, no one is to disturb us. Chunan's command rang out. Holding the silver needles, he began the acupuncture treatment on Wan Xiaolu. Hearing Chunan's command, Wan Dashan dared not delay, immediately standing vigilant behind him with eyes wide open. Chapter 190, The Mysterious Woman. In the clinic's main hall, Wan Xiaolu sat on a chair, her face flushed crimson. After all, the heart-nourishing pill was concocted from potent tonics like the flesh tai sui. Had Chunan not intervened to help Wan Xiaolu assimilate its potency, her chronically weakened body would never have endured such intense medicinal effects. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Chunan carefully removed each silver needle, Wan Xiaolu's complexion gradually returned to normal. To any observant person, it was clear that compared to her previous sickly appearance, Wan Xiaolu now looked much healthier, even more energetic than the average person. Little sister, are you alright? Wan Dashan asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Wan Xiaolu, who still kept her eyes tightly shut. The next second, Wan Xiaolu suddenly opened her eyes, then raised her left hand to look at the heart rate monitor she always wore on her wrist. My heart rate is normal. Staring at the displayed reading, she placed her hand over her chest, feeling the vigorous, powerful thumping within her ribcage. Wan Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. Previously suffering from cardiac insufficiency, her heart rate had been significantly lower than average. The slightest mishap could cause her to faint from cardiac ischemia at any moment. This was precisely why Wan Xiaolu had to remain in the hospital's intensive care unit. I don't have to stay in the ICU anymore. Brother. I'm finally normal. Tears streamed down her face as Wan Xiaolu threw herself into Wan Dashan's arms. At that very moment, holding his sister's frail body, Wan Dashan, this man of steel, also had eyes red with tears. Good. Xiaolu, your illness is finally cured. Wan Dashan lifted his head and gazed out the window. Dad, Mom, did you see that? I've fulfilled my promise to you. Xiaolu is cured. You can rest in peace now. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Xingyue beside him also felt her eyes grow slightly red. She had learned from Chunan about the hardships Wan Dashan and his sister had endured over the years. She knew they had endured much hardship over the years, especially Wan Dashan. To cover his sister's medical expenses, he had even sold himself into the Su household, where Su Ziliang treated him like a dog. Oh, right. Xiaolu, hurry up and thank Mr. Chu for saving your life. Wan Dashan grabbed Wan Xiaolu and was about to kneel before Chunan. Enough. You know I dislike this sort of formality. Saving your sister was just a minor favor. Since she no longer needs hospitalization, have her move to this clinic from now on. She can assist Xingyue. Xiaolu, would you be willing to work at my clinic? Chunan smiled as he turned to ask Wan Xiaolu. I'd love to. I don't know medicine, but I can handle rough work like wiping tables and sweeping floors. Leave it to me from now on. Hearing Chunan's words, Wan Xiaolu's face lit up with delight as she eagerly nodded in agreement. The siblings currently had nowhere to stay. Keeping them both at the clinic would naturally resolve their concerns about the future. Oh, right.
I have a physical cultivation technique here. I stumbled upon it while on the mountain earlier. It should be useful to you. Shunan turned his gaze toward Wan Dashin and suddenly produced a copy of the technique he had transcribed overnight. Though he had only glanced through it once, with Shunan's photographic memory, transcribing the entire text less than 1,000 characters word for word was no difficult task. Although Dragon Tiger Mountain had rules forbidding the sharing of anything from the mountain, this particular physical cultivation technique was merely an old man's table leg prop, a trivial item. Shunan naturally didn't consider this a breach of the rules. The 100 Veins Body Tempering Technique? This is a complete cultivation technique capable of reaching the Grandmaster realm? Upon glancing at the manual Shunan handed him, Wan Dashin couldn't suppress his excitement either. A complete cultivation manual. Such a thing was exceedingly rare. Though martial artists abound in the secular world, the vast majority are self-taught outsiders with no proper lineage. Their cultivation methods are almost invariably incomplete. A complete cultivation technique capable of reaching the Grandmaster realm. If this were in the outside world, it would be a treasure capable of stirring up bloody turmoil in the martial world. Thud! Clutching the cultivation manual, Wan Dashin charged straight toward Shunan and knelt before him. From this day forward, my life, Wan Dashin, belongs to you, Mr. Chu. I shall follow you through fire and water, without hesitation. Among those present, only Wan Dashin understood the true significance of the cultivation technique Shunan had given him. Without exaggeration, a cultivation technique capable of elevating one to the realm of Grandmaster could almost be considered a family heirloom. Should even one martial arts Grandmaster emerge from its descendants, the family would instantly rise to become a first-rate clan. Rise. If you wish to serve me, your current cultivation is woefully inadequate. Shunan reached out and lifted Wan Dashin to his feet. Though the motion appeared effortless, its force left Wan Dashin utterly powerless to resist. I'm truly useless. My meager strength can't help Mr. Chu. Wan Dashin said with a touch of self-reproach. Shunan chuckled lightly. Rest assured. Starting tomorrow, I'll take you to the White Tiger Camp for special training. I'm confident you'll make significant breakthroughs in your abilities soon. Hearing Shunan's words, a fiery gleam flashed in Wan Dashin's eyes. Only by possessing greater strength could he truly repay Shunan's kindness? Is anyone there? Just then, a woman's voice echoed from outside the clinic. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a young woman dressed in purple casual wear, her black hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a baseball cap pulled low over her eyes, stepping into the clinic. Though her attire was ordinary, when Zhang Xingyue and the others caught sight of her features, they couldn't help but silently admire her. What a beauty! Her fair, delicate oval face and gracefully slender figure radiated an air of bold elegance. One glance was enough to tell she was no ordinary person. Miss, are you here for a consultation or to pick up medicine? Noticing the new arrival, Zhang Xingyue stepped forward to greet her. I heard your clinic has a young doctor surnamed Chu who's quite skilled. I'd like to see him for a consultation. The woman smiled brightly, but as she spoke, her gaze drifted through the crowd and settled on Shunan. That single glance suddenly made Shunan feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As if he had seen her somewhere before. Boss, someone's here for you. In the lobby, Zhang Xingyue turned to look at Shunan. Who would have thought that so soon after opening, people would already be coming specifically for the clinic? Shunan grinned, then brushed off his clothes before heading toward the consultation desk nearby. Xingyue, bring the patient over. Behind the consultation desk. Shunan looked at the woman seated before him, picked up his pen, and asked. Name? Hearing this, the woman's eyes paused briefly, but she still smiled and said. Why don't you guess, Dr. Chu? If you guess correctly, I might consider sparing their lives. Glancing sideways at Zhang Xingyue and the others nearby, the woman's face remained smiling, yet an invisible aura of murderous intent surged up in an instant. Chapter 191, Farewell to Lu Qingying. Behind the consultation desk. Observing the woman before him and sensing the murderous intent radiating from her, Shunan finally understood. He had already guessed the identity of the person before him. How interesting. Everyone else comes to this clinic to save their lives. But you? You come to my clinic demanding to kill someone. His gaze settled on Lu Qingying as he appraised her, then suddenly quipped with a playful smile. I just never imagined that the legendary assassin, Shadow, would be a woman. And such a beautiful one at that. Shunan's compliment was no empty praise. In terms of looks, Lu Qingying held her own against Qin Yiru without a hint of inferiority. But while one was an Ice Queen CEO and the other a cold-blooded assassin, their beauty was of entirely different styles. Have you finished staring? Feeling Shunan's unabashed gaze fixed on her, Lu Qingying's eyes instantly turned cold. She extended 2 fingers from her right hand and jabbed them toward Shunan's eyes. Smack! Shunan seized Lu Qingying's right wrist with one hand, his index and ring fingers already pressing against her pulse. The next second, Shunan's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It seems your previous injuries have nearly healed completely. But the cultivation technique you practice seems familiar. At these words, Lu Qingying's expression changed abruptly, and she made a move to break free from Chunan's grip. Yet no matter how hard she strained, Chunan's right hand clamped down like a vice, gripping her wrist firmly. I advise you not to struggle. I'm currently sealing your Naguan in Shinmen acupoints. If I apply even slight pressure, your chi will reverse and you'll die instantly. Holding Lu Qingying's wrist, Chunan smiled calmly. Stop bluffing me. Unfazed by Chunan's words, a dagger suddenly appeared in Lu Qingying's left palm. In an instant, she lunged forward, thrusting it toward Chunan. Only a table separated them, less than 2 meters apart. I admit you're formidable, but you shouldn't have let an assassin get this close. Within 2 meters, no one escapes my blade alive. As Lu Qingying's icy words echoed. Her left hand, gripping the dagger, moved with blinding speed. The gleaming blade flashed like lightning, leaving no time for defense. Mr. Chu? At that moment, Wan Dashan, standing nearby, was the first to notice something amiss. Seeing an assassin lunge at Chunan, Wan Dashan let out a startled cry and immediately charged forward. Alas! With Lu Qingying's prowess, Wan Dashan could never have stopped her in time. The blade's glint flashed before Wan Dashan's eyes. As the dagger closed in on his chest, mere inches from Chunan's heart. Wan Dashan was consumed with panic, yet utterly helpless. Yet in that split second, Chunan remained seated, not moving an inch, showing no intention of dodging. With a flick of his fingers, Lu Qingying's entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. She froze completely, immobilized as if under a spell, utterly unable to move. Even the dagger poised to pierce Chunan's chest froze mid-air. The blade's tip was now less than an inch from Chunan's chest. What the hell is going on? Lu Qingying gasped in shock. She realized her chi had abruptly ceased flowing within her body. Worse still, her limbs felt utterly unresponsive. No matter how hard she strained, her left hand couldn't muster even the slightest strength. What did you do to me? Lu Qingying confronted Chunan, her face frozen in shock. She was, after all, a grandmaster-level practitioner. How could she be subdued by Chunan before even landing a single strike? Allowing an assassin to get close is a grave mistake. But don't forget one more thing. Chunan gripped Lu Qingying's wrist as he smiled slowly. Handing your body over to a doctor, do you believe he wouldn't have 10,000 ways to kill you? Hearing Chunan's words and seeing his hand tightly gripping her right wrist, Lu Qingying finally snapped back to reality. Could this man's medical skills truly be that terrifying? A sudden chill gripped Lu Qingying's heart. She suddenly recalled that Chunan was the one Han Zhantian had summoned to save his life. His medical skills must be extraordinary. Mr. Chu, is this guy an assassin? I'll take her down right now. Wan Dashan charged toward Chunan, his fierce eyes fixed on Lu Qingying, who was unable to move. What on earth is going on? At that moment, Zhang Xingyue also hurried over. Seeing the scene before her, she looked utterly shocked. Though she didn't know the details. The woman before her clearly intended to take her boss's life. No need to make such a fuss. She can't hurt me. Seeing the tense expressions on Wan Dashan and Zhang Xingyue's faces, Chunan shook his head reassuringly. Then, he turned his gaze to Lu Qingying before him and smiled softly. I hear assassins have 2 cardinal principles. First, never kill the powerless. Second, never kill those without a name. After delivering this monologue to himself, Chunan fixed his gaze on Lu Qingying and demanded. I hold no grudge against you. Why kill me? At that very moment. Chunan's words caused Wan Dashan's expression to change drastically. Shadow the assassin? Mr. Chu. Could she be Shadow, the assassin ranked 8th on the international hit list? Gazing at Lu Qingying seated before Chunan, Wan Dashan's expression suddenly grew intensely tense. Clearly, he too had heard the rumors about assassin Shadow. But he never imagined the person would be a woman. If it weren't for you, I would have killed Han Zhantian already. Lu Qingying glared coldly at Chunan as she spoke. You're Chinese too, right? Would you risk assassinating Han Zhantian just for the bounty from Mandala? A flicker of displeasure crossed Chunan's eyes at Lu Qingying's words. What? Trying to lecture me about patriotic ideals? Cut the crap. Assassins know no borders. As long as the bounty is right, I'll kill anyone. Lu Qingying sneered coldly. Today, falling into your hands, I'll take my lumps. Just kill me already. Stop talking. Lu Qingying seemed to have already prepared herself for death. Yet despite her tough words, Chunan could still see the fear lurking in her eyes. Assassins are human too, they fear death as well. This is a medical clinic, a place for healing and saving lives. I won't kill you. Chunan placed one hand on Lu Qingying's pulse as he spoke. The 7 slaying arts draw their power from killing intent. The more people you kill, the faster your cultivation breaks through. This technique should have vanished from the martial world 300 years ago. I never imagined it still had a successor. How do you know? Lu Qingying's face paled with shock at Chunan's words. The cultivation technique she practiced was the greatest secret of her life, yet Chunan had seen through it at a glance. Noticing Lu Qingying's surprise, Chunan shook his head. No wonder you rose from an unknown figure to the top ranks of the international assassin rankings in just 5 short years.
It seems this cultivation technique is largely responsible. But every advantage comes with a cost. Cultivating the 7 slaying arts shortens your lifespan. Using killing intent as your fundamental power source means that the faster you cultivate, the shorter your life will be. After speaking, Junan's gaze fell upon Lu Qingying and he couldn't help but sigh. In my estimation, you have no more than 2 years left to live. Chapter 192, Want to live? Find me within a year. 2 years to live? At Junan's words, Wan Dashan and Zhang Xingyue also looked at Lu Qingying with surprise. Surely the woman before them couldn't be much older than 20. Before Chunan, Lu Qingying remained utterly composed, as if she had known the outcome all along. Why bother, just for that astronomical bounty? Even if you kill Han Zhantian, what then? You'll lose your own life in the end. Chunan shook his head as he looked at Lu Qingying. Mind your own business. What do you know? Lu Qingying retorted coldly. Despite her words, a shadow of gloom flickered in Lu Qingying's eyes when she learned she had only 2 years left to live. It wasn't that she feared death, but from the moment she chose to cultivate the 7 slaying arts, she had already burned her bridges. Fine. It was your decision. I was only trying to help. Whether you live or die is none of my concern. With a light chuckle, Chunan released Lu Qingying's hand. In an instant, her chi flowed normally once more. Lu Qingying snapped back to her senses, her gaze fixed on Chunan with utter bewilderment. You're not going to kill me? Lu Qingying asked aloud. Staring at Lu Qingying's lovely face, Chunan smiled with a hint of amusement. Such a beautiful woman dying by my hand would be a shame. Feeling Chunan's blatant gaze fixed upon her, Lu Qingying's expression darkened with anger. She immediately stood up. Don't expect me to be grateful to you. If you spare me today, I'll kill you without mercy the next chance I get. Hearing Lu Qingying's words, Zhang Xingyue crossed her arms and retorted. What's wrong with you? Our boss spared your life, and not only are you ungrateful, but you actually repay kindness with betrayal? Let me tell you, our boss may be easygoing, but I won't put up with your nonsense. Zhang Xingyue rolled up her sleeves, ready to hurl more insults, but Wan Dashan grabbed her arm tightly from the side. Lu Qingying, however, paid Zhang Xingyue no mind whatsoever. He simply turned and started to walk away. Your 7-kill technique hasn't reached the 5th level yet. There's still hope. If you want to live, come find me within a year. Of course, my consultation fee is steep. But seeing how pretty you are, I might give you a 20% discount. Just as Lu Qingying was about to depart, Chunan's light voice drifted from behind her. Hearing Chunan offer her a chance at survival, Lu Qingying's footsteps faltered slightly. Let's hope that day comes. Leaving only those words behind, Lu Qingying turned and walked away without looking back. What kind of person is she? Everyone else wants to live, but she seems to want to die. Watching Lu Qingying's retreating figure, Zhang Xingyue muttered under her breath. Then she turned to Wan Dashan, who was holding her arm. I wasn't done ranting yet. Why'd you pull me away? Seeing Lu Qingying had already left, Wan Dashan finally exhaled in relief. Lady, that was Shadow the assassin just now. If she really went on the offensive, forget you, even I couldn't block a single strike. Not even you could block a single strike? Hearing Wan Dashan's words, Zhang Xingyue's mouth hung open wide for a long moment. She knew something of Wan Dashan's strength. If even this hulking brute couldn't withstand a single strike from her, it spoke volumes about the sheer terror of that woman. Oh no, I hope she hasn't taken a grudge against me. She's still an assassin. What if she's here to kill me? Zhang Xingyue said, her face still pale with fear. Relax, she probably doesn't have the time for that. Chunan chuckled at Zhang Xingyue's visibly nervous expression. Mr. Chu, was that person really Shadow the assassin? Wan Dashan asked Chunan uncertainly from the side. His gaze fixed on the direction Lu Qingying had departed outside the clinic, Chunan replied. Maybe yes, maybe no. Wan Dashan froze slightly at Chunan's reply. Zhang Xingyue was also a bit confused. Was it or wasn't it? Doctor, you said she only has 2 years to live. Is that true or not? Zhang Xingyue blinked rapidly as she turned to ask Chunan. Hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Chunan's eyes. If she continues cultivating like this, she might not even last 2 years. Mastering the 7 slaying arts is no easier than refining the body. The agony one endures is beyond what ordinary people can bear. What's more, this technique consumes one's lifespan. It has long been classified as forbidden by the major righteous sects. Does this woman truly have no fear of death? Hearing Chunan's words, which sounded almost like a soliloquy, Wan Dashan, standing nearby, sighed with a complex expression. Perhaps, she has something she must protect. Even if it means paying with her life. Wan Dashan's words of reflection seemed to voice his own inner thoughts. Back then, to save his own sister, he too had trained relentlessly, even selling himself to the Su family, becoming a mere tool to be summoned and dismissed at their whim. He believed that perhaps, for Lu Qingying, whatever drove her to risk her life to become stronger must stem from the same reason. What are you two talking about? But that woman looks a bit crazy to me. Unable to follow Chunan and Wan Dashan's conversation, Zhang Xingyue walked to the cash register and returned to her post.
But just as she arrived, a small, slender figure appeared outside the clinic door, timidly peeking a little head inside.
"Excuse me, is Mr. Chu here?"
The little girl, dressed in slightly ill-fitting children's clothes, peered inside and asked softly. The girl looked no older than 7 or 8, dressed plainly in clothes that hung loosely on her frame. Yet her face was clean-washed, adorable as a porcelain doll. Her cheeks were rosy, and she was panting slightly, as if she had run all the way here.
"Little one, are you here for a consultation?"
Following the sound, Zhang Xingyue turned her gaze toward the little girl, her eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, Shunan and Wan Dashan also looked up, their gazes settling on the little girl.
"I'm not here for treatment.
I'm here to find someone for Sister Hua." Glancing at the clinic's clean floor, the girl looked down at the mud on her shoes. Instead of stepping inside, she remained outside and addressed Zhang Xingyue. After a pause, she added, "The person I'm looking for is Mr. Chu. Sister Hua said he's a very handsome brother." Hearing this, Zhang Xingyue immediately turned to look at Chunan. "Boss, someone's here for you." Before Zhang Xingyue could finish speaking, Chunan had already appeared before the little girl.
"I'm Chunan. Did Sister Hua Hong send you? Where is she?"
Chunan looked down at the little girl and asked. Hua Hong was now the manager of Viper Bar. Unless it was something important, she would never come looking for Chunan on her own. And she certainly wouldn't send a little girl. Unless something had happened to Hua Hong. Chapter 193, Hua Hong's Distress Call. Outside the clinic. Just as Chunan appeared, the little girl was also sizing up Chunan, then nodded decisively. It seemed Chunan's appearance truly matched what Sister Hua Hong had described. "Mr. Chu, Sister Hua Hong asked me to give this to you. Hurry and save Sister Hua Hong. She's been badly injured." The little girl pulled a jade pendant bearing the black snake emblem from her bosom, her eyes reddening as she urgently pleaded with Chunan.
"This is the Black Snake Society's token. Sister Hua Hong is injured?"
The moment Chunan saw the black snake jade pendant, his brows furrowed deeply. He hadn't been wrong after all. Something had happened to Hua Hong. Looking at the little girl before him, especially her mud-splattered shoes, Chunan scooped her up in his arms.
"Come on, take me to find your Sister Hua Hong. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to her."
Though a bit timid in Chunan's arms, the little girl felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. She pointed toward the direction she had come from. Chunan then carried the girl to his Porsche and opened the door.
I'll get it dirty."
Glancing at the exquisitely appointed interior of the sports car, the girl looked down at her shoes and took a couple of steps back, feeling a bit embarrassed to get in.
"Don't worry, it's fine. Cars are meant for people to ride in. If you like, you can treat it like a donkey."
Chunan lifted the little girl and placed her directly in the passenger seat.
"You're in charge of giving me directions. Hold on tight, we're taking off."
After buckling the little girl in, Chunan followed the direction she pointed and pressed the accelerator pedal to the floor.
15 minutes later. Not far from the clinic.
After passing through a cluster of dilapidated tenement buildings and winding down a narrow alley, a sprawling shantytown stretched out endlessly before them. This area was colloquially known as Chengdu's slum. Chunan never imagined Hua Hong would be in a place like this. Given Hua Hong's status and abilities, no matter how dire her circumstances, she shouldn't be living in a slum.
"Mr. Chu, it's right ahead. That pink house."
Inside the car, the little girl suddenly pointed ahead excitedly. Chunan immediately slammed on the brakes and pulled the car to the side of the road. Guided by the little girl, Chunan followed her to the entrance of a 2-story courtyard house. Though called a mansion, it was essentially a courtyard enclosed by large metal sheets. Behind the enclosure stood an old, 2-story building painted pink, not particularly large in size.
Standing outside the courtyard now,
Chunan looked up at the 2 iron gates and noticed a large metal plaque hanging above them. In pink letters, 4 characters were boldly inscribed.
"Love Elementary School." There's actually a school here?
A hint of surprise flashed in Chunan's eyes. As far as he knew, this slum was chaotic, populated almost entirely by the lowest strata of society, including many undocumented migrants.
Moreover, this area was considered a gray zone in Rongcheng, famously known as a no-man's land.
While it wasn't exactly ignored by the police department, the area was a melting pot of all sorts of people, with petty theft and other crimes happening almost daily. It was simply too much for them to handle. Yet, in a place like this,
someone had actually opened a school?
It was naturally a bit surprising.
"Brother, hi, open up. I've called Mr. Chu."
The little girl called out into the courtyard from outside the iron gate.
Not long after. "Nan Nan. It's Nan Nan coming back."
Hearing the familiar voice, dozens of figures immediately poured out from the quiet building. Leading the group was a tall boy, appearing about 14 or 15, carrying a wooden stick. He cast a wary glance at Chunan standing beside the little girl.
"Nan Nan, is this Mr. Chu?"
the boy asked the little girl. Perhaps because outsiders were rare here, the boy's eyes held not a shred less of caution.
"Hi Go, he's Mr. Chu. He's here to rescue Sister Hua Hong. Please let us in," Nan Nan hurriedly explained.
At that moment, the dozens of children all turned their gaze toward Brother Hai, seemingly regarding him as their leader.
Rest assured, I mean you no harm.
Since Sister Hua Hong sent you to find me, it means she trusts me enough. Since she's injured, it's best I treat her wounds as soon as possible. Shu Nan looked at the boy wielding the wooden stick. His eyes held no anger but rather a hint of admiration. Though he knew little about this group of children. But seeing their faded, worn-out clothes, he could guess they all came from impoverished backgrounds. Survival in this slum was tough enough for adults, let alone a group of children. Maintaining sufficient vigilance toward outsiders was one of the prerequisites for their survival. Open up. After hearing Chu Nan's words, the boy hesitated for a moment before finally making his decision. He reached out and swung the iron gate open. His first move wasn't to greet Chu Nan, but to scoop Nan Nan into his arms. Sister Hua Hong is in the room upstairs. She's badly injured and unconscious. The boy addressed Chu Nan. Yet as he spoke, one hand tucked behind his back, he was silently gripping a stick. Should Chu Nan show the slightest hint of distress upon hearing Hua Hong was injured and unconscious, he would strike without mercy. Because he knew. In the slums, danger lurked around every corner. Without Hua Hong's protection over the years, this group of kids might have long since been left to rot in the wilderness. Take me to her. Chu Nan stood rooted to the spot, merely glancing at the boy's actions before seeing through his intentions. Bold yet cautious, sharp-witted. To possess such cunning at his age, he must have endured no small amount of hardship in these slums. Seeing no reaction from Chu Nan, the boy breathed a silent sigh of relief before leading him toward the house. Second floor of an old building. Inside one room stood over a dozen bunk beds. Judging by the setup, this must be the school dormitory. Though cramped, the room was tidy and spotless, without a hint of unpleasant odor. The moment Chu Nan entered the room, he spotted Hua Hong lying unconscious on the bed. What's this? She's been poisoned. His gaze fell upon Hua Hong's face, now tinged with a bluish-black pallor, and Chu Nan's expression abruptly darkened. In a single stride, his figure instantly materialized beside Hua Hong's bed. In that instant, seeing Chu Nan's ghostly-like figure, the boy named Brother Hai's eyes widened in shock. Only then did he realize that this man, like Sister Hua Hong, must be a powerful martial artist. And now, standing before Hua Hong's bed, Chu Nan reached out to feel Hua Hong's pulse, then flipped up the collar of her shirt. His gaze fell upon a small black wound beneath her neck. The wound was small, merely a tiny black dot, but the surrounding area had already begun to fester. Seeing this, Chu Nan's expression froze. Another Miao poison. Chapter 194, The Expert from the Su Family. Hua Hong's condition was dire. The poison had already erupted within her body. Had Chu Nan arrived even half a day later, the toxin would have invaded her vital organs, rendering her beyond salvation. Mr. Chu, can you cure Sister Hua Hong? As if aware of Hua Hong's critical condition. Beside them, the little girl Nan Nan asked Chu Nan with reddened eyes. Behind her, dozens of children gazed at Chu Nan with hopeful eyes. What's your relationship with Sister Hua Hong? Chu Nan glanced at the group of children and asked curiously. Sister Hua Hong is the principal of our school. Oh, and she's like our big sister too. Sister Hua is so kind. All these years, it's thanks to her that we get to go to school and don't starve to death. Hearing Chu Nan's question, the children chimed in all at once. Let me answer that. The boy called Brother Hai stepped forward, and the crowd fell silent. We're all orphans from the slums. All these years, it's thanks to Sister Hua who took us in. Even though she's an outsider, she's like a real sister to us. So, please, you must save her. The boy looked at Chu Nan, his tone pleading. Though clearly still a child himself, his eyes betrayed a maturity beyond his years. Don't worry. Since I'm here, she won't die. Chu Nan glanced at the crowd of children flooding into the room and addressed the boy. Next, I'll step in to treat your Sister Hua. Please take them all outside. Hearing Chu Nan's words, the boy hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. He led Nan Nan and the other children out. Brother Hai, will Sister Hua be okay? Outside the door, the children all looked at Brother Hai with concern. Don't worry, Sister Hua will be fine. We must guard our home well. We can't let the White Wolf Gang find out Sister Hua was injured, it would be dangerous. The boy instructed them solemnly. At the mention of the White Wolf Gang, the children all flinched with fear and nodded in unison. At the same time, inside the room, only Chu Nan and Hua Hong remained. Hua Hong lay unconscious on the bed, her brows unconsciously furrowed, clearly enduring immense agony. What a vicious poison! After assessing Hua Hong's condition, Chu Nan acted without hesitation. He reached out and slipped off her outer garment, revealing her injured left shoulder. Against her snow-white skin, the jet-black wound was horrifying to behold. Chu Nan retrieved his needle case, selected 2 golden needles, and began the process of expelling the poison from Hua Hong. The poisonous insect has burrowed deep into her body. We must find a way to eliminate it at its source. Holding the needle in his right hand, Chu Nan drove it into her flesh. Hua Hong flinched as a small, drum-like swelling abruptly appeared on the surface of her left shoulder. So that's where it is. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as Chunan swiftly drove several more needles into the target, completely sealing off the parasite's escape route. Immediately after, Chunan pressed his right palm against Hua Hong. A surge of pure true qi flowed into her body, slowly enveloping the poisonous insect within. The next second, with no escape route left, the bug could only retreat relentlessly. Pop! Finally, from the wound on Hua Hong's left shoulder, a thumb-sized black bug suddenly emerged. In an instant, Chunan acted swiftly, snatching the black bug into the palm of his hand. Squeak, squeak! The bug struggled in Chunan's palm, trying to burrow into his skin. Slap! Before it could act, Chunan clenched his fist. Enveloped by his true qi, the black bug instantly shattered into a pool of black liquid. With the parasite destroyed, Chunan breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze shifted to Hua Hong, who remained unconscious. Next, he only needed to purge the remaining toxins for Hua Hong to awaken. Chunan retrieved an antidote pill from his robe and placed it into Hua Hong's mouth. Then, he pressed his palm against Hua Hong, channeling his true qi to aid her in absorbing the medicine's potency. Before long, the medicine's power transformed into a warm current, flowing through her limbs and bones. Hua Hong's previously dark blue complexion gradually turned pale, then regained a hint of color. Her long lashes fluttered slightly as the unconscious Hua Hong slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a familiar face. Master? The moment she saw Chunan, Hua Hong exclaimed with a mix of surprise and delight. But upon noticing her clothes half undone and Chunan's right hand still resting on her body, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Don't misunderstand. I was just treating your injuries. Seeing Hua Hong regain consciousness, Chunan quickly withdrew his hand. Did you save me, master? Hearing Chunan's words, Hua Hong felt a pang of shame. It's my fault. I was useless and needed my master to come to my rescue. I know I'm but a reed in the wind. If my master doesn't disdain me, I would be honored. Her voice trailed off, growing fainter as her ears flushed crimson. She dared not meet Chunan's gaze. At first hearing Hua Hong's words, Chunan was taken aback. What kind of lewd talk was this? He wasn't that kind of man. Though Hua Hong wore the attire of a courtesan at Viper Bar, Chunan could tell she was still untouched. Her outward appearance was merely a disguise. Truth be told, while Hua Hong might not match the beauty and figure of Qin Yiru and the others, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty in any crowd. You're my subordinate. Of course I'll cover for you if something happens. Don't worry about me treating your injuries. Chunan spoke, then suddenly turned to ask Hua Hong. By the way, how did you sustain these injuries? The fact that someone could strike you down despite your cultivation suggests the attacker not only masters Miaozhong poison arts but also possesses formidable strength. Hua Hong snapped out of her daze at Chunan's question and hurriedly replied. I was just about to report this to the master. 2 days ago, my subordinates reported that someone was inquiring in the underworld about the events at Heaven and Earth that night. It seems they're trying to uncover the cause of Su Ziliang's death. I grew suspicious and decided to tail the person myself. But unexpectedly, they had already detected my trail. I had no choice but to engage them in combat. Had my master not helped me break through to thee, I doubt I would have even had a chance to escape. Even now, Hua Hong's face still betrayed lingering fear. The Miaozhong expert's strength was unfathomable. She was no match for him. Had she not fled swiftly, she would likely have perished at his hands. But even in her escape, she had been struck by one of his palms unbeknownst to her. It carried a hidden poison. It seems, this person must be an expert sent by the Su family of Jinling. But how could Su Ziliang have died so quickly? Upon hearing Hua Hong's words, Chunan was also taken aback. He had personally crippled Su Ziliang back then, choosing not to kill him. He never imagined Su Ziliang would actually meet his end. The Su family truly was ruthless. Master, the Miaozhong expert sent by the Su family is formidable. If he uncovers the truth about that night, I fear. Hua Hong looked at Chunan with concern. But before she could finish, a cacophony of shouting erupted outside the window. Starting today, this place belongs to my white wolf gang. You little brats inside, get the hell out. At the sound of these voices, Hua Hong's expression instantly changed. It's the White Wolf Gang. Chunan froze. The White Wolf Gang? The White Wolf Gang is the largest underground organization in East City. The entire slum is under their control. They extort protection money from the residents every few days. Before, with me protecting them, they didn't dare get too arrogant. This time, they must have heard about my injury and are planning to come after us. This is bad. Xiao Hai and the others are still kids. They're no match for those White Wolf Gang thugs. With that, Hua Hong tried to push himself up from the bed. I'll go with you. Chunan gently held her back, a faint smile on his face. Hearing Chunan's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Hua Hong's eyes, but she nodded nonetheless. Chapter 195, Trouble at the Door. In the East City slums. The iron gate of Love Elementary School was pried open. A dozen or so slovenly thugs stormed inside. Leading the way was a bald man clad in martial arts attire, his mouth full of yellowed teeth. He walked at the forefront, clearly a skilled practitioner. What do you want? Brother Hai, wielding a wooden stick, stood with a group of children blocking the path of the White Wolf Gang members.
Kid, you better get lost if you know what's good for you. Or don't blame me for being ruthless.
The bald man sneered coldly at Brother Hai.
With a wave of his hand, over a dozen henchmen stepped forward, weapons drawn. After all, they were just a bunch of kids.
Seeing this show of force, the group immediately huddled together.
Brother Hai, what should we do?
The children looked at each other in panic, instinctively turning to their leader.
We can't panic. As long as Sister Hua is here, the White Wolf Gang won't dare touch us.
Brother Hai gripped his stick tightly, summoning his courage to shout at the White Wolf Gang members. Unexpectedly, his words immediately drew a burst of laughter.
The bald man sneered coldly. Stop pretending.
We already know Sister Hua Hong is badly injured.
Since we dared come here today, we're not afraid of that stinking woman. Hearing the bald man's words, the children present all looked utterly panicked. How do they know about Sister Hua Hong's injury? One child in the crowd couldn't help but ask. Don't slip up. He's trying to trick us. Hai Ji's expression darkened as he whipped his head around to shush the questioner. Unfortunately, it was too late. After all, he was just a child. How could he see through the bald man's cunning? Ha 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 ha. Looks like the rumors were true after all.
That Hua Hong, relying on her meager skills to constantly oppose our White Wolf Gang, I've been itching to deflower her for ages.
The bald man grinned savagely. With that, he was about to lead his men inside. Halt!
Anyone who dares harm Sister Hua Hong will have to step over my dead body.
Brother Hai gripped his stick tightly with both hands, blocking the bald man's path once more. You little punk, what do you think you are? Completely ignoring the boy before him, the bald man snorted coldly and prepared to force his way into the inner room. I'll fight you all.
Seeing this, Brother Hai charged forward with unwavering resolve, even against the overwhelming numbers of the White Wolf Gang.
This brat is a real pain in the ass.
Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. A cold gleam flashed in the bald man's eyes as he swung his leg, delivering a vicious kick toward Brother Hai. As an internal energy martial artist, even without channeling his true chi, this kick was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand.
Especially not by a 14 or 15-year-old boy.
Put. True to form, Brother Hai was sent flying by the kick, his mouth spewing a mouthful of blood.
Brother Hai?
Seeing the boy knocked to the ground, the other children instantly froze in terror and panic, crying out as they rushed to surround him.
Put. I'm fine.
Brother Hai spat out several teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With his younger sibling's support, he rose to his feet, his eyes cold as ice as he stared at the White Wolf Gang members.
You bastards! If you dare harm Sister Hua, I won't let you off. And us.
Though frightened, the group of children now stood united with Brother Hai, linking arms to shield her from the gang.
You're asking for death.
In this slum, even if I slaughter every last one of you, no one dares mess with the White Wolf Gang. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes flashed with anger.
He immediately barked at the men behind him. Attack! I'll see who dares.
No sooner had the bald man spoken than a stern rebuke echoed from inside the house. From behind the group of children, Hua Hong, her face slightly pale, stepped forward briskly. Shu Nan followed close behind her. With a sweeping glance, she fixed her gaze on the White Wolf Gang members.
The bald man at the front possessed 7th level internal strength.
Aside from him, the rest were just ordinary thugs.
Hua Hong?
The sight of Hua Hong startled the bald man and his crew.
Sister Hua Hong? Thank goodness, you're finally awake.
The children gathered around Hua Hong, their voices filled with excitement.
Xiao Hai, are you hurt?
Hua Hong asked, turning to the boy before her. The boy was named Xiao Hai, the eldest among the children she had taken in.
Sister Hua Hong, I'm fine. The White Wolf Gang isn't here with good intentions. You need to be careful.
Though Hua Hong had regained consciousness, Xiao Hai still looked worried. After all, Hua Hong had only recently recovered from severe injuries and likely wasn't a match for the White Wolf Gang.
Don't worry. With Sister Hua Hong here, I won't let anyone hurt you.
Flower Red flashed a reassuring smile at the group before fixing her gaze on the bald man and his crew, her expression turning icy. Bald Foam, I've always kept to myself and left you White Wolf Gang alone.
Are you planning to break the rules now?
Hearing this, Bald Foam threw his head back and roared with laughter.
Hua Hong, don't forget the entire slum is our White Wolf Gang's territory. Yet your place has never paid protection money. Before, it was only because we saw you had some skill that our boss treated you with a modicum of courtesy. But now,
sizing up Hua Hong's pale, delicate face, Bald Fang's eyes brimmed with contempt.
From what I can tell, you probably can't even beat an ordinary person now. Still my match?
Hua Hong, you'd be better off submitting to me.
Maybe today I'll let you enjoy yourself before you die.
Under normal circumstances, given Hua Hong's strength, he wouldn't dare act so brazenly in her presence. But now, it was clear to see that Hua Hong was gravely injured and extremely weakened.
Bald Fang's courage swelled. You're asking for death.
At Feng's words, Hua Hong's beautiful face flushed with anger, and she made to charge forward.
Your wounds haven't healed yet. Leave these scoundrels to me.
Before Hua Hong could react, a large hand reached out and stopped her.
Master?
Turning to look at Chunan, Hua Hong asked in surprise. Before Hua Hong could react, Chunan had already strided forward. You little brat, you dare stick your neck out for her? Don't you know the reputation of the White Wolf Gang? You're no match for us. Bald Fong glared at Chunan and barked. Seeing that Chunan was unfamiliar but dressed plainly, he clearly wasn't some powerful figure. Shut up. Chunan lifted his gaze to meet Bald Fang's. A single glance from his dark eyes sent a chill that seemed to pierce through the man's body, instantly sending a shiver down his spine. Who the hell are you, kid? Bald Fong asked instinctively. Chunan remained silent, merely walking steadily toward the White Wolf Gang members. She's mine. If you dare lay a finger on my people, you'd better be prepared to die. Chunan said coldly. Hearing this, Bald Fang's expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. Kid, you're too arrogant. Chapter 196, The third leader is dead? Too arrogant. The slums were White Wolf Gang territory. As the White Wolf Gang's third in command, Bald Fong was used to being arrogant. He'd never seen anyone dare speak to him like this before. Brothers, teach this brat a lesson. Let him taste the might of the White Wolf Gang. With a sweeping gesture from Bald Fong, instantly, his henchmen brandished their weapons and closed in on Chunan. Sister Hua, big brother is in danger. Seeing Chunan surrounded by Fong the bald-headed's men, Nan Nan clutched Hua Hong's hand tightly, her little face filled with anxiety. Don't worry, your big brother will be fine. Hua Hong flashed a faint smile at the children, her slightly pale face breaking into a reassuring expression. Others knew she had witnessed Chunan's strength firsthand. With just Fong the bald-headed's men, they were no match for Chunan. Sure enough. The moment Hua Hong finished speaking, the situation on the field shifted abruptly. Chunan vanished from his spot like a ghost in an instant, leaving the dozen or so White Wolf Gang members utterly caught off guard. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled thuds echoed. Before anyone could even catch a clear glimpse of Nan's movements, the White Wolf Gang members were already sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony and wailing in pain. This can't be possible. Staring at his fallen men, Bald Fang's eyes widened as he stammered. Your turn. Among the crowd, only Chunan remained standing. His gaze fixed on Bald Fong, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. This guy's got something fishy going on. As he locked eyes with Chunan, Fang's heart sank. Though his men were all useless, they were still over a dozen strong. Even with his 7th-tier internal energy cultivation, achieving such clean, decisive results like Chunan was utterly impossible. Could this guy be a master? Friend, let's talk this out. Having witnessed Chunan's prowess, Bald Fang's attitude softened. With such formidable skills, why risk offending our White Wolf Gang over this worthless woman? Our leader is a 3rd-tier innate realm expert. If you agree to stay out of this, I promise a generous reward afterward. Having risen to the position of 3rd in command, Bald Fong was certainly no fool. Uncertain of Chunan's true strength, he dared not take risks, instead bringing up his own gang leader first. 3rd-tier innate realm. In the secular world, that was already considered a formidable expert. If Chunan dared to move against him, he'd have to weigh the consequences of provoking the White Wolf Gang. Benefits? Watching the bald-headed Fong plaster a smile across his face, Chunan's lips curved slightly as he strolled toward him. I'm curious to hear what benefits your White Wolf Gang could possibly offer me. Hearing this, Bald Fong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His right hand slipped unnoticed into his sleeve as his face grew even more obsequious. Our White Wolf Gang has always cultivated connections with fellow martial artists. With your strength, if you're willing to join us, I can recommend you for the position of gang steward. Once you're with us, you'll live in luxury. As Bald Fong spoke these words, sent shockwaves through the crowd, who feared Chunan might accept Bald Fang's offer. But such meager benefits aren't enough to buy your life. Stepping before Bald Fong, Chunan sneered contemptuously. What? Hearing this, Fang's expression darkened as he stared at Chunan, now mere inches away. He immediately retorted. The White Wolf Gang can offer far more than this. But, you'll need to stay alive to claim it. Before he could finish, Fang's right hand, concealed within his sleeve, shot out violently. A dagger clenched in his palm darted straight toward Chunan. With less than half a meter between them, Fong the Bald was confident that even an expert couldn't dodge his sneak attack. Watch out. Seeing this, Hua Hong couldn't help but cry out in alarm. But Bald Fang's speed was no slouch. The gleaming blade flashed before it reached Chunan's chest. The next second, Chunan moved. His movement was even faster than Bald Fang's, as if he had long since seen through the opponent's scheme. In the nick of time, Chunan shifted his body sideways, forcibly teleporting half a step. Whoosh! The whistling sound of the dagger cutting through the air. The envisioned scene of bloodshed failed to materialize. Bald Fong looked ahead and realized his strike had missed entirely? What the hell? Bald Fong stared in utter disbelief. Before he could react, a massive hand suddenly reached out before him. Put! Chunan seized Fang's throat with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Useless! You couldn't even handle the chance I gave you. Feeling the icy glare in Chunan's eyes, Fang's body trembled violently as a wave of deathly terror washed over him.
No, don't kill me. I'm the third in command of the White Wolf Gang. If you kill me, the gang won't let you off. Bald Fong struggled desperately in Shu Nan's grasp. The suffocating pressure instantly turned his face purple. I hate it when people threaten me. Shu Nan sighed, about to finish the man off, when suddenly he remembered something and turned to look at Hua Hong and the others behind him. Dozens of children stared wide-eyed at Shu Nan, their faces filled with admiration. Kids, listen to your sister, close your eyes. Hua Hong understood immediately, smiling at the group before reaching out to cover Nanan's eyes. The children, unaware of what was about to happen. But upon hearing Hua Hong's words, they obediently closed their eyes. Such good children. Seeing this, Shu Nan flashed an innocent smile before suddenly tightening his right hand. Snap. A crisp snap of breaking bone echoed through the air. Bald Fong didn't even manage a scream before his body went limp and collapsed, becoming a lifeless corpse. Third brother's dead? On the scene, the White Wolf Gang thugs who had been rolling on the ground moments ago now stood pale-faced, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Take this guy back and inform your boss. I'm giving him half a day to consider submitting to the Black Snake Society. If he refuses, this is what happens. Shu Nan swept his gaze across the White Wolf Gang members and barked coldly. The thugs dared not defy Shu Nan's command. They scrambled to their feet, hoisting Fang's corpse and fleeing in a panic. In less than 3 seconds, peace returned to the Love Kindergarten. Hua Hong slowly released her grip. At the same moment, Nan Nan and the other children all opened their eyes in curiosity. The bad guys are gone? That's great. Big Brother must have chased them all away. Seeing the White Wolf Gang thugs vanish, the children exclaimed joyfully. Admiration sparkled in everyone's eyes as they looked at Shu Nan. From now on, no one will dare bother you. Shu Nan smiled at the group of children, though his gaze lingered on the tallest boy, Xiao Hai. For he was the only one who hadn't closed his eyes amidst the crowd. Chapter 197, The White Wolf Gang. Love Elementary School. After Hua Hong regained consciousness, the children seemed to have returned to their carefree days. The courtyard echoed with laughter and cheer. On the second-floor balcony, Shu Nan stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Hua Hong entered and immediately knelt before Shu Nan, her expression respectful as she said, "Thank you, master." Shu Nan slowly turned around. "Get up. Tell me what happened." His gaze swept over the group of children in the courtyard before turning to Hua Hong with curiosity. Hearing Shu Nan's question, a flicker of hesitation crossed Hua Hong's eyes, but she still spoke the truth. They're all orphans from the slums. Some lost both parents, others were abandoned at birth. This used to be a welfare home, but unfortunately, it couldn't sustain itself and closed down. After I arrived, I transformed it into a charity school. Hearing this, Shu Nan's lips curved into a slight smile. So you're telling me, a Black Snake Society assassin founded this Love Elementary School? It wasn't just Shu Nan. It would be difficult for anyone to connect these two identities. Hua Hong's expression grew complex. I was born here too. Shu Nan froze. That closed-down orphanage? He hadn't expected Hua Hong to have grown up in a slum orphanage. No wonder she returned to establish this charity school. This woman still harbored kindness within her heart. That must be why you were willing to swallow the essence pill back then, just to join my cause. Shu Nan looked at Hua Hong. Hua Hong nodded with a complex expression. With my strength back then, I was no match for the White Wolf Gang. And I certainly couldn't protect them. Gazing at the children in the courtyard, Hua Hong seemed to recall her own childhood, a hint of sadness flickering across her face. I don't wish to pry into your past. But what I will tell you is this: the more you wish to protect, the greater strength you must possess. Not just for yourself, but for them too. As the words fell, Shu Nan's gaze also turned to the children below. The real world was cruel, especially in places like the slums. Survival of the fittest was the rule here. Hua Hong had reached her current position only after surviving countless life and death struggles. As for these children, Hua Hong could care for them for a time, but not for a lifetime. I know that, which is why I founded this charity school. I hope one day they can leave this place behind and never end up like me. Watching the children playing freely in the courtyard, a hint of sadness flickered in Hua Hong's eyes. Hearing Hua Hong's words, Shu Nan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't want to probe into Hua Hong's past. But clearly, to have walked the path of an assassin, Hua Hong's childhood must have been quite tragic. Enough of that. Snapping out of her reverie, Hua Hong turned her gaze to Shu Nan and asked, "Master, are you truly intent on declaring war against the White Wolf Gang? Should I issue a call within the Black Snake Society to gather our forces?" Hua Hong looked at Shu Nan, a hint of concern in her eyes. The White Wolf Gang was reputed to be the top underground force in East City. While that claim might be exaggerated, their enduring presence over the years wasn't without reason. Declaring war on the entire White Wolf Gang would carry significant risks. Declare war? Shu Nan's gaze fell on Hua Hong, and he couldn't help but laugh. It's just a mere underground gang. No need to make such a big fuss. I've already purged the poison from your body. Your injuries are nothing serious now. After subduing the White Wolf Gang, I need you to find out about that Miao Jiang expert hired by the Su family. If you hear anything about him, notify me immediately. Hua Hong obeys. Hua Hong nodded instinctively upon hearing this. Wait, subdue the White Wolf Gang? Realizing belatedly what was being said, Hua Hong looked up in surprise. But she realized that Chu Nan had vanished from his spot before her eyes. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. Perhaps the master has his own way of dealing with the White Wolf Gang. Gazing at the direction Chu Nan had vanished, Hua Hong murmured to herself. Not long after. In the eastern district, within a square-shaped courtyard. Above the gate hung a plaque bearing the bold characters, White Wolf Gang. This was the White Wolf Gang's headquarters. Yet today, the usually bustling White Wolf Gang was shrouded in an eerie silence. In the inner courtyard, the corpse of Bald Fong lay pale and motionless on the ground. Gang leader White Wolf crouched down, examining Feng's body. Boss, this man dared to kill third brother and even had the audacity to demand our White Wolf Gang submit to the Black Snake Society. This is intolerable. When has our White Wolf Gang ever suffered such a disgraceful humiliation? I'll muster our men immediately and bring back that bastard's head. Beside White Wolf, a burly, bearded man roared angrily. This man was the White Wolf Gang's second in command, possessing the strength of the first stage of the innate realm far superior to Bald Fong. Second in command, hold your horses. Hearing this, White Wolf barked coldly, glaring at the bearded brute before yanking open Bald Feng's collar to reveal a ring of purplish-black bruises encircling his neck. One strike, one kill. This guy's clearly a master. White Wolf examined the wound and said gravely. Third brother had only this one mark on his entire body. Looks like those kids were right, the enemy killed third brother with a single strike. This guy is clearly a master. Hearing their leader's words, the second in command froze in surprise. One move to kill? Even I couldn't do that to third brother, given his strength. Though the second in command looked rough around the edges, he wasn't stupid. After Bai Lang's subtle hint, he too realized that this mysterious expert from the Black Snake Society might possess strength surpassing even his own. Are we just going to swallow our pride like this? The second in command felt a surge of reluctance. White Wolf's face darkened, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he declared. Absolutely not. So what if they're from the Black Snake Society? They're nothing but a bunch of cowardly rats who only dare to attack in the dark. If it comes down to a fair fight, my White Wolf Gang isn't afraid. Hearing White Wolf's words, the second in command's eyes blazed with fury. Boss, let's take them on. Wipe out the Black Snake Society and boost our White Wolf Gang's reputation. White Wolf nodded, then rose to his feet, his gaze shifting to the subordinates carrying back the corpse of Bald Fong. Are you certain there was only one man? Hearing the boss's question, the bruised and battered men nodded urgently. Just one guy. Boss, that kid seemed to be surnamed Chu. Chu Nan or something like that? The next second, White Wolf furrowed his brow, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. Chu Nan? That brat has some nerve. White Wolf swept his sleeve dramatically, then turned to face the crowd and roared. Transmit my order, assemble every member of the White Wolf Gang. Tonight, if that punk dares show his face, we'll wipe him out. Chapter 198, Night Raid on the White Wolf Gang. Evening. East City, White Wolf Gang headquarters. Upon receiving the news, the White Wolf Gang's members rushed to the headquarters without delay. Inside and outside the vast White Wolf Gang compound, over 1,000 men stood ready for battle. Among them were more than 100 elite fighters possessing at least outer force cultivation. Renowned as the top underground force in East City. Third-rate gangs like the Fierce Tiger Gang and the Heavenly Pool Gang were no match for the White Wolf Gang. Boss, we've been waiting this long and still no sign of anyone. Could we have been tricked by that kid? Inside the compound, the second in command addressed the leader, White Wolf, seated at the head of the table. They'd agreed on half a day. Night was falling, and not a single feather had appeared for their 1,000-strong crew. How could they not be furious? If he dares to play us for fools, White Wolf Gang, I'll wipe the Black Snake Society off the map tonight. Let those sewer rats know who truly rules the East City underworld. White Wolf sat sprawled across his tiger skin chair, his face dark and grim. Wipe out the Black Snake Society. Wipe out the Black Snake Society. As White Wolf's words fell, over 1,000 subordinates in the hall raised their arms in unison and roared. At the same moment, a subordinate clad in martial arts attire sprinted into the outer courtyard. Boss, he's here. He's here. The kid who killed the second in command is here. The subordinate gasped for breath. White Wolf frowned. How many men did that kid bring? Though the White Wolf Gang outnumbered the Black Snake Society, the thought that the enemy's men were all assassins made White Wolf dare not underestimate them. Boss, the kid only brought one man. The subordinate held up one finger as he reported to White Wolf. What did you say? One. Hearing this, not only White Wolf but even the second in command and others wore expressions of utter surprise. Boss, this guy doesn't give a damn about our White Wolf Gang. He dares to bring just one man to challenge the White Wolf Gang? He's asking for death. Second in command, gripping his golden-backed great ring blade, bowed his hands and said. Such a small fry doesn't even warrant your presence, boss. Let me go and bring back his head to avenge third brother. Hearing the second-in-command's words, White Wolf didn't immediately object but fell into deep thought. Since the opponent dared to come, he must have something to rely on. Sending a subordinate to test the waters would serve as a suitable trial. Immediately, White Wolf looked at the second-in-command and pondered. Very well. Second-in-command, take men and meet this young upstart. At these words, the second-in-command's face lit up with a confident smile. Boss, just wait and see. I'll bring you his head. With that, the second-in-command turned and led his men away. Second-in-command, you're the man. The crowd of underlings shouted in unison. At the same time, outside the White Wolf Gang's headquarters, Shunan and Wan Dashin stood rooted to the spot, surrounded by over 100 White Wolf Gang members. Seeing this display, Wan Dashin frowned slightly and turned to Shunan. Mr. Chu, these fellows seem to harbor quite a bit of hostility toward you. Hearing this, Shunan smiled faintly. I killed their third-in-command. These guys are itching to bring my head in for the bounty. What? Wan Dashin looked utterly stunned at Shunan's response. He had certainly heard of the White Wolf Gang's reputation. They were renowned as the top underground force in the East City. Shunan had actually killed the White Wolf Gang's third-in-command? This was more than mere hostility. It was nothing short of a blood feud. Mr. Chu, does this mean we're walking into a trap? Wan Dashin said with a bitter smile. Having killed their third-in-command and then brazenly attacked the White Wolf Gang's stronghold, Wan Dashin couldn't fathom what Shunan was trying to achieve. Have you started cultivating the 100 veins body refinement technique? Ignoring Wan Dashin's question, Shunan abruptly changed the subject. Hearing this, Wan Dashin froze for a moment before scratching the back of his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. I'm too slow on the uptake. I haven't quite grasped the 100 veins body refining technique you taught me, Mr. Chu. I tried practicing it, but I can barely reach the body as iron stage. Shunan was about to say something when Wan Dashin's words caught him off guard, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Let me examine your pulse. Without another word, Shunan reached out and took Wan Dashin's pulse. The next second, a thread of true chi flowed from Wan Dashin's wrist into his body. Shunan's speed was lightning fast. Before Wan Dashin could react, his body instinctively responded to this foreign true chi. Boom! A surge of vital blood energy erupted from within Wan Dashin's body, as if attempting to block Shunan's true energy from entering. Third stage of the innate realm? You've broken through? Such pure vital energy, it's definitely the 100 veins body refinement technique. It seems you've truly reached the second layer of the 100 veins body refinement technique, the iron body realm. Releasing Wan Dashin's wrist, Shunan stared at the hulking figure before him, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. It wasn't that Wan Dashin was particularly powerful. Rather, Shunan knew full well how arduous the cultivation of the 100 veins refining body technique was. For ordinary martial artists, mastering even the first layer of this technique almost always required starting from childhood training. Those who could grasp the basics within 3 years were already considered exceptional. But how long had Wan Dashin been at it? Less than a day. He had already advanced to the second layer, the iron body realm. Even though Wan Dashin was already at the innate body refinement stage with a solid foundation, mastering the 100 veins body refining technique to the second layer within a single day greatly exceeded Shunan's expectations. This was no longer merely exceptional. It was the mark of an absolute genius in physical cultivation. Could it be that this fellow possesses a unique physique, a natural-born body tempering practitioner? Shunan scrutinized Wan Dashin, sizing him up from head to toe. Though he knew nothing of Wan Dashin's innate physique, he had read in mystical texts since childhood that martial arts practitioners included prodigies with extraordinary talents. Such individuals possessed a natural speed of cultivation far surpassing ordinary people. The same principle applied to physical cultivation. However, since Wan Dashin hadn't yet reached the stage of projecting true chi outward, Shunan couldn't yet discern the exact nature of his physique. If he truly possessed an innate physique, then Shunan would have struck gold. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. I'll devote myself fully to cultivation from now on. Wan Dashin felt a twinge of guilt as he caught Shunan's persistent gaze, assuming the master was dissatisfied with his performance. Ahem. Upon hearing Wan Dashin's words, Shunan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. While cultivation is indeed crucial, physical training shouldn't be pursued in isolation either. I'm bringing something tonight precisely to aid your cultivation. Wan Dashin glanced at the White Wolf Gang members before him, his expression turning puzzled. Help me cultivate? He couldn't fathom why Shunan would bring him to the White Wolf Gang's headquarters to aid his cultivation. Which damned brat killed my third brother? Pay with your life. Just then, a defiant voice echoed through the White Wolf Gang's compound. The second-in-command, wielding a golden-backed great ring blade, charged out with over 100 men in tow, radiating fierce momentum. Chapter 199, is this guy trying to eat people? Outside the White Wolf Gang's compound gates, second-in-command Chu Xion led his men, surrounding Shunan and Wan Dashin in layers upon layers. Second-in-command, it's this kid. He killed the third-in-command.
A bald-headed confidant of Feng stood nearby, pointing at Chunan and shouting. Hearing this, Chu Xion's eyes widened explosively. His gaze instantly locked onto Chunan, a piercing glint shooting from his eyes. Simultaneously, a murderous aura locked onto Chunan. Kid, you killed the third in command? And you even dared to demand that my White Wolf gang submit to you? Chu Xiong raised his broadsword, pointing it directly at Chunan. Yes, it was me. Chunan looked up at the second in command, Chu Xiong, and smiled calmly, admitting it without hesitation. Seeing Chunan admit so readily, Chu Xiong was taken aback. I've seen foolish men before, but never one foolish enough to come looking for death. You killed my third brother and dishonored the White Wolf gang's reputation. Not even the heavens themselves could save you today. Kneel now and kowtow 100 times, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Chu Xiong looked at Chu Nan with utter contempt. After all, he was a pre-heaven realm expert. Across all of Rome City, few could surpass him. Moreover, he detected no trace of true chi emanating from Chu Nan. Adding to his confidence, Chu Nan appeared barely over 20. Even if he'd been cultivating since birth, he could never be a match for Chu Xiong. Daring to be disrespectful to Mr. Chu? I think the one courting death is you. A thunderous shout erupted from the center of the crowd, where Chu Nan stood surrounded. Before Chu Nan could speak, Wan Dashan, incensed by Chu Xiong's insult, stepped forward indignantly. HM? Such powerful true chi fluctuations. This man possesses formidable strength. Upon seeing Wan Dashan, Chu Xiong raised an eyebrow, his expression turning slightly grave. Wan Dashan's imposing 2-meter frame commanded an intimidating presence the moment he stood there. So you're the expert this guy hired? Poof. How utterly ridiculous. Do you really think you alone can stand against my White Wolf gang? Though he couldn't quite gauge Wan Dashan's strength, Chu Xiong had his own methods. What are you waiting for, brothers? Take these two down. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Xiong barked orders to his men. Kill. In an instant, the battle cries shook the heavens. Over 200 White Wolf gang thugs charged toward Chu Nan and his companion in unison. Seeing this, Wan Dashan instinctively stepped in front of Chu Nan. Mr. Chu, you must leave. Leave this to me. Wan Dashan blurted out. But before he could finish, Chu Nan, standing behind him, lit a cigarette and raised his eyes to survey the scene unfolding before him. This bunch of scum is just for you to practice on. I never planned to get involved anyway. Chu Nan exhaled a smoke ring and continued. I recall the 100 veins body tempering technique includes a corresponding fist technique called the 100 veins fist. Use it to its fullest. I want to see the results. The moment Chu Nan finished speaking, the 200 plus men before him had already closed in. Facing such overwhelming numbers for the first time, Wan Dashan dared not take it lightly. He immediately swung his iron fists, shielding Chu Nan firmly behind him. Brothers, take down this big oaf first. Whoever takes his life will be richly rewarded. From the sidelines, Chu Xiong pointed at Wan Dashan. He intended to test Wan Dashan's strength. Unwilling to risk himself, he naturally sent his men to their deaths first. Where there's a hefty reward, there'll be brave men. Kill. As soon as Chu Xiong finished speaking, over 100 men charged toward Wan Dashan. Seeing this, Chu Nan remained utterly composed, puffing on his cigarette as if none of it concerned him. He merely wished to observe how much of the 100 veins body tempering technique's power Wan Dashan could truly unleash. The reward is mine. Now give me your life. The thug leader at the forefront led the charge, swinging his blade at Wan Dashan. Facing the incoming attack, Wan Dashan's eyes darkened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, actively swinging his fist to meet the blow. Boom! His fist slammed into the thug leader's blade, erupting in a deafening clang. Ah! The thug leader let out a piercing scream, his arm going numb as the machete flew from his grasp. Having repelled the thug leader with a single strike, Wan Dashan did not pause. His iron fist swept like a whirlwind, striking in all directions. In an instant, over a dozen men were sent flying by Wan Dashan's fists. Thud! Thud! The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed relentlessly. Alas, this rabble was no match for Wan Dashan. In mere moments, dozens more lay sprawled on the ground. Second in command, this giant is too formidable. We can't even get close to him. Witnessing Wan Dashan's ferocious strength, the White Wolf gang thugs were utterly terrified, their morale plummeting. Noticing this, Chu Nan turned his gaze toward Wan Dashan and said, Remember, strength has its limits. With your current power, you can handle no more than 300 men before exhausting yourself. Though the Meridian Opening Fist is characterized by sweeping, expansive movements, it also demands precise control. Both the speed and placement of each strike are crucial. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Wan Dashan turned his head and scratched the back of his skull. The speed and placement of my punches? Wan Dashan gave a wry, helpless smile, clearly not fully grasping Chu Nan's meaning. Seeing this, Chu Nan sighed and explained. In a nutshell, the essence of the Meridian Opening Fist lies in unleashing maximum power with minimal expenditure. Maximum power with minimum expenditure? Wan Dashan repeated the phrase, suddenly standing still and deep in thought. What's this big guy's style? What overwhelming physical strength?
This man is no ordinary opponent. Feeling the aura emanating from Wan Dashin, Chu Xiong also abandoned any underestimation. His gaze shifted as Chu Xiong looked at his subordinates gathered in the arena and called out in a loud voice. Fear not, brothers. This man's strength lies only in his physical prowess, his internal cultivation must be lacking. Attack him together. Wear him down, and killing him will be as easy as turning your hand. Not yet certain of Wan Dashin's true capabilities, Chu Xiong was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. The next second. At the second-in-command's command, the White Wolf gang members surged forward once more. In that very instant, Wan Dashin, who had been standing still deep in thought, suddenly snapped his eyes open wide, as if a revelation had struck him. I think I understand something. Mr. Chu, let me try again. Wan Dashin addressed Chunan. As he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the 100+ men before him, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Kill! A roar erupted from his throat, like a tiger charging down the mountain. This time, Wan Dashin took the initiative, swinging his fists and plunging into the crowd. Good heavens, is this guy going to eat people? As Wan Dashin's massive, mountain-like figure charged toward them, the White Wolf gang's men instinctively flinched, a chill creeping into their hearts. This is interesting. Not far away, Chunan held a cigarette, but between his lips, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This Wan Dashin truly was born to be tempered into a formidable warrior. Chapter 200, The second-in-command is dead? Outside the White Wolf gang's compound gates, Chunan stood there like a bystander, calmly watching the show. And right now, in the center of the fray, Wan Dashin charged ahead like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a slaughter. Chu Xiong's men, whose cultivation peaked at the outer force realm, stood no chance against him. Within mere breaths, another dozen fell, their fates unknown. Counting this wave, Wan Dashin had already repelled 7 or 8 waves of attacks. Doesn't this guy ever get tired? Witnessing this scene, even Chu Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only had the hulking figure not been worn down by the crowd as he'd expected, but he grew fiercer and stronger with every clash. Second in command, what should we do? A subordinate cautiously inquired from beside him. Hearing this, Chu Xiong snapped back to reality, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on Chunan and his companion. It matters not. Even if he's a formidable fighter, he's still just one man. Attack together. Wear him down until he's finished. Chu Xiong gritted his teeth and issued the order immediately. Having already antagonized Chunan, even if they managed to take down Wan Dashin today, Chunan would never let the White Wolf gang off the hook in the future. Better to fight to the bitter end than face certain doom. With his resolve set, Chu Xiong prepared to order everyone to charge. But before his words had even faded, Wan Dashin sent one man flying with a single punch, then charged toward him with lightning speed. Ha! Facing Wan Dashin charging toward him, Chu Xiong's heart lurched. He immediately swung his broadsword to meet the attack. Looking for death. Seeing this, Wan Dashin's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Facing the oncoming slash, he neither dodged nor retreated, instead unleashing a direct punch. Wan Dashin's punch was blindingly fast. Fear gripped Chu Xiong, who instinctively switched from offense to defense, holding his broadsword horizontally across his chest to block. Thud! Wan Dashin's fist slammed into the blade. The next second. Put! Chu Xiong's face twisted in agony as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body reeling backward violently. Thud, thud, thud. After stumbling back over a dozen steps, Chu Xiong finally steadied himself. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered by the impact. Impossible. Your cultivation aura shows you're at most at the pre-heaven realm. How could a single punch unleash such force? Chu Xiong stared fixedly at Wan Dashin, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Had he not blocked that punch with his sword, redirecting the force, it would have been enough to take his life. Still not enough? This guy just broke through to the innate realm. With your current strength, failing to kill him with one punch means you've already lost. Not far away, Chunan shook his head and sighed. He seemed far from satisfied with Wan Dashin's performance. Hearing Chunan's words, Wan Dashin scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't use full strength just now. Let's try again. With that, Wan Dashin turned his gaze toward Chu Xiong, his fighting spirit erupting. This scene left Chu Xiong and the rest of the White Wolf gang utterly dumbfounded. Whose turf was this, anyway? Had they really become this guy's practice targets? Damn it! Does he really think Chu Xiong is a pushover? Feeling Wan Dashin's gaze fixed on him, Chu Xiong roared with fury. He was the second in command of the White Wolf gang, after all. How could he suffer such humiliation? You bastard, die. With all his inner energy erupting, Chu Xiong's eyes widened as he charged straight at Wan Dashin, his great sword raised. This time, he gritted his teeth and gave it his all. On the battlefield, Wan Dashin stared at Chu Xiong charging toward him, yet he too assumed a fighting stance. Though I dislike killing, you dared insult Mr. Chu. Now die. A cold gleam flashed in Wan Dashin's eyes. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wan Dashin charged forward, unleashing a punch toward Chu Xiong. One punch unleashed, unblocking 100 meridians.
Mobilizing the blood energy within his body, the force multiplied several times over. Though its name seemed ordinary, the Meridian Opening Fist was in fact a martial art exceptionally suited for physical cultivators. The stronger the user's physical vitality, the greater the punch's destructive power. If Wan Dashin could cultivate the 100 Meridians body tempering art to its third layer, the Golden Body Realm, and combine it with this technique, he could even hold his own against a martial arts grandmaster. At that moment, the clash between the two reached its peak. Chu Xiong unleashed his full power, executing a series of sword techniques. Seeing Wan Dashin fight barehanded, neither dodging nor retreating, Chu Xiong's face twisted into a cold sneer. "You're asking for death." Chu Xiong's eyes turned icy as he swung his blade toward Wan Dashin. In an instant, Wan Dashin unleashed a punch, meeting Chu Xiong's great blade head-on. Chu Xiong sneered. "Within the pre-heaven realm, no one dares to block my blade with bare hands." The words had barely left his mouth. His smile froze instantly on his face. Snap! A shattering sound echoed. Wan Dashin's massive fist collided directly with the golden-backed great ring blade, shattering the nearly 3-foot-long blade clean through. "What?" Chu Xiong exclaimed in shock, his expression turning pale in an instant. But Wan Dashin's fist, its momentum unabated, slammed into his chest. Boom! A single punch. Chu Xiong's body flew straight into the air like a kite whose string had snapped. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips, tracing a graceful crimson arc through the air. Thud! When Chu Xiong's form crashed face first onto the ground, all life had left him. His eyes remained wide open, filled with the unwillingness and terror of death that refused to close. Second in command? The second in command is dead? Just one punch, and the second in command was gone? Seeing Chu Xiong's death, the White Wolf gang members instantly panicked. Screams of terror erupted as they turned to flee toward the entrance. Seeing this, Chu Nan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. "This is only the beginning. It's time for us to go in." Hearing Chu Nan's words, Wan Dashin moved, stepping forward and unleashing a thunderous punch. Boom! The fist's force sent a roaring wind, knocking the White Wolf gang members back one by one as if struck by lightning. Their bodies flew backward, their fates unknown. What incredible speed! This guy isn't just incredibly strong, he's bulletproof too. Is he even human? Not far away, Chu Nan held a cigarette, but between his lips, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Practical combat experience truly paid off. With just a few words of guidance, Wan Dashin's mastery of the pulse opening fist had grown considerably more refined. And this is only the beginning. If he can cultivate this technique to perfection, with his physical gifts, he'll be a true killing machine on the battlefield. Chu Nan muttered to himself before stepping forward to stand beside Wan Dashin. Together, they strode forward. At the same moment, inner courtyard of the White Wolf gang. White Wolf sat boldly in the seat of honor, his expression tinged with impatience. Why hasn't number 2 returned after so long? Send someone to check what's going on. White Wolf barked at his subordinate. The words had barely left his mouth. A group of badly injured subordinates scrambled into view. Boss, it's bad. The second in command is dead. The cries echoed through the room, sending shockwaves through the crowd. White Wolf's fierce eyes widened as he instinctively leapt to his feet from the tiger-skin chair. What did you say? The second in command is dead? Chapter 201, Innate Realm? Just a worthless fish. White Wolf Gang headquarters. Several of Chu Xiong's men hurriedly wailed. Boss, you must avenge second in command and third in command. This concerns the White Wolf Gang's prestige. We absolutely cannot let these two off the hook. Please, boss, take action. The White Wolf Gang members were filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, White Wolf's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. He knew that even if he had personally intervened, killing Chu Xiong would not have been so straightforward. Though Chu Xiong had only recently broken through to the first stage of the innate realm, he was nonetheless an innate expert. Even when facing a martial artist, Chu Xiong might be outmatched, but he shouldn't have met such a violent end. Unless the opponent's strength far surpassed Chu Xiong's. At the very least, they would need to be at the third stage of the innate realm or higher. Just what kind of disaster is this? Could it be the Black Serpent Society's ace assassin? White Wolf frowned in deep thought. This was his lair after all. Though he wasn't afraid of the White Wolf Gang's 1,000-strong force, he didn't want to provoke such a formidable enemy for no reason. But now they'd come knocking on his door and killed 2 of his leaders. If he didn't act, how could he face his brothers in the gang? After a long moment, a flash of resolve flickered in White Wolf's eyes before he slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it, this is too much. Even if it costs me my old life, I'll tear that bastard limb from limb. With that, White Wolf leapt to his feet, ready to storm out. But after taking just 2 steps, a commotion erupted at the courtyard gate. Ah! The piercing screams echoed relentlessly, drawing ever closer to the inner courtyard. One by one, figures were sent flying. Within the encircling ranks of hundreds of White Wolf Gang members, a gap was torn open by a pair of iron fists. Holy, is this guy even human? Retreat! Quickly retreat! We're no match for him.
Hundreds of men retreated step by step, utterly terrified by the figure before them. Within the inner courtyard, Bai Lang and his men looked toward the commotion. They witnessed hundreds of their men, marching in a mighty column, being forced into retreat by a single individual. This man was as sturdy as an ox, his iron fist swinging with formidable force. "Boss, it's him. He killed the second leader." Someone in the crowd pointed at Wan Dashan and shouted to White Wolf. Bai Lang's gaze instantly locked onto Wan Dashan, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What formidable physical strength! But his cultivation fluctuations only show the third stage of the innate realm. How could the second leader have died at his hands? With lingering doubts, White Wolf's gaze swiftly shifted to Chunan standing behind Wan Dashan. Seeing that Chunan was barely in his early 20s, looking like a pampered young master from a prominent family, shielded behind Wan Dashan the entire time, a trace of contempt flashed instinctively in White Wolf's eyes. He'd seen plenty of such young masters flaunting their authority through bodyguards. "So, it must have been you who killed my second and third brothers." Ignoring Chunan entirely, White Wolf coldly addressed Wan Dashan. "My White Wolf gang has always kept to ourselves, never crossing paths with your Black Snake Society. Do you truly believe my White Wolf gang has no one to stand up to you after such an insult?" Upon hearing White Wolf's words, Wan Dashan paid no heed, fixing his gaze instead on Chunan. Chunan stepped forward to stand before Wan Dashan, gazing toward where White Wolf stood. "You're the leader of the White Wolf gang?" White Wolf glanced at Chunan, knowing that someone protected by an expert must be no ordinary figure. He nodded immediately and said, "Brother, what forest did this phoenix fly out of? There aren't many notable factions in the Eastern City territory, are there? I, White Wolf, consider myself well connected in both the underworld and the legitimate world, yet I've no idea where I might have offended a friend?" Bai Lang bowed his hands toward Chunan, speaking in the slang of the underworld. This remark, of course, was also a test for Chunan. If the man truly belonged to the underworld, having an expert as his bodyguard meant the power behind him was far beyond what a mere White Wolf gang could afford to offend. "Hua Hong is my woman. If your men dare touch her, they die. As for you lot." Chunan's gaze swept over the White Wolf gang members, finally settling on White Wolf himself. He flashed an innocent smile and declared, "Submit or die. The choice is yours." Chunan's casual words instantly darkened White Wolf's expression. Not only White Wolf, but every member of the White Wolf gang present paled visibly. "You insolent brat, you talk a big game. Do you truly believe I, White Wolf, am afraid of you?" White Wolf roared at Chunan. Chunan's words had already revealed much. The fact that the other party couldn't even understand their underworld slang clearly showed he wasn't a man of the underworld. He might just be some young master from a prominent family out gaining experience. This thought eased White Wolf's mind slightly. He surmised that Chunan was likely just some privileged young master with no real experience in the underworld, brought along by his family's experts to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. "Pulling the tiger's whiskers, how dare you! Brothers, charge!" White Wolf swung his massive hand and roared the order. The words had barely left his mouth. The White Wolf gang members glared at Wan Dashan and Chunan, yet none dared to step forward. Clearly, the power Wan Dashan had just displayed had already instilled fear in them. "Stop wasting time." Seeing this, Chunan smiled at White Wolf and said, "White Wolf, is it? How about we make a bet?" White Wolf frowned. "A bet? Exactly." A smile returned to Chunan's face as he said, "My man will fight you. If you can beat him, both of us are yours to do with as you please. Not only that, but I'll give you an extra 10 billion. If you lose, you'll lead the White Wolf gang to submit to me." At first hearing Chunan's words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Having White Wolf face off against Wan Dashan. Though the White Wolf gang members knew this giant before them possessed formidable strength, their own leader was a third-tier innate realm expert. If the boss took the field personally, victory seemed well within reach. All eyes turned expectantly toward White Wolf. At the same time, White Wolf's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Though he didn't know Wan Dashan's exact strength, the fact that he'd already fought their second in command and fought his way here meant his power must have been significantly depleted. As fellow third-tier innate realm cultivators, if they clashed, he was confident he could not lose. Victory meant that would be 10 billion. Moreover, this youngster before him seemed to come from an extraordinary background. If he could capture him, he could also extort a huge sum from the family behind him. With that thought, White Wolf's mind was made up. "Fine. You said it yourself. I accept." Fearing Chunan might change his mind, White Wolf spoke up first. Hearing this, Wan Dashan glanced at Chunan with a hint of unease. "Mr. Chu, this fellow isn't weak either." Chunan waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. He's just a third-tier weakling. He'll be perfect for you to practice on." Hearing Chunan's words, Wan Dashan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. A third-stage Mino? After all, he himself had only recently broken through to this realm. Facing a peer of equal rank? He wasn't confident at all. Chapter 202, How many hits can you take? Inside the White Wolf Gang's headquarters. Hundreds of gang members scattered, clearing the central open space. At that moment,
dressed in a short-sleeved martial arts uniform, White Wolf strolled to one side of the clearing with his hands behind his back, looking down at Chunan with a condescending gaze.
"Kid, send your men out to fight.
I'll show you exactly what it is that allowed me, White Wolf, to carve out this territory within Rongqing's underworld."
As he spoke, an intangible aura surged from Bai Lang's body. Though both were at the third stage of the innate realm, White Wolf had clearly reached perfection, standing on the brink of breaking through to the fourth stage of the innate realm. This was precisely why he had the confidence to wager against Chunan. "Mr. Chu, I'll be heading out then." Feeling the icy aura emanating from White Wolf, Wan Dashin gave Chunan a brief update before striding toward the open space. The stakes, 10 billion. They'd even staked their very lives on it. Wan Dashin dared not take it lightly, summoning every ounce of focus for this battle. As White Wolf had said, whoever could lead the White Wolf gang to establish itself among Rongqing's underground forces possessed strength and underworld experience that were likely beyond the reach of ordinary men. This was the most formidable opponent Wan Dashin had ever faced since he began his cultivation. All eyes were fixed on the arena. Hundreds of White Wolf gang members surrounded the arena, cheering fervently for their leader. Seeing this spectacle, White Wolf slowly raised his hand, signaling for silence. His gaze settled on Wan Dashin. Seeming to discern that Wan Dashin was no seasoned veteran of the martial world, he merely sneered with disdain. "Big guy, I'll admit you've got some skill. But messing with the White Wolf gang? There's only one way this ends for you. Enough talk. Let's get this over with." Before White Wolf could finish, Wan Dashin retorted coldly. "Oomph, you're asking for it." White Wolf snorted coldly, his feet shifting as he charged toward Wan Dashin. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from White Wolf, Wan Dashin dared not take it lightly. He met the attack head-on. Boom! Fist met palm. The two separated instantly upon contact. In that instant, Wan Dashin and White Wolf each stumbled back several paces before regaining their footing. This exchange seemed evenly matched. Yet, a flicker of astonishment flickered uncontrollably in White Wolf's eyes. "My golden splitting palm has few equals among peers. How dare this brat try to block it head-on?" He had held nothing back with that palm strike, yet it hadn't even grazed Wan Dashin. Glancing down at his numb palm, Bai Lang was deeply shaken. Had he not pulled back in time, the force contained within Wan Dashin's palm would have caused far more than mere numbness. What kind of monster is this guy? Within the Xiantian realm, such power exists. White Wolf's face remained expressionless, though his heart was pounding like crazy. Yet just a dozen meters away, Wan Dashin froze in surprise. Could it be he wasn't using his full strength just now? After exchanging just one palm strike, Wan Dashin realized this White Wolf's strength seemed far less formidable than he had anticipated. Perhaps the opponent was merely testing him? Luring him into complacency first, lulling him into carelessness. The thought flashed through Wan Dashin's mind, and he instantly grasped the White Wolf's intent. His expression immediately turned serious, and he became far more cautious than before. "That punch just now was at least 40% of my strength. From here on out, I must give it my all." Battle fire ignited in his eyes as Wan Dashin locked his gaze on the White Wolf. With a stomp of his foot, he launched himself forward in a single bound. The next instant, Wan Dashin unleashed a punch aiming straight for White Wolf's face. Though seemingly ordinary, the force contained within was enough to shatter stone and split boulders. Feeling the overwhelming force, White Wolf's expression changed abruptly. He swiftly raised his arm to block while simultaneously retreating at breakneck speed. Boom! A dull thud echoed. White Wolf felt excruciating pain in his arm as he was sent flying backward. Had he not retreated in time to absorb the force, that single punch would have shattered his arm. This guy. Could he be a body-tempering martial artist? Stunned by being knocked back with a single strike, White Wolf's heart raced. Legend had it that body-tempering martial artists possessed physical strength rivaling 100 weapons, making them nearly invincible in close combat. "I almost fell for this kid's trick." White Wolf finally snapped out of it, silently thanking his broad experience. Had he kept fighting, defeat would have been certain. "No, I must create distance from this hulking brute." A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. With that thought, White Wolf stomped his right foot against the ground, propelling his body forward in a sudden burst of speed. At the same moment, an aura even more formidable than before surged from White Wolf's body. Feeling this aura, Wan Dashin's heart tightened. He hadn't been wrong. This guy had indeed kept a trump card up his sleeve. The next instant, with a flick of his toes, White Wolf retreated like a dragonfly skimming water, his figure vanishing over 10 meters away in an instant. Body-forging martial artists excel at close combat. "I won't get tangled up with you, let's see what you can do about it." After creating distance, White Wolf shot a glance at Wan Dashin, who remained rooted to the spot, his face twisted into a smug sneer. "Now it's my turn to make my move." The words barely left his mouth when his right hand swept across his waist, instantly drawing a 9-section whip. The whip measured about 4 meters in length, classifying it as a ranged weapon. Even Chunan hadn't anticipated that Bai Lang's signature weapon would be a 9-section whip. The guy's got some brains after all. He knows to create distance and leverage his weapon's advantages. A faint smile touched Shunan's lips as his gaze shifted to Wan Dashin in the center of the arena, yet his eyes betrayed not a trace of concern. 100 days of training cannot match a single battle. If Wan Dashin could defeat the White Wolf, this battle would hold significant meaning for him. Precisely for this reason, Shunan insisted Wan Dashin face this alone. Take this. Right then, in the arena, White Wolf roared, his right hand wielding the whip in a relentless flurry. Whoosh! The whip sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, coiling straight toward Wan Dashin. Facing the whistling 9-section whip, Wan Dashin dared not take it lightly for a moment, quickly sidestepping to evade. Thud! The strike missed its mark, the whip smashing through the floorboards instead. Bai Lang's expression shifted slightly. Though it was said that body-cultivating martial artists had inferior footwork, Wan Dashin's movements proved surprisingly agile. Whoosh! 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 After the first strike missed, White Wolf immediately unleashed a flurry of whips, sealing off all of Wan Dashin's escape routes. Facing this barrage of attacks, Wan Dashin darted away at lightning speed while simultaneously reaching out with both hands attempting to grab the 9-section whip barehanded. You're asking for death. Seeing this, White Wolf's expression darkened as he instantly channeled more true chi into the whip. Whoosh! 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 As the true energy surged through it, the whip speed multiplied several times over. Big guy, meet your end. Seeing Wan Dashin utterly defenseless, a cold smile curled at the corner of White Wolf's mouth. Crack! The whip struck Wan Dashin's shoulder with blinding speed. Instantly, the fabric on his shoulder ripped open, revealing a deep crimson wound. So you really are a body-tempering martial artist, you survived my whip. Seeing this, White Wolf's face darkened, his eyes suddenly flashing with ferocity. The whip in his hand lashed out again, countless whips striking toward Wan Dashin like splashes of ink. Whoosh! 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 The black whip shadows formed a dense, impenetrable net. Wan Dashin stood in the center of the arena, showing not the slightest intention to dodge. Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye, Wan Dashin's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing a series of horrifying wounds. Seeing Wan Dashin stubbornly holding his ground, a murderous intent flared in White Wolf's eyes. Good. Very good. Then I'll see just how many hits you can take. As White Wolf spoke. The next second, a fierce gleam shot from Wan Dashin's eyes. The muscles in his right arm bulged violently as he lunged forward with a fierce grab. Crack! The whip landed in his grasp. Wan Dashin had forcibly seized the 9-section whip as it lashed toward him. Chapter 203, Conditions? I'll kill you. What? At that very instant, the crowd's gaze froze. The scene unfolded too abruptly. Even White Wolf's expression changed abruptly. Without time to think, he immediately tried to pull back the 9-section whip. But the whip was firmly grasped by Wan Dashin. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't pull it back. Wan Dashin, on the other hand, wore an expression of utter ease. Now, it's my turn. Wan Dashin's voice sounded slightly hoarse, yet a faint smile touched his lips. With that, his right hand suddenly tightened its grip. Bang! The whip snapped taut. Before White Wolf could react, a tremendous force slammed into him. Damn it! He'd overlooked one crucial detail. He'd forgotten Wan Dashin was a body-tempering martial artist. The next second, a tremendous force struck and the White Wolf felt the whip fly from his grasp. A searing pain shot through his palm. In that instant, deprived of the 9-section whip's counterbalance, Bai Lang sensed trouble brewing. Wan Dashin, however, seemed to have been ready all along. Boom! His feet slammed down, shattering the floorboards beneath him. His entire body crouched low, then launched forward like a cannonball toward where White Wolf stood. The physical martial artist's footwork was at a disadvantage. Yet sheer force overcomes all techniques. At this distance, Wan Dashin unleashed his full power, his speed so blindingly fast that even Bai Lang struggled to react. In the blink of an eye, that mountainous figure loomed before him. White Wolf's heart tightened as he instinctively channeled his true chi to prepare for defense. Take this punch. Wan Dashin unleashed a fist packed with fury. His blood energy erupted, concentrating into his right fist. The gust of wind it generated stung Bai Lang's cheeks. How terrifying is this man's physical strength? I absolutely cannot take this punch head on. Bai Lang's expression changed drastically as his true chi surged violently throughout his body. He roared. Shatter metal palm. A faint golden glow emanated from his bare palms as he raised them to block before him. This was one of the rare defensive techniques within the splitting gold palm art. Knowing he couldn't evade Wan Dashin's punch, White Wolf had no choice but to go all out. Boom! Fist and palm collided once more. The immense force shattered his defense like crushing rotten wood. White Wolf's body was sent flying by the blow. He slammed violently into the wall, punching a gaping hole through it. The boss? How is this possible? Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the White Wolf gang members stood frozen in shock. Since the White Wolf gang's founding, they had never witnessed their leader suffer defeat. Put. Clutching his chest, White Wolf couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked down at his chest. Beneath the torn outer garment, a layer of black gold soft armor was revealed. Without this soft armor, I'd likely be dead already. Body-forging martial artists are truly terrifying. Shock and fury surged within him as White Wolf lifted his gaze toward Won Dashin. At that moment, a hint of surprise also flashed in Won Dashin's eyes. Those who reach the are never weak. Seeing that his full power punch had only wounded White Wolf, Won Dashin felt a hint of surprise himself. Admit defeat. It is your honor to serve under Mr. Chu. Won Dashin walked slowly toward where White Wolf stood, his gaze fixed on him as he spoke. He harbored no personal grudge against White Wolf. Knowing Chu Nan sought to bring the White Wolf gang under his command, he felt a genuine desire to preserve such talent for Chu Nan. If White Wolf chose to surrender, he would prove a valuable asset. At the edge of the arena, Chu Nan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on White Wolf. He appeared to have run out of tricks. But through the White Wolf's eyes, Chu Nan glimpsed a hint of cunning lurking beneath the surface. Still got something up your sleeve? A faint smile tugged at Chu Nan's lips, curiosity piqued. Watching Won Dashin steadily approach the White Wolf, he felt no urgency to speak up and warn him. Unlike the White Wolf, Won Dashin's lack of experience in the underworld meant it wouldn't hurt for him to learn a lesson. Ahem. I concede. But if you want me to submit, I have one condition. At this moment, White Wolf looked utterly drained, coughing incessantly even as he spoke. Yet his gaze was fixed intently on Won Dashin's feet. 1 step, 2 steps. Won Dashin was now less than 2 meters away from Bai Lang. A condition? Tell me. If they're not too unreasonable, I can relay them to Mr. Chu. Won Dashin grinned and walked straight up to him. Seeing White Wolf's severely wounded state, he didn't feel overly wary. At such close quarters. As a body-tempering martial artist, he held absolute dominance. Little did he know. Seeing Won Dashin so completely unprepared, White Wolf's heart leapt with joy. While Won Dashin spoke, he wiped the blood from his lips and slipped a black pill already concealed in his palm silently into his mouth. The pill dissolved the moment it touched his tongue. It felt as though his dantian ignited in an instant, unleashing surges of colossal true qi. Feeling the transformation within his body, White Wolf remained silent, still feigning weakness. He merely coughed twice, then looked at Won Dashin before him and spoke. Listen carefully. My terms are. Go to hell. The final 3 words erupted from his throat like a thunderclap. A savage expression instantly twisted White Wolf's face. A dagger slid from his right sleeve. Gripping it, he lunged forward, thrusting it fiercely toward Won Dashin. Won Dashin was never skilled in evasion. At such close range, facing White Wolf's sudden attack, Won Dashin had no chance to dodge. But evasion was unnecessary. Having cultivated the 100 veins body refinement technique to the iron body realm, ordinary weapons could not harm him. Won Dashin neither dodged nor retreated, intending instead to meet the White Wolf's sneak attack head-on. But this time, the situation changed somewhat. White Wolf's hair was disheveled, bloodshot veins crisscrossed his eyes, and his once exhausted true qi now seemed significantly more potent than before. Fool! Even the strongest body-refining martial artists have weaknesses. This dagger is forged from refined iron cutting through gold and jade is no challenge at all. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Bai Lang's eyes locked onto Won Dashin, his entire being seemingly plunged into a frenzied state. The dagger in his hand moved with blinding speed, aiming straight for the center of Won Dashin's left chest, directly at his heart. While physical martial artists could temper the strength of their bodies, the heart remained the Achilles heel for most of them. White Wolf was confident that with his blade of refined iron, he could pierce through Won Dashin's physical defenses. This strike would claim Won Dashin's life. This aura. 4th stage of the innate realm? No, it's approaching the 5th stage of the innate realm. How is this possible? Standing rooted to the spot. Watching White Wolf advance halfway toward him, Won Dashin felt his heart clench. He never imagined that at this critical moment, White Wolf's strength would break through. If that were the case, facing the White Wolf's attack, he instantly lost all confidence. He tried to dodge. There was simply no time left. Just as Won Dashin gritted his teeth, preparing to fight to the death. Ah! A sigh suddenly echoed. Right before Won Dashin's eyes, a blurred afterimage flickered past. Then, Chu Nan's figure materialized before him. Chapter 204, Certain Death. A dagger gleaming with icy coldness. White Wolf's strike, aimed for certain victory. In his eyes, Chu Nan was nothing more than a spoiled young master, relying solely on the physical cultivation warrior before him. As long as he could kill Won Dashin, Chu Nan would pose no threat. As for the wager, he couldn't care less. With a physical cultivation expert as his bodyguard, capturing Chu Nan could yield far more than 10 billion. At that moment, at the critical moment, with victory seemingly within his grasp, White Wolf could almost see the dagger piercing Won Dashin's heart. But, unexpectedly, a blur filled his vision, and a figure materialized before Won Dashin like a ghostly apparition. Is this even human speed? White Wolf's heart lurched in shock, his eyes widening instinctively to get a clear look at the figure before him. It's you?
When he recognized Nan's face, Bai Lang couldn't help but look utterly surprised. The next moment, Bai Lang's expression turned fierce. In for a penny, in for a pound. Whoever you are, you're dead. His hand didn't slow down. White Wolf gripped the dagger tightly and swung it toward Chu Nan. Mr. Chu, be careful. Seeing this, Wan Dashan's heart tightened as he shouted the warning. If Chu Nan were injured protecting him, Wan Dashan would be consumed by guilt for the rest of his life. Forcibly boosting cultivation with an explosive chi pill. Trivial tricks. Chu Nan casually glanced at the dagger in White Wolf's hand, then transformed his right hand into a sword finger, abruptly thrusting it upward. Put! In the blink of an eye, the dagger, mere inches from Chu Nan's throat, halted abruptly. Chu Nan's two fingers crossed, pinning the dagger between them. Damn it! How is this possible? In that instant, White Wolf's eyes widened like copper bells, utterly unable to believe what he was seeing. He had blocked my full force strike with just two fingers? With the aid of the exploding chi pill, his cultivation was now approaching the fifth stage of the innate realm. Combined with the element of surprise at such close range, he was confident that even a sixth-stage Xian Tian expert wouldn't be able to block this strike. Yet now, Chu Nan had shattered all his illusions with just two fingers. What kind of earth-shattering cultivation level would it take to achieve this? As White Wolf's heart raced with terror, a sudden chill swept over him, enveloping his entire being. His entire body shuddered. He instinctively looked up, meeting Chu Nan's deep, icy gaze. Only then did White Wolf realize, Chu Nan was no noble scion of a prestigious family. That a martial artist at the could willingly serve as his subordinate meant the man's strength could only be described as terrifying. Run! That was the first thought that sprang to his mind. True chi instantly gathered in his feet. Stomp! As White Wolf's feet struck the floor, the tiles shattered instantly beneath him. His entire body shot backward like an arrow released from its string. In mere moments, the White Wolf's figure had already retreated dozens of meters away. He leapt, preparing to scale the wall and escape. Trying to escape? Chu Nan's eyes flashed coldly as his gaze instantly locked onto the direction of the White Wolf's escape. The next second, Chu Nan's form blurred into an afterimage, vanishing from his original spot. This guy is terrifying. We gotta get out of here fast. Leaping onto the wall, White Wolf dared not hesitate for a moment, turning to flee without a second thought. Where do you think you're going? Just as he turned atop the wall, a figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. Are you human or ghost? The sight of Chu Nan sent a chill through the White Wolf, turning his face ashen and leaving him utterly petrified. He'd been lurking in Rongqing for years, encountering countless masters, yet never had anyone sent chills down his spine like Chu Nan. No one has ever dared to default on a debt owed to me. Chu Nan, you lost the wager and think you can just walk away? Chu Nan turned to face Bai Lang, his voice cold and sharp. At those words, Bai Lang felt an invisible force lock onto him, as if the mere thought of fleeing would allow Chu Nan to kill him in an instant. Overcome with dread, realizing escape was impossible, White Wolf knelt before Chu Nan. Thud! Kneeling on both knees, Bai Lang pleaded with Chu Nan, his face twisted with terror. Grandfather Chu, ask for whatever you desire. Whatever this White Wolf gang possesses, I shall not refuse. I only beg Grandfather Chu to spare my life. With that, White Wolf began banging his head against the ground in submission. Thud! 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 Several loud thuds echoed as blood seeped from his forehead, but Chu Nan didn't call for him to stop. So how could Bai Lang dare to halt? Am I seeing this correctly? The leader is actually kowtowing to beg for mercy? Within the inner courtyard, hundreds of gang members stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The formidable leader of the White Wolf gang, a master of the innate realm. Now he was begging for mercy before Chu Nan like a prisoner? Just who is this man? If even the boss is begging for mercy, I think we should get out of here fast, or none of us will escape. The crowd was gripped by fear and panic, each harboring thoughts of flight, even if it was their own gang leader. So what? Better dead than betrayed. Whoever dares to flee will be the first to die. At that moment, Chu Nan swept his gaze across the crowd. His voice, amplified by his chi, boomed like thunder in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Hundreds of eyes turned to Chu Nan, feeling the overwhelming intimidation radiating from him. Not a single soul dared to make a move. After all, this was the superpowered expert who had utterly crushed their own gang leader. Thud! Under Chu Nan's overwhelming aura, no one knew who was the first to collapse to their knees. Immediately after, hundreds of people all knelt down before Chu Nan in unison. Not a single soul dared to flee. Seeing this, Bai Lang felt even more sorrow in his heart. Today, the White Wolf gang was utterly finished. Rest assured, I'm not the bloodthirsty type. Chu Nan swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled faintly. But your leader and I made a deal beforehand. If he loses this fight, the White Wolf gang must submit to me. Now that the outcome is decided, The White Wolf Gang shall henceforth obey my commands. Of course, I'm not one to force anyone. If any of you refuse to comply, you may leave now. Chu Nan spoke in a calm tone. At these words, the crowd instinctively exhaled in relief. White Wolf, kneeling at Chu Nan's feet, felt a surge of joy. He hastily kowtowed and respectfully declared, "From this day forward, Mr. Chu shall be the leader of the White Wolf Gang. We shall follow our master's lead without question, our loyalty unwavering. We will follow you through fire and water, without hesitation." As White Wolf spoke these words, the crowd present, upon hearing this, all shouted in unison toward Chu Nan. "Through fire and water, we shall not hesitate. We'll brave boiling water and blazing fires without hesitation. Through fire and water, we'll go without hesitation." Seeing this, Chu Nan nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze to Bai Lang. "You're not so unreasonable after all. In that case, your life is spared." At first hearing Chu Nan's words, Bai Lang's movements froze. Upon realizing Chu Nan did not intend to kill him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. From this day forward, this lowly life of mine belongs to my master," Bai Lang declared with a fawning expression. But before he could finish speaking, Chu Nan produced a black pill from his robe. "This pill is called the Marrow pill. Taking it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Of course, this pill has side effects. It must be taken once a month. If you fail to take it on time," White Wolf immediately blurted out in panic. "What happens if one misses a dose?" Chu Nan smiled. "Within 3 days, death is certain." Hearing this, it felt like plunging into an ice cellar. White Wolf's face instantly contorted with despair. Chapter 205, Revenge Awaits. That evening, Rongqing, East District. What seemed like an ordinary night took an unexpected turn. Unbeknownst to anyone, the White Wolf Gang, the undisputed leader of Dongqing District's underground underworld, had quietly changed hands. Inside Viper Bar, Hua Hong stared wide-eyed at the two men behind Chu Nan. One was Wan Dashan, as sturdy as an ox. The other was an old acquaintance of hers, White Wolf. "Master, how did he end up here? From today onward, he'll serve me just like you do." Chu Nan smiled faintly, reaching across the bar to take a glass of liquor. "What? So the White Wolf Gang has already..." At Chu Nan's words, Hua Hong couldn't help but look utterly stunned. Subduing the White Wolf Gang in half a day. She had initially thought it was just Chu Nan's idle talk, but judging by this scene, it was clear the White Wolf Gang had already fallen under Chu Nan's command. "Hua Hong, I suppose we've become acquainted through conflict. What happened before was all my men's fault. I apologize to you." White Wolf glanced at Hua Hong and offered his apology proactively. In the past, he would never have given Hua Hong a second thought. But now, serving under Chu Nan together, Hua Hong had clearly pledged allegiance to him earlier than he had. He dared not offend this woman. "You're too kind, Chief White Wolf." Hua Hong turned her gaze toward Bai Lang and offered him a cup of wine. "Now that we both serve the same master, past grievances should be forgotten." As she spoke, Hua Hong subtly revealed a flicker of her cultivation energy. In an instant, White Wolf looked at Hua Hong, his gaze tinged with surprise. He had heard from his subordinates that Hua Hong possessed only 9th-tier internal strength. To have broken through to the innate realm so smoothly, there must have been another opportunity. "My breakthrough to the innate realm was all thanks to my master's help. Serve our master well, and he will never treat us unfairly." Hua Hong's face lit up with a charming smile. These words sent a jolt through White Wolf's heart. Could it be because of Chu Nan? No wonder. If Chu Nan truly treated his subordinates well, as Hua Hong claimed, then joining his ranks might indeed be a promising path forward. After all, White Wolf understood well. The underworld was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Though the White Wolf Gang lorded over the slums of East District, once outside those borders, even he had to keep a low profile. Among Sichuan's underground factions, there were plenty stronger than the White Wolf Gang. Finding a powerful patron would be a boon for the White Wolf Gang. "Master, who is this?" At that moment, Hua Hong's gaze shifted to Wan Dashan. The relationship between Wan Dashan and Chu Nan didn't seem like that of ordinary friends. "My name is Wan Dashan. I'm a body-tempering martial artist. Like you all, I'm here to serve Mr. Chu." Feeling Hua Hong's gaze, Wan Dashan grinned and introduced himself. A body-tempering martial artist? Hua Hong was taken aback by the news. Martial artists were already rare, and physical cultivation practitioners were 1 in 100. But what astonished Hua Hong most was the way Wan Dashan addressed Chu Nan. Compared to herself and White Wolf, it was clear Wan Dashan enjoyed Chu Nan's trust far more. "Enough. Any news lately on that bastard Shuijiao?" Setting down his wine cup, Chu Nan interrupted Hua Hong's reverie. At his words, Hua Hong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly replied. "An hour ago, Shuijiao sent a secret message saying he wants to meet you tonight." With that, Hua Hong turned and retrieved a sealed message from the liquor cabinet behind her,
handing it to Chu Nan.
This coded message was a unique intelligence format of the Black Snake Society. Only members within the Black Snake Society knew how to decipher its contents. The coded letter in Chu Nan's hand had already been deciphered by Hua Hong. Only 2 lines of small text remained.
The Wang family is in trouble. I must see the master. The Wang family? Could it be that the Wang family has finally lost patience and is planning to strike against the Qin family?
A flicker of unease crossed Chu Nan's eyes as he murmured to himself. He had sent Chuizhou to infiltrate the Wang family precisely to monitor their every move, fearing they might secretly target the Qin family over the ox gall pill formula. Notify Chuizhou, I'll be waiting for him at Viper Bar. Pulling out his lighter, Chu Nan burned the secret message before turning to Hua Hong. Yes. Hua Hong nodded and immediately pulled out her phone to send a text message. At the same time, inside the Wang family mansion, Wang Tianhe, the head of the Wang family, dressed in luxurious attire, looked at the person before him with a warm smile. Master Zaxi, it's been years since we last met. Why didn't you inform this humble one of your arrival in Chengdu? I could have arranged a welcome banquet. Before Wang Tianhe stood a middle-aged man dressed in Miao ethnic attire, a serpentine earring dangling from his left ear, his waist encircled by a multitude of embroidered pouches. He returned the smile. Head of the Wang family, you're too kind. My visit was rather sudden. Hearing this, Wang Tianhe's brow furrowed slightly. What's the matter? Could it be that Master Zaxi has run into trouble in Chengdu? As the head of the Wang family, Wang Tianhe was no fool. He knew immediately that Tashi wouldn't come unannounced without a reason. He must be here to ask for something. Zaxi nodded, his expression troubled. It's nothing major. Really, I just need the Wang family head to help find someone. Find someone? Wang Tianhe paused slightly, then chuckled. I thought it was something major. Finding someone? My Wang family has some influence in Rongcheng. This shouldn't be too difficult. By the way, who exactly is Master Zaxi looking for? In the hall, Zaxi turned to face Wang Tianhe, frowning as he said, this man is formidable. He brutally killed my junior disciple Ko Wansheng, and he also murdered Su Ziliang, the only son of the Su family. Su Ziliang's father, Su Xiong, is an old friend of mine. He sent me to Chengdu specifically to avenge his son and bring this man's head back to Jinling. Hearing Tashi's words, the ease vanished from Wang Tianhe's face, replaced by utter shock. Even Master Ke met such a tragic end at his hands? Clearly, Wang Tianhe knew of Ko Wansheng. Though he was Tashi's junior disciple, he was no ordinary man. To have killed Ko Wansheng, this person must also be a formidable master. Master Zaxi, do you have any other leads? Chengdu is so vast. To search for such a master out of thin air, even my Wang family would struggle to manage that. Wang Tianhe smiled at Zaxi. While his Wang family did not fear a master capable of killing Ko Wansheng, they also had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. His implication was clear, he intended to placate Zaxi for now. To his surprise, Zaxi nodded and spoke. I know Su Ziliang came to Chengdu seemingly to pursue a woman named Qin Yiru. Perhaps young Master Su's death is connected to this woman. Furthermore, I possess tracking insects. These insects have consumed the vengeful energy from my junior brother's corpse. The moment they approach the murderer who killed him, they will react. Speaking, Zaxi drew a brocaded pouch from his waist and poured out a handful of black insects. There were at least 100 of them. They emitted a foul stench reminiscent of decaying flesh. After consuming their host's corpse, these insects absorb the resentment present at the moment of death. They will react whenever they come near the murderer responsible for their host's demise. Master Zaxi, your skills are truly formidable. Hearing Tashi's words, Wang Tianhe found himself momentarily at a loss for how to refuse. He resolved to agree for now, instructing his men to put on a show. After all, offending such a formidable expert might bring trouble upon the Wang family. Just as Wang Tianhe was about to speak, outside the door, Wang Junjie strode in, leading Chuizhou. Master Zaxi, I know that woman surnamed Qin. Chapter 206, Promise Not to Interrupt. Midnight, Viper Bar. Chuizhou, clad entirely in black, hurriedly entered the room. Greetings, Master. The moment he saw Chu Nan, Chuizhou knelt halfway and spoke respectfully. Speak, what has happened that you urgently sought me out? Chu Nan stood with his hands behind his back, turning to face Chuizhou. Chuizhou looked up, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. It concerns the Qin family. Chuizhou knew full well the relationship between Chu Nan and the Qin family. If the Qin family suffered even the slightest mishap, his own life would be in jeopardy. My lord, the situation is dire. The expert hired by the Su family has traced the matter back to the Qin family. It seems they intend to harm the second young Miss Qin. The moment Chuizhou uttered these words, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. The expert hired by the Su family? You mean that Miaojiang bug master? Chu Nan asked aloud. Master knows this person? Chui Jiao was taken aback by Chu Nan's sudden question. He hadn't expected Chu Nan to have obtained this information even faster than himself. Chui Jiao felt a chill run through him, only to meet Chu Nan's gaze fixed firmly on him. That Miaojiang bug master was only seeking revenge for Su Ziliang. How did the investigation lead to the Qin family? And, does this have anything to do with the Wang family? Chu Nan looked at Chui Jiao with some confusion. The latter dared not hesitate, immediately recounting the entire matter in detail. So that was it. That Miao sorcerer, Zaxi, and Wang Tianhe, the head of the Wang family, were old acquaintances. This time, he had come to Chengdu seeking the Wang family's assistance to find the true culprit behind the murders of Su Ziliang and his junior disciple. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Wang Junjie. Upon hearing Su Ziliang's death might be connected to Qin Yiru, Wang Junjie's mind turned to evil. He sought to use Zaxi's hand to eliminate Qin Yiru. So you're saying Zaxi might very well target Yiru? A cold gleam flashed in Chu Nan's eyes as he heard Chui Jiao's words. Chui Jiao nodded. Those Miao sorcerers wield such bizarre arts. Second, Miss Qin is just an ordinary person. I fear. Knowing Chu Nan's special relationship with Qin Yiru, Chui Jiao adopted a concerned expression, eager to demonstrate his loyalty to his master. With me here, a mere Miao sorcerer won't dare touch my people. Chu Nan snorted coldly before addressing Chui Jiao again. You handled this matter well. However, regarding gathering evidence of the Wang family's crimes, any progress? At Chu Nan's question, Chui Jiao's face stiffened. He hastily knelt again, stammering, My lord, please understand. It's not that I'm deliberately delaying, but this matter is truly difficult. Every major and minor affair of the Wang family passes through Wang Tianhe's hands. This man is deeply calculating. Not only does he distrust me, but he doesn't fully trust even his own son, Wang Junjie. My role alongside Wang Junjie is solely to ensure his safety. Whenever father and son discuss important matters, they always exclude me, fearing Chu Nan would blame him for incompetence. Chui Jiao hastily offered a flurry of explanations. Upon hearing this, Chu Nan waved his hand dismissively. Hearing you say that, the head of the Wang family is indeed deeply cunning. Gathering evidence of their crimes is no easy task, and this matter is not your fault. I am not one to act arbitrarily. Since you have rendered service today, it is only right to reward merit and punish wrongdoing. With that, Chu Nan casually flicked his wrist, sending a jet black pill flying into Chui Jiao's hand. This is the Yin Essence pill? The moment he saw the pill, a flash of delight crossed Chui Jiao's eyes. The 1-month deadline hadn't even arrived, and he hadn't expected Chu Nan to give him the Yin Marrow pill ahead of schedule. Yet, Chui Jiao felt both love and hate toward this Yin Essence pill. It did indeed possess the power to enhance one's cultivation, yet the trace of Yin poison within it felt more like a ticking time bomb, leaving him in constant dread. This Yin Essence pill is of medium grade. Taking it will greatly aid your cultivation. Chu Nan's calm voice rang out. Chui Jiao nodded, then promptly swallowed the Yin Marrow pill right before Chu Nan's eyes. This action was clearly meant to show Chu Nan that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. Thank you, master. After swallowing the pill, Chui Jiao bowed his hands respectfully toward Chu Nan. Watching Chui Jiao take the Yin Essence pill, a mysterious smile touched Chu Nan's lips. In the very next instant, Chui Jiao, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently as his expression abruptly changed. Boom! The pill exploded into a potent surge of medicinal energy the moment it entered his stomach. Such powerful potency! Chui Jiao's heart jolted. He hastily closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began refining the potent energy. Half a cup of tea later, as Chui Jiao exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes, a look of profound delight flashed within them. 4th stage of the innate realm. He had actually broken through. Given his innate talent and aptitude, he had expected it would take another 2 or 3 years to achieve such a breakthrough. Yet he never imagined that Chu Nan's Yin Essence pill could yield such miraculous results. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. This time, Chui Jiao's face was filled with excitement as he bowed his head twice with great force toward Chu Nan's location. If he had harbored any lingering reluctance about serving under Chu Nan before, now that he had fully experienced the benefits of the Yin Marrow pill, Chui Jiao harbored not a shred of reluctance. At this rate, he would only need to consume a few more mid-grade Yin Essence pills to break through to the 5th stage of the innate realm. Reaching that realm, he could walk tall anywhere in Rong City. Serve me faithfully, and I won't shortchange you. Stepping before Chui Jiao, he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. After tossing out those words, Chu Nan strolled out of the room. The art of managing people lies in balancing kindness and authority. Having reaped the benefits, Chui Jiao now showed far greater loyalty to Chu Nan. Early the next morning, outside the Qin family villa, as Qin Yiru opened the door to her BMW, a figure stepped before her. I thought Wang Dongxiang had already resigned last time. Did the branch security team hire new people? Chu Nan suddenly appeared and asked Qin Yiru. I've assigned that to my assistant. I'm sure they'll find someone soon. Why are you asking about this? Is the clinic struggling? Thinking of coming back to work? Qin Yuru stared at Chunan, then suddenly smiled. Ever since Chunan opened his clinic, he'd been as elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses. She'd been curious about how his practice was faring. Chunan shook his head and smiled back. I have a friend with some skills. I'm looking to find him a job. Your branch office happens to be short on security guards, right? I just wanted to do you a favor. Hearing this, Qin Yuru smiled faintly. Consider it a small favor for you. Have your friend swing by the branch office to report in when he has time. But I'm pretty busy these days, so have him contact Assistant Chen directly. No sooner had Qin Yuru finished speaking than her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was a schedule update from Assistant Chen Ling. Alright, gotta go. I have a partnership meeting with Tianrui Pharmaceutical today and need to drive there immediately. After tossing a quick goodbye to Chunan, Qin Yuru climbed into her car without waiting for him. Click. Just as Qin Yuru was about to start the engine, she noticed the passenger door open. Chunan had gotten in too. What are you doing? Qin Yuru asked, turning her head. Chunan grinned and said, I don't have anything planned today. Can I tag along with you? Hearing Chunan's words, Qin Yuru sensed something fishy and shot him a suspicious look. Isn't your clinic pretty busy? Besides, I'm going to discuss business, not go on a picnic. You don't understand business matters, so why would you come with me? Qin Yuru protested, but Chunan had already casually buckled his seatbelt. I happen to be free today. Besides, if we're putting on a show, we might as well go all the way. We are husband and wife after all. It's been so long since we've been together. Aren't you afraid people will get suspicious? After speaking, Chunan pointed out the car window. Not far away, Qin Lulu was stepping out with her handbag, her gaze lingering oddly on Chunan and Qin Yuru inside the car. Seeing this, Qin Yuru shot Chunan a peculiar look. Unable to find a reason to refuse, she reluctantly agreed. Fine, you're hopeless. Since you're not an administrative staff member, you'll serve as my temporary assistant today, but you're not allowed to interrupt without my permission. Having learned from the lessons of previous failed collaborations, Qin Yuru warned Chunan. Don't worry, I promise not to interrupt. Chunan assured her with a mischievous grin. Seeing Chunan's expression, Qin Yuru exhaled in relief only to suddenly realize something. Her lovely face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Chapter 207, Facing Obstacles. 11 a.m. Qin Yuru drove, taking Chunan straight to Tianrui Pharmaceutical Factory. Tianrui Pharmaceutical was located on the outskirts of East City. It was one of Sichuan Province's major pharmaceutical manufacturers. Unlike Qin Pharmaceutical, which focused on drug research and development, Tianrui Pharmaceutical did not pursue a technology-driven approach. Instead, it concentrated solely on manufacturing, specializing exclusively in contract manufacturing. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chunan casually flipped through the materials Qin Yuru had prepared and asked with some confusion. This Tianrui Pharmaceutical Factory is only average. Aren't there other pharmaceutical factories in Rongcheng? Why choose this one specifically? Although Tianrui Pharmaceutical was considered a large-scale manufacturer, it had experienced several production accidents and enjoyed only an average reputation within the industry. With numerous pharmaceutical enterprises in Rongcheng, why did Qin Yuru specifically select this particular one? Holding the steering wheel with both hands, Qin Yuru sighed helplessly at Chunan's question. Do you think I haven't approached other pharmaceutical companies? The heads of several major pharmaceutical companies I approached earlier, I didn't even get to meet them face to face before they flat out refused to cooperate. Mentioning this matter, Qin Yuru also seemed somewhat distressed, but Chunan detected something off in her tone. Qin Pharmaceutical has some standing in the industry. You're representing the Qin family, how dare they be so disrespectful? Clearly, Chunan sensed something fishy here. A business opportunity presented on a silver platter, how could they refuse even a meeting? Especially since Qin Yuru was representing Qin Pharmaceutical this time. This was clearly not how things should be. What can I do? I'm only the second daughter of the Qin family. Everyone outside knows I hold no real power in the Qin family. If I claim to represent them in negotiations, who would believe me? Qin Yuru remarked with a touch of self-mockery. Hearing this, Chunan also furrowed his brow slightly. Looks like someone's stirring up trouble behind the scenes? At those words, Qin Yuru unconsciously tightened her grip on the steering wheel. How could she not see through this? If not for someone secretly targeting them, why would those pharmaceutical companies refuse such a business opportunity that came knocking? That's merely your speculation. You can say such things to me, but don't repeat them within the Qin family. Given how my uncle's family operates, they won't let you off lightly. Qin Yuru urged Chunan. Though she spoke thus, she understood deep down. Her uncle Qin Jianghai's family was already deeply dissatisfied with the old patriarch entrusting the oxbile pill formula to her. If she truly succeeded in completing the production of the ox bile pills, it would inevitably weaken the Qin Jianghai family's standing within Qin Pharmaceutical. Given Qin Yaru's understanding of Qin Jianghai's family, they were certainly capable of such actions, but given the vast disparity in their social standing, she dared not publicly challenge them without solid evidence. You think I'm afraid of them? Knowing what Qin Yaru was worried about, Chu Nan merely shrugged it off with a carefree smile. Don't complicate things. Qin Yaru shot Chu Nan a disapproving look. Well aware of his impulsive nature, she immediately continued. Regardless, if I can secure this partnership with Tianrui Pharmaceutical, I'll fulfill the headquarters production quota. No matter how much they try to make things difficult for me, it won't matter. As she spoke, a factory building came into view. We've arrived at Tianrui Pharmaceutical. I've already discussed it with General Manager Chen. He's very willing to cooperate with me. Gazing at Tianrui Pharmaceutical before her, Qin Yaru's eyes brimmed with hope. Before long, the car pulled up outside the gates of Tianrui Pharmaceutical Factory. Halt! No entry for non-company vehicles. A burly security guard blocked Qin Yaru at the entrance. I have an appointment with your General Manager Chen. Please inform him that the representative from Qin Pharmaceutical is here for our collaboration meeting. Qin Yaru rolled down the window and extended her business card. Qin Pharmaceutical? The security guard, his face covered in fleshy folds, glanced down at the card before looking back up at Qin Yaru. Noticing her striking beauty, he couldn't help but stare a little longer. Are you here to see our General Manager Chen? Sorry, our General Manager isn't here. Please come back another day. As the chubby security guard uttered these words, he tossed the business card at his feet without a second glance. Seeing this, Chu Nan, seated in the car, furrowed his brow slightly. This can't be. I clearly made arrangements with General Manager Chen last night. He instructed me to come to the pharmaceutical factory early this morning to discuss the cooperation. Qin Yaru looked at the burly security guard and spoke again. Security guard, did you get the time wrong? Or, why don't you call General Manager Chen to confirm? Hearing Qin Yaru question him, the security guard's face darkened. Believe it or not, without General Manager Chen's orders, I won't open this door. If you want to wait, feel free to stand here all day. The burly security guard adopted a dismissive attitude, refusing to lift the barrier for Qin Yaru's car. Frustrated by his attitude, Qin Yaru immediately pulled out her phone and dialed the contact number for General Manager Chen's secretary. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. As expected, Qin Yaru dialed repeatedly, but the line remained switched off. How could this happen? Just an hour ago, the other party was still urging her to come over. Why was the phone suddenly unreachable now? Qin Yaru looked utterly bewildered and somewhat flustered. Just as she was at a loss, Chu Nan, sitting beside her in the passenger seat, let out a soft chuckle. Leave it to me. With that, Chu Nan opened the door and stepped out. He had already figured it out. The other party wasn't at the factory. They'd clearly changed their mind at the last minute and wanted to back out. Chu Nan, what are you doing? Seeing Chu Nan suddenly get out, Qin Yaru sensed trouble and immediately tried to call him back. She knew Chu Nan was no pushover, but this time, she was here to discuss a partnership. If things unfolded like last time, letting Chu Nan act recklessly and offend people, this partnership would inevitably fall through again. I'll say this only once. Call that Chen guy out here immediately. Chu Nan glared coldly at the overweight security guard before him. Hearing this, the security guard roared back in anger. You little punk, who do you think you are, daring to give me orders? I won't do it, and there's nothing you can do about it. Bam! Before the security guard could finish his sentence, a dull thud echoed through the air. Chu Nan's foot shot up at a speed no one could react to, slamming hard into the security guard's chest. Instantly, the burly security guard, weighing nearly 200 pounds, flew through the air like a meatball before crashing heavily into the security booth door. Chu Nan, what are you doing? Behind him, Qin Yaru had just stepped out of the car when she looked up to witness this scene. The once arrogant, overweight security guard now lay on the ground like a dead pig, wailing in pain. Yet Chu Nan, like the Grim Reaper himself, was slowly walking toward him. Call that guy surnamed Chen and tell him, if he doesn't show up within 3 minutes, I'll shut down his entire pharmaceutical factory. Chapter 208, Qin Lulu's Dirty Tricks. Tianrui Pharmaceutical Factory. General Manager Chen Hao sat in his office, enjoying the massage techniques of his female secretary. Boss, didn't you agree to cooperate with Qin Pharmaceutical earlier? Why hasn't that Miss Qin shown up now? The secretary's delicate fingers pressed against Chen Hao's shoulders as she voiced her confusion. If we offend the Qin family over this, it might not be good. After all, Qin Pharmaceutical had a certain reputation in Chengdu's pharmaceutical circles. Tianrui Pharmaceutical couldn't compare to those big factories with deep-rooted backgrounds. Even Chen Hao wouldn't dare to offend the Qin family lightly. At that moment, Chen Hao was reclining on the sofa chair. He opened his eyes and smiled. You wouldn't understand. Not only will this move not offend the Qins, it will actually bring our factory an enormous benefit. A tremendous benefit? The secretary's eyes widened with confusion. She was starting to lose track of what her boss was talking about. Boss, what exactly is going on? You want to know? Chen Hao teased her with a hint of mystery, then slid his large hand straight under her skirt. Then let the CEO explain it to you slowly. Boss, you're so annoying. The secretary feigned annoyance, wriggling twice before her body went limp, collapsing into Chen Hao's embrace. After being thoroughly ravaged by her boss, the secretary finally asked curiously again. Boss, now you'll tell me, won't you? Chen Hao lay back on the sofa chair with a satisfied look, lighting a cigarette before puffing out smoke and saying, I'll be honest with you. The one who made me refuse to cooperate with Qin Yaru was none other than the eldest Miss Qin herself. The secretary froze upon hearing this. The eldest daughter of the Qin family? What's going on here? Chen Hao smirked. It's just the usual backstabbing and power struggles within a wealthy family. Turns out Qin Yaru is just the daughter of the Qin family's secondary branch. She holds no real power within the clan. The eldest daughter, Qin Lulu, has already agreed to me. If I refuse to cooperate with Qin Yaru, we'll become the chief partner of Qin Pharmaceutical in the future, and the cooperation price will be increased by 10%. So should I turn her down? Hearing her boss lay out the entire situation, the secretary's expression shifted from surprise to concern. But boss, won't this damage our company's reputation? From what I understand, that second daughter of the Qin family seems quite capable herself. Before the secretary could finish, Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke and waved his hand dismissively. Business is business. We haven't signed a contract with her. I'll partner with whoever I damn well please. Besides, she's just the second daughter of the Qin family. Why would I fear her? Do you know that Qin Lulu is young Master Wang's girlfriend? If we can use this chance to build ties with the Wang family, it'd be a huge advantage. Chen Hao wore a smug grin. Rejecting Qin Yaru was nothing more than a simple refusal for him. But the real significance lay in the fact that this incident had left Qin Lulu owing him a favor. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. Who the hell is calling me at this hour? Chen Hao was about to score a second goal, but the call ruined his plans. Forget it. Ignore it. Deciding to ignore it, Chen Hao reached out with his wandering hands, about to grope the female secretary. Boss, business comes first. The secretary smiled as she stood up and answered the call for Chen Hao. Hello? This is Mr. Chen's office. The moment the call connected, the secretary's expression abruptly changed. Mr. Chen, something's happened. What's got you so flustered? Chen Hao glanced at the secretary and shook his head. You've been with me this long and still can't keep your cool. With that, he reached out and took the phone. Hello, this is Chen Hao, brother-in-law. Hurry over. The factory's about to get wrecked. The moment Chen Hao picked up, he heard his brother-in-law, who worked as a security guard, screaming hysterically on the other end. What? Hearing this, Chen Hao slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. His face twisted with fury. Notify the security team, we're heading over immediately. Also, contact my third brother. Tell him to bring some men over. We can't let our monthly protection money go to waste. Anyone who dares cause trouble at my pharmaceutical factory must be tired of living. After giving a few instructions to his secretary, Chen Hao rose and stormed out of the office. Not long after, outside the gates of Tianrui Pharmaceutical. 3 minutes are up. If your boss doesn't come out, don't blame me. Chu Nan planted his foot on the overweight security guard's chest. After glancing down at his phone, he flashed a smirk. Spare me, sir. I swear I didn't know about this. It was all Mr. Chen's orders. The overweight security guard pleaded for mercy, his eyes filled with terror. At that moment, a group of people rushed out of the factory in a hurry. Stop! Before Chu Nan could deal with the fat security guard, a loud shout rang out. The gate swung open. Chen Hao, clad in a shirt, led 7 or 8 security guards charging toward them, each wielding a weapon. Brother-in-law, save me! The swollen, bruised security guard, seeing Chen Hao appear, cried out as if clutching at a lifeline. Useless piece of trash. Seeing the fat security guard pinned under Chu Nan's foot, Chen Hao's face darkened. You little punk! Let him go this instant, or else I'll make sure you regret it today. Chen Hao pointed a finger at Chu Nan, while several security guards surrounded him with hostile expressions. Mr. Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. We're not here to cause trouble, we came to discuss a partnership. Seeing the situation escalate, Qin Yaru hurried forward and explained to Chen Hao. Miss Qin? The moment he saw Qin Yaru, Chen Hao frowned. Is this how you intend to discuss cooperation with me? I've long heard that Qin Pharmaceutical is the conscience of the industry, and I, Chen, have always held Mr. Qin in high regard. But is this how your Qin family approaches those seeking cooperation? Chen Hao shifted his tone abruptly and snapped at Qin Yaru. Upon hearing this, Qin Yaru's expression also changed abruptly. She hurriedly shouted at Chu Nan. What are you standing there for? Release him immediately. When the burly security guard addressed Chen Hao as brother-in-law, Qin Yaru inwardly thought, oh no, she'd beaten up Chen Hao's brother-in-law and now she expected to collaborate with him? That was practically impossible now. Hearing Qin Yaru's words, Chu Nan merely shrugged and withdrew his right foot. Seeing this, the burly security guard wished he had 2 more legs to grow. He scrambled to his feet in a flash and hid behind Chen Hao, pointing his right finger at Chu Nan and shouting, this guy hit me. Brother-in-law, you have to avenge me. Chen Hao turned and glared at him. Useless piece of trash. After hurling the insult, Chen Hao turned his dark, sullen gaze toward Chu Nan and Qin Yaru. Mr. Chen, it's not what you think. I came here mainly to discuss a business partnership with you. Qin Yaru hurriedly explained her purpose. Before she could finish, Chen Hao sneered impatiently. Collaboration? What kind of cooperation? Miss Qin, I never agreed to any partnership with you, and since you injured my men today, I'll be settling the score with you.